Chapter 1 trillion cash arrived. Yi Chang, you useless thing, why are you still pestering me? Didn't I already tell you to stay away from me from now on? At the gate of Shijiang University, Lu Ru looked at Yi Chang, who was chasing after her with disgust, and scolded him. Xiao Ru, why is this happening? Didn't you say that you would consider being with me if I bought you the latest bag? Why are you so cold to me even though I bought you the bag? Why? Hearing Yi Chang's words, Lu Ru sneered and crossed her arms across her chest, with no disguising the contempt in her eyes. Yi Chang, I advise you to take a piss and look at yourself. You are just a poor bastard. If I ask you to buy me a bag worth tens of thousands of yuan, you would have to work for several months. How can a piece of trash like you be qualified to pursue me? Xiao Ru, I will definitely work hard. Please give me some more time, okay? I will definitely let you live a good life. Yi Chang reached out and grabbed the corner of Lu Ru's clothes with an extremely humble attitude. However, even so, Lu Ru's expression towards him did not soften at all. Forget it, what can a loser like you achieve in this life? Lu Ru pushed Yi Chang away and walked towards a BMW parked at the school gate. At this time, a man got out of the BMW. Seeing the man appear, Lu Ru hurriedly ran and threw herself into his arms. Baby, sorry to have kept you waiting. It's all my fault that lickspittle wasted my time. The man chuckled when he heard that, and pinched Lu Ru's sexy but hard, then brought her to Yi Chang. Long time no see, Yi Chang. The man took off his sunglasses, and Yi Chang instantly became furious. It's you, Chen Xiqing. Chen Xiqing, Yi Chang's former roommate, comes from a wealthy family and is considered a second-generation rich. He is arrogant and domineering in his behavior, and the two have had many conflicts before. Later, Chen Xiqing harassed Lu Ru, and Yi Chang bravely beat him up, and the two sides had a complete feud. But I didn't expect that Lu Ru would end up getting involved with this bastard. How about it, Yi Chang? I took this woman you've been pursuing for 3 years to a hotel room within just 3 days. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Oh, baby, why are you saying this to this liquor? It's so embarrassing. Lu Ru coquettishly snuggled into Chen Xiqing's arms, and at the same time belittled Yi Chang. Lu Ru, you guys. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yi Chang felt as if his heart had been stabbed several times, and the pain in his heart was beyond words. Yi Chang, face the reality. You are just a poor bastard, a piece of trash from the bottom of society. You will never be able to reach my level in this lifetime. Chen Xiqing held Lu Ru in his arms, posing as a winner, looking down at Yi Chang. See? This is the goddess you love but cannot have. Even if you lick her for 3 years, what's the point? I only need 3 days to make her a toy for me to play with as I please, and you will never be able to taste her again in this life. Chen Xiqing laughed loudly towards the sky. Facing his disparagement, Lu Ru was not ashamed but proud, as if being able to become a plaything was a great thing. Oh, by the way, you bought Lu Ru a bag a while ago, right? It's a bit rubbish, but it's quite useful for holding a small umbrella. Chen Xiqing laughed, and Lu Ru immediately cooperated by opening the bag and turning it over. Crackle! A bunch of colorful small umbrellas in various packaging fell out of the bag, just like sharp blades stabbing Yi Chang's heart one after another. Ha ha ha, what do you think, Yi Chang? Doesn't this make you feel involved? Chen Xiqing laughed and spat, then turned around and left with his arm around Lu Ru. All that was left were the small umbrellas scattered on the ground and Yi Chang with his fists clenched tightly. Why? Why? Does having money allow you to do whatever you want? Does having money allow you to act recklessly? So the love I cherish so much is so cheap in the face of money. Why is that? Yi Chang roared angrily in his heart. He had worked hard for 3 years in love, but in the end, this was the result. The goddess in your mind who you love but cannot have is just a plaything that the rich can summon and dismiss at will. Yi Chang didn't want to believe it, but the reality was so cruel. It turned out that in this world, having money was the truth, and being poor was the original sin. Ding! The host's emotions are fluctuating violently. The strongest dog-licking system has been bound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the newbie gift package. 1 trillion cash has been deposited into the system account. Ding! Friendly reminder, the cash in the system account can only be used by the host to capture girls, and cannot be used for personal consumption. When the favorability of the captured girl reaches 99%, the host can receive a full refund of the accumulated spending on the capture target. Suddenly, an electronic sound rang in his mind, and Yi Chang woke up instantly. A dog licking system? 1 trillion in cash? As a veteran reader who often reads novels, Yi Chang is no stranger to the existence of the system. But he didn't expect that this kind of standard feature of the protagonist would actually appear on him. But this system is a bit weird. Why do I have to be a bootlicker even though I'm the protagonist? Yi Chang wanted to cry but had no tears. To be honest, the system was indeed very generous, spending 1 trillion right away. But it's really a shame that as the host, he can't even spend a penny of this trillion, so he is still a poor idiot in essence. But luckily, as long as I can get a girl's favorability level to 99, I can get all my spending refunded. Looks like I can experience the feeling of a rich person throwing money at someone else. When Yi Chang was getting excited, a sarcastic voice suddenly came to his ears. Hey, isn't this Shijian University's most affectionate bootlicker? How come he got dumped by the goddess again? Yi Chang looked up and saw a girl in cool clothes and with a hot body walking towards him. Xiao Chang? After recognizing the other person, a gleam of light flashed in Yi Chang's eyes. This is really what you wish for. I was just planning to find someone to complete the system's strategy task, but I didn't expect the target to come to me on his own initiative. As Lu Ru's roommate, Yi Chang has had many dealings with Xiao Chang, who is a real gold digger. Moreover, Xiao Chang is more open and honest than Lu Ru. She never bothers to hide her desires. Even her first criterion for finding a partner is that he must be rich. If it were someone else, Yi Chang might still feel a little psychological burden, but if it was Xiao Chang, there would be no problem at all. Therefore, facing Xiao Chang's ridicule, Yi Chang was not angry, but spoke directly to the point. Xiao Chang, I like you. Chapter 2. I'm in a bad mood today and just want to spend money. What? After hearing Yi Chang's words, Xiao Chang didn't react for a moment. The main reason was that she never expected Yi Chang to say such a thing to her. Are you crazy, Yi Chang? Didn't you insist on marrying Lu Ru? How could you change your mind so quickly? A playful smile suddenly appeared on Xiao Chang's face, and the next second her delicate body suddenly moved close to Yi Chang. Yi Chang could see the white patch and the unfathomable ravine without even looking down. I have to say that Xiao Chang's appearance is no worse than Lu Ru's, and she is even several levels better. However, Xiao Chang's personality and dressing style were too hot and explicit, which was not the style that Yi Chang liked before. In addition, his heart and eyes were filled with only Lu Ru, so he naturally turned a blind eye to other people. Now that he has come to his senses, Yi Chang has discovered that there are so many women in this world who are better than Lu Ru. Do you want to use me to anger Lu Ru and then make her regret apologizing to you? Xiao Chang opened her mouth and blew out a fragrant breeze. The dual experience of sight and smell instantly made Yi Chang raise his flag high. Xiao Chang didn't notice Yi Chang's strange words. Instead, she moved her upper body closer, stretched out a slender jade finger and gently stroked his chest, with a pitiful look on her face. It's not that I can't help you, but this kind of thing would cause great damage to a girl's reputation, so how are you going to compensate me? Hearing this, Yi Chang smiled with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Just now he was a little worried that if he rashly proposed to spend money on Xiao Chang, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. I didn't expect Xiao Chang to be so cooperative. She took the initiative to make this request without me even having to say anything. Immediately, Yi Chang no longer hesitated. He directly reached out and put his arms around Xiao Chang's slender and soft waist and hugged her into his arms. Xiao Chang didn't expect Yi Chang to be so bold. After his slender waist was embraced, she screamed and struggled. Just when Xiao Chang was about to yell hooligan, Yi Chang finally spoke. The last thing I need right now is money. I can give you any compensation you want. Aren't you short of money? Xiao Chang sneered when she heard this. How could she not know Yi Chang's background? If Yi Chang wasn't so poor, Lu Ru wouldn't have agreed to his pursuit for 3 years. Yi Chang, I used to think that although you were a little poor, you were still an honest person. How come you started bragging after being dumped by Lu Ru? You think I'm bragging? Yi Chang chuckled. If he had said this before, it would have been bragging, but now. Since you think I'm bragging, today I'll show you what it means to truly spend money lavishly. After saying that, Yi Chang took out his cell phone and started hailing a taxi. Spend money like water? Yi Chang, you really know how to joke. Looking at the Xiaomi phone in Yi Chang's hand with a cracked screen, Xiao Chang showed an undisguised mocking smile on her face. Ding! The host's favorability with the capturer has decreased. Current favorability, 21. The system prompt sounded in Yi Chang's mind. However, Yi Chang was stunned when he saw Xiao Qing's favorability towards him. According to the system's explanation, a favorability of 0 means a stranger, a favorability of negative means an enemy, and a favorability of 0-20 means a level that is neither familiar nor disliked. If the favorability is above 20, you are already considered friends. Is Xiao Qing his friend? Yi Chang asked himself in his heart. There is no doubt that it is not the case. After all, the other party is a complete gold digger, and he is just a poor guy. Perhaps it was because when he was pursuing Lu Ru, he also gave a lot of benefits to his best friend Xiao Qing. Yi Chang was guessing in his heart that the phone rang at this moment, and the taxi he called had arrived. It's enough that the phone works. You'll see whether I have the ability today or not later. As he said that, Yi Chang opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Hey, don't you even know to drive the back seat for me? You're not a gentleman at all. Xiao Qing rolled her eyes, and the system prompted that her favorability had dropped by another 3 or 4 points. However, Yi Chang will not tolerate Xiao Qing's bad habits now. After hearing this, he sat in the back row calmly. Just a friendly reminder, I'm in a bad mood right now, and I just want to vent my frustrations by throwing money around. If you don't want to join me, forget it, I can find someone else. Seeing that Yi Chang was serious and didn't seem to be pretending, Xiao Qing hesitated for a long time before opening the passenger door and sitting in it with an unhappy look on her face. Strategist favorability 1. The system prompt sounded again. In just a short while, the number of points dropped by another 5. Now Xiao Qing's favorability towards him was almost dropping out of double digits. However, Yi Chang did not think this was a bad thing. After all, the more favorability he lost, the more money he would have to spend to fill it up, and the more he would get when the system returned it. Yi Chang's destination today is Shanghua Shopping Center, not far from the university town. Shanghua Shopping Center is considered the most upscale shopping mall near the university town, and better ones are quite far away. Moreover, although Shanghua Shopping Center mainly serves students, it also has many luxury stores, which is enough to at least broaden Xiao Qing's horizons. Soon, the driver took the two of them all the way to Shanghua's store. Yi Chang, are you going to bring me here to spend money today? Looking at the bustling shopping mall, Xiao Qing opened her mouth slightly and looked at Yi Chang with eyes full of suspicion. Don't worry, I can't lie to you. Yi Chang didn't care about anything and just took Xiao Qing's hand and walked into the shopping mall. The first floor of the shopping mall is filled with various jewelry stores. As soon as you walk through the door, you will be greeted by a long row of jewelry display counters of various brands. I see you have a pretty fair wrist, and you just happen to be missing a bracelet, so pick any you want. Yi Chang brought Xiao Qing to a jewelry display counter and said with a big wave of his hand in a very generous manner. Yi Chang's outrageous words naturally attracted a lot of onlookers. After all, the jewelry here was very valuable. Even an ordinary bracelet would cost several thousand yuan, and the more precious jewelry could even cost hundreds of thousands. How rich must someone be to be able to say something like just pick one? However, when everyone turned their attention, they found that the person who had just spoken was just a young man wearing an ordinary t-shirt and jeans, and they couldn't help but show contempt on their faces. Young people nowadays are really good at bragging. They don't even know where we are and still dare to speak so arrogantly. Chapter 3, 380,000, Sprinkle Some Water. Facing so many people's gazes, Xiao Qing felt that she could hardly lift her head. On the contrary, Yi Chang on the side looked as usual, as if the person who had just said those words was not him. Hurry up and choose, there are still many stores waiting to be visited. Seeing that Xiao Qing was still not moving, Yi Chang urged her. Okay, you said that yourself, don't come back and ask me to apologize when you can't pay the bill later. Yi Chang's words aroused Xiao Qing's anger. After taking a quick look at the counter, she quickly fell in love with a pure gold bracelet. However, when she saw the price tag of the bracelet, she hesitated. Because the bracelet is worth 29,999, let alone Yi Chang, even the rich second generation in the school can't afford it. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xiao Qing finally chose a bracelet next to it that cost more than 4,000 yuan. Please help me take out this bracelet and have a look. Etc. Just as the counter clerk was about to take something, Yi Chang suddenly spoke up to stop him. TSK, I thought you were so powerful, but you can't even afford a bracelet worth thousands of dollars, and you're still pretending to be so powerful. Yeah, look at him, he's wearing all these cheap clothes, he's clearly a poor guy. Can he really afford a place like Shanghua? That beautiful girl next to her is pretty. Could she have been deceived by this guy? The sounds of people talking around could be heard, and even the clerk looked at Yi Chang with a bit more contempt. Sir, if you are not satisfied with the price of this bracelet, we have cheaper ones here, you can take a look. As the clerk spoke, he pointed to the silver jewelry counter next to him, where the cheapest jewelry was only a few hundred yuan. After hearing this, Xiaoqing felt even more ashamed. She was really blinded by greed today and actually believed the words of Yi Chang, a dead bootlicker. Now, not only has Yi Chang embarrassed himself, but he also wants to take me with him. Yi Chang, if you don't have the ability, don't pretend. I won't accompany you anymore. Target favorability 50. Current favorability of the target 38. Just now, Xiaoqing's favorability dropped directly to negative numbers and even exceeded double digits. After Xiaoqing finished speaking, she shook off Yi Chang's hand and turned to leave. At this time, Yi Chang finally spoke. He pointed at the bracelet that Xiaoqing had been looking at, and also pointed at the necklace, earrings, and ring next to it. That's all, pack it all up for me. What? Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Some of them couldn't believe their ears, and the clerk was even more alert, with one hand already touching under the counter. Sir, all the accessories you just mentioned would probably cost over 300,000 yuan. Are you sure you want them all? Stop talking nonsense and swipe your card. Yi Chang simply threw a bank card on the counter, and the people around him were shocked to see him being so arrogant. Xiaoqing also stopped and turned to leave, staring at the clerk's actions. This guy doesn't really have so much money, does he? Impossible. He looks like a college student, and his clothes are so ordinary. How could he possibly come up with over 300,000 yuan in one go? Could this kid be a well-hidden rich kid? Even an ordinary rich kid wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Judging from his appearance, it's impossible for his family to have hundreds of millions of dollars. At this time, Xiaoqing's eyes began to shine as she looked at Yi Chang. Could it be that she really saw it wrong? Yi Chang is actually a rich second generation who hides his identity and pretends to be poor in school to find true love. Isn't that how it's played out in TV dramas? Faced with so many people's expectant eyes, the clerk next to him became serious and quickly took the POS machine next to him and inserted Yi Chang's card into it. After entering the amount, the clerk handed the POS machine to Yi Chang with both hands and said, "Sir, please enter the password." Yi Chang quickly entered the password and then watched the clerk operate at ease. However, the next second, a voice came from the POS machine. Card swipe failed, insufficient balance. What? Insufficient balance? Xiaoqing's expectant look instantly turned to ashen gray. As expected, he knew that he must not trust Yi Chang, this loser. This is more than 300,000 yuan. How can a poor student like him easily pay that? Ha ha ha, this is making me laugh to death. The balance is insufficient. Boy, the beautiful lady next to you is right. If you don't have the ability, don't act pretentiously. Otherwise, it will be so embarrassing. I thought I'd actually met some super rich kid today, but it turns out he's just a clown. The crowd watching burst into laughter, and Yi Chang himself was stunned for a moment. He only reacted when he saw the bank card thrown to him by the clerk. Sorry, I took the wrong card. This is the right one. Yi Chang wiped the sweat off his face and quickly took out another bank card and handed it over. This time the clerk's actions were much more casual, and it was obvious that he had already determined that Yi Chang was just a poor guy who was pretending to be poor. However, when Yi Chang entered the password again, the POS machine beeped and then made a sound. Payment successful, receipt is being printed for you. As the POS machine spit out a long string of orders, a line of text appeared on the system interface in Yi Chang's mind. Current rater, Xiaoqing. Current favorability of the attacker, 30. Strategy balance, 388,000. After spending 380,000, Xiaoqing's favorability soared again, even surpassing the previous level to reach 30 points. This level of favorability is already the limit of ordinary friends, and the next level is the level of a close female friend. Excuse me, sir, I'll pack it for you right away. After seeing the payment was successful, the clerk was stunned for a while before reacting. Then he immediately put away his previous contempt, bowed with both hands and handed over Yi Chang's bank card. No way, is this guy really that rich? I'm so envious. $380,000 was spent without blinking an eye. Whose family is this young master from? Oh my god, the richer people are, the more low-key they are, right? I admit I was wrong before. What kind of rich people need minions? The kind that will bite you. As Yi Chang successfully paid, the laughter from the surroundings disappeared instantly, replaced by all kinds of amazed and curious eyes. As for Xiao Qing standing aside, her eyes were glowing as she looked at Yi Chang. Sure enough, what's shown in TV dramas is real. I really encountered this kind of rich second-generation man who hides his identity. I wonder if Lu Ru will regret it to death when she finds out. Chapter 4 No one can control me. Xiao Qing's attitude towards Yi Chang changed drastically. She slid to Yi Chang's side like a water snake and grabbed Yi Chang's hand with her arm. I felt the envy of the people around me in the mall and my heart was pounding. So cool. Xiao Qing was extremely curious about Yi Chang's identity. Was he the second generation of a wealthy family who came out to experience life? I must catch Yi Chang, maybe I can marry into a wealthy family. Thank you Lu Ru for giving up Yi Chang, otherwise how could I have had such a chance? Xiao Qing's legs felt weak at the thought. Yi Chang didn't care about Xiao Qing's reaction. The envy of people around him also made him feel very good. Spending money like water without worrying about financial pressure at all, is this the life of rich people? To be honest, if he hasn't tried it, he doesn't understand it at all. Now that he is envied and paid attention to by others, it really changes his mentality. As soon as he checked out, the girl in the jewelry store winked at him and looked at him with eyes that seemed to be dripping with tears. There are definitely no ugly female saleswomen in jewelry stores. Sir, if you spend over 300,000 in our store, you will automatically become our VIP. Here is your card. If you spend over 500,000, you will become a gold member. Gold members enjoy dedicated service. A pretty girl respectfully handed Yi Chang a card with the other party's inscription on her chest. The girl's neck was slender and white like a swan, and the close-fitting uniform made the girl's figure protrude and curve. The appearance is at least 9 points. The other person was wearing a pair of silk gloves and looked very professional. The other people in the store were also stunned and looked at Yi Chang, wondering if he would continue to make purchases. What about spending 1 million? Yi Chang didn't care about those looks. He was a wealthy man now and needed to slowly get used to being noticed. This is also a kind of practice. Then you can upgrade to our Diamond VIP, enjoy personal service, can also customize, and have priority access to some popular products that others can't see. Yi Chang nodded slightly, looked around and said nothing. But Xiao Qing was shocked. Was Yi Chang planning to spend 1 million and become a Diamond member in one go? Isn't spending 380,000 in one go enough? This was beyond her imagination. Xiao Qing even felt a little frightened. What kind of family was this? Even if I had a mine at home, I wouldn't spend like this. This is 1 million, enough to buy a house locally. But thinking about it, Xiao Qing became excited again. Yi Chang must want to spend money on her. This was really unexpected. She suddenly felt a lot of pressure. But the next moment, Yi Chen fell in love with a necklace, and then glanced at the waitress named Lan Ting. Lan Ting felt a little strange. Why was this guest looking at her? Yi Chang just glanced at her without saying anything. Lan Ting immediately reacted and took out the necklace with some doubts. Is this really necessary to consume? The other waiters and customers in the store were stunned. How rich? Although Yi Chang's clothes are ordinary, rich people cannot be judged by their clothes. This shows that they are low-key. How much? 150,000, let me introduce you to some, this is a theme necklace. No more nonsense. Yi Chang interrupted her bluntly, looked at Lan Ting and smiled slightly. I think your neck is very beautiful, let me see it. Ah. Facing Yi Chang's gaze, Lan Ting was completely bewildered. What did this mean? But when she thought about how much her commission would be if Yi Chang could spend some money, Lan Ting did not hesitate. The next moment she put on the necklace, Yi Chang applauded, my taste is pretty good. You're very good with this necklace. You don't have to take it off. It's a gift to you. Also, help me collect a spending limit of 1 million and give it to the lady next to me. Hiss. The people in the store felt their scalps tingling. They had seen people spend money lavishly, but they had never seen anyone spend money like this. Whose young master is this? He is a low-key person who talks little and spends money without blinking an eye. The impact and contrast are too strong. Xiao Qing was also confused. Is it really necessary to spend money like this? This is too rich. He's spending his parents' money, right? He didn't earn a single cent of it himself, so of course he doesn't feel bad about it. Pretending. Several old women were extremely sad, wondering why they had never met someone like Yi Chang. Xiao Qing suddenly became angry, gave those people a fierce look, and then hugged Yi Chang sweetly. "My dear, I love you so much. You are so kind to me, unlike others who can't even afford some jewelry." These words immediately made the old woman's face gloomy, but she didn't dare to go too far. What if she offended someone? Yi Chang spends so much money, he must be from a well-connected family. Several old women turned around and left. Xiao Qing was extremely proud, but the next moment when she saw the necklace on Lan Ting's neck, her heart skipped a beat. "Honey, are you really going to give her the necklace?" "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Yi Chang said calmly. "She provided good service, so what's wrong with me giving her a gift? Lan Ting is also a woman, so spending money on her is also in line with the system regulations." Target, Lan Ting. Favorability, 15. Personal information, jewelry store employee, amateur anchor. Yi Chang received the message from the system when he decided to give the other party a necklace. This Lan Ting is also a host. Xiao Qing felt a little angry when she saw Yi Chang saying that he didn't care. He hooked up with someone else in front of her and refused to admit it. Can you do whatever you want just because you have money? Xiao Cheng felt very uncomfortable for a moment. It was true that she liked rich men, but she also wanted others to treat her seriously. "Yi Chang, who do you think I am? How can you do this? You haven't even chased me yet, and you're already hooking up with others." Xiao Qing couldn't help herself. Favorability 10. Just reduce by 10? Yi Chang sneered in his heart. It seemed that he still couldn't bear to let go of himself. Yi Chang said, "You think too much. I am just thanking him. Don't make trouble for no reason. We will go to dinner later. You can eat whatever you want." Xiao Cheng said angrily, "You have to take the necklace back, otherwise I will not forgive you." Lan Ting saw that things were not going well. In fact, she didn't really want the necklace, so she quickly said, "Mr. Yi, I can't accept your gift. Thank you very much for your recognition of my service. I've wrapped it for you. Take a look." Yi Chang was a little annoyed. "When I had no money, you all treated me like a dog. You are rich but still want me to be a stray dog. Then my wealth is in vain, right? I want to be in charge now. If you are rich but still being bullied by others, what's the point of living?" Yi Chang looked at Xiao Chang and said, "Don't make a fuss. Just pick out what you want. Don't worry about the money. Even if it's worth 10 million, it doesn't matter. I can't afford to lose face if I ask for the gift back." Yi Chang's tone was very calm, and that was his confidence. "Are you worried about not being able to find a girl now that you have money?" Xiao Qing was just the target of my attempts. Lan Ting favorability +5. Xiao Chang was stunned. Looking at Yi Chang, she suddenly felt unfamiliar. Is this the second generation of the local tycoon? Regardless of feelings, problems that can be solved with money are not considered problems? Xiao Chang didn't know what to do for a moment. Chapter 5, I just want to eat a hamburger. The waiters in the store were dumbfounded when they looked at Yi Chang. This was simply too arrogant. But they also despised Yi Chang a little. If I want to send a gift to Lan Ting, I need to contact her on WeChat and then go on a date. Everyone seems to know the routine without even watching it. This girl is so pitiful. What's the point of having a rich boyfriend? He has money but doesn't love you. I'm willing to trade with her. A man with money is a real talent. If I have money and am willing to spend it on myself, why would I need a bicycle?" The waitresses whispered to each other, and Xiao Qing couldn't stand it. It would have been fine if they didn't say anything, but once they did, she became very annoyed. It's true that I worship money, but I also hope for true love. When these people say this, it seems unreasonable. Xiao Qing's heart was filled with anger. "Yi Chang, tell me clearly what you mean. Are you attracted to him? Do you want to have two relationships at the same time?" Yi Chang was also unhappy. "What nonsense are you talking about? You said I can stop talking about other people. We are not that kind of relationship. What's wrong with me thanking others for their service? You're a bastard." Xiao Chang blushed with anger and slapped Yi Chang in the face, then turned around and walked away. "I misjudged you." Cut. Yi Chang didn't say anything. It was boring to argue with a woman. Lan Ting looked at Yi Chang embarrassedly. "It was all because of her fault, Mr. Yi, you go after her. Girls just need to be coaxed. You explain to your girlfriend, or I will explain it to her." Yi Chang shook his head without even looking at the wrapped jewels. These are for you. Hiss. The female employees in the jewelry store were stunned as if struck by lightning, feeling like they were struck by a dog. These jewels are worth 620,000. It's more than what Yi Chang gave to Xiao Chang. Lan Ting was also scared to death. What was going on? She was so scared that she couldn't speak. I can't have. If you don't, I'll complain to you. Yi Chang said, I spent 1 million and I am your diamond VIP, right? If I complain about you, will your boss scold you? That is for sure. In the jewelry store in the university town, there is a rare diamond VIP. If the boss knew that I made Yi Chang unhappy, he would definitely scold me to death. Lan Ting felt like crying but had no tears, feeling that Yi Chang was too domineering. It's totally unreasonable. Yi Chang felt that there was no need to reason, he just wanted to try what it felt like to be domineering and unreasonable. In the past, others were always unreasonable to me. Looking at Lan Ting who didn't know what to do, Yi Chang smiled and said, if you're sorry, just treat me to a meal. I don't think I can refuse, right? Lan Ting looked at Yi Chang speechlessly. After Yi Chang paid the bill, the store manager told Lan Ting to go home and not to delay Yi Chang's work. In fact, it just means letting Lan Ting accompany Yi Chang. Yi Chang didn't care about what people in the jewelry store said about him. He who wears the crown must bear its weight, and there will definitely be a lot of people talking about him in the future. How can you survive if you don't have this kind of psychological quality? I don't want to be a bootlicker anymore, I want to be the Sea King Tong Jingcheng. Lan Ting changed into loose-fitting clothes and instantly looked like a college student. It's just that I'm not familiar with Yi Chang. I look at Yi Chang with a sense of strangeness and don't know what to say. Mr. Yi, I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat. Just a burger. Hamburger? Lan Ting was speechless again. This person seemed so weird. He forced her to accept so many gifts and then wanted to eat a hamburger? Are you crazy? Are all rich people so casual? Lan Ting thought that Yi Chang must have given her so many gifts because he wanted to pursue her, otherwise who would give so many things to a strange woman? She is single. In fact, it seems there is nothing wrong with giving Mr. Yi a chance. Favorability +5. Lan Ting thought about it and looked at Yi Chang seriously and said, do you want to pursue me? Then you don't need to give me gifts. Sincerity is the killer weapon. I can't tolerate falling in love with every person I meet. Yi Chang looked at Lan Ting. Lan Ting was very pretty. When she was at work, Lan Ting had a capable feeling. After get off work, Lan Ting gave people the feeling of a girl next door. Her slightly soft figure and delicate facial features give people a stunning feeling. But Yi Chang had no intention of pursuing the other party. Those gifts were wrapped, and if he didn't give them away to lick a beautiful woman, the system wouldn't settle the bill, so he had to give them away. I just want to eat a hamburger, and you want to pay me for it? Yi Chang smiled. Lan Ting was stunned. She felt that Sparta was really a weird person. He immediately went to buy a hamburger and Yi Chang took it and ate it. Lan Ting didn't believe it at first. Seeing that Yi Chang didn't talk to her while eating a hamburger, she didn't know what to say for a moment. It's really just for a burger. Yi Chang finished eating quickly. I'm leaving, thank you for the burger. No WeChat, no phone number? What kind of trick is this to pick up girls? Lan Ting glared, thinking that it must be a trick on her, it must be. Should I be fooled? Let Yi Chang feel that he has been hooked, so that he can feel a little satisfied. But, will he think he is materialistic? Lan Ting didn't know what to do for a moment. When she looked again, Yi Chang was really gone. She became panicked again. She felt that Yi Chang really had no intention of tricking her and was really gone. Suddenly I felt like I had lost something and felt a little uncomfortable. As a girl, who hasn't dreamed of being pursued by a young and rich Prince Charming? And she felt that Yi Chang had some stories. Yi Chang did not leave the mall, but started shopping, intending to familiarize himself with luxury goods, something he knew nothing about. I didn't have the qualifications to understand before, but now I want to be a professional bootlicker, so I have to understand what girls like. Passing by a boutique bag store, Yi Chang stopped after just one look. A woman in the store was almost clinging to a man, and the two were looking at bags. Aren't they Lu Ru and Chen Xicheng? Yi Chang got furious when he saw this couple. He was too lazy to pay attention to it, but unexpectedly Chen Xicheng turned around and saw him, and then Lu Ru turned around again, and Lu Ru came out in a moment. Looking at Yi Chang, Lu Ru felt that Yi Chang seemed a little different, but Lu Ru didn't care at all. Yi Chang, why are you still pestering me? I said I don't love you anymore, so I don't love you anymore. Pay attention to your status. The bags here are not something you can look down on. As she spoke, Lu Ru glanced back at Chen Xiqing with a smug look. You can't even compare to him. Get out of my sight right now. Seeing you makes me lose all desire to shop. Yi Chang clenched his fists and really wanted to slap Lu Ru. Is this the woman he truly loved? He was willing to work day and night just to be nice to Lu Ru, but in the end he was nothing. Several years of relationship are not as good as a few bags. Yi Chang suddenly wanted to laugh, feeling that he was really naive, but he still wanted to hear the truth. Are you happy with the life you have now? I'm happy. This is the life you can't give me. Lu Ru looked at Yi Chang with disdain. You don't understand the upper class at all. Chen Xiqing is a goal you will never reach in your lifetime. Yeah? Yi Chang's eyes became cold and sharp like a knife. Suddenly, Yi Chang smiled at Lu Ru. Thank you for making me understand what a woman is. Thank you so much. Lu Ru impatiently drove Yi Chang away and told him to get out. Mr. Yi. At this moment, Lan Ting came running over, panting slightly. She decided to look for Yi Chang, but she didn't expect that Yi Chang was still there. Chapter 6 Otherwise I will complain to you. Lan Ting saw Yi Chang and Lu Ru from a distance. Seeing Yi Chang being despised by Lu Ru and driven away like a stray dog, Lan Ting suddenly felt sad. She felt as if she understood why Yi Chang was so domineering. It turns out that Mr. Yi had been bullied by a woman. Lan Ting stood beside Yi Chang and looked at Lu Ru. This woman is your ex-girlfriend. She's not that good looking. She looks like a prostitute. What did you say? Say it again. Lu Ru exploded when she heard Lan Ting's words. Lan Ting smiled slightly. Oh, I'm so sorry you heard me. I'll be quieter next time. Lu Ru was stunned. She was clearly furious, but the other party's words almost suffocated her. He actually apologized. What a green tea. In public, Lu Ru had to maintain her dignity and couldn't get angry. Lan Ting's proactive apology was a stroke of genius. Lu Ru immediately looked at Yi Chang. Who is this? What does it have to do with you? Yi Chang said. Lu Ru was stunned. She didn't bother to guess and looked at Lan Ting with disdain. I've had enough of this kind of licking dog, so I'll give it to you. I don't mind at all. Too much. Lan Ting was a little annoyed, and Yi Chang suddenly said, I think the bags here are nice, I'll buy a few for you as gifts. No, you gave me too many gifts. Lan Ting felt very frightened. Coming again? More than 600,000 worth of jewelry has already been given away. Want to send a bag? Bags are more expensive than jewelry. How can I afford it? Lan Ting feels under a lot of pressure. These rich people are really too casual. Pick one, or I'll complain to you. You, how can there be such a thing? Lan Ting smiled bitterly. I'm in a good mood, so I want to spend money and have fun, Yi Chang said with a smile. Without waiting for Lan Ting to speak, Yi Chang pulled Lan Ting into the boutique. Lu Ru was disdainful. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Can you afford the bags here? Chen Xiqing was in the store. He originally asked Lu Ru to go out to watch the show and let Lu Ru humiliate Yi Chang. Unexpectedly, Yi Chang entered the store with a beautiful woman beside him. She's actually prettier than Lu Ru. Lan Ting's temperament is much cleaner than Lu Ru's. That kind of fresh girl's temperament is like sunshine, which is a man's favorite. Chen Xiqing was immediately attracted. Where the hell did he find such a beautiful woman in Yecheng? He knew Yi Chang very well and knew that Yi Chang was a country boy. Such a beauty must be the same as Lu Ru, so wouldn't that be a bargain for him? Hi, Yi Chang, are you here to buy a bag too? Who is this beautiful lady? Please introduce her to me. Chen Xiqing stretched out his hand towards Lan Ting. Lan Ting looked at Yi Chang and wanted to shake his hand, but Yi Chang stopped her. No need to shake hands. Who knows what your hands have touched? What if there is an infectious disease? Chen Xiqing was annoyed. How dare you talk to me like that? Looking at Lan Ting, Chen Xiqing sneered gracefully, Beauty, don't let him fool you. He is just a poor bastard. What the hell? Lan Ting was speechless. Yi Chang was a poor bastard? Are there any poor people who play games for money? Lan Ting smiled slightly. Oh, really? Thank you for reminding me. I don't like anything else, but I like poor people. Chen Xiqing. Yi Chang smiled slightly. Your trick is useless. Do you think all girls are like Lu Ru? After that, Yi Chang and Lan Ting said, go and have a look. If there is anything you like, don't worry about the money. Are you trying to show off to me? Chen Xiqing was immediately upset. He couldn't swallow this anger. Yi Chang, you are so pretentious. You can afford the bags here, why are you pretending to be so pretentious with me? Lu Ru also came over, hugged Chen Xiqing, and said to the waiter in the store, hurry up and get him out, otherwise the bag we like will not be. Yes, letting this kind of person into the store really affects our consumption. Lu Ru took a fancy to a bag that was worth over 70,000 yuan, which was considered a relatively large business in the boutique. This kind of boutique is not a counter, usually second-hand or purchased from overseas. After all, this is a shopping mall near the university town. It's a super luxury counter in the city center. Seeing Lu Ru say this, the clerk saw that Yi Cheng's clothes did not look like those of a rich man, and immediately said politely, Sir, could you please go out for a moment and come back later? Lan Ting was speechless. Although the clerk was very polite, he was really bullying. Yi Cheng smiled and said, I really don't look good in this outfit. Later, buy me some clothes and I'll give you some bags. It's because I'm a poor bastard that I can only spend my money on women. Lan Ting felt sorry for Yi Chang, you are just too low-key. I know you don't want to show off your wealth. That's because you have high quality, but other people are different. They are all snobs. This insinuation immediately made everyone uncomfortable. Chen Xiqing thought for a moment and sneered, alright, stop talking nonsense. You want to buy a bag, right? Go ahead. I want to see what qualifications you have to show off your wealth in front of me. Lu Ru held Chen Xiqing's hand and sneered, what a bunch of idiots bragging. I've really been enlightened. Yi Chang looked around and set his eyes on a bag inlaid with diamonds. He took a look at the price tag and saw 480,000 yuan. There is also a label on it, which seems to have the signature of a popular star. Lan Ting quickly said, no, this is their treasure, not for sale. Lan Ting works in the mall, and since she is a girl, she naturally knows the situation of this boutique. This bag full of diamonds belongs to the owner. The board was bought from a charity auction and caused a sensation when it opened. Not for sale. Nothing is not for sale here. It's just a matter of money. Yi Chang raised a finger to the clerk, 1 million. Contact the boss. No need to contact me, I'm here. The door curtain at the back of the store moved, revealing a chubby middle-aged man who looked at Yi Chang. He smiled and said, it's not that I don't want to sell it, I just can't bear to part with it. This is a celebrity-signed bag, a limited edition. 2 million. You are my biological father, how can I refuse you? The boss half knelt and bowed. Where the hell did this young master come from to give me alms? 1 million is enough, 1 million is enough, just come here often. This person is definitely a rich person. The price is doubled. Even the rich bosses among the rich would dig out their eyes. Lu Ru exclaimed, how is it possible? Boss, are you guys teaming up to act? Chen Xiqing couldn't believe it either. It was really possible. You two know each other? Are you trying to embarrass me? Damn it, don't blame me for being rude then. The boss looked at the two men as if they were idiots. How could he be afraid of them when he runs a store like this? I really don't know this gentleman, but I'm too lazy to explain to you. If you want to buy a bag, just look at it. If you don't want to buy, get out. If you offend my customers, I will make you suffer. Turning back, the boss looked at Yi Cheng politely and said, let's talk inside. There are some new counter goods. I'll give you one if you choose. Yi Cheng couldn't just walk in, so he said, swipe your card first, so others won't suspect that we're acting. The boss naturally agreed, and then Yi Cheng brushed it lightly, and the boss's face turned green. Dad, it's not enough, I can't brush it. Lan Ting looked at the card in Yi Cheng's hand and immediately laughed. That card was the one that Yi Cheng couldn't use at the jewelry store. Naughty! Yi Cheng must have done it on purpose. Chen Xiqing and Lu Ru burst into laughter. That's it? You almost scared me to death. Yi Cheng smiled slightly, you took the wrong one, it's this one. Ding, card swipe successful. Watching the printer start spitting out receipts, Yi Cheng turned back to look at Chen Xiqing and Lu Ru and said with a smile, I did it on purpose. Surprisingly, I actually spent 1 million to buy a celebrity-signed bag. Chapter 7 is too low key. I did it on purpose. Yi Cheng's words were like a slap in the face of Chen Xiqing and Lu Ru. This is a slap in his face. Chen Xiqing's eyes looked like he was about to burst into flames. How dare this country boy do this to me? He was so angry that he almost died. Lu Ru was even more confused. Although her face felt hot, she watched the boss hand the only celebrity autographed bag to Yi Cheng. He also invited Yi Cheng to see the new goods and gave him one as a gift. Lu Ru was not willing to accept this. Why not me? Yi Cheng is not a country boy, how come he became so rich all of a sudden? Just swiping the card can get 1 million. This is not ordinary wealth. Only those super rich second generation can be so generous. What on earth have I missed? At this moment, Lu Ru regretted and wanted to cry. She didn't care what happened to Yi Cheng. She just felt that the bag and the 1 million. It should have been mine. Yi Cheng casually threw the bag to Lan Ting, and Lu Ru almost went crazy watching this. So casual, so indifferent? Is this Yi Cheng? Only disciples from wealthy families, worth tens of billions, would look down upon such bags. Yi Cheng went in with the boss. Actually, he had no interest at all, but since they were polite, he would naturally be polite too. I've heard of guests like you, but I've never seen one before. You can keep this Burberry handbag. The boss was very good at dealing with people. What he took out was a men's handbag worth 40,000 yuan. Thank you. Thank you, you are my god of wealth. The boss looked at Lan Ting and immediately felt that Lan Ting was lucky. The boss quickly held Lan Ting in his arms. Lan Ting blushed and didn't know how to explain that she and Yi Cheng were not in that kind of relationship at all, but Yi Cheng kept saying that she was Yi Cheng's girlfriend. Yi Cheng added the boss on WeChat, then came out with Lan Ting. After coming out, he didn't see Lu Ru and Chen Xiqing. A waiter whispered, "Mr. Yi," they left. The woman was dissatisfied with the man for not spending money on the bag, so the man slapped her. The waiter was holding the bag that Lu Ru had just taken a fancy to and looked at Yi Cheng expectantly. Yi Cheng naturally understood that the other party wanted him to buy it so that he could continue to humiliate Lu Ru. Yi Cheng followed suit, swiped the card immediately, and put it in Lan Ting's hand. Lan Ting wanted to cry. What should I do? I accepted more than 1 million, almost 2 million worth of things from someone, and I felt embarrassed if I didn't compensate him. But I'm really not a gold digger. Lan Ting favorability plus 20. Then Yi Cheng received a prompt from the system. Target, Lan Ting. Favorability, 60. Lan Ting, jewelry store clerk, amateur anchor, and music conservatory dropout. Unsuccessful civil service exam due to a refusal to accept unspoken rules. Her father is an elementary school teacher, and her mother is retired and suffering from mid-stage diabetes. Her younger sister, Lan Yu, is an excellent student majoring in Chinese linguistics at the local normal university. Specialties, professional singing, rap. Hobbies, cats, traveling, photography. Personal income, 7,500 month. Unlocked. Hiss. The updated information this time is more complete, including background, education, personal hobbies and specialties. The higher your favorability, the more things you can see. There is also an information column below, but Yi Cheng cannot see it because his favorability is not high enough. This girl's specialty is rap? The kind that makes a lot of noise? Yi Cheng complained in his heart, he really didn't realize that Lan Ting had this special skill. Even the monthly income was taken out. However, when Yi Cheng looked at Lan Ting again, his eyes narrowed slightly. The clothes and watch on Lan Ting's hand were not cheap. Can it be bought with 7,500 a month? But Yi Cheng didn't think too much about it. Lan Ting is just one of my goals. Once my favorability reaches 99, I can get a refund from the system. So why does he spend money so lavishly? Of course, the more you smash, the more you get back. The wool still comes from the sheep. Yi Cheng looked at the time. His part-time job was almost up. I'm going to work now. How about you? Lan Ting felt stunned by what she heard. Does Yi Cheng still need to work? Is the thing in her hand fake? The bag alone is worth more than 1 million. Does the job have anything to do with Yi Cheng? You mean experiencing life, right? Mr. Yi, do you still need to work? Yes, what about delivering food? Yi Cheng smiled slightly, without explaining anything and let others guess for themselves. Lan Ting looked at Yi Chang and her heart moved slightly. Mr. Yi is so low-key that he is willing to be a delivery boy even though he is so rich. Easy to approach. Favorability +3. Lan Ting smiled slightly. I have nothing to do. Don't you have a boyfriend? Lan Ting knew that Yi Chang was asking this question even though he already knew the answer. If she had a boyfriend, why would she come to him? It was all a man's trick. I'm single, Lan Ting smiled sweetly. I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll accompany you to deliver food. No, just like you said, I just want to experience life. Yi Chang immediately refused. The favorability has risen to 63, and it has only been one day. Yi Chang feels that it is enough. More haste, less speed. If the favorability is upgraded too quickly, people will lose their curiosity. As the famous Aquaman said, you should withdraw decisively when it is time to do so. Yi Chang didn't even ask for the other party's contact information. She believed that Lan Ting would find him on her own. For example, the owner of the bag shop has his own contact information. Yi Chang left without hesitation, and Lan Ting was immediately left in disarray. Really gone? Don't want to date yourself? For a moment she was completely bewildered. Yi Chang works as a delivery man for a crowdsourcing company. In the past, he worked himself to death to earn money to buy bags for Lu Ru, but now, he doesn't have to worry about it at all. Just experience life. Brother Wang, where are there many young ladies in our area? Yi Chang put down a bottle of water. Since the system asked him to be a licking dog, of course. Find some resources. Brother Wang is the station manager. He has been delivering food for 4 or 5 years and is very familiar with the nearby communities. He is an old dog who can hide nothing. Yi Chang, you came really late today. You usually come 2 hours early. You didn't make money to buy a bag for your girlfriend. Don't worry. Brother Wang was stunned, then nodded understandingly. It's good that we're separated. It's not like anyone else doesn't know about the young lady, so how could we delivery guys not know about her? There are people hungry and thirsty in Xinyuan community, but I'm afraid you can't handle it. Is there anyone more serious? Fuck, there are no decent women nowadays. You can go to kindergarten to find one. Brother Wan laughed. Yi Chang also knew about Xinyuan community, which had a lot of potential. He planned to try his luck there, hoping he could meet a high-quality partner. He set out to work and quickly grabbed an order, then rushed to a residential complex, quickly found a room, knocked on the door and sorted out his clothes. As soon as the door opened, Yi Chang was stunned. It turned out to be Xiao Chang. Before Yi Chang could react, Xiao Chang hugged him. Yi Chang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit you. I just couldn't stand it. I was wrong. Woo woo. Xiao Qing cried very sadly, but Yi Chang realized that Xiao Qing had placed this order on purpose. Chapter 8 New Unlocks. Yi Chang had heard that Xiao Qing had rented a house outside the school, but he didn't expect it to be here. When Xiao Qing had almost finished crying, he still looked indifferent. I am a dog licker, do you need to care? I am just a dog licker with no emotions. Give your takeaway a good review. Yi Chang turned around and was about to leave, but Xiao Qing grabbed him and said, Don't go. Have you forgiven me? Yi Chang sneered in his heart, You don't like me, you like my money and are afraid that I won't lick you. Yi Chang didn't care at all about spending money on women, since he couldn't use the card anyway. Just to improve your impression. I don't care at all. Beating is love and scolding is love. Beating and scolding are love. Yi Chang smiled slightly and reached out to wipe the tears from Xiao Qing's face. Only then did I realize that Xiao Qing was wearing underwear. The underwear stuck to her body, making her look curvy, her abdomen flat, and her buttocks as beautiful as a peach. This must be intentional. Xiao Qing was delighted when she saw Yi Chang secretly observing her. After returning from the mall, Xiao Qing regretted that she shouldn't have hit Yi Chang. After all, she and Yi Chang are not officially in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Yi Chang confessed his feelings to her, but she didn't agree. It was really wrong for her to hit Yi Chang. After she came back, she remembered that Yi Chang was working part-time. I just don't know if Yi Chang will still work part-time now. I was just trying to give it a try, but I didn't expect Yi Chang to actually come to my door. Come in and talk. I still have orders to run. Still angry. Xiao Chang felt ashamed and thought for a moment before asking, How much can you run in a day? On a good day, we can get 4 or 500, but on a normal day, we can only get around 200. Xiao Cheng immediately took out her phone, and Yi Cheng saw that he had received a transfer of 1,000 yuan. What for? Are you stupid? I'll take care of you, please stay with me, Xiao Cheng pleaded. We can't let Yi Cheng run away. We must take this opportunity to repair our relationship. Looking at Yi Cheng, she whispered again, I've taken a shower. Is this to seduce me? Yi Cheng was a little tempted, but after thinking about it, he reminded himself not to be fooled. Women are all traps. He wanted to improve his favorability, not sell his body. If he was really taken advantage of by others, he would not want to live like before. Yi Cheng smiled and said, I won't sell it. Besides, 1,000 yuan isn't enough for me to sell myself. I have to add a little more. Xiao Cheng suddenly got up. Seeing that Yi Cheng was joking, she finally felt relieved and pulled Yi Cheng into the room. Favorability plus 10. Hear the system prompt. Yi Cheng's mouth twitched. If he really took advantage of Xiao Cheng, his favorability would be gone. Xiao Cheng, favorability 35. It's just barely acceptable. It seems that Xiao Cheng's favorability towards me in the business world has decreased a lot. Xiao Cheng brought Yi Cheng some drinks and sat aside, looking at Yi Cheng sideways. I think you have changed a lot, more mature and confident, there is an indescribable feeling. Xiao Cheng held her face and blushed slightly, that's the look I like. Yi Cheng didn't say anything, but was scrolling through his phone. Xiao Cheng saw it and was almost mad to death, thinking he was scrolling through pictures of beautiful women. Are you still blaming yourself? Xiao Cheng decided to take the initiative and make Yi Cheng change his mind. She was obsessed with the feeling of Yi Cheng taking her shopping. When she was in the jewelry store, she felt like a queen. She must live a good life, and Yi Cheng is the most suitable person she has ever met. He is rich and of the same age as me, and he is so devoted to Lu Ru that he is loyal to her. More willing to spend money on women. Xiao Cheng snatched Yi Cheng's cell phone. What are you doing? Yi Cheng asked. He just saw a poor anchor who only had 2 fans. He was planning to lick him. Xiao Cheng leaned over with a limp body like a boneless person, and Yi Cheng was a little panicked. Although he was a bootlicker, he had never been able to lick Lu Ru. Seeing Xiao Cheng being so proactive, he felt very uncomfortable. Yi Cheng, are you still blaming me for hitting you? I was just angry at that time. Please don't blame me, okay? If you want to vent your anger, I'll let you hit me back, okay? Slap me in the face. I don't hit women. Yi Cheng shook his head. Not hitting women is another good quality. Xiao Cheng immediately said, don't hit me in the face, hit me here. Xiao Cheng turned around with her back to Yi Cheng. Her peach-shaped buttocks were curvy and her sunken waist was extremely seductive. Yi Cheng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It was too exciting, really too exciting. He's never been like this before. But after thinking about it, Yi Cheng said, forget it, we are all friends. I am no longer angry. Favorability plus 5. When Xiao Cheng heard this, she quickly turned over, hugged Yi Cheng and kissed him. I was worried that you would really hit me, I was so nervous, this is a reward for you. After she finished speaking, she saw that Yi Cheng did not respond. She looked up and saw that Yi Cheng was staring at her chest. Xiao Cheng was wearing only her underwear, her chest was a little low, and she had just hugged Yi Cheng and kissed him, so Yi Cheng's entire face was buried in her chest. But Xiao Cheng just smiled and didn't care. Is it beautiful? It looks good. Xiao Cheng straightened up a bit to make herself look better. Are you satisfied? When Yi Cheng came to his senses, he saw Xiao Cheng looking at him meaningfully. It's okay. Bah, you pervert. Yi Cheng smiled. His favorability level was 40, which was considered the stage of close friends. Target, Xiao Cheng. Favorability, 40 best friends. Features, hips, waistline. Personality, money worship. Hobbies, jewelry, bags, traveling, luxurious places. Love history, 12 people. Ambiguous target, Mr. Li, Brother Wang. Unlocked. Xiao Qing's information was different from Lan Ting's, and what was unlocked was actually her love history and ambiguous objects. His personality is directly materialistic. Does it mean that you just need to charge money? What, Mr. Li, Brother Wang, I actually have 2 competitors. If I kill these 2 competitors, my relationship with them will be 99. Yi Chang couldn't help but think that it seemed that different girls would send different messages. If I just make good use of this information, I can win over girls faster, right? Yi Chang thought for a moment and said, I'll give you a bag later as a commemoration of our friendship. I don't want it. Xiao Qing shook her head and refused. Then he stared at Yi Chang and said, I want you. What a bag? As long as I catch Yi Chang, my husband, I will have everything. I don't want a bag now, but I'll want everything later. But Yi Chang is not easy to catch. Yi Chang naturally knew in his heart that this was the power of the rich. He deliberately smiled and said, Don't regret it. I met Lu Ru today. Xiao Chang was shocked. Could it be that Yi Chang still likes Lu Ru? After all, Yi Chang loved Lu Ru so deeply before, it is very likely. No, I absolutely cannot let Yi Chang still be obsessed with Lu Ru. Let me tell you, her private life is very dirty. I know she has had relationships with several men. Yi Chang looked back with a hint of anger. Chapter 9, Too Powerful. Xiao Chang was a little scared and immediately said, Don't be angry. That kind of woman is not worthy of love. You will find someone better. Lu Ru has several men, who are they? I'm not sure either. He's the one who hooked up with Chen Xiqing recently. Maybe he doesn't want her anymore. You know everything about the past? You just don't know it yourself? Yi Chang got angry just thinking about it. There were several men. Oh my god. So the top of your head has been green for a long time, right? Is this a woman? Xiao Chang saw that Yi Chang's face looked amiss, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Yi Chang took a breath and said, It's all in the past. You're right, there will be better things for me. I think you're good. You don't have several boyfriends, do you? Yi Chang likes me? Xiao Qing's eyes lit up and she quickly said, No, I'm not Lu Ru. I will remain a virgin for you. What's the meaning? Ah, didn't you confess your feelings? I agreed. Xiao Chang blinked. Yi Chang asked doubtfully, I think you are very good, but I haven't confessed my feelings. What's wrong with you? Saying that you are good, isn't that a confession? Xiao Qing was a little angry. You don't like me? I like it. Yi Chang said, but I don't trust women now. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person and pursue a sincere love. As a result, I became a bootlicker. Women are just like that. Just play with them. Of course, we are friends, so I won't play with you. Just be a good friend. A man like me is destined to have no true love. Alas, it's all because of money. Money is useless. Yi Chang suddenly became a drama queen. He also learned this from Brother Wang, who was a complete drama queen. Yi Chang leaned against the sofa, looking at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, his eyes hesitant and looking hurt. He turned around and looked at Xiao Qing's confused face and said, Of course, as a friend, if you are alone and in need, I can help you. Actually, I am quite bored. Yi Chang took out his phone, opened a special account, and handed it to Xiao Chang, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Look, I have money, but money can't buy what I want. There were countless zeros after the 9. Xiao Qing's brain froze as she looked at the string of zeros. How much money is this? 10 billion or so. There were too many zeros for Xiao Qing to count, so Yi Chang just showed it to her and took it back. Money is for women to see. If you have any pretty and wealthy friends you like, introduce them to me. I'll treat you and we can have fun. Yi Chang patted Xiao Qing's arm. My good friend is helping me. Xiao Chang was stunned and screamed in her heart. Damn Lu Ru, look at what you have done. Yi Chang was hurt by you and now he doesn't trust women anymore. What should I do? How much money is that? Billions, tens of billions, tens of billions. How can I get Ye Chun? He obviously likes me, but he only treats me as a friend? She doesn't want to be friends. Yi Chang picked up his helmet and said, I'm going to work, you eat. Before Yi Chang could finish, Xiao Chang hugged Yi Chang. Don't go, love me, I like you, Yi Chang. I am not Lu Ru, she doesn't love you. I will let you know that there are still good women in the world. Don't talk, kiss me. Favorability plus 30. Xiao Qing, 70. This is 70. Yi Chang was frightened. The effect of his pushing and pulling just now was too strong. It was just like taking medicine and getting high. This is the power of money, the power of currency. Just showing Xiao Cheng his account would trigger his materialistic nature. What should I do now? Being held by Xiao Qing, Yi Chang didn't know what to do for a moment and forgave himself for being an inexperienced younger brother. Is there any Aquaman master who can give me some advice? Yi Chang suddenly started thinking as if in a trance. There were still 29 left to reach 99. Now Xiao Qing's affection for him was definitely enough to make her a dating friend. But how do I increase the favorability after reaching level 70? Yi Chang felt that just charging money would not be enough. What Xiao Chang wanted now was not anything else but him. Invest emotions? What if it's another Lu Ru? I have already decided to be an emotionless Sea King and no longer be a bootlicker. Yi Chang used force to get Xiao Qing off him. Xiao Qing's eyes were a little panicked and she seemed very scared. Is this because she's afraid that I won't want her? Yi Chang thought for a moment and said, "Don't be like this. I treat you as a friend. How can you be greedy for my body? It only brings harm to women, so let me hurt others. Please introduce your sisters to me." Yi Chang said seriously that a beautiful woman's best friend must also be a beautiful woman. This is a secret passed down from ancestors. Xiao Chang was stunned and very annoyed for a moment, but when she thought about it, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can't you just stop considering yourself as a friend? She has put all her efforts into it, but it is difficult for Xiao Qing to be so proactive. Are you trying to piss me off to death? I'm in this state, and you're still indifferent? Xiao Qing suddenly reached out to Yi Chang. Oh my god. You sneak attack, you bitch. Yi Chang quickly stepped back, looked at Xiao Cheng, then looked at his own hands and laughed. You are quite normal, I thought you had some troubles in this regard. You're a woman, be careful. Xiao Cheng said nonchalantly, we're all just buddies, who cares? If you want to see it, I'll show it to you. I'm serious. Is this the power of 70 favorability? It doesn't matter. Favorability plus 5. 75. Yi Chang felt a little scared. The way Xiao Qing looked at him now was as if she wanted to eat him alive. Don't look at me like that. We're all friends. Who the hell wants to be friends with you? I just want to be with you. Xiao Chang licked her lips and said contemptuously, you can't run away. It's only a matter of time. That's really scary. Yi Chang remembered a saying, when a woman goes crazy, there is really nothing a man can do. How can she be rational anymore? Fortunately, I still have my sanity. Yi Chang said, my first time should be given to someone who also has a first time. Do you have one? Fuck. Xiao Qing grabbed the pillow and threw it over. Yi Chang caught it and laughed, you're already dead, so don't bother with me. It's fine for us to just be friends. Xiao Qing felt extremely uncomfortable. What the hell was this? There was actually such a request? What era is this? Yi Chang looked at the time and was about to leave. Suddenly, his phone rang. He took a look and hung up. Xiao Qing also saw it. It was Lu Ru's call. She picked up the phone and called her. As soon as Lu Ru called Yi Chang's name on the phone, Xiao Qing started to protest. Baby, I really like you. Yi Chang was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Are you sure you're not crazy? Yi Chang is no longer calm. Xiao Qing threw the phone away. Okay, she knows you have a new love. I've done you a big favor. How do you thank me? Give me your body. As he spoke, Xiao Cheng stood up and was about to pounce on him. Chapter 10, Don't be soft-hearted when snatching a man. Yi Cheng quickly dodged, thinking he was going to die. Xiao Qing was really too direct. I have already refused and plan to withdraw. Are you coming again? Yi Cheng held the helmet in front of him. Xiao Qing's body was as soft as a snake and fell on the sofa. She couldn't help feeling angry. I am already in this situation, what does Yi Cheng mean? Am I not proactive enough? Perhaps what you can't get is the best. The more Yi Chang refused, the more interesting Xiao Cheng found it. You are inexperienced, so you should be more than enough to match me. As long as I can take over Yecheng, why should I worry about future wealth and glory? Xiao Qing glanced at Yi Chang. Although she is not very experienced, she will become the most special woman in Yi Chang's life. A man will definitely be obsessed with the most special woman in his life, so he can maintain a close relationship with Yi Chang. Xiao Qing, you still have a chance. If you catch Yi Chang, you will enter a wealthy family. Yi Chang stared in shock, forgiving himself for being so surprised. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. He had thought about going to a small hotel near the school with Lu Ru before, but he just thought about it and didn't dare to say it out loud. Now Xiao Qing is so proactive. He was a little moved. Xiao Qing's figure was better than Lu Ru's. She had a curvilinear butt and a peachy butt that could hold up a bottle of water. Xiao Qing was also the school beauty in their major, so it was not a loss. But Yi Chang just couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Things that he never dared to think about before, now that they are delivered to his doorstep, he is not interested in them anymore. In this world, those who are flooded will die from floods, and those who are drought-stricken will die from drought. Yi Chang took a deep breath to keep himself sane. He should leave. He looked at Xiao Qing seriously and said, "Xiao Qing, don't be like this. We are all friends. Although I know you like rich people, you are still a good girl at heart. Don't degrade yourself. You deserve better." Xiao Qing was so angry that she wanted to die. Is this what I want to hear? The more reserved Yi Chang was, the more she wanted it. Are you a man? Yes, let me bring disaster to your beautiful sisters, right? Yi Chang said. No, can you please not harm me a little? Xiao Qing wanted to cry but had no tears. She was considered a veteran, but she had never seen anyone like Yi Chang. He is obviously a lickspittle. Isn't the goal of a lickspittle to lick the goddess? Now that I am willing to be licked by him, he refuses to do so. What's the use of having a tongue? Yi Chang smiled slightly. Introduce your little sister to me, and I will give you any gift you want. Although Xiao Qing is materialistic, she is very sociable. She has joined many clubs at school and is a core member of those clubs. She must know many high-quality girls like her. Yi Chang no longer cares about low-quality ones. Hearing this, Xiao Qing felt very reluctant to stuff Yi Chang into the toilet and kill him. Do you think I'm a dead person? Xiao Qing couldn't help but say angrily, I want a fucking sports car. Sure, take a look at the car first, and then I'll lick you and buy it. I fucking. Xiao Qing was completely helpless with Yi Chang. He was willing to give her a sports car but was unwilling to have anything to do with her. Just wait for me. Xiao Qing took a deep breath, looked at Yi Chang and said, I will definitely pursue you. Xiao Qing favorability, 80. Damn, it's gone up 10 points again. Xiao Qing's wish, to hook up with you, marry into a wealthy family, and have 2 children, a boy and a girl. There is another unlocked message. Yi Chang's eyelids twitched slightly. What kind of wish was this? But if you think about it, it makes sense scientifically. If you conquer yourself, doesn't that mean you've conquered the world? The favorability level is 80, not far from 99. Yi Chang looked at Xiao Qing and nodded. Female demon, I'll turn around and spend money on you like crazy. Yi Chang is also waiting for the system's rebate to cash out. After making the decision, Yi Chang still planned to hold on. Just like a spring, the greater the pressure, the harder it rebounds. He also wanted to buy some books and learn the professional knowledge of being a sea king. Taking out his phone and transferring 100,000 to Xiao Qing, Yi Chang said, I'm going to work. See you at school on Monday. Today is Sunday, and there are usually a lot of orders, so Yi Chang is busy earning a living. Seeing Yi Chang leaving, Xiao Qing hurried to the window and waited. After a while, she finally saw Yi Chang appear and Xiao Qing breathed a sigh of relief. There are many single female college students like her in the community where she lives. After calculating the time, Yi Chang's time from leaving to going downstairs was normal, so he should not have time to hook up with other female college students. Seeing Yi Chang get on the electric scooter and leave, Xiao Qing breathed a sigh of relief. This local dog was really hard to deal with. She felt deeply frustrated. If she had known that Yi Chang was a hidden rich man and had been nicer to him in the past, things wouldn't be like this now. She would have taken him down and killed him on the bed a long time ago. At this time, her phone rang. Seeing that it was Lu Ru, Xiao Qing picked it up and asked, What's up? I just called Yi Chang and a woman answered the phone. The voice sounded like you. Are you involved with him? Lu Ru suppressed her anger. Xiao Qing's soft voice and the devilish sound just now were unforgettable to her. It took me a long time to think about it before I felt that the voice was very much like Xiao Qing's. My best friend is together with Yi Chang? Still doing some unspeakable things? Won't you give me an explanation? Xiao Qing couldn't help but laugh. What's your relationship with Yi Chang? You both broke up, so what's wrong with me being with him? Yes, I slept with him. Yi Cheng is so awesome, I feel so good. Xiao Qing had already thought it through. Yi Cheng was a hidden rich man, so she had to be straightforward and not be polite to Lu Ru. Lu Ru's fantasy about Yi Cheng must be destroyed. Now she is trying to snatch a man away. Being polite to others is being cruel to herself. Lu Ru said angrily, Xiao Qing, do you have any shame? He is my boyfriend. You have so many boyfriends, which one are you talking about? Chen Xiqing, Li Yuan, or Mr. Wang? Xiao Qing's voice suddenly turned cold. I'm warning you to stay away from Yi Cheng. He's my man now. If you dare to pester him, I'll make you look bad. I'll tell you all your dirty deeds. Are you crazy? Lu Ru couldn't believe it. She thought she had a good relationship with Xiao Qing. Why would Xiao Qing treat her like this? Suddenly, Lu Ru reacted. Xiao Qing must know that Yi Cheng is a rich man. You know, you. Yes, I also want to thank you for not wanting Yi Cheng. Thank you for not marrying me. I'm with Yi Cheng now. We just spent 3 hours together. He really knows how to have fun. Okay. Xiao Qing said impatiently, I have nothing to say to you, you'd better stay away from Yi Cheng, otherwise I will be rude. Xiao Qing hung up the phone with a snap. Although I said that to Lu Ru, I still lacked evidence. But it didn't matter, she had money. Boss, please help me edit a picture and put me and my boyfriend together. Xiao Cheng quickly found a professional photo retoucher on the internet. After stating his request, he readily paid the money and soon got the photo of himself and Yi Chengguan lying in bed, which he posted immediately. Chapter 11, I am humble because I have money. After Yi Cheng left Lu Ru, he took on a few orders. The clients were all ordinary people, and there were no beauties worth licking. One of them was pretty, but too dirty. She was a professional prostitute. After returning to the station, Yi Cheng didn't plan to run away from the order. Brother Wang thought Yi Cheng was in a bad mood because of the breakup, so he quickly recommended, I know a place with some very young girls. Brother, can I take you there to relax? What? Do you need it? I just rejected the offer of a beautiful woman. Brother Wang put his arm around Yi Cheng's shoulders and said, Brother, don't treat women as one thing. I'm very experienced. It's useless to be nice to women. If you don't treat women as human beings, they will like you instead. It's so contradictory. Look at me, so cool. We should use our limited lives to save more girls. Let's go together tonight. Yi Cheng smiled bitterly and said, Brother Wang, I am a serious person. Fuck, who isn't a serious person? Me too. When I'm serious, I'm not a human being. Brother Wang looked down on Yi Cheng. You don't even dare to do this. What can you do? You make money and you don't spend it. If I don't spend it, who will you spend it on? No. Then lend me some money. I'm short on cash lately, but I've made an appointment with that girl. It won't be more than 1,000 yuan. Even without money, Brother Wang couldn't stop himself from chatting with the young lady. Yi Cheng was speechless. I don't have any money. I just saw your WeChat change. What a coincidence. You have exactly 1,000 yuan. This money and I are destined to be together. Brother Wang pulled Yi Cheng, I will call you dad, okay? I will return it to you later. The 1,000 yuan was given by Xiao Qing, and Yi Cheng was counting on the money to eat. Brother Wang immediately frowned and looked at Yi Cheng and said, looks like I have to make a big move. There's a young woman in her early 30s in Xinyuan who just moved in recently. She has a stunning face, is 1.7 meters tall, and has legs from neck to neck. She's very wild and has a very good personality. I've met her once. How about introducing her to you later? Brother Wang looked like he was giving Yi Cheng a bargain. I've given you such a good resource. You'll definitely feel bad if you don't lend me 1,000 yuan, right? Seeing that Brother Wang was so shameless, Yi Cheng knew that he had to lend him money. I'm not doing this because of the young woman or not, I'm a serious bootlicker. Brother Wang, do you have the WeChat of that young woman? No. Don't you two know each other? Yes, we met once. I brought her some water before. Yi Cheng was stunned. This was just a one-time encounter. Brother Wang laughed and said, don't worry, that young lady just moved in. She will definitely place an order later. I'll help you grab it then. Brother Wang took the money and went out to have fun, and Yi Chang stayed at the station. He planned to find some videos to learn how others took several internet celebrity girls to eat at roadside stalls together and still managed to be so harmonious. Buy some more books, tutorials, etc. Otherwise, if I meet someone like Xiaoqing in the future, I would be almost unable to handle it. I had just watched the video for a while when Lu Ru called. Do you want to lick yourself? Yi Chang smiled faintly and answered the phone without any emotion. Lu Ru, is there something you want to talk to me about? Ah Cheng, I know I was wrong. Can we get back together? I'm at work and don't have time to get back together. Yi Chang raised the corners of his mouth. Although Lu Ru is a bad person, I have spent a lot of money on her, so I have to get some back. Since Xiaoqing is willing to pay for him, Lu Ru cannot let him continue to lick her without paying a price. He will definitely not be polite to Lu Ru. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ru arrived at the station in less than 10 minutes. She seemed really anxious. Yi Chang had no expression on his face and did not speak. Lu Ru looked at Yi Chang and was about to cry excitedly. Yi Chang, let's get back together. Can you forgive me? There is really nothing between Chen Xiqing and me? Ah, how can you say that? You guys are fine? You even got into his car. I don't believe it. Yes, he and I are just ordinary friends. Didn't you do anything? Yi Chang looked at Lu Ru in disbelief. No, I didn't let him succeed. He just stayed next to me, really just stayed, and I. Lu Ru couldn't continue speaking. How could there be nothing? But Yi Chang nodded like Shader, I believe you. Although you have many friends, you will always be a good girl in my heart. Really? Really? Lu Ru breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yi Chang expectantly. She deliberately didn't mention the matter between Yi Chang and Xiaoqing. Although she and Chen Xiqing were very close, Yi Chang also cheated on Xiaoqing, so everyone was even. It would be best if Yi Chang could forgive himself. Lu Ru felt so regretful. She wondered why she hadn't realized that Yi Chang was actually a rich man. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really wouldn't have believed it. Lu Ru's favorability, 30. Only 30. After receiving the system's prompt, Yi Chang was stunned and couldn't believe it. He and Lu Ru had the most interactions. But he is only 30. What does this mean? It means that Lu Ru has never cared about me at all and has just been sucking my blood. Thinking about it, Yi Chang felt sad. The girl he had been eyeing was actually a vampire. But now, Lu Ru is just a tool in his eyes. That's all in the past, baby. Don't talk about those unhappy things. I will always believe in you. Yi Chang smiled slightly. Lu Ru was stunned. She was still so easy to fool. As expected, as long as she spoke nicely, Yi Chang would not care about her. She showed a smug smile. Why should Xiaoqing compete with her? This was her own bootlicker, so Lu Ru quickly walked to Yi Chang and wanted to give him a kiss as a reward. She had never done this before. Yi Chang stepped back and deliberately avoided it. I'm all sweaty. Actually, I think you are dirty. Okay. Lu Ru looked at Yi Chang softly and said, I broke up with Chen Xiqing, and then I realized that you are the one who loves me the most. From now on, I will listen to you. I will do whatever you want me to do, okay? Real? Don't you believe me? Of course not. Yi Chang laughed happily, like a silly child. I have no money to eat, please give me some money. Lu Ru was stunned. I gave you money, who do you think you are? She almost burst into tears, but the next moment she remembered the scene of Yi Chang spending money like water, and immediately realized that Yi Chang must be testing her and wanted to test her sincerity. How could I not understand this little trick? Lu Ru immediately took out her phone and transferred 3,000 to Yi Chang. Is it enough? This is all I have. If it's not enough, I'll think of another way. It's okay. Lu Ru asked at this time, Yi Chang, do you still have the celebrity autograph bag you bought? I gave it away. Is that the girl you were with? What's your relationship with her? There's no relationship at all. We're just ordinary friends. She treated me to a burger, and I bought her something worth over 1,000,000 yuan. That's how our relationship is. Do you mind our relationship? No. Lu Ru was furious. Of course she cared, but when she thought about Yi Chang's wealth, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Then she thought again that those things could obviously be hers. But because I missed Yi Chang, I don't dare to say it now. Chapter 12. I am a big golden retriever. It's okay, it's okay. So I'm your friend. You're so nice to your friends. Lu Ru said humbly, actually, I like it too. Can you? There is only one bag, and it has already been given away. I'm embarrassed to ask for it back. Let's talk about it again when there's a chance. Yi Chang said. Lu Ru was not angry but smiled happily. Yi Chang did not refuse, which meant that he still had a chance. As long as there was a chance, it was good. Favorability plus 20. Lu Ru's favorability, 50. That is 20 more. Yi Chang is as steady as an old dog. Lu Ru just wants to get money from him. It doesn't matter. She can get it back later anyway. Yi Chang smiled and suddenly said, there are a lot of beautiful girls in your dormitory, right? Lu Ru was stunned and frowned. What do you mean? It's nothing special, just asking. Yi Chang smiled slightly. That must be interesting. Does he want me to introduce him to a beautiful woman? Am I not your girlfriend? Why do you ask your girlfriend to introduce other women to you? What kind of operation is this? How disrespectful to yourself. Shameless. Lu Ru almost went crazy. How can you have such an idea? Yi Chang only took one look at Lu Ru, and Lu Ru lowered her head and dared not look at him anymore. The current Yi Chang was no longer the Yi Chang of the past, but a wealthy man with golden glory. Rich people are not short of women, and Yi Chang can dump me at any time. Thinking of this, Lu Ru was immediately horrified. At worst, she could just pretend she didn't know. I will introduce you later, but don't let me see. You really have a bottom line. Yi Chang's eyes flashed with indifference. I know the owner of that boutique, go get whatever you like, I'll take care of the bill later. Lu Ru was stunned and excited. This is too good to be true. Yi Chang feels so domineering. Is this Yi Chang's true strength? Let yourself take it if you fancy it. Lu Ru squeezed her legs together, leaned against Yi Chang and said, I can eat cold food. Let's eat together tonight. I need to review. I have an English test tomorrow. Yi Chang refused again. He found that it is very useful for men to learn to say no. Favorability plus 5. 5 o'clock again. Yi Chang felt that it was too easy to increase favorability with money. Yi Chang loves studying so much. He is so rich but still loves to study. Is this the cultivation of a rich man? Lu Ru nodded quickly, then I'll accompany you to review tonight, okay? No, I'm with my brothers. Yi Chang still refused. Lu Ru was suddenly a little disappointed. It seemed that Yi Chang still had some grudges against her and she still needed to work harder. But she felt that this was a good start. Then I'll listen to you. If you're bored, just look for me. I'm always here, waiting for your call. Yi Chang nodded, then called a car for Lu Ru and helped her get in. When he turned around, the expression on Yi Chang's face disappeared, and he looked indifferent. Scumbag. Hearing this sound suddenly, Yi Chang turned around and saw a beautiful girl standing on the side of the road. The girl had an invincible face without makeup and a high ponytail swung behind her. The short skirt reveals her long, round legs like bamboo tubes. Seeing Yi Chang looking at her, the girl rolled her eyes at him fiercely. The girl had seen everything Yi Chang did before and after he sent Lu Ru to the car. I just feel that Yi Chang is not a good person. Yi Chang smiled slightly. This girl is pretty good. Are you talking about me? The girl stopped talking. She didn't expect Yi Chang to dare to answer her. Shouldn't she remain silent in this situation? This was so unexpected that she didn't know what to say. As Yi Chang approached, the girl immediately showed a vigilant look and took a few steps back, keeping a certain distance from Yi Chang. What do you want to do? This is a public place. If you dare to do anything to me, I will call the police. We are in a harmonious society now. I am not afraid of you. Yi Chang was at a loss for words. I haven't done anything yet, and look how scared you are. He thought for a moment and smiled. I'm just a takeaway boy. Look at my clothes. You look very stylish and should know some luxury goods. What do you think of that girl just now? The girl was stunned. She didn't pay attention to it just now, but after Yi Chang reminded her, she finally reacted. The clothes Lu Ru is wearing are not cheap. What do you want to say? the girl realized that she might have misunderstood. It was obvious that the girl and the delivery guy were not of the same kind, but their relationship seemed unusual, as the way the girl looked at him was unusual. Yi Chang said, "That's my ex-girlfriend. I'm just a delivery boy. I can't run away from her clothes even if I run for a year." "So she ran off with someone else and then came back to show off to you, right? Just like in TV dramas?" The girl felt like she had discovered the truth. The girl immediately looked at Yi Chang with sympathy. "I didn't expect it to be like this. Your girlfriend was snatched away by someone, and someone came to show off to you. You are so pitiful. It's even more pitiful than if your ex-girlfriend got married and invited you to the wedding. I want to say that you think too much." Yi Chang was a little amused and helpless. His imagination was too rich. Yi Chang smiled and said, "No, she came to ask me to get back together." "Ah, why?" The girl felt her brain was not enough and frowned slightly. "Even though she lives a decent life, her current boyfriend treats her badly, so she remembered your kindness, so." "No." The girl suddenly got angry. How could what I said not be true? What on earth is going on in this world? After taking a deep breath, the girl looked at Yi Chang and said, "Tell me, what on earth is going on?" "Because I'm actually a rich man," she regretted it. Yi Chang said with a smile, "I'm actually a local tycoon, do you believe it? I feel like I'm going crazy. I thought it was just an ordinary melodramatic story, but it took such a sudden turn, it turned out to be like this?" He looked Yi Chang up and down and said, "Are you a local tycoon? I don't see anything about you that would be related to a local tycoon. But your story is very melodramatic, I love to hear it." Yi Chang had said so much and was just waiting for the other party to say this. A thought came to his mind, and he smiled slightly. "If you don't believe I'm rich, tell me your name and I'll prove it to you." "Okay, I'm really going to argue with you. My name is Su Miao. Please start your performance." "Rich man? Ha ha." Su Miao smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Yi Chang smiled and said, "Let me fulfill your one wish that can be solved with money." "You're bragging." Su Miao was annoyed. This guy was too pretentious. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I'm not asking you to buy a plane or a yacht. I'm thinking of buying a house, but I'm short of 300,000 yuan for the down payment. If you give me 300,000 yuan, I'll believe you're rich." Yi Chang smiled easily and said, "Give me your bank card and I'll transfer the money to you right away." Target, Su Miao. Favorability, 3 sympathy, suspicion. "Just wait for me, you pretentious guy." Su Miao immediately took out his bank card, Yi Chang wrote it down, and transferred the money immediately. In less than a minute, Su Miao received a message from the bank. He stared at Yi Chang with wide eyes in disbelief. "Are you serious? You really are rich. Would you like to be my friend? I'll take you flying." Yi Chang said with a smile, "I work at the takeaway station over there. I'm a big golden retriever and I know how to lick. Consider it." Chapter 13, The Younger Sister Who Doesn't Worship Money. "Hello, did you just deposit money into my account?" Su Miao held the phone and looked at Yi Chang. After being surprised, he felt it was ridiculous. How could someone transfer money to him for no reason? That's 300,000 at once. Are you crazy? She suspected that this was a new type of online fraud. With the advancement of technology, this person might just be out fishing and there might be accomplices nearby. She is not that easy to be fooled. She has long been familiar with telecommunications fraud through Douyin. Following the bank customer service's instructions, she reported her bank card number, waited for a while, and got an answer. "Hello, Ms. Su. Yes, a large amount of money has just been transferred into your account, totaling 300,000 yuan. Is this bank customer service phone number real?" This made the bank's customer service lady speechless. "How should I answer you?" The young lady was still very polite and confirmed with Su Miao again and again that this was not a telecommunications fraud and that money had indeed been transferred into her account. "We'll send you another text message later. If you have any further questions, you can go to the counter and ask." Su Miao took a deep breath and calmed down, but the next moment, seeing Yi Chang still smiling at her, Su Miao actually felt a little scared. Is this person crazy? Brother, are you sane? Yi Chang frowned immediately, his forehead was black. What's wrong with this Su Miao? Forget about confirming with the bank. After all, I transferred 300,000 yuan to her in one go. To be honest, it is really inexplicable. It is normal for girls to be a little wary. But suspecting yourself of being mentally ill is too much. Just tell me if the money has arrived. Su Miao nodded in disbelief and said, that's why I'm scared. If someone shows off their kindness for no reason, they're either a traitor or a thief. 300,000 is no small sum. You wouldn't have stolen money from our family and are showing off, are you? I feel like this guy is quite pretentious. Is this normal? Even a wealthy person would give 300,000 to a stranger? Su Miao felt that Yi Chang was not a good person. Favorability 5. Yi Chang was dumbfounded. After transferring money, the favorability decreased. This was unscientific. For a moment, Yi Chang didn't know what the problem was. He could only say that people are different and their attitudes towards money are also different. Can't this woman be defeated with money? But Yi Chang was not in a hurry. Since everyone knew each other, he could just take it slow. Su Miao thought about it and said, give me your account and I'll return the money to you. It's not my own money, so I won't feel safe using it. Yi Chang smiled and said, I never ask for things back after giving them away. I can't afford to lose face. Pretending again? This is money, not things. Although I really need money for the down payment, I definitely cannot accept money from unknown sources. Su Miao thought that the other party was not a bad person, he just liked to show off. It was not a big mistake for young people to show off, so there was no need to despise the other party. When you are with your friends, don't you also like to brag about having a young, wealthy second-generation boyfriend? In fact, I don't have a boyfriend at all, I just want to stop those annoying guys from bothering me. Su Miao shook his head, I don't want it, I'll return the money to you. No thanks, you're welcome. Yi Chang didn't care about 300,000 at all. He was a man with trillions of dollars. 300,000 was nothing. Wasn't it just a grain of rice that fell while he was eating? He can't use it anyway, so money he can't spend is worthless. Seeing Su Miao looking at him helplessly, Yi Chang didn't want Su Miao to be difficult. Give me a chance to lick you? Su Miao favorability, 0. The favorability has changed again, and it has increased compared to before. Su Miao was stunned. This man was so weird. What was he talking about? She smiled and said, you're such a weird person. Okay, let's add WeChat. I do need money, but I can't take your money for free. Consider it a loan from you. I'll pay you according to the bank interest, but don't think of making excessive demands on me just because of the money. I am a people's teacher and I must not be corrupted by money. Yi Chang thought about it and decided that this was fine. At least he had contact with the other party, so he added WeChat immediately. When Su Miao saw that Yi Chang's avatar was a big golden retriever head, he couldn't help laughing. You really are a dog licker. Yes. Su Miao was stunned again. She was just joking, but she didn't expect Yi Chang to actually admit it. This guy was really speechless. Apart from being a bit weird, he was not as arrogant and domineering as other rich second generations. Su Miao immediately developed a slight liking for Yi Chang. Maybe being a friend would be nice. Favorability plus 7. Su Miao's favorability, 7 points. Yi Chang felt that it was not easy. The system had unlocked too little information, and he had no idea what Su Miao's hobbies were except for his name. He had no idea how to deal with Su Miao, so he could only take it slow. Yi Chang introduced himself, I'm the takeaway boy, if you need to contact me later. After saying that, Yi Chang left. Although Su Miao was a very good person, he couldn't be impatient. Being too impatient would make people think that he had bad intentions. Yi Chang also felt it in Xiao Chang and Lu Ru. The strategy for conquering different women should be different. He went back to guard the station directly. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Brother Wang came back leisurely. It seemed that the 1,000 yuan was enough to make the young lady serve him well. He is truly a god. It would be a pity if you don't go, brother. That girl is so tender and beautiful. Brother Wang wanted to take Yi Chang with him to see the world. He spends all his money on women and is basically a moonlighter. Yi Chang works hard and can save a lot of money every month. Now that they have broken up, it would be great to spend the money they earn together. Yi Chang had no interest at all. As long as you are happy, don't take me with you, I'm leaving first. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat some skewers together? Yi Chang transferred 50 yuan to Brother Wang without saying a word. You owe me 1,050 yuan now, so let's go get some fast food. What are you talking about eating skewers? In the end, you still have to pay the bill yourself. Brother Wang was extremely pleased. Hee, I just know that my parents gave me life, and you are the one who understands me. No doubt, we are brothers for life. If I find something good later, I will definitely save it for you. Yi Chang didn't say anything. Brother Wang was just that kind of person. He took a taxi and went straight back to school. As soon as I got off the bus, a message came on my phone. Lu Ru, Yi Chang, are you back to the dormitory? Why didn't you call me? Xiao Qing, stay away from that bitch Lu Ru. A good horse never turns back. If you feel lonely, come find me. You know my family. Moa. Lan Ting, Yi Chang, what are you doing? Everyone sent a string of messages. In fact, Yi Chang had seen them a long time ago, but was too lazy to reply. It's fishing. There are only 3 fish in my pond now. Compared with those big guys, I am just a little brother. It is not enough, absolutely not enough. He was walking towards the dormitory when he suddenly saw a sports car parked on the main road of the campus. Yi Chang couldn't help but take a closer look and saw a woman get out of the car, slamming the door, looking very angry. Then a man got out of the driver's seat and stopped the woman. Yi Chang saw the woman clearly and was stunned. It was her. Chapter 14, I Can't Do It with Confidence. Seeing that there was something to eat, Yi Chang quickly took out his cell phone and secretly pointed it at a man and a woman. He didn't know the man, but the woman was his English teacher Chi Gue. What do you mean? I bought you a gift, we had dinner together, and watched a movie together. Now you want to go back to the dormitory? The man was very angry. Under the light, Chi Gue's long hair covered her face. She was so angry that her long hair was shaking. I don't mean anything. We're all adults, why are you pretending to be so noble? You. Perhaps because he was afraid of bad influence, Chi Gue tried hard to control his temper. The other party was a blind date introduced by her family. He wanted to have sex with her just the first time they met. She understood this. I am almost 30 years old and am no longer popular, but I am not a casual woman. This man made her feel disgusted. She had thought that he was a suitable partner, worked in a big company, had a good income, and had a good family. But now it seemed that she had thought too much. I'm going back first, we'll talk later. Ha, you're so great as a university teacher. Why are you pretending? I don't have time to waste with you. There are plenty of young and beautiful women like you. It's your blessing that I like you. You're still pretending to be reserved. Don't you know that no one wants you? You really have no idea. The man was rude. Chi Gue looked at the other person and felt that it was too outrageous. How could this person be like this? But she was a teacher and couldn't curse people casually, so she stomped her feet in anger. Yi Chang smiled slightly when he saw it. Isn't this his chance to be a bootlicker? Thanks to this cousin. Yi Chang walked over with his phone in hand and said, Teacher Chi. Chi Gue was stunned and didn't react. Since she was not a major English student in college, she didn't care about it. She looked at Yi Chang and thought for a long time before she felt some impression. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. This blind date was so embarrassing for her that she was actually seen by her own students. Yi Chang? What's your major? Let me think. A professional in Tugu. Civil engineering, yes. Chi Gue laughed. You civil engineering majors call yourselves earth dogs? Yeah, what's wrong with a local dog? Yi Chang looked back at the man. Chi Gue suddenly felt embarrassed and urged the man to leave first. The man looked at Yi Chang and thought, he was just an ordinary student, there was nothing to be afraid of. Classmate, are you okay? Chi Gue and I have something to do. You're very welcome. Yi Chang smiled and said, I have something to do. Yi Chang turned around and looked at Chi Gue and said, Teacher, I have had a crush on you for a long time. Didn't you receive my love letter? How could you fall for this kind of person? What the hell? Chi Gue was stunned and couldn't figure out what was going on. The man looked at Yi Chang angrily. Did you do this on purpose? This student is quite courageous. College students nowadays are so aggressive. Do you like to play with teachers? You're wrong. I don't like to flirt with teachers. I like to be a licker. Teacher Chi is so beautiful, with a good figure, a good face, and everything else. I just want to lick her, isn't it? Unlike some people who look like decent people but are not good at doing anything. What the hell did you say? What the hell am I saying? What the hell are you saying? This is a school, please behave yourself. And don't even think about hitting me. Do you know why we civil engineers are called tugu? Do I need to know? The man was stunned. Yi Cheng took out his phone and said, "Brothers, someone is bullying me. It's right here on the main road of the school. The person driving the BMW is a white-collar dog. What nonsense. Local dogs are the most sociable dogs. I have a group of fellow countrymen who are all experts in moving bricks, so I am not afraid of them. College students are always impulsive." Soon, some of the idiots on their way back to the dormitory came over. Although Yi Cheng was a lickspill and was always looked down upon by his peers, these idiots looked down on him because he was a romantic, so they actually had a pretty good relationship with him. "Xiao Yi, who the hell bullied you? The brothers are here." Suddenly, 7 or 8 civil engineers gathered together. They did nothing but stared at the man intimidatingly. Shi Gui was afraid that the matter would get out of hand and have a bad impact, so he quickly asked the man to go first. The man was already scared, so he gave Yi Cheng a fierce look, got in the car and left. The local dogs immediately cheered. "Silly boy. Driving a BMW is so impressive. I'll be a construction contractor in the future and crush him in no time." The group of local dogs were very happy, and then everyone looked at Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng thought for a moment and quickly took out 2 packs of cigarettes. He doesn't smoke, but he spent a lot of money in the boutique today. The fat boss smokes, so he handed him 2 packs of cigarettes to express his appreciation. Yi Cheng stuffed it into the hands of these local dogs without even looking at it. "Fuck, is this TNI? Xiao Yi Zi, I won't call you a dog anymore. You are my godfather." "Hello, godfather." "It has to be the godfather is awesome." Yi Cheng said, "Is this cigarette good?" The local dogs rolled their eyes at Yi Cheng. This local dog didn't understand. These people looked at Yi Cheng and Shi Gui, picked up their cigarettes and ran away. Hey. It's interesting to see Xiao Yi and Shi Gui together. I'll ask him to explain it later. Seeing that everyone had left, Yi Cheng looked at Shi Gui and smiled. "The matter has been resolved. Teacher Chi, you are busy. So you're helping me out?" Shi Gui felt a little touched, thinking that his students were very capable. She thought that Yi Cheng had helped her out and she had to thank him anyway. "Thank you. How much are those 2 packs of cigarettes?" "I'll transfer them to you." Judging from the reactions of those classmates, it was clear that the cigarettes were not cheap, and Shi Gui felt embarrassed to let Yi Cheng spend money. Yi Cheng had no idea. No, it's a gift from a friend, it's not worth much." "No, that won't work. You helped me, so there's no reason for me to ask you to pay for 2 packs of cigarettes." Yi Cheng saw that Shi Gui was very serious. He knew asking for money would not work. He thought for a moment and said, "If possible, add WeChat." Shi Gui was stunned and looked at Yi Cheng with scrutiny. "We are not suitable. I am older than you." 6 years older, the girl is 3 years older and holds a gold brick. "We local dogs are strong, so I can hold 2. Are kids nowadays so fierce?" Shi Gui was at a loss for words, but at the same time, he thought to himself, "It's not impossible, right? Now that society is open, teacher-student relationships are no longer impossible." Her heart relaxed a little. "I remember that your last English test score was 49. Can you explain to me how you got that score after I circled the key points?" "Oh my god. Teacher, you really are a teacher, how can you talk about grades?" Yi Cheng was also embarrassed. Maybe my ability is limited, I can't do this." Shi Gui smiled slightly. "I can give you my WeChat, but I'll wait until you can pass the English test." "The test is tomorrow. Are you confident?" "No." "So justified?" Shi Gui was speechless, at least he should pretend. Chapter 15, Victory Day for the Dog. Yi Chan looked at Shi Gui. Shi Gui had a rather slender face, delicate but not coquettish. A white shirt slightly covered her collarbone and held up her slender neck. Seeing Yi Cheng staring at him, Shi Gui suddenly felt his face getting hot and he quickly turned his head away, breathing heavily. After calming down a little, Shi Gui looked back at Yi Cheng. "Don't stare at girls like that, it's very rude." "I didn't watch it. I just appreciate beautiful things." "Smooth talk." Shi Gui said, "I don't buy it." "Then why is your face red?" Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Teacher, I am serious about you." TSK, who hasn't been young before? Chi Gui looked at her with a look of, "Don't try to fool me." She was not a little girl who knew nothing. She took a breath and suppressed the throbbing in her heart. Chi Gui then said, "Give me your WeChat and I will scan it for you. Go back and study hard and make progress every day." Yi Cheng quickly took out his cell phone and looked up. After adding Chi Gui's WeChat, Yi Cheng quickly clicked on it and looked up at Chi Gui. "Why can I only see 3 days of moments? 3 days is not enough? How many days do you want to see?" Chi Gui lifted up her long hair and tied it behind her back. Her every move exuded the charm of a mature woman. "I'll watch it for the rest of my life." Chi Gui was stunned and felt unbearable. Are kids nowadays so direct when flirting with girls? Stop talking nonsense and study hard. If you don't understand, you can contact me. I gave you my WeChat so that you can study, not harass me. Yi Cheng nodded immediately and said, "I understand. Just let me harass you." Target, Chi Gui. Favorability, 20. Yi Cheng felt that this evening's wave was worthwhile, as the starting point was 20 o'clock. Yi Cheng said goodbye to Chi Gui and went straight back to the dormitory. He was immediately surrounded by a group of local dogs who asked about Chi Gui. "Xiao Yizi, what happened last night? Why are you with Teacher Chi? Are you chasing the teacher?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Yizi doesn't have the guts. Besides, he's in love, hasn't he been licking Lu Ru all the time?" Yes, Lu Ru is Xiao Yizi's dish. Did Xiao Yizi Lu Ru lick it? If not, let it go. You absolutely can't be in love, or your brothers will look down on you. Yi Cheng rolled his eyes and said, "You know shit. I'm a true love warrior. If I don't continue to lick Lu Ru, how can I get the rebate? Don't talk about my goddess like that. I know you're just envious. Lu Ru is my girlfriend. You don't even have a chance to lick her." Oh my god. The group of local dogs immediately rolled their eyes. This guy's brain is really hopeless. At this time, Zhang Han, the boss of the dormitory, thought for a moment and looked at Yi Cheng with embarrassment. "Xiaoyi, I saw Lu Ru get into Chen Xiqing's car today. Don't be sad." Yi Cheng smiled slightly. The school was so small, and Chen Xiqing, a rich kid, drove around in school every day to show off. Lu Ru's affair couldn't be hidden at all. In the past, he would definitely be angry, and even quarrel with his roommates for Lu Ru, but now, she is just a tool. Really? I don't believe it. My goddess wouldn't be like this. Yi Cheng sighed in his heart. He should protect her. If he admitted it, wouldn't he be cheated on? Zhang Han looked like he was hopeless. Little Leaf is real. I don't believe it. I'll call Lu Ru and ask. The few guys in the same dormitory were speechless. How could Lu Ru answer your call? Doesn't she always refuse to answer it? Everyone looked at Yi Cheng with sympathy and stopped talking. They decided to let Yi Cheng live in his own world. This person is so pitiful. Yi Cheng took out his cell phone and made a call, deliberately turning on the speaker. The call went through after just one ring. "Yi Cheng, have you returned to the dormitory? Are you free now? Let's go out for a walk." Hiss. A group of local dogs stared at Yi Cheng. Was there any need to explain what Lu Ru meant? It's already 7 or 8 o'clock now. If we go out shopping and watch a movie, it will be midnight. Then we can go back to the hotel. What's even more frightening is that this was Lu Ru's initiative to invite them. It's not that Yi Cheng is licking the boots, it feels like the other way around. Zhang Han quickly ran to the balcony, looked at the dark sky outside, turned around and shouted, "Brothers, it's dark now, not daytime, not daydreaming." Fuck. Xiao Yizi, you are awesome. Yi Cheng, this dog, licked the goddess. This is so inspiring. How did you do that? The local dogs turned around and stared at Yi Cheng with wide eyes. Yi Cheng smiled slightly and waved his hand. It was a normal operation. In fact, he was very proud of it. From now on, he could hold his head up high in front of his brothers. Lu Ru didn't expect that there was someone else on Yi Cheng's side, and she suddenly felt unhappy. There is someone else around you. Zhang Han and the other local dogs also felt it and quickly fell silent. It was not easy for Xiao Yi. He finally licked the goddess, and he must not offend Lu Ru because of himself. Zhang Han mouthed the words to Yi Chang to comfort her so as to avoid any misunderstanding. Yi Chang said calmly into the phone, "I'm in the dormitory, everyone is here." "What's the matter? Can't they hear you talking?" "Then I'm hanging up." After saying that, Yi Chang hung up the phone and said, "I've spoiled you." Zhang Han quickly said, "Fuck, Xiao Yi, you're awesome, but you can be awesome, but don't do this. You finally got it, and you're going to go shopping with him. Xiao Yi Z has no money. Brothers, please take out your living expenses and support us. We will live a hard life for a few days. First, we need to preserve Xiao Yi Z's love." Several people gathered together and started to collect money. The three of them pooled together 500 yuan, leaving only a little food for themselves. Yi Chang was touched. This was what brothers were. He had offended these brothers before for Lu Ru. It was really wrong. No, you can't spoil a woman. I know what I'm doing. If I lose Lu Ru, I can still go find Xiao Chang. What the hell? Xiao Chang, that Miss Quan? You and Xiao Qing are still related. Xiao Qing's reputation in school is more famous than Lu Ru's. It's true that Xiao Qing is materialistic, but she knows how to dress up and spends money generously in school. People who don't know her think she is a rich second generation. The local dogs often fantasize that Xiao Chang will fall in love with them. Xiao Qing and I are friends. Yi Chang said, "Ordinary friends." Everyone nodded. It would be fine if they were just ordinary friends, but if Xiao Yi also licked Xiao Chang, what if she was licked successfully like Lu Ru? They can't stand it. Yi Chang thought to himself, "You don't know, I was almost killed by Xiao Chang today." After the sister was released, she became extremely ferocious. Chapter 16 You are the god of licking dogs. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ru became panicked after Yi Chang hung up the phone. Is Yi Chang angry? It's all my fault for my bad tone and being too sensitive. What should I do now? Lu Ru was furious. Yi Chang no longer licked her like before. She hated the change in Yi Chang, but when she thought about how Yi Chang spent money, Lu Ru decided to endure it and wait for a while before calling Yi Chang. She would send Yi Chang a welfare photo to comfort him later. She wouldn't give welfare photos to ordinary people. At this time, I heard a roommate exclaim, "Oh my god, Xiao Cheng bought a lot of jewelry. She is so rich. I wonder if she found a godfather." The girl who spoke had a sour tone. Lu Ru quickly opened her phone to check Xiao Qing's moments, but there was nothing there. Needless to say, she must have been blocked. At this time, the girl exclaimed again, "This necklace is nice. The gift that Lu Ru Xiaoqing's boyfriend bought her is so high-end. Let me see." Lu Ru quickly moved closer to the girl. Xiao Qing posted a lot of jewelry photos on her moments. It must be fake. Lu Ru complained in her heart, but the next moment, the shopping list appeared with the name of the jewelry store on it. The girl exclaimed, "I know this store. I've been there, but it's too expensive. I can't afford it. Xiao Qing's boyfriend is very capable. Why isn't there a photo of her boyfriend?" The girl decided to ask and immediately contacted Xiao Qing, who sent him a picture the next moment. In the picture, Xiao Qing is naked and hugging Yi Chang, and the two are lying on a soft bed. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't Yi Chan Lu Ru's bootlicker? How could he be Xiao Qing's boyfriend? What is going on? This girl was also very beautiful. She suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Ru. "Lu Ru, look, Xiao Qing's boyfriend is Yi Chang. The earth is going to explode." The girl's eyes were filled with gossip. Lu Ru was also dumbfounded. This bitch, actually. He knew that Xiao Qing was deliberately provoking him. She must have known that he was in the dormitory. The next moment, Lu Ru calmed down. She couldn't panic and couldn't let others see her flaws. She was Yi Chang's only goddess. Damn it. The girl nodded in disappointment, but then she remembered something and quickly sent a voice message to Xiao Qing. "Xiao Qing, your boyfriend is Yi Chang. Did he buy you those jewels?" "Yeah." Xiao Qing's voice was filled with joy. "I'm trying them on now, and I don't know which one to wear. I asked him to buy less, but he refused. He said I looked good in them, and he spent over 300,000 in one go." 300,000. Lu Ru's heart twitched violently. Bitch, so mean. These jewels should have belonged to her. But because of one wrong step, Xiao Qing ended up getting the better of it. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ru tried to remain calm and not worry about it. Yi Chang promised her that she could go to the boutique and choose whatever she wanted. Bags are better than jewelry. The girl was also dumbfounded, staring at Lu Ru blankly. Lu Ru, isn't Yi Chang a homeless man? Where did he get so much money? I don't know. Lu Ru said deliberately angrily, but she felt jealous in her heart. I also wanted to know how Yi Chang became so rich. What has 300,000? Just to slap me in the face, he spent more than 1 million in one go. That's a celebrity signed bag that costs 1 million. Thinking of this, Lu Ru became uneasy. She had just spoken to Yi Chang in a bad tone. Yi Chang wouldn't be angry, would he? She quickly took her phone and went to the bathroom. The girls in the same dormitory were a little weird. Why was he holding his cell phone in the bathroom? What a weird hobby. Do I have to squat and play King of Glory? In the boys' dormitory, Yi Chang was different. He was surrounded by his brothers. The local dogs thought Yi Chang was very inspiring and asked him for advice on how to be a bootlicker. Who doesn't have a heart that wants to lick a goddess? There are so many goddesses in the school. There are class beauties in every class, department beauties in every major, school beauties in every college, and there are even school beauties like the beautiful student union president. College students are at an age when they love to dream. Yi Chang had money, and he felt it deeply in just one day. Only when you have money will society be friendly to you, and you will have friends everywhere. You can be rude to women, you can be a scumbag, and those people will still generously forgive you. In love, sincerity is useless. If you only have a sincere heart, it will eventually fall apart. Sincerity cannot save reality. When he wants to be a good person, everyone can ignore him, but when he wants to be a sea king, he is flattered by others. It's fucking ridiculous. Yi Chang was bragging to his brothers when a message came on his phone. He clicked it and immediately turned off the phone. Zhang Han and other brothers just noticed it. It looks like a pair of long legs. The benefits Lu Ru gave you? Fuck, let's see if it's true. Xiao Yi Zi, I call you daddy. Can you pass on your dog licking skills to me? I also want to be a successful dog licker like you. The three brothers looked at Yi Chang with admiration as if he were their father. What a big surprise. It's really scary. Zhang Han quickly waved his hand, like a witch. Hurry, follow me and kneel down to Xiao Yi, and pay homage to the dog-licking god of our dormitory 305. The three of them immediately knelt down, clasping their hands together in front of Yi Chang. Zhang Han took the lead and chanted like a sutra, please, Yi, the god of licking dogs, bless us to successfully lick the goddess too. Kowtow. Yi Chang was speechless. Oh my god. He was so embarrassed that goosebumps appeared all over his body. He quickly knelt down in front of the three of them and said, big brother, second brother, third brother, please spare my life. Okay, then show us the photos? Yes, if you don't show us, we'll just stay on our knees and not get up. You can do whatever you want. The three local dogs looked at Yi Chang very firmly. Actually, it's nothing special, just a photo of thighs, there is nothing inappropriate about it. Isn't it the same for girls to walk around in shorts in the summer, showing off their long legs? Yi Chang thought about it and took out his cell phone, and Zhang Han and the other two immediately started to appreciate it. At this time, Yi Chang felt that someone was looking at him. He looked up and saw that the dormitory door was open. Several people wearing student union armbands were standing at the door. Among them is Chen Xicheng. There were 2 women and several men. The girl frowned at the people in dormitory 305 and said angrily, what are you doing? It looks like there are no students here. Everyone finally reacted. Chow chows. Today is Sunday, and there is still a surprise inspection? Zhang Han and the others immediately looked dangerous. Yi Chang knew at a glance that there must be illegal electrical appliances in the dormitory. The eldest brother, Zhang Han, was actually very coquettish, and his mind was full of creativity. That is something that can be used to cook hot pot in a teapot. There is no doubt that the 305 dormitory was raided and no illegal electrical appliances were found. The female leader even found an induction cooker in the toilet. Chapter 17, Is there any reward for the teacher? The female leader started to lecture me, and was very rude. Yi Chang and his men didn't say anything. They just had to admit their mistakes and get beaten when they were caught. When the female leader saw that Yi Chang and his men didn't talk back, she probably didn't feel a sense of accomplishment, so she decided to let it go. Deduction of points, no problem. What the hell are you talking about? At this time, Chen Xiqing suddenly opened Yi Chang's bed, messing up the quilt and other things. He turned around and covered his nose with his hands, saying disdainfully, "What's this smell? Look, senior sister, this is too bad for hygiene. There are smelly socks under the quilt, and this underwear, my god." The senior student also felt disgusted and said, "Go find your counselor." Yi Chang couldn't help it. This was too much. What was wrong with a man having something under his bedding? I know Chen Xiqing did it on purpose. When I dare not resist. Senior. What senior sister? You're the one who called me senior sister. Call me leader. Before Yi Chang could say anything, Chen Xiqing started cursing. The senior student nodded in satisfaction. Yi Chang said, "Okay, boss, aren't you checking for illegal electrical appliances? Even if you're checking for hygiene, the area under my bedding isn't within your inspection scope, right? Yi Chang, are you questioning senior sister? I question you." Yi Chang stared at Chen Xiqing. "What qualifications do you have to rummage through my bedding? Even if my bed is a pigsty, there are women willing to sleep with me. You can't even afford a bag, what are you pretending to be? If you have the guts, go swipe your card with me. It's just a small karami. Don't you know what's going on? Do you have enough pocket money this month to buy it? You can't even afford a 70,000 yuan bag, and you're trying to pick up girls like others. How can you be so ashamed? Girls just want a bag, not a lot. You don't even want to buy it, are you trying to get it for free?" Yi Chang outputs crazily, betting that Chen Xiqing dares not to do it. "The owner of the boutique is my friend. If you can't afford it, tell me next time and I'll ask him to give you a discount. Or you can mention my name and it will work. If you really don't have the money to buy it, then go somewhere else. Don't brag to others anymore. You have no shame, but I still have some." Chen Xiqing was slightly confused, and then he exploded on the spot. Looking at Yi Chang, his expression was distorted. "Your grandma. You want to fight? Beat him up. Little Leaf, step back. Let's come. Who are we, the local dogs, afraid of? Stop hitting me. Stop it." Chen Xiqing hit Yi Chang, and then the scene became chaotic. Zhang Han and several others rushed over and started beating him, while calling for the local dog next door to come over for help. "Beat him to death. Damn it, you dare to be so arrogant in this doghouse?" Yi Chang couldn't get involved at all. Zhang Han took a kettle and smashed it on Chen Xiqing's head, saying, "Fuck you." The senior female leader was so scared that her face turned pale and she ran outside in panic to call for help. After a short while, several people from room 305 and the neighboring dorms surrounded Chen Xiqing. They all looked down at him and said, "Let your fucking mind run wild." Yi Chang felt so encouraged. These brothers were really amazing. After waiting for a while, someone came in from outside. When everyone saw the person coming, they all made way for him. Yi Chang was also stunned when he saw the female teacher coming in. It was Chi Gue who led the team in the evening. Inspections in schools are always led by teachers, and members of the student union will also conduct inspections together, but most teachers will be lazy if they can. Chi Gue was also stunned. He looked at Yi Chang and then at Chen Xiqing, frowning slightly. "Then I asked and found out what happened." Chen Xiqing got up from the ground and said, "Teacher, this matter is not over yet. I demand that the school deal with it seriously, otherwise I will call the police." "I'll give it to you if I can." Yi Chang sneered, "You can call the police if you want, but I won't kill you." Yi Chang also took out his phone, thought for a moment, and made a call. "Boss Wang? Do you have any connections in the firm? You're in the luxury goods business, do you have any connections?" Yi Chang contacted the fat boss of a boutique restaurant. When they were dealing with each other in the afternoon, the fat boss hinted that he was very capable. "I don't have any in the institute, is there any in the city?" "In the city, sure. I was beaten up." "Yes, pretty badly. Let's get a checkup first, right? Then, let's call the police." "I don't have a lawyer. Why would I need one in such a harmonious society? Who would have thought I'd be bullied? It's the guy who bought a bag from your store this afternoon." Yi Chang turned on the speaker, and Mr. Wang's voice came out immediately. "Where are you from? How dare you touch my friend? Just wait, I'm going to call someone to kill you." Yi Chang hung up the phone, and everyone fell silent, looking at Yi Chang quietly. "Dad, you are my dear dad. Zhang Han hugged Yi Chang and kissed him. Little Yi, you are my god. The people in dormitory 305 felt relieved when they heard how fierce the person on the phone was. Yi Chang looked at Chi Gue, Chen Xiqing and others with a calm expression. Chen Xiqing, come here. I didn't bother to argue with you before, but now you still want to bully me. Who do you think you are? Wait. Is it true? Chen Xiqing sneered, scare me, this matter is not over yet. What's the end of it? Yi Chang didn't say anything. The voice came from the door. The students outside made way and saw a chubby fat man walking in, followed by a group of brothers. Young Master Yi, are you okay? I'm here. Fatty, I'll take care of anything. Fatty Wang was very happy. Young Master Yi was from a wealthy family and could use him. Wouldn't they be friends in the future? My own business is not taking off yet. Judging from what young Master Yi spent in his own store today, his family must be very wealthy. What's the big deal about him helping out with some things? It must be a small matter not worthy of my family's intervention, so they came to me. It must be done well to satisfy young Master Yi. Will it save me from the benefits in the future? As soon as Fatty Wang appeared, Chen Xiqing didn't dare to say anything. He originally wanted to teach Yi Chang a lesson this evening under the pretext of an inspection. I didn't expect Yi Chang to call for help directly. Shi Gue looked at Yi Chang in surprise. Are you Mr. Yi? Shi Gue is a teacher. Seeing Wang Pangzi and other social people coming, he was very angry. Yi Chang, come here. It seems like things have gotten out of hand. Yi Chang felt a little uneasy and followed Shi Gue to the stairs. Shi Gue said, what are those people doing? They can't be gangsters, right? No. Yi Chang knew that Shi Gue was a teacher who hated those dishonest people the most. He quickly explained Fatty Wang's identity. Shi Gue's expression brightened. Can you ask your friends to stay out of this and handle this within the school? It's not impossible, but Chen Xiqing and I have a grudge. If he doesn't give up, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Chang said, I won't just endure it. It's useless for anyone who wants to bully us. You are a student, why are you acting like a gangster? Nonsense, I'm not. Yi Chang looked at Chi Gue and thought to himself, Teacher Chi, I'll listen to you. Is there a reward? If there is no reward, I won't do it. Fatty Wang and I are not very familiar with each other, so he may not listen to me. You? Shi Gue didn't believe it. Yi Chang called someone over with just one phone call. How could their relationship be ordinary? Young man, all your tricks are what I have left over. Shi Gue said, if you have any requests, don't be too excessive. Shi Gue was a little nervous. What if this little boy kissed her? So embarrassing. Yi Chan looked at Shi Gue. His neck was so long, it must feel great to pinch it. Chapter 18, Improving Favorability Without Spending Money. Shi Gue felt a little nervous when he looked at Yi Chang, fearing that Yi Chang would make some excessive demands. This was in the boys' dormitory, and there were countless people staring at him outside. I have to be a role model for others. Yi Chang thought for a moment and said, can I pass the English test this time? I really don't want to learn English. What's the point of learning it? Will I be able to use it after graduation? If you don't have a system and study civil engineering on your own, you will most likely end up working as a bricklayer at a construction site. Do you need English to work? The biggest use of English is probably graduation. You cannot graduate without passing the exam. He is already a junior this year, and Yi Chang also needs to consider his long-term future and take a back door. If you don't use the back door, you will probably fail again. Shi Gue was speechless for a moment, feeling extremely angry and dissatisfied. You are really creative. Don't you like yourself? Do you like yourself that much? If Yi Chang made some more intimate requests at this time, Shi Gue felt that he would not refuse and would wait until there was no one around to fulfill his request. It's a little exciting when you think about it. As a result, Yi Chang did not play according to common sense at all. Shi Gue sneered and said, you are really good. Yi Chang thought it was a compliment and nodded quickly, right, this request isn't difficult, right? If you're kind enough to help me, I won't have to worry about graduation. Shi Gue smiled and said, personally, I still hope you can stay in school for a few more years. Why are you in such a hurry to graduate? Are you speaking human language? Looking at Shi Gue, Yi Chang was speechless for a moment. Fortunately, Shi Gue was not angry. He just rolled his eyes at Yi Chang and adjusted his mentality. The little brat must be trying to trick me, trying to push and pull a game with me, but I won't be fooled. Let your friend go first, don't make things worse. Chi Gue still remembered the important matter. Yi Chang called people from society to come to the school. This matter could be a big thing or a small one, but no matter what, she didn't like this kind of thing. But Yi Chang was particularly domineering at night, and his domineering attitude was very manly, which made Chi Gue feel a little safe. I didn't realize that this little brat was so capable. Who would like a man who has no ability? Yi Chang is very willing to follow good advice. In fact, he doesn't want people to misunderstand that he is a good person. I went to talk to Fatty Wang first and decided to go have tea with him another day. I asked him to go first. Fatty Wang is very good at dealing with people. We don't cause trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble. Young Master Yi, you know me. We have a relationship. Such an ugly guy can be dealt with in minutes. Fatty Wang said that he has many friends and that he works in the luxury goods business, so many of his products may not come from legitimate sources. It is inevitable to deal with some gray characters. Yi Chang also smiled. I'll find you later, I'll find you later. After all, I'm a student. It's not a good influence. My teacher is embarrassed. I don't want to make it difficult for her. Fatty Wang glanced at Chi Gue. Young Master Yi cares so much about his teacher? I don't believe you at all. You must be looking for girls because the teacher is pretty. You, a playboy, want to pick up girls. What is difficult to do? Fatty Wang fished in his handbag and pulled out a lady's watch. He walked towards Chi Gue and shook his hand. I'm sorry, teacher. I was ignorant. I'm leaving now. This has nothing to do with Master Yi. Sorry. After saying that, Fatty Wang ran away with his men. Chi Gue touched the watch in his hand and looked at Yi Chang fiercely. Yi Chang was also speechless. He saw that the only people Wang Pingzi had given the watch to were him and Chi Gue himself. Chi Gue asked the student union to send Chen Xiqing to the infirmary, then turned around and gave Yi Chang a look. Come out here. Seeing the teacher leave, Zhang Han quickly pulled Yi Chang and asked, Are you okay? What could possibly happen? Don't worry, brothers. I'll handle anything that comes my way. Xiao Yizi, you are Master Yi, what is your background? I'm Xiao Yizi, Fatty Wang is talking nonsense. Zhang Han and the others naturally didn't believe it, but seeing that Yi Chang was unwilling to say, they didn't ask any more questions. With such a powerful friend like Yi Chang, shouldn't I be allowed to brag about myself in the future? Everyone was amazed. Who the hell could have known that Yi Chang, this bootlicker, was so capable? Yi Chang went to see Chi Gue. Zhang Han said to the other classmates, we were wrong. We thought Xiao Yi was just a country dog. In fact, he is a master. As a person, you can lick others, but you can't really be a licker, right? Xiao Yi has always been using the identity of a licker to disguise his identity as Master Yi. We are too superficial. That's right, Xiao Ye is definitely the golden retriever among the licking dogs. You know shit, what goddess would actively throw herself at Xiao Yi when she meets him? Zhang Han and the others who shared a dormitory with Yi Chang were immediately elated. We know something you don't know. As soon as Yi Chang left the dormitory, he saw Chi Gue waiting for him in the distance. What happened to the teacher? Chi Gue took out the watch. Teachers cannot accept gifts. This watch is not cheap at first glance. I don't want it. Please help me return it to your friend. Yi Chang smiled and said, It's not much money, just consider it a gift from me. Then I can't accept things from students. You're offering bribes. Yi Chang thought for a moment and said, How about you give me 200 yuan and I sell it to you? Chi Gue was amused, I don't want such weird things. So? You want something that can improve your eyesight, right? If a man doesn't understand what Chi Gue says, he will definitely think that Chi Gue is rejecting his kindness, and then nothing will happen next. But Yi Chang had experienced many girls in one day, and he had already felt deeply that he had to savor women's words carefully. Otherwise you will miss the opportunity. Yi Chang took the watch without saying anything and put it in his pocket. What do teachers usually like? You're prying into my personal privacy. Are we in a relationship where you can pry into my privacy? Of course not, but not necessarily in the future. Yi Chang had become thick-skinned and didn't care about Chi Gue's superficial rejection, which was all a routine. After thinking for a while, Yi Chang suddenly laughed. Teacher, I suddenly want to learn a foreign language. Shi Gue felt puzzled, then study hard. I want to learn a foreign language. Yi Chang's mouth curled up. Go back and search on Baidu. After saying that, Yi Chang turned around and ran away. Shi Gue was stunned. Seeing that Yi Chang was gone, he took out his mobile phone to check and was stunned. Learning a foreign language is an internet meme that originated from a popular TV series. The little brat actually teased me. Is my bed so easy to get into? But, this little brat is quite interesting at night. Unlike his blind date, he is much better. That guy only knows those trivial things. Although Yi Chang also hinted at it, Yi Chang is not shameless and plays it with quite connotation. Shi Gue favorability, 15. As soon as Yi Chang returned to the dormitory, the system prompted him. He didn't expect that he could improve his favorability without spending any money. Chapter 19, A Sudden Love of Learning. After Yi Chang came back, everyone naturally asked about his identity. Yi Chang dealt with it casually, then turned off his phone and went to sleep. The next day, he took the English test by dropping a piece of paper and using metaphysics to complete the test. When Shi Gue was invigilating the exam, she gritted her teeth and wished she could bite Yi Chang to death, but Yi Chang simply ignored her. I just can't remember English, what do you want me to do? I can find a beautiful girl majoring in English and lick her ass. Do I still need to learn English? Teacher, I'm going to hand in my paper. Shi Gue wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He stretched out his slender fingers to push and pull his glasses, then stared at Yi Chang. Wait a moment. Revenge, absolutely revenge. Shi Gue pointed his finger, and Yi Chang stood aside obediently, waiting for everyone to hand in their papers, and he was the only one left. Shi Gue then looked back at Yi Chang, picked up Yi Chang's test paper and was about to correct it. Yi Chang immediately ran over and looked at Shi Gue eagerly. Please be merciful and spare my life. Please give me a passing grade. Shi Gue didn't say anything, his face looked serious, and then he looked at Yi Chang's test paper, and found that all the multiple choice questions were correct. Shi Gue couldn't help but look back at Yi Chang. Yi Chang was taking a metaphysics exam. You got all the multiple choice questions correct. Didn't you draw lots? How did you do that? Ah. Yi Chang was also confused. I can't explain it, maybe it's luck? Shi Gue rolled his eyes, quickly glanced at the other questions, and suddenly laughed. I've seen it, you got 58 points, just 2 points away from passing. Shi Gue picked up the red pen and was about to give the grade. Yi Chang grabbed Shi Gue's hand, and Shi Gue's body trembled slightly. Yi Chang said, spare my life, I will be your licking dog. Teacher, I am very good at licking. Pooh. You teased me. Kids these days really have no restraint when it comes to what they say. Shi Gue took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She also felt like she had seen a ghost. Meeting Yi Chang always made her uneasy. Yi Chang's appearance is also average, why is that? It's not that I can't show some mercy. Shi Gue wanted to laugh. The short essay was a subjective question. She felt that Yi Chang would pass if he was given only 2 points. Yi Chang nodded immediately. The teacher's words meant he had a request. He was worried that Shi Gue hadn't made one. I understand. Teacher, I'm a dog licker with a lot of experience. Tell me, are you facing any difficulties? What can I do to help you? This is absolutely not a bribe. It's all out of my respect and love for you. How shameless. Shi Gue was speechless, but she really needed Yi Chang's help with something. It was still because of that blind date. The blind date yesterday was unsuccessful, so the guy complained to the matchmaker, and the matchmaker naturally complained to Shi Gue's parents. She said Shi Gue was too arrogant, had an unclean private life, and had affairs with students, so don't ask her to introduce you to a date in the future. Shi Gue was severely belittled. His parents called Shi Gue in the morning and asked her to go home and explain everything. Shi Gue had an argument with his parents on the phone. He was very angry at the time and lost his temper. He gritted his teeth and said that he had a student boyfriend who was much better than the blind date. Yi Chang laughed and said, "You have come to this day." Shi Gue said uncomfortably, "You have to accompany me to deal with it, otherwise I am afraid I will be in trouble." "Well, I want to learn a foreign language. You, don't bully me because I don't understand this internet meme. I looked it up yesterday. If you help me once, I'll treat you to a meal. Just eat." I eat the same thing in the school cafeteria. I'm a local dog and I can survive by eating dirt. Shi Gue glared angrily. What do you want? Don't go too far. Yi Cheng smiled and said, forget it, forget it. Seeing that you are so anxious, I will help you this time. You buy me some clothes. What? Shi Gue looked at Yi Cheng. He had given this little brat a chance, but he actually wanted to buy clothes for himself. Aren't you Mr. Yi? Yi Cheng tugged at his clothes. I can't wear this to meet your parents. Besides, isn't it normal for a girlfriend to buy clothes for her boyfriend? Shi Gue said seriously, you are not my boyfriend, don't talk nonsense. Once married, they're no longer husband and wife. This is my first time pretending to be someone else's boyfriend. It's a good first time, it's very important. Okay, stop talking. Shi Gue felt really scared because he didn't know what else this little brat would say. Children nowadays are too direct and want to learn foreign languages right away. Yi Cheng still had classes in the afternoon, but for Shi Gue, he decisively skipped classes. Shi Gue felt that there was no need to do this, but Yi Cheng naturally didn't listen. How could he give up the chance to lick the goddess? They went to the mall to buy clothes first. Yi Cheng was not picky at all. Shi Gue spent 3,000 to buy Yi Cheng a decent set of clothes. After putting them on, Yi Cheng looked a lot more mature. Then Yi Cheng went to Fatty Wang's shop first. Brother Fatty, do you have any jade? What jade? It's like jade, but not too good, with some flaws. It should be around 30,000 to 50,000. Can you get it? I'll buy it. Young Master Yi, you're welcome. Fatty Wang had a piece of jade in his office. He took it out and stuffed it into Yi Cheng's hand. Have it for fun. This morning, a woman came in, the same woman who bought a bag last time. She took a bag from me and said you should pay for it. I'm not trying to cheat you, but the one she took was a limited edition and a bit expensive, so I'm asking you. Yi Cheng nodded, just swipe the card. Next time the woman comes, you can let her take whatever she wants. Just give me the bill when she comes back. Yi Cheng glanced back at Shi Gue who was looking at the bag and whispered to Fatty Wang, help me get a classic, but low-key and meaningful bag that matches my teacher's temperament. The price doesn't matter. As soon as Fatty Wang saw Shi Gue, he nodded quickly and said, then the starting price must be several million. Young Master Yi really cares about the girl. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Thank you for taking care of my business. We helped each other. I took the stone. Yi Cheng wanted to swipe his card. This stone was bought for Shi Gue's father. The old man was said to like stones, so of course he had to cater to his taste. It couldn't be too good, but had to have some flaws so that the old man would have a chance to teach him. Fatty Wang refused to take it no matter what. The bag Lu Ru took from him was worth 600,000 yuan, and he paid 400,000 yuan for it. He would feel embarrassed to ask Yi Cheng for money for something worth only 30,000 or 50,000 yuan. Yi Cheng did not refuse. After all, he was young Master Yi, and it would be pointless to push it back and forth. Seriously, if you don't care and others don't care either, this is the circle of rich people. His acquaintance with Fatty Wang is just a small step into that circle. But Fatty Wang was just a marginal figure in that circle. Yi Cheng then started a large-scale sweep mode. Anyway, Shi Gue has a car, and all the money is spent for Shi Gue. The system's card thief is easy to use. We have Mutai, give me a case. And the T&I, the best kind, give me 10. Shi Gue was speechless, my father doesn't smoke. Chapter 20, the main point is a grasp. Yi Cheng smiled slightly. You only buy cigarettes if you smoke. If you don't smoke, you can use it to pretend, okay? You say I don't understand women, and I say you don't understand fathers. Then he selected cosmetics and nutritional supplements for Shi Gue's mother. Then, Yi Cheng heard that the health product store in the mall had Changbai Mountain ginseng, so he bought 3 pieces at once. This shopping trip cost 800,000 yuan. Shi Gue was completely numb. Young man, you really dare to spend money. Looking at the shopping list, Shi Gue couldn't believe it. 800,000? How did you spend it? She was completely confused. Yi Cheng spent money without blinking an eye. She felt that such a gift was too generous. She could still afford a gift of 3 or 5,000, but how could she repay a gift of 800,000 unless she learned a foreign language? Don't feel burdened. This is all my respect for our parents. My respect is just a little more than most people's. really? Shi Gu seriously didn't believe it. I think you want to use the money to hit my parents. You can say that, but I don't agree. Shi Gui's parents are both retired employees of state-owned enterprises and live in a staff community. Yi Cheng knows without thinking that the news of her failed blind date must have spread, and there may even be rumors about her flying all over the place. It's a staff community, the introducer is an acquaintance, so there rests no need to talk about family matters. Yi Cheng said, I don't want you to feel wronged. Your story must have spread, otherwise your uncle and aunt wouldn't have asked you to take me back so seriously. This shows that the situation is very serious. The old couple has lost face, and I, as their future son-in-law, have to fight for their face. If I act so arrogantly, others will shut up. If I show up empty-handed like a fool, your parents won't say anything, but what about others? Yi Cheng felt that his emotional intelligence was rising rapidly. Women really can make men mature quickly. Gifts are for others to see. Yi Cheng smiled and said, your face will be my face from now on. If you can't use these gifts, you can sell them, okay? Shi Gui thought for a moment and his expression softened. He couldn't help but smile and said, I don't know how you know all this. If you put so much effort into studying, how can you not learn English well? Why should I learn English when I have a good teacher? Am I sick? If I don't understand something, I can just ask you. Yi Cheng put his things away and motioned Shi Gui to drive home. Arriving at Shi Gui's neighborhood, Yi Cheng was holding a bunch of gifts and said to everyone he saw, Hello, uncle, I am Shi Gui's boyfriend. Hello, auntie. Xiao Qi is my girlfriend. Shi Gui's parents stood at the door, looked at Yi Cheng, and felt that he was okay. As soon as he entered the door, Yi Cheng put down the gift. This is my first visit, and I don't know what to buy. I heard you like stones, so I bought one. I don't understand it, so please help me take a look. Father Qi was stunned. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. He always felt that he was being manipulated. Wait until Yi Cheng took out the jade. Qi's father was stunned. I like stones. Yours is jade, which is not the same thing. Oh, really? You don't like it? Then I'll change it next time. Not really. Jade, how could I not like it? The only reason I don't like it is because I can't afford it. Qi's father was playing with the stone and looking at Yi Cheng. Qi's mother hurriedly pulled Shi Gui into the kitchen to inquire about Yi Cheng. Xiao Yi, are you and Xiao Qi in love? Yes, I like teacher Qi very much. Don't worry, uncle. I will buy a house and put the teacher's name on it. If you and aunt have time, please help me choose one. The teacher you choose will definitely like it. It must be a large flat of at least 200 square meters. Money is not a problem. This feeling is still being manipulated. Qi's father thought about it and asked, What do your parents do? I'm a farmer, I'm self-employed. Uncle, although I'm still a student, my money comes from a legitimate source. I'm lucky enough to be successful in business. This is under control. Qi's father was a little amused and said, That's not what I meant. I'm not against you dating. As for marriage, it depends on you. Uncle, you can't say that. Although you are open-minded and believe in me and the teacher, we are young after all and don't have much life experience. We still need you and auntie to guide us and help us walk the path of life. Actually, I have also thought about my life after I marry the teacher. Personally, I like our whole family to live together. Yi Cheng is extremely humble, and his main focus is on control. It doesn't matter as long as you like me. Shi Gui and Qi's mother were dumbfounded when they heard what happened at the kitchen door. Qi's mother looked at Yi Cheng with a smile on her face. These words really hit the nail on the head. Uncle, don't worry, I'm serious. Yi Cheng was extremely serious. Oh. Young man, you have said too much. What do you want me to say? When Qi's mother saw this, she quickly came out with some fruit. Ah Chang, auntie is very pleased with you. You and Xiao Qi should get along well. You can stay at home tonight. It's getting late. I'll make dinner now. Shi Gui was panicked. What does that mean? What does that mean? Her room was the only empty one in the house, leaving her and Yi Cheng alone. Mom, we'll be leaving soon. Teacher, I don't want to leave. Yi Cheng said embarrassedly. Qi's father and mother immediately revealed mysterious smiles. Shi Gui pulled Yi Cheng to his room. The old couple quickly sat together and nodded. Not bad, ha. Although he is younger than Xiao Qi, this shameless guy is not bad. Those who are shameless are not good people. I know that Qi's father is feeling unhappy. After all, his own cabbage is about to become someone else's. She'll get married sooner or later. Yi Chang is sensible and capable of running his own business. I see that the way he looks at his daughter is very pure, which is good. In the room, Qi Gue was speechless. Yi Chang's performance was too good. What are you doing? I'm completing the homework you assigned me, teacher. How is it? Can I get a perfect score? Yi Chang smiled. When he saw Qi Gui's bed, he lay down immediately. There was a fresh scent of roses on the sheets. It smells so good. Qi Gue quickly pulled Yi Chang up. She knew that Yi Chang was doing this on purpose. Don't act so carelessly. We'll leave after dinner. I don't want to leave, teacher. I want to learn a foreign language. Don't talk nonsense. Qi Gui's face turned red. The little brat is so bad. Favorability plus 10. Qi Gue favorability, 25. Yi Chang was beaming with joy. Although teacher Qi seemed very angry with him, the system would not lie. This is a typical case of saying something but not wanting it. That's 20 points of favorability, entering the friendship stage, and sprinting towards the level of close friends. Yi Chang held Qi Gui's hand. Qi Gue struggled for a while, but when he saw that Yi Chang was not going to let go, he gave in helplessly. If the favorability is not high enough, you will definitely get a slap in the face. Yi Chang used his hand to compare the size with Qi Gui's, and then interlocked their fingers. Chapter 21, The Lethality of White Moonlight. Qi Gui's face suddenly turned red. You, don't be like this, I am your teacher after all. What's wrong with teacher? In my eyes, you are not a teacher, but my woman. Yi Chang said. At this time, you can be more domineering and don't care about any politeness. Why are you being so polite? You're not a guest. Favorability plus 5. When Yi Chang saw that his favorability was increasing, he boldly put his hand on Qi Gui's waist. Don't mess with me. If I don't mess with you, who else should I mess with? Yi Chang said shamelessly, Teacher, you look so beautiful when you blush. You. Qi Gue looked back at Yi Chang, his eyes red and tears rolling in his eyes. Why are you bullying me? Hiss. Why are you crying? Yi Chang was a little panicked. This reaction was wrong. Shouldn't he be moved? He hurriedly helped Qi Gue wipe her tears, but Qi Gue turned her head away and refused to let him touch her. She turned her head and sat aside. Yi Chang held her hand casually, and Qi Gue said, You're just a little jerk. You must have lots of girlfriends. You've got me all over the place. You're so skilled at this. You'll definitely never love me in the future. Stop provoking me now. Yi Chang was stunned and fell silent. Teacher Qi is not a stupid woman after all. This, I really can't explain it. Yi Chang thought for a moment and said, I really have a good impression of you, and I am sincere. Maybe I am not serious enough. Then why are you teasing me? I can't help it. I just want to flirt with you when I see you. You don't know how beautiful you were last night under the streetlight with your long hair covering your face. Yi Chang said softly, You were obviously very angry, but for the sake of influence, you would rather stamp your feet in anger than lose your manners. At that moment, my heart was moved. Do you think I was helping others and learning from Lei Feng? Because at that moment, I knew you were not a materialistic person, so my heart was moved, so I took the initiative to go over and help you out. Yi Chang took Qi Gui's hand and said, Actually, before yesterday, I was really a local dog. I had just experienced the ups and downs of life, which was extremely exciting. Yi Chang held Qi Gui's face in his hands and asked her to look at him. Since yesterday, I no longer believe in love, so I can't promise you anything, but I am willing to try to have a serious relationship with you. Favorability plus 30. Qi Gue favorability, 60. Qi Gue, University English teacher. Hobbies, food, music, especially rock music. Loved experience, 0. Ambiguous object, there is a young man who has a crush on someone overseas and will be returning to China soon. Yi Chang was stunned. The system was rapidly instilling Qi Gui's information into his brain. Hobbies, specialties, experiences, none of that matters. But there is a white moonlight. Oh my God. I didn't expect that Teacher Qi had someone in his heart. or actively having a crush on someone else. This. Yi Chang felt pressured. Suddenly he understood why Chi Gue was crying instead of laughing just now. Yi Chang looked at Chi Gue and was silent for a moment. Am I too late? Are you afraid that you will fall in love with me? Chi Gue's pupils shrank suddenly. She has someone in her heart, that is a classmate she liked in high school, and they have a very good relationship. She could feel that the other party also liked her, but he had to go abroad to study. Chi Gue still can't forget that person. Yi Chang behaved very well and was polite to his parents. He had a domineering personality, but he could be gentle when he was gentle, like a veteran in the love field. She is even more shameless, just like her white moonlight. Chi Gue couldn't quite tell whether Yi Chang in front of him was his student or his white moonlight. This was a secret in her heart. She had never told anyone else. She was forced to go on a blind date yesterday, but it was indeed she who deliberately ruined the blind date. In front of her blind date, she took the initiative to hint to him that they could go to a hotel. Then she would harshly reject the other person, making her feel like a bad woman so that her parents would never force her to go on blind dates again. But Yi Chang. Chi Gue felt that she was being pampered. She liked this feeling. It would be even better if the person who pampered her was her own white moonlight. But when she looked at Yi Chang and saw Yi Chang's face clearly, reality shone into her dream, and it was not her own white moonlight. Yi Chang was right again, he touched the softest part of her heart. Chi Gue's tears rolled down his face, and he looked at Yi Chang without daring to speak. Yi Chang took a breath, nodded, raised his hand and gently wiped away Chi Gue's tears. Okay, I understand, you and I are actually just lickers, and lickers can understand lickers best. Yi Chang kissed Chi Gue on the forehead. Chi Gue did not avoid it. Yi Chang took a deep breath and said, Teacher Chi, I am still your student. If you have any difficulties, remember to ask your students for help. I should go out now. I have guests outside. Yi Chang heard the sound of Chi's father talking to someone outside, and guessed that it was the neighbors who came to visit. He felt a little sad. He was really attracted to Chi Gue, but it was a pity that his love stopped at 60. Yi Chang straightened his clothes and then smiled at Chi Gue. I am a reserve player for Aquaman. He confidently opened the door. Outside were all the Chi family's neighbors. Hello uncle, hello auntie, uncle doesn't smoke, you're welcome. Yi Chang immediately picked up the cigarettes he brought with him, opened them and started distributing them, 1 pack per person. This is TNI. What is TNI? I don't understand. The boss said this one is good, so I want it. I don't smoke, but the uncles are coming there today, so I have to accompany everyone. Yi Chang tore open a pack of cigarettes and spread them around, then lit them one by one. Xiaoya, what do you do? Running a small business is nothing. I can't compare to my uncles. I'm so busy every day that I want to die. Look at what you said about Xiao Yi. I can tell at a glance that you are the big boss. The neighbors glanced at the gifts on the side and were speechless. A box of mutai? Which son-in-law comes to the house and brings gifts like this? And ginseng? How old is Lao Chi? Does he need to eat ginseng? Not afraid of death. Yi Chang modestly said that he was still studying and would graduate next year, and that his current business was a part-time job. These people took a deep breath. They became big bosses before they even graduated. This guy is so fierce. All of a sudden, these people started asking if Yi Chang wanted to recruit people, as they also had children. Several aunts looked at Yi Chang with bright eyes, implying that their daughters were single and unmarried, and wondered if Yi Chang could help. Yi Chang laughed in his heart, are you looking for a job? You are promoting your own daughter to me. Do I need to say that my daughter is beautiful when looking for a job? Yi Chang thought about it and didn't refuse. Okay, I'll take a look later. If there is a suitable position, I will definitely. It seems that I need to start some business. We have to get a woman quickly and cash out from the system. Chapter 22, Brother Wang is truly a god. These people stayed for a while and then went back with envy and jealousy. Chi Gue's parents were very satisfied with Yi Chang. The young man has a very good grasp of the ways of the world and has brought honor to the Chi family. With Yi Chang as my son-in-law, I wonder if those people in the community still dare to gossip about me. Father Chi was in a good mood and immediately wanted to have a drink with Yi Chang. Yi Chang was still happy while eating. After the meal, he found an excuse to leave. Chi Gue sent Yi Chang out. Arriving at the gate of the community, Shi Gue looked at Yi Chang and said, "Thank you." Yi Chang grinned, "I am your student." It is a virtue of the Chinese nation that the disciple should serve the master when he is in trouble. If there are such good things in the future, please continue to look for me. Yi Chang's heart was bleeding. The favorability is 60. 60. The beautiful teacher, who had no experience in love, just gave up like that. I'm so stupid. I'm a fool. Go back, teacher, I'm leaving. Yi Chang turned around and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. If I had known this would happen, I would not have done anything like this. I feel so sad. Teacher Chi is clearly in love with me, but forget it. Life is full of sorrows and sufferings, and this is probably because we are not destined to be together. Yi Chang stopped a taxi and got in it in a cool and leisurely manner. Even if he gave up on his own initiative, he still had to be very cool when leaving. Wow. I'm such a fucking idiot. After the car door closed, Yi Chang couldn't help crying. The driver looked back and shook his head. Another fool who was hurt by love. In this day and age, there are still people who believe in love. Master, do you believe in love? Yi Chang wiped his eyes and looked at the driver. The master said coldly, "You can experience love for just a few $100s. I don't believe it. Brother, do you want me to take you to a good place?" Yi Chang stopped crying immediately, wiped his face, and looked at the driver in surprise. "Brother Wang? You are still driving a taxi?" The driver turned out to be Brother Wang. Brother Wang looked in the rearview mirror and turned back suddenly. "Fuck, why is it you, a lickspill?" Brother Wang immediately pulled over and got out of the car with Yi Chang. Lao Wang was extremely coquettish. Hey, brother, are you heartbroken again?" Yi Chang nodded. "This time it's real. I used a little bit of my sincerity, and it made me feel like I was dying." "Brother Wang, do you know what it means to love but not be able to get it?" I know it very well." Brother Wang's hands were shaking as he puffed on the cigarette, making a squeaking sound. Then he looked at Yi Chang seriously. "Let me tell you, every time I touched my pocket and found no money, and saw that young lady's room enter with another man, I felt so sad that I almost doubted my life." Is this your unrequited love? You have a poverty disease, okay? Looking at Brother Wang, Yi Chang was confused for a moment. Brother Wang was real. You actually watched someone else have sex with your lady? Yes, they are rich. Brother Wang said very inspiringly, so I swore that I must be rich. When I have money, I can take care of those young ladies and make their lives less difficult. Yi Chang didn't know what to say, and finally gave Brother Wang a thumbs up. You are awesome. That's right. I'm driving a taxi part-time now, and I'm slowly moving towards my dream. Do you want to experience love? Mention my name and it will work. It will give you an extra hour. I occasionally help those young ladies to attract customers. Isn't that normal? Brother Wang patted his chest and said that he was a serious driver and everyone was like that. If you don't introduce customers to the young lady, how can you get them for free later? It's just justified. Yi Chang didn't want to talk anymore, but when he met Brother Wang and heard what he said, his mood immediately improved, and the sad feeling he had when he left the community immediately disappeared. Brother Wang is simply amazing. He took out his cell phone and clicked on the call. Xiao Qing called him. There was a lot of noise on the phone. It was obvious that Xiao Qing was not at home and had gone out to fool around. But Yi Chang didn't care, because this was a young lady whose favorability level with him was over 70. Yi Chang, are you free now? Can you come and watch the moonlight over the lotus pond? Where? Yi Chang, a homeless man, said he had never heard of it, but Brother Wang knew. That's a high-end nightclub. The quality of the girls is extremely high. Xiao Yi, your friend is a woman, she must be a beauty to be able to go to a place like that. Yi Chang ignored Brother Wang and talked to Xiao Qing on the phone. Why would I go there? If you have anything to say, just tell me. Don't be polite to the tool person. If he doesn't obey, you 1T be charged. Xiao Qing whispered, I'm here with a few friends. There's a young man named Han who's trying to make things difficult for us. He wanted to treat us to a drink, and when we tried to leave, he wouldn't let us go. I told him I had a boyfriend, and he ended up wanting to see you. Xiao Qing's explanation was not very clear, but Yi Chang guessed that Xiao Qing was being harassed by someone and was using him as a shield, and that person was trying to show off his wealth to compete with him. This is possible. Who dares to compete with me who has trillions of funds for bootlicking? With his money, he can easily buy Wall Street. The system said trillions, which is just an approximate term. The real meaning is countless. Because Chi Gai Chang was in a bad mood. He was so sincere but lost to Bai Yue Guang, and now someone wanted to show off his wealth to him. This is just hilarious. Isn't this just making yourself pay to lick Shaoqing? Brother Wang, do you know about the moonlight over the lotus pond? I know. One time I even found a corpse somewhere. The girl had a great figure and she even gave me a 10,000 yuan tip the next day. Bro, I served you well. It sounds like you're selling something, not picking up a corpse. Yi Cheng thought about it and decided to give Brother Wang a heads up first. After all, the fact that he was a rich man was about to be exposed. Brother, let me tell you something. Don't be surprised later. I actually have a few 100 million. Brother Wang nodded very calmly. He could see that you were bragging. Brother, we are brothers for life, can you take me flying? No problem, I'll just lick you. As a dog licker, does that mean you can only lick women? Who said you can't lick men? People in Europe and America can customize their gender. You can be a man today and a woman tomorrow. System, host, you are such a genius. You humans really know how to have fun. Yi Cheng asked the system in his mind, just tell me if this is okay. System, according to your human rules, it's okay. After all, Europeans and Americans don't distinguish between genders anymore, and we're also in line with international standards. Yi Cheng, damn, it's just that I can't use this money. I feel like I'm being targeted. System, host, don't worry. When you complete the task, you will naturally discover the connotation of this system. Please continue to work hard. Spending money to be a bootlicker is not your goal. Your goal is the stars and the sea. The sea is full of fish. Yi Cheng laughed and thought that as long as the system agreed, he would be fine. Then he went to the Lotus Pond moonlight with Brother Wang. Chapter 23 Everything is under control. The super luxurious gate with colorful lights under the moonlight on the Lotus Pond looks scary. Brother Wang was a little hesitant. Brother, are you really going in? I only made 200 yuan tonight, which is not enough to buy a glass of wine. How about I go and attract some customers, and then we can fight back? Brother, now that we are here, it would be a waste of time if we don't go in and take a look. Yi Cheng didn't expect that Brother Wang would become cowardly when he reached the door. Men have to pay 100 yuan entrance fee to get in. We don't have enough money and can't afford to lose face. I have 100 million points. Seeing Yi Cheng's serious expression, Brother Wang thought for a moment, do you really have to go in? We have to go in. All right. Brother Wang asked Yi Cheng to wait for a moment, then he put one hand into his crotch and fumbled for a long time, and took out a roll of Mao Zedong's paper. Let's go and have a drink. Can you make money from your crotch? Yi Cheng was dumbfounded. This Brother Wang was really an amazing person. We drivers drive, so it's normal to hide something in our crotch. Otherwise, how can I steal the boss's money? Brother Wang said righteously. Nowadays, all payments are electronic. The money he pays for driving for others goes into the car owner's account, but those who pay with cash will of course be defrauded. Yi Cheng was full of admiration. He didn't expect that Brother Wang was such a righteous person. He had missed so many interesting friends around him because of Lu Ru. As expected, you have to pay to enter. Yi Cheng and Brother Wang were cursing. What a heartless person. The two of them walked arm in arm and immediately felt that it was worth the trip. The venue was huge, the music was boiling, and there were rows of beautiful girls on the stage, singing and dancing enthusiastically, sweating profusely. Brother Wang secretly shared knowledge with Yi Cheng, that's the atmosphere group. The young ladies are very open-minded. It's easy to win them over if you have money. What does it mean to be rich? If you let them pay attention to you and take the initiative to get to know you, then you will succeed. Brother Wang said that the money he had was only enough to buy a drink for everyone, and it was not even enough to lick other people's toes. Yi Cheng smiled slightly and looked around and found Shaoqing. They were in a large booth. Several men were sitting outside, and 3 girls were blocked inside by the men. When Shaoqing saw Yi Cheng, she quickly waved to him and then sat down quietly, straightening her clothes. I didn't do anything wrong, Yi Cheng, please don't misunderstand me. Yi Cheng and Brother Wang came over together. A fashionable young man wearing sunglasses and a gold chain around his neck looked at Yi Cheng with a smile. Yi Cheng was wearing the clothes that Chi Gue bought for him. It was formal attire, but it would look a bit inappropriate in a place like a nightclub. This person is young Master Han. Yi Chang was stunned. He was actually a teenager like himself. Xiao Chang, this is your boyfriend. How strong is he? Let him show it. Xiao Chang looked at Yi Chang embarrassedly and said to Han Xiao, my boyfriend is here, I can leave now. Why are you walking? I'm here to spend money. Yi Chang looked at Han Xiao and said, you want me to show my strength, then I will. I'm never afraid of showing off my wealth to others, so just don't be afraid. But let's make a bet. If you can't beat me, you lose 10 million to me, and I lose to you, and I give you 10 million. Fuck, you're so arrogant. Okay, 10 million is just my monthly allowance. How are you going to show it off? Han Xiao looked down on Yi Chang. He was a frequent visitor here, a VIP among VIPs. Everyone here knows that his family owns a listed company. Brother Wang looked at Yi Chang in shock and said, fuck, my brother is so awesome and bragging so loudly. It's heroic, but what if you lose in the end? Brother, harmony brings wealth. My brother is right. Isn't this the case of harmony bringing wealth? Yi Chang smiled at Han Xiao and turned back to call the waiter. What's the most expensive thing here? Ace of spades, sir, it's 120,000 per bottle, would you like one? The waiter said with some mockery. If I were polite, I wouldn't ask you anything and I wouldn't give you a quote. Han Xiao laughed and said, silly dog, you don't even know the most expensive one. You haven't been to such a high-end place before. Yi Chang smiled slightly and looked at the waiter and said, I don't blame you for looking down on me. I'm a regular customer. It's right for you to speak up for regular customers, but I don't like it. And you're also wrong. The most expensive item here isn't the ace of spades. Yi Chang looked around, nodded, and said to the waiter, is your boss here? Yes, what's the matter? I want to see the boss. Are you scared? Ask your boss for mediation? The waiter kept smiling. Yi Chang said, then let your boss come to negotiate. I want to buy the most expensive things you have here. Otherwise, people will think I am a country boy. The waiter spoke on the intercom, and soon a middle-aged man came over, looked at Yi Chang, and then at Han Xiao. Then he said to Yi Chang, brother, what do you want to talk to me about? I want to buy the most expensive one you have. Ha, ace of spades isn't the most expensive wine here. I still have a few bottles of vintage Remy Martin, 300,000 each. What do you think? Yi Chang said, you misunderstood, I want the most expensive one. This is the most expensive one. 300,000 is not cheap. The boss was a little confused. Where did this idiot come from? Yi Chang sighed and said, shouldn't the most expensive thing here be this store? You name a price, and Xiao Chang will buy it and put your name on it. What? The boss was dumbfounded, his eyes wide in disbelief. You want to buy my store? Yeah, what else here is more expensive than your store? How much do you want? At least 500 million. Okay. Yi Chang turned around and looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao, what do you think? Are you satisfied with my idea? But I'm not bragging, I really am rich. After saying that, Yi Chang said to the boss, boss, please draft the transfer contract. We will sign the contract now and I will transfer the money to you directly. Are you serious? No, I didn't say I wanted to sell it. The boss wanted to cry. I was just joking. My own store is doing well, okay? He just thought Yi Chang was joking, so he joined in the fun. How can you play for real? Han Xiao sneered, I don't trust you at all. You can transfer 500 million yuan. Which bank will give you such credit? Yi Chang was speechless. If you can't do it yourself, don't doubt whether this world is good or not. If you don't have a 500 million credit line, the bank won't transfer it to you. Don't Jack Ma and Wanda Wang have it? They can have it, so why shouldn't I have it? Yi Chang took out his phone and said, boss, let's try. I'll transfer 500 million to you and you can open another store somewhere else. Just sell this store to me. If that doesn't work, how about an additional 100 million? Really? I'm kidding you, we're all just friends from now on. I don't know how to run a nightclub, and neither does my girlfriend. I need your help. Yi Chang immediately added the other party on WeChat, then scanned the other party's bank card and made a huge transfer. You're my biological father, Mr. Yi, Boss Yi, I. The boss was so excited when he saw the information about the arrival of the money that he almost knelt down. He made a profit by selling it for 500 million, and Yi Chang gave him an extra 100 million. Oh my god. My name is Song Ge, thank you for your care, Master Yi. Brother Song, you're welcome. Hello, I'm fine, everyone is fine. I'm just pretending to be very happy. Yi Chang gave the money, and Song Ge immediately drafted the transfer contract and went to handle the transfer during the day. Xiao Qing's name was on the contract. Xiao Qing was dumb and confused, and felt as if she had been abused by someone. Favorability plus 50. Xiao Qing's favorability 100. System, host rebate has been received, please check. Yi Chang smiled slightly, his calculations were indeed correct, everything was under control. Chapter 24, actually there is not much money. Yi Chang directly bought Lotus Pond Moonlight. This is very scary. Who would come out to play and end up buying someone else's store? Han Xiao had never seen such a person before. His background and strength were not bad, but they were far inferior to Yi Chang. Han Xiao originally thought that Yi Chang was just a wealthy young man, and that he had 10 million in pocket money a month, so he could easily control Yi Chang. As expected, it was his chance to shine and become famous that evening, but now he had become a clown. Han Xiao still refused to believe it, so he went to his boss Song Ge to see the transfer records. Song Ge felt very sympathetic towards Mr. Han. You messed with a real rich man last night. Song Ge and Han Xiao said, really? This kind of thing is not a lie. This Yi Xiao must be from a very rich family. I have never heard of any wealthy family with the surname Yi. Young Master Han thought for a long time and he was sure that there was no wealthy family with the surname Yi in the local area. His family was well off and could be considered a celebrity, but among the powerful families in the business circle, there was really no one with the surname Yi. It's really weird. This time I'm really in trouble. The loss of face is a small matter. What would be troublesome if the other party holds a grudge against me and deals with his company? There are no fools among the children of rich people. They have more resources than ordinary people, are more likely to see the world, and know that it is better to resolve a feud than to create one. Unless there is a real grudge, peace is generally more important. Song Ge's transfer record was naturally true. Han Xiao was sure that Song Ge did not know Yi Chang before tonight, otherwise Song Ge would have reminded him long ago. I'm too narrow-minded, Mr. Yi, right? I'm going to lose 10 million to you. Let's add each other on WeChat and I'll transfer the money to you later. Looking at Yi Chang, Han Xiao felt embarrassed, but still said, my bank credit is not as high as yours. Yi Chang naturally didn't care. 10 million was a lot. He had just received a rebate from the system, which was more than 603 million. This is the money he spent on Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing's favorability finally exceeded 100, and he is now a truly rich man. Xiao Qing's favorability towards herself had already exceeded 70 before. Such an event in the evening must have been extremely exciting for Xiao Qing, both exciting and unexpected. It broke the limit of her imagination and successfully reached 100. Xiao Qing is a bit useless to Yi Chang. The tool man completed his task. He thought that although young Master Han was arrogant, he was not a bad person. He just liked to brag. If I don't have a system, I will actually have no intersection with the other party. Yi Chang thought about it and realized that this guy was a rich young man, so there must be something he could learn from him. Besides, Lotus Pond Moonlight also needed guests like Han Xiao. A place where rich young men gather will naturally attract countless beautiful women. Yi Chang smiled and said, it's okay. We've known each other for a long time. Come and play often in the future and I'll give you a 50% discount. Yi Chang turned around and looked at Xiao Qing. The girl still looked confused, and she looked exactly like her two best friends, as if they were carved from the same mold. Xiao Qing, remember Mr. Han. From now on, he will get a 50% discount no matter how much he spends. Song Ge looked at Yi Chang and sighed in his heart, that's awesome. He has a great vision. Just for this reason, he is willing to call Yi Chang young Master Yi. You might have gained an enemy, but now you have gained a friend. Young Master Han's name is Han Feng, and he couldn't believe it either. 50% off? Master Yi is serious. Yi Chang patted the other person's shoulder, as if they would be friends from now on. Although he had a lot of money, he was definitely not as good as the other person in terms of social connections. We're all friends, no need to be polite. What happened just now was just a quarrel between teenagers. Now we're all friends after sitting down for a drink. I'm counting on you to bring more friends to my place to celebrate birthdays and hold parties to increase sales. Yi Chang smiled slightly and said, I have a request of yours. This really gives myself enough face. Han Feng quickly said, no more talking, no more talking. Since we're friends, I'll treat you tonight. No need for a discount. Just pay what you want. We'll talk about the future later. Okay. Yi Chang naturally didn't care and ordered some beer. Then Han Feng was speechless. Drink this? Yi Chang has bought a store, so he must be a wealthy man and should live a tasteful life. But he ends up drinking beer. I only drink this. Yi Chang thought for a moment, realizing that saying this would make him seem unsophisticated, and added, my family is very strict. I won't be allowed to drink strong alcohol until I graduate. Han Feng opened his mouth and asked, what kind of family is this? High-ranking official? That's impossible. Which high-ranking official's disciple can spend 5 or 600 million yuan just to please a woman? There are no fools among the disciples of high-ranking officials. That means they are a business family. That is possible. They must be from a large conglomerate at least. I understand. Let's drink this then. Actually, I can't drink either. People drink to show off. In fact, beer nourishes people. Master Yi, you still know how to live. Hey. What kind of life will I have? The most I have ever had is being born and living. Yi Chang didn't feel anything about what happened that night, because after having the system, many things were destined. The more he came into contact with women, the harder his heart became. Xiaoqing was confused for a long time before she finally came to her senses. She looked at Yi Chang without daring to move her eyes. She suddenly became the owner of a nightclub. This. Xiaoqing clamped her legs together and dared not move. Her two best friends also stared at Yi Chang intently, but Yi Chang didn't care. Brother Wang is the most unrestrained person, like a hermit. As for what Yi Chang did at night, Brother Wang just smiled. She has the same charm as I did back then, but Xiaoye is not coquettish enough. Brother Wang was too lazy to watch Yi Chang show off. When he saw many beauties in the place, he twisted his waist coquettishly and tried to flirt with them. I said, my brother is the boss here, I'll treat you in the evening. I was immediately surrounded by a group of beautiful women and enjoyed all kinds of tenderness for free. Yi Chang looked at Brother Wang and was completely convinced he was simply a god. Han Feng had drunk all his temper and was quite good to get along with. He was actually 2 years older than Yi Chang. Does Yi like cars? I won T open it. All the money he earned from working was spent on Lu Ru, so Yi Chang had no money to learn how to drive. Now that I have money, I don't think cars are that important anymore. Han Feng was speechless. I wanted to give you one, how could you not know how to drive? I haven't studied it, and I don't have a certificate. Brother Wang appeared beside Yi Chang with a beautiful woman in his arms. Little Yi, what kind of car do you want to learn? I'm his driver. What car do you want to give me, Mr. Han? I'll drive it. Han Feng looked at Brother Wang dumbfounded. What's your business? Yi Chang thought for a moment and said, whatever Brother Wang says is fine. Han Feng then said, I have a Ferrari sports car that I don't really like. How about I give it to you as a substitute for the 10 million? To be honest, I have 10 million, but if I give it to you, I won't have much money left. The car has only been driven a few times and is 90% new. Is this okay with you, young Master Yi? Chapter 25, The Attitude of the Students. Yi Chang didn't care. Brother Wang felt that the Ferrari was only slightly better than a taxi and was barely worthy of his status. Yi Chang naturally agreed. There is no need to make things difficult for Han Feng. If the rich second generation can't come up with money, life will be difficult. Han Feng was extremely grateful and felt that Yi Chang was a very righteous person. I opened my eyes. Yi Chang didn't stay for long and planned to go back to school. The dormitory closed at 11 o'clock in the evening. When Han Feng heard this, he was speechless and didn't know what to say. You are so rich but still live in school. It can only be said that the Yi family is from a wealthy family and has strict family education. Seeing Yi Chang was about to leave, Xiaoqing immediately stood up to see him off. She wanted to go back with Yi Chang and couldn't let Yi Chang run away at night. Xiaoqing is now completely devoted to Yi Chang. Don't you have to close the shop? Don't you have to hand over to Brother Song? You can manage a nightclub, do you know how to purchase goods, arrange employees, and pay taxes? Brother Song is here now, why don't you ask for his advice? Why are you giving it to me? Don't delay making money, okay? Xiao Chang looked at Yi Cheng aggrievedly. I want to go with you, You're still feeling aggrieved. It's a nightclub worth 600 million. What are you feeling aggrieved about? Don't you want it? Then I'll give it to someone else. No, I just want to accompany you. No need. Yi Cheng said in a domineering tone, manage the nightclub well and I'll give you 10% of the profits. We make over 100 million yuan a year. Don't let my money go to waste. You just want to do something bad. I have been on guard against it for a long time. Xiao Qing felt so wronged. Yi Cheng didn't understand her at all. She was materialistic, but she also wanted love. Am I not good enough? She thinks she has a pretty face and a great figure, with big, wavy hair. Other rich second generations would always flirt with him on purpose when they saw him, but Yi Cheng didn't care about him at all. But I just fall for Yi Cheng's tricks. There's really no hope for me. Then I'll listen to you. Brother Song and I will ask for your advice. You have to think about me. Focus on your career. You're already a junior in college and will graduate soon, but you're still in love. Focus on your career, not on men. I'll go, I guess you're not okay with that? That's not necessary. You're just a worker now. Xiao Chang looked at Yi Cheng dissatisfiedly and said, I'm speechless. What's wrong with me? Can't I change? Who are you going to see tonight? It can't be Lu Ru. Xiao Qing thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. Yi Cheng was so outstanding, and she couldn't even look down on him, so how could he fall for a bitch like Lu Ru? I'll post it on my moments later and make Lu Ru so mad. She doesn't treat Lu Ru as her best friend anymore and treats her as cruelly as she can. I'm going to pick up girls, what do you care about me? That's not what I meant. Women out there are not clean. You, be careful. Yi Cheng said oh and turned away, then got into a taxi and waited for a while before seeing Brother Wang coming back in a coquettish manner, with lipstick marks all over his face. Brother Wang looked at Yi Cheng with a smile. Brother, take me flying. Don't you wonder how I got rich? Why would I doubt it? I have a rich brother, and I still doubt it. Am I crazy? I would believe you if you said your father was the king of Saudi Arabia. Everyone knows that if I have a piece of cloth on my head, I am the richest person in the world. Brother Wang said happily that he didn't care at all. Yi Cheng laughed. Brother Wan, don't you want to do something on your own? I'll invest in you. Now that I have money, I want to use it, build my own business, and then give back to my hometown. Yi Cheng now has 600 million yuan in funds and can do a lot of things. Making money is not important, what is important is helping people. With so much money from the system, it would be a waste of life to continue to make money. If you have no money, just lick people. Brother Wang is not interested and still wants to do his own little job. You don't understand the fun of it. Who among the girls in the world knows it as well as I do? You don't understand the joy of getting hoard for free. You are truly a god. Yi Cheng thought about it and said, I'll transfer 10 million to you to support your happy business? Brother Wang quickly shook his head. I want to make my sister live a happy life through my own efforts. My own efforts are the most important, and only then can I feel a sense of accomplishment. Using your money is not considered hard work. When I run out of money, I can just borrow 300 or 500 from you. What my brother and sister talk about is life and ideals. Yi Cheng was speechless. Brother Wang stepped on the accelerator and sent Yi Cheng back to school. Yi Cheng was very bored in the following days, and Shen Xiqing didn't come to bother him anymore. He didn't even see that guy's car at school anymore. Yi Cheng even asked for leave from English class. He didn't want to see Qi Gui, and Qi Gui didn't look for him either. The two of them deliberately kept their distance, but they both kept each other's WeChat. Lan Ting found Yi Cheng and wanted to invite him to dinner, but Yi Cheng didn't go. Su Miao sent him some interest at the end of the month. In the blink of an eye, it was the May Day holiday. At this time, the class monitor Su Wenwen found Yi Cheng and beat Chen Xiqing violently in dormitory 305. People from society were also found to educate Chen Xiqing. The news spread and everyone in the class knew about it. Everyone began to be a little afraid of Yi Cheng. Su Wenwen is a pretty girl. Yi Cheng's presence in the class is usually almost invisible. Now that he has become famous, everyone sees Yi Cheng is still the same and deliberately avoids interacting with him. Su Wenwen was a little afraid of Yi Chang. It's May Day, we want to organize an event, Yi Chang. Is there any place you want to go? You mean traveling? Su Wenwen took a breath. She felt a lot of pressure facing Yi Chang. We're all juniors now, and we have less time to spend together. Next year will be our senior year, and everyone will go their separate ways, so it won't be easy to get together with classmates. So everyone wants to travel together to strengthen their friendship. Yi Chang thought for a moment and said, I have something to do on May Day, so I might not be able to go. Sorry. Odd, but many classmates hope you can participate. Su Wenwen looked at Yi Chang. She also hoped that Yi Chang could participate. Rumor had it that Yi Chang was a rich man and must have some connections behind him. Next year, when we are seniors, we will be looking for internships and jobs. If we have a connection with Yi Chang, we might be able to find a good job. The girls in the class really hope that Yi Chang can participate so that everyone can repair the relationship that had previously ignored Yi Chang. Yi Chang shook his head. I really have something to do, so I won't participate. So how did you plan your May Day holiday? I'm going to see the Phoenix Band's concert. Yi Chang likes the Phoenix Band's earthy music, which is very exciting. During this period of time, he had already decided that men should not revolve around women. Now that he is rich, he should get used to the lifestyle of rich people. Learn to be like a real rich person. There is a big difference between a nouveau riche and a real rich person. The first thing is to learn to enjoy life. He asked Song-gu to get him a VIP ticket for the Phoenix Band. Lotus Pond Moonlight sometimes invites celebrities to participate in activities to boost popularity. Phoenix Band is usually the first choice, and Song-gu can get it done with just one phone call. Chapter 26, A Strange Woman. Su-won said with some regret, okay, since you have made the arrangements, you must participate in our next group activity. You can't be separated from the masses. Yi Chang nodded, I believe you have heard some things about me, so I won't explain. You guys go and have fun, and I'll pay for this trip. You can take care of it, but don't tell anyone else. Just keep it to yourself. Add a contact number? Su Wenwen blinked. Yi Chang naturally would not refuse. After adding the contact information, Yi Chang turned around and left. Su Wenwen looked at it for a long time. Yi Chang was playing with his mobile phone with his head down. His shadow grew longer and shorter on the ground as he walked under the sunlight. He was wearing a medium-length casual short-sleeved shirt and black pants. Simple but not simplistic. These clothes were bought for him by Chi Gue. Su Wenwen thinks Yi Chang is actually quite handsome. Yi Chang quickly walked to the school gate. There was a Ferrari parked outside. Brother Wang was leaning against the car door and chatting coquettishly with a female college student. The female student was so amused by Brother Wang that she was shaking all over. Yi Chang was just about to say hello when another car stopped. Chi Gue just walked out of the school gate. A man got out of the car. He looked very sunny and had a bunch of flowers in his hand. Chi Gue stood at the school gate, smiling brightly in the sunshine. Yi Chang was stunned. He felt like a superfluous person standing aside. The only one who can make Chi Gue laugh so happily is Bai Yue Guan. Yi Chang took a look and thought he was just average, not a handsome guy at all. Can it be better than licking it yourself? Little leaf. Brother Wang ran over, his chubby little belly shaking like a gold ingot. Chi Gue saw Yi Chang and she glanced at Yi Chang. Yi Chang nodded slightly, then got into the car with Brother Wang. The girl who was chatting with Brother Wang also got in the car. When Chi Gue saw Yi Chang chatting with a girl, he suddenly felt a little sour in his heart. The Ferrari roared and sped away, and Chi Gue finally reacted and walked towards his friend. After the Ferrari started, Yi Chang didn't want to talk anymore. Mr. Yi, why are you unhappy? How about I call a few sisters over? The female students in the car had already known who Yi Chang was from Brother Wang. I immediately wanted to please Yi Chang. Would you like to get off? Ah. The girl didn't expect this result. Yi Chang said coldly, you are a student, not a brothel owner. What do you mean by calling a few sisters over? Do you think I am rare? Get out of the car. The girl was shaking with anger, all rich people are bastards. After getting off the car, the girl shouted at Yi Chang, you are a bastard. Yes, you are right. What about you? Don't you just want to make a fortune? It's a pity that I won't lick you. Yi Chang laughed. Brother Wang stepped on the accelerator and drove off. After getting on the road, Brother Wang said to Yi Chang while driving, "There's no need to be like this. That girl is pretty good. Don't reject her even if you're in a bad mood." Yi Chang rolled his eyes at Brother Wang. "I saw Chi Gue. The one you're serious about?" Brother Wang was stunned for a moment, then asked curiously, "Then why don't you go? What are you talking about? You are not by Yu Guang." Yi Chang didn't want to think about it anymore. "Send me to the airport, I'm going on a trip, be careful, don't mess around, be careful not to get sick." "Brother, I have a body of iron and steel, okay?" Brother Wang patted the steering wheel and picked up girls with his Ferrari without saying a word. This time, the Phoenix Band held a concert in Beijing, and Yi Chang had long wanted to come to Beijing to see it. This is the heart of our great motherland. If you ask where there are the most rich people, Beijing is definitely the place with the most. He came to Beijing just to learn how rich people spend their money. Of course, enjoying life starts with food, clothing, housing, and transportation. After happily boarding the business class, Yi Chang began to observe. It was said that the flight attendants in the business class were all beauties, but, after taking a look, Yi Chang was completely uninterested. They were all just average, prettier than the average girl, but definitely not up to the standard he wanted to lick. Even if you are a bootlicker, you can't lick everyone. I should be picky. There were no accidents during the flight attendants provided excellent service, and there were no erotic scenes like those in novels. There might be a flight attendant interested in him, but since they were not familiar with each other, there was no need to risk losing her job by actively flirting with Yi Chang. After arriving in Beijing and getting off the airport, Yi Chang walked out of the airport alone. After waiting for a while, a Mercedes-Benz drove over. The driver who got off was wearing a formal black suit and white gloves. After verifying Yi Chang's identity, he immediately opened the car door and invited him in. Before Yi Chang came, he booked the most luxurious suite at the Bulgari Hotel, and the Mercedes-Benz was sent by the hotel to pick him up. Just as he was about to get in the car, a woman behind him suddenly got in first. The driver looked at Yi Chang in confusion. Yi Chang didn't know what was going on. The woman looked at Yi Chang in the car. "I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. Can you please come up quickly? If you have any questions, we can talk in the car later." Yi Chang's mouth twitched. This woman's accent was from Beijing, but even if you were a local, you couldn't just get into someone else's car. "I think it's better for you to come down and explain clearly. Also, this is the hotel car, and you need other people's consent." The driver nodded quickly and asked the woman to come out and speak. The woman had no choice but to get out of the car, take off her glasses, and look at Yi Chang and say, "I'm sorry, the car that came to pick me up was stuck in traffic. I'm in a hurry to get to the hospital, so..." "Something happened at home? My father is in the hospital. Can you give me a ride?" Yi Chang looked at the woman. She had majestic features and a dignified temperament, and her attire made her look like a business person. "Since it's an urgent matter, it doesn't matter." Yi Chang finally agreed. After getting in the car, the woman introduced herself as Jin Wen, who worked in Shanghai. Jin Wen handed Yi Chang one of his business cards. He is also an executive of a Fortune 500 company. Yi Chang suddenly felt respect, but he was not that either, he was a rich man. "Mr. Yi, are you coming to Beijing for tourism or business?" "I'm here to see the concert." "That's it? Watching a concert and staying at Bulgari? What a luxury." Seeing that Yi Chang was young, Jin Wen thought that he was probably from a wealthy family, so he didn't say much. "Send Jin Wen to the hospital first, and then Yi Chang goes to the hotel." It was Yi Chang's first time staying in a high-end hotel like Bulgari, so he was a little nervous as he really had no experience. Fortunately, the service was quite good. He doesn't have to do anything at all. When he arrived at the room, Yi Chang turned on his cell phone. Xiao Cheng sent a bunch of messages, wanting to spend May Day with Yi Chang. Yi Chang ignored him and said, "You are a worker now, not even a tool." Lan Ting was also making an appointment with Yi Chang. Yi Chang had given her a lot of money. Lan Ting felt very embarrassed and wanted to meet Yi Chang on May Day. Actually, it was a date, Lan Ting said it very tactfully. Yi Chang replied with a message, saying that he was already in the capital. Then there was Lu Ru, who posted all kinds of large-scale welfare photos, as if she was going to fight to the death with Xiao Cheng. Chapter 27: The Legendary Circle. After Xiao Qing posted a photo of Lotus Pond Moonlight on her Moments, she announced that she had become the owner of Lotus Pond Moonlight. This news drove Lu Ru crazy. It was bought by Yi Chang for Xiao Qing. It was a nightclub. Yi Cheng's move once again shocked Lu Ru. She regretted it so much that she wanted to go to the hospital for an operation to restore her innocence, so she let Yi Cheng try. If she hadn't made a mistake, everything Xiaoqing has now should be hers. In addition to the news from these people, Yi Cheng thought that Qi Gui would send him a message, but in the end there was no message at all. Just as I was about to turn off my phone, several people suddenly took the initiative to add me as a friend. They are all people nearby. These people's profile pictures are all beautiful women. Yi Cheng was stunned and tried to order one. Hua Hai Shirlu, brother, are you staying at Bulgari? Can I come visit you? What is this operation? Yi Cheng said that he was a teenager and didn't understand much. He sent a few question marks and then took a photo of his room. Hua Hai Shirlu, this is a top-tier suite. Can I go to your room to take some photos, little brother? I can do whatever you want. What do you mean? Selling yourself out? I'm not Brother Wang, so I can be picky. Just as Yi Cheng was about to refuse, the other party immediately took a set of photos of himself wearing black stockings and sent them to him. If you play like this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Yi Cheng immediately became interested in this girl. She seemed to be specifically looking for guests staying at Bulgari. He told me his room number and waited for half an hour before receiving a call from the front desk. 3 girls were looking for him and the front desk asked if they were his friends. Just as he answered the call, there was a message on his phone. Hua Hai Shirlu, brother, my bestie and I are already downstairs. Please tell the front desk, my bestie is also a beauty. Yi Cheng said something to the front desk, asked them to wait for a while, and when he opened the door, he saw 3 exquisite beauties outside. The 3 of them have similar temperaments, which is a sense of refinement and wealth. The 3 girls looked at the room in surprise. After entering the room, they told Yi Cheng their purpose, which was to take some photos. They are willing to pay for it. Just to take pictures? Yi Cheng looked at one of the girls named Su Man in confusion. The other 2, Su Yang and Zhang Jing, were both wealthy and beautiful women with model figures and fashionable clothes. Su Man nodded and looked at Yi Cheng pitifully, please, please. Oh, then feel free to do as you please. They were just a few girls who looked harmless and would not do anything out of line to him. Yi Cheng was very curious about their behavior of sending him pictures of themselves wearing black stockings just for the sake of taking photos. After getting Yi Cheng's permission, the 3 of them immediately took out their mobile phones and holders, which looked surprisingly professional. Zhang Jing took out a DSLR and began to instruct the other 2, first, take some professional photos with the DSLR, and then use your phone to take some lifestyle photos. Su Man and Su Yang agreed, and Yi Cheng watched from the side. The 3 girls took turns taking pictures of each other. After taking a set of photos, they changed into black stockings, white stockings, skirts, maids, and various styles in turn, not caring at all that Yi Cheng was peeking at them. Yi Cheng's eyes popped out of his head. What is going on? Are all the girls in Beijing so open-minded? After filming in the living room, Su Man and Yi Cheng asked, can we go to the bathroom and take some photos in the bedroom as well? As you please. Yi Cheng became interested. What on earth did these girls do? Zhang Jing and Su Man went to the bathroom to take pictures, while Su Yang stayed in the living room with his mobile phone, making all kinds of cute gestures. Su Yang was a girl with short hair. Yi Cheng looked at her strangely, hey, why are you taking pictures? Su Yang looked at Yi Cheng. To be able to live in such a suite, Yi Cheng must be well off. Su Yang immediately smiled and said, little brother, haven't you seen us on the internet? Are you famous on the internet? Su Yang was stunned. She, Zhang Jing, and Su Man are all big internet celebrities with millions of fans. They are known as the 3 famous socialite sisters on the internet. Su Yang immediately opened his Weibo. Yi Cheng took a look at it, then looked at Su Yang. This time, Yi Cheng understood. These women are the legendary socialites. Now Yi Cheng understood the intention of these people coming to his room to take pictures, which was to take pictures and then brag about them online to build up their image. You guys know how to have fun. What do you do, little brother? He runs a nightclub. Although Moonlight over the Lotus Pond is under Xiaoqing's name, it is also her own business. Is it big? Is it famous? Su Yang's eyes lit up and his heart was immediately moved. It's okay, but it's not in the capital. Oh, I see. Su Yang fell on the sofa and suddenly lost interest. If they were in Beijing, they could go and check in and enrich their status as socialites. Seeing that Yi Cheng was very young, Su Yang was moved, brother, you are out here alone, don't you have a girlfriend? Yi Chang is no longer a pure-hearted bootlicker. As soon as he saw Su Yang's expression, he knew what she wanted to do. Isn't it just to make a profit from yourself? Isn't the ultimate goal of socialites to cash in? Yi Chang has experienced a bad girl like Lu Ru, and he has become a mature bootlicker. But he was not interested in licking Su Yang. Who knows if he was clean? I'm single, why would I want a girlfriend? A girlfriend would only hinder my sword drawing speed. Yi Chang smiled and sat side by side with Su Yang while he was talking. He leaned his head against hers and whispered in her ear, "Miss, don't you have a boyfriend?" Su Yang felt the hot breath from Yi Chang and glanced at him. "You are an old driver, why are you pretending to be a pure little man? I almost got fooled by you." However, Su Yang didn't mind Yi Chang leaning his head against hers, she even enjoyed it. Yi Chang raised his hand and tickled Su Yang's ear. "Really? How come I didn't know I was an experienced driver? I think you are very skilled." "Ha, none of you men are good. But you girls like bad guys. Are you bad? Then it's up to you. Try it?" Ouch. So exciting. Yi Chang thought to himself that if he had not experienced a woman like Lu Ru, he would definitely not be her match. "I'm not in the mood right after getting off the plane." Yi Chang smiled, leaning on the sofa. It doesn't matter if they chat with each other, but when it comes to real sex, Yi Chang still can't bear it. It's his virginity, but does the other person have it? Su Yang chuckled. "I think you are scared." "I am not afraid of you, so what are you afraid of? Go to your room." No, your friend is still here." Su Yang glanced at Yi Chang. "You still want 3. The scale is astonishing." Yi Chang sighed in his heart. The girls in your capital really know how to have fun. I dare not even think about it. Yi Chang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "You misunderstood. I just arrived in the capital today and I don't have that thought in mind. I think you're just scared." "Okay, I'm afraid of you." Su Yang suddenly felt bored. She thought Yi Chang was okay, an average person, but he must be rich to be able to live in the best room. Yi Chang must have other intentions for being willing to lend his room to them for taking photos. Since they all came, they all knew in their hearts that this was just an exchange. But unexpectedly, Yi Chang didn't mean that at all. The 3 of them shot for an entire afternoon, and at night they still refused to leave. Yi Chang was helpless. "Have you finished filming?" Chapter 28, Seeking Death. "Not yet. We still want to take some pictures of the night view. You don't want us to leave, do you? Please, don't chase us away." Su Man looked at Yi Chang pitifully again. Yi Chang couldn't say what he wanted to say. He just wanted to take some photos. It wasn't a big deal. Yi Chang said, "Aren't you hungry?" "I'm hungry. Let's order something to eat." The 3 girls immediately started discussing it. They knew more about Bulgari than Yi Chang, and they knew that Bulgari could definitely deliver the food. A few people ordered a few things, then started to pool their money, and the 3 of them split the bill. Seeing this, Yi Chang couldn't help laughing. "It's really hard for you ladies to be celebrities. Just order whatever you want to eat and just charge it to my room." Yi Chang just ordered a plate of fried rice and a drink. But the 3 young ladies were very particular. Yi Chang watched them order food and commented on Bulgari's various dishes, looking like an expert. Yi Chang's heart moved. He wanted to learn how rich people lived. Wasn't the person in front of him a good teacher? Although the 3 socialites are fake, they must have studied the lives of rich people. Yi Chang looked at the 3 of them and began to learn from them. The 3 of them ordered Western food. When dinner was served, Su Man gave the young man who delivered the food a tip of 100 yuan. The 3 of them are very picky when it comes to eating, so of course they can't miss taking a lot of photos. Truly rich people definitely don't take photos like crazy, there's no need to learn that. Yi Chang found it very interesting. This was a close encounter with a socialite. Who would believe it if he told others about it? After dinner, the 3 of them took a shower, soaked in a rose bath, and started snapping photos. In order to get a good-looking photo, the 3 of them can adjust for more than an hour and take photos tirelessly. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening when we finished shooting. Su Yang and Zhang Jing looked at their phones. They both received calls at this time, but there was no movement from Su Man. After Su Yang and Zhang Jing hung up the phone, they looked at Yi Chang and said, "We have something else to do. Give us your WeChat and we'll take you out to play later." Yi Chang gave it to him immediately. After everyone left, Yi Chang and Su Man asked, "You're not leaving?" "I don't have work tonight, so I'm not in a hurry to leave." "Do you really want me to leave?" Yi Chang understood the meaning of Su Man's words and asked curiously, "You still have to work, aren't you a socialite?" "It's not easy to be a socialite." Su Yang and Zhang Jing are both serving drinks at nightclubs. They have a party tonight. Su Man said, "I'm relatively free, I'll accompany you." Seeing Su Man reaching out to hug him, Yi Chang quickly blocked her way. "Just chat, this is my suite. If you want to stay here tonight, you can stay in the guest room." Su Man smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? Little brother, you are not inexperienced, right? Don't be so bold, or you'll end up in trouble." Yi Chang was just curious about socialites. If I hadn't met Su Man and others, I wouldn't have known about this circle. She is a millionaire internet celebrity during the day, a hostess in a nightclub at night, and goes fishing in the bar in the early morning. Her identities are really reversed. Are all the celebrities in Beijing fake? Of course there are some true ones. It's hard to survive in our industry now. Those who really saw us become famous online have also become internet celebrities. They're already so rich, but they're still trying to steal our jobs. This industry is so inward-looking. Su Man looked sad. People like them have no competitiveness at all compared to those people. Su Man and the other two are not locals, but were admitted to Beijing from other places. Their conditions are actually very good, and all three of them graduated from dance academies. Once I came to the capital from a small place and saw the colorful world, I could never go back. After graduation, she started to package herself and build her persona, and she became an internet celebrity with her image of being a rich, beautiful woman. In fact, compared with ordinary people, they earn a lot, but in Beijing, they want to achieve a leap in status, such as marrying into a wealthy family. Yi Chang and Su Man chatted casually and soon heard a lot about them. It looks good, but it's just superficial. When you meet those rich and powerful people, you are weak and will definitely do things you don't want to do. It's not easy for you either. Yi Chang felt that he should sympathize with them. These girls really work hard. Su Man smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. You really don't want to do it with me? It's quite comfortable chatting with you. Isn't there anything going on?" "No need. Just chatting." Su Man said disdainfully, "We're both men, a single man and a single woman, shouldn't we be passionate about each other? Or do you look down on me? You didn't take the initiative when Su Yang and Zhang Jing were here, and now that they're gone, you're missing them again?" Yi Chang smiled helplessly and said, "I am a serious person." Everyone is a serious person, but when everyone is serious, they are no longer human beings. Su Man smiled slightly, and her smile was a little bitter. Yi Chang doesn't care whether Su Man is bitter or not. What's the point of understanding her? Everyone chooses their own life. At most, he doesn't make any comments. It was already very generous of Yi Chang to let the other party stay for one night. He went back to sleep, but Su Man was stunned. Yi Chang was actually not interested in her. She couldn't help but doubt her own charm. Is it that I am not good enough or that Yi Chang is not a man? Yi Chang didn't want anything from her, so Su Man chatted with Yi Chang very easily. Seeing Yi Chang closing the door carefully, Su Man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could he launch a sneak attack in the middle of the night? This little brother is really interesting. Su Man sat in the living room for a while, and when she saw that Yi Chang really didn't come out again, she got up and went to the guest room. She slept very peacefully that night. The next morning, Yi Chang was awakened by Su Man knocking on the door. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. "What are you doing? It's good enough to let Su Man have a night's rest, why does she come to harass me so early in the morning?" When I opened the door, I saw Su Man holding her phone, looking anxious. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you, but Su Yang and Zhang Jing are in trouble." Yi Chang, who was originally furious, was also stunned when he heard this. Su Man said, "They were beaten and sent to the hospital." "So what?" Yi Chang calmed down and looked at Su Man and felt that the changes were too fast. The two girls were fine yesterday, and now they are in the hospital? What happened? Yi Chang asked calmly. Su Man said, "They had a party last night, and they might have offended someone. I only found out about it when the hospital contacted me this morning. Can you accompany me to the hospital to check it out?" Su Man was a little scared. Yi Chang looked at the time, it was only 5:30. The sky was just beginning to brighten. He really had no relationship with people like Su Man and had no obligation at all, but after thinking about it, he agreed. The two went to the hospital together. Su Yang and Zhang Jing were still in the intensive care unit, and their condition was not very good. The doctor said to Su Man, the treatment fee will probably be quite high, at least 200,000. You should go and pay it first. Su Man nodded, and when she went to pay the bill, she tried several more times but failed. Yi Cheng pushed him away and used his own card. She's a socialite, how did she get by? Su Man said, I will return it to you later, thank you. Forget it, your friend is more important. Yi Cheng waved his hand. This little money was nothing to him. The comrades from the relevant departments had not arrived yet, but a few people came and immediately stared at Su Man. They walked over and slapped Su Man in the face. Damn it, where the hell were you yesterday? After saying that, the man stared at Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng now understood a little bit. The reason Su Man accompanied him in the hotel last night was not because she didn't have a date, but because she chose not to go. Now that you have offended someone, they are coming to kill you. It's you. The man pointed at Yi Cheng's nose and said, You're looking for death. Chapter 29, The Rich Man's Lawyer. Seeing that the other party was pointing the spearhead at himself, Yi Cheng also felt that he was in trouble. He had just arrived in Beijing and he was already in trouble? It turns out that beautiful women are all trouble. But he was also unhappy. Would talking nicely kill someone? He didn't believe that the other party could eat him. Just talk, don't point fingers. I'm looking for death. If you dare to touch me, just try it. Yi Cheng was not without confidence. Songgu has friends in the capital, so if that doesn't work, let Songgu find someone. You can't be afraid when you encounter something. You are not bad either, so you don't believe that the other party is richer than you. Besides, this is the emperor's territory. You're so arrogant. You really think I won't take action? The man who said this was about to attack Yi Cheng, and Yi Cheng was not afraid of him. He slapped the other person's hand away and pointed his phone at the other person. And you dare to record the video? The man was even more furious. Yi Cheng was not as scared as he had imagined, which already made him unhappy. Now Yi Cheng dared to provoke him with his cell phone, which made the man even angrier. Look at the cow for you. Brothers, beat him up. I want to see if he still behaves. Su Man saw that things were not going well and quickly said, Brother Zhang, this is all my fault. It has nothing to do with him. I will apologize to you. Please don't make things difficult for him. How much money did you take from me? And now you're still defending a gigolo? Brother Zhang pushed Su Man away and brought people to beat Yi Cheng. A group of people surrounded Yi Cheng, smashed his mobile phone, and then pressed him to the ground and beat him. Yi Cheng was no match for them alone, so he immediately protected his head and curled up into a ball. This matter cannot be left like this. He was also annoyed. Yi Cheng felt pain all over his body. After a while, Brother Zhang stopped, squatted down, looked at Yi Cheng and said, Don't be arrogant, kid. This is not the place for you to be arrogant. Yi Cheng wiped the dirt from the corner of his mouth and said, No need to talk nonsense. Our matter is over. I won't contact the relevant departments. Just wait and see if I can kill you. Damn, so awesome. Looking at Yi Cheng's defiant eyes, Brother Zhang's heart sank. This was not an ordinary person's reaction. Yi Cheng didn't say anything, but slowly stood up and looked at Brother Zhang with disdain. He just looked around. This was a hospital, and the scene just now must have been filmed. He glanced at Zhang Gu and his men and said, My name is Yi Cheng. I'm here for tourism. I said I will take back the beating I received. No matter who you are or who you know, I'm going to fight you. If you can't kill me, I will kill you. Prepare to go to jail. Grass, for your cow. Brother Zhang was so angry that he was about to fight. At this time, a younger brother picked up a rune card from the ground and said something to Brother Zhang. Yi Cheng was too lazy to pay attention to them. Go to the hospital and make an appointment first. I want to examine the injury. When Brother Zhang heard this, he knew something was wrong. Most people would call the police first, but Yi Cheng was knowledgeable. The hospital couldn't refuse service, so Yi Cheng borrowed a nurse's phone and called Songgu directly. Brother Song, do you know anyone in Beijing? I need a lawyer. I was beaten up. It must be the underworld. Songgu was stunned. What the hell, who is it? He really has some connections in Beijing, and they are all veterans who run nightclubs and bars. Yi Chang said, "It's okay, the more colorful it is, the better. If you don't plan to go to the relevant departments, go to your friends. I will give you 10 million. Song-gu knew at a glance that Yi Chang was angry. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chang examined the injuries and issued a certificate. When he came back, those people were still there. Yi Chang pointed at that Zhang brother and said, "Don't leave if you dare. I will beat you to death. You're a fucking bull." "I'm not bragging, I'm really awesome." Yi Chang sneered. Brother Zhang felt increasingly uneasy as he looked at Yi Chang. It was really inappropriate for him to be so tough. He is not afraid of hitting people. The worst that can happen is that he has to pay compensation. But Yi Chang did not call the police but went for a medical examination. After making the phone call, he felt more confident and decided to make a big deal out of it. Brother Zhang thought about this, "It's unnecessary. What do you want? How much do you want? You can't afford it." Yi Chang had just finished speaking when a group of people came in from outside. Each of them had a tattoo on their arm and walked with a breeze. At first glance, they looked like veterans in Beijing. After these people came in, they saw Yi Chang from a distance. The eldest brother who led the group had a little hair and a blue scalp. "Yi Chang? Song Ji's friend? It's me. Just call me Lao Zhang from Xicheng, or Zhang Pao, or just call me Uncle Pao politely." Zhang Pao looked back at Brother Zhang with a look of disdain. "Just him? Yes, please trouble Brother Pao. Beat him up. If he doesn't obey, beat him until he obeys. I don't have anything else but money." Yi Chang said, "I can afford to pay for a life." Zhang Pao laughed and said, "Fighting in the hospital, and then rescuing after the fight, that's creative, Master Yi, you know how to play it, a life is worth a few million at most." "Then I'll give you 10 million. 10 million is enough to kill him several times." Zhang Pao laughed coldly, walked over and slapped Brother Zhang in the face. He started beating him right away, and Brother Zhang's men began to resist. Zhang Pao's men took out screwdrivers and poked anyone who tried to take action. Yi Chang just stood aside coldly, and the people led by Zhang Pao knocked Brother Zhang down directly, and then stepped hard on his face. Seeing someone watching them, Zhang Pao yelled, "Personal vendetta, personal vendetta." The hospital leaders stood aside and watched in confusion, thinking it was too tragic, so someone came over to discuss it with Yi Chang. "Get out of the way. Where were you when they were beating me just now? What nonsense are you talking to me about now? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up too." The doctor's face turned red with anger, but Yi Chang ignored him. "Only talk civilized with civilized people, there is no point talking shit with people like Brother Zhang. He was beaten for no reason and he couldn't fight back. Ordinary people have to swallow their anger when they have no other choice. Do you need it too? It's just a fight, at most you'll be locked up for a few days. People like Zhang Pao are here for the money. Exchanging 10 million in 15 days is a great deal." Yi Chang looked at a nurse holding a Huawei phone, thought for a moment and then negotiated with the nurse, "Sell your phone to me, and I'll give you 100,000. The young nurse didn't hesitate and immediately handed the phone to Yi Chang. Yi Chang took the phone and changed his number, and then the phone rang. He nodded twice and the lawyer came. Zhang Guo and his men had been beaten to a pulp. Zhang Pao turned around and dragged Zhang Guo over to show Yi Chang, "Young Master Yi, take a look and see if you are satisfied. If not, let's continue." Brother Zhang's face was no longer suitable for viewing, but he couldn't die, so he can only stare at Yi Chang with one eye open. "I was wrong, let me go." Yi Chang raised his hand and slapped him, "Let you go, but are you fucking letting me go?" After the slap, Yi Chang's ferocity was aroused, and he kicked over. Seeing a fire extinguisher on the side, Yi Chang picked it up and smashed Brother Zhang's hand. Zhang Pao's face twitched, it was so cruel. Yi Chang felt that this was about right. Chapter 30, Internet Celebrity Business. "Thank you, Brother Pao. Can you handle this? It's a small matter." Zhang Pao smiled slightly. He owned a bar, and it was normal for him to overcharge customers, so he himself was not clean. As long as no one died, it was no big deal. At most, it's just a brawl or a fight. You'll be locked up for a few days at most. That's nothing. Yi Chang nodded, "I'll transfer the money to you right away." Yi Chang transferred the money immediately, adding 1 million. Zhang Pao looked at Yi Chang with his mobile phone. Another million more. Really rich. At this time, a lady came jogging over. She looked very young, about 25 or 26 years old. The girl handed Yi Cheng a business card and introduced herself. The girl's name is Lin Ning, an assistant lawyer at Tianping Law Firm. Although she is an assistant lawyer, she can also handle cases independently. She can handle Yi Cheng's matter. But the lawyer Song Gu introduced to him was the top lawyer of Tianping Law Firm, but the one who came was an assistant lawyer. Yi Cheng knew that the ace lawyer probably looked down on his matter, so he sent a small minion to deal with him. Aren't lawyers just running dogs of the rich? Yi Cheng remembered this ace lawyer in his heart. You are awesome. Lin Ning was a little nervous. She could see that Yi Cheng was dissatisfied. Originally, her master should have come, but, in the end, she was sent here. Mr. Yi, I have obtained my license and can practice law. I am confident that I can provide professional legal services. Yi Cheng smiled and said, It's not for me, it's for my friend. Does the fight at night have anything to do with me? Pao Gu laughed and said, What nonsense. I and a few friends got into a fight with those people. They bullied my girlfriend. As for the hospital's surveillance, Yi Cheng believed it would be broken. As soon as Lin Ning heard what Zhang Pao said, she knew that it must be Yi Cheng who instructed Zhang Pao, but there was no evidence to prove it, right? Zhang Pao talked nonsense with Lin Ning in a vivid manner, saying that fighting requires a reason. Zhang Pao just opened his mouth and came. Lin Ning took note of it silently, thinking that she was at a disadvantage, and then went to take a look at the people who were rescued. It looks even worse. It's over. This time, I may need to sell my conscience. The other party is the victim. After seeing those people, Lin Ning came back and thought for a moment before saying to Yi Cheng, Mr. Yi, you may have to pay compensation. I will negotiate with them to minimize your losses. Can you entrust this case to our firm? Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, I'll entrust it to you. Yi Cheng turned around and looked at Su Man. The one who beat up Zhang Jing and Su Yang was also that damn Zhang brother, right? Su Man nodded. Yi Cheng understood and said to Lin Ning, There's still a victim. I'm entrusting you with the lawsuit. You know the legal procedures better than I do. Send them to jail. You can discuss the agency fee with me later. Add your contact information. Lin Ning was stunned. After adding Yi Cheng's contact information, Yi Cheng took Su Man away and left the rest to the lawyer. When he returned to the hotel, he was wondering if there was anything wrong with the way he handled the situation. This is what rich people should do, just leave everything to a lawyer. It shouldn't be wrong. When they arrived at the hotel, Yi Cheng asked Su Man, What is your relationship with Brother Zhang? How did you take his money? Su Man then revealed something that Yi Cheng didn't know. The three of them were all raised by Brother Zhang. Strictly speaking, they were all Brother Zhang's employees. Brother Zhang runs an internet celebrity company. The three of them have signed high-value contracts with Brother Zhang and cannot breach the contract easily. 80% of the income they earn from participating in activities is handed over to the company, so although they are internet celebrities, all the money they earn is hard-earned. Brother Zhang's company promotes them and sells their peripheral products. Its operating model is the same as that of an agency. Yesterday was Brother Zhang's birthday, and everyone in the company wanted to go to support him. Zhang Jing and Su Yang went, and Su Man thought it didn't matter if she didn't go. Unexpectedly, Brother Zhang was unhappy because she didn't go. Yi Cheng nodded, Your circle is really profound. Su Man smiled bitterly. Do they have substance? Yi Cheng is the one with substance. He directly calls for someone to beat someone up. I have a bad temper. Su Man now feels a little scared when looking at Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng thought about it and looked at Su Man. It seemed that being an internet celebrity was a good business. If you have money, you might want to invest. There is no other meaning. I just want to bring some goods back to my hometown. It doesn't matter whether I make money or not. I don't make money from this anyway. The key is to open your own internet celebrity company, and there will be countless young ladies who will take the initiative to let you lick them. Yi Cheng asked, Do you know how to start an internet celebrity company? Well, I know it. But what do you mean? Su Man was also stunned. She had a bold idea in her mind. Was Yi Cheng planning to start a company? Or was he trying to poach them? After what happened between the three of them and Brother Zhang, they definitely can't cooperate with her anymore. It would be okay if Yi Cheng was willing to be their backer. Yi Cheng said, You can find out what procedures are required to open an internet celebrity company and what kind of talents are needed to operate it. I can invest in you. It's exactly what I thought. Su Man was thrilled. Someone was willing to invest in her, and she felt she could definitely make a fortune with her influence. If I become the boss of a company, I will make sure my colleagues have no worries. Yi Chang has no shortage of money, so he can just take out a few $100 million. Favorability plus 70. What the hell? Suddenly I heard a system prompt. Yi Chang was confused. I saw the system refreshing information. Target, Su Man. Favorability, 70. Background, Dance Academy graduate, bachelor's degree, Hawaiian native, 24 years old, majoring in classical dance. Parents are farmers. Has long-term subhealth and a minor heart condition. Recommended to see a hospital for a checkup. Specialties, classical dance, cooking, jade maiden swordsmanship. So you don't have to spend money to actually increase your favorability, right? That's not right. In fact, I spent my own money and gave Brother Pao 11 million. Yi Chang immediately regretted it. The money was withdrawn from his own bank card. If he had known this would happen, he should have transferred it from the system account. Yi Chang was thinking about Su Man, who took the initiative to sit next to Yi Chang and said gratefully, I have nothing to repay you, you. Su Man looked at Yi Chang with moist eyes. Yi Chang understood this look. You want to eat me? Yi Chang quickly shook his head and sat a little further away. No, I don't mean that. I'm just helping you because I encountered this. I don't have any other intentions. What are you afraid of? I volunteered. I've seen some movies and learned a few things. Don't you want to give it a try? You don't have to be like this. I would help anyone else, not to mention that I'm involved in this matter. Yi Chang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Why are you women like this? The favorability level increased too quickly. Chapter 31. Don't be sentimental. Seeing Yi Chang's clear eyes, Su Man was even more moved. How many men nowadays don't covet girls' bodies? Yi Chang is obviously capable of it, but he is so serious. The more you act like this, the more I like you. What should I do? Favorability plus 20. Su Man's favorability, 90. Oh my god. Yi Chang was stunned. This was too crazy. Su Man didn't say anything and started to take off her clothes. Yi Chang quickly covered his eyes. Su Man laughed. Hearing Su Man's voice, Yi Chang turned around and ran back to the room. Su Man then stopped and rolled her eyes. It's really interesting, but don't you know that your serious look is what girls like most? Nowadays, girls eat too much meat, so they like to eat vegetarian food. After a while, Yi Chang dared to open the door, but Su Man was no longer in the living room. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was so terrible. Girls in Beijing are really too direct. Yi Chang was breathing heavily. If he continued at this rate, his virginity would be in danger. Be more careful next time and don't get cheated. His cell phone rang and it was lawyer Lin Ning calling. Yi Chang waited for a while and Lin Ning came to his room. Lin Ning and Yi Changdao said, Mr. Yi, Zhanghua has woken up in the hospital. He wants to reconcile privately. What do you think? Why would he reconcile? Yi Chang is ready for a lawsuit, but the other party wants to settle? Lin Ning thought to herself, don't you know why you want to reconcile? Those people you called are old hands in Beijing. They are not stupid. If things get out of hand, can they continue to make a living? If Yi Chang dares to deal with them unscrupulously once, he can do it again. Lin Ning smiled awkwardly and said, maybe he's afraid that things will get out of hand. I think this is the best way. Then Brother Pao and the others 1T have any trouble? Will the Institute agree? Okay. If he's willing to release the contracts of those 3 girls, we can consider a settlement. Otherwise, send him to jail. Can you do it? Lin Ning felt her conscience ache. You are too evil. The lawyer naturally had a way to send the other party to jail. After all, Zhanghua beat someone into the hospital, and the 2 women were really seriously injured. Yi Chang broke Zhanghua's arm, but it turned out to be only a minor injury. Lao Pao is always very measured when he acts. Zhanghua looked seriously injured, but in fact it was diagnosed as a minor injury. They fight professionally. Lin Ning nodded slightly. This is a contract dispute. I can only help you deal with this kind of thing after I become your agent. Yi Chang smiled and said, you don't have to hint at me. I understand that you want to represent this case. As an assistant lawyer, you definitely don't have any case sources. You may look like a respectable profession, but you may be living a worse life than a dog. Lin was stunned and smiled awkwardly. Please don't be so direct. Since you are my financial sponsor, I won't bother with you. Okay, I'll give this case to you. Since you're also a beautiful woman, I'm going to open a business here. It's okay to hire you, right? Is it the legal advisor? What else? Yi Chang said with a smile. How much do you charge per hour? It sounds and feels weird. Lin corrected him. My consulting fee is 200 yuan an hour, but if you hire our Tianping law firm as your legal advisor, you will receive the best legal services in the future. We have several trump cards. Bullshit, Ace. Don't tell me about Ace or not, I don't believe it. Yi Chang looked at Lin, the female lawyer with a good figure, good looks, and a serious temperament. He exudes the light of justice. Don't you want to lick it? Yi Chang stared at Lin. I trust you. Helping someone in need is more valuable than icing on the cake. And I can see that you're sweating profusely, proving that you've been working for me all morning. I hired you, not your law firm. But, Lin said anxiously, it's best to cooperate with our firm so that you can get more comprehensive services. Each lawyer specializes in different areas. Working with a law firm will result in higher service fees, but the services will also be more comprehensive. Yi Chang said casually, are you interested in opening your own firm? I can invest in you. My words are always valid. Ah. Why? I am just an assistant lawyer, with insufficient experience and no connections, and I am completely unqualified to open a law firm. Lin couldn't help but be alert, and after thinking for a while, she said, I have a boyfriend. Does that have anything to do with me licking you? Yi Chang shook his head. You think I'm attracted to you? That's true. I'm attracted to your brain, but I'm not that interested in your body. You've seen the girl I'm with, her figure and appearance are better than yours, right? Don't be so self-indulgent. Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chang's blunt words just proved that he had no interest in her and really wanted to invest in her. Mr. Yi, can I ask why you want to invest in me? I'm actually a small player in the industry. I want to discuss your law firm's Ace. Yi Chang smiled and said, it's up to you to decide. My words are always valid. Whenever you want to open a law firm, you can find me. Also, you have a lot of lawyer information. I have money and want to invest in some industries. Can you help me keep an eye out for them? That's a commercial contract, and the fees are very expensive. Don't worry, my money will buy you enough time for the rest of your life. Yi Chang said with a smile, now that you have met me, you won't have to worry about business for the rest of your life. Lin Ying's heart was immediately moved. Yi Chang's words touched her heart. The young lawyer is most afraid of having no business. She now works as an assistant lawyer for others. To put it bluntly, she can only eat leftovers, but she still has to be grateful to her master. Lin favorability plus 15. Yi Chang smiled slightly. As he expected, it actually didn't cost any money to gain favor. When you have resources and status, everyone will treat you as a friend. The whole world is beautiful. Lin said she would go back and think about it. Please wait for my news. I won't stay in the capital for long. Okay. After Yi Chang sent Lin out, he turned around and saw Su Man walking out of the guest room. The girl was wearing a white shirt and her long legs were extremely dazzling. Seeing Yi Chang looking at her, Su Man smiled slightly and deliberately lifted the hem of her shirt. It is said that men cannot resist the look of girls in white shirts. Yi Chang smiled, it's useless, I'm not interested in you. What does it matter? I'm just interested in you. Su Man looked at Yi Chang with a smile, I don't mind if you have a girlfriend. Can I have one? Yi Chang took a breath and tried not to look at Su Man's long legs. He knew that women would be very scary after their favorability increased. He kept a distance from Su Man and was very cautious, but Su Man suddenly pounced on him. Chapter 32 System Mall. Seeing Su Man rushing towards him, Yi Chang stood up and ran into his room, hiding at the door and watching Su Man lying on the sofa after missing her. Be more reserved, you are a girl. Girls shouldn't be reserved. You're a man, why don't you take the initiative? I'm not your man. I just like other people's men. Yi Chang left a deep impression on Su Man. The feeling of being protected made her feel extremely safe. She just wanted a boyfriend as capable as Yi Chang. But even though he had taken such initiative, Yi Chang was still hiding from him. I'm going to eat you anyway. Su Man gritted her teeth and protested towards Yi Chang in frustration. Pooh. You are dreaming. Yi Chang thought about it and decided that as long as he didn't want to, Su Man couldn't have it either. After closing the door, he played with his phone in the room. People kept adding me on WeChat, all of them were young ladies nearby. I could tell at a glance that they were socialites like Su Man and the others. He had nothing to do, so he looked to see who it was, but he didn't add anyone. After browsing the female anchor, Yi Chang just took a look. He was not stupid enough to lick the anchor and Xia. Throwing money at female anchors is the most boring thing. I don't care about money, but I can't be a fool. Spending money can make girls like you, but to really break through 90% of the favorability, you still have to do something. That's what will win a girl's heart. Let Xiao Qing become the boss of Lotus Pond Moonlight. Xiao Qing, the gold digger, no longer has to worship money, and she can become the financial sponsor herself. He helped Su Man, protected her, and changed her fate of becoming a slave to an internet celebrity company, so Su Man was grateful to her. How can money impress a girl like Chi Gue? Money is just a tool. When one's behavior can change a person's destiny, one's own identity and status also begin to stand out. Should I change the original destiny of more people? It's interesting that Yi Chang thinks this way. System, host, do you want to learn something? Suddenly a message appeared in the system. Yi Chang quickly imagined a response in his mind. Yi Chang, what to learn? System, this system can provide various skills, which you can redeem with favorability. Yi Chang, is it the system mall? I know your system's routine, what is your routine? System, you can redeem the favorability of a particular flatterer in exchange for skills, such as cooking, martial arts, computers, or even some high-tech skills. Xiao Qing's favorability towards you is now over 100. You can interact with Xiao Qing to gain more favorability and become more perfect. Yi Chang sneered, if I become more perfect, will she fall in love with me completely, and then I will eliminate all her good feelings towards me, deeply hurting Xiao Qing? System, everything depends on your choice. In short, the system mall is open to you. You can do whatever you want. The system stopped talking. Yi Chang looked at the mall. He could redeem various skills, and the cost was the girl's favorability towards him. He currently has 20 points of favorability from Xiao Qing, who has over 100 points. The things in the system store are not expensive, and you can buy them with an average of 10 points of favorability. But this is a consumer trap. Just like some people are obsessed with love and willing to sacrifice their lives for love, if you are obsessed with exchange technology and want to make yourself perfect, one day you will erase the good impression of those women on you. I am a college student after all. It's impossible for this damn system to deceive me. But now I have 20 points of extra favorability that I can spend. Yi Chang immediately chose 2 skills, one of which was Bajiquan, and mastered it in martial arts, so he would not be afraid of fighting in the future. One is proficient in cooking techniques. You 1T starve if you cook for yourself when you go out. If you can fight and cook, you can go anywhere in the world. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Yi Chang was planning to go out to see a concert. When he went out, he took a look at Su Man sitting in the living room with her long legs bare, and Yi Chang looked at her with disdain. You'll get used to it if you see it more. Seeing Yi Chang was about to go out, Su Man quickly stood up and said, why are you going? I'm going too. I'm going to a concert. I need tickets. Su Man was stunned. The tickets for Phoenix Band's concert were so popular that she couldn't get any. Why don't I take you shopping? Don't go alone. What's the point of going alone? I'll go shopping with you. Hey, your bestie is still in the hospital, and you're already living a life of luxury. Are you two just good friends? What can I do if I go? I'll go see them when they're better. Of course, it's more important to be with you right now. Go out and have some fun, drink some more, and take it down. Su Man quickly said, I'll wear a short skirt to show you. No thanks. I am now pure-hearted and indifferent to desires, and I am terrifyingly strong. With the support of the system, I am no longer the same as before. What miniskirt? I don't even want to see you without it, so why bother? Yi Chang turned around and left. What a heartless man. Watching Yi Chang leave, Su Man fell on the sofa, speechless. I was waiting for you to come and play, and you actually told me you wanted to go to a concert? Still a man? Yi Chang didn't care what Su Man thought. In this world, those who are thirsty will die of drought, and those who are flooded will die of floods. He went out, took a taxi and went straight to the concert. When he arrived at the place, Yi Chang was shocked by the huge crowds of people. They were all fans of the Phoenix Band, and he wanted to sing with them in the evening. I feel uncomfortable if I don't shout at a concert. Yi Chang's eyes were shining with energy. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, Yi Chang confidently put up his ticket. His was a VIP ticket, so someone immediately took him to the VIP seats. But after Yi Chang sat down, he turned around and was stunned. Jean Won? Sitting next to him was a beautiful girl wearing a white t-shirt with a big red heart on it. Jean Won had long hair that was loose, fluffy and elastic, looking very girlish, and there was a sticker on her face. Holding a fluorescent stick in his hand, he tapped it gently on his palm. Jean Won felt someone was looking at him, and he couldn't help but feel unhappy. Hasn't he seen a beautiful woman? She turned around and saw Yi Chang, and was slightly stunned. Have we met before? Did you forget yourself so quickly? You are a female executive of a Fortune 500 company and a career woman, yet you actually come to Phoenix Band's tacky concert? Yi Chang smiled slightly. Jean Won had long forgotten about Yi Chang and had no impression of him. But when he saw that Yi Chang was a younger brother, he immediately let it go. Yi Chang didn't care either. As the lights came on, the concert slowly began. Phoenix Band is a national band with a rustic pop style. In fact, the two lead singers of the band are friends who have been through thick and thin for many years. They have been together for more than 10 years and their friendship is very touching. In the past, the female lead singer Hua Hua was responsible for singing, and the lead singer was responsible for paddling along. Everyone thought that the male lead singer Zhang Degu was a fake, but then a man came and the situation was reversed, and Zhang Degu became a hit. You can paddle, but you can't really do nothing. This is what Brother Zhang is saying. Chapter 33, Being Captured Directly. Yi Chang felt that the same thing applied to himself. He could lick others, but he couldn't really be a bootlicker. At the beginning, of course, the atmosphere was warmed up. Yi Chang also hummed along. It was his first time watching a concert, so he didn't dare to be too unrestrained. The main reason was that he had no experience and didn't know what a Phoenix Band concert was like. After warming up the atmosphere, Yi Chang felt that he was wrong and was too cautious. Jean Won beside him was fine at first, just humming and agreeing with him. But slowly, this female executive started to quarrel, and by the third or fourth track, Jean Yen started to yell with the silver stick in his hand. He looked like he was going to fight, and he was about to rush onto the stage to grab the microphone. Why do you say that? It's all my fault. Jean Won roared, gnashing his teeth, hatred deep in his bones, and the fluorescent stick in his hand puffed the air, like a dragon emerging from the sea, with astonishing momentum. The red star on Jean Won's chest jumped and danced wildly when he stood up from the singing. Yi Chang felt that he could not hear the voices of the two singers on the stage above, but only heard the sound of gnashing teeth from all directions. Bang! Yi Chang looked at the crazy Jean Won with a confused and innocent face. Seeing that the other party's fluorescent stick was coming towards him again, Yi Chang quickly dodged, and the fluorescent stick was taken back like a dragon. Yi Chang made another great move. Bang! The fluorescent stick hit an uncle in the face, and the uncle glared at Yi Chang. Yi Chang was speechless. Look what I mean. Keep an eye on your girlfriend. No. Nothing. The uncle didn't look at Yi Chang, his eyes fixed on the stage. Shut up, don't affect my performance. It's all your fault. The uncle roared in time with the beat, gritting his teeth and hating it as if he wanted to kill someone. Yi Chang looked around and it seemed that everyone was at odds with each other. They all had stories. He dodged Jean Wen's fluorescent stick and finally Yi Chang found a safe place, which was under Jean Wen's arm. This dead woman was like a madman. As long as he squatted under her arm, he would not be beaten. Yi Chang paused for a moment. It was indeed safe. The sound on the stage suddenly stopped and Jean Yan also stopped. However, she was still in high spirits and her face was flushed. Yi Chang was just breathing a sigh of relief when he saw the concert stop temporarily, but suddenly he saw himself appear on the big screen on the stage. He squatted beside Jean Yan like a dwarf. Before Yi Chang could react, he felt someone hugging him and a warm feeling came from his mouth. The soft taste is like freshly baked rice cake with a faint orchid fragrance. Yi Chang's mind was half grown when he heard laughter erupting from all around him. He opened his mouth slightly and a tongue came in. Yi Chang was confused for a while, and finally he realized that his first kiss was gone. Oh my god. There were also female gangsters at the concert. After a while, he felt someone let him go, but Yi Chang was still staring at himself on the big screen in confusion. Jin Yen was smiling brightly on the big screen, his face flushed and his eyes sparkling. After a while, his and Jin Wen's figures disappeared from the big screen. Yi Chang turned around and looked at Jin Wen. Jin Wen, what are you looking at? Why did you kiss me? What's wrong with a kiss? It's the rule. The camera is capturing you and me, so we have to kiss. Is this true? Can't we kiss? That would be boring and would ruin the atmosphere of the concert. Jin Yen said angrily, I let you take advantage of me. I'm a woman and I don't care, so why should you, a man, care? Oh my god. It's obvious that he was the one who suffered the loss, but he actually turned the blame on others. Yi Chang was sulking when Jin Wen suddenly leaned over and asked, Little brother, have you ever kissed before? How is that possible? Yi Chang's eyes flickered. Hee, your skills are not very proficient. Jin Yen said with a smile, looking at Yi Chang. He looked okay, and most importantly, he was very young, little puppy. Are you provoking me? Yi Chang was unhappy. What nonsense, little puppy bites people like a puppy. Jin Wen's eyes challenged him, the concert is over, don't run away if you dare. I'm afraid of you. Yi Chang was extremely tough. The Phoenix Band's concert was definitely a huge success. When it was over, Yi Chang was a little exhausted. Jin Wen took his hand and walked away, yelling and screaming like a little girl. After pulling Yi Chang into her car in one breath, Jin Wen looked back at Yi Chang, pounced on him, and kissed him hard on the mouth. The fiery atmosphere of the concert was intoxicating, and the flames of carnival were still burning Jin Yen. Yi Chang held onto the chair tightly and dared not move. It was unknown how long it took before Jin Wen let Yi Chang go after he felt comfortable. She licked her lips and looked at Yi Chang and said, Come with me? Jin Wen didn't say anything, turned around and drove away. Yi Chang was also speechless. When they arrived at a high-end residential area, Jin Wen took Yi Chang to the elevator and went straight into the house. Then Yi Chang was in trouble. Jin Yen was singing wildly, and the song he was singing was by the Phoenix Band. When it was daybreak, Yi Chang felt his waist was extremely sore. He turned around and saw Jin Wen lying naked beside him. He felt his movements. Jin Wen closed his eyes and said, The money on the table is for you. Close the door when you leave. I need to sleep a little longer. Yi Chang looked at the stack of money on the bedside table and became angry. This is my first time. I was also drunk yesterday, but I wasn't selling it. I don't want it. Jin Yen opened his eyes. You still want me to be responsible for you? You can't take it seriously when we all come out to have fun. I lost my first time. Jin Wen suddenly laughed. Mine is gone too. Jin Wen lifted the quilt and saw a dark red plum blossom on the bed. It's fair, isn't it? Yi Chang was stunned. Okay, that's fair, but I'm not an irresponsible person. I think I should be responsible for you? Jin Wen sat up and lit a cigarette. Yi Chang? I saw your ID and student ID last night. You're still a college student, how can you be responsible for me? Let me support you, don't be ridiculous. Then what are we? It's nothing. Jin Yen said coldly, You're younger than me, so I'm willing to compensate you. What's the amount? Just don't overdo it. Yi Chang looked at Jin Wen in disbelief. Do you think I'm doing this for money? What else, little brother? It's not shameful to do it for money. Jin Wen reached out and pinched Yi Chang's face. I just want a child to give my family an explanation. Why bother with so much? Yi Chang then remembered that they had not taken any precautions yesterday. Yi Chang was stunned, unable to react. He turned around and looked at Jin Yen and asked, What do you mean by that? What I mean is, when I realized you had no experience at the concert yesterday, I decided you were the father of my child. Jin Wen smiled and said, If I get pregnant, the child has nothing to do with you. You don't have to raise it. Chapter 34 You are a scumbag. Yi Chang was at a loss for words for a moment. Why did the child get dragged into this matter? He felt like he had become a tool. That's not what I meant. If we really have a child, how can I not be responsible? Yi Chang was a little angry. This Jin Wen was too strong. He treats me like a scumbag. Is he worried that I can't raise a child or that I will get entangled with him? Jinwen looked at Yi Chang, and his meaning was very clear. He didn't think Yi Chang was capable of raising a child at all. You're still a child yourself. Then why did you attack me and even spared the child? Yi Chang couldn't help but retort. Jinwen wanted to retort, but she suddenly shut up when the words came to her lips. She changed her mind. There was no need to talk nonsense with Yi Chang. She had already thought about her own affairs. She had sex with Yi Chang voluntarily, so naturally it had nothing to do with being responsible. Talking too much will only give you a headache. Take the money and go. I won't leave. Yi Chang felt that things had to be made clear. He was not out to sell himself, and if Jinwen was really pregnant, he would be responsible. It would be fine if he was a poor person. There is no shame in not being able to raise a child. But the cost of raising a child is very high nowadays. But if you have money but are unwilling to take responsibility, that is a character problem. Yes, you can be a bootlicker, but that doesn't mean you can't be responsible. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Jinwen picked up the phone. Hello, this is 110, I drank too much yesterday, and a man. Jinwen held his phone in his hand and glanced at Yi Chang. After covering the phone with one hand, he said, Do you know that if I say now that I didn't have sex with you voluntarily, you will be committing a crime? Dead woman, does this need to happen? This is too cruel. Yi Chang was speechless. He couldn't just go in. Can I just leave? You are awesome. The girls in this big city know so much. Yi Chang could only run away, but he remembered Jinwen's address. There was no way he could scare himself. As soon as he came out of Jinwen's house, he saw an elderly couple coming out of the elevator. Yi Chang politely gave way, but the two elderly people stared at him. Yi Chang didn't care. Seeing that the elevator door was not closed yet, he rushed into the elevator. Thinking back, yesterday was quite exciting. It was already noon when they returned to the hotel. After taking a shower, Suman came out of the room and looked at Yi Chang with a strange look on her face. What's wrong? Suman slumped on the sofa as smoothly as a soft snake, supporting her head with one hand, her eyes filled with an ant's smile. She exuded a pleasant fragrance all over her body, with her long hair draped behind her, pure and sexy. Do you know you're famous? What the hell? Yi Chang thought to himself, what does fame have to do with him? He is not a star, nor is he on Forbes. Are you kidding me again? Suman chuckled and said, It seems you don't know yet. It's all over the internet. At the Phoenix Band concert, a beautiful woman and a handsome man had a passionate tongue kiss. So you like that type of girl? Oh my god. Listening to what Suman said, Yi Chang immediately felt bad. He thought to himself, no way, his kiss with Jinwen became news on the internet? Yi Chang quickly picked up the phone and looked at it. He hoped that Suman was joking with him, but it was a dream. The internet was full of pictures of Jinwen hugging her and kissing her wildly. The angle of the photographer was very tricky, and he actually captured the scene of Jin Yen sticking out his tongue. In the photo, Yi Chang looked surprised, like a frightened little animal. I have become an emoticon. Everyone in the comments section is praising Jinwen's looks and envying themselves for having a girlfriend like her. A young woman in Beijing passionately kisses a young man? Looking at the eye-catching title, Yi Chang felt uncomfortable all over. He was dumbfounded. Entertainment news is killing people. So you like young women? Suman's tone was as sour as if she had drunk vinegar. This taste is so special. Yi Chang said, If I say that my relationship with her is not what you think, would you believe me? It's already confirmed, and you're still denying it? Were you two together last night? When can I meet my sister too? What sister? Your queen. Yi Chang understood and was confused, then he got up and went back to his room, not wanting to chat with you anymore. He was looking at the photos in the room and they were really muggle. After watching the news for a while, Yi Chang received countless messages and calls. They all came to inquire about him and Jinwen. The news about him and Jinwen spread to the school. Brother Wang laughed heartily on the phone. Brother, you have good taste. That girl is very generous and has a great temperament. You are finally famous. I'm so annoyed now. It's so embarrassing. That's true. What's with that expression on your face? It's like you were bitten by a snake. It makes me want to hit someone. Is there anyone like you? You're so disrespectful to ladies. Brother Wang is very experienced and said that after Yi Chang returns, he can teach him some kissing techniques. Since we are friends, I can give you a 20% discount. Then Han Feng and Fatty Wang from the boutique sent congratulatory messages to Yi Chang. Yi Chang is still so fierce that he can make the news even if he goes out to watch a concert. Han Feng said that Yi Chang's popularity has overshadowed a young idol in the entertainment industry. I'm really impressed by you now, Master Yi. I also want to be on the news. Take me with you next time. I really don't. I'm being modest, aren't I? If I had known you were going to the capital and it was so exciting, I would have gone with you. Are you still in the capital now? Yes, what's wrong? Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Yi Chang hung up the phone directly. They all just wanted to watch the fun and were not afraid of any trouble. Yi Chang only read the messages from Xiao Chang and the others but never replied. A group of women were just jealous and wondered why it wasn't him. You are just tools, why should it be you? Yi Chang was as ruthless as a scumbag and felt that he was doomed. I am still a student. What should I do if I encounter such a thing? He couldn't help but want to call Chi Gue to ask, but after finding Chi Gue's phone number, his fingers couldn't press the key. Chi Gue must be very happy now. Bai Yueguang has returned to China for many years. Is his dream going to come true? Yi Chang was thinking about something when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, he didn't want to answer it. But the number called again. Yi Chang was worried about something, so he answered the phone and heard the other end say, Yi Chang, is this me? I'm a reporter from Zhengcheng Evening News. Can I interview you? What? You've become an internet celebrity. What's your relationship with the girl you kissed? Yi Chang frowned, this question was filled with deep malice. He hung up the phone directly. There's something wrong. But the phone call came again, what do you mean? I heard you already have a girlfriend. From what we know, you have several girlfriends, right? You're a scumbag, right? Can you explain it? Chapter 35 I'll make you look good. Are you sick? When Yi Chang heard what the reporter said, he couldn't help it any longer. Was he deliberately targeting him? These bastards are really amazing. They start digging into my background as soon as the news appears. Yi Chang couldn't help but think of Jinwen. He wondered what that girl was like. He thought to himself that it didn't matter to him, as long as he was shameless. But Jinwen is an executive of a Fortune 500 company. If his identity is exposed, he might be affected. After all, she is his first woman. Although Jin Yen does not admit it, how can he not admit it? He immediately made a video call to Jinwen, but he had been deleted by Jinwen. Do you want that kind of personality? The only option was to call. Fortunately, Jinwen had given him a business card. Yi Chang called him immediately, but Jinwen didn't answer the phone until a long time later. You deleted me? Blacklisted. Let me out. If you have something to say, tell me. I'm very busy. Jinwen was still as cold as ever. Yi Chang had no choice but to tell him about the reporter. Jinwen just said he knew and hung up the phone. That's it? He really ignores himself. He just hung up the phone when Su Man knocked on the door. When he opened the door, before he could say anything, Su Man said in panic, Yi Chang, your black material has appeared, look. Su Man came to Yi Chang with her cell phone, and her negative information appeared on the official news account of Zhengcheng Evening News. According to first-hand information obtained by our reporter, the male protagonist of the kissing photo that went viral overnight on the internet is actually a scumbag. He is also a junior in college and has maintained ambiguous relationships with multiple girls at school. According to insiders, the student's behavior during school was extremely disorderly. He often had ambiguous relationships with girls and later abandoned them, forcing several girls to have abortions for him. His grades were very poor during school and he often skipped classes. Yi Chang couldn't believe it when he saw it. Is this him? Su Man looked at Yi Chang and said, are you usually like this? Su Man didn't care whether Yi Chang was the Sea King or not. If he was the Sea King, that would be even better. She was willing to be a fish in Yi Chang's pond. If he wasn't the Sea King, she would have no chance. What she was anxious about was finding a way to do public relations. After the Zhengcheng Evening News broadcast the news, the original popularity of the kissing photo has now turned into a negative impact. There are already many people who specialize in Blackleaf City on the internet. Girls especially hate Aquaman the most. When everyone saw the kissing photos, they thought it was love, but they didn't expect that there was another news about Aquaman cheating on girls. Yi Chang didn't feel anything, but Su Man was heartbroken and started cursing when she saw comments that made her uncomfortable. Yi Chang is a good person, you know nothing about him. Yi Chang was also busy at this time, because Jiangqing Evening News was an official account. As soon as the news was released on this account, his counselor contacted him. Yi Chang, no matter where you are, go back to school and explain clearly. Without waiting for Yi Chang to explain, the counselor hung up the phone. Su Man looked at Yi Chang and said, "You have to go back." Su Man was very reluctant to leave. Yi Chang stepped back, feeling that something was wrong with Su Man. Was she trying to eat him again? But please don't do that. I was distracted by Jin Yan singing the whole night last night. Why is it all my fault? No way, the school is looking for me. Yi Chang was helpless. Trouble is coming. Anyway, you have my WeChat, contact me later. Su Man sent Yi Chang to the airport. He took a flight in the morning and returned in the afternoon. Brother Wang, wearing big sunglasses, looked at Yi Chang while leaning on the Ferrari. "Brother Dad, you're famous." Brother Wang, looking very proud of himself, hugged Yi Chang fiercely and said, "You're awesome." Trouble is coming too. The one from Jiangqing Evening News? Brother Wang looked disdainful. Those people don't know shit about being flirty. What's wrong with Yi Chang playing a little more coquettishly? Isn't that also a skill? Those people just want to take advantage of the traffic. What Aquaman? Who doesn't want to be an Aquaman when they are young? You just have a girl that others don't have. Those people are just jealous. Brother Wang laughed and said, "You are single, so who are you afraid of?" Yi Chang said, "I had a girlfriend in school before." So? She's just a girlfriend. It doesn't count if we're not married. Brother, you don't have enough experience. Don't panic when something happens. Take out your phone and take a picture first. Brother Wang took out his phone and took a coquettish picture of himself. Yecheng's counselor is called Li Bin. He is rarely seen. He is also a student of this school. After graduating from university, he stayed in school to become a teacher. When Yi Chang arrived at school, he went to find Li Bin and briefly told him what had happened. "So you have nothing to do with that woman on the internet?" "Can't say it doesn't matter, can only say it doesn't matter much." "Surely it's not what they say on the internet?" "She kissed you?" "You're such a prankster." This incident has already had a very negative impact. The school has decided to ask you to make a public apology so as not to affect the school's image. Yi Chang was stunned. Is this what the school wants? Why are you asking so many questions? Just do as you are told. Yi Chang looked at Li Bin. What will happen if I don't apologize? What? What did you say? Li Bin stared at Yi Chang and said, "You must apologize, and then wait for the school to punish you." Do you think I'm stupid? Yi Chang turned around and left, then let the school punish me. Apologize? What kind of apology do I need to give? Come back here. Li Bin couldn't hold back his anger. It was the May Day holiday and he was on vacation, but he met Yi Chang and was called back by the school. He and his girlfriend arrived in Hainan, but... You're still rebelling. Do you know how much trouble this shit of yours has caused? You're usually a bad person, and now I'm cleaning up your mess and you still have this attitude? Yi Chang was also annoyed and pointed at Li Bin and said, "Explain to me clearly, what do you mean by my bad character? What happened to me? Don't say this is my personal matter. Even if I really did affect the school, it is not your place to say such things to me. You are insulting my character. I can sue you. I'll go see what I can do for you." Li Bin also sneered, "Well, you are so arrogant, just wait for the punishment." Cut. Yi Chang originally wanted to resolve this matter, but this guy's attitude was too bad. Who was he trying to scare? Brother Wang is right. Don't panic when something happens. Let the bullets fly for a while. Yi Chang turned around and walked away as if he didn't take Li Bin seriously at all. Li Bin couldn't suppress his anger anymore, so he picked up the teacup on the table and threw it at Yi Chang. Yi Chang was hit, touched his head and turned around, staring at Li Bin hatefully. He saw blood on his hands and realized he had bleeding. Li Bin's eyes were red. "You were so fucking awesome." Yi Chang didn't say anything, but his figure flashed for a moment. In just a few steps, he was already next to Li Bin. Without waiting for the other party to react, he pinched Li Bin with one hand and exerted force. The force came from his feet, and he threw Li Bin out. Bah, I've been putting up with you all this time, but who do you think you are? Yi Chang looked at Li Bin and said, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you pay. Don't bother with my business. If I rely on you, I might as well eat shit. A teacher happened to pass by and saw this scene. He was almost scared to death. Yi Chang stepped on Li Bin and turned around and left. Li Bin felt so embarrassed. Just wait for me. He took out his cell phone and made a call. This time he was determined to make Yi Chang pay. Chapter 36. Life is always fragmented. After Yi Chang walked out, he thought for a while and took out his cell phone. The incident started with Jiangxing Evening News, so naturally, the person who tied the bell must be found to untie it. He found the phone number of Jiangxing Evening News and called it, identifying himself first. I hope you will remove the false reports, clear my name, and clarify the truth to all netizens. Otherwise, I will use the law to protect my rights. What we reported is the truth. Yi Chang, we just received a video proving that you assaulted the teacher. What else do you have to say? Yi Chang's heart sank as he realized that the scene of him beating Li Bin was captured by the surveillance camera and was now in the hands of the other party. It seems that you must do this. Then do as you please and see if you can destroy me. Yi Chang sneered, don't regret it later. After saying that, Yi Chang hung up the phone and contacted Lining. Lawyer Lin is coming to Jiangchang. I have a defamation lawsuit for you. Ah? No, I'm looking for someone else. Come. In Tianping law firm, Lining put down her phone and looked intently at the group of people around her, including Lawyer Zhang, Lawyer Wang, Lawyer He, and her master Lawyer Jiang, all of whom were the backbone of the law firm. Now these people looked at Lining like a tiger looking at a little white rabbit. This was originally a very ordinary assistant lawyer who just went out to meet a client and got two big cases, one of which was a fighting case, which has been resolved. The other one involves a contract case involving $3 million internet celebrities, with a case value of several million, so the lawyer fees will not be small. The key is that Lining met a wealthy client. Yi Chang was in the news, and the people in the law firm had known about it for a long time. This was the rich man that Lining knew. As soon as the news came out in Jiangxing Evening News, these professional lawyers understood at a glance that the right to reputation must be involved. Everyone is waiting for Yi Chang to contact Lining. How about Xiaolin? Will Mr. Yi entrust this case to us? That seems to be the meaning. Okay, let's go on a business trip. A large group of professional lawyers turned around and went to get their briefcases. Lining was confused. Are they all going? These ace lawyers smiled slightly. What else? Who doesn't want to meet a wealthy client? Yi Chang had no idea that with just one phone call, he had summoned all the aces of Tianping law firm, but he was too lazy to think about it now. After he contacted Jiangxing Evening News, the other party released the video of himself beating the teacher. In an instant, the already hot popularity became even hotter. Led by Jiangxing Evening News, countless big V internet celebrities reprinted the report, and his news instantly flooded the entire internet, and everyone on the internet was condemning him. It is a moral degradation for a male student to beat up his own teacher. The pressure is on the Jiangxing police. Let's see what they do. Are students nowadays so violent? We strongly demand that this morally corrupt student be fired. There's campus violence in universities too. It's horrible. Something unknown in Yecheng. The headlines were terrifying, as if he had to die to atone for his sins. Yi Chang put away his phone and felt that the sunlight in the sky was very dazzling. For the first time, he felt the horror of cyber violence. Everything about him was exposed, including his family background, resume, and everything else. Just like the girls that the system revealed to me. Everything about him was displayed to the world. Got to hold on. I'm a man with a system. I'm sure I can hold on. Yi Chang was walking on the campus road. Those students who did not go home during the May Day holiday saw him and spat at him. Scumbag! How dare you hit the teacher? You have such bad character. I hate this kind of man the most. He will definitely become a domestic violence man in the future. Cut. Yi Chang looked at them coldly and said, "You know nothing. You are just a bunch of ignorant people who don't know the truth." Brother. Before he knew it, Yi Chang had reached the school gate, and Brother Wang waved at him in a very coquettish manner. Why are you here? I'm afraid you'll commit suicide if you're upset. Brother Wang said with a smile, I've been through a lot. Do you want me to help you with that? Unnecessary. Yi Chang smelled a whiff of cheap perfume on Brother Wang. Brother Wang quickly said, I just had a deep conversation with this girl. You know, this is my only hobby. Brother Wang is truly an amazing person. Yi Chang suddenly laughed. The whole world was criticizing him, but he still had friends. Who cares? Can he kill me? I don't care. I'm invincible. Yes. Brother Wang winked and said, do you want me to take you somewhere? I'm a serious person. You don't understand. You need to go to that kind of place now. Brother Wang pulled Yi Chang into the car, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. They soon arrived at Xin Yuan community. Brother Wang found the place after he was familiar with it. When he opened the door, he saw a woman in her early 30s. Seeing that it was Brother Wang, the woman suddenly became very enthusiastic. Come on again, can you do it? Brother Wang waved his hand to reject the woman's courtesy and pulled Yi Chang to sit down. The woman looked at Yi Chang and shouted, and immediately 4 or 5 girls came out. Handsome guy, you can choose. I'll give you a discount for Brother Wang's sake. Brother Wang smiled and said, stay all of you, no need to choose. You won't be short of money, just keep us company and chat. Yi Chang was stunned and looked back at Brother Wang. Brother Wang smiled and said, their stories are more exciting than yours. They are all good girls. If their family conditions were not bad, who would be willing to go into the adult entertainment industry? Don't think that you can't make it now. There are many people who are worse off than you. But even though they are miserable, they still work hard to live, don't they? Yi Chang was stunned and began to understand. Being cyberbullied is nothing. At least I still have money. These girls who sell themselves have no choice. Why don't you go work in a factory? Because they are so eager to change their fate, they are not allowed to take it slow, or taking the right path will not change their fate at all. Some of these girls come from families that have always favored boys over girls, and their parents force them to give them money every month, but they are greedy and never satisfied. Some people have been engaged since childhood, but now they have run away from home, like ghosts, and no one knows where they will go in the future. Some people were brought into the industry by their boyfriends, and they sell themselves while their boyfriends wait outside. If their world had not been shattered long ago, they would not be so desperate. Listening to these girls talking about their own things, Yi Chang felt that he was being pretentious. The world is an arena. Everyone is trying hard to survive and is covered in scars for it. What qualifications do you have to compromise and bow your head? If you don't agree, just do it. He can have fun and is not afraid of the harm the world will cause him. Where's Brother Wang? In the blink of an eye, Brother Wang disappeared again. Yi Chang, who had figured it out, was speechless. The girls all looked towards a room and found that the middle-aged aunt was gone. They knew what had happened without having to explain. Yi Chang looked at these girls and said, come on, add me on WeChat. You are all good girls with dreams. Don't you want to buy a house and have your own home? Don't you want to open your own shop and be your own boss? I will help you realize it, 1 million each. Chapter 37. It's my turn to go crazy. Yi Chang added these girls on WeChat, and then transferred 1 million yuan to each of them immediately. The sound of money arriving to your account is like music. The doorman pushed the door open suddenly, and the middle-aged woman rushed out holding the bedsheet in her hands. Brother Wang was hiding at the door with his naked butt, looking furious. The middle-aged aunt looked at Yi Chang in disbelief. 1 million? Did I? Yes, I have. Yi Chang transferred 2 million to the other party and was happy with it. When the aunt got excited, the sheet on her body fell off and she was exposed, but she didn't care at all. He picked up his phone and took a look at it before slowly getting dressed. She turned around and looked at Yi Chang in disbelief. You really gave it to me? Yes. Yi Chang smiled and said, I've heard your story, whether it's true or not. Now I think you deserve a better life. Take my money and do what you want. Well, be nice to Brother Wang in the future. He's not a bad person. Brother Wang nodded repeatedly with his bare butt. Yi Chang was about to leave, and the woman and her sister wanted to see Yi Chang out. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a female police officer standing at the door, raising her hand to knock on the door. The people in the room were stunned. Before they could react, a group of people rushed in, and everyone squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Yi Chang looked at Brother Wang, wondering what was going on. Brother Wang gave Yi Cheng a look. Bad luck, we have been reported. Brother Wang, it doesn't matter. Everyone makes mistakes in life. These are the hardships that everyone must go through in order to grow. Yi Cheng, you are awesome. Yi Cheng wanted to resist, but he couldn't explain himself after beating up a teacher, and if he fought with the police, he would definitely be crazy. Those girls were extremely calm and looked extremely experienced. Brother Wang whispered to Yi Cheng, it's just a fine and a few days of detention. They are all familiar with it. Shanshan's business has only been open for 2 days. She's really unlucky. The policewoman turned around and gave Brother Wang a stern look. Don't talk. Yi Cheng then realized that this elder sister's name was Shanshan. A group of people followed the police into the car and went to a nearby police station. A male policeman was responsible for taking Yi Cheng's statement. Yi Cheng answered whatever he asked. I'm not playing. Who would believe you if you didn't have fun there? Tell the truth. Yi Cheng said, if you think I am playing tricks, show me the evidence, or I will sue you. If you still don't behave yourself even when you get to the police station, the police will inevitably be annoyed. Looking at the things he had searched out from Yi Cheng, among them was his student ID card. I'll talk to your teacher. Casual. Yi Cheng was no longer afraid. The matter was not serious. He did nothing and there was no evidence. There was nothing to be afraid of. As for those girls who fell into misfortune, their stories were even more exciting and could make my uncle cry. The uncles have experience in this kind of thing and could have handled it quickly, but the girls all said they wanted to open a shop and do business in the future. Because we have startup capital. Then several policemen came to interrogate Yi Cheng again. You gave them each $1 million? Yeah, what's wrong? It's a gift to them. I listened to their stories and I think they are all very inspiring. You say a group of girls going into the adult industry are inspiring? Is there something wrong with my ears? Several policemen couldn't believe it. They thought either they were crazy or Yi Cheng was crazy. You are still a student, where do you get so much money? What does my having money have to do with this? Don't get me wrong, it's not that we doubt you. Tell me yourself, would someone give someone $1 million for nothing? That's unscientific, right? That's why we have to ask about it. Why not? Didn't I give them $1 million? Yi Cheng looked at these uncles and said, you need to be open-minded. I just went to Beijing. People in this circle there make a lot of money. They can easily make hundreds of thousands. 1 million is really nothing. Really? So many, have you tried it? Don't try to trick me. I haven't tried it, but I've heard of it. Yi Cheng was extremely vigilant. They were not good people. The police were speechless. Yi Cheng was too vigilant. They suspected that Yi Cheng's money was related to online fraud. A policeman asked politely, can you tell me where your money comes from? Yi Cheng didn't say anything, but actually asked the system in his heart how to explain this situation. After all, he still has hundreds of millions of dollars in his card. System, host, rest assured. We've already opened an account for you in the stock market. All transactions are legal and reasonable. With such a large amount of capital, stock trading is the most reasonable option. With a positive answer, Yi Cheng immediately became as steady as an old dog. Uncle, you can check with my ID card. I have transaction records in the stock market, and everything will be clear. Okay, we will check it out. The uncle was very kind. He went out for a while and then gave the other uncles a look. Real. But the look in his uncle's eyes when he looked at Yi Cheng was still not right. You made 600 million with just 1,000 yuan? You're a stock god. What do I know? It's all thanks to the system. Yi Cheng smiled slightly. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the uncle had no choice. Those girls said that Yi Cheng didn't play, but Brother Wang did, but Brother Wang was not afraid of trouble at all. Uncle and Yi Cheng said, your teacher will be here soon. Is there anything else you want to tell us? No, I was wronged. Uncle said, we received a report that you were involved in an assault case. Can you explain it? Uncle, you can go check out the surveillance footage, and then you'll understand why I hit someone. Yi Cheng lowered his head. Feel the back of my head, the blood hasn't dried yet. The uncle reached out and touched it, and there was blood on his hand. I know, we will investigate it thoroughly. Thank you. Can I report a case? What's wrong with you? Several uncles were numb. You were arrested and you still had to report the case, but they still nodded patiently. Yi Chang said seriously, I want to report the case. Zhangcheng Evening News published false news on the internet, fabricated facts, and smeared my image and personality, which caused me deep harm. Because of their report, I am now being subjected to cyberbullying by the entire internet. My lawyer has come from Beijing. Now I want to report the case and hope you can open a case for investigation. I refuse to settle on any possible negotiation. I have now filed a police report. If you do not want to file a case, please state the reason in detail and my lawyer will discuss it with you. Yi Chang took a deep breath. He was the one who acted like a grandson just now, and now it was his turn to get angry. I've been brought here by you for investigation today. If any information about me appears online, I will sue you. I've recorded the above in my transcript and video. Please keep it safe. You may need it in court later. Chapter 38 was opened like this. Oh shit. You are such an awesome guy. Several uncles looked at the old policeman and said they had never encountered such a situation before. Hey, someone is threatening them, they are Uncle Hat. The old policeman was speechless, but after thinking about it, he nodded. We have our own rules, but you are an internet celebrity now, and your news will definitely cause some public opinion, so we will protect your privacy, but what should be made public will still be made public. Good. Yi Chang glanced outside and saw Li Bin. He sneered and said, Can I get someone else to sign and take me away? That person has a conflict with me. Then I won't leave. You can lock me up. The uncle was speechless. Who are you going to ask? Ordinary people can't come, but your parents and relatives can. Who else could it be? Shi Gue. Shi Gue is also a teacher. Yi Chang took back his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then called. After a long time, the call was picked up. Can you come here to pick me up? Shi Gue hesitated for a moment and agreed. Half an hour later, Shi Gue came with Bai Yueguang by his side, and then he signed and went home. Yi Chang looked at Shi Gue and smiled bitterly. Thank you, teacher. Shi Gue's eyes flickered slightly, and he wanted to say something but didn't say it. Bai Yueguang glanced at Yi Chang impatiently and pulled Shi Gue away. Let's go, don't associate with this kind of people in the future. Shi Gue was stunned. Yi Chang was also stunned and glanced at Bai Yueguang. He could actually wait for Lin Ying's lawyers to arrive and they could take him away. Yi Chang just wanted to see Shi Gue. You will never be able to reach the level of someone like me in your entire life. Yi Chang sneered. Shi Gue and Bai Yueguang were both stunned. Bai Yueguang looked at Yi Chang fiercely with disdain on his face. Yi Chang ignored him and smiled at Shi Gue. Teacher Chi, I have just decided, I want to chase you madly, I want to be your licking dog. What a bullshit white moonlight, I think your white moonlight is nothing, your eyes are dull and your steps are unsteady, you have been playing outside too much. With the support of the system, Yi Chang is now a master of Bajiquan. As a martial artist, he can tell at a glance that Bai Yueguang is in a very weak body. Yi Chang looked at her fiercely. It's a pity that you lost such a good woman like Teacher Chi. I am a man, I will definitely snatch her away. Shi Gue quickly said, Yi Chang, don't talk nonsense, I am your teacher. TSK, I don't think of you as my teacher, I think of you as my girlfriend. Yi Chang said with a smile, Teacher Chi, just wait and see. A group of uncles stared at Yi Chang, saying what an awesome young man he was. It was really lively. We caught a group of people and got some melons to eat. Bai Yueguang looked at Yi Chang coldly, and didn't want to quarrel with Yi Chang because of her status. What could a poor student use to fight with her? He pulled Shi Gue away. Li Bin sneered, turned around and left. Yi Chang did not leave. He waited until the afternoon when Lin Ying finally arrived. However, she did not come alone, but brought a legion with her. A group of ace lawyers and their assistants crowded here. These lawyers are unreasonable and want to discuss the laws with the uncles. I must demonstrate my abilities in front of the rich man, otherwise how can I get Yi Taheo to hire me? What's going on? Yi Chang saw that those uncles were suddenly overwhelmed. They really couldn't win the argument with these lawyers just by talking about the law. After all, how can grassroots work always be done according to the law? There must be some flexible use that is illegal but reasonable. Lin Ying said awkwardly, it's because the institute knows you might be a big client, so everyone is more enthusiastic. You are too enthusiastic. The uncle is almost crying. Okay, I'm fine. After Yi Chang said this, the lawyers were willing to let those uncles go. If I don't catch you and those girls red-handed, Mr. Yi, and they dare to say you're having sex, I'll sue them to death. Exactly. Think of us as vegetarians. We're guaranteed to win in this kind of situation. Why don't you sue Mr. Yi? Yi Chung found a hotel nearby, and then these lawyers began to perform. It all means the same thing, we are awesome, so just leave it to us and rest assured. Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, thank you all for your concern. I understand your intentions. It's just the right time for you to help me fight this lawsuit for my reputation rights. I won't ask how much the lawyer's fees are. I'll just give you a number and see if you're satisfied. Yi Cheng raised a finger, and the lawyers nodded with satisfaction. 1 million is not a small amount. It's just one case, which is enough for a lawsuit on reputation rights. Okay, 1 million is enough, we will definitely get it done. 10 million. A group of lawyers stared at Yi Cheng and said, you are not kidding. Yi Cheng said, it's 10 million. I'm not short of money, but reputation is very important to people like me. This 10 million is a fixed reward for you. You know who should pay the rest of the legal fees. Lin Ying's teacher, lawyer Jiang, immediately said, Mr. Yi, you're a hugely famous online celebrity. Because of the Jiangqing Evening News report, you've been subjected to cyberbullying. This has caused you significant losses, right? Should we estimate the specific losses? Yes, and those streamers who followed the trend also caused damage to your reputation. Yi Cheng was very satisfied. An ace is an ace, and his heart must be extremely evil. How much compensation do you think I should ask for? Give me a rough figure. Personally, I think we can claim 500 million yuan in compensation. It would be even better if the other woman is willing to join the lawsuit. Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, how much compensation you ask for is your business. Don't involve Ms. Jean. This is my only request. After thinking for a moment, Yi Cheng realized that these lawyers didn't seem to have a conscience, so he warned, if Jean Wen gets involved, your legal fees will be halved. Money still has power. After saying this, Yi Cheng looked at these lawyers, and their eyes immediately became much more honest. Yi Cheng didn't intend to argue with Jiangqing Evening News. He had a lawyer, so of course he would leave it to the lawyer. The lawyers immediately divided his case into several cases and sued Li Bin as well. After the arrangements were made, Yi Cheng did not return to school and lived outside. However, after the May Day holiday, the school resumed work and the punishment for Yi Cheng was announced. Fired. Yi Cheng received the school's notice and looked at it in silence for a long time. Then he looked for Lin Ying and asked, can I sue the school? Of course. Do you want to sue? Lin Ying's eyes were full of excitement. The lawsuit between Yeqing and Jiangqing Evening News was too big. Those ace lawyers volunteered to work overtime to collect evidence. She couldn't help, but she could take on this small case herself. I'll help you fight? Can I ask the school to refund my tuition? Of course you can. You have money, and you can take them all the way to the Supreme Court. If you get involved in a lawsuit, it will seriously affect enrollment. You're already very famous now. Lin Ying smiled, revealing a pair of small fangs. We can drag them to death. Chapter 39, Dad is pissed off. Yi Cheng decided to sue the school for expelling him without investigating the matter thoroughly. But it was not going to be that easy. Now that our own legal team has arrived, we must use them. Lin Ying suggested that Yi Cheng go to the school to talk first, not for a result, but to collect evidence. Since Mr. Yi believes in me, I will definitely do my best. After Lin Ying finished speaking, she looked at Yi Cheng and said with some concern, Mr. Yi, this incident involves the school and may cause a lot of social controversy. Are you mentally prepared? That's for sure. Yi Cheng also knew that as he was being cyberbullied and exposed, he had become transparent in the eyes of the public. If you sue your school again, your image will definitely be even darker. It is normal for some people to say that you are a traitor. After all, few students sue their own schools. But he really doesn't care now. Now he has become a scumbag and bad boy that everyone hates on the internet. If I were still an ordinary student, my life would have been ruined. How could I expect to find a job, get married, and have children with such social news on my head? Yi Cheng smiled and said, my image now is already very negative. Lin Ying nodded. Yi Cheng said, I'm already pitch black. If I pour some ink into it, can it turn into another color? Only the truth can restore my innocence. For innocence, I can do anything. Lin Ying looked at Yi Cheng and saw his determination. What lawyers fear most is that they try hard to help with the lawsuit, but in the end the victim is recruited. The situation where we, the ministers, were ready to fight to the death, but Your Majesty surrendered first was enough to keep Lin Ying's period in turmoil for several years. But Mr. Yi is rich, so it should be difficult to bribe him. But you never know, there are many factors that influence employers, such as school, society, family, and friends, etc. It is actually very difficult to fight such a lawsuit, and most people can hardly withstand it. Lin Ying talked to Yi Chang about several cases, trying to build up Yi Chang's mental strength and make him fight to the end. Not only do we want the school to refund your tuition, but we also want to compensate you for your losses. We also want the truth to come to light and restore your reputation. Lin Ying clenched her little fists to encourage Yi Chang. Yi Chang laughed when he saw this. This assistant lawyer was really motivated. The school announced the decision to expel Yi Chang, which made the online audience who did not know the truth extremely excited. Justice has come. The school handled the situation well. Such a black sheep should have been dealt with long ago. The school handled it very quickly. I give a thumbs up to the school for its efficiency. That's great, that's great. This will at least put those Sea King scumbags in awe. The school's crackdown this time is unprecedentedly drastic. Countless likes and comments appeared on the school's official Weibo account. Seeing that the school was so popular, the school quickly issued a short essay. Our school adheres to the philosophy of seeking truth and has a long history and academic atmosphere. We absolutely do not allow bad apples to damage the school's reputation. We always maintain zero tolerance for those with unhealthy thoughts, improper behavior, and those who play with women. We maintain a clean campus environment and strive to seek truth. We welcome students to study and apply to our majors. This made the students online even more excited. He has unhealthy thoughts, bad conduct, and plays with women. This is serious. I give a thumbs up to the school for firing people directly. That's really great. I'm not afraid of bad students appearing. After all, there are always bad people. As long as we dare to face the problem, it's good. I support the school's decision. Yi Chang in the hotel also saw this notice and didn't expect that he would become such a person. The school really speaks volumes. This is equivalent to the official final conclusion. The school was immediately shut down, and he ended up in social demise. Lin Ying looked at Yi Chang, a little worried that Yi Chang could not bear it. After all, Yi Chang was very young and this should be the first time he experienced such a thing. Mr. Yi, are you okay? It's okay. Yi Chang took a breath and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I won't fall down. There are people who have a much harder life than me. At this time, Yi Chang received a call on his cell phone. When he saw the number, he suddenly became nervous and his eyes became uneasy. He took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. But my heart is still beating fast. Dad! Yi Chang just shouted and couldn't say anything else. Azzy, is what's said online true? How could you do such a thing? Playing with women? Our family has to be proud. Tell me clearly if it's true. Nothing. So what's going on online is all nonsense. Dad was furious. Don't think I don't watch the news. Everyone in the village knows about it. Do you want me to die in front of you? Yi Chang's nose twitched and his eyes turned red. His father was most proud of him being admitted to university. Now that something like this has happened, my father will definitely not be able to hold his head up in the village. Dad, I can handle it. How are you going to handle this, son? You should be upright and honest. You can't do anything that would make you feel guilty. Tell me honestly, is what they say online true? No. You lied to me. Your teacher called me, and your teacherly told me everything. You beast, you lied to me. Dad erupted like a volcano. He came to question Yi Chang with the answer, but when he saw that Yi Chang refused to admit it, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. I don't have a son like you. You are a beast. Are you worthy of your dead mother? You are a beast. There was a bang on the phone. Yi Chang couldn't help but worry. Dad, are you okay? Believe me. The phone was disconnected. Yi Chang's eyes were full of anger. Li Bin, I'm going to fuck you. Yi Chang was about to smash his phone when Lin Ying quickly stopped him and said, Mr. Yi, being angry now won't help. I know you're angry, but the angrier you are, the more you need to calm down. Your enemies want to see you angry the most. Lin Ying held Yi Cheng's hand and looked at him seriously, saying, "We should use the weapon of law to seek justice." Yi Cheng took a deep breath and realized that he was impulsive. He still couldn't control his temper, he was young after all. He thought for a moment and said, "Please go to the school to negotiate on my behalf tomorrow. I need to go home now." Yi Cheng was a little worried about his father. His hometown is a remote rural area, and it takes several days to go back and forth, so he can't take care of it here. Lin Ying nodded immediately. "Calm down, you must calm down." Yi Cheng was too calm to remain calm. He immediately contacted the hotel to send him to the airport, bought a flight ticket for that evening, and flew directly to his hometown. It was already midnight when he arrived at his hometown, so he chartered a car to go back. "It was already 5 o'clock in the morning when I got home. My hometown is a village below a small town. There is not even a decent road in the village, and it is surrounded by mountains." When Yi Cheng came back in the morning, he passed the village entrance and saw that everyone in the village was looking at him strangely. He even pointed fingers at himself. Olji has been a strong man his whole life. How could such a proud person give birth to such a shameless son? Yi Cheng didn't do a good job on this matter. His father is going to be mad to death. I heard he was expelled from school and is no longer a college student. Chapter 40. He is my biological son after all. Yi Cheng didn't care about the old men and women muttering to him, but when he heard them, he stopped and thought for a moment, then took out 2 packets of huazi from his pocket. "Uncle, madam, we are all from the same village, so be polite. Take it and smoke it. Even if I am a scumbag, it is not a big deal." Yi Cheng took out a cigarette, lit it himself, exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a smile, "I'm rich. I did business outside when I was in school and made more than 10 million. Yi Cheng knew rural people very well. It was useless to reason with them. The old people in the village were willing to believe what they believed. But there is one thing that the old man is most interested in. That is getting rich. Because the village is poor, making money is the main concern of these elderly people. It is also what they care about most. Those who can make money are those who are capable. The whole society is more tolerant of capable people. Yi Cheng directly used his ultimate move. The group of old people were stunned. After just a moment of surprise, these old people immediately became enthusiastic. "Xiao Yi, you've really made a fortune." "Yes, take a look at the clothes and pants I'm wearing. These things together cost more than 10,000 yuan. That's expensive." Several old men went up to feel the fabric on Yi Cheng's body. After touching it, they immediately felt that it was indeed different from their own clothes. When he looked at Yi Cheng again, his eyes were filled with awe. Yi Cheng said, "You all watched me grow up, so I won't say anything. After I see my father, I'll give you a gift of 5,000 yuan each, as a token of my respect for the elders in the village." Yi Cheng looked at the old man who had just muttered the most enthusiastically about himself and said, "Third uncle, you are highly respected. Please count the number of elderly people over 60 in the village and tell me when you get back." The dry, wrinkled face of the third uncle immediately opened up like a chrysanthemum. "Xiao Yi, you've made it big. This is a great thing. If you're not a college student, then you're not a college student. After graduation, college graduates will work for the boss. You've made it in one go." "Yeah." Yi Cheng smiled and said, "Please be kind to me later." The third uncle smiled slightly, feeling quite embarrassed, but soon he said, "There are 28 60-year-old people in the village. I remember them all. Will you give money to the 5 guarantee households? Give it to me, it's all included." Yi Cheng remembered that his third uncle's wife opened the only small shop in the village, and he went home in a hurry but didn't buy anything. He immediately took his third uncle and left, wanting to show the old man whether he had really made a fortune. With other people's proof, these people would be able to speak for him later. Yi Cheng could figure it out, and his family must have prepared a stick to beat him. When they got to the store, they took out the best cigarettes and alcohol, then Yi Cheng paid 100,000 yuan to his uncle's wife. "My dad will use this money to buy things in the future. I will come back less often in the future, so you just send good things to my dad. If the money is gone, let me know. But you have to keep the account. You can't cheat me, fellow villagers." The third uncle's shop couldn't even make 20,000 yuan a year, so Yi Cheng gave him 100,000 yuan directly. The third uncle was already laughing like a monkey. Don't worry, you are the most filial." Yi Cheng walked out of the store carrying a large bag of things. He bought everything as if he was shopping. When he returned from the village entrance, all he heard was praise. Yi Cheng smiled slightly. There was no need to argue with these old people. It would be most effective to just throw money at them. But when he arrived at the door of his home, Yi Cheng looked at his two wooden houses that could be regarded as cultural relics, and felt that he was not a human being. After getting rich, he only knows how to be a bootlicker outside. Why didn't he think about building a house for his family? Dad. When Yi Cheng opened the door, he felt a murderous aura. He had already stepped 1 foot into the room, but immediately stepped back out. Then a bald, sturdy old farmer came out, his skin as dry as tree bark and yellow to black. At first glance, it looks like a zombie. Kneel down. Yi Cheng quickly put down what he was holding and knelt down obediently. The old man picked up a bamboo stick as thick as his arm and hit Yi Cheng hard. Yi Cheng didn't dare to dodge. He thought it would hurt, but the bamboo stick paused when it hit him and finally landed on his back. Yi Cheng smiled bitterly in his heart. Just like before, he couldn't bear to hit himself. The old man still likes to act like a scare. Yi Cheng raised his head and twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. The old man sat down on the doorstep and looked Yi Cheng up and down. After a while, the old man said, "What about the school? Is it possible to change it back? I passed the exam with great difficulty, I can't just leave it like this, right? Can you ask the school leaders to make some adjustments?" Yi Cheng didn't say anything and handed the things he bought to the old man first. "So much, you're crazy, where did you get the money?" "I earned it myself." "You can't let your stingy uncle get away with that. I'll return it to you later. I'm rich." The old man was stunned, staring at Yi Cheng intently, his eyelids twitching wildly. "You fucking lied to me again? Believe it or not, I will beat you to death." "No lie, I really made a fortune." Yi Cheng took out his phone, opened his account and handed it to his father. "Look for yourself, this is my bank account. I still have more than 500 million yuan. If you want, I can transfer some money to you. Why don't you try it?" "Really?" Turn. The old man just couldn't believe that he didn't know how capable his son was. "If you go to college, can you still make a fortune? Do you think you are Jack Ma or Lu Donzi?" Yi Cheng knew that if he wanted to pass, he had to prove that he was not lying, otherwise the old man would chop him with a knife. Yi Cheng immediately transferred 1 million to the old man. Old man Yi looked at his phone, his eyes widening. "Really? Can I withdraw money?" "Of course." Old man Yi reached out to take the cigarette, and Yi Cheng immediately took out a cigarette from his pocket. The old man took the cigarette, looked at it, waited for Yi Cheng to light it, then squinted his eyes and took a breath. Yi Cheng was feeling uneasy. Old Ye's reaction was not right. Old Yi, who didn't speak, was too scary. Yi Cheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "What do you think of my situation?" "That's not important. People say online that you play with women. Are you the only one coming back this time? What's the meaning? Where's your wife?" Old man Yi narrowed his eyes, revealing a gleam of brilliance. "You've been playing with women, don't you have a wife? Why don't you bring her here for me to see?" "Dad, is that all you ask?" "What else?" Old Ji laughed. "We are poor here, and girls don't want to marry into our family. You know that if you were a poor bastard, I would be angry. You must have spent the money you earned from working on girls. Then I would definitely beat you to death. But since you are rich, having more women is nothing. It's just right for us to continue our family line. You think positively." Yi Cheng looked at his father with admiration. His mind changed so quickly. "You don't blame me for causing such a big fuss? Does this matter affect your ability to make money and marry a wife?" Chapter 41, A Big Change in Attitude. "It doesn't have much impact." Yi Cheng was a little confused. What did the old man mean? "That's nothing. My son can play with girls, that's a skill. If you don't have that skill, how could you play with a girl?" Old Yi puffed out cigarettes. After thinking for a moment, his expression changed slightly and he said, "You made your money from business, not from going abroad." "Business? What business? Nightclub? A place with singing and dancing? A place with lots of banging noises? Are there girls doing the naked dance?" "No." "That's fine, then I believe you. That girl you kissed, is she willing to marry someone from our village?" "You are a farmer's son, you are not allowed to marry into our family. That girl is obviously rich, and the internet says she is from Beijing. You are just a country dog. Olji touched his bald head and looked at Yi Chang worriedly. Yi Chang was a little unable to keep up with his father's thinking. Yesterday he looked like he wanted to kill himself, but now he has changed his mind. The girl's name is Jean Won, and she's an executive at a big company. Olji was very satisfied with Jean Won. Jean Won had a dignified appearance and a dignified temperament. According to the ancient saying, that was the appearance of a young lady who was the head of a family. Olji suddenly stopped talking and said to Yi Chang, "Can the school's affairs be settled with money? Give us some more money and try. It's no use. I'm going to sue the school." Are you crazy? You won't have a diploma after suing the school. Hey kid, surviving in society is about social skills, not hard fights. Olji thought for a moment and said, "I was a soldier and fought in wars before, you know. There are a few old guys still alive. I'll ask them for a favor. Goodbye." Yi Chang shook his head. Olji had participated in the battle to defend the monkeys, so he naturally had comrades. However, Yi Chang knew that Olji had conflicts with those comrades. He didn't know the specific reasons because Olji never said it. He had been hiding in the village for 30 or 40 years, and he had never asked anyone for help. Yi Chang felt that it was completely unnecessary for him to bow down for himself and for those he was unwilling to bow down to. "Dad, I came back because I was worried you'd be angry. Actually, I can handle this. I have a large group of elite lawyers behind me." Yi Chang said, "I've also reported it to the police. I'm going to fight it out. I don't admit to anything that didn't happen, and no one else should try to slander me. I mainly want to explain the school situation to you. I'm afraid you'll be sad that I can't get my diploma, but don't worry, I have money now. I can study abroad or go to another school. In short, I will have a bright future." Olji smoked a cigarette and glanced at Yi Chang, then smiled. "It doesn't matter whether you are promising or not. First, you need to get your wife. Then you can bring that Jean Won home to be considered a real talent." All right. This is what rural people really think. Yi Chang breathed a sigh of relief. The hurdle of Olji was finally over. Yi Chang told Olji about his plan to give money to the elderly in the village. Olji cursed, "Why give them money? Are you crazy? I don't mean anything else. We are all from the same village. If I become rich, they will definitely be jealous. It is better to use money to shut them up." Yi Chang said with a smile. At the same time, Olji still lives in the village, and Yi Chang doesn't want those people to gossip about him. Olji rolled his eyes and said nothing more. He found that Yi Chang had changed a lot this time when he returned home. Confident, smart, and like a man. He no longer looks as helpless as before. Maybe it's because he is rich. Money is courage. After all, he is his own child. Olji actually feels sorry for Yi Chang. He doesn't know if he can handle such a big thing. Now he was relieved that Yi Chang was not under any pressure. Just go and do your own thing, and don't worry about the village affairs. Yi Chang smiled. He stayed at home for 2 days and gave Olji another 3 million. Olji said he wanted to build a road in the village. This is what it means to be a good person, do good things, and benefit the community. Yi Chang was very anxious when he came, but when he left, his mood changed completely. Going home seemed to relieve his stress. The hotel driver came to the airport to pick up Yi Chang. When he was away, the internet was very lively. The elites of Tianping law firm spoke out online on behalf of Yi Chang yesterday, directly producing the indictment of the case accepted by the court. Represented Yi Chang in suing Jiangcheng Evening News. Before netizens could react, Lining also issued a complaint against the school. The majority of netizens then realized that Yi Chang had been silent for the past few days. It turned out that he had hired a lawyer to sue the school and the evening paper, as well as all the internet celebrities who had previously led the trend. No one was missing and no one was spared. The lawyers of Taiping law firm were mobilized together, with each person responsible for several cases, and everyone had cases to work on. Yi Chang looked determined to fight to the end, which reduced the popularity a lot, but there were still many people paying attention. When his counterattack began, neither the evening news nor the school could believe it. Tianping law firm. The school and the evening newspaper asked someone to find out the details, and then everyone knew that this was a Red Circle law firm in Beijing, and it was all taken over by Yi Chang. People on the internet immediately became concerned about Yi Chang's identity. How much money would it cost to make the lawyers in the Red Circle law firms work so hard? It also indirectly demonstrated Yi Chang's strength, knowing that he might hit a wall this time. Yi Chang became even redder. Before, the red turned black, and now the black has turned red. Yi Chang didn't care at all. Others might care about this or that, but he had a system, and as long as he didn't mess around, he wouldn't mess around. When Yi Chang arrived at the hotel, he saw several people looking at him in the hotel lobby. One of them was Li Bin, a chubby and round middle-aged man with Mediterranean features. Yi Chang knew that this person was the vice principal of the school. He didn't know the identities of the other few people, but seeing Li Bin standing aside like his grandson, he knew that these people were the school's management. Student Yi. The vice principal and his men stopped Yi Chang. Student Yi, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Can we talk about it? Talk to my lawyer. Yi Chang said, I have nothing to discuss with you. Excuse me, Principal Zhang, I need to go see my lawyer now. Do you want to come with me? Student Yi. I'm not a student anymore. You expelled me, didn't you? Don't talk nonsense. It's easy to get into trouble. Yi Chang said, that's it. If you have any questions, contact my lawyer. Yi Chang glanced at Li Bin, then walked away. Forgive, negotiate. If you want to negotiate, then negotiate. If you have the final say in everything, then the mental torment you've experienced won't count? You don't have to be afraid at all. Yi Chang arrived at his room, which was already full of people. At first glance, they are all lawyers. Yi Chang sat down in the middle. Let's start talking. How is the progress? The evening news wanted to reconcile, but I've already refused. Chapter 42, Fight to the End. We have obtained video evidence provided by the police. It is clear that you, Mr. Yi, assaulted someone. Regarding the school's slander against you, it's completely false. We've already completed evidence collection. Your roommate was very helpful and provided us with a lot of useful evidence. The news published by the evening news is closely related to Li Bin. We have already found evidence that a reporter from the evening news was a classmate of Li Bin. He accepted a 5,000 yuan bribe from Li Bin and then deliberately spread negative information about you. After the lawyer finished explaining the situation, Yi Chang smiled and said, in other words, the lawsuit will definitely be won, right? That's right. We already have the evidence. We're demanding 500 million in compensation from the evening news. We're definitely not going to get that much in the end, but it won't be less either. Now we have to consider the official impact. The evening news is, after all, a state-run media outlet. Yi Chang felt that there was a high possibility of official intervention, as the school leaders had also come. What Chinese people like most is covering up the truth and using temporary workers. Yi Chang looked at the lawyers and smiled. You are all elite lawyers, so you must know some media friends. Let's hold a press conference and make all the truth known. Let's expose all the evidence to the public. Lawyer Zhang asked, isn't Mr. Yi being too rude? Why not wait and see what the authorities say? The consequences of offending the authorities are unpredictable. Yi Chang might have had some concerns before, but now that the old man at home has taken care of it, what else does he have to worry about? My father almost collapsed because of me. I must avenge him. He's still waiting to see how I'll fight back. You're being too rude to me. The more rude, the better. Make all the evidence public. I'll take the consequences. But you'll have to live here in the future. Who said that? Yi Chang sneered, what does Jiangqing's bad reputation have to do with me? At most, I am just a bootlicker, picking up girls and not hurting anyone else, but how does Jiangqing treat me? Do I need to kowtow to the local government? Yi Chang waved his hand, openly, without reservation. Also, hire some water army, and tell me how much it costs. It's so awesome. Yi Chang's behavior is definitely immature, but why should he be mature? I am still a teenager. Aren't you just waiting to die in bed with old age? If Jiang Cheng doesn't like me, I'll go somewhere else. Yi Chang made the decision, and the lawyers naturally listened to him. Suddenly, all the evidence and information appeared on the internet, with clear structure and rigorous logic. The truth is that Jiangqing Evening News fabricated facts, the reporter accepted bribes from Li Bin to target Yi Chang, and the school arbitrarily expelled students without conducting an investigation. According to his schoolmates, Yi Chang is a very transparent person and has little presence in the school. It's just that I've stopped pretending recently and told everyone that I'm a rich man. Playing with women is not a thing, Yi Chang is single. There is no such thing as bad character. As these evidence and information became public, people on the internet were stunned. Oh my god, this is a huge scandal. Yi Chang is a bootlicker, that's bizarre enough. The school put the blame on him without any investigation? The Zhengcheng Evening News even fabricated the facts. It's explosive. My face hurts. I didn't expect it to be like this. The school and the evening paper thought Yi Chang was an ordinary person, but they didn't expect him to be a rich man. I've hit a wall. My face hurts too. It's too early to take sides. I won't believe this news anymore. Zhengcheng Evening News is rubbish. Yi Chang has already filed a lawsuit, seeking 500 million in compensation. I just learned that Zhengcheng Evening News's assets are only 300 million, which is not enough to compensate Yi Chang. Is the official media so lax? They even accept bribes. The funny thing is, it only costs 5,000 yuan to get the official media to fabricate something and attack a student. It's too cheap. Fortunately, Yi Chang is a wealthy man. What if he were an ordinary person? It's really scary to think about it. Countless people on the internet joined the discussion, but it turned out to be just a carnival of haters, and those calm people watched the fun from the sidelines. Now that the facts and the truth have come out, these people have joined in, and suddenly the news about Yi Chang can no longer be suppressed. Yi Chang's topics are at the top of the list on all major platforms. Zhengcheng University held a meeting overnight, and all the school's senior leaders were present. The principal yelled, "Is this how you do things? Is this how you do things? You jump to conclusions without any investigation. Are you so anxious?" A group of leaders were silent. The incident in Yecheng was too big and the heat could not be suppressed at all, which directly sent Zhengcheng University to the headlines. "Principal, if Yi Chang can help clarify this, there's still time," a leader quickly suggested. "The key figure is Yi Chang." The principal also calmed down. "Can we have a good talk with Yi Chang? Can the school issue an apology statement and revoke the decision to expel him? We should be able to talk, but right now he simply doesn't want to talk to us." "Then what the hell are you talking about?" The principal is extremely exhausted. Zhengcheng University's enrollment this year is definitely affected, and the students' employment situation is also definitely affected. Just as he was thinking this, the phone rang. "Principal Zhang, I'm Jin-Wen from the Parkson Group. Considering your school's recent poor reputation and its tendency to distort facts, our company's originally scheduled recruitment at your school has been cancelled. We hope to collaborate again in the future." Before Principal Zhang could react, the other party had already hung up the phone. Principal Zhang was going crazy. He had personally secured the cooperation with Parkson Group, a large company. If they could recruit at school, it would greatly improve the quality of students' employment and the school's reputation. "It's gone now." Principal Zhang spoke briefly, then stared at everyone. "Who among you will be held responsible? I don't care what methods you use, this matter must be resolved immediately." After saying that, Principal Zhang stood up and left, and kept making calls on the phone, trying to save the cooperation with Parkson Company. In the hotel, Yi Chang also discovered something very strange, that is, the popularity could not be suppressed. He spent some money and hired some internet trolls to fan the flames, but many media outlets that he did not spend money on also seemed to be affected. "Who is helping me?" Yi Chang turned around and looked at Lin Ying, who was also confused. "How would I know? Your news is now rooted in the headlines. It is said that the singer surnamed Wang has fainted in the toilet from crying and has been suppressed again. I'm not sure, but a media matrix of this scale is definitely the power of capital. Mr. Yi, are you hiding something from us?" "I don't." Yi Chang thought to himself, "Anyway, I should be grateful to this angel sister. I will repay you when I have the chance." At this time, lawyer Jiang entered Yi Chang's room and said, "Mr. Yi, the Secretary General is here and wants to talk to us." "No talk." Lin Ying was stunned and whispered, "They are the local chief's men. We should meet them and hear what they have to say. I don't even plan to stay in Zhengcheng anymore, do I need to give him face?" Chapter 43, not an office, but a government office. Yi Chang smiled and said, "They just want to use their power to suppress others. Now that the evidence and the truth have been made public, can the local government still interfere with the judiciary?" Yi Chang insisted on making everything public because he took into consideration that the local government might be operating behind the scenes. "Once the truth is revealed, you have already won. The lawsuit is no longer important at this point. You can just leave Jiangcheng as a dark place. Lawyer Jiang whispered, the other party is quite sincere. They want to hear your opinion before deciding how to deal with the evening paper. Yi Cheng laughed and said, the order is wrong, everything is wrong, and you still have a lucky mentality. If you are really sincere, shouldn't you deal with it first and then talk to me? Forget it, there is no point in talking. I will leave the rest to you. When I was a small person, I was powerless and could only swallow my anger in the face of injustice. Now that I can speak loudly, I let everyone listen carefully. Yi Cheng left after saying this. In the hotel lobby, a man frowned and looked at his watch. Half an hour has passed and Yi Cheng still hasn't shown up. It's crazy. A student actually doesn't give face to himself, the Secretary General. Is this crazy? Because of Yi Cheng, Jiang Cheng is now also on the internet and the popularity remains high. Because Yecheng is so popular, many unfair things that happened in Jiangcheng also appeared in Yecheng's comments section along with Yecheng's popularity. When the online audience saw that there were so many negative news about Jiangcheng besides Yecheng, they immediately stopped traveling to Jiangcheng for tourism and investment. The municipal government has an important cooperation partner this year. The Parkson Group, a Fortune 500 company, originally planned to come for inspection, but because of the news in Yicheng, Parkson feels that it needs to reconsider. Billions of dollars of investment projects have been temporarily shelved, and local senior officials are so angry that they are about to have a prostatitis outbreak. It took high-ranking officials more than a year to convince Parkson Group to invest and investigate in Jiangcheng, but it was shelved because of Yicheng's incident? It's ridiculous to think about it, but it's also very reasonable. The other executives dislike Jiangcheng's current bad reputation and are afraid that someone will fabricate facts. The man looked at his watch, took out his cell phone, and answered a call. Mayor, I haven't seen Yicheng yet. We must resolve this matter. We cannot delay the industrial park project and we must resolve the situation as soon as possible. Yes, yes. The Secretary General nodded quickly. Just after he hung up the phone, he saw Yi Cheng coming out of the elevator. The Secretary General hurried over. Yi Cheng? Yi Cheng nodded. He knew what was going on by looking at the other person's dress and temperament. Officials were different from ordinary people. More confident, with a slightly scrutinizing look in his eyes. Can we talk? Since he was blocked by the other party, Yi Cheng couldn't just turn around and leave, so he sat down in the hotel lobby and watched the other party. My last name is Jing, and I'm here to discuss a solution with you. Is there anything I need to solve? Yi Cheng said with a smile. Secretary Jing frowned immediately. He was also a high-ranking official in the local area and the government's chief steward. After hearing what Yi Cheng said, he immediately felt that Yi Cheng was not easy to deal with. It's like this. Your news has seriously affected Jiangcheng's economic development. I hope you can remove your news, refrain from making comments that are detrimental to Jiangcheng, and calm the situation down as soon as possible. Is this an order? Yi Cheng looked at the other party and twitched his mouth. Is it so difficult to get you to admit your mistakes? Secretary Jing nodded. It can be said to be in order. Economic development is the overall situation. Your case has already had a very bad impact. The consequences are not something you can bear. Secretary Jing looked serious. No matter what, Yi Cheng was just a college student and probably lacked experience. If he just makes some threats, he will probably succeed. But the next moment, Yi Cheng laughed. You should talk to my lawyer. Besides, I suspect you are threatening me. I don't mind adding you to my lawsuit. Or should I sue the local authorities? You? Secretary Jing was stunned. What does this mean? When he realized what was happening, he couldn't help but get angry. You really don't regard this yamen as a government office, right? Yi Cheng, don't take the wrong road. I don't like the way you talk even more. Yi Cheng tugged at his clothes and took a breath. Secretary General, people used to call me Yi Cheng Tugo or a licking dog. No one really looked down on me. But whether it's a tua dog or a licking dog, as long as it's a dog, it will bite. Yi Cheng took 2 steps and then stopped, looking back at the other party and said, when I was attacked by your official media, you remained silent. So now I will also remain silent. I have already borne the consequences of my attack. I have spent 40 million on this lawsuit. Now it is your turn to bear the consequences. If I continue to spend money, I can spend another 100 million to prove my innocence. Yi Cheng smiled and said, "By the way, when you go back, take a look at the words written on your door and ask yourself if you still remember them." After saying that, Yi Cheng turned around and left. Secretary Jing was a little confused. That was it. He wanted to catch up with Yi Cheng to say something, but he saw Yi Cheng got into the car and left. Cursing inwardly, he could only go back and report the situation to his superiors. When he arrived at the Yamen gate, he saw the line of words at the door. Secretary Jing fell silent for a moment. The words were simple, but they were like a knife stabbing directly into his heart. Mayor. I met Yi Cheng, but he was unwilling to resolve the situation. The mayor was stunned. You didn't tell him the seriousness of the matter? Secretary Jing gave a wry smile, then his eyes turned serious. I don't think he actually likes Jiang Cheng turning bad. It's because we haven't done our job well. In handling this matter, we may have forgotten our original intention and are afraid to face the essence and truth of the problem. Secretary Jing then recounted his conversation with Yi Cheng to the mayor. He said seriously, he's reminding us, warning us. He has the power to complicate things. But the final outcome depends on our own choices. Will we continue to cover up as we are now, or will we speak out for fairness and justice? The mayor was stunned for a moment, then slowly nodded. Admitting a mistake takes courage, but we officials don't lack courage, do we? Let's hold a press conference, and I'll take the lead in apologizing to him. We'll show him with our actions that we haven't forgotten what we said at the door. As for the Jiangqing Evening News, everything will be handled according to legal procedures. Also, I want to meet this college student. The mayor was extremely distressed. 500 million in compensation is too much. I hope he can reduce it a little. Secretary Jing nodded immediately. Yi Cheng was really too dark. You actually dare to ask for 500 million. Since the mayor was willing to apologize, there was nothing more to say. He quickly made arrangements to prepare for the press conference. Yi Cheng had already arrived at the moonlight over the lotus pond by this time. A large group of people were already waiting for him. Chapter 44, The Native Dog Becomes a Tibetan Mastiff. Lotus Pond Moonlight is closed today, reserved for Yi Cheng to entertain his friends. The boutique's owner Fatty Wang, Han Xiao, and the original owner Song Gu are all here. In addition to these people, there are Yi Cheng's classmates who live on the same floor of the dormitory. Yi Cheng has invited all classmates from different majors who live on the same floor as him. I am mainly grateful to these people for helping me prove my facts when my lawyer was collecting evidence. Although the matter is not big, this is how the world works. Even if the help from others is small, we must express our gratitude. This incident made Yi Cheng feel deeply. Only when he becomes strong can he make his family and friends feel at ease. Losers or ordinary people are really helpless in society. Zhang Han's classmates were different from Han Feng, Song Gu, and others. They were divided into two circles, and Xiao Qing greeted guests like the proprietress. When Zhang Han and his group of dogs saw Xiao Qing and then looked at Yi Cheng, they finally gave up hope. That bastard Yi Cheng has hooked Xiao Qing up. Xiao Yizi, you really are a dog god. I will definitely erect a golden statue for you in the future, and burn a stick of incense for you every New Year and festival. You must bless us to become successful lickspittles as well. Classmates are like old friends, and everyone laughs and has no worries. Yi Cheng smiled and didn't explain anything. Looking at Xiao Qing's expression, these people knew that this was one of theirs. If you say it's not true, these people won't believe it. Don't be idle, those girls are not pretty. Xiao Qing had already called many beautiful women to accompany her. There was never a shortage of beautiful women in nightclubs, but Zhang Han and his men had the intention but not the courage to do so. I dare not, it makes me shudder just by looking at it. What? A classmate whispered to Yi Cheng, we're afraid we can't handle it. We're all poor students. Yi Cheng whispered, you are college students. They will buy into this. How will you know if you don't try it? Zhang Han and others seemed to be thinking about it, and felt that it would be okay for everyone to be friends. Now they are poor students, but what about the future? At least he is a civil engineer, a professional farmer, and they are all friends of Yi Cheng. Having this halo may not necessarily mean success. After a few people looked at each other, they finally walked towards the ladies in the atmosphere group. Yi Cheng turned around and sat with Song Gu and the others. He had just been talking with Zhang Han and the others. Although they were still classmates and their enthusiasm was undiminished, he could clearly feel that everyone felt a little uncomfortable with him. The gap between him and people like Zhang Han has widened, and the gap is as big as a chasm and insurmountable. His current wealth and status are something that those people will never achieve in their lifetime. I am no longer the same person I used to be. Sangha said nothing, but took a bottle of beer and put it in front of Yi Chang. You are really awesome this time. It really opened my eyes. You are really amazing. You are fighting against the whole network. You are simply a god. Han Feng laughed and said, young Master Yi, young Master Wang is not as stubborn as you. He can only endure being criticized. Yi Chang took a sip of his beer and laughed, he's different from me. He has his father's company behind him to consider the impact. I'm not afraid of wearing shoes even if I'm barefoot. 40 million, do you think you can win it easily? It won't work unless you have enough numbers on your bank account. Yi Chang felt that this time, not only because he was rich, but also because of the legal nitpickers from Tianping law firm and the media, it was actually not easy. If he is like this, what about ordinary people? It may seem fierce to challenge the entire network, but the price he pays is also not small. At least on the internet, he now has mixed reputations. The news about Li Bin being beaten is true. Beating one's own counselor is not in line with traditional morality. There are many saints on the internet speaking up for Li Bin. Fatty Wang is the one with the lowest wealth here and has the least presence, but he understands the ways of the world. Young Master Yi still doesn't consider me a friend. Yi Chang smiled, how should I put it? I spend a lot of money with you. What's the point of spending? Next time you come to my store, just take whatever you like without asking. Fatty Wang looked very angry, the evening news is in Zhengcheng. If you don't come to me, Master Yi, we can get him. We can't kill him. Ha ha. Yi Chang laughed and said, okay, I'll definitely look for you next time. This time it really won't work because they're the official media. I didn't think about Fatty Wang at all, and besides, Fatty Wang's friends are not good at being seen in public. If it gets on the news, I'll never be able to clear my name for the rest of my life. Yi Chang knew that Fatty Wang did it on purpose. He was a shrewd man and he was deliberately showing off his strength. Although his wealth may not be as great as theirs, he has friends and connections. Xiao Cheng naturally leaned in Yi Chang's arms, silently watching Yi Chang chatting with other people. Is this the local dog? Lu Ru is simply blind. Now when Yi Chang chats with everyone, he seems like a big boss, and everyone revolves around him. Everyone praised Yi Chang when he spoke. This is not only because Yi Chang is rich, but also because what Yi Chang did this time was something they dared not imagine. Han Feng asked, how much did it cost? Not much. Yi Chang didn't want to hit Han Feng. This was not something Han Feng could afford. Last time he knew that Han Feng's monthly pocket money was said to be 10 million, but in fact it was at most a few million, and he might even have to ask his father for it. With a monthly allowance of 10 million, do you need to use your Ferrari to pay off your debts? Han Feng frowned unhappily, tell me, come and scare me. Then I want to be polite. Yi Chang said, about 46 million. Grass. Han Feng nodded towards Yi Chang, you are really crazy, spending so much money just for a lawsuit? The truth is more important than anything else. Does it need to be that serious? What's the point of being a person if you are not serious? Yi Chang felt that spending money to find out the truth was more important than anything else. It's your own fault, so you should take responsibility for it yourself. Don't let others put the blame on you. Fatty Wang was also dumbfounded. Rich people really dare to spend money. Mr. Yi's wealth is truly unfathomable. Sangha was wealthy, worth over 10 billion, but after thinking about it, he felt that he would not spend more than 40 million to find out the truth. It's just some black stuff, let others say what they want, how can it affect my drinking, picking up girls in my life? It doesn't affect me, that's good. But losing more than 40 million will affect my life, yes it does. Then you will know how to choose. Sangha thought so, but he still nodded in admiration towards Yi Chang, because Yi Chang did what he could not do. Young Master Yi, what are your plans next? This matter is almost over now. Yi Chang nodded. If the truth was revealed, the lawsuit would not be lost. The rest of the matters could be left to the lawyer. He didn't need to do anything. There's nothing wrong with the school. Yi Chang plans to start a business. He has his own funds and a system, so of course he wants to benefit the people. Let's do some business. When Yi Chang said this, everyone else looked over. Chapter 45, the government bowed. What business? Take me with you. Want to invest? count me in. I. Yi Cheng had just finished speaking when Han Feng, Songgu, and Fatty Wang followed suit. Xiao Cheng also pulled Yi Cheng's clothes and wanted to join in. Yi Cheng was stunned. You all have enough money, just do it yourself, there is no need to get involved with me. Han Feng quickly said, Young Master Yi, business requires reducing costs and diversifying investments. Besides, we are all friends, and you can't just eat alone like this. That's right. If your business is small, I'll invest several million or tens of millions. If it's big, I'll take 100 million. Song Gu said. Fatty Wang chuckled and looked at Yi Cheng and said, I want you to take me flying. Yi Cheng thought for a moment, I haven't decided what to do yet, and you're counting on me? Song Gu smiled and said, everyone has seen what happened this time. I'm not after your money, I'm after your character. Apart from anything else, your counterattack this time was fierce and thorough enough. You are definitely cut out for business. Han Feng said, I think so too. My father said that you are a ruthless person who can accomplish things. Fatty Wang doesn't say anything, he knows nothing. He knew that Yi Cheng was rich and would definitely not cheat him of his investment. Yi Cheng thought about it and realized that this might be the meaning of the old saying, when the time comes, heaven and earth will work together. Show your strength and character. Some people will doubt and hate you, while others will like and agree with you. People are classified into groups. We are all carnivorous animals, and we definitely can't get along with herbivores. Yi Cheng looked at Zheng Han and his men. They were surrounding the young lady and acting like flatterers. I am different from Zheng Han and others. I have evolved from a bootlicker to a Tibetan mastiff. Yi Cheng thought about it and didn't refuse, wait for my news. I'll first think about what kind of business to start. It has to have social significance, be able to help people, and make money. Song Gu suddenly doubted, is there such a business in this world? Are you kidding me? It sounds like he wants to be a bodhisattva and save people from suffering. Han Feng quickly said, No, brother, your business doesn't sound reliable to me. What social significance can business have? Business is all about deception and fraud. Song Gu agreed, it's unrealistic to still have to help people. Yi Cheng said, there may be such a business, but others just don't know about it. Isn't it just waiting for us to develop it? He took out his cell phone and there was a call. Yi Cheng gestured to everyone and walked aside. The call was from Secretary General Jing. Yi Cheng told me the address of Lotus Pond Moonlight. Half an hour later, he was already at the door. Seeing a car with a government license plate parked on the side of the road, Yi Cheng took the initiative to get in. Secretary General Jing's name is Jing Yang. Tomorrow, the authorities will hold a press conference. The deputy mayor will apologize to you and clarify to the public the false report of the evening paper. The authorities failed to supervise properly this time. We admit our mistake and hope that you can consider the overall situation and help us to resolve this matter. Yi Cheng was stunned and a little moved. You are finally willing to give in, but it's more straightforward than I thought. Okay, I don't want Jiangcheng to become a black city because of this incident. Leader, I am very grateful for the role you played in this. Jing Yang was stunned. He did help speak up, but he didn't say it. He didn't expect Yi Cheng to be able to understand it. This thought was not simple. It's not a question of whether you can speak or not, but whether you have a heart. People who are proud of themselves rarely notice the efforts of others. Yi Cheng is now in the upper hand and can appreciate the efforts he has made. Jing Yang feels it is worth it. It is you who reminded us not to forget the 5 words, serve the people. These 5 words are engraved in front of the government gate. Jing Yang smiled and said, you are very rich, right? Have you ever thought about doing something with it? Yi Cheng smiled and said, if you have anything to say, just say it. This time, I've caused trouble for the authorities. Do I have to pay a price? It's not robbery. The truth is, Jiangcheng has an industrial park project that encourages young people to start businesses and develop the economy. The government also offers a lot of policies, including startup subsidies, tax incentives, and technical support. If you're planning to do something, you might want to check it out. Jing Yang said, we have a green channel for outstanding college students like you to start their own businesses. This is compensation for myself. Over at the evening paper. Please be merciful. Those who make mistakes must be dealt with according to the law. As for compensation, 500 million yuan you asked for is too much. Even if the evening paper is sold, it will not be enough to compensate you. Jing Yang said with a wry smile. He contacted Yi Chang late at night just to show his sincerity. If Yi Chang really wanted 500 million, that would be too much trouble. Where can I get 500 million? Why don't you give it to me? Believe it or not, Yi Chang put Jiang Chang on the headlines again. Yi Chang smiled and said, the court's ruling won't be 500 million, probably just tens of millions. That's not the case. The money you have is your own money, and the money of the evening paper is public money. Public money requires a budget, and every penny has its own use. Everything is planned out. Let alone tens of millions, even if you suddenly lose $1, many things may not be done well. Jing Yang knew that Yi Chang didn't understand what was going on. If the evening news compensates Yi Chang, it is likely to go bankrupt, and thousands of people may lose their jobs. The impact of these people's unemployment will be comprehensive. More importantly, this is a major blow to the government's image. The evening paper may end up being sold to a private individual, but how can the government's media platform be sold to a private individual? This is a matter of principle. Jing Yang said, Mayor Zhang, I hope you can consider our difficulties. How about asking for a symbolic amount of money? How much? About 100,000. Those legal nitpickers at Tianping law firm asked for 500 million yuan with the intention of cutting the court's ruling. They all want to make money. Those people don't even look at the 100,000 yuan. But Yi Chang decided, 100,000 is too much. Jing Yang was stunned. Yi Chang really disagreed. He was speaking sarcastically. What was 100,000 compared to 500 million? Not even a chicken feather counts. Well, let the court decide. Jing Yang felt very sorry, but after all, it was the evening news's own fault and he couldn't blame anyone else. I can only say that I hit a wall. $1. Yi Chang smiled as he looked at Jing Yang's expression. What? Jing Yang was stunned. He hadn't heard of it before. 100,000 won tea work, $1 would be enough. $1? Yi Chang held up a finger and said, 100,000 is only worth $1 compared to 500 million. You and the leader are both sincere people. I can't be stingy. $1 is enough for my trophy. There's no point in asking for 100,000, so why not just ask for $1? It's all meant to be humiliating. 500 million is a humiliation, and so is $1. Yi Chang smiled, opened the car door, turned around and looked at Jing Yang and said, $1 is not too much, right? I really can't explain it. Okay. Jing Yang reacted and nodded quickly. Young man, you are still good at having fun. He naturally understood Yi Chang's intention, which was to slap the evening news in the face. He didn't care about the economic benefits, and he had to get his revenge. There is naturally no problem with this. The governor of the Yamen has offered to apologize. Can the leaders of the evening newspaper have more face than the governor? Chapter 46, A Carefree Life. Yi Chang did not invite Jing Yang to the Lotus Pond Moonlight because he was an official and it was not appropriate for him to appear in such occasions. Xiao Yi. Yi Chang, who had already gotten off the car, looked back and saw Jing Yang also got off the car. Let's add each other's contact information. Young man, what do you think I have been waiting for after talking to you for so long? You really don't care about my connections. Yi Chang was slightly stunned. Is it okay? Sure. Jing Yang smiled. This isn't just my opinion, it's also the deputy mayor's. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can contact me directly. I'll definitely help you within the principles. Yi Chang added the other party's contact information without saying anything. The other party was really sincere in doing so. The Secretary General is the chief steward of the Yamen. Jing Yang will definitely be promoted in the future, and it will not be a problem for him to be in charge of a region. How many people have connections in the government? Jing Yang was about to leave, but then he thought of something else. Xiao Yi, you are a junior now, right? Yes. Have you ever thought about taking the civil service exam? Me? That's not appropriate. Zhangchang is going to recruit some college students to serve as village officials this year. The starting point is very high. I can see that you have a fierce heart. Jing Yang hinted and patted Yi Chang on the shoulder. There is a vast world with great potential. Yi Chang nodded slightly and watched the other party leave. So sincere. He returned to Lotus Pond Moonlight, and Song Gu and others began to ask about it. Of course, Yi Chang would not say anything nonsense. The government's apology had not been announced, so he could not say anything. Yi Chang just said he was going to meet a friend. Everyone drank until 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Han and his friends were about to leave, so Yi Chang went to see them off. He held Zhang Han and handed him a plastic bag. "What's this?" 200,000 in cash. "What do you mean?" Zhang Han stared. Yi Chang smiled and said, "Don't overthink it. I've always been your little leaf. I'm just worried that you won't recognize me in the future. I know a little bit about the family situations of my roommates. You can keep the 200,000 yuan for everyone. It's for this year's living expenses and next year's tuition. Tell me when you've used it up." "How embarrassing." Zhang Han laughed and immediately stuffed the plastic bag into his arms. There are 4 brothers in the dormitory, and each family has its own difficulties. The second brother's family has many children, so the burden is naturally heavy. The third brother's mother is sick and needs medicine, and it all depends on his father to run a roadside stall. Zhang Han's family is better off, as both parents are healthy, but his family lives in the mountains and has a low income. The brothers in the dormitory usually live frugally. Seeing that Zhang Han was not polite, Yi Chang was happy instead. Zhang Han asked, "Have you graduated?" "Graduation. Congratulations, congratulations, we still have one more year." You're welcome, you're welcome." Yi Chang let out a breath. He couldn't go back to Jiangcheng University, nor did he want to go back. The only things that make me nostalgic about the school are the brothers who were my classmates for 3 years. Zhang Han patted Yi Chang's chest and said, "Little Yi, you must be strong. We will be waiting for you to help us after graduation. Don't forget each other when you become rich. Virtue." Yi Chang waved his hand. Zhang Han, the second and third brothers, stood by the road and looked back at him. The street lights at night were soft and yellow, which made people feel soft-hearted. The 3 college students waved their hands fiercely at Yi Chang. They stood under the rain of light and dealt a heavy blow to Yi Chang's junior year. Yi Chang turned around and left. What a bunch of middle school kids, making it quite sentimental. Sentimentality may be the color of separation. Yi Chang turned around and saw that the huge colorful lights in the lotus pond under the moonlight were turned off. Xiao Cheng closed the door and walked towards him alone. Naturally, Xiao Cheng took Yi Chang's hand. "Go home? I'll be fine if I go home with you." Yi Chang said, "Let's go for a walk." Xiao Cheng hugged Yi Chang's arm tightly, as if she wanted to stick herself to Yi Chang's body, like a sticker that could not be torn off. "Actually, the school contacted me and wanted me to talk to you." Xiao Cheng said. "I directly refused." "Oh, thank you. Just say it." Xiao Cheng stopped, looked up at Yi Chang, and closed her eyes. "It's very clear what I mean." Yi Chang thought about it and decided that Xiao Qing was the only obedient girl he had licked, so he decided to kiss her. He pressed on immediately, and then he felt Xiao Qing wrapping around him, with her legs and feet wrapped around him like an octopus. A warm tongue began to stir flexibly in the mouth. It took a while for Yi Chang to catch his breath. He looked at Xiao Chang, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I was prepared, but I didn't expect the strong wind and heavy rain. I can be even wilder. Let's go home and let you experience what a storm is like." Xiao Cheng pulled Yi Chang and walked away, and as they walked, they started running. Yi Chang suddenly stopped and looked back. He felt someone was looking at him, but when he turned around, there was no one behind him. Xiao Chang looked behind her in confusion. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." Yi Chang and Xiao Cheng turned around, held hands, and walked towards the distance. Behind a trash can, a woman slowly stood up. Qi Gui covered his chest and took a deep breath. Looking at Xiao Chang and Yi Chang together, she couldn't help but feel distressed, as if she had lost a precious toy. Qi Gui's tears slowly fell. When he could no longer see Yi Chang and Xiao Chang, Qi Gui walked in the cold wind of the night. Favorability +5. Qi Q favorability, 65. At the door of a convenience store, Yi Chang suddenly heard a system prompt about Qi Gui and couldn't help wondering. There really was someone looking at me just now. Was that person Qi Gui? Yi Chang wanted to go back and take a look. At this time, Xiao Qing came out of the convenience store with an embarrassed look on her face. "The small umbrella has been bought. Let's go. You buy it next time." Xiao Qing just went to buy a small umbrella, and she felt like she was about to break down when the shop owner looked at her. Shouldn't men be prepared for this kind of thing? Xiao Cheng felt that as long as it was Yi Chang, it didn't matter at all, but Yi Cheng insisted and wouldn't go home, so she had to buy it herself. Spoil your own man. Xiao Qing, I have something to do. Yi Cheng was halfway through his words when he saw Xiao Cheng staring at him, looking like she was about to cry. What's wrong with you? Are you going to find someone else? Xiao Cheng whispered, looking down at the ground, not even daring to look Yi Cheng in the eye. Am I that unimportant? I don't ask for much. Can you stay with me first, and then find someone else? Yi Cheng thought to himself that he was such a bastard. Qi Gui is a girl, and so is Xiao Cheng. There was really no reason for him to hurt Xiao Qing because of Qi Gui. Yi Cheng took Xiao Qing's hand and said, "Let's go." We're not going anywhere. I want to ride the wind in waves. Xiao Cheng immediately laughed. The next morning, Yi Cheng turned on the TV. The local governor apologized to the reporters seriously and dealt seriously with a series of people, including the person in charge of the evening newspaper. Xiao Qing came out of the bathroom rubbing her chest, and then sat in Yi Cheng's arms. She felt like she was breaking into pieces. Yesterday I felt like I almost didn't make it several times. Chapter 47 Goodbye Qi Gui. Hiss, did I see it right? The prefect apologized to you? Xiao Qing said while looking at the TV. Yi Cheng said, "You're right, they keep their promises, and I have to show my appreciation." Yi Cheng took out his phone and contacted lawyer Jiang, withdraw the lawsuit against the Evening News and ask the Evening News to compensate us $1. Mr. Yi, didn't we agree to fight them to the end? We may not be able to get 500 million yuan in compensation, but 70 or 80 million yuan is certainly possible. The Evening News can come up with that. I've already assessed their assets. We were still trying to fight hard, but you, my lord, were actually recruited. Don't believe in apologies from the government. Is having money important? Yi Cheng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. These legal nitpickers probably knew all the numbers in the Evening News account. Just do as I say, and I'll pay you your fees. Lawyer Jian was very sad. They were not worried about the lawyer's fees, but this matter could make the headlines. Tianping Law Firm may be able to remain a popular law firm in Beijing for a long time because of this incident. It is really rare to encounter an employer who is also a nitpicker and still be willing to fight a lawsuit at any cost. Maybe Yi Cheng's lawsuit can become a reference case and be selected into the university law textbook. That's the result? My lord has passed away halfway through his life. Would you like to reconsider this? Thank you so much for your service, no need to think about it. Mr. Yi, wait a few more days? We are confident that we can win. No, that's it? Yi Cheng smiled and said, I am very satisfied with your service. I will come to you again in the future. You can go back to the capital and give me a bill later. Okay, in that case we will do as you wish. We are glad to serve you and wish you a happy life. Lawyer Jiang wanted to cry. What a good lawsuit, but it just ended like that. The Jiangcheng government is quite capable. They actually asked the prefect to apologize. This is truly the most powerful move I have ever seen in my career. Even a nitpicker like Mr. Yi was moved. The government apologized sincerely. Related reports on the internet exploded. Countless netizens are waiting for the follow-up of Yi Cheng's news. Yi Cheng has already made up his mind to fight to the end and will definitely beat Jiangcheng to death. Unexpectedly, the prefect just bowed and apologized. The government actually bowed its head. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Jiangcheng's leaders are good. They correct their mistakes immediately. Now the pressure is on Yecheng. It is a blessing for the people of Jiangcheng to have such a leader. I believe the governor of Jiangcheng is serious. Can Yi Cheng still hold on? I hope he keeps fighting. If an apology is enough, why do we need the police? Yi Cheng, don't surrender. Keep fighting. We all support you. The friends on the internet are really wonderful. Yi Cheng was also reading the comments. What support was there? Later, Tianping Law Firm announced the news that Yecheng and Jiangcheng Evening News had claimed 1 yuan in compensation, and Jiangcheng Evening News had already paid the compensation. Countless netizens who were waiting to watch the show cursed. There must be something fishy going on. Is Yi Cheng being threatened? It's too dark, Yi Cheng must have been forced. There must be something shady going on. Please explain, how did the 500 million you agreed on become just $1? Yi Cheng was almost laughing to death when he saw these comments, but he didn't laugh for long as Jing Yang called. Xiao Yi, have you read the comments online? We didn't force you, did we? There's no shady dealings going on, right? No. Jing Yang was so angry that he almost cried. The government apologized and the prefect bowed personally. He kept staring at the reactions online. Everything was fine. Netizens have changed their views on Jiang Chang, but after Yi Chang's announcement came out, if Jing Yang had not met Yi Chang and negotiated with Yi Chang in person, he would have suspected that Yi Chang had changed his mind and wanted to continue to make trouble. Now the public opinion online has turned bad again. Can't you come forward to clarify it? Yi Chang thought about it and agreed, then recorded a video and sent it to Jing Yang, who could then send it out through the TV station. He forwarded the video to Lin Ying and everything was settled. By the time the video was released, the online public opinion was finally not as negative as it used to be. After finishing all this, it was already noon, and Yi Chang and Xiao Qing had lunch together. Xiao Cheng picked up her bag and was about to go out. She was going to talk to a new supplier in the afternoon. You stay at home and don't eat secretly. Yi Chang rolled his eyes. If he wanted to cheat, Xiao Qing couldn't stop him. What you said is nonsense. He watched TV for a while, then saw a phone call. After seeing the familiar number, Yi Chang hesitated for a moment and went out to meet Qi Gue. They soon arrived at school and Qi Gue was waiting for him at the school gate, with Principal Zhang beside her. When Yi Chang saw this configuration, he knew what was going on. The government has apologized to Yi Chang, so the school naturally can't bear it anymore. The principal said that the discussion must be quelled, otherwise they would suffer the consequences. Yi Chang said in the office that he wanted to pursue Qi Gue, and this news also spread to the school, so the leaders began to persuade Qi Gue to come forward. Student Yi. Qi Gue looked at Yi Chang seriously and said, "Can you please not sue the school? The impact is too bad." Principal Zhang smiled politely and said, "You are awesome, young man. That's enough." The school gave in. Yi Chang wanted to laugh when he looked at Qi Gue. "Teacher Qi, you look like a pufferfish when you are angry." Qi Gue gave Yi Chang a look and said, "You're almost there." Yi Chang thought for a moment and said, "Principal Zhang, I want to talk to Teacher Qi alone." Principal Zhang hurried away. Yi Chang and Qi Gue walked together on the school road. Qi Gue suddenly said, "The school forced me to look for you. I didn't do it voluntarily." "I know." Yi Chang said seriously. "How could you not imagine this?" Qi Gue breathed a sigh of relief. "What do you think?" Yi Chang said, "I think what you think. You, don't tease me. I don't have the final say on matters like this." "Are you scared?" Qi Gue nodded, feeling a lot of pressure. Now many people knew that Yi Chang wanted to pursue her, and there were all kinds of rumors in the school. Yi Chang suddenly remembered last night. "You came to see me yesterday, didn't you?" "No. No, I'm at home." "I don't believe it." Yi Chang smiled and said, "If you don't tell the truth, I will continue to sue you. I will definitely win, and I will make the school pay me $1. It will disgust them to death." "Don't be like this." Okay, I admit it, I went to find you and saw you and your girlfriend." Qi Gue pretended to be relaxed and said, "Your girlfriend is very beautiful. She is also the campus belle of our school, right?" "Xiao Qing is not my girlfriend." Yi Chang said calmly. Qi Gue glared, How could you do this, you? How can you play with women?" Qi Gue looked at Yi Chang disappointedly. Favorability 20. Qi Q's favorability, 45. Yi Chang didn't care at all and just stared at Qi Gue. Qi Gue couldn't stand being stared at and quickly turned his head away. Chapter 48 Bajiquan. What I said in the office is true. You don't believe it, do you? Yi Chang looked at Qi Gue seriously. Don't say that. Qi Gue said, you shouldn't treat Xiao Qing like this. I can see that she only has eyes for you. I have eyes full of you, too. You? Qi Gue glared. Seeing Qi Gue not avoiding him at all, Yi Chang reached out to pull Qi Gue's hand. Qi Gue quickly dodged and said, Are you crazy? I'm a teacher. We are not that kind of relationship. I'm no longer a student of Zhengcheng University. Yi Chang said with a smile. Qi Gue was stunned and said anxiously, Don't be impulsive, the school already regrets expelling you, and your punishment has been cancelled. The punishment is not important. Yi Cheng didn't care at all, and said with a relaxed smile, "In fact, now that I think about it, I should thank the school for expelling me. If they expelled me, I would no longer be a student, and I could pursue you openly and honestly. Don't joke with your future." Chi Gui blushed with anger. This child was really disobedient. "I am older than Yi Cheng, so it is not suitable for us to be together." Now he's even making fun of his own future. It's crazy. I'm serious, not crazy. Yi Cheng made up his mind when he saw Principal Zhang. He must give face to Chi Gui when he comes forward. He can choose not to sue, but he can't have no benefits at all. The school can't give me any benefits, only Chi Gui can. If you let me chase you, I'll drop the charges. It's none of my business. You can sue me or not. Chi Gui said angrily, "You can even joke about your own future. You don't love yourself at all, and you won't love others either." Chi Gui turned around and wanted to leave, but Yi Cheng would never let him go. He reached out and pulled Chi Gui back. Before Chi Gui could react, Yi Cheng kissed him hard. Principal Zhang, who was watching from a distance, was stunned. Today's kids are too fierce. Chi Gui is a teacher. When his student forcibly kissed him, should he stop it? But if Yi Cheng is stopped, what if Yi Cheng refuses to withdraw the lawsuit? For a moment, Principal Zhang didn't know what to do. Yi Cheng kissed Chi Gui and was pushed away by him. Then Chi Gui slapped Yi Cheng in the face. "Are you crazy? You are being unreasonable." Chi Gui's heart was pounding, as if he could hear his own heartbeat. It's really getting outrageous. But looking at the palm print on Yi Cheng's face, she felt that she had been too harsh. Just as he was waiting to say something, Yi Cheng suddenly pulled Chi Gui away. Principal Zhang widened his eyes and saw a foot appear behind Chi Gui. After Yi Cheng pulled Chi Gui away, he stood in front of Chi Gui and was kicked hard in the chest by the oncoming man. "Damn it!" Chi Gui saw the person clearly and asked, "Gao Xiang, what are you doing?" Yi Cheng rubbed his chest, protected Chi Gui with one hand, and stared at Gao Xiang. "Isn't he by Yue Guan?" Gao Xiang didn't say anything and just hit Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng stretched out his hand to block it, then grabbed Gao Xiang's wrist with his backhand and gave him a fierce elbow. "I am a master of Bajiquan, what about you? If you want to play, I'll play with you." Yi Cheng stepped forward quickly. Gao Xiang was also a veteran and his steps were extremely flexible. He dodged and created distance between himself and Yi Cheng. When Gao Xiang came to pick up Chi Gui, he happened to see Yi Cheng forcibly kissing Chi Gui, and he was furious. "I haven't even kissed her, but this rubbish Yi Cheng actually forced himself on me." He had been unhappy with Yi Cheng for a long time, and this time he could no longer bear it. Gao Xiang made the starting stance of Taekwondo. Yi Cheng couldn't help but sneer, opened his hands, and started with Baji Chi. Just standing there, he was as calm as a mountain, with deep internal strength hidden. Principal Zhang was dumbfounded. How did it become a competition? Chi Gui hurriedly said, "Stop messing around, Yi Cheng, hurry up, Gao Xiang is a black belt, you can't beat him, stop messing around." Yi Cheng pushed Chi Gui away and said, "Go away, woman. You rubbish dare to be so arrogant in front of the quintessence of Chinese culture. Today, I have my revenge. Principal Zhang, please don't interfere. If you interfere, I won't withdraw the lawsuit. This is a matter between him and me. It has nothing to do with the school." Upon hearing this, Principal Zhang nodded immediately. "You are right. I was worried that Yi Cheng would be difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect that he would agree to withdraw the lawsuit now. That's enough." When Principal Zhang saw that many students were coming over, he quickly called the security guards to maintain order. It's a competition to make friends, not a fight. Students, please don't take random photos with your cell phone. I'll check it later. Yi Cheng and Gao Xiang ignored everything else and just looked at each other. Gao Xiang was the first one who couldn't wait any longer. He let out a strange cry and kicked over with a gust of wind, but the wind stopped when it hit the mountain. Yi Cheng calmly stepped forward to avoid it, then took another step forward, holding the old bear in his arms, and moved close to Gao Xiang. An unparalleled force suddenly knocked Gao Xiang away. Gao Xiang flew halfway up the ground. Yi Cheng moved his hands, pulled him back, and knocked Gao Xiang unconscious with a blow. The people watching just felt that after one fight between Yi Cheng and Gao Xiang was beaten to the ground like a dead pig. Hiss. The students around him took a deep breath. Is it that fierce? It's like seeing a ghost. Is Yi Chang so powerful? Fuck, it's just a martial arts tutorial? Is Yi Chang also a martial arts master? I haven't heard of it. Is it something you learn in school? Are there any traditional martial arts masters or otherworldly masters in our school? Principal, does the school have a traditional martial arts major? Can I sign up? Principal Zhang looked gloomy and said, "There's no such thing as a traditional martial arts major." God knows where Yi Chang learned this from. I didn't expect that traditional martial arts can really be used to fight. Isn't it said that they are just fancy moves? Principal Zhang also wanted to learn it. Qi Gui looked at Gao Xiang on the ground, then at Yi Chang. Damn it, that's too cruel. They were both people he had feelings for, and both knew martial arts. Qi Gui felt numb. Yi Chang turned around and looked at Qi Gui and said proudly, "The delicious thing about corn on the cob is the corn, not the cob. Do you think you can challenge our ancestors with something on the cob? Ancestors are always ancestors." That's awesome. Yi Chang, are you using traditional martial arts? Yi Chang bowed and smiled, but Jiquan, let me tell you a secret. I learned it in school. There's an old man in our school who is a Bajiquan master. He's amazing. One punch is enough to bring peace to the world. As long as everyone is sincere and goes to the playground to look at the moon on the 15th of every month, you might be noticed by that old man and he will teach you the quintessence of Chinese culture, Bajiquan. Is this true or false? There is such a thing. These students immediately wrote it down and tried it out, just in case it was true. While everyone was talking, Yi Chang pulled Qi Gui and ran quickly. Qi Gui ran slowly, so Yi Chang carried her and ran out of the school gate in one breath. When they got outside, Yi Chang hailed a taxi and got in holding Qi Gui. The driver thought it was a kidnapping. What's going on? This kind of thing doesn't happen in China. This is my girlfriend, what's wrong? Yi Chang immediately started to rant. What's so good about stealing someone's girlfriend? If you don't make money, how are you going to pay the mortgage? Chapter 49, Stop Daydreaming. Yi Chang held Qi Gui and did not tell the driver where they were going. He just let the driver drive wherever he wanted. The driver was dissatisfied after being scolded by Yi Chang, so he drove out of the city. The driver wanted to cheat Yi Chang because Yi Chang was rude to him. Yi Chang didn't care at all. Qi Gui didn't dare to move in Yi Chang's arms. He felt so ashamed. Yi Chang is his own student. This man was so bold that he actually ran away holding her in public. But just thinking about it made her feel so excited that her heart was pounding. I never thought that something like the runaway bride in TV dramas would happen to me. Seeing the farmland outside the car, Qi Gui reacted. Where are we going? Yi Chang took a look and smiled bitterly. When they arrived in the suburbs, he quickly asked the driver to stop the car. After taking his money, the driver turned around and ran away, making a gesture to Yi Chang. Grandson, you can play here. It's easy to come to the suburbs but hard to leave. There are no rentals to be found here. Qi Gui stood on the road, the weeds around her were as tall as her waist. A man and a woman stood in the wild, and the reeds swayed in the green. Neither of them spoke, and Qi Gui suddenly felt awkward. She looked back at the surroundings and deliberately blamed Yi Chang. Look, how did we get here? How can we go back? Yi Chang smiled and said, if it's not convenient to go back, then don't go back. The setting sun hung red in the distant sky, the mountains and forests were dark green, the evening breeze brought a hint of coolness, and Qi Gui's long hair was messed up by the wind. Her heart was also in turmoil. Yi Chang's words made her feel that there was something deeper behind them. Did he actually want to spend the night outside with her? What could happen if a man and a woman spend the night together? It's not like Qi Gui doesn't understand, but she really isn't prepared. I am a teacher and cannot make mistakes, and I don't know how Gao Xiang is doing. Let's walk back. I don't want others to misunderstand what happened today. You shouldn't hit people. Qi Gui tidied his long hair. Yi Chang smiled slightly, grabbed Qi Gui's hand, and when she turned around, he said, if I don't do it, I'm afraid that we will really have nothing to do with each other. Don't say that. We are not suitable. Yi Chang didn't care about Qi Gui's words at all. He had already known from the system's prompts that Qi Gui liked him. It was only because of Qi Gui's status that he distanced himself from him, and there was also that white moonlight Gao Xiang. What era is it now? You still care about your status. I don't care. Hearing Yi Chang say this, Shi Gue raised his head, bulged his eyes and rolled his eyes like a goldfish. Shi Gue thought to himself that he could not do such a shameless thing. A teacher should be a role model, and she doesn't want to cause a big fuss. Although teacher-student love is very fashionable, Shi Gue feels that it is not suitable for his personality. She looked around and immediately changed the subject. It was easy for something to go wrong when a man and a woman alone talked about this kind of topic. How do we get back? Yi Chang knew that Shi Gue was trying to change the subject and refused to let her go. Can't you just treat me as a normal man? I'm not a student anymore. He had to make things clear. Yi Chang was not giving up at all. He beat the person and kissed Shi Gue. All the classmates at school saw it. It doesn't matter who believes them. Shi Gue is simply deceiving himself. Shi Gue was a little angry. Why did Yi Chang force himself? Do you know what you look like now? Like what? A howling male dog in heat. Yi Chang was a little confused, looking at Shi Gue. He couldn't help but laugh and cry. You are really good at making metaphors. But when you think about it, it seems quite vivid. Yi Chang also knew that he was a little anxious. Shi Gue wanted to be sincere to him, so he should give him time. Shi Gue seemed to know about Xiao Chang, so Yi Chang felt a little headache when he thought about it. I'd better not force Shi Gue, just go with the flow. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Chang pulled Shi Gue back. Shi Gue did not refuse. Can you call a taxi? No, let's walk back. Shi Gue felt speechless, thinking he was crazy. But when Yi Chang held her hand, she was silent for a moment, and actually felt that this was actually quite good. In the past, transportation was very slow, so everything was worth looking forward to. Walking back was also very slow, so we could spend more time together. There is no one in the suburbs, so as long as you don't think about it, you won't have any identity problems. After walking for a while, Shi Gue felt tired. Yi Chang squatted down without saying a word, turned around and signaled Shi Gue that he would carry her on his back. Shi Gue was slightly stunned and wanted to refuse, but when she looked into Yi Chang's eyes, she subconsciously lay on Yi Chang's back. Yi Chang walked in the sunset with Shi Gue on his back, smiling like a fool. Shi Gue asked curiously, "How do you know martial arts?" Yi Chang said with some pride, "Of course it's to protect you. How can I beat your Bai Yue Guan without some kung fu?" "Don't talk nonsense, Gao Xiang and I are not in that kind of relationship." Yi Chang didn't care. It's better to be direct with girls. Even if you were in that kind of relationship before, I don't really care. Who doesn't have a past? As long as it's me now and in the future, that's all that matters. Shi Gue was speechless. Kids these days are really too fierce. Yi Chang made her a little overwhelmed. She already liked Yi Chang, and Yi Chang flirted with her. How could she bear it? Shi Gue was blushing as he thought about it, and suddenly he was stunned. His expression became strange, then he raised his hand and patted Yi Chang. Yi Chang's hands immediately became still. Shi Gue's face was already blood red. Yi Chang thought to himself, Teacher Chi really doesn't know the rules. He's letting me carry the responsibility, so shouldn't he be able to take advantage of me? Can I carry you on my back for nothing? But Yi Chang didn't dare to go too far. Favorability plus 20. Shi Q favorability, 65. Feeling the system's prompt, Yi Chang smiled like a silly dog. Since we already had a basis of acquaintance, the favorability naturally increased rapidly, even exceeding 60. Shi Gue said at this time, "Don't sue the school, come back to study." "I can promise you not to sue the school, but forget about studying." Yi Chang had his own considerations. It was really not a good thing for him to go back to school with his current identity. He made such a big fuss that his student identity has become a burden to him. As a student, he cannot do many things that are too extreme. Others can write their own short essay based on their identity. As a student, Shi Gue couldn't let go of his interactions with her. Shi Gue thought for a moment and whispered in Yi Chang's ear, "If you don't come back to study, I won't pay attention to you in the future. You are already a junior, and you can graduate and get your diploma in another year? My boyfriend must at least have a bachelor's degree, otherwise I would feel embarrassed to take him out. I'm your boyfriend, is this officially confirmed? What are you daydreaming about? You are nothing." Yi Chang's mouth twitched. "It was clearly you who hinted at me, but it's okay as long as I understand it. Teacher Chi really put a lot of effort into it. Chapter 50. I'll beat you if you provoke me." After walking 4 or 5 kilometers, they finally saw someone. Yi Cheng immediately let Shi Gue get off, and then he saw a taxi and quickly stopped it. Shi Gue saw that his legs were shaking slightly and smiled. After getting in the car, Yi Cheng hurriedly rubbed his legs and feet and walked with Shi Gue on his back. Although the girl was not heavy, it was a life-threatening situation. In order to show off in front of Shi Gue, he has been enduring it, but now he finally doesn't have to endure it anymore. Shi Gue said, "No matter how good you are at fighting, your legs are weak now." Yi Cheng glanced at Shi Gue with a strange look. The driver looked at the rearview mirror and wondered how such a pretty girl could say such vicious words. Weak legs? This is not possible, young man. Shi Gue quickly sensed something was wrong, and after thinking about it carefully, his face turned red. Seeing Yi Cheng peeking at her, Shi Gue rolled her eyes at Yi Cheng fiercely. "Don't let your imagination run wild." "I don't mean that. I'm not imagining things, so don't let your imagination run wild." "I'm not. I'm your teacher. Pay attention." The driver was shocked, or was it a teacher-student relationship? People nowadays are so open-minded. Yi Cheng saw the driver peeking and took a look, and the driver immediately stopped looking. Well. Yi Cheng didn't say much and soon arrived at Shi Gue's house. Yi Cheng pretended to want to visit Shi Gue's parents, which scared Shi Gue so much that he stared. The last time they came, Shi Gue's parents felt very good about Yi Cheng, and they often asked how Shi Gue and Yi Cheng were doing. "If I see Yi Cheng again, I don't know what will happen." Shi Gue quickly said, "Don't make trouble, I'm warning you, be careful or I'll deal with you." "Teacher, no matter how you plan to deal with me, I can do it." Yi Cheng was completely shameless. Why should he have any dignity in front of the person he liked? Shi Gue blushed again, feeling that he was no match for this guy, and couldn't help but beg, "Please, you can go home and think about studying." Yi Cheng felt that it was enough. If he continued to tease, Shi Gue's face would bleed. Just as he was waiting to say goodbye, he saw Shi Gue's parents walking towards the entrance of the community with a woman. The old couple apologized to the woman with embarrassment, as if they had done something wrong. Yi Cheng couldn't help but take another look. The woman was wealthy and well-dressed, and her aura was as sharp as her arrogant expression. Yi Cheng and Shi Gue met them. Shi Gue was a little nervous when he saw the woman and politely called her Aunt Zhang. But Aunt Zhang was not polite. "Shi Gue, what happened today? Why was Gao Xiang beaten and sent to the hospital? I heard it was because of you? Aren't you and Gao Xiang in a relationship? How can you be so unclear with someone else?" Shi Gue was stunned and felt a little aggrieved. She didn't know where to start for a moment. She and Gao Xiang were really not in a relationship. Although she liked Gao Xiang, that was all in the past. Now she just had a good impression of Gao Xiang, but Gao Xiang had just returned to China, and she was no longer the little girl she used to be. They were just friends, and there was no such relationship between them. Yi Cheng also understood who this woman was. The younger one was beaten, and now the older one is looking for revenge. They actually went straight to Shi Gue's house. Needless to say, the old couple definitely didn't know what was going on. Seeing that the other party came to their door to kill them, and being people with a sense of pride, they would definitely compromise. But the woman was obviously not satisfied. Shi Gue asked, "Aunt Zhang, how is Gao Xiang? What are you being kind about now? He did it all for you. Do you feel bad about it?" Aunt Zhang said, "Don't bother my Gao Xiang anymore. To be frank, you know my family's situation very well. Do you think you two are suitable for each other?" Aunt Zhang was very rude. She took out a piece of paper and threw it on the ground. "This is 5 million. Is it enough?" The old couple were very angry. Their family conditions were average, but at least Shi Gue was a university teacher with a decent job and good looks. They were reluctant to curse. "What's wrong with Gao Xiang?" Shi's father was angry. "Gao Xiang's mother, don't go too far. Don't say that my Shi Gue has a boyfriend. I was against him and Gao Xiang's relationship. It was only because they were classmates that I didn't say anything. What do you mean by this? What do you think of my family?" Mr. Qi was shaking with anger. Yi Cheng hurried over and supported Qi's father. Old Qi was stunned. "Xiao Yi? You're here. I didn't see you just now. Are you okay?" The incident involving Yi Cheng caused a huge uproar, but Lao Qi was also angry with Yi Cheng because he actually kissed another girl and it even made the news. He asked Shi Gue, and Shi Gue explained the rules of the big screen. Olji was still very unhappy and thought that Yi Chang should not go to any concert. Going out to play by yourself without bringing your daughter? But now that he saw Yi Chang, Lao Chi was still worried about Yi Chang being cyberbullied. Yi Chang smiled and said, I've taken care of all my affairs. Didn't you see the news? I'm fine now. After saying that, Yi Chang looked at Gao Xiang's mother and said, Tell Gao Xiang to stay away from Qi Gue. If he dares to get close to Qi Gue, I will beat him to death. And you, it's not your turn to show off here. Qi Gue is my girlfriend. Why is Gao Xiang pestering her? What do you want to do? Do you have any shame? If I find out, I will beat him every time I see him. You're the one who beat my son? Do you believe I'll beat you too? Yi Chang had no intention of wasting time talking to the other party. What was the point of talking nonsense? It's okay to slap the other person at this time. Does that mean the enemy is no longer an enemy? Old Chi looked at Yi Chang and nodded. The young man was quite brave. Our Chi family doesn't have a son, but we have a son-in-law. Lao Chi immediately became very fond of Yi Chang and no longer cared about the news about Yi Chang. Xiao Yi, be a little more polite. After all, he is older than you. Lao Chi said sarcastically. Yi Chang immediately followed up, yes, uncle is right, I am too young to talk nonsense with an old woman who is half buried in the ground. Young people should be with young people, right? Xiao Yi, it's good that you know. Respecting the elderly is a virtue. Uncle, I am full of virtues. Yi Chang said with a smile. Aunt Zhang on the side was so angry that her face was twisted. She couldn't help but say, What are you talking about? Who is old? You little beast. Before she could finish her words, Yi Chang looked over. Aunt Zhang was stunned and so scared that she couldn't say anything else. Yi Chang pointed at the woman and said, If you have the guts, tell me what you're going to say next. I'll see if I can kill your whole family. Are you scolding me? Have you seen my lawsuit? I can spend 40 million to fight a lawsuit. I'm not afraid of spending another 400 million to kill you. If 400 million isn't enough, is 4 billion enough? Aunt Zhang thought of the recent news, and when she looked at Yi Chang again, her face changed drastically. How could it be this little beast? She didn't recognize Yi Chang just now, so she didn't dare to think about the news. When he recognized Yi Chang, he suddenly felt scared. People on the internet say that Yi Chang is a ruthless person. Aunt Zhang looked at Lao Chi's family and was shaking with anger. After thinking for a moment, she turned around and left. Chapter 51, Behind the Scenes Deal. Yi Chang's domineering move directly suppressed Aunt Zhang. Father Chi looked at Yi Chang and then at Qi Gue without saying anything, but only smiled like an ant. Mother Chi complained a little, Xiao Yi, you should not be so overbearing in the future. You should be more gentle. Auntie, I've always been very kind, but I can't be kind to some people. Xiao Yi is right. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Lao Chi pulled Yi Chang and said, I think it's good. A man should be like this. Did you come back with Qi Gue? Okay. Seeing Yi Chang laughing, Lao Chi rolled his eyes at Yi Chang. Why is this kid so loud? What do you mean? Yi Chang felt that he had done a good job. Why are you scolding me, Lao Chi? Lao Chi whispered, It's already late. Why don't you go see a movie, have some supper, and go home? Is Xiao Ye okay with this? Yi Chang understood immediately. He didn't expect Lao Chi to be so open-minded. He suddenly felt younger. There's something wrong. There was a misunderstanding between me and the teacher. I don't have the nerve to talk about going to the movies. Waste, how shameless are you? Lao Chi and Yi Chang shared their experiences. Women are most afraid of men clinging to them. You cling to her and go around her. Well, I'm very satisfied with you and don't object to you two being together, but you have to work hard on your own. You can't rely on me, right? I can teach you my experience. I was quite outstanding in my time. It seems that Lao Chi is also a man with a story. Yi Chang feels that Lao Chi has a temperament similar to that of Brother Wang. Brother Wang is extremely charming and can be called a god. Unfortunately, Brother Wang is still in prison and it will take several days for him to return to the world. Yi Chang wanted to express his opinion, but just as Lao Chi finished speaking, a hand pinched Lao Chi's ear. Xi's mother appeared behind Lao Chi like a ghost. How are you back then? How come I don't know? Tell me. Lao Chi immediately became intimidated. The child is here, please give me some face. Mother Chi grabbed old Chi's ears and led him away like a donkey, and went back to educate her husband. Chi Gui rolled his eyes at Yi Chang and said, "Stop talking nonsense." "I didn't. I am innocent. I just wanted to ask my uncle for advice on military tactics." "What military strategy?" Chi Gui was stunned, and then he saw Yi Chang said, "Uncle is teaching me how to learn foreign languages." Chi Gui understood what was said and immediately rolled his eyes. One was old and the other was young and not serious. "I'm going back, you can go back by yourself." Hey, teacher, don't you want to go to the movies?" "Pooh." Chi Gui spat at Yi Chang. As soon as Yi Chang said this, Chi Gui immediately understood. After all, she was a university teacher. How could watching a movie among college students be just a simple movie? It's getting late now. Watching a movie will last until after 10 o'clock in the evening. If you eat and drink something, it will be midnight. Then it's time to go to the hotel. The three-piece suit of love, right? Chi Gui turned around and left without saying anything, then came back after taking 2 steps and said, "Don't drop out of school, or don't come to see me again." "You are truly a teacher." Yi Chang smiled and watched Chi Gui go back. The next day, Yi Chang went to see Principal Zhang and said bluntly, "I will not come back to school." "Do I need to care?" Principal Zhang didn't care at all, "So what do you mean?" "I won't drop out of school. I just want to get a diploma." "What do you think?" Yi Chang was not polite. One piece of news, and many things changed. He is no longer an ordinary student and is qualified to make demands on others without any hesitation. Principal Zhang understood that this was a way for him to retain his student status until graduation and get a diploma. "But you have to do something. You have to come to school once or twice a month. The school is ready to give you the honor of being an outstanding student." Principal Zhang looked at Yi Chang. Excellent students must act like excellent students, otherwise they will easily attract trouble. Yi Chang waved his hand silently and said politely, "I appreciate your kindness, but principal, this is really unnecessary. I want to keep a low profile." "But I don't want to." Yi Chang has already had the lawsuit withdrawn and the video removed. Zhangcheng University has safely overcome the danger, and when the heat dies down, no one will hold on to this matter. But Principal Zhang has his own considerations. Yi Chang is now famous and rich, which is beneficial for recruiting students. Yi Chang can be regarded as the school's traffic, so the enrollment in the second half of this year is estimated to be secure. "I wonder how many students want to be friends with Yi Taheo." Principal Zhang explained his plan. "Yi Chang, you've made a huge impact on the school this time. Can you cooperate with the school's publicity?" "Of course, we won't force you. It's up to you if you want to. The school can cover some of the expenses." "What? You are so shameless that you make such an excessive request." Yi Chang was totally unwilling to do so as he was very busy afterwards. Principal Zhang saw that Yi Chang was unhappy and quickly said, "The school plans to shoot a promotional video. The funds are in place, but we're missing the lead actor. You are the male lead, and my personal idea for the female lead is teacher Chi Gui. What do you think?" "You understand." Yi Chang immediately changed his mind. "Teacher Chi Gui?" Principal Zhang leaned forward and smiled in Yi Chang's direction. "I personally think that teacher Chi Gui has a very good temperament and image, and is very suitable for the female lead. However, other leaders are still hesitant and think it would be better to find a female student. It's useless for me to say it alone, after all, this is a school matter." Yi Chang was very excited at this moment. He knew very well that it was Principal Zhang who was fishing, but it didn't matter. As long as he could shoot a promotional video with Chi Gui, he was willing to be fished. "As a member of the school, I feel that I have an obligation to contribute to its development. If Principal Zhang is willing to give me a chance, I will definitely work hard, live up to the expectations of the leaders, and not bring shame to the school." Principal Zhang nodded in satisfaction. "Student Ji, I'm very optimistic about you." "It's settled then. Thank you for your encouragement, Principal." Yi Chang immediately shook Principal Zhang's black hands, and the two looked at each other and smiled slightly. Yi Chang was very satisfied. He no longer had to attend classes and could just wait for his diploma. As for whether this is reasonable or not, of course it is reasonable. After the matter was settled, Principal Zhang was also very satisfied. The school's lawsuit was over, and Yi Chang became the spokesperson for the school's enrollment again. This year's enrollment should not be bad. Once the video was released, the school's reputation was restored. It was a win-win situation. You said this was a behind-the-scenes deal, and Principal Zhang said, "Believe it or not, I will teach you a lesson." He also had a bold idea. Yi Chang was now an undergraduate student, and above undergraduates there were graduate students and doctoral students. Try your best to keep Yi Chang in Jiangcheng University, so that you can use him for at least 10 years. Jiangcheng University has a bright future. Yi Chang was about to say goodbye when an old man pushed the door open. Seeing him walk into the vice principal's office without even saying hello, Yi Chang immediately felt a powerful aura. As soon as Principal Zhang saw the old man, he was speechless. "Zhang Yizi, what the hell are you doing? You have money to make a crappy promotional video, but you don't have money to fund research in my chemical laboratory? Is my project unimportant? Did you eat up all the funding from the government?" Chapter 52, I used to be a wild man too. Hiss. Yi Chang immediately shrank to one side, trembling with fear. This old man was so fierce. He actually called Vice Principal Zhang's name and started cursing. He is definitely a monster in the school. "Mr. Chen, didn't I give you the funds? Is it all gone again? A few million is useless. You didn't hide any. Give it to me now before I beat you to death. Mr. Chen, you really don't have any. I can't get it out even if you sell it. Your project is too expensive. Why don't you just give up?" The old man glared and raised his hand to hit him, but when he saw Yi Chang, he put his hand down and said, "Stop talking nonsense and get me another 20 million. We're going to get results. It would be a shame to give up just because you don't have the money." Vice Principal Zhang begged and pleaded, "How about I kneel down before you and ask you to forgive me? Where can I get you 20 million? Then I'll go to Nanjing University. They have money. They've come to me several times." The old man said rudely, "If you don't have money, why would I play with you?" The old man is the dean of the School of Chemical Engineering, an academic leader in the chemical industry, and one of the only 2 academicians of Jiangnan University. Vice President Zhang was still counting on the old man's name to promote Jiangda, but he underestimated the speed at which the old man burned money. In less than a year, he had burned through 60 million. Jiangnan University didn't have much social donations, and every penny was scraped together by him, the vice president in charge. "Mr. Chen, Nanjing University is nothing. Whatever they can give you, I can give you too. We at Jiangda University will give you double." I heard that Nanjing University wanted to poach the old man, and Principal Zhang was very upset. "Damn Nanjing University, they want to poach my treasure." Principal Zhang thought about it and realized that the school had no money left, so he could only delay it until he could come up with a solution. Just as he was thinking of a solution, he saw Yi Chang looking at the old man curiously. Principal Zhang immediately became excited, thinking that student Yi was a rich man. "I wonder if I can catch some autumn breeze and show my true colors. Student Yi, let's talk more about the honors for outstanding college students." "I'm not interested." Yi Chang immediately became alert. He felt a strong sense of malice from Principal Zhang. No, I think it suits you very well. You are an outstanding student in this school, without a doubt." Principal Zhang sat next to Yi Chang and said with a smile, "The school's promotional video originally had a budget of 200,000 yuan. I'll increase it to 500,000 yuan so that the filming time is longer and the images are better." Principal Zhang blinked and said, "If you want to shoot a bed scene, that's fine." Yi Chang was startled and looked at Old Chen. Old Chen also looked over, his eyes as shrewd as a mouse's. "Yi Chang? Are you interested in joining the School of Chemical Engineering? The School of Civil Engineering is just a bunch of idiots with no future." Yi Chang was immediately dissatisfied. "Mr. Chen, I am from the Civil Engineering Department. Is it okay for you to say that? What's there to hide? Your dean is nothing but a grandson in front of me." Old Chen patted Yi Chang's shoulder with a smile and said, "I'm short of money. Can you give me some?" He glanced at Principal Zhang and said, "You are a waste. Is there anything that can't be said directly? There is no need for any behind-the-scenes dealings. My main priority is honesty." Principal Zhang immediately gave Mr. Chen a look and said, "You're awesome." Yi Chang was at a loss for words. "You want me to invest? Then I can always find out what exactly you are researching, Mr. Chen." "Car paint." Old Chen smiled and said, this is a very high-end product. Don't think it's just paint. If you think that, your understanding would be superficial. Their SA market, right? Of course, our country is getting better and better, and there are more and more cars. Which car doesn't need car paint? Based on this research result, we can also develop home decoration paint. Just think about how big the market is. Are you interested in investing some money? 50 million is just a drop in the bucket. I think 100 million is not a big deal for you, right? 1 billion would be even better. Can you invest 5 billion? I have many projects that need money. You old man, you really know how to rip people off. Are you the reincarnation of TikTok? Isn't it 20 million? Elder Chen smiled faintly. I don't mean to look down on you. How much did you spend on this lawsuit? Litigation only leads to social disputes and affects social atmosphere. Research can promote national development. Do you understand? Yi Chang didn't want to understand. 20 million was not a lot. He could just lick old Chen's ass. Yi Chang thought for a moment and said, "That's not impossible, but Mr. Chen, are you a woman? If you're willing to pay, don't even mention being a woman. I can be a sow no matter how much you give me, I'll go to the hospital for surgery right now." Mr. Chen didn't care at all. He felt good when he was paid to do research and then used his research results to slap foreigners in the face. Does gender matter? We are science geeks, we don't need that thing. Besides, his children and grandchildren already have it, so it's useless. Yi Chang wanted to kneel down to the old man. His spiritual realm was so impressive, so benevolent and righteous. I am a bootlicker, and the system also said that it needs to keep pace with the international standards. Besides, licking girls is licking, and licking scientists is also licking. I'll give you 100 million. Yi Chang smiled and tested. Chen Lao's eyes immediately became as big as broad beans, almost standing upside down. Tell me, what are your conditions? Can I get a license to produce it? I'm planning to start a business. No problem. I wish I had 1 billion. Mr. Chen immediately said, I'll introduce my granddaughter to you. Principal Zhang's face twitched. Mr. Chen, you are really speechless. If you say you have shame, you can sell your granddaughter for money. If you say you are shameless, you just throw away the gifts others give you. Yi Chang quickly refused, thinking that Mr. Chen was crazy. I'll give you 100 million first, to test the waters. I'll transfer the amount to your account. This is the transfer. Old Chen's breathing became heavy. What a good boy, what a young man, you are too respectful to your age. Mr. Chen turned around and looked at Principal Zhang. Xiao Zhang, let me be honest. The school was wrong in what happened to student Yi. I am not very satisfied. You need to reflect on this. Yes. Then slap yourself twice first. Principal Zhang looked at Mr. Chen in confusion. Yi Chang quickly said, No, Mr. Chen, I have already reconciled with the school, but thank you for speaking up for me. I've spoken for you, so how about some more? Old Chen, like an old demon, looked at Yi Chang expectantly. You looked so relaxed when you said you were going to give me 100 million. Young man, I know you have the ability. The development of engine coatings also requires funds. Give me another 100 million. Okay. Yi Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This was definitely an old monster, and he was no match for him at all. Principal Zhang quickly drafted a contract. Yi Chang invested in Mr. Chen's project and could obtain authorization for commercial development of the results. Old Chen and Yi Chang were sitting there drinking tea, while Principal Zhang was as busy as his grandson. Mr. Chen whispered, How much money do you have? No more. About 200 or 300 million. I have to keep some for myself. I can't give it all to you. Saving money to pick up girls? What a waste. You don't need girls to pick up. When I was young, girls picked me up. Xiao Ya, you are no better than any of them. Old Chen was sitting with his legs crossed, with a pair of slippers wobbling on his feet. Yi Chang's face twitched when he saw him. He was so unique. Chapter 53, Grandfather. Can you help me get a few more 100 million? If you don't have a girlfriend, I'll introduce my granddaughter to you. Mr. Chen has many research projects. He is a big shot in the chemical industry and has many topics on hand, but Jiangqing's economy is average and there are not enough resources to support his research. If he hadn't graduated from Jiangqing University, he would have never wanted to come back. Our country is still very backward in many areas. We researchers are not afraid of death, but now we are afraid of running out of money. How many people have gone out to do research and never come back because they have no money? They are all smart people. I have high hopes for you. Why don't you spend your money on legitimate things, such as scientific research? Let me tell you about the benefits of doing scientific research. There are so many female graduate students and doctoral students, and it's hard for them to get married. A country boy like you could study chemical engineering and have a promising future. Old man, I think you are mentally ill. Yi Chang was very suspicious that Mr. Chen was educating himself in the direction of being a Neptune scum. Yi Chang asked quietly, "This is not good, I'm not that kind of person, I'm very loyal." Old Chen glanced at Yi Chang's crotch with disdain. "TSK, everyone has been young, I know what young people do, I have been wandering overseas for many years, you are nothing in front of me." Yes, you are awesome. Old Chen patted Yi Chang on the shoulder and said, "If you weren't from Jiangqing University, I would be interested in your money. I'm giving you face by looking at your money." Yes, I think so too. This child is teachable. Old Chen nodded in satisfaction. "How about hanging out with me? All I need now is a purse. I think you have the potential to be one." The word purse is too ugly. You are so bold to say it. Yi Chang said helplessly, "I have no money left. I've given it all to you. I'll give it to you when I make money again." Pity. Old Chen shook his head, and Yi Chang suddenly felt like he had become a grandson. This guy is soliciting investments like a grandfather, treating investors like his grandson. Asking you for money is giving you face. Thinking about this, Yi Chang nodded silently. Mr. Chen must have been a pretentious person when he was young. This old man who can show off invisibly and has real strength is so terrifying. Principal Zhang quickly wrote the contract, and Yi Chang signed it without even looking at it. Old Chen immediately nodded in satisfaction. If Yi Chang read the contract, he wouldn't say anything, that's all. Not reading the contract shows trust. As an academic giant, how can the leaders in the scientific research circle be inferior to you in terms of a penny or two? This kind of courage is what we need. Without this kind of courage, great results cannot be achieved. Old Chen didn't even look at the contract and signed it directly, then looked at Yi Chang like a grandfather looking at his grandson. Yi Chang immediately took out his phone. "I'll transfer the money to you." WeChat? A bank account is also okay? You little brat, do you think I don't understand the market? You can transfer 200 million out of your bank account at once, so your net worth must be at least tens of billions. Old Chen said shrewdly. Oh my god, you old man understand this? Are you a rat spirit? Why do you know so much about banking? You haven't even exhausted your energy for scientific research. I need to save some money to invest in production. You understand business matters. I've done business before, okay? Old Chen stopped dwelling on this matter. Sooner or later, he would burn all of Yi Chang's money. Young people are inexperienced and easy to be deceived. At worst, I can compensate Yi Chang with my granddaughter. It's perfect just to think about it. Old Chen gave Yi Chang a school account and he transferred the money. Only then did he wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. The old man was so terrifying. He stood at the door like Principal Zhang's grandson, respectfully seeing Mr. Chen off, and heard the old man's slippers squeaking. Yi Chang turned around and looked at Principal Zhang. The two of them quickly turned around and locked the door. Yi Chang said, "This is our ancestor. He's our great ancestor, I dare not offend him." Principal Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Thanks to you this time, otherwise he would have really beaten me." There are no such grandpas in the school anymore. Grandpa is gone, but there is still a grandma. Yi Chang wanted to leave immediately. Old Chen was so casual, and he would definitely show off after getting the money. That grandma would definitely come to see him. Principal Zhang hugged Yi Chang and said, "Don't leave. I beg you. Just give me another 200 million. Grandma is more terrifying than grandpa. If the old lady is unhappy, the principal can hang me on the flagpole like dried meat. Treat everyone equally, treat everyone equally. Do you have any shame, principal? Are you saying these words that are spoken by human beings? I have no choice but to do this to survive. I can't afford to offend either of my ancestors, so I can only offend you. Principal Zhang saw Yi Chang looking at him and immediately made a big move. When you and Chi Gui shoot the promotional video, I will add a scene for you. What do you think about the intimate scene? Am I that kind of person? You are insulting me. Yi Chang said seriously. Bed scene. We're shooting a promotional video. Can we shoot a sex scene? Why can't we film it? You guys rolled around on the grass in the playground, rolled together, and looked into each other's eyes. Just think about how wonderful it would be. A bed scene requires a bed, right? The grass can't be used as a bed. You can just use the tent under the sky and the ground as a mat, understand? Wow. You understand so well. Yi Chang was stunned. This vice principal was so knowledgeable. How do you know this? I graduated from the Chinese department of our school. Yi Chun understood immediately and looked at Lao Zhang with great admiration. Among all the majors in Jiangnan University, Chinese is the most elegant and all the students are talented and literati. Yi Chang clasped his hands together and said, I didn't expect you to be a student in the Chinese department. Don't be surprised, it's just normal operation. Vice Principal Zhang smoothed his hair, not forgetting the important things. Grandma will be here soon, and only 200 million will be enough. What you said is really not human language. Principal Zhang had just finished speaking when their voices were heard at the door. Yi Chang and Principal Zhang looked at each other, and before they could open the door, it was kicked open from the outside. A plump old lady walked in with great vigor, followed by a group of disciples, who were holding various experimental instruments in their hands. Some people are holding quilts. This is the debt collector. The old lady didn't even look at anyone. She waved her hand and the disciples behind her started to make beds on the floor, boil water, and prepare instant noodles. What is Mr. Gu doing? Principal Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The old lady pushed Principal Zhang away, rolled her eyes, and then looked at Yi Chang with a smile. You are Yi Chang, right? Classmate Yi, you should treat everyone equally. Qin Jiwen gave that old man money, but how come I don't have any? What benefits did he give you? Ah, this. Yi Chang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Chen Jiwen asked, is it Mr. Chen? It's just a normal business cooperation with Mr. Chen. There are no benefits. That's it? I knew that jerk Chen Jiwen wouldn't be able to come up with anything good. Come, take a look at my research. I'll have the kids make you a virus to play with. No. No need to do that. Yi Chang recognized that his great-grandmother was the legendary old lady of viruses in the biology department. Although he is very famous, Yi Chang has never met him before and is not qualified at all. I'm a local student in the civil engineering department. Please let me go and I'll give you money. Yi Chang had no interest in viruses and felt terrified just by hearing about them. I, young Master Yi, have fought all over the world, but today I was defeated by 2 old monsters. I have no choice but to admit defeat. Chapter 54, The Principal is Really Sexy. My great-grandfather and great-grandmother are the foundation of Jiangnan University. Both of them graduated from Jiangnan University and became academicians. They all have very unique personalities. Today, Yi Chang finally saw what an academic clique was. Compared with these 2 ancestors, I am nothing. It is only when they ask for money that they feel justified. After giving the old lady 200 million, the other party, like an old witch, saw through Yi Chang's background at a glance. The young man took out the money without blinking, so he must have a lot of money. Grandma also hopes that Yi Chang can be her money bag. Xiao Yi, you're a junior now, right? How about applying to graduate school? I'll ask Xiao Lu to take you in as his disciple. He's my student, and you can apply for my doctorate in the future. Look, I've arranged everything for you. It would be a shame if someone as talented as you didn't get a doctorate. It's a pity that Yi Chang is not from the biology department, otherwise Mr. Gu wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Isn't the Department of Biology your territory? You can do whatever you want. Who dares to say anything? Yi Chang knew that if he nodded, the matter would be settled. It may be difficult for others to get into graduate school, but for me, I have a lot of money. No, I'm very happy to be able to provide you with a little research funding. I'm not cut out for study. Mr. Gu, please don't consider me. Leave the quota to those who need it more. The way you old people play is so exciting. I'm still a child and I really can't resist it. Yi Chang was complaining madly in his heart. They are not as sensible as you. Elder Gu felt very sorry. He looked at Yi Chang with an extremely kind smile, thought for a moment and looked back at his disciples. Xiao Yi, our biology is very interesting. You should consider it. Yi Chang wiped a cold sweat from his forehead, took out his phone, and transferred another 200 million yuan to the account he had just transferred. Mr. Gu, I'm transferring another 200 million yuan to you. It's not for any other reason, but just to show my respect to you. I'm moved by your scientific research spirit. Haha, I told you that you are sensible. The old lady took the instant noodles brought by her disciple and drank them in one gulp, leaving Yi Chang dumbfounded and speechless. You are an old lady, but you eat much more quickly than young people. Vice Principal Zhang was not surprised. This was Mr. Ge's specialty. He used to be good at diving. Can you believe that he later switched to biology and became an old monster who returned from studying abroad? Mr. Gu ate instant noodles, taking a mouthful of noodles and a sip of soup, and it took less than a minute to finish. He has already swindled 400 million yuan from Yi Chang, twice as much as that loser. Thinking of this, Gu Lao was immediately satisfied. His results were good, so he didn't make things difficult for Yi Chang. He would wait until the money was gone before seeking investment. The old lady waved her hand and walked away with her disciples in a swagger. Vice Principal Zhang turned around and looked at Yi Chang as if he were a benefactor. Student Yi, thank you very much, thank you very much. Yi Chang also calmed down. It didn't matter. The money was paid by the system. It has nothing to do with him. Isn't it just that I am a bootlicker and then invest the money in the field of scientific research? In fact, I am just a tool. But it looks scary to Vice Principal Zhang. Yi Chang spent hundreds of millions in one go? How rich does one have to be to get this? You said you are not the god of wealth? Yi Chang, there is a piece of vacant land to the east of our school. It's just sitting there anyway. Do you have any ideas? Vice Principal Zhang felt that he could also attract some investment. If Yi Chang gives tens of millions, a building can be built on the vacant land, which will also be his political achievement. Are you also a school tyrant? No. As soon as Yi Chang heard what the other party said, he understood everything. He wanted him to spend money on the school. I can't afford to offend the academic clique scientists, but can I afford to offend you? I am willing to give money to these two ancestors and even take the initiative to lick their boots. Although they have weird personalities, they are all pillars of the country. Zhang Yizi is just a pervert, far from that. Seeing that Vice Principal Zhang looked unhappy, Yi Chang smiled and said, I'm only a junior now. If I build a building for the school, it will have a bad impact. People will think I'm showing off. Aren't you trying to alienate me from the masses? When I graduate and leave school, I'll give the school 200 million. Favorability plus 50. Oh shit. Damn the system. I have no intention of licking Zhang Yizi. How come the favorability increased? Yi Chang couldn't figure it out, maybe the system was crazy. Zhang Yizi regretted it. So, can I let you graduate now? That's right. How about letting you graduate this year? Okay. Take another postgraduate entrance exam? Yi Chang laughed. Seeing Yi Chang laughing, Vice Principal Zhang said, forget it, just wait a year. The land has been vacant for a long time anyway. There's no rush. 200 million. No cheating, let's sign a contract. Yi Chang was speechless, but still signed at the other party's request. When are we going to film the video? There have to be intimate scenes. Vice Principal Zhang took the contract and put it in the safe, then turned back to look at Yi Chang. Well, I'm willing to film the intimate scene, but you are a student and Shi Gue is a teacher. It will have a bad impact if it is released later. What do you mean? Yi Chang's body trembled. Vice Principal Zhang said, we still have to be mindful of the impact. Holding hands is fine. You can do that in private, but you can't use it as a promotional video for the school. Wouldn't that encourage teacher-student relationships? Besides, things like this still depend on the girl's consent. Teacher Chi is so outstanding that she definitely wouldn't agree. Without further ado, Yi Chang realized that Vice Principal Zhang was a dog who had turned into a dog after taking advantage of him. Oh my god, you don't keep your word? Student Yi, how can you say that? I am willing to film it, but the conditions don't allow it. After all, it's a school promotional video, so we still have to be moral. You lied to me? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I wouldn't mind if you could make a short movie with Teacher Chi, but the school's promotional videos need to be positive. Actually, I don't think you're suitable. You're too rich, and people will suspect we're encouraging flaunting of wealth, saying that just because you have money, you can do whatever you want. Good man, you are so shameless. Now even I am not suitable to be the male lead. What did you say just now? Didn't you lick me just now? Yi Cheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Principal, you are truly a talented person. I am convinced. You officials are really annoying. Vice Principal Zheng didn't care at all. He thought that his current relationship with Yi Cheng was just that of friends. Aren't friends meant to be exploited? Vice Principal Zhang laughed and patted Yi Cheng on the shoulder. You are young after all, and you are short-sighted. Although I cheated you of your money, don't worry, I will give you benefits. What's the benefit? Write a few words later and I'll publish them in a poetry magazine. Wouldn't that instantly make you a literary youth? Don't you feel cultured? This I can't write. It's just writing, don't be too deliberate, just write whatever comes to mind. Vice Principal Zhang said that it was not a problem. Isn't the literary girl better than Qi Guixiang? Chapter 55, Jin Wen is here. Yi Cheng was confused by Vice Principal Zhang's operation. It turned out that this was the way to play. I am too shallow. If it weren't for the guidance of my predecessors, I really wouldn't know what is going on in this cultural circle. Vice Principal Zhang's compensation to Yi Cheng was to take him to see the world. He was also the vice president of the Jiangcheng Cultural Association. The president was a public servant and usually didn't take care of things except conveying notices or something. The vice president, the second in command, is the boss. Yi Cheng could publish any words he wrote in the poetry magazine affiliated with the association, get a literary nickname, and then join the association legitimately. You can bring Yi Cheng with you to meetings and activities in the future. I don't know how many young ladies in society have joined this organization. It's a good thing for Yi Cheng. This is the culture of the circle, right? Yi Cheng asked humbly. Vice President Zhang seemed unconcerned, treating Yi Cheng like one of his own. Everyone has their own circle. Do you think the grandparents just mentioned didn't have their own circle? They couldn't get investment because they were too proud and unwilling to bow their heads. If their status was a little more sophisticated, would they still have no money for research? They were excluded from the circle, so they had no choice but to come to Jiangda. Of course, we at Jiangda are on a two-way journey with them, but let's be honest, our conditions can't compare to theirs. Yi Cheng nodded. There are circles everywhere. After he became rich, he also had a circle around him. It's all normal, and you have to learn to accept it. The real society is completely different from what you imagine. It is more realistic and snobbish. People talk about interests with each other, and those who stick to their moral principles are always a minority. But Yi Cheng didn't care. No matter what circle he was in, he would always be the one standing at the center. He was quite interested in the cultural circle that Vice Principal Zhang mentioned, and made an appointment with Vice Principal Zhang to bring him along if there was any activity next time, as he wanted to broaden his horizons. Then Yi Cheng said goodbye and walked out of the administrative building. He saw a luxury car parked at the door. Yi Cheng couldn't help but take a closer look and saw the principal and a lady getting out of the car. Yi Cheng was stunned when he saw the woman. It turned out to be Jin Wen. Thinking about the principal accompanying Jin Wen, many things seemed to become clear at once. Jin Wen walked like a tigress, with a group of people following behind her. Even the principal was half a step behind her. Yi Cheng gave Jin Wen a look that said, "You are awesome." When passing by, Jin Wen deliberately glanced at Yi Cheng and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and Yi Cheng glared at him. The person who helped him should be Jin Wen. Yi Cheng heard from Lin Ning that after he started his counterattack, countless media outlets came to his aid and spoke out. Only capital could achieve such a scale. Jin Wen is the vice president of Parkson Group. It is not a problem for the vice president of a Fortune 500 company to mobilize resources to help him boost the situation. Yi Cheng was still wondering which god helped him, and it turned out to be the tigress. Seeing someone approaching, Yi Cheng quickly stepped back. Suddenly, the principal, Jin Wen, said, "This person must be one of your students. He seems very arrogant." "Oh my god. What do you mean?" The principal had turned around to look at him with a very bad expression on his face, so Yi Chang turned around and ran away. The principal was so angry that the boy dared to run away. Which major is it? Find it out for me. The principal was furious. Jinwon had been invited to visit the school with great difficulty. There are actually students who are so tactless? Jinwon smiled slightly and said, "Forget it, don't worry about it. Let's go discuss the recruitment." The principal was stunned for a moment, then his brows lit up with joy. The purpose of inviting Jinwon to the school was to discuss recruitment, but Jinwon had been unwilling to agree before. The principal was planning to fall into the trap, but now he has given in. Talk directly? My aunt really knows how to play tricks on people. Okay, then please come in, Mr. Jin. The principal said nothing, but thought of Yi Chang's face and felt a little familiar. Just wait and see, if I see him again I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Jinwon went to find Shi Gue and ran directly to the office of the School of Foreign Languages. Looking around, Yi Chang felt something was different. There are so many beautiful girls in the Foreign Languages College, even the teachers are very pretty. Not to mention those students who come to the college to do business. The School of Foreign Languages and the School of Business Administration are the two most beautiful places in the school. Yi Chang felt a little regretful. He should have applied for the School of Foreign Languages earlier. As a result, I became a loser in civil engineering. I really don't know what I was thinking before. Did I want to be a contractor? The score for civil engineering is not low either. It really doesn't make sense. Shi Gue went to class and was not in the office. The teachers had heard of Yi Chang a long time ago and were very polite to him. There were a few male teachers who were unhappy to see Yi Chang sitting in Shi Gue's seat. Those people in Yi Chang Bu Bird must have a crush on Shi Gue. They are not as good as Bai Yue Guang and can be beaten by him. These people are not even qualified to be beaten by him. Yi Chang, you seem to have a girlfriend, right? A male teacher with freckles on his face couldn't stand it and said deliberately. Yi Chang was on the news, and all his affairs were dug up. The past cannot be hidden from those who are interested. Yi Chang said directly, divided. The teacher was stunned, feeling rebuked. After thinking for a moment, he smiled deliberately. Young people nowadays don't take relationships seriously enough, unlike us back then. Are you mocking yourself as a scumbag? Yi Chang could tell that the tone was sour. Several beautiful teachers looked at Yi Chang and then at the male teacher, and then took out their own snacks. Yi Chang reached out to Chi Gue's colleague. The female teacher was stunned, her round face was so full of smiles that her eyes disappeared. Then she gave him a bag of dried mangoes. Yi Chang took a look at the teacher's desk. The teacher's name was Su Wen. Being able to sit next to Chi Gue, they must have a good relationship, maybe they are just best friends. Su Wen winked at Yi Chang and said, "Here are the dried mangoes for you. Hurry up and tell him off. We want to eat the melons." You should know that Yi Chang is a nitpicker on the internet, and the government he argued with has even apologized and admitted its mistakes. Yi Chang nodded, ate a piece of dried mango, and then looked at the freckled teacher. "Yes, we young people are more free in our relationships." Teacher, you were serious about relationships back then. I see why you are still single. It seems that your seriousness didn't help you get out of being single. What's the problem? Are you not serious enough, or are you not qualified enough? Wow. Just be so tough. The female teachers in the office all squinted their eyes. It was so exciting to be fucked hard. There are always some people in the office who are not liked by others, and this Freckles teacher is one of them, because he is too narcissistic and always thinks he is very great. Because we are locals, some of us look down on our colleagues from other places. He even likes to say some inappropriate words in front of female colleagues and has no sense of boundaries. But the things he did were not very serious. If his colleagues cared about it, it would seem petty, but it did make others uncomfortable. Seeing Yi Chang's tough attitude, the female teachers nodded. Chapter 56, 1000-Year-Old Best Friend. I don't know whether Teacher Liu is serious or not, but no one likes the freckles on his face. It must be because of my own insufficient conditions. Liu looked at Yi Chang unhappily. Is this how you talk to your teacher? He was so angry that he was about to explode, saying that nothing was possible and that his own conditions were not good enough. Are you talking about freckles? Yi Chang was also unhappy. As a teacher, you talk to students like this. You should be a role model, don't you understand? The last time I spoke to our instructor, he was just like you are now. Don't you know that he was beaten? Yi Chang was eating dried mangoes and looking at Li Yu with a fearless look in his eyes. Li Yu's face twitched and he was a little scared. But thinking about how a teacher like him was frightened by a student, Li Yu felt unhappy. Is it an honor? Do you still have the nerve to say that? I won the fight. Is it glorious to be beaten? I'll make you glorious. I'm so angry. Li Yu didn't look at Yi Chang but instead gave his colleagues a fierce look, wondering why they didn't help him. Those colleagues were all looked at in confusion. Li Yu stood up, took his things and left, then muttered something in English. Yi Chang felt that this guy was scolding him and bullying him because he didn't know English. As soon as you grab something, you start to attack. Why are you talking nonsense to me? I'm giving you face. Given the relationship between me and my grandparents, it's okay to bully this fake foreigner. Su-wen quickly grabbed Yi Chang's hand. Okay, he's already run away, don't be angry. Did he just scold me? At this moment, all the teachers in the office looked over. You didn't understand? You're a junior, how could you not understand? How many points did you get on the English test? Isn't what Li Yu said very simple? You didn't understand it. Looking at the reactions of these teachers, Yi Chang felt something was wrong. It seemed that Li Yu was not scolding him, they all understood. Maybe it's just a normal complaint. Yi Chang whispered to Su-wen, what did that guy mean? You really didn't understand. He wasn't talking about you. He was talking about us not helping him when he was in danger and not treating him as a colleague. Su-wen said, if I don't help the weak, no one will help me in the future. Didn't you just scold him? He thought we would speak up for him, but you saw it too. He blamed us. Why doesn't he think about how he behaves in his daily life? After Su-wen finished speaking, he looked at Yi Chang curiously, did you pass the level 4 exam? Don't say such embarrassing things. Yi Chang said seriously. The teachers were stunned for a moment, still wondering what was so offensive about Su-wen's words. It took them a while to react. Yi Chang failed the level 4 exam. A teacher took a look at a report card and said, Yi Chang, you scored exactly 60 points on your last test. Everyone immediately understood that Chi Gue must have taken special care of Yi Chang, otherwise Yi Chang would be a failing product. Su-wen laughed and said, Chi Gue is an English genius. How can you catch up with him with your current level? Yi Chang looked at everyone, thought for a moment, and took out his phone. Teacher Su, add WeChat. Su-wen tilted his head, why should I add you? It's beneficial. Su-wen immediately added Yi Chang on WeChat, and then Yi Chang transferred 5,000 yuan to Su-wen. What for? Su-wen was stunned, and the other teachers were also curious. Yi Chang smiled and said, as a token of my appreciation, I'd like to invite all the teachers to have hot pot tonight. Please help me keep an eye on Teacher Chi from now on. Everyone immediately understood that this was to let them tip off. Su-wen laughed and said, you're rich, aren't you? I'm afraid this isn't enough for us to help you. There are several of us, and 5,000 yuan is enough for a few meals. Besides, eating out is boring. I understand. Let's eat first. I will prepare a generous gift later. Su-wen nodded in satisfaction, that's pretty good. Then Su-wen gossiped, did you kiss? Su-wen, what generation are you from? Yi Chang was kissing Chi Gue wildly in school, and he even kissed her. A female teacher hurriedly asked, did they go to the hotel? That's a good question. Yi Chang was a little confused, no. Waste. The female teacher pushed the man away and said, find a day, prepare flowers and wine, and take him down. What are you waiting for? This is too simple, not romantic enough. We need to get the fireworks ready. Let's go to the beach. Going to the beach is so old-fashioned. Can you men stop going to the beach all the time? Yi Chang stepped back a little. The male and female teachers started arguing with each other. The male teacher complained that as a man, falling in love was like being a dog. The female teacher was dissatisfied and disliked the man for not being ambitious enough. This created a confrontation between men and women. Both were intellectuals, and their words were full of innuendos and of a very high level. Yi Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that he was off topic. Su-wen pulled him out of the office and said with an awkward smile, don't mind it, we were just chatting. Actually, everyone has a pretty good relationship, except for that Li Yu. Of course Yi Chang didn't care. It was just the first time he saw teachers quarreling, and it was more interesting to quarrel over eating melons. Suwon told Yi Chang not to listen to those people. He and Chi Gue could develop their relationship however he wanted. But you are not allowed to bully Chi Gue. If you try to play both sides, I will find someone to beat you up and cut off the root of your trouble. Your style is very different from what you looked like just now. Yi Chang laughed and said, I am Yi Chang of Bajiquan, you can beat me. Suwon was stunned and angry. He wanted to threaten Yi Chang, but he didn't expect that the other party knew Kung Fu. Suwon looked back and saw Chi Gue just coming out of the elevator. She hurried over and said, your little puppy is not a good person. What a little puppy. Chi Gue was at a loss for words, and then she saw Yi Chang waving at her. The smile on Chi Gue's face disappeared immediately, and she looked serious as if she was a teacher. Why are you here? Don't you have to go to class? You skipped class again. Chi Gue kept a distance from Yi Chang seriously. Suwon glanced at him and thought, why are you pretending? She pushed Chi Gue from behind. Not expecting her best friend to betray her, Chi Gue immediately threw herself into Yi Chang's arms. Suwon clapped his hands and laughed, this is what love is all about. You're just pretending like this is a class. Yi Chang hugged Chi Gue and was extremely grateful to Suwon. She must be their best friend for 1,000 years. She would definitely give Suwon a big gift when she returned. Chi Gue came out of Yi Chang's arms, her face flushed, and she rolled her eyes at her best friend. Suwon took her documents and said, I'll put them back for you. You can go on a date with your little puppy. After saying that, Suwon ran away with a smile. Yi Chang smiled and said, I like you as a best friend. You are very loyal. Chi Gue was at a loss for words. Suwon was the most gossipy person, and she would definitely exaggerate things when she returned. Yi Chang pulled Chi Gue away. Chi Gue struggled for a while, not wanting his classmates and colleagues to see him and Yi Chang together. It took a while for Yi Chang to let her go. Chi Gue calmed down and asked, is everything done? Chapter 57, The Wang Next Door. I've already agreed with the school that I'm still a student. I'll stay for another year to get a diploma. Yi Chang looked at Chi Gue and smiled slightly. The main thing is to get a bachelor's degree, otherwise someone won't want me. Chi Gue felt his ears itchy and quickly pushed Yi Chang away. Speak nicely and don't blow. I don't know who he learned this from, but students nowadays are so creative. Yi Chang was very proud. Chi Gue was not as resistant to him as before, and he would hug him as long as there were not too many people around. This is progress. Lao Chi said it well, to pick up girls, you have to cling to her and be around her. Just be shameless. The two walked out of the foreign languages college building. Yi Chang was stunned when he saw Chi Gue didn't go to the parking lot. He thought his girlfriend wouldn't be without a car. It shouldn't be. University teachers have a good income, Chi Gue will definitely buy a car. Where's your car? I sent it for maintenance. Chi Gue looked at Yi Chang, where's your car? I don't know how to drive, so I didn't buy it? Chi Gue smiled at Yi Chang. Nowadays, many college students can drive, and Yi Chang is not short of money. He thought he drove here, but it turned out that he couldn't drive. Yi Chang felt a little embarrassed. Come to think of it, it was true that others would not believe him if he said he couldn't drive given his status. I'll go study right away. Let's take a taxi. The two of them walked to the school gate and were chatting and laughing when they saw a handsome man standing at the gate with a big bouquet of flowers, waiting for someone. Bai Yueguan Gaoxiang rushed over as soon as he saw Chi Gue holding flowers. He seemed to ignore Yi Chang and knelt on the ground before he even arrived. Yi Chang saw that something was wrong and pushed Chi Gue away. Gaoxiang spoke loudly, holding flowers in both hands, Chi Gue, marry me. He was kneeling on the ground and the flowers blocked his view, so he naturally couldn't see that the person standing in front of him was Yi Chang instead of Chi Gue. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Yi Chang's voice, I refuse. The students passing by were watching the fun, and when they saw Yi Chang's serious look, they couldn't help but laugh. Oh my god, Yi Chang reacted so quickly and rejected it so firmly. Have compassion for the people on earth. Gao Xiang took away the flowers and finally saw clearly what was coming. He immediately said angrily, Yi Chang, what do you want to do? Do you have any shame? You proposed to my girlfriend, why are you asking me? I didn't beat you to death last time, did I? Yi Chang was not angry. He was the winner, so why should he be angry? When looking at the other party, Yi Chang felt indifferent. Compare your own level of quality with that of yours. The main reason is that Gao Xiang's mother had a falling out with the old couple of the Qi family. With a mother like that, Qi Gui is not a fool, so how could he not know what to choose? Yi Cheng poked Gao Xiang's chest and said, I told your mother that if you bother Qi Gui again, I will beat you every time I see you. Gao Xiang stepped back in fear, looking at Yi Cheng with disdain. Barbarian. Oh my god, you said I was barbaric, it's because you can't beat me. Yi Cheng really despised this guy. If he could beat me, he would definitely not be so polite. Get out of here now, or I won't be polite. Qi Gui. Gao Xiang didn't leave and looked at Qi Gui eagerly. Yi Cheng didn't want to make things difficult for Qi Gui. Girls are soft-hearted creatures. He blocked Qi Gui's sight and started whipping her with his belt. Yi Cheng was about to take action, but before he could do so, a man and two women got out of a Ferrari, and Yi Cheng immediately laughed. Wang Gu coquettishly wiped his scalp while holding a woman in one hand and leaning against the Ferrari. Another woman ran over and hugged Gao Xiang. I caught you, give me money. Do you have any shame to play with women and not pay? Everyone was stunned. The students took out their mobile phones to take photos. Gao Xiang was also dumbfounded. The woman held him tightly. He was furious. Who are you? I don't know you. I don't know you either, but I know you were the one who prostituted me, and you even ran away without paying. Pay me. Yi Cheng recognized this woman as one of the women who was taken away by his uncle during the anti-prostitution campaign last time. He thought about it and realized that today was the day Brother Wang would come out. It must be Brother Wang's lover who went to pick up Brother Wang, and then came to find me, and happened to encounter this incident with Gao Xiang. These girls don't care what others think when they come out to do things. They have their own standards in their hearts. Whoever is good to them is their own person, and they dare to do anything for their own people. Yi Cheng pulled Qi Gui away. Qi Gui was a teacher, so it would be better for him not to have any relationship with these people. Brother Wang ran over coquettishly and hugged Yi Cheng. I'm out, are you surprised? Brother Wang glanced at Qi Gui, then nodded and winked at Yi Cheng. This is the person you are interested in. Not bad. Yi Cheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Wang's eyebrows were like two silkworms, lifelike and lifelike, as if they could write. Qi Gui was stunned. Brother Wang coquettishly pulled Yi Cheng aside, then glanced at Gao Xiang. What's going on? Is there someone trying to steal your girlfriend? Yi Cheng explained, and Brother Wang smiled and said, leave it to me. I'll give you a surprise later. What's the meaning? I'm going to seduce his mother. You have to believe in Brother Wang's ability. I'm a woman killer, not just a reputation. Brother Wang smiled slightly, and his eyebrows moved again. Yi Cheng was shocked. Wow, this is so creative. Brother Wang said that he was short of some funds, which was no problem, and Yi Cheng gave him the money immediately. As a good brother, of course I have to cheer for Brother Wang's love and career. Yi Cheng whispered, can you do it? That's not a problem. Rich middle-aged women generally have empty and lonely lives, their children are disobedient, and their husbands are having affairs. Brother Wang said with a divine smile, brother, I forgot my last name, Wang. It's the same as the Wang next door. Yi Cheng didn't say much. Brother Wang is a god. He was about to get in the car with Qi Gui. Gao Xiang had Brother Wang to play with him, but unfortunately, Jin Wen's car drove over. As soon as the car stopped, Jin Yan looked back at him with sunglasses on, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jin Wen pushed open the car door without saying a word. Yi Cheng ignored her. They had agreed that no one would be responsible. Now she came to him again? You are sick. I want to accompany Qi Gui. Qi Gui poked Yi Cheng's waist, gently grabbed a handful of meat in his hand, and looked at Yi Cheng with a smile. You two know each other, why don't you introduce yourself? Can you let go of my meat? Hiss. Yi Cheng's mouth twitched, and he quickly whispered, it's the crazy woman who kissed me. Qi Gui let go of Yi Cheng's meat and said indifferently, we are friends, then you go, I will go home first, we will see each other later. Really? I can go. Yi Cheng looked into Qi Gui's eyes cautiously, feeling a bit threatened, but not sure. Qi Gui's smile was still very beautiful. Go ahead, I'm not that stingy. Oh. Chapter 58, Jin Wen's Mutual Calculation. Yi Cheng walked towards Jin Wen's car, but he looked back every 3 steps and saw Qi Gui getting into the car without even looking back. Yi Chang breathed a sigh of relief and got into Jin Wen's car. What the hell do you mean? Why are you here at my school? You didn't call me? You'd be dead if you told me in advance. I almost got my girlfriend to misunderstand you. Be a decent person. We agreed to just have a happy night. That's it? Yi Chang started to rant, but Jin Wen remained motionless. Seeing that he had finished speaking, Jin Wen took off his sunglasses and said, I'm on a business trip. Who knew you were a student at this school? Are you kidding me? Yi Chang rolled his eyes. You helped me, right? How could you not know if I was here? Tell me clearly what you are here for. I didn't get pregnant, so I want to try a few more times. Yi Chang shuddered all over and looked at Jin Wen in disbelief. How could a girl say such vicious words? How shameless. Yi Chang was speechless. Sister, how can you say such things to me? Isn't it a good thing that you are not pregnant? You can find someone else. Jin Wen crossed his legs and said, I can't make others happy with me. I feel sick when I think of others except you. Are you sick? Yi Chang felt it was ridiculous. What kind of excuse was this? Indeed, I have a psychological barrier towards men. Otherwise, how could I have been single for so many years? Jin Yen said frankly to Yi Chang, last time in Beijing, I found that I was not very resistant to you. Nonsense. It was you who started it, okay? Why is it my fault that you sang all night long? Did I say anything? Yi Chang was helpless. You also saw that I have a girlfriend. I can't let my girlfriend down. You can try to find someone else. The country is so big and the population is so large. There must be masters. Jin Wen looked at Yi Chang strangely. Do you mean to just let it go? What else? Since you are not pregnant, you don't have to take responsibility. Yi Chang said, we are all adults, so we should be more open-minded. Is this a question of whether you want to open up or not? Now you are the only one who knows my secret. Jin Yen said, I want a child. If you don't give it to me, I will tell your girlfriend everything about us. You're going crazy. Yi Chang was furious. Damn it. When we were in Beijing, I told you I'd take responsibility, and you said nothing. You didn't want me to take responsibility, and now you're ruining my life. You can't be like this. You're being disrespectful. Jin Wen smiled and said, I'm a woman, and women can always turn against each other. I can ask my uncle for help. But you'd better think about it carefully. If this kind of thing is reported in the news, you won't be able to escape. Yi Chang wanted to beat this woman to death. A CEO is different from an ordinary person. He knows a lot and knows how to threaten others. Yi Chang reached out and lifted Jin Wen's chin. Don't worry about your career prospects. You're an executive, a vice president. How good will this kind of news be for you? I'm also a wealthy man, and now you know it. Don't make a fuss. If anything happens to you in the future, I can still be your backup. Can foreigners really trust you, a Chinese executive? Yi Chang smiled and said, you work for a foreign company. You know foreign culture better than I do. What unspoken rules and harassment? How can there be less? If someone harasses you later, I'll help you beat him up. Okay, then go kill my boss and he's harassing me. It really exists. I just said it casually. Yi Chang looked at Jin Wen in confusion. Jin Wen said, so I need a child. My boss has always wanted to replace me with his own. As long as I get pregnant, he can't do anything to me. So this child is very important to me. Why is it okay just because you're pregnant? Women's rights. Jin Wen spat out two words, once I get pregnant, they can't transfer me, nor can they fire me. If I take leave, my boss will definitely fall for it. His people are simply not capable of doing my job. Then he'll beg me to come back. I have to give birth and can't go back. By the end of the year, he'll be out. Yi Chang thought for a long time before he figured out Jin Wen's thoughts. Office politics in your foreign company is so serious. Jin Wen's boss had his eyes on his position, and Jin Wen also had his eyes on his boss's position. Yi Chang took a hissing breath, it was such a magical feeling. Jin Wen said impatiently, I will stay in Jiangqing for half a month. You come to find me. As long as I am pregnant, we will go our separate ways in the future. Yi Chang asked, you are using your own child as a weapon. Can you bear it? I will treat him well in the future. Can't you help your mother? Jin Wen handed Yi Chang a room card. It turned out that it had been prepared long ago. Yi Chang was speechless. Do you really think you are a stud? Yi Chang said, why don't you leave Parkson and start your own business? I will give you money. How much can you give me? Hundreds of millions, billions, or tens of billions? Seeing Jin Wen's tone of contempt for himself, Yi Chang was also a little annoyed, looking down on others. Is 100 billion enough for you to play with? If not, you can add a zero. Yi Chang turned around, stretched out his hand, pinched Jin Wen's chin, and kissed it. You know nothing about me. You really think I'm a little puppy? You even want to use my child as a weapon. I can't kill you. Favorability plus 10. Jin Wen's favorability, 30. Yi Chang looked at the somewhat confused Jin Wen and felt proud in his heart. I am not a younger brother, I am an older brother. Jin Wen didn't dare to think about his own financial resources. If I show it to you, you'll be scared to death. Yi Chang patted Jin Wen's smooth face and said with a smile, don't say such nonsense to me in the future. Isn't it great to be your own boss? I can buy any Fortune 500 company I want. I'm very powerful. Jin Yan's eyes flashed and he suddenly smiled. You are so cute when you brag. I have lived for so many years and worked in the business world. It's not that I haven't seen people who brag. On the contrary, I have seen countless people who brag. But no one's bragging is as fresh and refined as Yi Chang's. Yi Chang took a breath and didn't believe himself. It seems that I have to prove it, otherwise this damn woman will not respect me and won't even dare to speak loudly. Yi Chang took out his cell phone and was about to reveal his trump card, but Jin Wen immediately took out his cell phone. Yi Chang was stunned, and then he saw Jin Wen release him from the blacklist. There is an additional transfer on WeChat. Jin Wen smiled and said, I'll give you 100,000. That should be enough to keep me company for half a month. I'm not selling it. Be good and listen to me. Just think of me as your adopted son. Jin Wen kissed Yi Chang and said, stop making trouble. It's okay for a man to brag, but it's not okay for him to not recognize the reality. So you always think I'm a loser. Yi Chang was helpless. You don't watch the news, but I can afford people like those from Tianping Law Firm, so how could I be short of money? Yi Chang said, how about you take a look at my account and see if I am bragging? Do you need it? Jin Wen smiled slightly, pushed open the car door, and signaled Yi Chang to leave. She didn't believe what Yi Chang said at all. Chapter 59, My Mother's Peaches. Jin Wen looked at Yi Chang getting out of the car and standing outside in a daze, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. The little puppy was really smart. He actually guessed that he was helping him. She helped Yi Chang, but also gave her boss an excuse to get into trouble. After all, using the company's resources to help Yi Chang, a stranger who had no relationship with the company, was also considered abusing public power for personal gain. As the vice president, she doesn't need to explain to others, but if they deliberately find fault with her, there's nothing she can do. Fortunately, Yi Chang's counterattack was quick, and even the Jiangcheng government apologized, which gave Jin Wen enough reasons to confront his boss. Parkson Company had discussed cooperation with Jiangcheng a long time ago. Yi Chang's incident made Jiangcheng appear in the news and brought negative impact. She was helping Yi Chang, which was helping Parkson. She and Yi Chang had never been in contact, but they had cooperated with each other, which led to her trip to Jiangcheng for inspection, and also to see her little man. It's really interesting. He actually wants to start his own business? He also wants to give me hundreds of billions. Are he really that rich? Jin Yan couldn't help laughing. He felt that Yi Chang's reaction just now was like a complaining child who was eager to prove himself. Jin Wen asked her secretary to drive to the municipal government to meet the leader. Her secretary was a woman who had been with her for many years. She and Yi Chang did not avoid each other when they met. Boss Jin, that man is your boyfriend? How is it? Jin Wen smiled and did not deny that she was born with a psychological barrier towards men, but she had a relationship with Yi Chang. It was like everything was destined. It's good, kind of handsome. It's just so-so. Jin Yan smiled slightly. He didn't judge people by appearance, but by whether they were suitable for him. Although Yi Chang is sometimes childish, he is also responsible, which she admires very much. Many men may not have this kind of responsibility in their entire lives. When they arrived at the city government, Jin Wen reported everything and Jing Yang came out to receive Jin Wen, which made Jin Wen a little strange. Why isn't the person who came to greet me at the deputy mayor level? Jing Yang was also puzzled. Boss Jean, didn't you say you had something to do today and asked your boss Andy to come talk to us on your behalf? Have you finished your work? The biggest president of Parkson's Asia Pacific region is from Hong Kong, and he has 3 vice presidents, one of whom is Jean One. Andy is always the person of her boss, Mr. Lee, and the other one is a foreigner. He is not in charge of specific business, but he is actually a person from the head office, like the Jinui, responsible for supervising them. After hearing what Jing Yang said, Jean Wen knew that something was wrong. President Lee wanted her people to negotiate with Jiang Cheng on his behalf. She is the second in command of the company, the president in charge of business operations, while Andy is only in charge of administration and finance. In front of Jing Yang, she also needed to maintain the unity of the company to avoid being laughed at. Yes, this is true. I just came to see how the discussion went. Very good. We are all aware of your company's conditions. I believe there will be a result soon. It should be no problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Jean, for your care for us over the past year. Jing Yang was sincerely grateful. Parks and Company had originally looked down upon Jiang Cheng, but it was Jean Wen who had been insisting, which gave them the opportunity to enter into formal negotiations. Now that it had reached this stage, the two sides could sign a cooperation agreement without any surprises. The negotiations at this time were actually mainly about some minor details, and the issues involving principles had already been discussed. You're welcome. My year's hard work won't be in vain if I can get a good result. Jean Wen said, we are very willing to invest and build a factory locally. I personally support it very much. Jean Wen had already cursed Andy in his heart, how dare the bitch pick her peaches. She was the one who did all the preliminary work. This time, because of Yi Cheng's incident, the conflict between her and Mr. Lee became public, and they both wanted to kill each other. Jean Wen originally wanted to use the negotiation with Jiang Cheng as his own achievement and as a blow to General Manager Lee. It seems there is no way now, I need to make a new plan. After waiting for a while, a beautiful woman came out with a local senior official. They shook hands and had an intimate conversation. Seeing Andy talking and laughing with the other party's person in charge, Jean Yan's heart sank. It's done. Your peach fell into someone else's pocket. While keeping a smile on his face, Jean Yan was furious in his heart. Damn bitch, sooner or later I will make you and the people behind you get out of here together. If you want to sit in my seat, wait for your next life. It took her 10 years to climb up from an ordinary salesperson to the position of vice president. I've been through a lot. Mr. Jean, you are here too. I have successfully signed the contract with Jiang Cheng on behalf of the company. You don't have to come in person. Andy shook her long hair and showed a sweet smile. I'm going to make you so mad. No matter how powerful you are in the company, you would never have thought that I would pick your peaches. Jean Wen said, that's good. I just came to see the results. Now that the contract has been signed, I look forward to future cooperation. Jean Wen extended his hand to shake hands with the leader. Andy said, don't worry, Mr. Jean. Mr. Lee has already told me that I will take over the cooperation with Jiang Cheng in the future. I will inform you of any changes. He seems to be very polite to Jean Wen, but in fact he doesn't care about Jean Wen at all. Notify? Jean Wen knew in his heart that Li Yangyi, the silly little vase, wanted to kick him out of this project. She was very annoyed, but she still had her rationality. She nodded slightly, stopped looking at Andy, turned around and nodded to the leaders, and then Jean Wen said goodbye. Watching Jean Wen get into the car, Andy's mouth corners almost curled up. Jean Wen was in the car, talking to Li Yangyi on the phone. Mr. Lee, was it your idea that Andy and Jiang Cheng sign a contract? The contract was signed successfully, right? Mr. Jean, this isn't my idea, it's the company's idea. The voice on the phone was insincere. I know you were responsible for all the communication work up front. The company will remember your contribution. Andy also wants to try to take charge of specific matters. We should give her a chance. Your workload is high, so let her take charge of the Jiangcheng project to help share your workload. The company is considering this for your own good. Fuck you. He stole my achievements and was so polite to me. He really meant well. Jean Wen was complaining madly in his heart, but the other party was one level higher in rank and could really overwhelm him. When I can represent the company, I still have to talk to him like this. Then I thank the company for considering me. Jean Yen sneered. Li Yangyi said, you won't be angry, will you? Andy means well. Please don't take it to heart. This is her first time taking charge of a specific project. Please teach her more about what she doesn't understand. Jin Yen was so angry that he wanted to explode. Who was he disgusted by? He steals my things and asks me to teach him. This is simply bullying. Do you want to shit on my head? Andy's abilities are obvious to everyone. I believe she can handle it. Jin Yen said and hung up the phone. Chapter 60, The Tigress was beaten by Wu Song. Jin Yen was so angry that his chest hurt. This was too much of a bully. But soon after returning to the hotel, Andy came to ask for project information. Mr. Jin, please give me all the project information so that I can cooperate with Jiang Chang. Andy looked at Jin Yen with a smile, playing with her long hair with one hand. After handing over the information, Jin Wen completely left the project he was collaborating on with Jiang Chang. Jin Wen naturally didn't want to. Are you so anxious? It's not me who's anxious, it's Jiang Chang who's anxious. Of course, the company also hopes to quickly advance the cooperation between the two sides. It's all for the company, right? I have no choice. Andy waved his phone at Jin Yen and said, this is also what the president meant. Jin Wen thought for a moment and said, there are still some materials I haven't finished yet. I'll give them to you in a few days. He must keep his say in this project, so Jin Yen plans to delay it for a while. If you have the information in your hands, there may be a chance of a turnaround. Andy looked at Jin Wen seriously, knowing what he was planning. This is the company's decision. Why bother? How long can you delay it? Without the necessary documentation, the project can't be implemented. Will you be responsible for the losses that will be caused? Then if you rush forward in such a hurry, can you be held responsible if any damage is caused? Jin Yen sneered. You've never been in charge of business before. Are you sure you won't make any mistakes this first time? Oh, isn't that you? Andy said with a smile. You'll definitely teach me how to make this project go smoothly, right? After all, you're the president in charge of business, right? Jin Wen was furious. You guys are dreaming. You take all the credit and throw the blame on me? Andy, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid who can be bullied? You can't say that. I'm telling the truth. Aren't you the CEO of business? I'm just the CEO in charge of administration. Mr. Jin, I'm so scared when you get angry. Andy clutched his chest, just like Little White Rabbit. The next moment, Andy turned cold and indifferent. Jin Yen, why don't you reflect on why everyone dislikes you? You have no future. It's not your turn to lecture me. Give me the information and I'll leave right away. You won't have to see my pretty face anymore, and you'll be less angry. You look scary when you're angry. Are you going through menopause? Damn it. Jin Wen couldn't help it. She had always been strong. Everyone knew that she was not married, but she always said that he was in menopause. Jin Wen looked at the other person, and he looked scared. She really wanted to beat the other person to death. But I really can't do it. If I do it myself, I will be at a disadvantage. People are just waiting for you to do it yourself. Jin Wen called his secretary and asked, transfer the information to her? Andy deliberately reminded, Secretary Lin, please don't forget any of the information, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Secretary Lin handed the information to Andy. Andy stood up and looked back at Jin Wen. Boss Jin, this is just the beginning. You should think about your way out. Roll. Jin Wen couldn't help but curse. Andy just laughed and left Jin Wen's room nonchalantly. The victorious laughter made Jin Wen very depressed. She had planned everything out, but someone took advantage of her and even bullied her. She had never suffered such a loss before. Jin Wen was silent. In fact, she was thinking about how Andy knew that she was going to negotiate and sign a contract with Jiang Cheng today. Almost no one knows about this time. Jin Wen looked back at Secretary Lin, somewhat unable to believe it. Secretary Lin turned his head away in panic for a moment. Seeing her reaction, Jin Yen immediately understood. She took a deep breath and didn't get angry, but just didn't understand. She treated Secretary Lin as her confidant and did not hide anything from him, even letting him know about her meeting with Yi Chang. Why? Secretary Lin tried to remain calm and asked, Boss Jin, what's the matter? Am I not good to you? Jin Yen said lightly. There was no point in being angry now. She just wanted an answer. Secretary Lin smiled and said, You are very nice to me. Then why did you betray me? I'm the only one who knows the time when I met with the Jiangcheng leader to sign the contract. I didn't tell Andy and Li Yangyi either. How did they get there before me? Jin Wen took a deep breath. Andy came at the perfect time. It was obvious that he had just arrived today. As soon as I arrived in Jiangcheng, I went straight for the contract. Jin Wen thought for a moment and said, "You drove around 4 extra intersections and waited for 2 traffic lights today. You were giving her enough time to sign a contract with Jiang Cheng." Secretary Lin was a little scared. This was Jin Wen, an extremely intelligent woman. I don't. Jin Wen waved his hands and looked at Secretary Lin disappointedly. Betrayal is nothing more than profit and emotion. You are mine. Ordinary interests can't buy you. It's emotion. Li Yangyi's face is indeed beautiful. Are you related to her? That's it. You asked me for 3 days off last month, and Li Yangyi was also away from the company for 3 days. So you two are together? Jin Wen couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. I should have thought of it earlier. If Li Yangyi wants to deal with me, how could he let go of the people around me? Secretary Lin couldn't stand it anymore. I'm sorry, Mr. Jin, I can only help one person in the conflict between you and Mr. Li. I have been by your side for so many years, and I have always been your secretary. I want to change. What did Li Yangyi promise you? General manager of Moto Company. Ha, you're the CEO's assistant and you want to be the general manager? Jin Wen almost died of laughter. Li Yangyi is really stingy, forget it, just leave. Secretary Lin bowed to Jin Wen and turned away. Jin Wen looked at the door silently and felt lonely for a moment. It turned out that everyone around him had betrayed him. I really am a failure. Because of her own psychological barriers, her family did not understand her and forced her to get married every day. Now her career is about to be ruined. Jin Wen hasn't had many friends in recent years. She feels that she doesn't need friends. The only person who can be considered a friend is Secretary Lin. As a result, it is gone now. She held up her phone, trying to find a friend, but there wasn't one. She couldn't help but click on Yi Cheng's profile picture, and Yi Cheng had confiscated the 100,000 yuan transfer. I'm alone, can you come and talk to me? Yi Cheng quickly replied, I was having a barbecue with my friends and came over for a drink. Today is Brother Wang's day off, so of course we have to celebrate. We didn't go to any high-end place, but just found a random restaurant on the barbecue street. Yi Cheng treated us all, as did Brother Wang, and the young ladies who had shared the hardships with us. There were 7 or 8 young ladies sitting next to the 2 men, which made people so envious. Brother Wang has a young lady on his left and a mama-san on his right, and he is full of energy. After Yi Cheng sent a voice message back, Jin Wen didn't say anything, but he felt that Jin Wen's tone was wrong. Is the tigress depressed? He was beaten by Wu Song. Chapter 61, Too Powerful to be Imagined. Yi Cheng immediately took a sip of beer, thought about it, and finally softened his heart. After all, it was his first time. Something was different. This can only be blamed on Qi Gui for being pretentious and not proactive enough. It was originally meant for Qi Gui, but ended up falling into the hands of the tigress. Yi Cheng ordered some barbecue and beer, then said to Brother Wang, if anything happens, retreat first. The young ladies were unhappy and asked Yi Cheng to stay. What other programs would be performed in the evening? Everyone is very envious of Yi Cheng's body. Brother Wang waved his hand and said, you know nothing. My brother is definitely going to do something important. Don't delay him, Xiaoye. Go do your thing and ignore these horny people. Yi Cheng smiled. Brother Wan was a righteous man. Yi Cheng quickly arrived at the hotel, knocked on Jin Wen's door, and saw Jin Wen sitting on the sofa. Completely clothed, no bathing, safe. After sitting down, Yi Cheng felt that something was wrong with Jin Wen. This tigress was very powerful when he saw her during the day, so why was she not so powerful now? The feeling of being more powerful than anyone else is gone. I brought you some skewers. They taste pretty good. Would you like to try them? Jin Wen looked at his side and asked Yi Cheng to sit over. Goodbye, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Come here and let me lean on you. Seeing Yi Cheng Jin Yan, she became angry and vented the anger she had been suppressing. Come here quickly, or I will beat you to death. Cut. Still want you to sing in front of me late at night? I am no longer the same person I was before. Thinking about it, Yi Chang felt that with his current skills as a grandmaster of Bajikwan, Jinwen was definitely not his opponent. Yi Chang sat down, and Jinwen leaned on Yi Chang's shoulder. You have a conscience, but I am a real failure as a human being. Are you talking like a human being? You're the vice president of a Fortune 500 company and you failed. Then how can someone like me survive? Yi Chang said. This man is really a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Thinking about my past, all that is left are tears. Jinwen spoke about his own affairs in a disjointed manner. Yi Chang listened very carefully and slowly understood. Jinwen lost the office struggle. Before her plan could be implemented, she was stabbed by someone and lost half of her blood. Without the Jiangcheng project, his performance was affected, his voice in the company was greatly weakened, and his enemies became stronger. The cooperation funds between Parkson and Jiangcheng exceed 6 billion yuan, which is considered to be the largest project in Jiangcheng in recent years. Yi Chang laughed as he listened. You said you were producing paint? And you're planning to cooperate with Jiangcheng University? Well, the reason we built the paint industrial park in Jiangcheng is because of the chemical engineering department of Jiangcheng University. There is an academician here who is very famous internationally, and we hope to reach a cooperation with him. Jinwen said, why else would I go to your school? I just want to establish a cooperative relationship with Jiangcheng University through recruitment, and then propose to build a laboratory with them. Oh, I understand. Yi Chang's mouth twitched. The academician that Jinwen was talking about must be Mr. Chen. No doubt about it, it's definitely my great-grandfather. It turns out there is such an inside story when Jinwen came to Jiangcheng University. Isn't this a coincidence? Let me ask you, what will you do if that academician refuses to cooperate with you? Jinwen shook his head. No, I am confident that I can convince that academician. What if? What if? The project will still go ahead, and we'll continue to produce our own paint. It's just not as good as his patented one, so we'll have to ban it. Ban it if you can't get it. That's what foreigners do. Yi Chang nodded, looking down on foreigners. If you ban my Dahua manufacturing, you'll be in trouble. I am Mr. Chen's money bag. Mr. Chen, who had no money, might hesitate when facing capital. But now, I am the capital. The only thing left for me when I am poor is money. Yi Chang was very cunning. What Jinwen was talking about was the confidential information of Parkson Company. I don't think this academician is anything special. I tell you, many academicians are fakes. You know shit. Mr. Chen has several very powerful patents that our company doesn't have. He has patents for new environmentally friendly coatings and radar-absorbing coatings. His recent research has mentioned a special coating that's very powerful. If it succeeds, it will be the best in the world. He's no fake. It's a pity that none of it has anything to do with me now. After talking for a while, Jinwen felt much better. Yi Chang hurriedly fed him to prevent the tigress from bothering him. He was very surprised. His ancestors were so powerful. Ancestors are ancestors no matter where they go. Because I am so awesome, I am confident. Using my own money is a face-saving thing for myself. Yi Chang decided that Jinwen was in the paint business, and all of Mr. Chen's patents were given to him. Isn't this a match made in heaven? As long as the tigress is not too bad-tempered, she is actually quite good. Have you ever thought about leaving Parkson? Just leaving like that? Jin Yin sneered, I'm not dead yet. Those bitches want to laugh at me, but I'll just give them a hard slap in the face. Okay, you're amazing. Yi Chang said, I understand what you said just now. This Mr. Chen is very important, right? So I have good news for you. What good news can you have? Jinwen didn't believe it at all. Yi Chang was just an ordinary college student in Jiangcheng, who might have some money. I know Mr. Chen. Jinwen was stunned, his eyes seemed to be burning with a small flame, and he stopped eating the skewers and stared at Yi Chang. How is your relationship? He is my ancestor and I am his grandson. Yi Chang described the relationship between himself and old Chen very aptly. In front of Mr. Chen, he was just a grandson and didn't dare to speak loudly. Believe it or not, your ancestors will beat you with slippers. Are you really his grandson? Yi Chang nodded. Jinwen immediately said contemptuously, your father's last name is Chun. Knowing you didn't believe him, Yi Chang didn't explain, let me put it this way, there's basically no chance of your Parkson and Mr. Chen cooperating. Why? Jean Yen was curious. They have prepared many plans to deal with Mr. Chen, offering him money, houses, and various benefits. No one should refuse their benefits. Yi Cheng smiled and said, because I am his grandson? Seeing Yi Cheng's nonsensical look, Jin Wen was furious. This was related to his profession, speak human language. Yi Cheng checked the time, took out his phone and called, then turned on the speaker. Soon, an angry voice came from the other side. Son thief, if you dare to call me for no reason, I will beat you to death when I get back. Ancestor, you are really my ancestor, my Xiaoye. Chen Laozhong was full of energy. I know it's you, otherwise I wouldn't care about you. I just want to settle the score with you. How come the old lady has 200 million more than me? Did she let her female apprentice seduce you? Chen Zuzong was unconventional and had a generous personality. Yi Cheng broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. You are all academic tycoons. In your own professional field, a slight shake of your hand can cause an earthquake. This is your quality. Yi Cheng knew that it must be old Madame Guan ancestor Chen showing off. I will give you 200 million later. Elder Chen was now a bit more polite. Don't listen to Elder Ji's nonsense in the future. Her female disciples are still unmarried at such an old age. You should think about the implications. Now, let's talk about the matter. Why are you looking for me? Yi Cheng thought to himself that he hadn't said anything and it was all his ancestors who were talking. He quickly asked, do you have a patent for a new type of environmentally friendly paint? Yes, I've authorized it to you. What's the matter? Don't you know the patents I've authorized you? Haven't you read the contract? I don't understand who reads that thing. No wonder I admire you. You're just as casual as me. What's the matter? Are you going to build a factory? Do you need me to give you some guidance? Okay. I'll pay you the consulting fee. Yi Cheng was accustomed to Mr. Chen's style, but Jin Yan's eyes lit up. Chapter 62, Killing a Foreigner. Mr. Chen has authorized his patent to Yi Cheng, but the little guy is his man. Doesn't this give us the capital to torture those bitches to death? Yi Cheng was still asking, where is the radar-absorbing paint? That's automotive paint. It has some wave-absorbing properties, and it's primarily designed to evade speed radar. Boy, do you think it's okay for me to drive 180 or 200 kilometers h at my age? So what's wrong with me speeding given my status? They actually caught me and threatened to suspend my license. What can I do? So I made this thing. I'm going to scare them to death and show them how powerful I am. Yi Cheng was stunned. It turned out that the paint that Parks and Company was eyeing was just developed by Mr. Chen in order to play hide and seek with the traffic police. Is this the strength of the leader of the academic clique? Thinking about it, Yi Cheng burst into tears. Old Chen was so old but he could still drive fast, while he didn't even have a driving license. That's the gap. Okay, I'm very busy. If there's anything you want to know, I'll introduce you to my granddaughter and tell you about my research. The third generation of automotive coatings will be out soon, and it's really impressive this time. After saying that, Mr. Chen hung up the phone. Yi Cheng turned around and looked at Jin Wen and said with a smile, understand? Jin Wen nodded quickly, you really are Mr. Chen's grandson. That's right. I paid him money and he let me be his grandson. Most people don't have this qualification. Yi Cheng was proud. This is the power of science. Jin Wen threw himself on Yi Cheng and said, can you help me? Transfer the patent license to me so I can vent my anger. You can do whatever you want to me tonight. I will listen to you. Play such a big one. Unfortunately, Yi Cheng wasn't interested and quickly pushed Jin Wen away. Don't give me that. This is mine. How could I let a foreign company take advantage of it? Wouldn't that make me a traitor? Jin Wen was very excited. Yi Cheng was an investor in Mr. Chen's scientific research and owned Mr. Chen's patents. She could definitely make a comeback. But this damn little puppy is actually full of patriotism. How should I convince Yi Cheng? Jin Wen thought for a moment and said, our company can give you a price that satisfies you. Are you asking me for money? Yi Cheng laughed, it was so funny that it was almost fatal. He could lick scientists, which meant he could invest countless money in scientific research. Do you need money? Absolutely not necessary. Do you need to hope to make money and get rich? I'm at the end of my money, okay? After knowing that Parkson was eyeing Mr. Chen's patent, Yi Cheng began to take it seriously. Originally, he really didn't care about Mr. Chen's patent. He just gave his ancestors some money to make them happy. Who would have thought that ancestors are just ancestors? That's naturally different. If we don't develop it ourselves, we can't sell it to foreign companies. If we sell it to foreign companies, our own people will have to buy the paint from foreigners in the future. It turns out that this paint was invented by our own people. It makes me feel sick just thinking about it. Anyway, we have enough money. We can build a factory and sell these paints at a very low price, and then kill these foreign companies. Destroying a foreign company is like destroying an enemy. In peacetime, it is not allowed to eliminate the population, but you are not allowing me to eliminate other people's companies? Young lady, you need to raise your awareness. Yi Chang and Jinwen said, you are a Chinese. Working for foreigners to earn money is a life-threatening situation, but do you still want to be loyal? Now is the era of internationalization. Don't be so narrow-minded. International business cooperation is very normal. Our company has strong technical strength. Then why haven't you invented new environmentally friendly paints and radar-absorbing paints? As for their strong technical capabilities, I don't think they are that good. Chen Zuzong developed it despite insufficient scientific research funds, so his technical strength must be even stronger. Compared to my ancestors, you are all trash. Jinwen suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Chang with tears in his eyes. That's not how it works. We can sell Mr. Chen's paint all over the world. Can't we do it ourselves? Yi Chang said immediately. He was not short of money, so he could just spend money. I lick the whole world, and the whole world will be mine. Thinking about Yi Chang, he was also very excited. There was really no other way. I had the only patent in my hands, and it felt so good to put it on someone's neck. Jinwen thought for a moment and felt that it would be useless to talk anymore. He looked at Yi Chang and said, tell me, what conditions do you want in order to cooperate with me? I never wanted to cooperate with you. You come over and we can do it on our own. You can be the president and destroy Parkson. What a joke. Jinwen even doubted Yi Chang's IQ. She covered her face with one hand and said, do you know how big a company Parkson is? A Fortune 500 company is not the small shop next door to your house. Nonsense, there's no store next to my house. There's a pig pen next to my house. My father built it with his own hands, so I shouldn't know it. Yi Chang remembered that old Yi said Jinwen had an imposing appearance. In ancient times, it would have the temperament of a landlord's wife. Old Yi is quite satisfied with Jinwen. Jinwen was stunned, thought for a moment, and suddenly burst into laughter at Yi Chang's words. She really cared about the patent in Yi Chang's hands. With the patent, she would definitely be able to make a comeback. In fact, seeing Yi Chang's attitude, Jinwen felt that she had already won. Yi Chang will not cooperate with Parkson. Jinwen thought about it and felt that this was actually a good idea. Given his relationship with Yi Chang would definitely help him. If Li Yangi and Andy couldn't get the patent, the Zhongcheng Industrial Park would be greatly affected. Many of Parkson's preparations will be scrapped. Jinwen suddenly stopped being anxious and asked with a smile, are you planning to give birth yourself? If you don't come and help me, what's the point of me producing? What do I know about coatings? Yi Chang rolled his eyes. I said I'd produce myself because I wanted to give you something to do. I don't want you to work for foreigners anymore. If you're not happy being your own boss, what am I supposed to produce if you don't quit? As for whether everyone has paint to use, Yi Chang doesn't care. Looking at Jinwen, Yi Chang said, after all, you are my first woman, so you are different. Although you are capable and don't want me to be responsible, I am a man and I am not incapable of taking responsibility. Wow, look at what you can do. Jinwen understood what was going on, and she was moved for a moment when she looked at Yi Chang. Everyone around him betrayed him, but this little puppy who had never been friendly to him was still thinking about being responsible for himself. And he is the first man I have met so far who has no psychological barriers. Favorability plus 40. Jinwen's favorability, 85. Then, as usual, the system unfolded a series of information about Jin Yen. Yi Chang got used to it and didn't remember it anymore. Jinwen sat next to Yi Chang, holding his hand and leaning on him. Come to the Magic City, let's live together. No, that won't work. I have a girlfriend. Yi Chang felt that it would be better for him to make things clear with Jinwen. I am a bootlicker but not a scumbag. As long as he can be responsible to the girls he has licked, he is not a scumbag. At most, he is a Poseidon. There is still a big difference between them. Jin Yan's mouth twitched, and he said unconvincingly, I'm not as pretty as your girlfriend? Chapter 63, Delivering takeout is still more reliable. Everyone has their own merits. Don't compare yourself with the person you like, otherwise you will always be the loser. Yi Cheng smiled and said, I'm not a good person, but I want to work hard to be a responsible person. Jinwen said disdainfully, you just want to be the king of the sea. Why are you talking so nicely? Anyway, if I like someone, no one else can snatch her away. Can your girlfriend be my rival? Don't mess around, okay? Otherwise, I'll make you pay for it. Jealousy is fine, but playing tricks is not allowed. I will be responsible for you to the end. My sea is big and can accommodate many fish. Jinwen pushed Yi Cheng away and spoke more and more outrageously. But she was not in a hurry. She just needed to slowly build up her relationship with Yi Cheng. She already had the confidence to succeed in her career. Who would have thought that the advantage has always been on my side? However, Jinwen was very worried that after Parks and Company knew that Mr. Chen had authorized all the patents to Yi Cheng, it would use the power of the government to do something. Yi Cheng laughed and said, You're overthinking it. You have no idea what a scholarly clique is. Even someone as rich as me is treated like a grandson. Do you think an official can do anything to an ancestor like old Chen? Looking at old Chen's unrestrained and uninhibited demeanor, Yi Cheng knew that the Chen ancestor was a man of hidden talents. Just like the vice principal Zhang Yizi, if he hadn't said it himself, Yi Cheng would have thought he was just a vice principal, but he happened to be the boss of the Jiangqing Cultural Association. What's more, Mr. Chen is an academician. His superficial identity is scary enough. Who knows if he has any other identities? Even if a soldier with a gun appeared next to his ancestor one day, Yi Cheng would just think it was normal. A foreign company dares to coerce a national academician. It's really capable. Jinwen was at a loss for words. I'm not talking about Mr. Chen. No one dares to do anything to him. I'm talking about you. What if the government asks you to cooperate with Parkson? Yi Cheng laughed, then continued to send the government to the headlines. Isn't this something that can be done with money? You have no idea what the government is capable of. Jinwen thought about it for a moment. Yi Cheng's idea was too simple, but it didn't matter. He could help Yi Cheng think, can you give me 30 million in funds? Is it enough? Yi Cheng didn't even bother to ask why. It was only 30 million, and he could just use the money from the bootlickers. Put it in a secret account and I can use it at will. They will definitely be able to find my money, but they will definitely not be able to find your money. No need to explain. I just have one question, is 30 million enough? I'll give you 300 million, or 3 billion will be fine. Yi Cheng also wanted to earn some more money. His favorability was already over 80, so it was far from 99. If they weren't afraid of scaring Jinwen, they would have just spent 300 billion. What would have happened? However, I guess the bank would have been nervous at that time. It would be a miracle if such a large amount of money flowed into their accounts and did not attract attention. Yi Cheng also sighed. It's not easy to get some money. I have to be careful not to scare others. It's so hard for me. Jinwen was completely stunned. Who on earth was Yi Cheng? Can you come up with 3 billion? Sure, how about it? Yi Cheng looked at Jin Yan eagerly and begged him to take it. As long as you nod, I will transfer the money to you immediately. Jinwen wanted to buy a group of water armies and release them when needed. She thought 30 million would be enough. 50 cents apiece, 30 million is enough to give out a lot. Yi Cheng thought about it, 30 million is not his style, let's start with 300 million, I will fix it for you later, it's up to you, we are not afraid of spending money, things that can be solved with money are not problems. Jinwen rolled her eyes, feeling that she had no advantage in front of Yi Cheng. Her annual salary was around 20 million, after all, she was the vice president of a Fortune 500 company, a white-collar worker among white-collar workers, and her net worth was several hundred million. But Yi Cheng could easily take out his income for the past 10 years, which was too scary. What's going on with this man I picked up randomly in the capital? Thinking about Jinwen, he felt like he was going crazy. Looking at Yi Cheng, he knew clearly that this guy was a sea king, but he couldn't hate him. Whether it was because of the abundance of money or something else, Jinwen couldn't tell. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Cheng said, I'll go back first. I'll send it to you tomorrow when it's done. Jinwen grabbed Yi Chang, his eyes moved slightly, and his expression turned. Now that you're here, are you leaving? Well, I'm not, I'm here to bring you barbecue. Then thank you for bringing me the barbecue. Can I thank you in a more specific way? Jinwen didn't let Yi Chang leave. If Yi Chang hadn't been there that night, she would have already despaired. Under the scheme of Li Yangyi and Andy, it would have been too difficult for her to turn the situation around. But the new hope that Yi Chang brought her was that she wanted to let those people know that she was invincible and no one could take away the status that she had fought for 10 years. Yi Chang was panicked. What should he do? After thinking for a while, he said, "Can I do good deeds and not expect anything in return?" Of course not. Jin Yen rolled his eyes. Am I too polite to you? She stood up and locked the door, then looked at Yi Chang and said, "Do you want to take it off yourself or let me help you? If I let you get away tonight, I won't be the vice president anymore." Yi Chang was helpless and finally pleaded, "Can you please not sing on me? You really don't have any talent." Jinwen refused to admit it. How could his singing be bad? "I have to sing tonight, this time I sing, the end of the vast world is my love." Yi Chang was tricked into singing again in the evening, and he ran away early the next morning while Jinwen was still sleeping. It's horrible, really horrible. I have never heard a woman sing with such gritted teeth and heart-wrenching voice. But when he walked out of Jinwen's hotel, he didn't know where to go. It doesn't matter whether he goes to school or not. It's like he's on leave now. He suddenly doesn't have to go to school and he doesn't know what to do for a while. Sure enough, the simple days of the past have left me. Yi Chang actually missed the days when he served the people, so he decided to go deliver food. As a rich man, I finally felt that sending it away was more in line with my temperament. It shows that I am still a country boy after all. When I arrived at the takeaway station, I didn't expect Brother Wang to be there. Brother Wang? Was there no rain or strong wind last night? Brother Wang looked at Yi Chang and said, "Ha, we really are brothers. I woke up this morning feeling empty inside, but delivering food made me feel at ease. I didn't expect you to feel the same way. The life of a rich person is actually quite boring, right?" Yi Chang started to put on his clothes and nodded quickly. "Brother Wang is really amazing, that's right, I feel like these days of doing nothing are so boring, I still feel at ease delivering food." As soon as Yi Chang finished speaking, Brother Wang winked at Yi Chang and signaled him to look back. There was a beautiful woman standing at the door. She must be here to see Yi Chang. Brother Wang knew that the beautiful woman who had come to see him was still sleeping. Yi Chang looked back and saw that it was Su Miao, the girl he had given money for the down payment. "Looking for me?" Su Miao nodded and looked at Yi Chang, seeming to hesitate to speak. Chapter 64. I'll drive and you'll take me home. Yi Chang was very surprised that Su Miao came to see him. After he gave the money to Su Miao, he didn't care about it anymore and didn't have any thoughts about this girl. He had met her just to show off, but now after reading the news online, he felt that his behavior was indeed stupid. You only know how to use money to attract people, but there are actually many other ways to get to know others. A great Aquaman must use his charm to make girls take the initiative to get to know him, rather than relying on some external things. Su Miao was genuinely surprised when he looked at Yi Chang. He didn't expect that Yi Chang was still delivering food. As soon as the news came out, Su Miao recognized Yi Chang. He didn't expect that this guy was actually a rich man. Yi Chang said, "Is there anything you want to talk to me about? If not, I'll go deliver the food in a while." "Are you still delivering food?" Su Miao found it hard to understand. Is this the life of a rich person? Now that he has money, Yi Chang feels that life is boring. He just wants to find something to do. Last time, Jing Yang hinted to him that he can try to take the civil service exam. Yi Chang knew without even thinking about it that this was not suitable for him. He also thought about starting a business, but he didn't know what kind of business to start. Xiao Cheng also runs the nightclub, and he doesn't care whether Lotus Pond Moonlight makes money or loses money in the end, since Lotus Pond Moonlight is under Xiao Cheng's name. It can also be considered a gift to Xiao Cheng. After all, Xiao Cheng's affection for him had long been overwhelming, so he really didn't care about a mere Lotus Pond at night. Who made him have so much money? He wanted to help Jean Wen, but the tigress Jean Wen absolutely didn't want him to meddle in her affairs. The embarrassment inflicted on Jean Wen by others would be returned by the fierce woman with her own hands. Yi Cheng smiled and said, "Delivering food is my part-time job." Su Miao said, "That's not what I meant. I meant that you don't need to deliver food anymore. After all, you're famous now, so you don't need money. Yi Chang said, I never use money to measure work. Work is also life, and life is more important than anything else. Su Miao thought about it and felt that this statement was quite profound. Although it still had a bit of pretentiousness, knowing that Yi Chang was a rich man, the feeling was different. The poor have to survive and have no right to stand on the side of the road and watch others busy and then sigh about how their lives are. Only the rich have the right to say that work is not for money. Yi Chang looked at his watch, and Su Miao couldn't help but feel a little angry. I am a beauty too, so why does he seem unwilling to talk to me? Is delivering food more important than meeting with yourself? This is the capriciousness of rich people. Su Miao favorability, 20. Feeling the system's prompt, Yi Chang glanced at Su Miao. What is going on? Why is the favorability increasing? Is it because he knew his identity or because he was overwhelmed by money? Yi Chang thought about delivering takeout and exercising. What do you want to talk to me about? I'm planning to sprint to the 300 mark today. It's not easy to make 300 yuan a day delivering food, it's a challenge. Yi Chang's biggest wish before was to be able to run more than 300 miles every day so that he could have enough money to buy a bag for Lu Ru. But now, I want to laugh when I think about it. He hasn't paid any attention to Lu Ru recently, but his phone has been filled with a lot of welfare photos sent by Lu Ru. It feels ridiculous. Su Miao actually wanted to ask Yi Chang for help with something. I have a colleague who previously forwarded some news about you, and then she was sued by your lawyer. Can you drop the charges against her? She is willing to apologize to you, but she didn't know the truth and just wanted to take advantage of the publicity. Your lawyer is asking her for 1 million in damages. Su Miao felt scared just thinking about it. Those lawyers were really crazy. They asked for 1 million yuan right away. Her colleague was so scared that she didn't dare to go to work. Yi Chang didn't pay attention to those things, but the lawyers from Tianping law firm were handling the follow-up. Jiang Cheng apologized, and the evening news was also disgusted by him. Lawyers are now busy dealing with those internet celebrities, and they will not let them go easily according to the principle of taking care of them one by one. Because Yi Chang gave up the lawsuit against the evening paper, he asked for $1 in compensation. The lawyers at Tianping law firm have lost at least 500,000 yuan in income per person. Now their eyes are bloodshot. Since they have lost the income from the evening news, they naturally have to get it back from other places. And everyone knows that it is easy for internet celebrities to make money. Su Miao was afraid that Yi Chang wouldn't believe her, so she quickly took out her cell phone and showed him the situation of her colleague. It was just a simple forwarding, and she had taken advantage of the situation. Now they are scared by the lawyers, and the court summons have been sent to their workplace. The huge compensation and the possibility that the lawsuit would affect her work scared her friend to the point of suffering a nervous breakdown, and she felt like she was going to go to jail. Yi Chang said, You two have a good relationship? We're best friends, so after I found out about this, I came to you. Can you please forgive her? Su Miao clasped her hands together and said, Please. Yi Chang thought about it and felt that it was not a big problem. The lawyer was just trying to scare Su Miao's best friend. He now knows that even if a lawyer claims $1 million, the actual verdict may only be a few $1,000s, which is extremely high. If the other party gets scared and is willing to settle privately, he will make a profit. Society is full of deception. Yi Chang looked at Su Miao and asked, Don't you have to go to work today? I've asked for leave just for this matter, so can you please forgive me, your best friend? Yi Chang said, People should be responsible for their own actions, and your best friend should also be responsible for her ignorance. 1 million is really too much. It could be fatal. Su Miao said, Can you give me less? If you don't want her to pay the price, then you must be prepared to pay the price for her. Is your friendship worth the price you pay for her? After hearing what Yi Chang said, Su Miao became a little nervous. What did he mean? Was he going to make some excessive demands on him? That's such a scumbag. But her best friend is suffering from nervous breakdown and is on the verge of collapse. It's pitiful to think about it. Su Miao thought to himself that as long as the request wasn't too excessive, he could agree. If you bully me, I'll find my uncle. He. Yi Chang laughed. Do you know what we delivery men hate the most when delivering food? How would I know if I haven't sent one? I hate difficult customers, pretentious security guards, and stingy people who don't give tips for helping me carry things. What I hate most is climbing stairs. Yi Chang handed his helmet to Su Miao and took off his clothes. Come with me to deliver food. I'll drive and you deliver. Su Miao was stunned and looked at Yi Chang with her mouth puffed out in disbelief. She also realized that Yi Chang wanted her to climb the stairs. You can't be. I will. Yi Chang took out his phone. Are you ready, beauties? We need to grab the order. Hey! Su Miao quickly put on his helmet and clothes, and endured it for his best friend. The bad taste of rich people really drives people crazy. Chapter 65. I have a girlfriend and you don't. Yi Chang got in the car, and Su Miao quickly followed and sat behind Yi Chang. Yi Chang tapped his phone. The morning takeaways could also be very strange. Su Miao had never seen it before and looked at Yi Chang's phone curiously. A breakfast costs more than 80 yuan, and you have to bring a small umbrella. TSK, she must be a professional lady. Take it. Yi Chang immediately took the order. Su Miao said, Miss Professional, how do you know? You've already spent money, so why didn't you ask me? And why did you accept it? You looked like you didn't want to accept it. Yi Chang asked Su Miao to sit down, then drove on the road and said, I'm not very willing to answer it. The young lady in the morning just closed her business and was in a bad mood. She also asked for a small umbrella. This young lady seems to still have business. Young ladies like this should be very beautiful. You know all this? Beauty is a curse. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Su Miao was stunned and almost laughed out loud. Is this the truth? Yi Chang continued, this kind of young lady is beautiful, has a good business, a high income, and usually lives in a high-rise building. It's very comfortable to deliver food in such a place. The security in high-end buildings is very strict and has many rules, which is particularly annoying. Then you still answer it? But this order pays a lot. I can earn more than 10 yuan for one order. Besides, I don't need to deliver it today. Yi Chang said with a smile. Su Miao was stunned, with a helpless expression. Today I am the coolie. It's such a rip-off. He quickly arrived at the store to pick up the items, and then Yi Chang headed all the way to Longhu Community, which was about 6 kilometers away from the takeaway station. When they got there, Yi Chang patted Su Miao on the shoulder and said, Go ahead, girl. It's up to you. You can take her down in 5 minutes. Su Miao rolled her eyes at Yi Chang and rushed into the community with her things. Yi Chang was waiting to see her being stopped and harassed by the security guard, but the security guard didn't stop her. Oh shit. You guys who only care about your looks, are you specifically bullying mail delivery drivers? The security guard at the door was also confused when he saw Yi Chang. How could a delivery guy like you have a girlfriend? And the most important thing is that your girlfriend is so young, beautiful, and has an outstanding temperament. Yi Chang thinks the security guard is a bootlicker. The security guard looks at Yi Chang with envy and jealousy, questioning his life. As a security guard in a high-end residential complex, I earn 7,000 or 8,000 a month, and I don't even have a girlfriend. Life is truly as unpredictable as the big intestine surrounding the small intestine. Yi Chang looked at the time and decided to go there himself. It would take 20 minutes to go back and forth. Su Miao estimated that it would take half an hour. He glanced at the sales office next to him. Longhu Community is a newly opened real estate project with some unique housing prices, so even though there are people living there, the houses have not been sold out yet. Yi Chang wanted to go in and take a look, but he was stopped by the security guard as expected. The security guard looked at him politely and smiled without saying a word, but his eyes said it all. How can a country bumpkin like you afford a house here? Yi Chang found it interesting. Brother, it's not that serious, can't I take a look? No, outsiders are not allowed to enter casually. What if I'm a client? Impossible. Yi Chang smiled and asked, Do you have a girlfriend? With just one sentence, the security guard's face turned red with anger. He even had a delivery job, but he didn't have a girlfriend. Your girlfriend will break up with you sooner or later. That's impossible. Yi Chang thought the security guard was really funny and deliberately provoked him. I'll tell you in secret, I have several girlfriends. I'm too busy to handle them all 7 days a week. Too busy. Damn, this is so bullying. If I didn't pay attention to my manners, I would have beaten this bitch to death. The security guard was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. Yi Chang stopped teasing him. It was not appropriate for him to live in the school now, but he could not stay in the hotel all the time. He still needed a fixed place to stay. Longhu Community is a newly developed community with new facilities and good transportation. Yi Cheng thinks he can buy one there. The price of high-rise buildings here is around 30,000, which is in line with my low-key temperament. Of course, what Yi Cheng was interested in was not an ordinary house, but the villa here. It was depicted on the sales office's promotional poster that one side of a high-rise building was dotted with villas. Let me go take a look. Can you let me in? Don't dream. If the boss sees you, you'll scold me. Don't make things difficult for me. Yi Cheng was speechless. Su Miao was also wearing the clothes of a delivery boy, so how could he be allowed in? But there's no need to say that. It's too much of a self-deprecation and makes it seem like you're helpless. Yi Cheng felt in his pocket, then slapped the other person's hand. The security guy was startled and felt something in his hand. He stuffed it into his trouser pocket without even looking at it. I'll take you there. $200. You make money really easily. The security guard looked at Yi Cheng and laughed. That was given by you, you idiot. When they arrived at the sales office, Yi Cheng and the security guard were stared at by several people as soon as they walked in. They thought they were customers, but after seeing Yi Cheng's attire, those people lost interest. There were several customers looking at houses in the sales office, and when they saw Yi Cheng, they looked at him with some disdain. The housing prices in Longhu community are really not cheap. A house costs at least 3 million yuan. How can a delivery person afford this kind of money? None of the young ladies in the sales office paid any attention to Yi Cheng. He didn't look like someone who could buy a house. The security guard laughed and said, "See? I didn't let you in for your own good, to avoid losing face. You just don't know what's good for you. Are you so kind?" Yi Cheng smiled, feeling that it was nonsense. He picked up a brochure, but before he could read it, a young lady came over and was about to leave. The young lady's client wanted to read it, so Yi Cheng was not qualified to read it. The security guard said, "See, do you feel the difference? People are different." Yi Cheng was not angry either. There was really no need to be angry. He knew whether he had money or not. How much would it cost to buy the entire community? He just doesn't pretend to be cool. He was looking at the model. The Longhu community had been completed a long time ago and all the houses were ready. The security guy works here. Seeing him looking at the villa, he was a little surprised. Don't tell me you want to buy a villa. It costs more than 10 million. It's not a lot. If it's good, it's not impossible. The security guy chuckled. This guy has no idea how to behave. No wonder he can't even find a security job after delivering food. Everyone can brag. Yi Cheng's words happened to be heard by several people who were looking at the house, and these people immediately became disdainful. Several people complained to the sales lady about how anyone could come to see the house. We don't want to be neighbors with food delivery people. That's really demeaning. Isn't your community supposed to be a high-class one? The owners are all well-educated people. How come anyone can buy a house? I don't even know if they have money or not. The sales lady could only comfort them and say polite words, but as soon as she was polite, other ladies took advantage of the situation and took the customers away. The young lady wanted to cry but had no tears. She looked at Yi Cheng and didn't say anything. Chapter 66, Good People Are Rewarded. The security guy was a little unhappy. Look at you, just because your customers don't want her service, she could have opened a bill, but now she has lost her commission. Seeing the security guard speaking for the young lady, Yi Cheng immediately understood that this was another story of a bootlicker and a young lady, but this young lady should be a good person. Everyone else was unhappy with her, but she didn't say anything when she lost the client. The security guard whispered, "Wang Hui has been here for a few months and hasn't made any sales yet. If she doesn't make any more sales this month, she might not be able to stay. She's from the countryside, just like me. I'm from the countryside too." Yi Cheng is really from the countryside. Even after he was admitted to university, his household registration was not transferred and he still lives in the village. His main job is a farmer, and his college job is a part-time job. The security guard rolled his eyes and said, "I can tell without you telling me. How can someone who isn't from the countryside endure the hardships of delivering food? But you're amazing. Your girlfriend is from here, right? How did you get her?" The security guard's eyes flickered and he wanted to ask for advice. One advantage of delivering food is that you get to meet all sorts of different women. You get to know them over time, and then it just comes naturally, you know? Hiss. The security guard thought about it and nodded quickly, feeling that he might have chosen the wrong career. If he wanted to find a wife, he should still be a delivery man. When a security guard can't go anywhere, how can he meet someone? The security guard immediately looked at Yi Chang with a different look in his eyes. You're really smart. The young lady named Wang Hui was called away by a woman who looked like a leader. When she came back, her eyes were a little red. Then he walked towards Yi Chang embarrassedly. Excuse me, have you finished delivering the takeaway? Yi Chang smiled slightly. It must be her leader who asked her to get out, and the young lady was too embarrassed to bully others. The other young ladies in the sales office were all watching, waiting to see a joke. If Wang Hui couldn't even do this, she would be even less popular. The female leader was also standing in the distance looking at Yi Chang and Wang Hui. Yi Chang's delivery man's outfit was really too eye-catching. When people order takeout, they all hope that the delivery man can deliver the food as quickly as possible, but in reality, how many people care about the hard work of the delivery man? Yi Chang knows everything. After all, many of the people he comes into contact with are savvy in social skills, especially Vice Principal Zhang, who is a very good person. Wang Hui, don't you think that kind people should be rewarded? Yi Chang said with a smile. Wang Hui was stunned. What does this mean? It sounded good, but she didn't quite believe it. Sir, the client over there isn't very friendly to you, could you please not? Yi Chang waved his hand. Those people were looking at him, but they were nothing. I know they don't want to be neighbors with me, and I don't want to be neighbors with low-class people. Are there any villas left? Ah. Yi Chang's voice was very loud, and he wanted everyone here to hear it and not look down on others. The villa, building number 6, seems to be the largest one in my opinion. Has it been sold? Yi Chang looked at Wang Hui kindly. Wang Hui shuddered. No way, I really didn't meet a rich man. She nodded quickly. Yi Chang didn't understand for a moment. Does nodding mean selling it or not? Sold it? No. Take me to have a look. If it's suitable, I'll pay the full amount. If it's not suitable, you can recommend it to me. Hiss. The young ladies in the sales office had their eyes shining and were about to walk towards Yi Chang, but Yi Chang didn't pay any attention to them. Wang Hui hurriedly took Yi Chang to see the house. As soon as they left, the sales office went into an uproar. Is this true? Can that delivery guy afford a villa? I don't believe it either, but the tone of his voice doesn't seem right. Full payment? Building number 6 would cost 18 million, right? These young ladies were upset. If Wang Hui could complete this order, the commission would be very considerable. These people all regretted that they had underestimated Yi Chang. If they had known earlier, they would have gone up to him and licked his ass. Those clients who were looking at the property were suddenly annoyed when they saw that these young ladies were not paying attention to them. But thinking that Yi Chang was really a rich man, they didn't dare to lose their temper and had to endure it. Thinking about how young Yi Chang is and how he can buy a villa in full, these old women are all tempted. If I get to know Yi Chang, can I let this outstanding young man meet my daughter? Soon Yi Chang and Wang Hui came back. Yi Chang was very satisfied with building number 6. It had its own parking space, yards in front and back, and an open space of about 2 acres where he could grow vegetables. In front of building number 6 is a river, which connects to the main river channel of Jiangchang and also has a small pier. This is specially prepared for successful people. You can get a small yacht and play in the water in Long Lake. As soon as he came back, Yi Chang felt that the way those people looked at him had changed. Sign the contract. Really buy it, it's very expensive. Wang Hui looked at Yi Chang, still a little unconvinced. I like it. Building number 6 has no neighbors next door, so it's quiet, and I can grow vegetables there. Yi Chang thought for a moment, took out his phone and contacted Chi Gue. Get your ID card ready, I'll send someone to find you. Without waiting for Chi Gue to ask, Yi Chang hung up the phone and looked at the security guard. Go get me an ID card. I'll give you 500 yuan when I get back. No problem. The security guard ran away with a smile. Yi Chang wanted to give this house to Chi Gue. Since Xiao Chang had already given a gift herself, Chi Gue certainly couldn't be left out. The security guy rode Yi Chang's electric scooter like a gust of wind and came back soon. After handing Chi Gue's ID card to Yi Chang, the security guy said, "You're fucking awesome. He actually has a girlfriend, and she's pretty too." When he saw Chi Gue at the university gate, he was stunned. Her temperament was so good. Did you meet this person through the delivery guy? I really regret not delivering the takeaway. Yi Cheng handed Chi Gui's ID card to Wang Hui and said, let's make the contract. I'll come to pay for the signature later. Wang Hui finally believed it was true. The people in the sales office looked at Yi Cheng one after another. No one was able to say anything. This kind of person had never been seen before. Wait for Wang Hui to come back, Yi Cheng to sign, and pay the money. The real estate company will take care of the rest, and just wait for notification. The female leader walked over quickly and stretched out her hand before she even arrived, but Yi Cheng didn't take it. The female leader put down her hand without any embarrassment. Sir, congratulations on becoming a distinguished owner of Longhu Villa. We have some gifts for you. Please enter the lottery. It was all the same routine for selling a house. Yi Cheng was casual and picked up the hammer and threw it casually. The female leader ran over and took out a golden note from it. After taking a look, the female leader was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, congratulations, sir, you have won a BMW sports car worth 600,000 yuan. You can choose to convert it into cash. Yi Cheng was also stunned. Is his luck that good? Is this the first prize? Chapter 67. This guy is not bad. Yes. The female leaders were all happy for Yi Cheng. If someone who bought an ordinary building had won the prize, he would have cried, but he felt it was a good deal if Yi Cheng had won it. After all, Yi Cheng had just spent more than 18 million to buy the most expensive villa. A sports car as a reward, no big deal. But Yi Cheng was speechless because he couldn't drive. As for converting it into cash, he never thought about it. Since he had money, he might as well choose a car. It seems that my plan to learn to drive needs to be put forward. Where's the car? Can I drive away now? The female leader said, we need to wait a few days to complete the handover procedures. That's no problem, as long as the car is yours. Those people who looked like ants walked towards Yi Cheng. You look so young man, are you really a delivery man? I don't believe it. Can delivery men afford to buy villas? Yi Cheng still holds a grudge, Auntie, the average income of us delivery guys is over 1 million in 3 years, which is much more than what we make at work, and we have more freedom. I'm not lying. We delivery guys earn from the order fees and tips, so we can easily make 70,000 to 80,000 a month. When things are good, we can easily make hundreds of thousands. That's thousands a night. So many? How come we haven't heard of it? If everyone knew, wouldn't everyone come to deliver food? This is an industry secret. Yi Cheng smiled and said, I bought a house today. I'm in a good mood, so I told everyone about it. I usually don't tell you about it. The money I earned from delivering food was used to buy the villa. Otherwise, how could I have the money to buy a villa? Yi Cheng exaggeratedly said, that's a villa, worth over 18 million. I earned it in 3 years. Several ants were extremely surprised. They didn't expect takeout to be so effective. They asked their husbands to try it. A villa every 3 years. Yi Cheng bought a villa right under their noses, and these people were unwilling to doubt the truth. Facts speak louder than words. Yi Cheng had finished his business and Su Miao also came back. When she passed by the sales office, she saw Yi Cheng chatting with a group of old women. This person is so bad. What a villa every 3 years. Seeing that all the ants believed it, Su Miao really wanted to die of laughter. Are these people brainless? They didn't even recognize that this was a rich man? But think about it, Yi Cheng is now dressed as a delivery boy, who would associate him with the rich man in the news. When Yi Cheng saw Su Miao coming out, he said goodbye to the security guard. Su Miao laughed and said, you screwed those people so badly. Those aunties will definitely complain to the people in Gary when they go home. They might even ask their husbands and sons to work as delivery boys. What do you think of buying a villa every 3 years? I'm serious. They saw me buy the villa, and it's 100% believable. As for what they think, what can I do? It's very difficult for me to do it. Su Miao was stunned. You bought a house here too? A villa? Why do you say that? Su Miao didn't say anything, just curled his lips, thinking that the rich man was really rich. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Yi Cheng didn't ask any more questions. It's not good to ask too many questions about other people's affairs. Now he has learned to be smart. Don't meddle in other people's business and live longer. The next step was to take orders and ask Su Miao to deliver them. He met two strange customers and helped one of them deliver a bag of 100 kilograms of rice to the 7th floor. Su Miao was completely paralyzed. Are you still human? You weigh 100 pounds, heavier than me. I had to crawl up to carry you up there. I gave you a 20 yuan tip. I'll buy you a popsicle later. Pooh. Su Miao was completely helpless with Yi Chang. He actually made him climb up 7 floors carrying 100 kilograms. It was too cruel. After a morning, Yi Chang earned less than 100 yuan. Yi Chang treated Su Miao to a bowl of noodles at noon and planned to continue in the afternoon, but he didn't expect the phone call to come. The call was from Jin Won. The tigress laughed loudly on the phone, and Yi Chang could even imagine her lying on the bed and kicking her legs. Someone from my company went to your school this morning to discuss cooperation with Academician Shen, but they were kicked out by Academician Shen. Jin Won was overjoyed. Yi Chang was not interested and he did not see it, but this did show how much Parks & Company valued Chen Zuzong. I just signed a contract with the municipal government yesterday, and today I went to see Mr. Chen to discuss cooperation. The patent in my hand seems to be very valuable. Jinwon, Andy already knows that you have Mr. Chen's patent. He will definitely come to you. Should I care? Yi Chang said with a smile. Andy, the name sounds like a woman's name, a foreigner? Banana Man. Got it. Yi Chang is also annoyed by this kind of people. I know what's going on. Don't worry, I'll just ignore her. Jinwon said. Andy is quite resourceful, and she's a beauty, so don't be fooled. What are you hinting at me? Yi Chang thought to himself that even though he was a bootlicker, he couldn't tea-lick just anyone, okay? What happened to the beautiful lady? After Yi Chang hung up the phone, he saw Su Miao staring at him with interest. Why are you looking at me? She's a beauty. Su Miao heard a little bit of Jin Yan's voice. What's so strange about this? It's normal for someone like me to have a few beautiful women around me. There's no need to make a fuss. Yi Chang said, I'll let you go this afternoon. You can go back and tell your bestie that you can sleep peacefully. You did a good job this morning. Su Miao was really nice, and Yi Chang didn't want to make things difficult for her. Withdrawing the lawsuit was of no importance to him. Thank you very much, but you are so cruel. Su Miao rubbed her arms. She felt like her arms were useless. Favorability +5. Su Miao favorability, 25. When Yi Chang received the message from the system, the corner of his mouth twitched. Girls just like to say one thing and mean another. You say you are ruthless, so why do you gain more favorability? However, it is better to have it than not to have it. Su Miao felt that he had a new understanding of Yi Chang. Not only was he a rich man, but he was actually a good person, just a bit of a jerk. I'm afraid those ants will have their families in turmoil because of what he has done to them. After dinner, Su Miao waved towards Yi Chang. After thinking for a moment, he felt that Yi Chang was qualified to be his friend, so he asked, Are you free on Sunday? Do you still want to help me deliver food? Su Miao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. One experience like today was enough. No, I'm going on a picnic with some friends on Sunday. If you're free, you can come too. We're all young people, so maybe we can have fun together. I'm younger than you, okay? I'm a young person and you're not. Yi Chang is still studying, and Su Miao is already working, so he must be a few years older than him. Su Miao rolled her eyes at Yi Chang fiercely. Bah, a dog can't spit out ivory, he will die if he says something nice. She didn't say anything, turned around and left. A short while later, Yi Chang's phone received a text message from Su Miao. Thank you. Yi Chang didn't plan to deliver takeout in the afternoon, so he went straight back to the takeout station. He saw Brother Wang lying there sleeping, looking exhausted. Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? Chapter 68. If Brother Wang can't do it, no one else can. Yi Chang was shocked. Could it be that Brother Wang went to see the young lady to work overtime in the morning? Seeing that it was Yi Chang, Brother Wang glanced at him casually and continued lying on his stomach. You went to meet your love rival's mother. Did you forget? I said I would give you a surprise. I got it done. What's going on? Yi Chang looked at Brother Wang in disbelief, trembling all over. It was so terrifying. It's only been a few days. Brother Wang actually managed to deal with Bai Yue Guang's mother. Real? Brother Wang took out his cell phone, which contained many photos of him and Gao Xiang's mother hugging and kissing each other. It seemed that the place was in a club. Brother Wang chuckled and said, "This big sister is very exciting." Brother Wang shared his experience with Yi Chang. Gao Xiang's mother is a frequent visitor to a local women's club. Brother Wang has a wide range of friends and knows many people. Naturally, he also had good friends in the women's club, and he easily became an employee of this club. The reason why he looks so tired now is because he went to serve customers while Yi Chang was delivering the takeaway in the morning. That woman said she wanted to keep me. Brother Wang didn't feel embarrassed at all. Someone was supporting him, and that was his ability. Yi Chang had only one feeling: Brother Wang was so scary, and the reputation of being a killer of women was indeed well deserved. Brother Wang has dealt with Gao Xiang's mother, so doesn't that mean he has become Gao Xiang's cheap father? Brother Wang has to be you. You're just talking nonsense. Don't you see who I am? Brother Wang said proudly. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. Yi Chang nodded fiercely. At this moment, his phone rang. Yi Chang took a look at the number. It was a number from Shanghai. He then remembered Andy that Jinwen had mentioned. He walked out and answered the phone, then heard a soft voice on the other end. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Yi?" "No, you dialed the wrong number." "Isn't this Mr. Yi from Yi Chang's phone number? Do you know Yi Chang?" "I'm Yi Chang's friend. My last name is Wang. Yi Chang is out delivering food. If you have anything to say, tell me and I'll tell him." After a while, Andy said, "I'm the vice president of Parks & Company. I want to discuss a big deal with Mr. Yi. Mr. Wang, please tell Mr. Yi that I'm at the Jiangcheng Hotel." Andy hung up after saying that. Yi Chang was not sure whether Andy knew him, but his news had become a big news, so there was a high probability that Andy would recognize him when he saw him. He asked Jinwen about it, and Jinwen said, "Andy is an idiot woman with no brains. Even if she had seen the news about you, she wouldn't be able to remember it for a while." Yi Chang was relieved now and asked Brother Wang to go in my place. "Send me a sexy photo of Andy." Jinwen on the other end of the phone was stunned and a little angry. "You didn't even ask me for sexy photos, but asked for that bitches? What do you want her picture for?" Of course it is to make Brother Wang's heart moved. Only when Brother Wang is moved can he display his godlike acting skills. Yi Chang told Jinwen about his plan, and he was speechless. What kind of person is this? Actually. Well, she was very happy. Is your brother Wang okay? Even though Andy is a pretty face and doesn't have much brains, he doesn't eat anything. Don't underestimate my brother Wang's strength, okay? It only took a few days to capture Gao Xiang's mother. Isn't that terrifying? Yi Chang is full of confidence in Brother Wang's strength. If Brother Wang is not capable, no one else can. Jinwen actually sent Andy's photo to Yi Chang, and then showed it to Brother Wang. Brother Wang's eyes lit up immediately. "Brother, where did you get this?" "I knew what type of girl she was as soon as I saw her. Big breasts, no brains, coquettish and outgoing, top-notch. This definitely doesn't suit your taste. Which neighborhood is she from?" Brother Wang thought this was the top-notch product that Yi Chang found when he was delivering takeout in the morning. Yi Chang muttered softly, and Brother Wang nodded quickly. "Leave it to me, you are really my brother, you think of me for such a good thing." "I'm not interested. However, you already worked overtime this morning. Can you still work overtime? Can your body handle it?" Brother Wang touched his forehead coquettishly. "If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. Don't worry, I'm made of iron. You have to believe in my strength." There is no way not to believe it. Yi Chang didn't care anymore and just left it to Brother Wang. Even if Brother Wang goes to jail again, it will only be a few days at most. He has experience. Yi Chang made an agreement with Brother Wang and went to the school to find Shi Gue. When Shi Gue heard that Yi Chang bought a villa for him, he didn't know what to say. After what happened with Gao Xiang, Shi Gue knew that he was finished and could not escape from Yi Chang's clutches. Now they have bought another house. Are they planning to build a love nest together? Is it too fast? I don't want it, go and return it. Shi Gue felt that the villa was too expensive. Ordinary gifts were fine, but a villa would cost at least tens of millions. I feel uneasy living in it myself. Yi Chang said, "How can I return it? I don't think they'd want to. I've already paid them the money. The place is huge, and we can even farm there. It's better than the house we have now." Yi Chang had thought it through when he bought the house. His main consideration was the retirement life of the old couple, Mr. and Mrs. Chi. He didn't have to worry that they would dislike a house where they could farm. As long as they like him, can Chi Gue still run away? Just accept your fate. Chi Gue was speechless. You should have discussed it with me. There's no time. That house is in great demand. If you hesitate, it will be gone. Yi Cheng smiled and said, don't think too much. This is just a small token of my appreciation to my uncle and aunt. The house is in your name. You can do whatever you want with it. After saying that, Yi Cheng whispered, did Vice Principal Zhang talk to you about the promotional video? No. It seems that Lao Zhang really doesn't plan to use himself in Chi Gue anymore, and the sex scene is really gone. Chi Gue said that the candidate for the school's promotional video has been decided, and it is the campus belle of the Foreign Languages Department, so Yi Cheng should give up that idea. The male protagonist chose a student from the sports department, who was tall and strong. Yi Cheng picked his nose, looked at Chi Gue and thought, if you don't want to shoot it, then don't shoot it. I can make my own short movies in the future. That will be more lively. Chi Gue had classes downstairs, so Yi Cheng wandered around the school, looking here and there. Unexpectedly, he saw Lu Ru while walking. Seeing him from a distance, Lu Ru chased after him like the wind. Yi Cheng, Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng was thinking about why he was running. When he stopped, he saw Lu Ru looking at him with tender and affectionate eyes. Yi Cheng felt a pang in his heart and felt nauseous. He really had no feelings for Lu Ru anymore. Licking Lu Ru was like raising a small animal. Lu Ru has been regretting it so much these days, but she doesn't dare to look for Yi Cheng. The current Yi Cheng is out of her reach and can completely look down on her. If I had known that Yi Cheng was a rich man, I would never have treated him like that. Do you have time? Let's go for a walk on the playground. Lu Ru said obediently. Yi Cheng laughed and said, the playground is crowded, it's not convenient. In the past, Yi Cheng would be happy for 3 days if he heard her say this, but Lu Ru's heart sank. Did she have no chance? No. She must snatch Yi Cheng back from that dead woman Xiao Cheng. Chapter 69, Only Speak of the Heart. Yi Cheng was still very polite to Lu Ru, but he had to pay attention to the impact at school, and he was now a little burdened by his reputation. Lu Ru has been quite obedient recently, just sending me some welfare photos and not bothering me much at other times. It's like he's a different person than before. But some things happened and it is impossible to pretend that they never happened. Yi Cheng smiled and said, I recently heard from Brother Wang that he has some new goods. You can go and take a look. If you like anything, just tell Brother Wang. Lu Ru felt a little sad. She clearly felt that Yi Cheng was just using things to get rid of her. Lu Ru nodded, wondering how she could win back Yi Cheng's heart. There are rumors in the school that Yi Cheng is dating the foreign language teacher. This is simply unbelievable. I recently heard that you and. Lu Ru didn't dare to say it too directly, but she felt uncomfortable if she didn't say it. If Yi Cheng is with someone else, then what am I? Yes, it's teacher Chi Gue. Yi Cheng was very straightforward and didn't need to hide anything when it came to his feelings. I am no longer the same person I was before, so I don't need to care about Lu Ru's feelings. Even Lu Ru has no right to interfere with her feelings. Many people know about it. Yi Cheng said. Lu Ru was stunned. So direct? This was too disrespectful to herself, and she couldn't help but feel a little angry. Then what am I? You. Yi Cheng looked at Lu Ru with a cold smile on his face. You are whatever you think you are. Yi Cheng, how could you do this? Yi Cheng waved his hand to interrupt Lu Ru and asked, who do you think I am now? Are you still worthy of me? That must be what he meant. Lu Ru's face suddenly turned bad, and the regret made it difficult for her to breathe. Yi Cheng's words were like a bloody knife, tearing apart her daydream. I thought I could go back to the past with Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng patted Lu Ru's shoulder. She was trembling slightly. Was she crying already? It's a pity that it's useless. It's not that Yi Cheng is cruel, men always have answers when dealing with others. Why don't you learn from Xiao Cheng and make some money from me? As for the rest, don't think about it. This will be better for everyone. Yi Cheng smiled and said, I don't mind spending some money on you. I remember you said before that you wanted to study abroad. I can help you realize it now. I won't leave without you. Lu Ru looked up. She wanted to study abroad, but it was not easy to do it on her own. Lu Ru has a good background and a wealthy family, but the expenses abroad are definitely different from those in China. It was great that Yi Chang was willing to take responsibility, but when she thought of Yi Chang's attitude towards her, she couldn't help but want to win Yi Chang back. But Yi Chang was like a heartless scumbag. Don't think too much. I am willing to maintain an ordinary friendship with you, not because I have feelings for you, but to have an explanation for the past. I used to like you very much. A man will do that to the person he likes. Even if you hurt me, I still hope you can have a good result. Yi Chang was speaking from the heart, but hope is just hope, and it is impossible for him to fall in love with Lu Ru again. Hope is simply human nature. Lu Ru sighed deeply. It was impossible. It seems that you are really heartless towards me. So what are you now? Are you going to support me? Not really. Yi Chang said politely, it's okay to tell you this. When we were together, you treated me like that. Actually, I don't blame you. At that time, I only blamed myself for being poor and unable to give you the best things. I worked hard part-time, and I also wanted to buy you a bag that you like. I worked part-time without eating or drinking, just to make you happy. So the purpose of all my previous efforts was simple, just to make you happy. Yi Chang took a deep breath. No matter what others say about me, I don't care. I am willing to pay for you, so I should have no regrets. This is not because of Lu Ru, but because of his attitude towards feelings. The previous Yi Chang didn't understand. He tried hard to satisfy Lu Ru because he wanted her to be happy. This was his true nature, so no matter how much he gave, in the end he just wanted to give himself an explanation. Since it is an explanation of my true feelings, it has little to do with Lu Ru. Just like he gave Xiaoqing the moonlight over the lotus pond and spent money to buy a luxury house for Qi Gue, he just hoped not to let this understanding down. In the final analysis, it was all for the sake of giving himself an explanation. A real man is full of passion. He can love a woman and endure the pain. He is responsible for what he wants. Be true to your heart and be purely human. Lu Ru was a little confused. She thought that since Yi Chang was willing to spend money on her, it meant that he had feelings for her. She didn't quite understand what Yi Chang meant. Looking at the other person's confused eyes, Yi Chang smiled, you don't have to care about what I say. You can understand it as one sentence. Whatever you want, I will definitely satisfy you if I can satisfy you. Do you want to own a nightclub like Xiaoqing? Or do you also want to start a business? How about I give you some money? Or I give you enough money to last you a lifetime? Yi Chang looked at Lu Ru seriously and said, it's not a problem. Lu Ru understood now, I just can't win your heart, right? Well, I can give you everything except my heart. Yi Chang said. What about Teacher Qi? Can she win your heart? Yi Chang smiled. He himself didn't know. Love is more complicated than philosophy. However, Yi Chang knew that Lu Ru had no chance at all, but Qi Gue had a chance. That's the difference. My threshold is too high. Yi Chang felt that his current state of mind should be the heart of the Sea King. Don't worry, I won't play with your feelings and body. Those things are too low level. Yi Chang said with a smile. But Lu Ru didn't think so. Yi Chang didn't even want to play with her own body? This is really self-deprecating. What you cannot get, others also want to get. Favorability plus 25. Lu Ru favorability plus 85. Oh my god. Yi Chang felt very strange. His words seemed very cold no matter how he interpreted them, but why did Lu Ru still treat him so well? It broke through the 80 mark in one go. The next moment he saw Lu Ru staring at him intently, her eyes were terrifying, like a female ghost appearing in a horror movie. Just wait for me, I will let you know how much I love you. Lu Ru threw down a sentence and turned away. Yi Chang couldn't help but frown. Lu Ru gave him a feeling that something was not right. What is Lu Ru going to do? But Yi Chang didn't care. With his current status and position, what could Lu Ru do to him? If she did something out of line, he would be killed in minutes. It was too easy to ask Lu Ru to pay some price. Yi Chang stopped thinking about it. Life was so beautiful and one should not be impatient in life. He arrived at the school stadium unknowingly. Yi Chang looked around and suddenly a tennis ball flew out and landed in front of him. Chapter 70, Realistic Business War. Classmate, can you help me? Inside the net, a slender girl in sportswear was holding a tennis racket and pointing at the tennis ball in front of Yi Chang. Yi Chang picked it up and was about to throw it in, but the girl had already walked to the edge of the iron fence and stretched out her hand to ask him for it. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Yi Chang looked at the girl. He didn't know her, but she was very pretty, with a melon-shaped face, long legs, and full of energy. Her ponytail went up into the sky. Dressed like a tennis player, youthful and bold. Yi Chang felt that this girl's eyes were very alluring, like hooks. "Do you know me?" "Hello, my name is Zhang Jing." Zhang Jing stretched out her hand from the iron net, her arm well proportioned and white, and smiled at Yi Chang. "Is there anyone in the school who doesn't recognize you now?" "That's true." Yi Chang smiled. He was really not familiar with the other party and there was nothing much to say. After shaking hands, Yi Chang prepared to leave. Zhang Jing was a little surprised. "I can be considered a beauty of my generation." Some curious people in the school forum made a ranking of the beauties of Zhang University, and I ranked second. Still not catching Yi Chang's eye? Don't you even have the interest to say a few more words to me? Zhang Jing felt that Yi Chang was a little aloof. Seeing Yi Chang was about to leave, Zhang Jing was a little anxious. "Yi Chang, where are you going?" "Just walking around." "What the fuck is going on? What does this mean when a girl asks you where you're going?" "I'm hinting that you should invite me." Zhang Jing was a little speechless. "We're almost done fighting, do you want to join us?" "What to do together?" "I want to be quiet and wait for Chiguei to get off work." "With you, I'm crazy." No, you and your friend go." Yi Chang said and left. Zhang Jing was completely bewildered. She had taken the initiative so directly, but her tennis partner came over and said, "He's gone? That's it? Is this guy mentally ill?" Zhang Jing was a little frantic. "I took the initiative to invite him, and he actually left." "You took the initiative and he didn't respond. He really has a personality." "Personality is bullshit. Yi Chang has such a unique personality, isn't this creating difficulties for himself?" Zhang Jing frowned anxiously. Yi Chang was now a school celebrity and a wealthy man. There were many female demons who wanted to eat Tang Monk's flesh. She wants to eat too. Jiangnan University has an art college, and Zhang Jing is a senior student there and will graduate soon. She studied film and television, and has now started to play small roles in film crews. When she was admitted, she thought she would become a big star in the future. But after working on the crew, I realized that being a big star is not that easy. Behind every big star are capital and financial backers. There are so many beautiful girls in the entertainment industry, and there is no shortage of her. What is really scarce in the circle is not beautiful girls, but wealthy sponsors. It's not that no one pursues her, but she has her own dreams, and the boys who pursue her are not able to help her realize her dreams. Yi Chang suddenly appeared, and Zhang Jing immediately paid attention to him. Zhang Jing hit the ball out on purpose just now when she saw Yi Chang walking towards the side, just wanting to strike up a conversation with Yi Chang. The female companion looked at Zhang Jing and said, "Are you really going to let him praise you? He's the most suitable person in the school. You can't let me find an old man. I can't stand it." The female companion nodded. "That makes sense. How much money does he have to be willing to spend money to support you?" "I don't know, but from what I know, he's really rich." Zhang Jing said, "You know Xiao Qing, right?" "I know. It's been a long time. Xiao Qing is with Yi Chang." "Oh my god, that's so exciting." "Xiao Qing is not a stupid woman. She won't give herself to me just for a little benefit. What if someone gave you a moonlight over a lotus pond?" "I'll throw myself on you right away," the female companion said excitedly. The next moment, she realized, "You said, Yi Chang gave Xiao Qing a lotus pond moonlight?" Zhang Jing nodded. "Well, I've asked my friends about it. A nightclub like that costs at least 500 million. The female companion hurriedly looked up to look for Yi Chang, but unfortunately Yi Chang had disappeared. When she turned around and looked at Zhang Jing again, her female companion said, "There's such a strong and wealthy man hidden in your school, and he's still so young. Hey, you can't do it alone, let's go together." Zhang Jing was speechless, but it was not a bad idea to have an idea in her mind. "I can't handle Yi Chang by myself, but maybe two of us can? After all, some rich people like it this way." Yi Chang walked on the playground for a while, and then Brother Wang called. Brother Wang said that Andy was always very exciting. "Brother, that woman is crazy. My legs are shaking right now. Brother Wang went to see Andy on my behalf. From what I heard, it was no surprise that he was taking advantage of her. Brother Wang is indeed Brother Wang. Andy treated Brother Wang as himself and got the job done directly in the hotel. After that, Andy discussed the cooperation requirements with Brother Wang. Brother Wang just wanted to take advantage, so he just pulled up his pants and ran away. I'm going to hide for a few days. That woman is a little crazy. The video is on the network drive, you can watch it yourself. Did you record the video? Fuck, you asked me to meet this woman on your behalf, wasn't it just to get something on her? Brother Wang said, why are you pretending? Don't I understand? You understand so well. Yi Cheng never said that, but Brother Wang is a genius and is well versed in how to survive in society. After hanging up the phone, Yi Cheng immediately found Brother Wang's online disk, found the most recent one among the countless learning materials, downloaded it, and sent it to Jin Wan. Just after the video was sent, Jin Yan called and asked, "You're so desperate to send this kind of thing to me. Do you think I won't come to find me? Look for yourself who the woman is." After a while, Jin Yan called again and couldn't believe it. "It's Andy, how did you get it?" "My friend fed the tiger with his own body." Jin Yan smiled and said, "You're a pretty good friend then. You really come when you need help. Isn't it? Brother Wang, this is definitely a matter of fact." Yi Chung thought it was funny. Jin Wan said, "With this thing, I can control Andy. If you do something good, come over tonight and I'll reward you handsomely." "Pooh. I'm not going." Yi Cheng felt pain in her ears. Jin Wan's voice was like a hunchback, and her singing was terrible. She still thought she was a good singer. Yi Cheng said, "How can you fight a business war like this? Your tactics are very dirty." "Ha, that's what real struggles are like. You think of it as a TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life." Jin Wan said, "Seize the official seal, unplug the power supply, and light the transformer. This is the truth." He used the video to threaten Andy to cooperate without endangering his life. This is very civilized. Jin Wan hung up the phone. She had thought about pulling Andy's hair and fighting, but now that she had the video Yi Cheng gave her, there was no need for that. My little puppy is quite awesome. Chapter 71. Helping you is helping me. As Yi Cheng walked, he realized something was wrong. Wherever he went, people were paying attention to him. Some were staring at him like an animal, while others were pointing and talking. People were tasting the food from a distance, and some were pointing their phones at themselves, taking photos. Suddenly I realized that I was wrong. Now I am famous and a rich man. If you search on the internet, you will see the label of a rich man. In the eyes of my classmates, I am just an animal in the zoo. He didn't have this feeling before because he kept to himself and the people he interacted with didn't care about the news about him. But now, looking at those classmates whispering, I feel like a panda. Yi Cheng wanted to leave, but it was too late. Some bold classmates came over and wanted to take a photo with him. What else could Yi Cheng say but to agree, which made more people come to him. "Student Yi, is that news of yours true? It's really shocking. Student Yi, how much money do you have? Student Yi, you are too low-key." They asked all kinds of questions. Everyone was extremely curious about him and wondered how he had become a rich man from an ordinary person. Needless to say, they were envious, jealous, and hateful. Yi Cheng could see that although these people were polite to him, they might be cursing him in their hearts. If he refused to take a photo with them and had a slightly bad attitude, he would probably be on the news again. The human heart is hard to predict. While dealing with these people, Yi Cheng silently complained in his heart that he really couldn't walk around randomly. He thought the school would be simpler and the classmates would be more down to earth and would not treat him strangely just because he was rich. But now it seems that I was overthinking it. School is not as good as the outside society. Almost all college students know me. After all, they are all people who cannot live without mobile phones. Everyone knows that little thing about him. People in society may not necessarily know themselves. Yi Cheng felt the difficulty of being a celebrity. College students were too difficult to deal with. They were smart and bold and dared to ask anything, but they didn't care about your feelings. No wonder the people who chase stars are mainly college students. After just a moment, Yi Cheng swore that he would never come to the school playground casually again, and would rather hide in the hotel and sleep alone. He came to the playground to take a walk and have some quiet time, but there was no quiet at all. Just when he felt helpless, he suddenly felt that there was someone beside him. When he looked, it was the tennis girl Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing, with her pretty face, smiled at the classmates surrounding Yi Chang, and those classmates suddenly became more well-mannered. Everyone looked at Zhang Jing and Yi Chang, as if they understood something. Although they were curious about the relationship between Yi Chang and Zhang Jing, they no longer chased Yi Chang to ask random questions. The scene was quiet for a while. The beauty seemed to have an aura that could isolate her from other people's disturbances, and Yi Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, classmates, Yi Chang and I have something to talk about. Can you please not disturb us? Oh. In a blink of an eye, those students became polite college students again and left one by one. Yi Chang was stunned. Oh my god, he was so polite to Zhang Jing, but so rude to himself. Thank you. Yi Chang said. Zhang Jing whispered, I helped you, so you have to help me too. Do you see that over there? Yi Chang was stunned and looked in the direction of Zhang Jing's finger. There were 3 boys staring at them not far away. What is going on? Zhang Jing explained that those guys were all rich second generations who wanted to go out and play with her. She was so annoyed that she came to find Yi Chang. At least it looks like she's already taken, so she told those people to stop bothering her and help Yi Chang out of trouble. You don't want to play with them, but they still chase you, so domineering? Yi Chang was speechless. Is this how the rich second generation chases young ladies? Zhang Jing smiled. Going out for fun is nice to say. What else could a man want to see a woman for? Could it be just for fun? Zhang Jing has no interest in those rich second generations, none of them are as good as Yi Chang. If I help you, I am actually helping myself. Zhang Jing smiled bitterly. Yeah. Yi Chang understood. He looked at Zhang Jing and then at those rich second generations, then waved his hand. Those rich second generations glared at him fiercely, somewhat unwillingly, but after weighing the strength of both sides, the rich second generations still felt that it would be better not to provoke Yi Chang. They are second generation rich and have some money, but Yi Chang is a local tyrant, and the gap between them is too big. Although I am unwilling, my strength does not allow it. Zhang Jing was overjoyed when she saw Yi Chang wave his hand and those troublesome second generations gave up. Is this how powerful Yi Chang is? Those people really don't care about ordinary people. Zhang Jing feels that Yi Chang looks so handsome even when he waves his hands. Yi Chang looked at Zhang Jing and had a good impression of her. She was pretty and willing to help others. In addition, since there was the tennis incident before, Yi Chang was willing to chat with Zhang Jing. I'm just sitting around anyway. With Zhang Jing chatting with her, those classmates felt embarrassed to disturb her. Are you an actor? Our school has a film and television major? Yi Chang was as confused as a dog. It was the first time he heard of it. Zhang Jing was at a loss for words. Of course not. Why don't you believe it? This is the first time I've heard of it. Yi Chang said. Art is something too advanced. I have no interest in it and have never understood it. Zhang Jing said, the art college has fewer students, unlike other majors. It's normal that you don't know. Classes in universities are all mobile. Yi Chang nodded. That's right. He didn't even know who his classmates were. Hearing that Zhang Jing was about to graduate and was now starting to work on a film crew, Yi Chang sincerely congratulated her, then you will be a star in the future. Zhang Jing couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's not that simple. I used to think so too, but after I started going to the crew, I realized that everyone is just an employee. Zhang Jing shook her head, looking reluctant to speak. She was waiting for Yi Chang to ask her. Most people were curious about the entertainment industry, and she thought Yi Chang was probably the same. But Yi Chang smiled slightly, nodded and then disappeared. Zhang Jing blinked her eyes. Aren't you curious? What is going on in Yecheng? As a rich man, aren't you interested in the entertainment industry? Then her efforts would be in vain. She also planned to tell Yi Chang some gossip she heard when she was on the crew. Why don't you say anything? Seeing Yi Chang didn't ask, Zhang Jing took the initiative to ask. Aren't you curious? I'm quite curious, Yi Chang said. How could I not be curious? I'm waiting for you to tell me. What can I do if you don't want to tell me? But I see you don't want to talk about it. Maybe you have some experience that you find inconvenient to talk about. I'd better not ask. Zhang Jing was stunned. Is that what you think? Quite considerate. But when she saw the smile on Yi Chang's lips, Zhang Jing suddenly felt that there was something else behind Yi Chang's words, but she didn't realize it for a while. Does Yi Chang have other intentions? Chapter 72, Run 800 meters and see. Zhang Jing thought about it and felt that she was right. What an inconvenient experience. Is there anything inconvenient to say? She opened her eyes slightly and looked at Yi Chang, speechless for a moment. What do you mean? Or do you think she has some dark history that she is not comfortable talking about? Zhang Jing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Although she wanted to find a sponsor, she couldn't just find anyone. She wanted to find a sponsor only after she had worked in the crew and realized that it was not easy to get into the circle and that connections were very important. Compared with other professional film and television colleges in China, Zhangda Art College is nothing. The school lacks foundation and she is not a well-known figure in the circle. She can't even find an alumnus among the celebrities in the entertainment industry. She is about to graduate, but no film and television company is willing to sign her as a newcomer. Zhang Jing was naturally unwilling to accept this. She felt that her foundation was not bad and that those stars were not as pretty as her. If they could become stars, why couldn't she? The only thing that separates me from those stars is a financial sponsor. If Yi Chang was willing to invest in me, maybe I would be able to sort a success. Zhang Jing thought about it and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you talking about? It's a double entendre. I almost didn't notice it. I don't have any experiences that I can't share. It's only after I started working on the crew that I realized how naive I was. The competition in the entertainment industry is too cruel. It's not something that ordinary people can get ahead in. I used to think that if I worked hard I would get a chance, but the reality is completely different. When someone like me joins the crew, I am just a supporting actor, but those people who can even remember their lines can become stars. How unfair is that? Yi Chang smiled slightly and said, you just can't see their efforts. It's actually quite fair. If you don't have professional ability, you have to pay the price in other areas. Zhang Jing was stunned, feeling that Yi Chang was speaking with a double entendre again. Can't you just say this directly? Don't you know that those who study art are very direct? Zhang Jing laughed out loud, that's true. I've seen producers and actresses having affairs together, eating and living together. Really? I've heard there are a lot of these things happening. Anyway, that circle is pretty chaotic. Then why do you still want to get involved in that circle? I want to make money. Zhang Jing said, even though that circle is very chaotic, as long as I am not chaotic myself, that's all that matters. Yi Chang nodded, looked at Zhang Jing and said, what you said makes sense, but it depends on the person. Zhang Jing thought about it and asked tentatively, are you interested in the entertainment industry? I'm not very interested, and I don't understand much. I can go and see it if I have the chance. Yi Chang smiled and said, but I'm afraid I can't be an actor. What kind of actor are you? You are a sponsor. Zhang Jing felt relieved. As long as Yi Chang was interested, she still had a chance. Zhang Jing whispered, if there was a chance, would you invest? Yi Chang looked at Zhang Jing and his eyes narrowed with a smile. He now understood that Zhang Jing was really interesting. So he approached me on purpose because he wanted to attract investment? I thought you wanted to be friends with me, but this is what happened. If you had told me earlier that you wanted to lick me, I would have given you a chance. Why go around in circles? But I wasn't angry. I felt that Zhang Jing was quite interesting. It's always embarrassing for a girl to come out and solicit investment. Yi Chang whispered, tell me about the investment. If you're interested in investing in a TV series, I'll ask for you. Zhang Jing's face flushed slightly. I'm just asking casually. I'm not asking you to invest. Still thin-skinned. Seeing Zhang Jing's ears were red as if the capillaries were about to burst, Yi Chang couldn't help but smile and nodded, can you be the heroine? Hiss. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up, but then she shook her head. The crew was short of money, but the actors had almost been cast. It was not that easy to become the female lead. And she couldn't let Yi Chang think that she encouraged him to invest in the TV series because she wanted to be the heroine, making it seem like she was a scheming woman. No, at most I can get a few more lines and play a small role. Yi Chang looked at Zhang Jing and said, if you have anything to say next time, just be direct. Don't beat around the bush. I thought you wanted me to influence you. It's just an investment. We're from the same school. If I help you now, maybe you'll help me in the future. Zhang Jing was stunned, feeling a little caught off guard. This. For a moment she didn't know what to say. Yi Cheng smiled and said, speaking of which, I'm a year younger than you, so I should call you senior. We're from the same school, so there's no need to play tricks. You fucking understand everything, right? You were just pretending to be stupid in front of me. Zhang Jing was at a loss for words, thinking that Yi Cheng really didn't understand. I scared myself. She felt speechless. It was really the bad taste of rich people. It was obvious that Yi Cheng was speaking very frankly, so she couldn't get angry. I just feel both amused and helpless. It turned out that Yi Cheng understood everything and had been joking with him. Come to think of it, if Yi Cheng was really a naive person, how could he have confronted the entire internet? Favorability plus 20. The corner of Yi Cheng's mouth twitched. He really had no intention of licking Zhang Jing. It was obvious that the other party wanted something from him, so she should lick him. How did the favorability increase? It feels a bit unscientific. But it doesn't matter, it's just a little money. Yi Cheng said, how much investment is needed for you to get a more important role? This is really about spending money to praise yourself. Zhang Jing's heart was pounding. Did she succeed? She quickly said, it's like this. There's been some problems with the crew recently. I think the investment company and the actors agency haven't reached an agreement. Some of the investment hasn't arrived yet. I need to inquire more about some things. So you heard from somewhere that the crew might be short of money, right? Yi Cheng nodded. This senior sister also seemed a bit reckless. Then tell me when you figured it out. Money isn't the issue, the key is the role. Yi Cheng smiled and said, if the crew can give you an important role, I will pay them whatever they want. Zhang Jing was stunned. So generous? Is this Mr. Yi's promise? How should she repay her father? Then. Zhang Jing bit her lip slightly and whispered, what do you want? Zhang Jing gave Yi Cheng a look and said, I understand the rules of the underworld. Yi Cheng smiled and said, you're overthinking it. He didn't mean that. He just wanted to help Zhang Jing and see what the reaction would be to investing in the entertainment industry. It's not for such a trivial matter. I just want to help others. It's because I have a lot of money, but my life feels empty and boring. I don't quite understand what you mean. Please explain it clearly. Yi Cheng said deliberately. Zhang Jing was speechless. What was going on? How could she explain it clearly? After thinking about it, she decided to speak. She whispered in Yi Cheng's ear, I can do whatever you want me to do. Real? Zhang Jing nodded slightly. Yi Cheng smiled happily, pointing to the track in front of him and said, then run 800 meters for me to see. Chapter 73. Just strive for it. Hearing Yi Cheng's words, Zhang Jing was dumbfounded. What kind of a request was this? I am not pretty or my figure is not good, so you are not attracted to me? I said that myself. Zhang Jing looked at Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng looked very serious and didn't seem to be joking. Are you serious? Since you volunteered, it's okay if you don't run. You can just treat it as a joke. Zhang Jing thought about it, you might not be happy if I didn't run, and you might think I was disobedient. At most, I would be a little tired, but no one would die. Do I still need to think about what to choose? Some wealthy men like to let girls drink alcohol, and ask how much a glass of wine costs. Yi Cheng is in good condition. Exercising more is good for health. Zhang Jing likes sports, so she fixed her hair into a ponytail and started warming up. Yi Cheng smiled and said, are you serious? Zhang Jing twisted her body and stretched. If you're serious, I'll be serious too. I admire you for who you are. Let me give you a try. 800 meters, 8 million. After saying that, Yi Cheng stopped talking and found a place to sit down. Zhang Jing looked at Yi Cheng and nodded, then she stepped onto the track, made some preparations, and started running. Yi Cheng was actually quite bored, and since he met Zhang Jing, he decided to have some fun. Watching Zhang Jing running seriously, he also sighed, this is the charm of money. Using money to drive people feels a bit immoral, but that's it. It's better than asking people to sacrifice their bodies. Yi Cheng took out his mobile phone and started playing games. But after a while, Zhang Jing came back panting, with beads of sweat all over her body. She wiped the sweat off her face and sat down next to Yi Cheng. How did I run? Like a running deer. Zhang Jing smiled and gently hit Yi Chang. It's agreed, I really will give you 8 million. Zhang Jing still couldn't believe it. She didn't dare to ask further, but since it concerned her own future, she had to confirm it. In fact, if Yi Chang returns and denies it, she will have no choice. Yi Chang said, just kidding. Zhang Jing's expression froze instantly. As expected, rich people are like this. Yi Chang said, we'll figure out how much we need when the time comes. I don't think 8 million will accomplish anything. He doesn't understand things like TV dramas, but after reading the news, he found that the investment in domestic TV dramas is getting higher and higher, and the content is very profound. It doesn't matter to Yi Chang how deep it is, he has enough money. Since the news says that the cost of domestic TV dramas is getting higher and higher, then 8 million is really not a big investment. If you use the money to buy a role, a significant role will cost at least tens of millions. What can 8 million do? Since you promised Zhang Jing to help her, don't worry about the money. Just go for it, and leave the rest to me. Yi Chang put away his phone. Add your contact information. I have something to do and I'll leave first. Let's keep in touch. Hiss. Zhang Jing was stunned for a moment before she reacted and quickly added Yi Chang's contact information. She was dumbfounded when she saw Yi Chang turn around and leave without making any requests to her. After all, she was ready. Is this Yi Chang's strength? Just strive for it and leave the rest to me. This is such a powerful statement. Zhang Jing sent a message to her friends, I might become famous. Zhang Jing felt that her qualifications were not bad, her major was also okay, and she was willing to work hard. With the investment of her financial sponsor Yi Chang, she would probably be able to make a name for herself. Not long after the message was sent, a friend called her via video. Zhang Jing said something, and the friend on the other end was stunned. Just because you ran 800 meters, Ye Chang is willing to invest in you? I want to run 800 meters too. My friend looked sour. Zhang Jing laughed out loud. In fact, there are still wealthy sponsors in this world who don't need unspoken rules. Yi Chang was waiting for Chi Gue to get off work at the Foreign Languages College. Chi Gue was driving today, so it was convenient for him to move around. He got in Chi Gue's car and went to have dinner together, and then went to Longhu community to look at villas. Chi Gue was really dumbfounded when he saw the villa. The villa was very big, the vegetable garden was also very big, and there was also an independent small dock. It was simply a perfect place for retirement. There is no other problem except that it is expensive. After seeing it, Chi Gue also liked it very much, but felt embarrassed to accept such an expensive gift. I didn't know what to say for a moment, so I just walked around. The villa has simple decoration and the requirements are not high, so you can live in it now. Yi Chang was sitting in the garden outside, with a lake in front of him. If he had a fishing rod in his hand, he would be a fisherman. Yi Chang looked back and saw Chi Gue walking up to him. This place is so big. As long as you like it. Yi Chang was like a robot, with an indifferent look on his face. He didn't like to go to another place to buy it. Chi Gue hugged Yi Chang from behind and lay on Yi Chang's back. You really like me? Yi Chang said, it's hard not to like it. Chi Gue snorted and suddenly said, if you like me, why are you flirting with other girls? What? Are you talking about Xiao Chang or someone else? Yi Chang was a little confused. He hadn't looked for Xiao Qing in the past 2 days. Thinking about today's experience, could it be that he was talking about Lu Ru? Yi Chang was a little nervous. What do you mean? The beauties in the Art Academy are good looking, with great looks and nice figures, right? Art Academy, got it. I'm talking about Zhang Jing. Yi Chang breathed a sigh of relief. If you are talking about Xiao Qing, I don't have the face to refute you. After all, Chi Gue saw him and Xiao Qing together. But you are talking about Zhang Jing. Yi Chang was full of confidence, and he and Zhang Jing had no problems at all. She came to me to get investment. What do you think? She recently left a crew, and that crew had some problems with funding. She wanted me to invest and give her a push. I think this is quite interesting. Yi Chang held Chi Gue in his arms and laughed. I have money now, and I want to try my hand at business. Investing in TV dramas might be a good idea. I hadn't thought about it before, but when Zhang Jing told me about it, I felt it was an opportunity. Let's give it a try. 100 million is enough. Chi Gue was a little frightened. Yi Chang's words were too scary. He opened his mouth and closed it with a small goal. So much money? I don't understand this field. My major is civil engineering. If you ask me how to calculate earthwork, I know. But I really don't understand things like TV dramas. Yi Cheng said, anyway, the loss is not that much. The main thing is to test the waters and get to know some people in the circle first. It doesn't matter if you suffer a little loss. Without a guide, how can you get on the right track? After Yi Cheng finished speaking, he looked down at Chi Gui lying in his arms and smiled. Teacher, let's go upstairs and take a look. I heard that the bed installed by the developer in the bedroom is worth tens of thousands. Chi Gui's face turned red instantly, and he had no idea what Yi Cheng meant. We are all adults. Chi Gui favorability, 90. Yi Cheng spent a night with Chi Gui in the villa. Early the next morning, he received a call from the police station. He thought that Brother Wang had been imprisoned again. As a result, it was Jin Wen who went in this time. How did a vice president of a Fortune 500 company get into the institute and even have to lead people there? Yi Cheng was completely confused. Chapter 74 Come to Life. After Yi Cheng hung up the phone, he turned around and saw Chi Gui looking at him. Chi Gui's eyes seemed to be able to speak. Yi Cheng wanted to explain that he was sincere about Chi Gui and it was not for any other reason, he was just afraid that Chi Gui would think too much. Before he could say anything, Chi Gui said, go, and do what you want to do first. Yi Cheng thought that Chi Gui really understood him very well, and quickly said, a friend helped me before, and now there is a problem. I will go check it out and contact you later. Yi Cheng was extremely curious. How did Jin Wen get himself into the police station? A big CEO wouldn't look for a misguided teenager, right? He remembered that Jin Wen asked him to accompany her yesterday, but he didn't go and was with Chi Gui. It wouldn't be because of me that Jin Yen put me in jail, right? Jin Wen and I have both been on the news. I don't want anyone to recognize him later. It would be a big joke if his photo was posted online. Yi Cheng's identity has basically been revealed. He is studying in Jiangcheng. Jin Wen is in Jiangcheng and has entered the institute. Netizens can immediately write a short essay about it. How will I explain it then? Yi Cheng was very worried because Jin Wen and others dug him out again, and he was now with Chi Gui. A typical teacher-student love story. That would affect Chi Gui. He was also drunk when he thought about this. A person's reputation cannot be too great. Now he is really burdened by his fame. It is really not easy to be a celebrity. This chain reaction is terrible. Yi Cheng hurried to the station and felt that the uncles were looking at him with curiosity. His heart sank and he first understood the situation. Yi Cheng was at a loss for words, so she got into a fight with someone and was called to the police? Your girlfriend is so arrogant, grabbing people's hair and slapping them. The uncle was still relatively polite to Yi Cheng, probably because of what happened before. An uncle whispered to Yi Cheng, the surveillance footage has been captured. There's plenty of evidence. Do you want to take a look? Of course Yi Cheng had to take a look, and then he saw in the video Jin Wen grabbing a woman's hair, using his hands and feet to easily take her down. The woman who was taught a lesson by Jin Wen was no match for him at all. The uncle laughed and said, your girlfriend is quite skilled. You can tell she's trained professionally. Yi Cheng also realized that Jin Wen's way was boxing. After all, he is a master of Bajiquan. The woman was elbowed several times by Jin Yen. The uncle said that they rarely saw a professional woman like Jin Wen, and the matter was a bit serious. The other party was not willing to reconcile, and hoped to talk to Yi Cheng face to face. If they fail to reach an agreement, Jin Yen will definitely face punishment, including being imprisoned for a few days and fined. It should be okay if you take the initiative and compensate them more. Based on their own experience, the uncles advised Yi Cheng not to care about money. Anyway, everyone knows that he is a rich man. What's the harm in giving the other person a car after a slap? Yi Cheng doesn't care about money. A problem that can be solved with money is not a problem, but the other party doesn't want money. When watching the video, Yi Cheng recognized the woman. It was Andy. The video shot by Brother Wang is still very clear. He knew very well what the other party wanted, but he would never cooperate with the other party and sell out his own patents. Yi Cheng thanked his uncle and waited for a while, and Andy, and a lawyer-like man appeared. When Andy saw Yi Cheng, his eyes were about to spit fire. He was dumped by Yi Cheng and Jin Wen together, and was played by a fake Yi Cheng in vain. The lawyer saw that Jinwen was about to enter the negotiation stage, and he threatened Yi Chang right away, saying that the matter was serious and they could insist on filing a case. The case of Jin Wenk has been upgraded. I hope Jinwen will take the initiative to consider everyone. Listen to the other party chattering for a while. Yi Chang rolled his eyes. Are you trying to intimidate me? I now suspect you are using your legal expertise to blackmail and intimidate me. Mr. Yi, I am a professional and would never do such a thing. The lawyer was very angry that no one had ever spoken to him like this before, and he couldn't help feeling annoyed. Do you know anything? Do you think I don't have a lawyer? I can call a car full of lawyers from the Red Circle law firm for you. Do you want to find a place to have a debate? See if you can win the debate? Yi Chang sneered and said, Don't be polite to lawyers, don't think you can't deal with them. What's your lawyer number? I want to complain to you. You? The lawyer was extremely annoyed. He underestimated Yi Chang's difficulty. Yi Chang didn't care about him at all. Yi Chang has a cooperative relationship with Tianping law firm. In order to please Yi Chang, those legal elites told Yi Chang a lot of weird operations in the circle. Don't panic when something happens, scare the other person first. Lawyers also have to abide by the rules of the bar association. Compared with ordinary people, they have too many rules to abide by, so they don't have to worry about the other party having no loopholes. No lawyer will strictly abide by the conventions of the bar association. When handling cases, they will definitely bring their own personal characteristics. One invests while the other keeps silent. It all depends on whether you are strong enough. Ordinary people may not be able to do it, but Yi Chang is strong enough. Yi Chang told the other lawyer to shut up, then smiled at Andy. There were wounds on Andy's face, and his nose was crooked and had not been treated yet, but one could tell it had been done just by looking at the crooked and collapsed nose. The face is all fake. Jinwen is really cruel. He only attacks the places where people have had surgery. It will probably be expensive to repair them. Yi Chang said, Boss Andy, what are the conditions? The lawyer quickly advised Andy not to make any random demands and to leave everything to him. Yi Chang rolled his eyes. This lawyer was no good. He was not even a little bit worse than those veteran lawyers in the industry like Tianping lawyer. This guy just wanted to make money for himself and didn't even know what his employer's needs were. Andy listened very seriously. Seeing her like this, Yi Chang knew that Andy was indeed a vase as Jinwen said. After waiting for a while, Andy looked at Yi Chang and said, I will make Jin Yen pay the price. Don't even think about letting this matter go. Yi Chang smiled and said, That's it? Want to scare yourself? Yi Chang was very disdainful. Yi Chang turned around and left. Andy was stunned. What kind of attitude was this? It was completely different from what she expected. Shouldn't Yi Chang ask for forgiveness from her immediately? Not afraid that Jin Yen will really go in. What do you mean? Andy was a little defeated. Yi Chang had something she needed. She wanted to control Yi Chang, but Yi Chang was colder than she thought. Yi Chang turned around and looked at Andy and her lawyer. If you want to play, I'll play with you. If anything happens to Jin Yen, I'll take care of it. You guys want to trick me too? Who do you think you are? After saying that, he took out his cell phone and said, Here comes the job, a big job. After saying that, Jinwen hung up the phone and then asked his uncle to arrange bail for Jinwen. Andy's lawyer quickly protested and explained to his uncle that he didn't want Jinwen to be released on bail until the matter was settled. Chapter 75, Crazy Criticism of Women for Being Brainless. Yi Chang smiled and said that apart from his influence in Jiangcheng, the uncles would definitely give him face. Jin Wen's case is not a big deal, it's just a public security issue. I'm willing to pay for his bail, so there's no reason for him not to give me face. Andy's lawyer protested in vain. Uncle released Jin Wen. Unless they are crazy enough to offend Yi Chang for such a small matter, will they also ask their leader to make a public apology? If Yi Chang hadn't let Jiangcheng Evening News off, it would have gone bankrupt by now. Jin Wen and Andy are both from other places, so of course they would help Yi Chang if Yi Chang could help them. The lawyer was very angry, and Andy was also annoyed. Jin Yen came out, and she was so angry at the other party's smugness that her back teeth were itching. Andy picked up the phone and asked, Secretary Jing, the security here is too poor. This will affect our cooperation. I hope you will consider it carefully. Andy handed the phone to his uncle, who nodded and handed the phone back to Andy. After a while, Yi Chang's phone rang. What's wrong with Xiaoye? Jing Yang was a little anxious. The cooperation between Parkson and Jiangcheng had just begun, and they had to make sure nothing happened. He was also nervous about Yi Cheng's involvement. The young man didn't have much of a martial ethics. Yi Cheng smiled and said, "Don't worry, leader. This is their own business. Jin Wen and Andy are both from Parkson Company, so they have nothing to do with Jiangcheng." After listening to Yi Cheng's explanation, Jing Yang was speechless. It was ridiculous that two presidents of the same company were fighting. But he was more curious about how Yi Cheng was involved. "Jin Yan and I are friends." Grass. Jing Yang suddenly understood a lot of things. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you knew this relationship, the cooperation between Jiangcheng and Parkson would be smoother. Jing Yang felt that he still had to come and take a look. He was really worried. After waiting for a while, he arrived at the station and pulled Yi Cheng aside, muttering, "Don't affect the overall situation in the city. It might have some impact." "What? Don't do anything rash." Jing Yang was really worried that Yi Cheng would do something rash. After signing a cooperation contract with Parkson, the city has been preparing for the industrial park, with a total investment of nearly 100 million yuan. But an unpleasant incident is likely to affect cooperation. Parkson's investment has not yet been implemented. Yi Cheng sighed and said, "I don't want to get involved in this matter, but now they are actively trying to involve me." Jing Yang was stunned. Yi Cheng thought about it and realized that he would not be able to escape sooner or later. After all, he held the patent that Parkson needed, and the other party might ask the municipal government to put pressure on him. "It's better to turn Tiangang around." He said it briefly and Jing Yang was stunned. "The patents I have are very special and have huge economic value. They are also industry leading, but I will not cooperate with them." Jing Yang looked at Yi Cheng in confusion, unable to understand why Yi Cheng was so sure. If the patent was not developed, it would just be a bunch of technology. Why bother? It would be best if we can cooperate. You can also make money and help the city government provide more job opportunities. Don't be arbitrary. Jing Yang said with a smile. Yi Cheng shook his head, "I'm not short of money. Besides, why should I let foreigners make money from such a good patent? Can't I make money myself if I want to?" Jing Yang smiled and said, "Nowadays, we emphasize global cooperation, so we should expand the scope a little bit. I'm a student. It's not appropriate for you to ask me to do this." Jing Yang rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, "Just be stubborn." He was also relieved. This matter had little to do with Yi Cheng. He was just Jin Wen's friend. "Don't worry, since we are all friends, I will definitely support your friends." "No, what are you supporting? You represent the government. It's best not to get involved. Let them fight it out on their own. In the end, the government won't suffer any loss." Yi Cheng whispered, "If Jinwen loses, I will invest in her and let her work on her own. The project will still be in Jiangcheng. If she wins, she will become the president of Parkson, and it will be more convenient for us to cooperate in the future." Jing Yang understood immediately, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He wanted to laugh but felt it was inappropriate to laugh now. He represented the government and had to be serious and solemn, but he really wanted to laugh. When it comes to cunning, Yi Cheng is the one who comes out. He thought that there was really no harm in this, and nodded slightly. "Let's do it this way, just don't harm Jiang Cheng's interests." Yi Cheng just wanted to give Jing Yang some peace of mind. He could provide a guarantee to prevent Jiang Cheng from intervening, which would put a lot of pressure on Jing Yan. "Now that I have made the promise, Jiang Cheng just needs to watch the show. Can't you just play with your own patent?" But Andy on the other side was very anxious when he saw Jing Yang talking to Yi Cheng as soon as he arrived. He thought these two people actually knew each other and wondered if they were colluding to harm him. She felt that she had miscalculated, and her face suddenly darkened. "Secretary Jing, what are you going to do about this matter now?" Yi Cheng's mouth twitched and he couldn't help laughing. Jing Yang's eyebrows twitched. He looked at the uncles and then at Jin Wen. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. When he turned around and looked at Andy, his face was already serious. "On behalf of the municipal government, I'm paying close attention to this matter. We will handle it impartially. In fact, I personally think that since you and Mr. Jin are both from the same company, it would be best if you sit down and talk it over." Andy was a little annoyed. "Then why did I ask you to come? Is this how you serve our company?" Jing Yang frowned, but kept smiling on his face, looking like Maitreya Buddha. However, he was very annoyed in his heart. The quality of the president of a big company was too poor. But since he represented the official, he could only endure this injustice. Andy pointed at his nose angrily, letting Jing Yang see, and then said, "She hit me, but your people still let her out. Does that make sense?" Andy folded his hands and stared at Jing Yang. "I doubt your sincerity in cooperating with me. I came to invest in Jiangcheng on behalf of Parkson Group. Is this how you treat investors? We are the ones who give you money and food, and this is how you treat us." Jing Yang's face looked very bad and changed several times. He took a deep breath and tried hard to hold back. This damn woman was talking too much. What do you mean by coming here to give money? Didn't the municipal government contribute money to the cooperation with Parkson? Give us food? If Parkson hadn't come, the people of Jiangcheng wouldn't have starved to death. Boss Andy, we've always handled this impartially. If you're not satisfied, you can file a complaint against these officers. I'll definitely monitor them to see if there are any violations of procedure, and I'll give you an explanation. But I believe our police officers acted legally and in compliance with regulations. After all, they are the enforcers of the law. Jing Yang thought for a while, looked back at Yi Chang, and felt like he had a clue in his mind. Isn't it a waste of time to talk to such a crazy woman? I have a meeting, so I'll be leaving now. If Andy has any further questions, we can get in touch. After saying that, Jing Yang stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Andy, but Andy looked at him coldly. Chapter 76: A Wise Choice. Jing Yang turned around and asked, "You really don't treat me, a cadre, as a leader?" As soon as he turned around, Jin Wen shook his hand. "Excuse me, boss. Please go ahead and do your work." Jing Yang smiled. This is how people get things done. He left without saying much. There is no need to say many things. You can know what to choose just by looking at them. Jin Wen looked at Yi Chang and said, "Little guy, you actually know this person?" What a surprise. Jin Wen really didn't expect that Yi Chang could talk to Jing Yang. She was not a vase like Andy, nor was she someone like Yi Chang who had only a superficial understanding of officialdom. Jin Wen was very clear about Jing Yang's weight in Jiangcheng. He was really the chief steward of the government and had a very important position and absolute power. If she wants to get back into the project, she will definitely need the support of her partner Jiang Chang. Now that she has Yi Chang's relationship, it goes without saying that Jiang Chang will definitely support her in fighting Andy and Liang. Things could get even bigger. This is all because of Yi Chang's connections. The little guy looks like a big shot locally. Jin Wen couldn't help but think more highly of Yi Chang in his heart. He thought that Yi Chang was not just a rich little puppy, but a local tyrant. Comparing Jin Wen and Andy, the Jiangcheng government still doesn't know who is better to cooperate with. So there is no need to say more. Originally, the cooperation between Parkson and Jiangcheng was promoted by Jin Wen. The local government already had a good impression of Jin Wen, and now their good impression of him has doubled. Yi Chang was too lazy to talk nonsense with Andy and was about to leave with Jin Yan. Andy was going crazy. She was beaten, and the matter hadn't been resolved yet, but these people wanted to leave. Andy stopped Yi Chang and Jin Wen. "You won't give me an explanation?" Jin Wen sneered. "What do you want to explain? Don't embarrass yourself. You have no shame, but the company still has it." Andy's eyes were full of anger. He thought he was the victim. He didn't give him an explanation and now he was scolding him. "Jin Wen, you bitch, I'm not playing with you. I'm going to sue you. Why don't you police officers arrest him?" Uncle was speechless. "Who are you? Do you want to order us around? When this place is..." But due to their status, the uncles could only look at Yi Chang and tell him to hurry up. Yi Chang pulled Jin Wen away. Andy was going crazy and hurried to stop him. Yi Chang moved his feet, and Andy's eyes widened. He fell to the ground with a cry and looked up at Yi Chang, his eyes full of anger. His lawyer quickly helped Andy to his feet. Andy looked at Yi Chang fiercely. It was you kicked me. You all saw it." Yi Chang looked innocent. He believed that no one saw his actions. The uncles were also stunned, looking at Andy with a speechless face. They had seen crazy people, but they had never seen anyone so shameless and crazy. Andy's lawyers advised Andy, "Don't talk nonsense, let's go back and think of a solution." Andy was extremely angry and yelled at the lawyer, "He just kicked me. Are you blind? The lawyer was helpless. He really didn't see it. He felt that Andy was framing her again and he could not help this woman at all. Thinking about it, he regretted taking this case. The lawyer decided, Ms. Andy, I really can't help you. I will refund your legal fees later. That's it. Meeting a woman like this is a tragedy in life. The lawyer smiled at Yi Chang. Yi Chang praised the other party, a wise choice. This made Andy even more annoyed. She felt so wronged. Everyone bullied her, but she was clearly the victim. All this was because of Jin-won. Andy looked at Jin-won angrily, but Jin-won didn't care. Wait for me. Andy took out his phone and walked outside. Mr. Lee. When Jin-won heard him gossiping, he just curled his lips and said, if you are incompetent, then you are incompetent. Yi Chang and Jin-won walked out of the station, glanced at Andy who was on the phone, and got in the car and left. Yi Chang laughed and said, this can be considered as a falling out. How could I still have the face? I lost it long ago. Jin Yan's face was full of smiles. You are a pleasant surprise. Yi Chang smiled bitterly in his heart. If he could, he really didn't want to get involved in such a mess, but unfortunately there was nothing he could do. Why did you beat her? She thought you and I had teamed up to trick her because of your brother Wang. Jin-won laughed and said, how could I let her go? She's slandering me. After that, Jin-won whispered, she called. Li Yangyi might come in person, especially since you can't hide the fact that you have the patent. Andy is a fool. Li Yangyi is not easy to deal with. Yi Chang's eyes flashed slightly, knowing that Jin-won was reminding his brother Wang that brother Wang and Andy had that kind of relationship. If Andy called the police, brother Wang might be in trouble. Yi Chang smiled and said, you don't know brother Wang well. Let me put it this way, he must have a solution long ago, believe it or not? Jin Yan shook his head. He didn't think a man would think of anything else when facing a beautiful woman. Arriving at the hotel, Yi Chang took out his phone and contacted brother Wang. That Andy might cause trouble for you. What if brother Wang calls the police and says you insulted her? What? Tisk, it's her, brother Wang laughed. She transferred 3,000 yuan to me. I specifically asked her for it. So what? Brother, why don't you understand? I'm just a prostitute at most. How can I be insulted? I'm a prostitute. What can you use to hold me accountable? Brother Wang chuckled. Good job. Yi Chang was about to laugh like crazy, but when he thought about it, it made perfect sense. Brother Wang was an old hand, and his actions were very skillful. Jin Yan laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. What a talented person. Yi Chang was about to hang up when brother Wang said, Xiaoyi, the beauty who came last time is here to see you again today. Oh my goodness, she has a great figure. I didn't see it clearly last time. This time she's wearing less. I tell you, her figure is absolutely top-notch. She looks thin when she's dressed and has a lot of body when she's undressed. She's really worth seeing. Yi Chun hung up the phone quickly and said, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? When he turned around, he saw Jin Yan with a smile on his face, looking him up and down. Beauty? Who is she? What's that look in your eyes? Jin-won and I don't have that kind of relationship. Yi Chang thought that he had no need to feel guilty at all, but Shi Gue would be different. He said to Jin-won confidently, you don't even allow me to meet a few beautiful women. We are not in a fixed relationship. Jin-won rolled his eyes at Yi Chang and said, you are just a tool for me. I don't care about you. Yi Chang was speechless. What he said was too harsh. At this time, she just answered a phone call, so she deliberately turned on the speaker and heard a man roaring on the other end of the line, Jin-won, what do you want to do? You actually beat up your colleagues. I want you to come back immediately and give me an explanation. Okay. Jin Yan smiled and said, I will definitely give you an explanation. You are fully responsible for this incident. Expect your punishment. Li Yangyi's voice was cold. You have brought a huge negative impact to the company. I will report this to headquarters. Chapter 77 What is Love? Cut. Jin-won hung up the phone. If she was still afraid of Li Yangyi before, she had no bargaining chips after all. But now she has Yi Chang, the little puppy, and Andy's video, she can make a big fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better it is for you. Just wait for Li Yangyi to make a move. Yi Chang said, can you handle it? It sounds like your boss is very angry and wants to fire you for assaulting someone. Is this a serious matter? It's serious. It's a foreign company. It can rise to the level of workplace bullying, a social issue. What? Yi Chang was a little confused. This was just a fight. What did it have to do with bullying? The nature will naturally be different when you go up a level. Yi Chang said, your boss wouldn't be so shameless. Jinwen asked Yi Chang to sit down, then fell on Yi Chang's thighs and smiled. This is office politics. It's normal to make a big deal out of it. If it were me, I would do the same. It's not a big deal, it's not serious. Why did you do that to the other person? Workplace bullying is a serious problem in foreign companies. Foreigners are less tolerant of this kind of thing. One is bullying, the other is sexual harassment. I'm a woman, and beating Andy has nothing to do with sexual harassment. That's not right either. If he really has no manners, then maybe I'd be considered harassing him. Yi Chang was speechless, thinking that this foreign company was really spending money and he had really broadened his horizons. Jinwen laughed as he spoke. Many things may seem absurd, but they are actually the most real. You haven't seen enough. Yi Chang said, you know that your boss can't get rid of you? Not really. He must have been checking my accounts when I wasn't in the company. Jinwen was in charge of business. When he was doing business with clients, there would inevitably be personal relationships and exchanges of gifts. Her accounts are definitely not clean. Yi Chang smiled. The world of these businessmen was really exciting. He finally saw what intrigue was like. How could a college student like him think of this? The world is beautiful, but there is always darkness under the sunshine, which makes it not so beautiful. Can you handle it? Deal with what? Jinwen smiled and said, you think you can get rid of a vice president like me by checking the accounts? That's too naive. Everyone has a mess of debts. I didn't take any clients' money, so it's fine if I'm not involved in this kind of thing. If I am involved, it's not a big deal. It all depends on how powerful you are. Jinwen looked at Yi Chang with a smile. I will go back to the Magic City tonight. There is still a lot of time before I leave. You didn't come to accompany me yesterday, so hurry up. Oh my god. At this time, this damn woman still has this. Yi Chang was really helpless and had no choice but to sing along with Jinwen. This time, they changed the song to Wumeng Mountain Connected to Mountain. Yi Chang was exhausted, but fortunately he managed to cope with it. This was really fatal. He came out of the hotel in the afternoon and saw several messages on his phone, all from Su Miao. People wanted to thank him. Her friend was fine, and the lawyer from Tianping law firm would not sue her friend. Yi Chang sent Then Su Miao started sending and receiving text messages and couldn't stop once he started. Yi Chang simply told him a place. After a while, Su Miao got out of the car and saw Yi Chang sitting under a big tree on the side of the road eating fried noodles. After working with Jinwen for several hours, Yi Chang didn't eat anything in the morning and was very hungry. Su Miao was dressed very coolly today. His white shirt was slightly transparent, and you could almost see the suspenders underneath. He wore jeans and had headphones covering his neck. Refreshing, fashionable and pleasing to the eye. Su Miao sat opposite Yi Chang, looking at him with a smile. Have a bite. Yi Chang picked up a piece of meat. Su Miao rolled his eyes suspiciously. Don't eat it. Yi Chang swallowed it in one gulp. Why are you looking for me? I can't find you. Are you saying that I miss you? Yi Chang felt very comfortable with this girl and said with a smile, you don't want to deliver food with me again, do you? Not today. Su Miao was speechless. Who wants to deliver food? The last time she delivered food home, she felt like she was ruined. She feels horrified when she thinks about it now. Yi Chang, this lunatic, actually asked her to resist rice? No, I'm not interested. Absolutely not interested. Su Miao said, I just came to thank you. My colleague is fine now. You said it on the phone. Su Miao was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said, a beautiful woman like you is talking to me, can't you show some interest in me? Don't you have any charm at all? It's not that I want Yi Chang to pursue me, but as a girl, I still hope that men can pay more attention to me. Su Miao sighed and said, don't you have a girlfriend? Yi Chang was stunned, looked up at Su Miao, and said with a smile, you want to be my girlfriend? Am I sick? Su Miao shook his head to indicate that he had no interest at all. I'm saying that you don't understand romance, so you'll definitely never find a girlfriend. Yi Cheng smiled and said, I don't need to rely on charm to find a girlfriend. I have money. Hiss. Su Miao was stunned for a moment and curled his lips speechlessly. It was easy for people to find girlfriends if they had money. Su Miao was not convinced. Using money to find a girlfriend, those people are after your money, that is not love. What is love? Do you have it? I. Su Miao clenched his fists and threatened Yi Cheng, then said, Are you free today? Yi Cheng looked at Su Miao and said, I noticed you seem to have a lot of free time. Don't you have to go to work? Have you paid off your mortgage? Please don't ask me such embarrassing questions. It's Saturday today. Su Miao said, I'm taking a break. Didn't we say last time that we should go play PUBG with my colleagues and friends? Yi Cheng thought about it and shook his head, not interested. With his status as a young and wealthy person, he is more likely to be hated. Su Miao is good looking, and some of his friends may have some feelings towards him. No idea who to play with? Isn't this bullshit? If he went there, it would only lead to jealousy. Yi Cheng really didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. He planned to visit Professor Chen in the afternoon. Ask Mr. Chen if there is any future for him in the coatings industry. For professional matters, you should listen to the opinions of experts. Although Jinwen sounded very relaxed, Yi Cheng could see that she was under a lot of pressure. He wanted to prepare her so that if she became a loser in office politics, she would have a chance to make a comeback. You should still pamper your first woman. Su Miao looked at Yi Cheng and said, You don't have the youthful vigor at all. Yi Cheng smiled, That's because you haven't experienced the hardships of the human world yet, and you are still naive. Yi Cheng finished eating, wiped his mouth, asked the boss to get 2 iced cokes, and handed one to Su Miao. I am a man, I must work hard, so that when I meet the girl I love in the future, I can have the ability to take care of her at the best time. The greatest regret in the world is that when you meet someone you want to take care of, you have to let them go. Yi Cheng sipped his coke and looked at Su Miao. Chapter 78 The old man is not a good person. Su Miao's eyes looked serious, as if asking Yi Cheng if he was serious. I didn't expect that a rich man could say such a thing. Shouldn't the rich not have to work hard? Su Miao thought for a moment and said, You wouldn't be uninterested just because you think the game we play is too common. I do have something to do. Of course, playing PUBG with real people is really stupid. Why not play something real? Yi Cheng said with a smile. Really? That's illegal, okay? Don't you know that guns are banned in our country? I'm talking about shooting ranges. There are professional shooting ranges in Shanghai and Beijing. Of course, you can also go hunting overseas. Su Miao stuck out his tongue, which was pink and tender. I can't afford it, I've never played it before. If you're rich, take me with you and let me hug your thighs. Yi Cheng laughed and said, No, I have to go to work this afternoon. I'll be free later. If you have time, we can go shooting. Actually, I've never played before. Su Miao nodded. What are you going to do this afternoon? Meet an academician, ask him some business questions, and maybe get some investment later. Upon hearing this, Su Miao quickly said, Hey, rich man, do you trade stocks? Do you have any inside information? Tell me about it. I also want to make money to pay off your debt. You don't have to pay me back. It was originally given to you. Yi Cheng said with a smile. Su Miao rolled his eyes. Even though that's what I said, didn't you take the interest? Of course, I'll take the money if you give it to me. Wouldn't I be a fool not to take it? Yi Cheng laughed heartily, looking at Su Miao and said, You've been broke lately, haven't you? Su Miao nodded quickly. She had to pay the mortgage every month and pay Yi Cheng a sum of interest. She looked helpless. I'm a little regretful about buying a house now. I used to live a comfortable life, but now I'm a house slave. Fortunately, her job is relatively stable and her income is no problem. However, after paying off the mortgage, she can no longer buy a house whenever she wants like before. Yi Cheng was quite impressed with Su Miao. Apart from anything else, it was quite impressive that Su Miao could buy a house and take on a mortgage on his own at his age. I can still pay the interest to myself. Su Miao just wanted Yi Cheng to introduce her to some opportunities so that she could make some money. Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, Let's go back. There's nothing for you to do right now. If you want to work, you can go deliver food. You're familiar with the place and you know how to deliver food. You can earn a good income. Su Miao rolled his eyes at Yi Cheng. What a bastard. Am I crazy? Yi Chang took note.
When he invests in paint business, he will definitely need help organizing materials and so on.
He can give Su Miao a job then. Now we only deliver food.
He hasn't been flirtatious enough to let Su Miao be his assistant or something.
After dinner, Yi Chang went to look for Chen Zuzong.
He went to the laboratory of the School of Chemical Engineering of Jiangda University, but was stopped by the security guard at the door.
No access control.
Yi Chang could only make a phone call, and then he saw an old man walking out in slippers. "You're here to give me money again."
I don't need it for now. Chen Zuzong is so direct. Yi Chang went to Chen Zuzong's office and said, I came here for your patents. Do you think there's a future in coatings?
Chen Zuzong originally disdained Yi Chang, thinking that Yi Chang was just a local tycoon and knew nothing about patents, but when Yi Chang said he was involved in coatings, he suddenly realized that Yi Chang was not interested in patents.
Chen Zuzong immediately became interested. You want to do it?
Yi Chang said, let's find out first, and then consider whether to build a factory ourselves, buy a factory, or cooperate with a domestic factory for development. When he came here, Yi Chang had considered many models of developing patents. He had to see what his ancestors meant to determine which one was suitable for him.
He really doesn't understand chemical engineering. It sounds very impressive, but the angles are not something you can get just because you have money.
Professor Chen's eyes lit up. Tell me honestly how much money you have and how much you can contribute.
Don't worry about the money. Yi Chang said, I have plenty. How much is a lot? Chen Zuzong was very dissatisfied. You think the chemical industry is a joke?
If you set up an ordinary paint factory, it would be a waste for you to use my patents. You can fool people with any random formula. If you want to start a business and expand it, you will need at least 30 to 50 billion. Chemical industry requires large investment, long cycle, and slow results, but it is a national necessity.
This industry is even said to be a sunset industry.
Chen Zuzong said conscientiously, if you want to make money easily, I can make you a paint formula and set up a factory to fool people.
It's no problem to make dirty money.
Yi Chang just treated this as bullshit.
How big can I get if I invest 30 billion? Is it the real 30 billion or a fake 30 billion?
Chen Zuzong pulled a stool over to Yi Chang and said, if you can really come up with 30 billion, I tell you there's a lot of potential. Help me build another laboratory, and we can make high-tech products.
The world of coatings is huge. Yi Chang nodded. It seemed that 30 billion was enough. Even Chen Zuzong was trying hard to build a new laboratory. He went to see Chen Zuzong mainly to ask about investment and how much money would be appropriate. If the number is too large, others will doubt you. He still needs to find some excuse for the 30 billion investment. He can't just say that he made 30 billion by opening a nightclub. That's not scientific at all. Then I have an idea.
Seeing that Yi Chang didn't seem to be joking, Chen Zuzong quickly said, Hey, if you really want to, I'll ask for you.
I'll handle the formalities for you.
With 30 billion, we can directly set up a chemical group.
Xiaoyi, I know you care about national affairs.
Later, we can deepen cooperation and give me billions of research and development funds a year.
I want to slap you. You are my ancestor. I am going to seek investment now.
Wait for my news later.
I may not have that much money right away.
Please bear with me.
Who wants to invest 30 billion at once? It will be paid in installments. 5 billion will be enough for the first installment. First, develop some products and then invest after making money.
I, your ancestor, understands this very well. Chen Zuzong said with a smile. No one except the country has the ability to come up with 30 billion at once.
So?
Yi Chang was disdainful and said, I'm just afraid of scaring people, otherwise I wouldn't be able to take out so much.
Anyway, I'm just licking scientists. I am a big golden retriever.
But we still have to give the old man face.
You know so much. That makes me feel relieved. Yi Chang looked much less stressed.
Just as he was speaking, someone pushed open the door of Chen Zuzong's office. A girl with long hair and glasses was standing at the door.
Seeing Yi Chang, she quickly closed the door.
Chen Zuzong hurriedly said, Xiaoying, this is Yi Chang, come and meet him.
Chen Zuzong winked at Yi Chang and said, my granddaughter is a genius scientist.
Xiaoyi, you two should get to know each other and invest some money in her. After all, it's better to use your money for scientific research than to spend it on wine and women.
Don't talk nonsense. I'm not living a life of luxury.
I did think about it, but he was born a country boy and hasn't learned that skill yet.
How can he slander people for no reason? This old man is not a good person. Chapter 79, Natural Enemies.
Yi Chang stood up and nodded to Chen Ning, then looked over. Chen Ning glanced at him without saying a word, her eyes filled with deep wariness and a hint of disgust. Yi Chang is a bootlicker, so he can naturally feel that the other party has no good feelings towards him, and he doesn't know how he offended her.
Chen Ning dresses simply and in a minimalist style, with a clean, intellectual air.
Old Chen saw clearly that his granddaughter was very disdainful of Yi Chang, or it was because this guy had such a bad reputation. Academician Chen knows about the bad things Yi Chang did in school, such as bootlicking and teacher-student love. But he is already old, so naturally he is not superficial in his judgment of people. He has long been out of touch with the mundane world. When he was young, the old academician was also very romantic and was often looked down upon by others, but he himself knows whether he is happy in his life or not.
Everyone is a human being for the first time. Chen Zuzong is not a vulgar person.
He can still be very capable even when he is old. He may be old, but his heart is young. Of course, old Chen didn't care about the affairs of young people and let Yi Chang make his own decision. He naturally believed that Yi Chang, a licking dog, would definitely make Chen Ning happy.
Old Chen didn't mean anything else.
Chen Ning didn't like socializing very much and was obsessed with scientific research.
She was very alienated and somewhat out of touch with society.
He was also old, so naturally he had to consider his granddaughter's future. Regardless of whether Yi Chang and Chen Ning can develop a relationship, if he has a rich man as a friend, his granddaughter won't have to suffer in the future, right? As for Chen Ying's parents, they divorced early in their lives and now live on their own. He is a scientist, but his son is a businessman, and a very unsuccessful one at that. Old man Chen only sees his son a few times a year. Chen Ying's mother went abroad and no one knows how she is doing now.
Xiao Yi, you two can chat? You're young people, so you can talk about anything, right? Talking about love and so on is not a problem.
Old Chen laughed like a duck. Chen Ning stared at her grandfather with wide eyes in disbelief. What's wrong with you? There are people like you who are so disrespectful to the elderly. Yi Chang also felt that Chen Zuzong was too disrespectful to his elders and too unrestrained and bold.
Yi Chang didn't dare to do that. It was the first time they met, okay? Mr. Chen, you're joking.
What a joke. Mr. Chen's slippers trembled a little. I'm serious, I definitely don't object to you two having a relationship, after all you have money. Chen Ning was a little angry, feeling that her grandfather didn't respect her. Grandpa, don't talk nonsense.
What nonsense am I talking about?
Mr. Chen said indifferently, don't look down on money.
Money can at least make your life better. You can do whatever you want. How can you realize your ideas without money? There's nothing wrong with us scientific researchers loving money. Old Chen laughed heartily and said, science is such a beautiful woman. Can you marry her without money? Of course not.
A few $100,000 is considered too much for others to marry a wife. But for us researchers, marrying a wife is impossible without tens of millions or even hundreds of millions.
Let me tell you, those who don't like money can't achieve anything. Yi Chang also laughed.
This metaphor was interesting.
The old man had a pure mind, better than many people.
Chen Ning couldn't argue with Mr. Chen, so she sat down unwillingly and handed him a document. Approve some money for me, I don't have enough money. Old Chen teased, you said money is a good thing.
If you run out of money, you should come to me.
Chen Ning felt uncomfortable because Yi Chang was watching from the side. She didn't want to admit it, so she looked at Old Chen angrily. Old Chen looked at the document and said, your energy project is too expensive, isn't it?
Another 50 million? I know you're rich.
Chen Ning spoke briefly and to the point, looking at Mr. Chen with an expression that said, you decide. Old Chen looked at the document, then looked at Yi Chang. His money had uses, and giving Chen Ning 50 million at once might not be enough.
Scientific research was equivalent to burning money. It is definitely the most luxurious consumption in the world. But isn't there a rich man?
Xiao Yi, please give me some support.
Should I give Xiaoying a gift when you first meet her?
Old Chen said with a smile, Xiaoying, if this project is successful, it will be very meaningful.
Yi Chang smiled and said, I certainly can't refuse you if you ask me. However, you have to keep it a secret.
Don't tell Mrs. Gu about it, or she'll ask me for money again.
Will I give it to her?
I have money, sure, but I don't know anything about biology, and I don't know what she's doing. Don't worry, I won't tell you. Mr. Chen also felt that Mrs. Guo's research was meaningless and not as useful as his own profession. Chunning glanced at Yi Chang and said, I don't know when this project of mine will have any results.
It might just be a waste of time and effort.
I'm telling you, think it over carefully. Yi Chang smiled and shook his head.
Did he think he invested for profit? The pattern is small. Yi Chang didn't say anything and directly transferred 100 million to Chen Lao's laboratory account, letting him keep it for fun.
Xiao Yi is generous, that's why I like you so much. If you were older, it would be nice for us to be brothers. Old Chen looked at Yi Chang's big money and actually gave him an extra 50 million.
Yi Chang smiled and said, Isn't it my duty to honor you? If you have no money, just tell me. I will definitely support your research to the end. You can burn it as you like. Channing rolled her eyes and felt like vomiting.
What a pretentious person. When Yi Chang saw Channing rolling her eyes, she also made a face.
It makes her feel very happy to see that she is unhappy with you.
Yi Chang came to consult Mr. Chen about investment. He felt relieved when he knew that 30 billion was enough to set up a chemical group. Mr. Chen, please find some information for me later so I can see how others do it. Yi Chang was very serious about his work and planned to give it a try. This is my first time starting a business, so I want to endure some hardship.
Elder Chen nodded. Okay, I'll find some information for you later and give you some advice. Let's use domestically produced equipment. We can support domestically produced equipment. It's actually not much worse than foreign ones.
Those are all small matters.
I mainly want to figure out what this industry is all about first. Once I have a clear idea of it, I will know how to do things.
Yi Chang said with a smile. This is a business prepared for Gene 1, but Gene 1 is strong in business and definitely doesn't understand technology. Business matters can be left to Gene 1, but he doesn't understand how to run the chemical group, so he must rely on Mr. Chen's resources.
There must be someone behind every academician.
Yi Chang just needs to understand the model and process. It would be outrageous if he doesn't even know what the thing he created is used for.
After talking to Mr. Chen, Yi Chang left. Chenning then said, Grandpa, what is he going to do? Do some business. Mr. Chen was thinking about something.
In the field of chemical industry, there is still some slight gap between Dahua and foreign countries, especially in coatings. The country has also taken it seriously, but what the country cares about is the overall key projects.
For example, the country will not make environmentally friendly coatings, so it will naturally be left to private companies to develop this market.
Since Yi Chang is willing to do it, he will naturally support it.
He can just handle the procedures himself.
It is impossible for the higher-ups to not give him face.
Chapter 80 I'm not familiar with you. Channing was very curious. She had no good impression of Yi Chang. This man had a very bad reputation. What business is he going to do? Chemical industry. I gave him some patents before.
He's a good guy and is willing to invest money in this field. Old Chen looked at Channing and said, Your attitude towards him just now was not right.
This is a rich man, so be polite.
Channing shook her head, This guy has a bad reputation.
I hate him. That's because you are young, it's just some gossip.
I wasn't serious when I was young either.
How can you look at people so one-sidedly? Old Chen smiled and said, I'm asking you to be friends with him, not to go on a blind date. You don't even know him. Yi Chang is very good. Excellent, what's so excellent about him? He didn't even pass the level 4 exam.
He failed all his major courses.
Does he need to care about those things?
Old Chen smiled and said, Some people are born to be managers and do big things.
Yi Chang is such a person. He can't do small things well, but he can do big things. How is that possible? If you can't even do small things well, how can you do big things?
Channing felt that this was pure nonsense. You must have taken his money and said something nice for him. There is that reason, but the main reason is that Yi Chang has what it takes to do big things. One is money, and the other is courage.
He can't hold on to it by throwing money at the entire network without a bit of resilience. Do you think I'm old and confused?
I, your grandfather, can't be wrong in judging people. You can't do big things without money, and you can't succeed without courage.
He has a lot of these things. As for Yi Chang's romantic scandals, that's bullshit.
No one who has accomplished anything in ancient and modern times has had a clean private life. Judging a person's goodness or badness based on his private life is always subjective.
Old Chen didn't care about Yi Chang's trivial matters.
After all, he knew his own life well.
Chen Ning was stunned.
She didn't expect that Mr. Chen had such a high opinion of Yi Chang.
I think you've been bribed by him. If a person has bad character, he won't be able to do anything. Chen Ning said, anyway, I hate him. Chen Ying's favorability 50.
As soon as Yi Chang walked out of the door of Mr. Chen's laboratory, he received a prompt from the system.
I was almost scared to death. Negative 50? Does Chen Ning want to be my enemy? How did I offend him? Is it wrong to give her money to burn? What's wrong with this girl? Negative 10, negative 20, Yi Chang can accept it. He knew that Chen Ning had a grudge against him, but to just give him 50? Fuck.
Yi Chang's heart was filled with tears.
This is an enemy. After sighing, Yi Chang let it go. What else could he do since it was already like this?
He would just let things take their course.
No one can please everyone. I didn't want to lick Chen Ning either.
The key point is that he now knows that it only costs 30 billion to set up a chemical group, which is too cheap. Now he just needs to find a legal source of funds that will not arouse suspicion.
30 billion is still too scary for ordinary people.
Fortunately, Mr. Chen said that it can be done in installments, and only 5 billion is needed for the first installment.
Yi Chang felt much less stressed. Currently, the money the system gives him comes from the stock market.
Of course, Yi Chang has no idea how it gets it.
He doesn't need to know anyway.
So Yi Chang had a stock account, and he asked the system for the account password. Then Yi Chang smiled when he saw it. Many bloggers on the internet have become so rich from stock trading that their accounts are all in the red and the stocks they bought are all rising. The system itself will sell at the most favorable price.
Fully automatic and integrated, it's awesome.
The current total account assets are 35 billion, and more than 2,000 stocks have been purchased.
However, Yi Chang has no control over these stocks and cannot take out a penny.
Yi Chang had a clear idea in his mind, so he was not afraid of others investigating him. Looking at the time, Yi Chang planned to go find Shi Gue. Passing by the school notice board, Yi Chang stopped and looked at a notice on it. There was actually a big character poster reporting Shi Gue. It is said that Shi Gue is having a teacher-student relationship and stealing other people's boyfriends.
There were already many classmates watching around.
Yi Chang's face was cold. When he saw the notice, he knew who had done this. Yi Chang tore up the big character poster.
Is Lu Ru looking for death? It's really speechless. He thought he had made everything clear to Lu Ru, but he didn't expect Lu Ru to be waiting for him here. What do you want to do? Playing the nagging trick.
Yi Chang was about to go find Lu Ru when the phone rang.
It was Zhang Han calling. Little Yi, Lu Ru is crazy. Come to the girls' dormitory quickly. Lu Ru is about to jump off the building. Oh shit.
Yi Chang was in a very bad mood and was so angry that he wanted to curse. There were already a lot of people watching in the girls' dormitory, and Lu Ru was clinging to the railing of the dormitory.
The other students didn't dare to persuade her for fear that she would be upset. The classmates could only watch Lu Ru from afar. Naturally, there were many people watching the fun. Yi Chang went upstairs and entered Lu Ru's dormitory. What do you want to do? Yi Chang's face turned pale. Lu Ru was immediately happy when she saw Yi Chang. You are here, Yi Chang, I love you, let's be together, I can't live without you.
Yi Chang cursed in his heart, what a fucking bitch. I already said that I didn't mind letting her make some money, but she actually played this trick on me.
I still feel like the same bootlicker as before. You are disrespecting me now.
The classmates around looked at Yi Chang and tried to persuade him. Yi Chang, please agree not to provoke her into doing anything stupid.
Yi Chang, Lu Ru really likes you, so she will listen to you. Yi Chang's mouth twitched, and he felt extremely annoyed. What kind of saints do these people act like? It's easy to talk and watch the fun. These people don't know shit about what I've been through, so why are they pretending to be nice to me?
Yi Chang does not accept moral kidnapping.
Lu Ru, if you come first, everything will be easy. If you want to die, no one will stop you.
Yi Chang said, don't play this trick on me, I hate this kind of trick the most.
Lu Ru was stunned and looked at Yi Chang in disbelief. The classmates around looked at Yi Chang angrily. Yi Chang, are you even talking like a human being?
She wanted to commit suicide for you and you actually said something like that.
Are you still human? Just because you're rich is so great, but does that mean you can trample on a girl's dignity? You're so fucking cold-blooded. You're a scumbag. If anything happens to Lu Ru, you'll also go to jail. How will she live her life in the future if you do this? These girls were all annoyed that Yi Chang stopped licking Lu Ru. Shouldn't a man give in to a girl? They wanted to see Lu Ru and Yi Chang hug each other under Yi Chang's persuasion. Yi Chang obeyed Lu Ru's every command, but in the end Yi Chang was extremely cold. These women feel as though they are damaged. Yi Chang glanced at these girls coldly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. It hurts his heart, doesn't it? He glanced at Lu Ru and said, if you're not coming down, don't contact me anymore. Cut. Love it to death. Let me make it clear, do you and I really have a relationship? I haven't even touched you. He was about to go on a date with Chi Gue, but when he turned around, the girls who sympathized with Lu Ru stood in front of him. Chapter 81 is posted online again. Yi Chang, what do you mean? The ladies stared at him eagerly, as if they had been stabbed and were extremely annoyed. They stared at Yi Chang with anger and unwillingness in their eyes, like a volcano that could explode at any time. Yi Chang looked at these people. Please stop talking nonsense, Lu Ru and I have nothing to do with each other. You scumbag, you're taking advantage of everything and refusing to admit it, right? You're simply morally corrupt. You have to bear legal responsibility for what you say. Can you take responsibility? We can't even tell you what you've done, and you're shameless, and we can still tell you. I'm going to post you online so everyone can see your true face. Okay. Because of Jin Wen's matter, Yi Chang summoned the old drivers from Tianping law firm. But Jin Wen had returned to the Magic City, and Yi Chang didn't have time to say hello to those people. He thought he would have to apologize when they arrived, but now he didn't need to do that, so it was just the right time to use it. Yi Chang let these people take pictures. I reminded you, I have fulfilled my obligations, take pictures as you like. I haven't done anything wrong, so there's no need to feel guilty, and I won't accept moral blackmail. Yi Chang looked back at Lu Ru and snorted coldly. This woman is so fucking annoying. Those girls were stimulated by Yi Chang and screamed. It would be okay if men didn't lick girls. They are all women. Helping Lu Ru to vent her anger is helping themselves to vent their anger. They will feel at ease only after they deal with Yi Chang. Yi Chang pushed the crowd away and left. Not long after he left, Lu Ru suddenly flew out, screaming ah, and Yi Chang didn't look back. It's only the 4th floor. Even if Lu Ru fell down, the worst that could happen would be serious injuries. It's not that easy to die. When he walked downstairs, there was already a group of people gathered on the lawn. When they saw Yi Chang, they moved aside a little, and Lu Ru lay on the lawn. Lu Ru's head was a little bruised, and there was a look of pain on her face. Yi Chang turned around and left. Seeing him like this, the onlookers didn't know what to say for a moment. How cold-blooded. There wasn't even a word of comfort. The classmates looked at each other and finally decided to send Lu Ru to the hospital first. They didn't know what else to say. After all, this is Yi Chang and Lu Ru's business. Yi Chang was looking at his phone, and in just a moment, he was on the news. The heat of the hard fight on the entire network has not yet died down, and now there is the incident of Lu Ru committing suicide for herself. Previous reports that he had played with women were confirmed again. Yi Chang was annoyed, but he wanted to teach those people a lesson even more, and he would never forgive them this time. He wanted to leave, but unfortunately he met Chening. Chening drove the car to a stop in front of him, then spat at him seriously. Scumbag? Yi Chang looked over and saw Chening driving away immediately, not forgetting to give Yi Chang the middle finger. Shen Ying's favorability 60. After a while, the college students who saw him were pointing and talking, and Yi Chang was too lazy to explain to them. It's all nonsense. Zheng Han spotted Yi Chang from a distance and ran over. Little Yi, what's going on? You're on the news again. It's just a bunch of boring people who think I'm easy to bully. Yi Chang smiled and said, don't get too close to me at this time to avoid getting hurt. What the hell are you afraid of? Who are we, the local dogs, afraid of? Zheng Han is very loyal. Yi Chang shook his head and said that there was really no need for that. He could handle it himself. It's just some people talking nonsense. Lu Ru was sent to the hospital, why don't you go and see her? Zheng Han felt that if Yi Chang went to take a look, maybe he could change something. Hearing the word Lu Ru, Yi Chang's face turned cold. Do I need to care about Lu Ru?
Yi Chang and Zhang Han smiled and left. It was impossible to go see Lu Ru. After the news came out, more people saw it. Xiao Cheng called Yi Chang to find out what happened. After hearing that Lu Ru committed suicide, Xiao Qing was very angry. You haven't played with her. Xiao Qing directly used the word play. In her eyes, Lu Ru was no longer a friend. What are you thinking? I've played with you before. Xiao Qing laughed out loud. She's just being sentimental. How shameless. As long as Yi Chang and Lu Ru are not in that kind of relationship, Xiao Qing doesn't care. In fact, even if they are related, it's not a big deal. Xiao Qing felt that Lu Ru really had a problem with her brain and couldn't figure out her situation. What right do you have to threaten Yi Chang? She is still okay. After all, she and Yi Chang really have a relationship. But how could he possibly threaten Yi Chang? Different people have completely different feelings. Xiao Qing has no sympathy for Lu Ru at all. She asked Yi Chang to stay away from Lu Ru. But Yi Chang was hacked again on the internet. It's confirmed, a teacher-student relationship, playing with women is confirmed, rich people play with flowers. There's no excuse this time. This female teacher knows how to have fun. She has a nice figure and looks. Teachers at Jiangcheng University of Foreign Languages are really open-minded. Before Yi Chang even reached the school gate, he saw Qi Gui being dug out and posted on the internet. This is what Yi Chang is most worried about. Qi Gui is with him now, and this matter really involves Qi Gui. He took a deep breath and his eyes were spitting fire. Yi Chang quickly called Qi Guida. When the call was connected, Yi Chang was silent for a moment. The internet is all nonsense, don't believe it. He knew Qi Gui must have seen the news. Qi Gui said, my parents know. Oh my god. Yi Chang was a little confused. The old couple, Lao Qi, were very proud and didn't know what they would think when they saw the news about him. I can handle it. Shi Gian said something and hung up the phone. Yi Chang was so angry that he couldn't control himself. He didn't do anything, but even the people around him were implicated? Yi Chang is not afraid of being slandered, but Qi Gui is innocent. This is what he fears most. Yi Chang didn't go to find Qi Gui, but went directly to the airport. By the evening, the news was already very hot, and he became the headline again. Both the previous news and this news have been dug up. Many media outlets reprinted it. His father, Old Man Yi, also called to inquire about the situation. How did it get on the news again? There's another one? Old Man Yi was stunned for a moment when he heard what Yi Chang said. Is it really okay? Old Man Yi didn't want to say anything about Yi Chun finding a new girlfriend. The Yi family had few members, so as long as Yi Chang could handle it, it would be fine. Of course, there's no problem. Yi Chang said, that woman is so self-indulgent. I didn't expect her to be so outrageous. Old Man Yi was immediately relieved. He couldn't keep such an outrageous woman. Don't bother with women like this in the future. You can handle it yourself. Give me a few million to use. Yi Chang transferred money to Old Man Yi. Seeing that it was getting late, he waited for a while, and the people from Tianping law firm came out. There were 3 people coming this time, Lin Ying, her master lawyer Jiang, and a new male assistant. It's still a lawsuit for reputation rights. I'll sue you to death. As soon as he got in the car, Yi Chang said, I won't be polite this time. Lawyer Jiang said, then you need to tell me clearly first, do you have any relationship with that woman? Chapter 82 Playing Big. Lin Ying quickly pricked up her ears. Yi Chang said, that's my ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? Lawyer John's eyebrows twitched. So they're related? Hey, calling her his ex-girlfriend is just wishful thinking on my part. I was just his bootlicker, the kind he never even touched. She was playing around with other people, and I was just his backup. Lawyer Jiang understood immediately, you used to pretend to be poor, and now she knows you're rich and wants to get back together, but you don't want to, so? That's about right. Yi Chang said. Lawyer Jiang had an idea in his mind. This matter had nothing to do with Lu Ru, but those who spread the rumors were hateful. Knowing that Yi Chang and Lu Ru's relationship is clean, this lawsuit will be easy to win. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lawyer Jiang said, it's easier to fight than last time. The incident happened in school, so the person who uploaded the news must be a student. It is easier to find the person and to establish the chain of evidence. In fact, I thought that with Yi Chang's current status, I could handle it myself.
I just needed to find someone to put pressure on him. I don't believe those people who are dissatisfied. But since we are going through the legal process, we have no intention of letting those people go. This is really angry. Lining felt that Ji Chang was so pitiful. Wasn't this an unexpected disaster? Lu Ru wants to commit suicide just because Yi Chang doesn't want to get back together, so she blames Yi Chang? That doesn't make sense, and Yi Chang has nothing to do with the other party. Yi Chang made arrangements with lawyer Jiang and the others and returned to the villa immediately. Chi Gue was no longer there, so he went to Chi Gue's house. When he reached the door, he heard someone talking inside. Chi Gue, you should break up with Yi Chang. You're a teacher, and it won't sound good if it gets out. Mom, it's not his fault. He has nothing to do with that girl. You mean, you already knew about him and that girl? Chi Gue didn't say anything. She knew that if she said anything, her parents would definitely be unhappy. But Yi Chang is a celebrity in the school, how could Chi Gue not know about his affairs? She even saw Yi Chang and Xiao Cheng together. To be honest, she is the third party. Yi Chang couldn't stand it anymore and knocked on the door. Chi Gue was a little surprised and quickly checked his phone. It turned out that he had turned off his phone. Yi Chang must have not found him, so he came to his house. Seeing Yi Chang, Lao Chi was very angry. Xiao Yi, how could you do this? Yes, it's all an accident. I can handle it. Yi Chang smiled awkwardly. Olji thought about it and said, I think you and Chi Gue are not suitable. It would be better for everyone if you break up. The incident in Yi Chang had a very bad impact. The neighbors were talking about it in the afternoon, and Lao Chi was embarrassed. If you say so, then I don't agree. Yi Chang looked at Lao Chi and said, I won't break up with you. Don't dream about it. It's not that big of a deal. Yi Chang pulled Chi Gue away. Lao Chi looked at it but didn't stop it. Yi Chang took Chi Gue out to the car and went back to the villa. I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. This incident has no impact on Yi Chang. He doesn't care. Chi Gue is the most innocent person. Those people who came to High City this time were not targeting him, but Chi Gue. Chi Gue smiled and said, when I decided to be with you, I knew that people would talk about me sooner or later. I was mentally prepared, but I'm a teacher and you're a student, so this has a bad influence. I plan to resign. What do you think? So, any other plans? Not yet. Yi Chang hugged Chi Gue and leaned on the sofa and said, how about going out for a trip and taking a look? I'll go with you. You have to go to school, so I'll go traveling by myself. Chi Gue had made up her mind long ago. When she saw the news, she had decided that the situation between her and Yi Chang was not good. Yi Chang still needs a year to get his diploma, so he might as well resign. Yi Chang hated those people even more, look at what they have done. Naturally, he would not oppose Chi Gue's decision. If he didn't want to be a teacher, then he wouldn't be a teacher. Would he starve himself to death? Without the constraints of his identity, Chi Gue can live a better life. And he must avenge Chi Gue and will never let those people go. After comforting Chi Gue, Yi Chang asked Wang Hui from the sales office to accompany Chi Gue. Everyone is familiar with the last house purchase, not to mention that Yi Chang is the owner of building number 6. Yi Chang was worried that Chi Gue would have too many thoughts. Although he wouldn't do anything stupid, he would feel more at ease knowing that someone was with him. That night, he went to discuss countermeasures with lawyer Jiang. Lawyer Jiang said, something's wrong, Mr. Yi. The news about you is so hot that it won't die down. Many media outlets are reprinting it. It seems someone is trying to frame you on a large scale. Have you offended someone? The news about you and Jean Wan has also been dug up. The internet was full of news about him and Jean Wan, with the news about him and Lu Ru ranking second. Yi Chang understood it immediately. There must be something wrong with Jean Wan. Jean Wan is now fighting with her boss. This time it wasn't Jean Wan who was helping him, it must be Li Yangyi who wanted to use his news to target Jean Wan. Yi Chang first contacted Jean Wan to inquire about it, and it turned out to be the same as he thought. Give me Li Yangyi's phone number. What are you up to? Jean Yan smiled bitterly and said, it's useless. He won't pay any attention to you. Yi Chang didn't say much. After getting the number, he immediately called Li Yangyi. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Yi Chang said, Li Yangyi, you have offended me. Just wait for me. After saying that, Yi Chang hung up the phone.
Yi Cheng turned around and said to lawyer Jiang, I'm sorry to bother you this time.
Next, are you ready to file an international patent lawsuit? Our target is the Fortune 500 Parks and Paint Company. The fees are the highest in the industry. Are you willing to take it? Lawyer Jiang thought about it seriously and said, I'll call everyone here. Okay, it's the same as last time. I don't care about the money.
This time they've offended me, I can take them to the International Court of Justice and continue to fight them for 8 or 10 years.
It is definitely not easy to sue a company like Parkson.
Looking at lawyer Zhang's reaction, Yi Cheng knew it, but he didn't care at all. He still had to go back to prepare, and after explaining something to lawyer Jiang, he left.
Yi Cheng went to find Brother Wang. Maybe you will have to stay in jail for a few days. How many days?
Brother Wang sucked on the snails, his fingers greasy.
I can't do that for years. I can't stand it.
It's not that Brother Wang is unwilling, but he can't stand the long-term emptiness. Yi Cheng muttered to himself and said to Brother Wang, I'm going to dig a hole. If you just cooperate with the investigation, you might be imprisoned for a few months. If your business secrets are leaked, it will definitely be difficult to investigate.
A few months is fine. I'll just go to the detention center. I know everyone there. Once I'm in, you need to add some money to my account. I don't want to be a vegetarian. Maybe you don't need to go in. Anyway, it depends on the operation.
Brother Wang nodded and said, Brother, you played a big game this time.
Of course. Otherwise, everyone will think I'm a local dog who's easy to bully. What's the point of living like that? Wang Ge thought it made sense.
Yi Cheng handed him a page of paper, and Wang Ge quickly put it away.
Can that Andy still be devoted? I kind of miss the feeling back then. She was so classy. It depends on your operation.
Brother Wang is a god, and Yi Cheng is full of confidence in Brother Wang.
Chapter 83, Principal Zhang is a wise man. After making an appointment with Brother Wang, Yi Cheng went to find Mr. Chen.
In the evening, Mr. Chen had already returned home, and Chen Ing was seen at his house again. Chen Ing kept rolling her eyes at Yi Cheng.
After hearing Yi Cheng's plan, Mr. Chen was also stunned. So cruel?
Young man, I really didn't realize that you are so cruel and ruthless.
You are indeed someone who can do big things. Mr. Chen was very excited. How confident are you? How can I be sure of this? Don't you need to check it? Just make up some fake information. You want to use fake information to deceive those experts at Parkson? You are stupid. Give them the real information, said Mr. Chen.
As a company specializing in coatings, Parkson must have countless experts.
It is impossible for Yi Cheng to fool them with false information. What should I do? I can't really give them your patent. Old Chen smiled slightly and said, Boy, is there anyone who knows more about patents than me? I can just give you some new information. The patent invented by Mr. Chen must have a large amount of data. He can easily get the patent information that Yi Cheng needs by just looking for the previous information again. As long as it is 90% true, it will be fine. Yi Cheng planned to send this information to Andy through Brother Wang, and when Parkson went into production, he would sue them for patent infringement and demand a huge amount of compensation. Mr. Chen was very concerned about cheating foreign companies. Don't worry, the fake data I made is exactly the same as the patented one, except that some performance is slightly unstable, which they can't see. Don't say anything, you're awesome. Old Chen laughed heartily and said, What's the matter with the student?
Well, as a man, it doesn't matter if you have a good time, but you can't cause a death.
Chen Ing rolled her eyes.
She didn't care at all when Yi Cheng and Old Chen were talking about things, but when she heard the gossip, Chen Ing immediately took it seriously. Yi Cheng said briefly, Lu Ru and I actually have no relationship at all.
We are not even boyfriend and girlfriend. She wants to die, what can I do? Old Chen looked at Yi Cheng.
Young man, I didn't expect you to be so miserable.
The old man felt sympathy for Yi Cheng. You are also stupid. Why are you being a lickspill? You should have broken up with a girl like that long ago. Do you still want to have a little fun?
Yi Cheng looked at the ancestor, feeling both amused and helpless. He hinted to him with his eyes, Stop joking, your granddaughter is still eavesdropping.
Yi Cheng didn't care. There was nothing he couldn't talk about.
Mr. Chen didn't care at all that Chen Ing was eavesdropping. She's also a silly girl, lacking social experience.
There's no harm in listening.
Upon hearing this, Chen Ing stopped pretending and sat down openly.
She looked at Yi Cheng and said, You really don't have that kind of relationship with Lu Ru?
No, she and I were in a relationship. I was the one who licked her, and I worked part-time every day to make money to make her happy. She was having affairs outside, and I never slept with her.
And then, well, there's no need to say. It's like this now.
Chen nodded, looked at Yi Cheng and said, I believe you.
Chen Lao was shocked. Don't you like him? Why do you believe him again this time?
The internet says that those who lick dogs will not have a good death. In the end, they lick dogs and end up with nothing. Chen felt that Yi Cheng was quite tragic, with a green head.
I'll give you a green hat later. Oh shit. If you were not the granddaughter of Chen Zuzong, I would give you a head on elbow.
Old Chen laughed and said, It's rare for Xiaoying to give you a gift, don't refuse it.
A green hat is pretty nice too. Yi Cheng didn't want to talk. You are older and you have the final say.
He didn't want Mr. Chen to misunderstand him, so he just talked it out. If they want to cheat Parkson, they definitely need the help of Mr. Chen. After all, he is the inventor of the patent, and Parkson needs him, the ancestor, to set the price. Yi Cheng has made all the arrangements and the rest depends on Brother Wang. Brother Wang needs some time to rebuild his relationship with Andy. After all, he had cheated this woman last time. The next day, Yi Cheng arrived at school. More and more people on the internet came out to criticize him, and his own short essay also appeared. It was all about how infatuated Lu Ru was with him and what she had done for him. This attracted the attention of a large number of girls on the internet, and they all went to the school's official website to ask the school to fire them. Vice Principal Zhang looked at Yi Cheng with hatred and speechlessness. Look at what you have done.
Don't you know your influence? The school's reputation has declined again, and I'm afraid this year's enrollment will be affected.
Vice Principal Zhang looked at Yi Cheng and said, the principal also asked about it.
I helped you stop it. If it weren't for me, you would have been expelled.
Then fire me.
It's not like I haven't been fired before. What are you talking about?
This matter hasn't been thoroughly investigated yet.
Did you abandon me after having an affair? I'm messing around.
Yi Cheng spat out a mouthful of tea and said, stop talking nonsense, okay? Others have the right to say that, but Lu Ru has no right to say that she abandoned him. Vice Principal Zhang waved his hand to avoid it and looked at Yi Cheng. Yes or no, if you are playing with others, just be honest and say it directly.
What else can I say to you? I knew you were playing with it. I really didn't.
Yi Cheng looked at this flirt speechlessly.
You are so flirty, you know that. What about Teacher Chi? We are in a normal relationship. But others don't believe it, Vice Principal Zhang said. People on the internet love melodrama.
The more outrageous it is, the more popular it is.
No one wants to believe the truth,
and everyone likes to watch what they like. Yi Cheng looked at Vice Principal Zhang and said, just tell me what you want to do. Vice Principal Zhang gave Yi Cheng a look and quickly sat down next to him. That vacant lot on the east side of the school has been empty for over 10 years.
It won't look good if it remains empty any longer. Is 50 million enough for you to build a building? Enough. Absolutely enough.
Vice Principal Zhang patted Yi Cheng on the shoulder and said, it would be great if you could help Parkson Company recruit a few more students from our school this year to improve the quality of employment.
I heard that you know their CEO Jean.
Yi Cheng covered his nose.
Vice Principal Zhang stopped pretending. What are you pretending for?
You kissed, it was even on the news, and you still refuse to admit it. All we know is that you kissed, but for those who don't know, maybe you went to a hotel. Old Zhang just wanted to get something from Yi Cheng. These are his political achievements. He also has ambitions. After all, the principal is old, and he is young and strong. He can definitely inherit the position of principal, but he lacks some achievements. Yi Cheng said, other matters are easy to discuss, but the Parkson matter is difficult to discuss. I don't get along with them, and their president is currently fighting a life and death battle with Jinwan.
Let's not get involved. Vice Principal Zhang Weiwei widened his eyes and asked, you know about this kind of thing? He quickly sat down and said, is there anything we can help you with? Ms. Jean can't lose.
She has to kill her boss. When choosing between Jinwan and Li Yangyi, there is no need to hesitate. I will definitely choose Jinwan. After all, Jinwan and Yi Cheng have a good relationship.
Zhang De can only get benefits if he helps Jinwan kill his boss. As for President Li, did he give Zhang De any benefits?
Vice Principal Zhang is a smart man.
Chapter 84 Psychology. School affairs are much easier to handle with Vice President Zhang around. The other party is also afraid that Yi Chang will cause trouble. The last incident has already damaged the reputation of Zhang University. If it happens again, Vice Principal Zhang will have a hard time handling it. After learning the truth about Lu Ru's suicide, Vice Principal Zhang revealed his true colors and said that he would deal with it seriously. Who to deal with? Yi Chang was not grateful to Vice Principal Zhang, it was all because of the interests. Liu Ru? Oh my god. Are you trying to kill me? Many people on the internet sympathized with Lu Ru after she committed suicide. After all, nothing can compare to life. Some people are willing to give up their lives to fall in love. The women on the internet were extremely moved and their hearts were overflowing with love. If the school deals with Lu Ru again, her tragic experience will make the woman hate Yi Chang even more. The wrong people were dealt with. The ones who should be dealt with are those who spread opinion news and distorted facts. Yi Chang-dao said that to deal with Lu Ru was to hang himself up and provide ammunition to the enemy. What could Lu Ru do wrong? She's just willing to risk her life for love. She's just a pure love warrior. Yi Chang's tone was sarcastic, and Vice Principal Zhang was also stunned when he heard it. He sighed in his heart, "You are really cold-hearted. This is the other side of the rich, or you can say it's the other side of men. I can be good to you and let you live a rich life, or I can let you fall into hell." Vice Principal Zhang said, but Lu Ru is the source. Dealing with her can quickly calm the situation and reduce the heat of the news. My principal, you don't understand what the pure love warrior means to those people. Yi Chang is experienced, after all, he is a real bootlicker. The reason why the women on the internet are angry is because they all want to have a licking dog of their own. Those who are angry at Yi Chang have already put themselves in the role of Lu Ru and are moved by themselves. After all, how can we empathize with each other or even get angry about it if we don't share the same values? Only people with the same ideas would do that. Now that the bootlickers are no longer licking them, these people feel hurt and feel it is unreasonable, and just at that time the Lu Ru incident happened. Everyone thinks that they have given countless sacrifices to love just like Lu Ru, and the return they ask for is reasonable and justifiable. A dog should continue to lick, so how can they give up just like that? Where in the world is their anger without reason? Yi Changbala paused, and Principal Zhang's face twitched in surprise. What you said makes a lot of sense. You know a lot. The school has an elective psychology course. I attended the class seriously to get the credits. Teacher Zhang is a very capable person. But the school doesn't seem to have any professional psychology courses. Yi Chang said casually. This course has a lot of credits, and he didn't miss a single class just to make up the credits. This reason is really laughable. Principal Zhang felt a little horrified. Let us not talk about Yi Chang's professional courses. It's quite good to study this unconventional science. You really have the wrong talent. But to be honest, the professional knowledge of civil engineering is not very useful to Yi Chang now. Instead, this elective course is more useful. Once we figure out why those people are angry, the problem will become easier. Yi Chang smiled and said, as a school, don't we have the obligation to face the truth, not spread false statements, correct erroneous public opinion, and educate students to mend their ways? It is reasonable, legal, and positive for the school to deal with those who posted the videos for such reasons. And Yi Chang will not let those go. The school's crackdown is only the first step, to reduce the heat first. As for how to deal with it, there are many ways. Vice Principal Zhang thought for a moment and pleaded for a favor. Can you please spare them? They are all classmates. You want me to be merciful to my enemies? My principal, don't you know the story of the farmer and the snake? Yi Chang flatly refused. I definitely don't agree. I'm being talked about online every day. If my old man wasn't a bit heartless, he would be forced to hang himself if he had any serious thoughts. This has seriously affected my relationship with Chi Gue. We are all adults and should be responsible for our own actions. Still think of yourself as a child. Even if it was a child, Yi Chang would slap the other person if he met him. Kindness is never indulgence. Yi Chang continued to increase the offer. The school naturally had its own considerations. He understood but did not accept them. It was simply that the conditions he offered were not attractive enough. I'm going to start my own business. I plan to set up a chemical company. All employees can be recruited from the university, and the compensation is comparable to that of a Fortune 500 company. Mr. Chen and I will be collaborating on a multi-billion-dollar investment project. Are you not interested?
A one-stop service for industry, academia, and research, transforming scientific and technological achievements into the commercial market. This is a great achievement for the president.
Hiss.
Vice Principal Zhang gasped, "If you say so, I have nothing to say.
Those students did make mistakes and they should be punished."
Once Yi Chang put forward the conditions, he couldn't refuse.
It is reasonable to punish those who made mistakes for the sake of the school's employment. If you make a mistake and don't accept punishment, will you commit a crime in the future when you enter society? I am doing this for their own good.
Vice President Zhang felt that those people deserved to postpone their graduation, and Jiangnan University would never release unqualified students into society. If someone applies for graduate school or something, these people have problems with their thinking and have incorrect values, and of course they cannot enjoy the country's higher education benefits.
Yi Chang felt that it was almost done. If you dare to slander me, I will ruin your future.
His cruelty is never because of his nature, but just a means to deal with his enemies.
If you are too kind, others will only think that you are easy to bully.
Being able to handle strong winds and heavy rains, and standing firm in troubled times, this is the true nature of a man. The reason why Principal Zhang dared to put forward conditions to Yi Chang was naturally because he had something in his hands.
All the surveillance cameras of Jiangcheng University were in his hands.
The surveillance footage clearly captured what happened.
Lu Ru's injury wasn't serious, just a broken leg, so she just needed to recuperate. Yi Chang left after talking to Principal Suk, and he was very busy.
After completing this, I have to go and see how things are going over there with Brother Wang. I need to be patient to cheat the Parks and Company. He walked to the school gate and waited for his online taxi to pick him up. Suddenly, he felt someone looking at him. Before he could react, he instinctively felt threatened and jumped back, then saw a hand passing in front of him. Yi Chang stood still and looked. A middle-aged man was standing in front of him. His lips were trembling slightly because of anger. Without waiting for Yi Chang to speak, the man chased after him and attacked him.
Yi Chang was not polite either.
He dodged the opponent's hand, jumped to the side, and kicked the opponent's knee. While the man was standing unsteadily, Yi Chang gave the man a big kick and knocked him down. Only then did Yi Chang have the chance to speak clearly, or I'll send you in. You hit me for no reason, you must be crazy.
Chapter 85, Learning Makes People Progress. You are Yi Chang. You hurt my daughter so badly. Are you still a human being?
The man stood up angrily and wanted to kill Yi Chang when he saw him.
After hearing this, Yi Chang knew who this person was? Lu Ru's father.
Think about it, if Lu Ru committed suicide and was admitted to the hospital, her parents would definitely be notified, so it is understandable that they would come to her door.
But Yi Chang refused to admit it. I have nothing to do with Lu Ru.
If you want to know who is related to her, go ask her and stop blaming me. Yi Chang looked at Lu's father. I understand that you are angry, but that doesn't mean I have to give in to you.
Yi Chang took out a cigarette.
He didn't smoke, but he started smoking recently because of the pressure. It's really easy for a woman to bully a man. Taking a puff of his cigarette and suppressing the anger in his heart, Yi Chang said, Lu Ru and I are not in a romantic relationship. I did like her, but she has had several boyfriends, and none of them was me.
Father Lu simply couldn't listen.
He just felt that Lu Ru was still lying in the hospital, and Yi Chang was still slandering his daughter. In his heart, his daughter was the best.
You beast, are you still a human? I will fight you to the death.
Yi Chang dodged and said, Don't force me to attack you.
If you make me angry, I won't be polite to you. How can I allow you to do whatever you say? Am I a born bad guy?
Seeing that Lu's father refused to give up, Yi Chang turned around and shouted, and the school security guard hurried over and grabbed Lu's father. Father Lu became even more agitated when he was dragged along, and he was convinced that Yi Chang was colluding with the school to bully them. I'm going to sue you all, I want justice for my daughter. Yi Chang was also annoyed, then go ahead and sue me.
Damn it, I'm being polite to you, and you really think you're right?
Yi Chang was already angry about Lu Ru's matter, and now it made him even more irritable. This matter affected Chi Gue. Although Chi Gue didn't say it, Yi Chang could feel that Chi Gue was uncomfortable, but he was just enduring it for his own sake.
Everyone really thinks they have their reasons. Go ahead and sue me if you want. I'm not afraid of you. I'm telling you, I'm the victim. Lu Ru's mother tricked me. I have nothing to do with her. I've never slept with your daughter. Do you understand? Yi Cheng sneered, don't think that being a father is great and glorious for fighting for your daughter. Your self-admiration is worthless. Yi Cheng took a deep breath and felt much better. I never succeeded in pursuing your daughter. When I was pursuing her, she was having an affair with someone else. Now that she knows I'm rich, she wants to come back. I won't pursue her anymore. Why? This is also my fault. You rich people are bullies, you bully. Pooh. Yi Cheng looked at the other person and felt that there was really no need to waste time talking. If you continue to talk nonsense, I won't be polite. Ask your daughter what's going on. Stop bothering me. When Yi Cheng saw the online taxi coming, he got in quickly. It was all because of the advanced information technology nowadays. It's really screwed me. I went to the hotel first and waited for a while before Brother Wang came back. Brother Wang looked regretful. He did meet Andy, but this woman had become smarter and Brother Wang didn't get on. As soon as the experienced driver Brother Wang gave a hint, Andy refused. But the good news is that she took the piece of paper you gave me. Brother Wang looked as if he hadn't let you down. I don't know whether the woman behind will think the same as you do. It depends on what she does. Yi Cheng also frowned. Things were not going well. It was difficult to cheat Parkson, and now Andy had become smarter, which made it even more difficult. Seeing Yi Cheng was silent, Brother Wang thought for a moment and said, how about I set up a magical game for you? What the hell? It sounds very high-end. Brother Wang whispered, it's actually a scam. Do you understand the pig-killing scheme? Brother Wang knows so much about what he has been through. Yi Cheng thought about it and decided to shake his head. It would be better not to get involved with those messy things when cheating Parkson, otherwise everyone would know that he was cheating people. Just bet on Andy's humanity, those who are willing will take the bait. The piece of paper that Yi Cheng gave to Brother Wang was actually a piece of data from Chen Zuzong's patent. Andy would definitely ask Parkson's experts to verify the data. Just wait for her to contact you. Wait until she contacts you. What if there is no contact? Then we'll talk about it later. Brother Wang rolled his eyes and said, Brother, I have to say something about you. It's just like finding a sister. If you don't perform well and show yourself, they will think you are boring. Only when everyone is happy can it be truly happy. Yi Cheng was helpless. This metaphor was really. It is irrefutable and truly a wise saying. Yi Cheng admired Brother Wang immensely. He was truly a man of talent. He could comprehend such profound wisdom from the matter of finding a girl. Not everyone could do that. With brothers like Brother Wang who always help him, Yi Cheng feels that there is still warmth between people. Brother Wang checked his phone and sent a voice message back fiercely, hurry up, hurry up. I'll come find you when I have time. We'll talk tonight. Seeing Yi Cheng looking at him, Brother Wang said, you're by Yue Guang's mother, I haven't seen her for a few days, and she's looking for me again. Yi Cheng didn't say anything, but just gave Brother Wang a thumbs up. It's only been a few days, and he has already taken control of Gao Xiang's mother. Were you born to be a gigolo? Brother Wang said that this was no big deal, and it was all because of his excellence. Yi Cheng was very curious, why is that woman pestering you? My husband is having an affair outside, and my life is empty and lonely. This is the common problem of middle-aged rich women. They appear to be aloof and dignified, but they are actually very wild inside. I have trained my eyes for many years to see through them. Brother Wang looked around and then touched his belly and said to Yi Cheng, middle-aged women are the easiest to deceive. Those with some education are no different from idiots. They are all in need of love and are making trouble. Brother Wang said that this is all normal. He never says that he is a good person. He is just a trash scum, but that doesn't stop women from liking his bad side. So love is just bullshit. Brother Wang said that he missed the old days very much. It was meaningless to have affairs with women every day. He still wanted to keep his feet on the ground. Yi Cheng's face twitched when he heard this. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen anyone as shameless as Brother Wang. Brother Wang is actually rich. Gao Xiang's mother gave him a lot. This man always says the same thing, I will never spend a woman's money. I just save it for you. Yi Cheng felt that he could not be like Brother Wang. When he could be like Brother Wang, he would probably be the most powerful Poseidon among the Poseidons. But I am not bad, and I am not a playboy. I am serious about making friends. In short, I still need to learn more from Brother Wang. Learning makes people progress. Chapter 86. See if you can bribe him. After waiting for 2 days, Jiangda University talked to the students who posted the video, and President Zhang personally came out to explain the situation and present the facts. Then the principal got angry. The female classmates who spread the video refused to admit it and thought they were helping Lu Ru, speaking up for women and safeguarding women's rights. Each one of them is extremely righteous. In the school's conference room, he and Vice Principal Zhang and a group of others were arguing fiercely, refusing to delete the video no matter what. You are suppressing students, hindering freedom of speech, and not allowing us to speak. The school is protecting this scumbag Yi Chang. He's playing with women. Are all of you teachers blind? If we don't speak up for Lu Ru now, who will speak up for us if we encounter the same thing in the future? We are protesting the school's decision and demanding that Yi Chang be expelled. Being rich is such a big deal. The school needs to give us an explanation, or we'll go online and let everyone judge. While arguing with the teachers, he took out his mobile phone and pointed it at them, intending to post the ugly faces of these teachers on the internet. These people are very confident. Now that Yi Chang is being badly criticized, there are countless people like them on the internet who support Lu Ru. They even broadcast live in the hospital, attracting a lot of attention. The teachers were very angry. The school had the video and didn't know what the truth was. But these people just didn't want to believe it and said the school had edited the video. Are you crazy? No one expected that today's college students are so stubborn. Vice Principal Zhang was being pointed at by more than a dozen cell phones. He had originally helped these people and pleaded with Yi Chang. Finally, Yi Chang gave him face and the deal was concluded. He didn't expect that his kindness would be in vain. The school does not accept threats. Principal Zhang's heart hardened and he said that they were bullying others. But who was bullying others? Do you understand what you're doing now? You're distorting the facts, deliberately spreading false statements, and fabricating a false impression. We've even shown you the surveillance footage, yet you refuse to admit it, right? I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm announcing the school's decision. I hope you'll take the initiative to remove the video and calm the situation. The school will then show leniency. Otherwise, would you have released the video? Vice Principal Zhang sneered, don't wait until the school posts the video online. We'll make you all embarrassed then. You can delete the video if you want. The school won't force you. It's your decision. After saying that, the principal left. Why was I talking nonsense with you? I was just too polite. I thought about being a role model and giving these people a chance, but it seems I was overthinking it. Yi Chang's grandson also saw through it. What the hell, you are really nosy. But he had just finished the meeting for half a day when those female classmates actually found someone to negotiate with him, and the other party politely knocked on his office door. Vice Principal Zhang smiled bitterly upon seeing the visitor. Su Zijin, how come you're involved too? Our student union is here to serve our classmates. They asked me to be the president, so I couldn't not come. Su Zijin looked at Vice Principal Zhang with bright eyes. So what's the truth about the principal? Our law students are getting all excited and are discussing Lu Ru's situation. Of course you sympathize with Lu Ru. Someone has already said that. Vice Principal Zhang looked at Su Zijin and said, the truth is, this matter has nothing to do with Yi Chang. If those students refuse to give in, Yi Chang will take action, and no one will be able to escape. I advise you not to get involved. If Yi Chang gets angry, you may not be able to withstand it. I want to try it? Vice Principal Zhang glared angrily, don't make things difficult for yourself. I know you have the guts, but Yicheng doesn't need you. Listen to me and don't get involved. If you want the truth, you'll know when you watch the surveillance footage. Everyone on campus is saying Yi Chang is a scumbag. There's no basis for rumors. There must be consequences. Bad character always has consequences. Vice Principal Zhang was unhappy. Yi Chang was willing to spend money on building the building for him. He was a little dissatisfied with Su Zijin's stubbornness. This girl came from a wealthy family and was a real white, rich and beautiful woman. Yi Chang is just in a relationship with teacher Chi Gue. What's wrong with that? Teacher-student romance is not nice, but it's a private matter in this day and age. Now you've dug it up and posted it online. You're a top student in the law department, so you know better than me what this is, right? Vice President Zhang said bluntly, "Don't get involved, or Yi Chang will cause trouble for you, and I won't be able to help you." He has an entire Red Circle law firm behind him, and he's also called all the lawyers from the Tianping law firm over here. He's even booked a whole floor of the hotel as his base. You are a student and you don't have a job yet. What can you use to fight Yi Chang? Vice Principal Zhang is doing this for Su Zijin's own good. If he were to cause trouble for Yi Chang at this time, he would be asking for trouble. To be honest, he felt that Yi Chang was playing really big this time, and it was scary. Su Zijin said, "I just wanted to help my classmates." What's wrong with that? Su Zijin stood up, showing off her beautiful figure, and turned back to thank Vice Principal Zhang. Seeing her like this, Vice Principal Zhang had a bad feeling. As soon as the others left, I contacted Yi Chang and told him about it. Yi Chang was speechless. Student Union President? He had offended her before. "You're sick." I tried to persuade her, but it didn't work. She's a woman who writes short stories online. You can take a look and learn more about them. Anyway, I did my best. Yi Chang exhaled deeply, waited for Vice Principal Zhang to push it over, took a look, and was speechless. Su Zijin writes short essays on the internet, writing about some emotional cases and acting as an emotional mentor. He actually has more than 8 million fans. Definitely a tough guy. Yi Chang took a look at the articles she had written in the past. They were all written from a female perspective and had obvious bias. The lawyers at Tianping law firm were sorting out the materials and would appeal to the students who would spread the video. When Lining finished, she glanced at Yi Chang and said, "Emotional riddle, you still read her articles. This blogger is always trying to stir up trouble and advocate for women's rights, but she makes a lot of money." You know that too? Lining sighed and said, "I've handled several cases in Beijing, all of which involved emotional disputes. The employers kept quoting from each other, saying that they were motivated to divorce or break up after reading this blogger's articles. But to be honest, this blogger is quite capable and understands the law very well. She just skirts the line and takes an ambiguous stance, so some people who want to sue her can't." What's wrong with writing articles on the internet? If you can't even write articles, what else can the internet do? Yi Chang said, "This person is going to come down and confront me. Just think about it and you will know that Su Zijin is definitely not here to speak for himself. He only comes here to criticize himself to gain traffic and popularity." Lining was stunned. Big V internet celebrities like her are very scary. Mr. Yi, you are really troubled. This is really troublesome. If this blogger stirs up trouble, I am afraid that more people will scold you. Lining thought about it, looked at Yi Chang and said, "Can you contact her and see if you can bribe her?" Chapter 87. It's you. Lining analyzed to Yi Chang, "Aren't these people writing articles on the internet just to make money?" Yi Chang has money and can use it to shut them up. Yi Chang said, "That means I have to give in and beg for mercy. There's nothing we can do about it. The influence they're setting on you is still significant. Your reputation is already bad, very bad. If they continue to stir up trouble, you'll be completely ruined." Lining said with a wry smile, "From a legal perspective, we're not afraid, but it will affect your life in the future. Will you be haunted by nightmares if you don't surrender?" Yi Chang said, "It's true that I have money, but do you think it's possible for me to spend money on a strange woman?" Yi Chang's mouth curled up into an arc, and his eyes were cold. Lu Ru's troubles were already annoying enough, and Parkson was still waiting for news on their arrangements. At this time, Su Zijin jumped out. One by one, they want to step on me to establish their own status in the world. Do you really think you are a local dog? Do you feel that you just have money, no other resources, and are helpless? Yi Chang knew that Lining was thinking about him. After all, he was a young man and his life had just begun. He would never be able to clear his name if he had a lot of black material on him. The reputation will definitely be damaged and it will be irreparable. The way scholars kill people is disgusting. Yi Chang sneered, "But if I just let it go, I'm afraid everyone will think I'm easy to bully. Last time I fought for the truth, and I'm going to do the same this time. Get ready. If she publishes a biased article attacking and slandering me, sue the online platform. I remember online platforms have an obligation to uphold social order in good morals and correct values, right?" Lining was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Why didn't she think of this? Really, no one would sue the platform because the chances of success are slim and the costs are high, but Yi Chang is not one of them. Yi Chang is rich, and although his reputation is currently very bad, he is still considered famous and has some influence. that's a good idea. Let's put pressure on the platform and block her account directly. Lin Ying felt that she lacked experience, so she called Lawyer Jiang over. Lawyer Jiang was surprised after hearing this. The price is too high. Offending the platform may not be good for you in the future. Now someone wants to kill me, what future do I have? Yi Cheng said, money is used at this time. If my money can't protect me, then what's the point of having money? Just do this. Yi Cheng decided to fight to the end and never compromise. And those who are the culprits will not be let off. They all just know how to stir up trouble. They want to eat up my traffic and kill me. Then why should he be polite? Yi Cheng thought about it and decided to contact Jing Yang. Jiang Cheng owed him a favor, and it was time for them to repay the favor. He asked Lawyer Jiang and the others to go about their business while he went to find Jing Yang. When we got there, the security guard wouldn't let us in, saying that Jing Yang wasn't there. Yi Cheng was waiting at the door of the city government. After an hour, Jing Yang had to come out. Yi Cheng's reputation was too bad now, and he was afraid of trouble. What should I do if Yi Cheng makes excessive demands? Sitting down in a cafe, Jing Yang was helpless. Never mind, just tell me what you want to do. You're so mean, hiding from me? You know the reason very well. We're afraid of you. You stink so badly right now. How can we get involved with you? Oh my god. Yi Cheng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I am guilty, let the law judge me, please don't put accusations on me. Jing Yang rolled his eyes and said, go ahead, go ahead. Don't go too far. We'll repay you for your kindness. I'm afraid you can't pay it back. I plan to invest in a chemical company in Jiangcheng. The first phase will be to invest 5 billion yuan to produce environmentally friendly coatings. Environmental protection is a major issue now. Are you interested in cooperating with me? If not, I'll go to the next city and ask around. Yi Cheng never thought of asking the official uniform to speak for him, and it was unlikely. It's still an exchange of interests. I will invest in Jing Yang. Our interests are aligned, so I'm not afraid that you won't protect me. Jing Yang's eyes were half closed, and he looked like he didn't care much, but he was already excited. 5 billion? First phase, then there will be second and third phases. How much do you plan to invest in total? 300, maybe more. Chow. Damn it, you should have told me earlier. I invited you to have tea in the office, but now we are discussing a 30 billion cooperation in a cafe. This is really unfair to Yi Cheng, your grandson. Jing Yang thought for a moment and looked at Yi Cheng. Actually, the chemical plant is not in a hurry. It would be better if you could help us solve a problem. What is it? You know the Tianfashan construction site, right? Yi Cheng shook his head. I don't know shit. I'm just a college student. What can I know? Jing Yang said, there's a residential complex project over there. The original real estate company wasn't able to handle it, and now the construction is about to be halted and left unfinished. The project isn't worth much, maybe 70 or 80 billion. Can you take it over? Real estate? Yi Cheng frowned. He had Chen Zuzong's patent in his hands but didn't develop it. Why would he get involved in real estate, especially when the construction of the unfinished community was halted? He really had no interest in it. He can lick Chen Zuzong if he works in the chemical industry, as the system is willing to pay him. He has no interest in real estate, and he doesn't know who to lick, Shi Gue? I'm afraid of scaring her. Jing Yang said, yes, if you can take over that community, many things will be easy to deal with. Ordinary people can't buy houses and not get them. I don't believe you, tell the truth. Yi Cheng is now qualified to say this, if you don't tell the truth, I won't consider it. Jing Yang looked at Yi Cheng and whispered, the government guaranteed it back then. If the project isn't completed, the government will be on the hook. Besides, many of our employees have already bought houses there. Do you understand? Damn it. Yi Cheng rolled his eyes. It seemed that this was Jing Yang's condition. Let me think about it. Who was the original developer? Mr. Su from Tianyang Company, by the way, his daughter seems to go to the same school as you, and I heard she's the president of the student union. Oh shit. Yi Cheng's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of murderous intent. It's you. Yi Cheng looked at Jing Yang and said, I've accepted this project. I don't know how to hand it over, so please take care of it for me. Jing Yang was delighted. You are indeed aware of this. That's great. You have helped us solve a big problem. The unfinished building is now a social focus, and it also affects the life savings of ordinary people. The municipal government has also guaranteed the loan. Yi Chang is able to help out, which shows that he is very conscious. But Yi Chang has his own plans. He has to agree just for the sake of Tianyang Company, right Su Zijin? Just wait and see. He also wanted to thank Jing Yang for providing him with such a good opportunity. He was just worrying about how to deal with Su Zijin, and now it was delivered to his doorstep. Jing Yang took a sip of coffee and then said, "Come back to the municipal government to discuss your chemical company." Jing Yang also wants this project. But Yi Chang felt that he had already agreed to one project and immediately agreed to another one, which seemed too arrogant, so he said, "I have no money. We can talk about it later when there is a chance. One project costs 700 million or 800 million. Where can I get so much money?" Chapter 88, A Sense of Deja Vu with the Fortune 500. When Jing Yang heard Yi Chang say this, he nodded slightly. He was a little disappointed that Yi Chang was not a billionaire, otherwise the two projects could be promoted at the same time. Jiang Chang would be on the verge of making a fortune. However, if Yi Chang really has a net worth of hundreds of billions, it may not be a blessing. Jing Yang suddenly felt that he was greedy. Yi Chang's willingness to take over the unfinished building project was already helping him solve a big problem and avoid the worst outcome. Once the construction of that building is really stopped, the municipal government will be jointly liable, which will be a joke. The details of this matter still need to be communicated with the senior leaders and others, and a meeting must be held to decide it. Jing Yang knew that it was just a formality. The leaders are all very anxious and are eager for someone to take over so that they can get out of the situation. It is impossible for them to refuse. Yi Chang was simply a timely help to them. Jing Yang looked at Yi Chang and laughed. "Tell me, why are you being posted online again? According to the news, your character is really terrible. It's not a problem for young people to be a little romantic, but why are you being posted online every day? Are you addicted?" He was speechless. The municipal government was also keeping an eye on public opinion to prevent being slandered again. It was not targeting Yi Chang, but the two recent big news stories were caused by Yi Chang. This time, a girl committed suicide for Yi Chang, which made the young girls in the city government amazed. "Don't talk nonsense, everything on the internet is fake. I have asked my lawyers to sue them in the next 2 days. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with you this time." Yi Chang was speechless. The problem is very complicated. It was originally just a small matter involving Lu Ru, but his news became a tool for the internal struggle between Li Yangyi and Jin Wen of Parks and Company, otherwise it would not have become such a big deal. Yi Chang thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I won't ask you to take sides." Jing Yang couldn't believe that Yi Chang had given them such a big gift package, so he didn't have any requirements. "Actually, it's normal for you to have some requirements. I don't like others threatening me, and I don't like threatening others." Yi Chang looked at Jing Yang seriously. "You must be wondering, why did I come to you?" Jing Yang nodded, unable to understand Yi Chang's purpose. "I thought Yi Chang would ask the municipal government to come out and speak for him, but now it seems that is not the case." Yi Chang smiled and said, "I can handle my own problems. Cooperating with you is another matter. It's not true to say that I have no requirements at all. I do have a small request." Jing Yang smiled. "That's right. How could people fall in love without reason? If Yi Chang didn't have any conditions, he wouldn't believe it. You tell me, I'll think about it. It has to be within the principles. Even if you ask me to help you with the civil service exam, it's fine. You have made contributions to Jiang Chang and can be treated as a special talent, but don't go too far." Yi Chang's willingness to undertake the unfinished building project is a contribution. This helps Jiang Chang solve a real big problem. People who have the ability to solve big problems are talents. Yi Chang smiled slightly. "Don't tempt me to take the civil service exam. I'm not interested. Your work is too rigid and inflexible." He took a sip of coffee, organized his words, and said, "Regarding your cooperation with Parkson, could the leaders please delay it a little? That project requires huge investment and is related to the future development of Jiangchang. It is not something I can decide alone." Jing Yang smiled bitterly. "Your request is too embarrassing. You might as well make an excessive request. It's just to delay a little. I've found a reason for you. Young man, do you still want to guide me in my work?
Jing Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes at Yi Chang. It has to be reasonable, logical, and legal.
That means you're willing to consider it. Environmental friendly.
Yi Chang was well prepared. He and Old Chen had inquired and learned that the production of paint would produce some toxic gases that would cause environmental pollution. Parkson has been involved in many environmental lawsuits overseas, which means that Parkson is not doing very well in environmental protection. Yi Chang and Jing Yang explained, green mountains and clear waters are so beautiful.
We should protect our environment and give more consideration to it. Is there anything wrong with that? This is also a responsibility to the people of Jiangcheng, right?
Jing Yang became serious because he really didn't know that Parkson had a lawsuit regarding environmental protection.
In order to attract investment, who would pay attention to those things? They would always pull him over first and talk about it later.
Now, when Yi Chang said that, Jing Yang felt nervous as if his heart was cramping. Can you be responsible for what you said?
Of course.
Yi Chang was extremely confident.
He had the endorsement of an academician, so what was there to be afraid of?
Jing Yang breathed a sigh of relief.
It was not too late.
Jiangcheng had only signed a contract with Parkson and was still a long way from going into production.
No environmental issues had arisen yet.
If problems are discovered after Parkson goes into production, it will be the end of the world.
The capital company will act first and report later.
At that time, Jiangcheng will be strangled by the other party and threatened with conditions such as providing employment and tax.
It is very likely that Jiangcheng will compromise.
Jing Yang broke out in a cold sweat as he thought about the consequences.
He looked at Yi Chang with admiration and said, I understand. We should indeed consider environmental factors. I'll investigate when I get back.
Jing Yang thought about it and then said, what if Yi Chang has environmental problems as you said, and our cooperation ends?
Can you cover the cost? How big is their investment?
Of course, Yi Chang had to ask clearly. If Yi Chang became a company with a scale of 100 billion, would he also cover the losses?
That would scare someone to death.
What he is discussing with Jing Yang now is actually communicating with Jiangcheng. After all, the other party is the chief steward of the city government. $1 billion, so we are all very concerned about this project.
This is the largest project we have attracted in recent years. Jing Yang is a little confused. Everyone is optimistic about this project. Parkson is a foreign-funded company and one of the Fortune 500.
These two factors make them very excited. Jiangcheng also hopes to take its economy to a higher level through cooperation with Parkson.
But now there is a problem. Yi Chang calculated that $1 billion is about 70 to 80 billion? Is this the only strength of the Fortune 500?
I plan to invest 30 billion for fun, so wouldn't I be one of the Fortune 500 companies? Yi Chang felt like he was looking for a powerful country all over the world, and ended up finding out that he was one of the powerful countries. It felt like Parkson was just a small karami. But he had just rejected Jing Yang.
If he said it was okay now, wouldn't it make him look unstable? It feels a bit bad that I can't show off my abilities easily. I can try hard. Jing Yang nodded slightly. Is it because of financial pressure? I can help you think of a way to find financing channels. No. Thank you.
I am under financial pressure, but I can still get it together if I work hard.
It just takes some time.
Yi Chang pursed his lips, not wanting the other party to see his flaws.
I'm crazy. If I take out a loan, I don't have to pay interest? Chapter 89: The Legendary Beauty.
He has plenty of money, but he just lacks a reasonable reason.
He is willing to take over unfinished buildings and invest in chemical industry.
Besides being able to lick beautiful women, it is of course because these projects are big in scale.
The plate is big, and no one will doubt Yi Chang if he takes out a lot of money. You are a farmer, and if you take out hundreds of millions, people will suspect you in every minute.
Jing Yang looked at Yi Chang and suddenly didn't want to talk anymore.
So, can we just pool together $1 billion to take over? Young man, I underestimated your wealth. So why not use the money to build Jiangcheng? Such an outstanding rich player must stay in Jiangcheng.
Jing Yang is very familiar with Yi Chang's information. After all, when he made news last time, they had already figured out Yi Chang clearly.
Yi Chang is not a local.
This also means that he could leave Jiangcheng at any time.
Jing Yang suddenly became anxious.
It had been more than a year since Yi Chang graduated.
After graduation, would Yi Chang leave Jiangcheng and have nothing to do with Jiangcheng anymore?
He hinted to Yi Cheng to take the civil service exams several times because he wanted to keep this rich man Yi Cheng in Jiangcheng. The impact that a super rich person can have on local economic development is really huge. Now that he found out that Yi Cheng is richer than he thought, Jing Yang is a little impatient. With such an outstanding young man, does he really not want to take the civil service exam? Do you want to join the organization? Jing Yang changed his mind. It would be a shame for such an outstanding young man like you not to join the organization. Ah! Yi Cheng was confused. Why did he feel a strong smell of conspiracy? It's not that I don't want to, it's that I really can't. Once I become a member of the organization, can I still have casual relationships with men and women? The world is so beautiful, I want to go and see it. Thank you for your concern. My ideology and moral character are questionable, so I'm really not qualified. Jing Yang's face twitched. You don't know how to appreciate it. Think about it. I'll give you a chance to speak again. Is it until you are satisfied? Jing Yang smiled and said, that's what I mean. You've made such great contributions to Jiangcheng, so it's only natural to give you some preferential treatment. As a young person of the new era, how can you not actively approach the organization? How can you grow as an individual without the organization's care? The honor of being a team member is too high. I don't deserve it. I'm having affairs with both men and women. Yi Qingjue came clean. What's wrong with Jing Yang? Why does he always want to put shackles on himself? I am an ordinary person and can do whatever I want as long as it is not illegal. But now that I have become a member of a group, do I still want to do whatever I want? You must not have any unhealthy thoughts. Jing Yang laughed and said, don't you say that those are all fake news? Are you being hacked? I'm talking about the future. Yi Cheng smiled slightly. Jing Yang looked at Yi Cheng in confusion. Yi Cheng was extremely frank and looked at Jing Yang sincerely with an embarrassed smile. Look, if I become a member of the team, I won't be able to do anything improper. I have to set high standards for myself. But I know I can't do it. I'm so rich, it would be a pity if I didn't see the world. This is my first time as a human being and I don't have much experience, so I want to take it easy. Decadent thoughts, unhealthy life. Thinking about it, Jing Yang was moved. He also wanted such a life, but unfortunately he had no money. He was so angry that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You have no ambition to make progress. Why do you want to make progress? Yi Cheng smiled slightly. Just don't ask me to make progress. Leader, young people nowadays are used to lying down. Damn it. If Jing Yang hadn't thought about his identity, he would have cursed. Is it so difficult to get you closer to the organization? What bad intentions could I have? I just hope that you will stay in Jiangcheng in the future, invest more and spend more. Jing Yang completely disagrees with people like Yi Cheng going to other places to make contributions. He has a narrow vision and only cares about the local economy. Jing Yang took a breath and said, alright, your thinking is definitely not worthy of being a team member. Will you stay in Jiangcheng after graduation? What's the point of staying in Jiangcheng? Yi Cheng thought to himself, isn't the capital city good enough? I'm a young man, and you don't allow me to look around. You're going to start a business and invest in Jiangcheng, why don't you stay in Jiangcheng? Jing Yang was a little confused. If Yi Cheng took on both projects, the scale would be over 10 billion. Isn't this a career? Investment is investment. What does it have to do with me staying in Jiangcheng? Yi Cheng found it hard to understand. After all, Jing Yang was 20 to 30 years older than him, a generation apart. There is a generation gap. Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, Leader, are you worried that I'll run away overseas like those people who transfer assets? Don't worry, I will always be a farmer's son, I won't run away. You have so much money that you can't spend it all, why are you running away? Isn't it better to stay in China? I can't get used to eating foreign food. Jing Yang didn't want to talk anymore. He would be mad at Yi Cheng if he talked to him. Damn, this guy has no ambition at all. Stop making news in the future. You'll be a prominent figure soon. Go back and set up a real estate company to take over Zhang Yang Company's properties. Wait for my news. You are finally getting to the point. Yi Cheng nodded immediately and watched Jing Yang leave. This leader is good in all other aspects except that he is not mentally normal. You are actually worried that you will become one of the 5 black categories. You think too much. Your money is not earned illegally. The meeting with Jing Yang is very important. Yi Chang is trying to win over the official authorities. This is prepared for Parks and Company. The reason why Mr. Chen's patent is so awesome is that it can save costs to the greatest extent when producing paint, while also reducing the production of toxic substances, greatly improving environmental safety. Otherwise, how can it be called a patent? I have the strict selection of my ancestors, it is impossible for Parks and Company not to come to me for help. As long as the other party comes to him and wants the patent authorization in his hands, Yi Chang can force them to steal it. He guarantees that they can succeed easily. Li Yangi, that grandson, I'll wait for you to die. As he came into contact with more people, Yi Chang also felt that his personality was changing. He used to be timid and afraid of trouble, but now he takes the initiative to cause trouble. As for the news on the internet, Yi Chang didn't pay attention to it. As long as Chi Gue was fine, those news would not affect him. Even his own father doesn't care. After meeting with Jing Yang, it was getting late and the sky was getting dark. Yi Chang found a roadside stall and just started eating when he received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. Classmate Yi, I'm Su Zijin from the student union. Do you have a moment? Yi Chang's mouth twitched as he stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and chewed it with a crunch. Yes, there's the Lao Sha fried noodles on Shade Road. Come over here, I'll wait for you. Student Union President? The legendary most beautiful girl in Jiang University, how beautiful are you? This was someone whom she had never dared to look up to before, but now he was actually looking for her on his own initiative. It was said that Su Zijin's circle of friends were all successful rich second generations, and her circle was also the top circle in Jiang University. Society is a circle, with small circles within big circles. Chapter 90, I don't believe it. Yi Chang hung up the phone with a bit of disdain. I'm so rich but I don't have a circle of friends. You guys are really extravagant. After waiting for a while, a black Audi stopped by the roadside. Yi Chang looked back and saw Su Zijin, with long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a black women's suit and a black miniskirt, got out of the car. The short skirt only covered her thighs, revealing a pair of over a meter-long legs, with a pair of small white shoes on her feet and a sweet potato hat on her head. This outfit immediately attracted countless people's attention, and it was obvious that she was a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. Yi Chang's mouth twitched slightly. He was really good at pretending. But it looks very nice. Yi Chang raised his chopsticks and asked the boss to add another pair of chopsticks. Su Zijin looked around and was a little dissatisfied with the surrounding environment. She frowned. The environment here is not suitable for her status. Yi Chang is a rich man, so why does his consumption taste remain so crude? As expected, the nouveau riche country boy cannot compare to me. Su Zijin saw Yi Chang walking along, and the men around her saluted her. She looked like she was used to it, because she was a goddess that no man could get. She stood beside Yi Chang and took a look at Yi Chang's dinner, which consisted of duck legs, chicken legs, fried noodles, and braised pork. It looked like ordinary roadside home-cooked meals, without any aesthetic appeal. The tabletop was still greasy and it seemed like you could scrape off a layer of oil. A small plastic stool, is this for you to sit on? Su Zijin smiled slightly and said, Yi Chang, let's talk in the car. Yi Chang ate voraciously without even looking at her. He finished the last bite of fried noodles, then took a sip of the beer on the side, and then took a bite of the duck leg. Su Zijin was slightly angry. No man could ignore her, didn't you hear what I said? I heard it. Yi Chang looked up after swallowing the duck leg, but I don't want to go to the car. Don't you see what I mean? Su Zijin was slightly stunned, and could hardly believe that Yi Chang rejected him. Is there anyone who would refuse my request? What is wrong with this world? The men around who were looking at Su Zijin were also stunned. If such a beautiful woman invited them, they would definitely not refuse. What's wrong with being a bootlicker? It's an honor to be a bootlicker for a beauty like Su Zijin. Just these 1 meter long legs are enough to lick for many years. These men looked at Yi Chang with admiration. If Yi Chang didn't leave, they could take another look at his long legs. Su Zijin maintained his composure, feeling that he really shouldn't have placed high hopes on Yi Chang. This fellow had no taste at all, this is the first time someone has rejected me. Do you want me to remember you? Yi Chang rolled his eyes and said, You're overthinking it. Su Zijin frowned. What did this mean? Didn't Yi Chang just want to attract his attention? Isn't it? Impossible. She didn't believe that a sea king like Yi Chang would not be interested in her, and she couldn't accept that she couldn't control Yi Chang. Suzy Jean breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yi Chang. "I'll wait for you in the car." After saying that, she turned around and left, got in the car, and looked back at Yi Chang, who was sitting on the side of the road and continued to eat and drink. After finishing his meal, Yi Chang paid the bill, wiped his mouth, and walked towards her.
Suzy Jean smiled slightly. No man could resist her charm.
But the next moment, Yi Chang scanned a shared electric car, then rode on it and became a man as fast as the wind.
Pooh. Still want to control yourself? Do you know what you are doing?
Yi Chang felt that Suzy Jean was very funny. He must be not used to the mundane world after being praised by others. It was a pity that he was born a country boy and could not spoil him.
Beep beep beep.
Yi Chang heard the horn and looked back.
Suzy Jean was following behind him.
He turned the electric scooter to speed up, then turned into a small road.
Suzy Jean was stunned and slammed the steering wheel in anger.
Yi Chang rode his electric scooter all the way back to the delivery station. Brother Wang has been very busy recently, so he came to take over Brother Wang's shift.
This is Brother Wang's business.
Although there are not many delivery men, it is still Brother Wang's hard work.
Where are you?
Yi Chang picked up the phone and heard Suzy Jean speak angrily.
The goddess can get angry. I thought you wouldn't. What do you mean? Tell me clearly. Suzy Jean said. Yi Chang's mouth twitched. Are you okay, or are you just trying to show off in front of me?
No matter how others treat Suzy Jean and Yi Chang, he will not be polite anyway. I have prepared the cage and am just waiting for you to get in.
Why are you being so polite?
Talk to yourself from a perspective of strength?
Miss Su is not qualified yet. Suzy Jean was extremely annoyed.
Yi Chang really ignored her and had no manners at all.
Are you still a man? How can you treat a woman like this?
You must have drunk too much poisonous chicken soup. Yi Chang smiled and said, I know what you do, so Miss Su has something to say to you. Don't mess with me. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with.
TSK, who are you trying to scare?
Suzy Jean's tone turned cold.
Now that you have a little money, you don't even know who you are, right? So what do you want from me? You can't be looking for me to date you, right? Yi Chang was speechless.
This Suzy Jean should just wait obediently for me to give her a hard blow. Why is she talking so much nonsense?
Are all goddesses talkative? What are you dreaming about? Why don't you look in the mirror? Are you worthy? Suzy Jean took a deep breath.
She just wanted to talk to Yi Chang, collect some information, and ask Yi Chang to give up bothering those who spread the video. Yi Chang told him the place, and after a while, Suzy Jean arrived.
Suzy Jean looked at the harsh environment with a look of disgust on his face. A country dog is just a country dog.
Yi Chang drank milk tea and looked at the other party. Sit down, so what do you want to tell me?
Suzy Jean was standing.
The stools here did not suit his status. They looked dirty and no one knew who had sat on them.
Don't you feel any guilt at all that Lu Ru is lying in the hospital because of you? She jumped off the building because of you, and you haven't even visited her yet. Suzy Jean took out the recorder and didn't care whether Yi Chang agreed or not. Yi Chang smiled and said, I have nothing to do with Lu Ru, why should I go to see her? Aren't you his boyfriend? Please show me the evidence. Everyone says that, but you don't want to admit it. Suzy Jean stared at Yi Chang angrily. Are you playing with women? Yi Chang was also unhappy. He would play with women at every turn. If he did play with them, he would admit it, but if he didn't, how could he admit it? I slept with you and then abandoned you.
That's called playing with women, but you and I have nothing to do with each other.
How can this be called playing with women? Yi Chang said calmly, the relationship between Lu Ru and me is just like the relationship between you and me, understand? I don't believe it. Suzy Jean saw Yi Chang as a scumbag and a sea king. You are just making excuses.
I hope you can apologize to Lu Ru and stop causing trouble for those who are speaking out for justice.
Otherwise, I will be rude to you. You'd better admit your mistake immediately. Chapter 91, Reading more news can help people improve. Yi Chang was very annoyed.
He felt that he should have made things clear with this silly girl.
Why didn't she understand what he was saying?
She even threatened him, you can use your methods to deal with me, but you will definitely pay the price.
I said so.
Yi Chang looked Suzy Jean up and down, and to be honest, as expected of the campus belle of Jiangcheng University, Suzy Jean had a great figure. Her long legs are round and tight, her waist is like a willow, Her face is pure yet a little coquettish, and her coquettishness has a bit of a queenly flavor.
The mixed temperament looks unique. Yi Chang looked at the other person wantonly, his eyes playful. You have a nice figure. Are you interested in having something happen to me? How about I give you a chance? Are you crazy? What a fucking scumbag. Su Zijin's face flushed with anger.
Yi Chang's eyes were full of interest in her body.
He said without disguising, you are dreaming. I have seen many scumbags like you. Just wait and see. Okay.
Yi Chang laughed. I'll wait for you to come to me, kneel in front of me, and beg me. Su Zijin, who had already turned around, stopped and looked back at Yi Chang. She took out her cell phone and made a call, then spat and left. Yi Chang touched his chin with a playful look in his eyes. He didn't care about Su Zijin at all, but the other party might not care.
Yi Chang didn't think much about it, it didn't matter anyway.
He played on the computer for a while when he suddenly heard someone coming in. He thought it was his colleagues who were delivering the food and came back. When he turned around, he saw 3 or 5 men walking in.
Who's Yi Chang? These people were talking, but their eyes were on Yi Chang. He was the only one at the delivery station. In just a short while, 5 people surrounded Yi Chang. Yi Chang was speechless.
These people didn't look very old, nor did they look like gangsters. They didn't have that gangster air about them, but the watches they wore were nice.
There is no doubt that he is a rich second generation.
He remembered that Su Zijin had made a phone call before leaving.
Yi Chang smiled slightly. Don't you know who I am? Do you need to know?
A man stepped on a stool and looked at Yi Chang with a smile. You are Yi Chang. Yi Chang nodded, very calmly, not really afraid at all. He felt sympathy for these people. Not only did they not watch the news, but they also had no brains.
I was so calm, didn't these people think of anything? He is the Grandmaster of Bajiquan. Yi Chang smiled and said, you guys are here to fight me, right? No problem, but can you tell me about compensation first?
Yi Chang looked at the takeaway stand.
Actually, there was not much there.
The most valuable thing was Brother Wang's second-hand computer, but that was a normal price.
As a rich man, the things I use can be ordinary. Couldn't the shabby-looking stool under my butt be an antique? After all, I am a rich man, can I use ordinary things?
The other party was not short of money and was even very understanding of Yi Chang's understanding.
We've paid for the medical expenses, and any compensation will be on our side. Just let us beat you up. This is the first time I've seen someone as understanding as you.
Yi Chang smiled in relief. Everything was clearly captured by the surveillance camera. He stood up and said politely, I'll go close the door. It wouldn't be good if someone saw us. Those people laughed and started rolling up their sleeves. These people were all in the same circle as Su Zijin, and they came to help as soon as the goddess called them.
How can it be okay if someone makes the goddess angry? But the next moment, these people felt something was wrong.
After Yi Chang pulled down the rolling shutters, he began to roll up his sleeves and with just one kick, he kicked a plastic chair into pieces. With a slight breath, his posture became like a tiger, and the momentum of I can beat 100 people suddenly came to him. One of them was stunned for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Chang came in front of him, raised his hand and knocked the man away. The feet move forward and press forward like waves and tides, and the fists in the hands are as powerful as hammers. After a barrage of punches, one for each of them, all 5 of them fell to the ground. The one who was speaking just now opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of yellow water on the ground.
The 5 people's stomachs were churning and they were vomiting water frantically.
They had no strength left in their bodies.
The second generation who was leading the group looked at Yi Chang in horror. Damn, is this still a human being? This turned out to be a kung fu master. Yi Chang carefully dodged the dirty water on the ground, then opened the door and turned around to say to the auntie sitting at the next door, Sister Wang, please help me clean up later. 1,000 yuan.
Sister Wang's eyes suddenly lit up and she hurried to get the tools. Yi Chang and Brother Wang don't like cleaning, so they would rather pay the owner of the small restaurant next door to do it, 20 yuan per time. This time it was actually 1,000 yuan, and Sister Wang prepared it immediately. Before she opened the restaurant, she worked as a housekeeper and was very professional. The person lying on the floor could see it clearly. Sister Wang was stunned. What happened to Xiaoye? They are sick. Look, the ground is covered with their vomit. Yi Chang said, please mop the floor. It's so dirty. It affects my business. Sister Wang nodded. What disease?
If it's an infectious disease, I don't want it. How can it be an infectious disease? You never know. Look at what they vomited, there's yellow and green.
It could be an infectious disease or something. Sister Wang said very experiencedly, Xiao Yi, we need to disinfect.
I'll go get the disinfectant so they don't run away.
Sister Wang ran away after she finished speaking. Yi Cheng looked back at the people on the ground and smiled slightly. He squatted down and looked at the leader. 500,000 in compensation, don't ask for less.
You robbed me? There's no way it's 500,000. We were beaten by you, and you still want money from me?
Yi Cheng picked up a glass string, crushed it, and threw it on the ground.
Look, this is the finest jade I bought in Yunnan. It cost 300,000 yuan when I bought it.
Oh, it's not even 500,000 yuan. Yi Cheng picked up an ashtray and broke off the pieces one by one, placing them in front of the other person. After breaking them off, Yi Cheng clapped his hands and said, this jade is glass type, worth 200,000.
You fucking glass type? This is glass, how could it not be a glass type?
I've seen black things, but never one as black as this. The leader looked confused. Just wait. Yi Cheng raised his foot and stepped hard in front of the leader, which actually created a gust of air that made the other person's hair flow. The leader was so frightened that his face turned pale and he looked at Yi Cheng in disbelief.
Yi Cheng looked at him with a smile on his face. So, have you understood? The leader doesn't dare to do it anymore. He is not a human being. Brother, I was wrong. Just forget what I said just now. I won't dare to bother you again in the future. You're wrong. I'm not afraid of you causing trouble for me. I'm saying that you should read more news in the future.
Yi Cheng lifted the man up and patted his face gently. Reading the news can help you gain knowledge. If you knew who I was, you wouldn't come to me so rashly.
Chapter 92. I just want to find out.
Sister Wang came back with tools and disinfectant. Yi Cheng asked her to do it, and Sister Wang sprayed disinfectant on each of those people. The eldest brother and the younger brothers were so quiet that they didn't dare to say a word.
After being sprayed with disinfectant by Sister Wang, these people were numb.
Yi Cheng gave Sister Wang 1,000 yuan, and then looked at the leader. He didn't even ask about the origins of these people, as it was completely unimportant. The leader suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
Yi Cheng was stunned. What do you mean? Well, can the 500,000 yuan be paid in installments?
Yi Cheng almost burst out laughing when he saw these people.
These second-generation rich couldn't even come up with 500,000 yuan, and they still wanted to learn from Han Feng? Do you know Han Feng? His nickname is Young Master Han. Do you know Brother Han?
Yi Cheng was even more speechless. These people called Han Feng Brother Han, which meant that they were just younger brothers in front of Han Feng, but Han Feng was also a younger brother in front of him.
Damn it! You don't even have 50, and you're still hanging around? What the hell are you doing here?
Yi Cheng called Han Feng, but Han Sha was still asleep. After listening to what Yi Cheng said, Han Feng laughed.
What kind of fool would go looking for trouble with Yi Cheng? Half an hour later, Han Feng arrived and walked into the takeaway station. He took a look at those second-generation people and his mouth twitched. What kind of people were they?
He only had some impression of the leader and they might have had a drink together.
You are Du Xiaoming. Brother Han is Xiaoming, not Xiaoming.
Han Feng rolled his eyes and looked back at Yi Cheng. Their trouble with you has nothing to do with me.
I don't know anything about it. That's not what I meant.
I called you here just to find out what Su Zijin's status is in your circle.
The girl from the Su family? Han Feng was stunned. I'm not familiar with her.
Even though we're in the same business circle, we've only met on some business occasions. The older generation likes Su Zijin, and compared to her, people like us are just trash. After hearing this, Yi Cheng knew what was going on.
Su Zijin had excellent grades and a good family background.
Unlike Han Feng, who was not engaged in business, he was considered someone else's child.
Han Feng must have been disliked by his family many times. Han Feng came close to Yi Cheng and laughed. Why are you asking about her? You have a crush on her.
Looking at Yi Cheng, who was tall and strong, rich, and a sea king, Han Feng nodded immediately. Quickly take that demon away.
TSK, who do you think I am?
Yi Cheng rolled his eyes at Han Feng. She's looking for trouble with me.
That woman is sick.
Han Feng agreed very much. He also felt that Su Zijin was sick, talking a lot of big talk and being particularly feminist.
Offended Yi Chang?
Han Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled wickedly. If you deal with her, you will be helping us get rid of a pest.
Later, the others and I will definitely set up a table for you. What do you want to eat? Do I want it? I can't afford it. No, that's not what I meant. None of us is as awesome as you.
You can give away a nightclub worth 500 million yuan just like that.
Who dares to play with you like that? Han Feng was really scared of Yi Chang.
There are few leaves and much money, just like a reservoir. These second-generation people can spend $1 million on their girlfriends, but if it exceeds $1 million, they have to think twice.
Spending tens of millions on a woman? The question is whether it is worth it and whether it is made of gold. Yi Chang directly gave Xiao Qing a nightclub.
Although Xiao Qing said that she was helping Yi Chang manage it and she was just an employee, the property was still under Xiao Qing's name.
Yi Chang rarely went to Lotus Pond Moonlight and never checked the accounts.
Women like Xiao Qing don't understand, but Han Feng does. Yi Chang's attitude is to give the moonlight over the lotus pond to Xiao Qing.
Yi Chang is like a god in their second-generation circle. When Han Feng and his friends told them about Yi Chang, they didn't dare to believe it. The pattern is not enough.
The 5 bootlickers on the side felt numb when they saw how close Han Feng and Yi Chang were.
Even brother Han is afraid of Yi Chang.
They actually still cause trouble for each other.
This is like an old man eating arsenic because he is tired of living.
Looking at Han Feng and Yi Chang, these people wanted to speak but didn't dare, and they didn't dare to leave.
For a moment, they didn't know what to do. You said you were brother Han's friend, why didn't you tell me earlier? Isn't this just pitting people into pockmarks?
Han Feng knew that Yi Chang had not intended to embarrass Du Xiaoming and the others when he called him over.
They were just some small fry and not worthy of Yi Chang's embarrassment. All these people have to do is give the money.
But when he heard that these people wanted to pay in installments, Han Feng became embarrassed. He had been held hostage by Yi Chang because he had to pay off his debts with a Ferrari. He also thought about installment payment, but he was too embarrassed to say it.
Could it be that Yi Chang remembered himself because of these people? He turned around and saw Yi Chang looking at him with a smile. No need to think about it, this was the reason. Otherwise, Yi Chang probably wouldn't even remember him. For a moment, the past is too painful to recall. Han Feng felt that it was all the fault of people like Du Xiaoming. If they didn't cause trouble for Yi Chang wouldn't have thought of him. I will never use that incident to laugh at myself. Young Master Yi is a bitch.
Han Feng looked at Du Xiaoming and his men and said, if you don't have money, just use your car as collateral.
When you have enough money, come back to redeem it. Du Xiaoming was reluctant, but he didn't dare to say anything.
Yi Chang thought for a moment and said, whoever asked you to come here, you should go and settle the bill with them.
They have money. Su Zijin made a lot of money by writing short essays online. One short essay could earn him 200,000 to 300,000 yuan in rewards.
Seeing that he had a solution, Han Feng waved his hand and told these people to get out. He was very disgusted with them.
What kind of people were they? After they left, Han Feng looked back at Yi Chang and said with a smile, you and Su Zijin are at odds with each other. That's about right. Han Feng looked at Yi Chang and couldn't help but smile.
You are capable of turning a goddess into a psychopath.
I believe in your ability. I will definitely set up a table for you later. You can choose the location. How much do you hate her? Yi Chang felt it was amazing. Let me put it this way. Su Zijin is someone else's child.
We've been living in comparison with her since we were young.
I've wanted to deal with her for more than a day or two.
You're not me, so you don't know how much I hate her. Han Feng felt that the day of his revenge was coming.
Those second-generation people like them couldn't get Su Zijin, so they could only rely on Yi Chang. Yi Chang thought for a moment and asked, does she have a boyfriend? No.
Han Feng was clear about the situation and looked at Yi Chang with a smile. Brother, just deal with her, don't try to hit on her.
Do you still want to be your girlfriend with a woman like that? Don't be fooled by her face, you will regret it. What are you thinking about?
Yi Chang had no interest in Su Zijin at all. When he met Su Zijin, he deliberately put on a lewd look just to disgust the woman.
Is it Qi Gue who is not good or Jin Wen who is not good? One is considerate and the other is extremely capable.
Compared to Jin Wen, Su Zijin is just a child.
Maybe in 10 years he will be as good as Jin Wen.
There is no need to compare Chi Gue with Su Zijin. Yi Chang was deeply moved by the fact that he chose to resign for his own sake. Chi Gue is the best. Yi Chang rolled his eyes and said, I just want to know about her social life. Chapter 93, Chasing Girls is the right thing. Is that so? She doesn't have a boyfriend, but there are many people pursuing her. She has a fiancé. Han Feng said with a smile. He didn't believe what Yi Chang said. Young Master Yi is not a good guy either. He has read all the news. He doesn't know what the relationship between Lu Ru and Yi Chang is, but Yi Chang and Xiaoqing must be related. There is also a female university teacher. A person who is juggling 3 boats, how could he be uninterested in Su Zijin? Didn't you say she didn't have a boyfriend? How come she has a fiancé? A fiancé isn't a boyfriend. Families like ours all like arranged marriages. What's so strange about that? It's decided by the elders, so I don't have much choice. If the other person isn't ugly, it's basically like that. Anyway, you can have fun before you get married, and after you get married, just don't let anyone know. Han Feng said this as if he had accepted his fate. Su Zijin has a fiancé who is the eldest son of the famous local enterprise Yang Jiang Group. Yang Jiang has a good reputation and quality in furniture making. It is currently seeking to go public. Once successful, Yang Jiang Group will be able to reach a higher level. Yi Chang inquired about the eldest son of the Yang Jiang Group. Han Feng asked curiously, why are you asking about Yang Qi? He has already taken over the business of the family business, unlike us. Does Yang Qi have a girlfriend? Lover. This. Han Feng looked around as if afraid of being overheard, and then whispered, of course there is one. He is already 30 years old. How can he live without a woman? Yi Chang showed an evil smile. What he wanted was Yang Qi's scandal. People standing on the shore cannot feel the plight of a drowning person. Only by experiencing it yourself can you empathize with them. Yi Chang didn't care whether Su Zijin knew about her fiancé's situation. If you dare to mess with me, you must pay the price. Yi Chang looked at Han Feng and said, help me get some photos of Yang Qi and his girlfriend. I believe you can do it. Brother, aren't you making things difficult for me? I'm not that kind of villain. Han Feng said that this would break the rules. He will have a fiancé in the future, and it will be the same as Yang Qi. If he tells on others now, others will also tell on him in the future. Yi Chang smiled and said, do you know why your family arranged a marriage for you? It's all like this. You don't understand. You can't resist your family's arrangements because your father gives you money for food and money. But if you can make money on your own, will they be able to control you? Yi Chang smiled and said, sell your car and house, exchange them for money, and send them to me. I will give you a chance to invest in my business. I will also include Songgu and Fatty Wang. What business? Han Feng is not stupid. Everyone wanted to do business with Yi Chang earlier, but Yi Chang didn't say it at the time. Now that he has said it, he must find out more. Yi Chang smiled and said, I have already made an agreement with the municipal government to build a 30 billion chemical group in Jiangcheng. I have several very impressive patents. How much? Han Feng's eyes widened and his lips trembled. What did I hear? Is that the 30 billion you just mentioned? Is there a problem? Of course there's a problem. Brother, are you bragging? Do you know how much money 30 billion is? Han Feng was speechless. Yi Chang's investment in one project could exceed that of his company. There's no way to brag like this. He couldn't believe it. He completely trusted Yi Chang for the small business worth tens of billions, but 30 billion was really too much. Han Feng quickly said, are you kidding? I'm kidding. I've already made an agreement with the municipal government and the academicians. How can I joke about something like this? Do you think the municipal government can be deceived? Yi Chang said, it's still confidential now. I'm giving you a chance to make some money. This is fucking true. What Yi Chang said made sense. Cheating the municipal government was a serious matter. No one would do such a thing as long as they wanted to survive in Jiangcheng. Han Feng couldn't help but feel hot in his heart. I'm going to be rich. An investment of 30 billion, and then when it goes public, you can just sell the stocks at will. I can't even imagine it. Not to mention asking him to get some photos of Yang Qi, I can even go with you to catch them in adultery. I'll lead the way. Han Feng decided to sell all his sports cars when he got home, and then cheat some money from his mother.
He had to get at least 300 to 500 million. Otherwise, I would be too embarrassed to play with Yi Chang. From now on, whenever someone asks me what I am doing, I will immediately retort that I have just invested in a 30 billion project. Thinking about Han Feng, I feel that way. I'll get you some photos later.
Yang Qi has more than one girlfriend.
I only know two.
One is his current secretary, and the other was his college classmate.
Wait for my news. Han Feng ran away in a hurry. He wanted to go home and sell the car. After he left, Yi Chang contacted Songgu and talked about the cooperation with him when he came over. Songgu quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for taking me along. I still have 700 million or 800 million in my hand. I can make up 1 billion. Don't worry about the money, just prepare it slowly and turn it into shares later." Yi Chang didn't care about shares at all. He had so much money that he couldn't spend it all, so he didn't expect to make money by starting a business. Doing projects and running businesses are just a facade. Songgu is a flexible person and works in a nightclub, so he must know a lot of people. He asked Songgu to come for other things. Yi Chang opened his phone and pushed it to Songgu. Songgu looked at it with disgust. "You are still watching this kind of thing? My wife also watches this thing. It's really speechless." What Yi Chang showed Songgu was Suzy Jean's short essay on the emotional riddle. No man would like it. Emotional riddles are aimed at women. Yi Chang smiled and said, "You invest some money and sign a contract with the other party. Set stricter breach of contract clauses. It would be best if the other party loses everything if a breach of contract occurs. I will give you the investment money." Songgu was stunned and felt that things were not what he thought. It was obvious that Yi Chang was trying to cheat people. Songgu took Yi Chang's phone and looked at it carefully. "Are you trying to cause trouble?" "It's not that I want to cause trouble, I just think this is a good project." Yi Chang smiled, knowing that Songgu didn't believe it, so he said, "The owner of this account is a beautiful woman." After hearing this, Songgu immediately revealed an evil smile, feeling that he understood. Yi Chang must have failed to catch up with the other person, so he wanted to use some tricks. "You're really dedicated to picking up girls. Okay, if that's the case, I agree. How much is the investment?" 100 million. Songgu said that he had the money and would use it in future investments so Yi Chang wouldn't have to pay for it. He would definitely get things done. Songgu would not believe Yi Chang for any other reason, but in order to pick up girls, Songgu believed Yi Chang. Chapter 94. The Goddess is Back. Mr. Yi is rich and his life is empty, so it is normal for him to play big. As for whether using such means is fair and moral, is there any need to care? The real world is a jungle, and it's bloody, okay? If the girl can really handle it, she will naturally not agree. If you can't handle it, then it's your own choice. I was just helping Yi Chang with a small favor, and what's more, Yi Chang was willing to take me with him to do big business. A 30 billion project, how many people have the opportunity to do this kind of business? Only by working on big projects can you have the opportunity to become one of the top few people in society. Yi Chang completed his plan at the takeaway station. She should feel honored that he had made such a big plan to deal with Suzy Jean. Other women don't have this blessing. At this time, Chi Gue called and asked, "Are you coming back for dinner?" "I'm working overtime." Chi Gue was silent for a long time, and she was breathing heavily on the phone. What nonsense was this? It took a while for Chi Gue to suppress his anger. "Explain what you mean by working overtime." Yi Chang hung up the phone, then switched to video and called again, letting Chi Gue see his work environment. "I am really working overtime. The takeaway station can't be empty. Business is good at night, so someone needs to be watching. And the brothers who run takeaways also need to come back to rest. There's no one left. Brother Wang is helping me to do great things, so of course I have to help Brother Wang to look after his career." Chi Gue looked at it in disbelief. "So you really are working overtime?" A local tycoon is watching over the store. Thinking about it, Chi Gue was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Just now, he thought that Yi Chang was making excuses, wondering if he would no longer love him now that he had his body. "Then shall I bring you something to eat?" "Don't bother. There's a small restaurant next door to us. The owner, Sister Wang, is very kind. They give us any leftovers they can't sell at night as midnight snacks." Yi Chang had already eaten and was just joking with Chi Gue on purpose. When men and women get along, there must be a certain atmosphere. It sounds like feeding a dog. Chi Gui laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. She decided to go see Yi Chang. Yi Chang naturally didn't care, his girlfriend just came to check on him. Ha, Sister Wang just cleaned the floor this afternoon, so I'm not afraid. Thinking of this, he should thank Du Xiaoming and the others. If it weren't for them, he would not have thought of asking Sister Wang to clean up. Otherwise, if Chi Gui saw their usual appearance, how could he still go to bed with them? But Chi Gui hadn't arrived yet, and Su Zijin called, Yi Chang, what do you mean? What do you mean? This time, Su Zijin had already learned what had happened from Du Xiaoming and the others. Yi Chang had confiscated Du Xiaoming's car. Yi Chang hung up the phone immediately and said noisily, "You are not a goddess but a crow." Su Zijin was going crazy. In fact, she just wanted to find Yi Chang to get Du Xiaoming's car back, but she had no manners at all. The phone kept ringing, so Yi Chang turned it off directly. This woman is so rude, even if she is a goddess, she would lose points. Yi Chang looked back outside and waited for a while, then saw a woman walking towards him briskly. Yi Chang rushed out in a flash. Chi Gui looked at Yi Chang with a smile. "So good, come out to greet me?" "Yes, I came here specially to welcome you." Yi Chang quickly took the things from Chi Gui's hand and took Chi Gui's hand to walk inside. Sister Wang stared at Yi Chang and Chi Gui, her eyes shining. "This girl is so pretty." "Xiao Yi, your girlfriend?" Yi Chang immediately shook his head. Chi Gui was stunned, turned around and looked at Yi Chang intently. "Give me an explanation. What does it mean if I'm not your girlfriend?" Chi Gui was dissatisfied. Yi Chang immediately smiled and said, "My wife." Sister Wang rolled her eyes, feeling like she was being fed dog food. Chi Gui narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Yi Chang thought, how could I be fooled? I have already prepared myself. After entering the store, Chi Gui looked around. It was his first time entering Yi Chang's life. So this is what a takeaway station is like. Chi Gui laughed and said, "I always thought that all of you takeaway guys were from the platform." "Everyone thinks so, but it's not true," Yi Chang said. Chi Gui was curious, "How much can you earn in a month? Are you girls curious about men's salaries? Do you want me to hand over your salary?" Yi Chang said. Chi Gui narrowed his eyes, "Would you like to?" Yi Chang immediately took out his bank card, which contained several 100 million yuan. Chi Gui suddenly felt his face getting hot, and he fanned himself with his hands, waving them away and saying, "I don't care about it. It's just a small amount of money. I don't care about it at all. Keep it for yourself." Yi Chang likes Chi Gui just like this. Their relationship has changed and teacher Chi has become more relaxed. She is usually very serious, but now she can talk nonsense like a little girl and say one thing and mean another. Yi Chang put away the bank card and thought for a moment, "Is there anything you want to buy recently? What are you going to do again?" "I just want to buy something for my dear." Chi Gui rolled his eyes and quickly looked outside. Seeing that no one heard what Yi Chang had just said, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The little puppy is really too unreserved. She felt she couldn't bear it anymore. Be careful. Yi Chang doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. It's so difficult to find a girlfriend who is not materialistic and has positive values nowadays. It's not that it's impossible, but it's not easy. Yi Chang smiled and said, "Let's go shopping together. The house is so big, we need to fill it up. We need to buy food and daily necessities." Chi Gui agreed with this. The villa was very large and decorated, and there were few things that belonged to him. She watched from the side, and after a while she felt her body sticky. When she turned around, she saw Yi Chang leaning on her. The little puppy is so clingy. But sister-brother relationships are also good. Yi Chang was serious for a while and then started to touch her. He felt Chi Gui's profile was sexy and he couldn't help it. He kept looking at the back. There is a bed in the back. Chi Gui's face flushed and she pushed Yi Chang away. She was a little scared. As an old woman, she was no match for the young man. Yi Chang is at the peak of his firepower. After a while, Chi Gui begged for mercy. "Don't do this to me, it's embarrassing, can't you be more serious?" "I can't be serious when I'm with you." Yi Chang was completely shameless, and his fingers kept taking advantage of Chi Gui. Chi Gui blushed, dodged and dodged, wanting to refuse but also to accept, which made Yi Chang distracted and full of desire.
Yi Chang is becoming more and more bold, and Chi Gue feels so embarrassed.
The little puppy is really too much. It's okay at home, but here.
Yi Chang was about to carry Chi Gue inside, when he suddenly saw someone standing at the door.
He was stunned for a moment. When did this person come? After seeing who was coming, Yi Chang was speechless.
Chi Gue also saw Su Zijin, and was so dumbfounded that he wanted to find a place to hide, as he was seen by others.
Yi Chang was very annoyed. He was really ruining his own good thing. Holding back his breath, Yi Chang said unhappily, "What are you doing? What are you looking at? Have you never seen a man and a woman flirting? Shameless thing." Su Zijin was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yi Chang. "Where's the car?" Chapter 95, Don't Show Off to Me. "What car? Do I owe you a car?" Yi Chang was completely rude. Su Zijin may be someone else's goddess, but what does it have to do with me? He hugged Chi Gue and kissed him on the face. "Don't be afraid." Chi Gue rolled his eyes at Yi Chang and said, "Put me down. This is so embarrassing. It's all this damn woman's fault." Yi Chang put Chi Gue down. Su Zijin looked at Chi Gue and then at Yi Chang. The two of them. You really know how to have fun. Teachers are more fun than female students, right?
Chi Gue was stunned, her whole body frozen in place as if frozen. The corners of her mouth twitched as she wanted to explain something.
Su Zijin's words made Chi Gue feel very bad.
Chi Gue thought of his identity as a teacher again, and was suddenly ashamed. It turned out that no one would allow his love with Yi Chang. She thought that as long as she resigned late, she could be with Yi Chang, but someone still reminded her.
What should she do? Chi Gue couldn't hold back his tears and wiped them away.
Yi Chang turned around and stared at Su Zijin fiercely. Without thinking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Su Zijin's neck.
"Apologize, or I will kill you. You, let me go."
Yi Chang slapped Su Zijin in the face with his backhand, letting her go. He stared at her with eyes as cold as if covered with a layer of frost. "Once or twice, you acted like a piece of shit in front of me, and now you dare to slander my girlfriend."
"I really gave you face."
Yi Chang had been quite polite when he had been talking to Su Zijin before. He didn't care that this woman was showing off to him and he could even joke with her.
Those things are really harmless. But this time he was really angry. He actually said Chi Gue in front of him. Does he think he is a dead man?
Yi Chang sneered at Su Zijin, who was covering her face in disbelief.
"Teachers are more fun than a female college student like you. I wouldn't even look at you if you were to play with me like this. Who wouldn't be more vicious? If you can't even protect Chi Gue, what's the point of having money? You are a scumbag." Su Zijin looked at Yi Chang stubbornly.
At this moment, she only wanted to take revenge on Yi Chang.
From childhood to adulthood, her father was reluctant to hit her.
She was surrounded by praise and envy, and everyone treated her like a treasure. She never expected that Yi Chang would actually slap her. This slap hit her pride and hurt her self-esteem.
"Just wait for me." Su Zijin turned around and left.
She was afraid that Yi Chang would hit her again, so she would just wait and take revenge on Yi Chang in her own way.
"I will make you pay the price."
"Bah, you're nothing if you try to show off to me." Yi Chang's eyes were cold. "If I don't step on you, I'll just retire to the mountains and go home to farm." Chi Gue felt a sense of security when he saw Yi Chang.
The little puppy biting people was really powerful. You shouldn't have hit a girl.
Yi Chang was still angry. She is a worthless girl, just a green tea.
Do I need to care about her? Don't worry about what others say. Anyway, I am serious about you. Yi Chun hugged Chi Gue and whispered, "We've already slept together, you are mine."
The rule in our mountain area is that if a man bullies his wife, he will be looked down upon if he doesn't fight hard.
Ah. Chi Gue didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but after hearing Yi Chang's words, she felt much better. "Wife? It's what we say in my hometown. My home is in the mountains, not deep in the mountains or old forests, but just on the edge.
It's not easy to find a wife, so the woman in charge of the family has a very high status.
I'll bring you home later. With your looks, I'll definitely be in the spotlight back home. I'll even have a banquet and invite everyone to come and see you."
Chi Gue didn't dare to think about it. It felt very weird.
Wouldn't that mean he would become an animal in the zoo?
She thought for a moment and said with some worry, "Su Zijin's family has a strong background."
Yi Chang chuckled, "Isn't it just the Zhang Yang group? Why would I be afraid of his father?
Don't worry, even if his father comes, I will beat him up.
His father won't dare to say anything nonsense.
Jing Yang had hinted to himself that if anything happened to the unfinished building project of Zhenyang Group, the impact would be huge.
Logically speaking, it's not that there is no solution. Jing Yang will definitely not ask me to take over the property. Zhenyang Group must be at its wits' end now.
Otherwise, it would be too outrageous for him, a secretary general, to let a college student like me take over. Su Zijin is so awesome now, mainly because she has the support of her family. If something happens to Zhenyang Group, there will be no need for her to be a young lady.
In a matter of minutes, it was the result of a girl from the club. Thinking of this, Yi Cheng looked at Chi Gue and knew what he wanted her to do. Teacher, can I find something for you to do? What is it? You can register a real estate company under your name and the registered capital.
Yi Cheng paused for a moment, thinking about how much money he should pay for registration. That property would cost at least 700 to 800 million, so he would need to start with 10 billion.
But how about going online? Will 50 billion scare Chi Gue? Then what?
Chi Gue urged when he saw Yi Cheng stopped and was hungry.
What did the little puppy want him to do? Registered capital is about 30 billion. Chi Gue glared. Are you crazy? Or are you kidding? Company registration can't be a sham these days.
The state has regulations requiring the payment of registered capital within a certain number of years.
I don't have 30 billion. Even if I sell it, it wouldn't be enough. Damn it.
As expected, Chi Gue was frightened, but Yi Cheng had already thought of it. Listen to me, I have a cooperation with the municipal government and will take over a project. I also have a cooperation with academician Chen from our school, the Chun Zuzha who came out of the mental hospital. He gave me a few patents, and I will produce them in the future. The city government will help me contact the government for 30 billion yuan, and I'll use the patent as collateral for the loan.
Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Is this true? Are you asking about cooperation with me and the others, or about trying to trick you? All of them. Chi Gue's heart was pounding like a drum. 30 billion, that's a lot of money. What if Yi Cheng cheats me? Can I pay it back by working? Cut.
30 billion is nothing, I smiled slightly, added a string of zeros, and the system had to give it to me. Anyway, they told Chi Gue that the city government helped them to contact the funds, and told the city government that these funds were raised from the public.
Can they still tell the other party the truth?
Yi Cheng smiled and said, don't worry.
This is a collaboration between me and the municipal government. It's very safe.
I'll put up a few 100 million, and the municipal government will help find a bank for the rest.
Dean Chen's patents have huge economic value, so it's easy to get a loan. Chi Gue finally nodded and said, okay, I'm yours anyway, so I can't do anything if you try to cheat me. Favorability plus 30. Chi Gue favorability, 105.
Yi Cheng sighed, he was completely devoted to her. He sat in the store holding Chi Gue. As for the passers-by who just shook their heads, Yi Cheng didn't care at all.
Billions were already in his hands. Chapter 96, Rich people are really scary.
Just register and the funds will arrive immediately.
From now on, you will be the boss of the company and you will have the final say in the company. Yi Cheng promised crazily. Chi Gue's heart was beating like a drum when he heard it. He felt very excited and looked up at Yi Cheng and said, how much money do you have? It's quite a lot.
I can never spend it all anyway. Chi Gue said, oh, thought for a moment and said, then I'll listen to you.
Just listen to me and don't try too hard. No matter how hard you work, you won't make more money than me. Holding Chi Gue, Yi Cheng felt a little uneasy and always felt angry. Looking at Chi Gue, Yi Cheng wanted to go to the back room.
Chi Gue quickly said, no, just bear with it for a while, go home and do whatever you want, I am not a casual person.
Yi Cheng was helpless. Since they said so, what else could he do?
It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening when Brother Wang came back slowly.
Chi Gue fell asleep on the sofa.
Yi Cheng looked at Brother Wang speechlessly.
How dare you come back? I endured it for a whole day just for you. Do you know the pain of being unable to do anything when a beautiful woman is at your disposal? Wang Gu glanced at Chi Gue and was shocked. Isn't this the person you're in love with?
Yi Cheng rolled his eyes. Brother Wang was a seasoned driver, so he understood immediately.
Well, you can't blame me. I'm still doing things for you. I've been stretching all afternoon. It's not easy for me. My waist is sore now. Yi Chang was stunned. Any progress? The big truck that Brother Wang was referring to was not someone else but President Andy.
Brother Wang smiled slightly, crossed his legs and looked at the empty cup, and Yi Chang immediately poured him tea.
Brother Wang looked disgusted. That's it?
Yi Chang immediately ran out and got 2 cups of fruit tea from the milk tea shop next door.
Brother, have some tea. 25 yuan a cup. This is the highest etiquette among deliverymen.
I usually can't bear to drink milk tea that costs 25 yuan, so if someone sells me a cup, they must think you are their real father.
Brother Wang was very satisfied.
He took a puff as usual and said, "It worked. This afternoon, Andy asked me about your patent, and I said I could help, so it was successfully driven."
To be honest, I saw that Siha. Is this what I want to hear? Yi Chang quickly massaged Brother Wang's shoulders. Focus, brother, focus.
The point is, she asked me to steal the patent information, and she wanted to buy it from me.
Brother Wang rubbed his head nonchalantly. I can take her money, who am I looking down on?
I stole the patent for her because of love. I immediately rejected her offer of 2 million.
You shouldn't refuse. If you refuse, won't the evidence be gone? Yi Chang felt regretful. Brother Wang made a wrong move.
Take the other party's money, leave evidence, and then you can cheat Parkson. Brother Wang sneered. I asked her to stay with me for a month.
I don't care about money. You don't know my noble character. It's just my little hobby. Puff.
Yi Chang couldn't help but burst out laughing. You are awesome.
Just tell me, which is better, 1 month or 2 million?
In 1 month, I can produce 100 terabytes of evidence.
Brother Wang laughed proudly. Give me some money later.
I want to buy a house by the sea and go on vacation with Andy.
I also want a high-definition camera. That's expensive.
Yi Chang immediately transferred 10 million to Brother Wang and said nothing more.
Brother Wang is awesome. This is truly an ancestor-level figure.
Brother Wang said, when I'm not around, you have to help me run my business.
I understand.
Don't worry, I will manage your business well.
You said this is a high-tech company that you built bit by bit.
Brother Wang looked at Yi Chang, thought for a moment, then took a piece of white paper and wrote a note and posted it on the wall. No dating in the office.
Yi Chang's face twitched. This is a bit too much.
I will help Brother Wang guard the takeaway station, and Chi Gue will definitely come to see me.
Are you not letting Chi Gue come?
Brother Wang sneered and said, because I don't have any, so you should also consider my feelings.
How come you don't have any? You have so many? Those are all good friends.
Yi Chang was no match for Brother Wang at all and immediately nodded in surrender. Brother Wang had a lot of good friends, enough to form a platoon if they were all included.
Yi Chang took Chi Gue and took a taxi home. Brother Wang snorted, dating? Xiaoye still can't let it go. It's so tiring to be in love.
It's more comfortable to be in love with your body.
Yi Chang didn't bother Chi Gue in the evening. He got up early in the morning and cooked a pot of porridge.
After having breakfast, he took out his mobile phone to read the news.
News about myself is still hanging on the internet.
The peak of popularity has passed.
After all, his case was not a big deal.
A girl just committed suicide for him, and she is not dead yet.
It was he who pushed Lu Ru to death.
The news lacked follow-up explosive points, and after a few days, everyone got tired of it. The reason why it was still popular was mainly because of the feminists, goddesses, and fairies on the internet. The only internet celebrities who can touch him are those who are rich and unkind and have no sympathy.
Why should I be a Virgin Mary?
Looking at these nonsensical and funny videos, Yi Chang was cold and disdainful. You know nothing. What these internet celebrities and big versus lack in their lives is a summons from a big compound. It was just like that after reading the news, and then Yi Chang solved the emotional puzzle.
After what happened yesterday, Su Zijin should be extremely annoyed. The heat has dropped today.
If she doesn't take action now, she will be late to eat shit. Sure enough, Su Zijin wrote his own short essay, but as expected of a law student, the essay was just full of what he heard, and the language was vague. But considering the recent news, anyone who sees it knows that it is talking about me. She even wrote about the time she beat women, based on her own experience and how she could empathize with them.
Yi Chang smiled slightly and waited for you to take action.
He was not in a hurry at all.
Su Zijin's essay was sent this morning, and it would take at least 2 days to achieve the maximum effect. Is Linning up? Mr. Yi, I'm not asleep. Do you have any instructions?
By some internet trolls to hype up this emotional riddle. Buy more, and it would be best if it gets listed on the hot news list. Lin Ying, who had already known Yi Cheng's operation, immediately covered her conscience hurt so much.
I am going to be an enemy of my own conscience again.
She felt that since she provided legal services to Yi Cheng, her heart would eventually turn dark.
I'm not really willing to do this, but Mr. Yi treats me so well. I have to make a living too.
If I don't do it, there are plenty of lawyers in the firm who would be eager to do it.
Okay, is 1 million enough? Is your law firm out of money? Have you spent all the fees I gave you? Yi Cheng sprayed. This young lawyer is simply hilarious. 1 million is useless. He wants to deify Su Zijin and praise him as a god.
Then let Su Zijin fall from the altar.
The higher he flies, the harder he falls. If you have money, you are not afraid of playing with others. Add a zero, make it bigger.
Lin Ying exclaimed, rich people are so scary.
Chapter 97. Do you have time tonight?
After hanging up the phone with Yi Cheng, Lin Ying quickly looked at today's article on emotional riddle. After reading it, Lin Ying breathed a sigh of relief.
This blogger is really asking for trouble. Isn't today's article talking about Yi Cheng?
Although Yi Cheng's name is not mentioned, if a dog can read, he can tell who she is talking about.
No wonder Mr. Yi is angry. How cruel it is to have 10 million water armies. Fatty Zhang, here comes a job worth 10 million. Lin Ying said while holding the mobile phone.
Don't worry, Lawyer Xiaolin, I will definitely get it done for you.
If you can't, come back and hit me. You are my real mother. I will transfer everyone here to handle this matter. Bah, I'm not your mother. Lin Ying hung up the phone and took a deep breath.
She was a lawyer, but now she was almost becoming a water army dealer.
Mr. Yi, are you kidding me?
I feel like I don't respect my profession very much.
Yi Cheng turned around and saw Qi Gui just coming out of the bedroom.
Qi Gui in pajamas looked different again, and Yi Cheng laughed. When Qi Gui heard Yi Cheng's laughter, he stopped and quickly tried to find a place to hide. Don't scare people so early in the morning.
We didn't have any last night.
Qi Gui turned around and ran into the bedroom, slammed the door shut, and then sent a message to Yi Cheng, telling him to get out and do what he should do.
Yi Cheng was suddenly helpless. How could Qi Guixia be so scared? Was he that cruel?
He felt that he was just averagely strong. Seeing that Qi Gui didn't move, Yi Cheng had no choice but to look at the kitchen with regret. His kitchen was quite nice, and it would be nice if it was decorated properly.
Yi Cheng went to work. He had already made his plans. Now he just had to let the bullets fly. What is he in such a hurry for?
On the way to the takeaway station in the morning, Yi Cheng saw an old man listening to Peking opera with an old tape recorder. He felt very excited and immediately went to buy a set of speakers and put them at the takeaway station.
Peking opera started with a bang in the morning.
The sound of gongs and drums came in waves. By 8 or 9 o'clock, the delivery guys all came to work. When they saw Yi Cheng there, they were a little dumbfounded, but no one said anything.
Since Brother Wang is not here, Yi Cheng is the boss.
Yi Cheng saw off these delivery dogs who were working hard to make a living at the door.
How terrible would this society be without them? He turned around and was about to sit down when he saw a beautiful woman walking towards him. Yi Cheng, you really work here?
Yi Cheng nodded and motioned Zhang Jing to sit down and talk. Looking at the other person's exposed long legs, Yi Cheng said, wear long pants in the future.
Long legs may look good, but it's not a good influence. Sister Wang next door is a big shot.
Everyone knows that he has a girlfriend. If a young lady comes along, people will misunderstand. Zhang Jing was stunned.
She dressed like this on purpose so that Yi Cheng would admire her. What if he fell in love with her?
Zhang Jing smiled awkwardly. It's a bit hot today, I'll be more careful next time.
Any news on your matter?
Yi Cheng didn't go to see Zhang Jing. If he wanted to be the financial backer, Zhang Jing had to put himself in the right position. He is not short of money, but it also depends on whether Zhang Jing knows how to behave.
If he can't behave, what future can he have in the entertainment industry? There's news. I've inquired about it. It's true that there's a problem between the celebrity company and the investors.
They couldn't reach an agreement, so there's a high probability that they'll be replaced.
This will result in a funding gap of approximately 80 million.
Zhang Jing felt a little guilty.
He didn't know whether Yi Chang was willing to pay 8,000.
After hearing this number, she was also very troubled. It was really too much, but this TV series was a big production, with veteran actors and newcomers.
If the role was good and could promote the actor, she might become famous. 80 million? Yi Chang was speechless. The projects I am working on now are all worth tens of billions, okay? And you told me 80 million? Not even a small goal. Do you know the composition of their investment? How much money did the producers put in? Are there any other investors? How many shares can I get with 80 million?
As for how much he could get back, Yi Chang didn't care. As he said before, he had no shortage of money. On the one hand, he praised Zhang Jing because the other party had asked him for help and wanted to devote himself to him, and his attitude was very sincere, and he did not dislike Zhang Jing at all.
Besides, I am also very curious about the entertainment industry.
Why not go and check it out if I have the chance? Zhang Jing quickly explained, and she really figured it out. The producer of this TV series was quite powerful, and even Yi Chang had heard of their name. This time they will contribute 30% of the investment, and the remaining 70% will be given to other investors. Originally, the Star S agency also invested, but recently the leading actress in the TV series became even more popular, so the agency requested that the actress' salary be included in their investment cost, in order to increase their stake in the TV series. The producers were originally willing to consider it, as the problem was not too big, but then the agency wanted to increase the actor's offer and also wanted to squeeze in some other actors from the agency.
When the producers saw it, they were like, oh shit, this is too much. If I really agree, the main actors will become the other party's people, so what's the point of filming it?
So the two sides started to quarrel with each other.
Everyone joined other shareholders and talked again and again.
The agency was more powerful and did not agree to part ways.
The producer is also an old dog in the circle and has status and position.
He felt that he was bullied and wanted to replace him.
This left 80 million yuan for investment. This is actually the share that originally belonged to the agency.
But the agency is very powerful in the circle and uses connections everywhere to hinder others from investing, forcing the crew to give in.
Zhang Jing finally finished, that's it.
The producers can't get any investment, but they're unwilling to give in.
They're stuck in a rut.
Mr. Zhang said if I can get some investment, he'll give me the second female lead.
Only the second female lead?
Zhang Jing smiled bitterly and said, the second female lead is pretty good. TV dramas need to sell well, and they all look at the leading female lead's reputation.
I'm a newcomer, and being able to get the second female lead is already a high starting point. That makes sense.
The female lead is strong in the market, and the second female lead is really good for a newcomer. Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, then you can go and negotiate with them.
Money is no problem. Really?
Zhang Jing almost shouted. Yi Cheng dug his ears and said, keep your voice down.
It's just a small amount of money. Is there any need to get so excited? You don't understand my excitement.
Zhang Jing looked at Yi Cheng and smiled, are you free tonight?
No, I have to work overtime tonight.
Zhang Jing looked at the takeaway station and was speechless for a moment.
So overtime means staying here?
Yi Cheng felt somewhat helpless. In his opinion, this was just a trivial matter.
Was he afraid that he wouldn't pay? You don't trust me?
No, it's Mr. Zhang from the production company who has already arrived in Zhangcheng.
If this isn't a negotiation, he has to talk to you in person. I'm just little Karami waiting on you for dinner.
Zhang Jing lowered his head in grievance.
What else could he be thinking? Yi Cheng smiled and said, serve? The fact that you use these two words shows that you have some ulterior motive.
After understanding the situation, Yi Cheng did not blame Zhang Jing. He just wanted to make progress.
What was wrong with that? Chapter 98, Doubling is no problem.
In the guest room of Jiangcheng Jinghua Hotel, Zhang Fan received a call from his partner Lu Hua. After listening to what the other party said, Zhang Fan was very annoyed.
They are going too far. No one is willing to do so? Zhang Fan couldn't believe it. The entertainment industry is so big that no one is willing to invest in him. Having been in the circle for many years, the connections I have accumulated are of no use at all? Aren't there several companies that are interested in your project and are willing to consider it?
The previous companies have all changed their minds.
Not surprisingly, it's definitely because they're big-name celebrities.
Those companies will naturally be willing to give them face if they want to work with them again in the future.
Lu Hua said, verbal promises don't count.
The crew is currently on hiatus and burning through cash.
Celebrities have limited schedules. How about we make some concessions? Is this a question of compromise? Is it that I don't want to give in?
Zhang Fan was a little annoyed, of course not at Lu Hua, but at the female stars agency, which relied on her celebrity status to bully people and really didn't give her any face at all.
He understood the rules of the industry.
Celebrities' words carried weight, so he was naturally willing to compromise, but there had to be a bottom line. If he agreed to the other party's demands, he, the investor, would become a fucking employee.
Earn a little money by kneeling down. Does he have no shame? No identity?
The other party has no martial ethics at all. Zhang Fan was filled with resentment, muttering in his heart, if you don't give in, I won't give in even if I die.
If we give in now, how are we going to survive in the industry? We'll be bullied by female celebrities and won't dare to say anything. We'll lose the reputation we've had in the industry for 20 years.
The crew gave up for the sake of face.
Now they are banning us and we have no money. The money we spent before has gone down the drain.
Lu Hua was also very annoyed. The other party was going too far, but he had more strength, capital, and resources than himself.
Lao Zhang, in life, you should bow your head even when you should.
Zhang Fan was silent for a moment. It was not that he didn't understand this principle.
But if we follow their conditions, we will just become workers, earning a little money and having to kneel down for them? Zhang Fan couldn't accept it.
They wanted the number one role, and they also wanted those smaller roles.
They wanted to bring in everyone in the entire company. They didn't care about the quality of the TV series, right?
Those people don't understand TV drama production at all, and in the end it's their own project that gets ruined.
This may not be so bad. It might have other effects. Are you saying what a professional should say?
Zhang Fan was impatient and a little disappointed with Lu Hua.
It seemed that Lu Hua wanted to compromise.
The damage caused by the suspension of the TV series was too great. If they compromise once, they will compromise countless times, and eventually these serious producers will become wage earners, kneeling down and begging others for food.
Zhang Fan couldn't help but think of Zhang Jing. Old Lu, wait for me for a few days. I have great prospects here. Once I get the investment, we will ignore them. All right. Lu Hua had little confidence. Now that the other party had mobilized their resources, where could Zhang Fan find the money? After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan contacted Zhang Jing. He was actually trying his best to save the situation.
When Zhang Jing went to him to find out the situation, he hinted that he had a financial backer.
Zhang Fan didn't believe it at first, but what if?
Now, after talking to Lu Hua on the phone, he took Zhang Jing's matter seriously and must seriously obtain the investment. I hope the financial backer behind Zhang Jing is really rich.
It is not easy to find a coal boss in the entertainment industry now.
Coal bosses are all smart, and those who have money do it themselves.
How is Zhang Jing? I'm already in Zhangcheng. Can I meet with your friend and talk to him? Zhang Fan couldn't wait as soon as the phone was connected.
Zhang Jing said, my friend is at work.
Can you come over and talk? Work? Shit, your sponsor still has to go to work? Whose sponsor is going to work?
Zhang Fan felt speechless, his expectations were dashed.
It was possible that Zhang Jing's financial backer was not that strong.
Maybe he pretended to be a sponsor to seduce Zhang Jing. Tell me the truth, how strong is your friend?
Otherwise I don't have time to play with you.
Mr. Zhang, don't worry.
I've already told him that the investment isn't a big problem. I just need you to come and discuss it. He can't leave right now.
Zhang Fan agreed, even though he felt there was little hope, but he was already there, right? He was unwilling to not see her.
Is investment not a big problem? That's because people like you who are outside the circle have no idea what the entertainment industry is like now.
Zhang Fan decided to give it a try, so he quickly took a taxi to the food delivery station. He heard the rumbling sound of Peking opera at the entrance of the alley. Zhang Jing was standing at the entrance of a food delivery station, waving at him. A young man was leaning on a recliner, looking like a rent collector.
Zhang Jing whispered to Yi Chang, Mr. Zhang is here.
Yi Chang opened his eyes and glanced at Zhang Fan, then stood up, shook hands with him, and asked him to sit down. Zhang Fan felt that Yi Chang looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. After thinking for a moment, he said, I heard that Mr. Yi is interested in the entertainment industry.
You're too polite. You came here for money. I have money. Let's be straightforward.
Yi Cheng smiled and said, I don't understand the entertainment industry, but Zhang Jing is my senior. She said that your TV series is of good quality and the professional level is also online, but it's just short of money.
Yes, yes.
Zhang Fan nodded, but he was complaining in his heart, young man, you are so rude.
I am a celebrity in the circle after all, and you are not polite to me at all. Speaks in an old-fashioned manner. Yi Cheng smiled nonchalantly and said, What is it? How much money are you short of? What role can you offer Zhang Jing? Tell me. If you don't tell me, how can I consider investing in you?
Zhang Fang glanced at Zhang Jing and said, Your friend is so arrogant. Zhang Jing smiled with some confidence. Yi Cheng speaks arrogantly, but he is really rich. Zhang Fan thought for a moment and said, It'll cost at least tens of millions. What role Zhang Jing can be given depends on her acting skills and performance. She still has to fight for it on her own.
That's it? Yi Cheng smiled and said, I'm a direct person and don't like to beat around the bush.
I heard Zhang Jing say that you're short of 80 million.
Is 80 million really enough? Oh shit.
This tone, this attitude, this slightly disdainful look, made Zhang Fan look forward to it for a moment.
How much does Mr. Yi want to invest? Yi Cheng said, Do you think it's okay to double it and give Zhang Jing more roles? Zhang Fan blinked, unable to believe it. It's doubled already. Don't you think about it? 160 million? 200 million is fine.
Mr. Zhang has a broader vision.
If you'd like me to invest alone, I can cover the entire amount. That way, you don't have to ask for help from others. It's better to ask me for help instead.
Yi Cheng stretched out his hand and said, It means making friends.
My name is Yi Cheng.
Zhang Fan straightened his body suddenly and remembered who Yi Cheng was.
Isn't this the rich man who challenged the whole internet?
Yi Cheng said on the internet that he spent tens of millions on a lawsuit in order to challenge the entire network. If they spend tens of millions just on a defamation lawsuit, they must be well funded.
Chapter 99, Do you want to be a sugar daddy?
Zhang Fan never expected that it would be Yi Cheng, the rich man. If you can spend tens of millions on a lawsuit, then it is reasonable to spend hundreds of millions to pick up girls.
I am so happy that Mr. Yi can invest in us. You are welcome to invest in us.
Zhang Fan hurriedly shook Yi Cheng's hand. At this moment, all the agencies and the list celebrities are nonsense. Zhang Fan felt that he had found a big tree and could enjoy the shade. Zhang Fan thought for a moment and said, Mr. Yi, I can get you half of the investment share, about 300 million.
Is that okay with you? Heroine? It has to be the heroine.
Zhang Jing is a newcomer, he can't take over the market.
Do you understand this?
Zhang Fan said with a smile, the leading actor's status can be raised a bit.
We're not using a top-tier star right now.
As long as the crew has sufficient funds and can let the leading actor resist the market and add a group of veteran actors, there should be no problem.
I've been in the industry for 20 years and I still have some confidence in TV drama operations.
As long as Yi Cheng is capable, the heroine will not be a problem. Zhang Fan glanced at Zhang Jing and asked Zhang Jing to help speak up. Now he wanted a role for Zhang Jing. The producer had no problem with it, so it depended on Yi Cheng's opinion.
Zhang Jing quickly whispered in Yi Cheng's ear, How about I give it a try?
While speaking, Zhang Jing grabbed Yi Cheng's hand and kept digging. Yi Cheng took his hand back and said, Who do you think I am?
Don't seduce me. I have a girlfriend.
Yi Cheng turned around and nodded to Zhang Fan.
I'll give you 350 million. Just like any engineering project, there are bound to be unexpected situations when filming a TV show, so there might be overspending, right? If the budget is a little more adequate, we can hire some good actors, right?
I haven't seen such a high-quality production in years.
Zhang Fan took a deep breath. A rich man is a rich man.
Looking at the simple takeaway station again, Zhang Fan didn't think it was simple at all. With Yi Cheng here, it was magnificent. It is true that a mountain is not famous for its height, but for the immortals living there.
Whether a place is good or not depends on the people, right?
Zhang Fan was afraid that Yi Cheng would regret it, so he quickly called and asked Lu Hua to send the contract over.
Lu Hua couldn't believe it. Say it again, damn it, how much?
350 million, and I want a female lead, that Zhang Jing, whom you've met.
I know Zhang Jing, but the person behind her is so powerful? Lu Hua wanted to complain. Girls nowadays are so powerful.
Zhang Jing is really stealing the role of a top star.
You've already started stealing things before you even enter the entertainment industry? Aren't you afraid that you will be bullied by others in this circle in the future? Zhang Fan smiled slightly. You know shit, Dog De who is her junior, do you dare to believe it? That wealthy man surnamed G? Alright. I am too narrow-minded.
In this case, Lu Hua will send the contract to me immediately. Yi Cheng checked it and found no problem, so he signed it immediately. Zhang Fan said, Mr. Yi, as long as the funds are in place within half a month, it will be fine. After all, more than 300 million is not a small amount of money, and Yi Cheng might need to raise some. Yi Cheng glanced at him and then directly transferred the money to their company account.
The money has been transferred to you.
Please take care of Zhang Jing and the crew. If you want to work on projects in the future, as long as the project is suitable, you can come to me for investment.
I am still very interested in the entertainment industry.
If you have suitable roles, such as nouveau riche or local tycoon, you can come to me.
I want to play a role too.
Of course, Zhang Fan agreed to Yi Cheng's request, as it sounded like he just wanted to have fun. It's just that their current project is a period drama, and there is no role for Yi Cheng to perform, which is a pity. Just as he was about to sigh about his regret, Lu Hua called and Zhang Fan stood up to answer the phone.
Fuck, the money arrived all at once. A wealthy man is a wealthy man. Is he interested in being a financial sponsor? Zhang Fan was speechless at Lu Hua's incoherent words. What kind of sponsor is this? Of course he can be our financial sponsor. I have a bold idea. Can we invite him to invest in our company? He has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in one go. Needless to say, he has financial resources. We have production capabilities, but we lack money. The company has several projects waiting for funds. Lu Hua exhaled. Think about it, if we had a financial sponsor, would we need those lousy celebrities in the adult entertainment industry? We're artists, we have dignity. It's just that dignity needs money to maintain. It is obvious that they are the producers, but they need to compromise with others because of their lack of strength. Lu Hua is also annoyed about this matter, but he can only beg for mercy from others for the sake of the project. But now that I have a sponsor, I don't care about you. If you want to take pictures, you can take pictures or not, you can change people. Lu Hua said that he also wanted to yell at those celebrities, saying that this is not a place where they can be arrogant and that he has plenty of money. Old Zhang, Mr. Yi probably just wants to play with some female celebrities. It's not a big deal, right? This kind of thing is very common in the industry. We both agree. Let's sell him some shares and let him be a financial sponsor. I'm really fed up with this matter. I also want to show off for once, so just ask. Zhang Fan didn't have this idea at first, but after Lu Hua said it, Zhang Fan changed his mind and felt it made sense. Who doesn't need a financial sponsor? If Yi Cheng is willing, they will be responsible for art and Yi Cheng will be responsible for funding. It's such a wonderful thought. Zhang Fan planned to give it a try. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan hinted to Yi Cheng that the company's development was not going well. If Yi Cheng was interested, he wondered if they could consider in-depth cooperation. How deep? That's right. Zhang Fan immediately felt embarrassed. This was the first time he had actively invited someone to invest, but after thinking it over, he said, My partner and I would like to invite you to become a partner. We can give you half of our equity. I invest in you to make a movie, and then you want to sell the company to me? Yi Cheng was speechless for a moment. You really make me not know what to say. He was a little amused and helpless. Zhang Fan's company was quite successful. It had produced many TV series and achieved very good results. It was also a well-known company. Invest in each other's company? Is this due to lack of money? Yi Cheng looked at Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing was looking forward to this. If Zhang Fan's company didn't support him, who else would it support? But thinking about the many beauties in the entertainment industry, Zhang Jing was a little worried for a moment, wondering if Yi Cheng would be snatched away by someone. It seems that I need to discuss it with my best friend, and we should work together to grasp Yi Cheng's idea. If one person is not enough, then I will add my best friend. If that is not enough, my best friend and her good friends will definitely have one that Yi Cheng will like. Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, after this cooperation, how about we discuss in-depth cooperation? Let me see your strength first. Zhang Fan nodded quickly. As long as Yi Chang didn't refuse, it was fine. Mr. Yi, can we have dinner together tonight? No, I have to be on duty. They can't do without me here. Yi Chang said. Chapter 100, Reverse Tiangang. Zhang Fan felt numb. He just wanted to express his gratitude, but he was rejected. You rich people are really weird. Since that was the case, he didn't say much. He would meet Yi Chang again in the future anyway, so there was no need to rush for a meal. Zhang Fan also hurried back to show off and teach those stars and agencies a lesson. As soon as he left, Zhang Jing looked at Yi Chang with an expression that he had nothing to repay him with. I didn't expect Yi Chang to be willing to praise me so generously. I will definitely work hard and not let you down. You're overthinking it. Yi Chang thought to himself that he didn't care whether Zhang Jing worked hard or not, he would definitely not be disappointed. It was nice to just throw some money and take a look at the entertainment industry. You can also meet some friends, and the money you don't need now may be useful in the future. What is more, this is an investment, and you can see the return on your investment. Besides, the money is paid by the system and has little to do with you. Then do your best. That's it? Zhang Jingxin said, just tell me what you want from me. What should I do if you don't tell me? He spent hundreds of millions on himself, don't you have any idea at all? Zhang Jing felt that he should take the initiative. Can I go to the hotel and get a room? Yi Chang was stunned. You girls who study art are different from ordinary girls. You are really open-minded. But he really had no interest. I have to be on duty, understand? Yi Chang was getting impatient, and his tone was slightly unhappy. Zhang Jing felt helpless and wanted to cry but had no tears. It was useless even though he had been so proactive. Is the person on duty more important than yourself? She was afraid that Yi Chang would be angry, so she thought for a moment and said, then I'll leave first? Yi Chang waved his hand and said, you can leave now. Favorability plus 20. Zhang Jing favorability, 45. Watching Zhang Jing leave, Yi Chang, who received a system prompt, twitched his lips slightly and his favorability increased. Yi Chang stayed in the store and didn't go anywhere. He lay on a chair and slept for the whole afternoon. But a lot of things happened this afternoon. Tianping law firm went to court today to sue those who posted videos attacking Yi Chang on the internet. There were 13 people in total. After the court received the case, it immediately contacted these parties. These people are all students of Zhejiang University. When they received the call from the court, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Yi Chang to actually sue them. The court notified them to participate in mediation before the trial, and if mediation fails, the court will make a judgment. These girls had never encountered such a thing before and were terrified for a moment. Yi Chang really sued us. Why would he do this? What a scumbag! Are we afraid of him? Is it wrong for us to speak up for Lu Ru? He is the villain who filed the complaint first. If he can do it, so can we. They said this, and everyone spoke very stubbornly, but in fact, no one looked very calm. I'm being sued before I even graduate. Will this leave a record? These female students went to their teachers and friends for advice, and someone thought of Su Zijin. Senior, Yi Chang has sued us. What should we do now? Su Zijin was stunned. Yi Chang really reported these classmates. How could a grown man have the nerve to bully these classmates? As the president of the student union, she couldn't just ignore it. The last time Yi Chang bullied her, she was looking for an opportunity to take revenge on Yi Chang, and now the opportunity had come. I can just use this incident to generate some traffic and show it to the investors who have contacted me recently. It's okay, he won't do anything to you, he's just trying to scare you. Really? Of course it's true. Don't worry, I will speak for you. Thank you, senior. After contacting Su Zijin, these accused girls became bolder. With someone backing them up, they were no longer afraid of Yi Chang and even slandered Yi Chang on the internet. In the evening, Su Zijin had finished writing the article but had not yet sent it out, so she drove to find Yi Chang. Yi Chang was a little surprised to see the other party. He didn't expect that this woman would dare to come. I hope you will withdraw the charges against those classmates. I will give you one last chance. Su Zijin said. Yi Chang rolled his eyes. He already knew that the lawyer had filed a lawsuit. There was actually no need for negotiations before the trial, but this was the procedure.
Yi Chang didn't want to let those people go anyway, so if negotiations failed, he would have to go to trial.
If you don't leave, I won't be responsible for anything that happens.
Su Zijin was slightly stunned, then looked around, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that there was no one around.
That's it?
Seeing her reaction, Yi Chang was very disdainful. If I want to beat you up, I don't need to find anyone else, I am enough.
You sent someone to cause trouble for me, and I haven't settled the score with you yet?
I didn't expect that our student union president is also a big sister in society. Yi Chang was not afraid of this woman at all. They were not on the same level. Samgu had received news early on that Su Zijin was very positive about his investment and there was a high probability of success. Once the contract was signed, Yi Chang only needed to give him a push and the building would collapse.
Su Zijin looked at Yi Chang and nodded with a cold smile. Don't slander me.
It seems that you don't intend to negotiate.
Then there is no need to give you a chance. We are all alumni, and I am willing to make a break for you. Why don't you just forget it now?
Su Zijin took out his phone and posted a short essay. Just wait for the cyberbullying.
That's it?
Yi Chang shook his head in disappointment.
I thought you would have some other ideas. Is that it? I have something to show you too. Su Zijin was stunned. What could Yi Chang have to show him? Yi Chang stood up and pulled down the doors and windows. Su Zijin hugged his body and looked at Yi Chang warily. What do you want to do? Don't do anything rash, or I will call the police.
Yi Chang rolled his eyes and said, Stop being so conceited.
I have no interest in you at all. Yi Chang turned on the computer and asked Su Zijin to take a look. Su Zijin took a look and his face flushed immediately. Yi Chang, you are shameless. He actually showed her a short video.
Su Zijin's eyes were filled with anger.
This was too much. Yi Chang smiled and said, You're angry now.
When you see clearly, you'll be furious.
Take a good look at who's inside. Does it have anything to do with me? Su Zijin didn't want to watch it at all. This bastard Yi Chang did it on purpose. Yi Chang said, Don't you know Yang Qi?
Or maybe you just didn't recognize her.
The Yang Qi in this video is very clear. Su Zijin stood there in a daze, staring at Yi Chang fiercely, and then finally recognized the man in the video.
Her face suddenly turned from blood red to pale, and she thought of a lot of things at once. Yi Chang had been investigating her, and his revenge on her came faster than she thought.
You are shameless. Yi Chang crossed his legs and laughed. I'm not a good person, so you are? My dear chairman, your fiancé is with another woman. He is cheating on you. How do you, a love blogger, answer such an emotional question? What will your fans think of you if they know?
Yi Chang gently pushed the teacup on the table, and it fell to the ground and shattered. Yi Chang looked at Su Zijin and smiled. His character has collapsed.
Chapter 101 We will meet again.
Su Zijin felt dizzy for a moment, as if someone had hit her with a stick. She had always been respectable, beautiful, and from a privileged family, and was always pampered. She has always tried hard to be an enviable woman, but now it feels like she has been slapped hard in the face by Yi Chang. The last time she was slapped by Yi Chang, Su Zijin didn't really care. Yi Chang hitting a woman was an embarrassment to Yi Chang, and it also made her see Yi Chang's rude and vulgar side. Only the weak hope to solve problems with force. Noble superiors disdain the use of force and instead use rules. Yi Chang's attack on her would only cause her temporary pain, but her counterattack would bring endless trouble to Yi Chang. But now Su Zijin simply cannot accept that her fiancé is cheating on her and accusing her of cuckoldry. The character she has been working hard to build may be shattered in an instant because of Yang Qi. Watching the short video, Su Zijin felt deeply humiliated. The woman Yang Qi found was no match for him in appearance, figure, or even other things, but Yang Qi in the short video was deeply immersed in the other's arms. This is so humiliating. All men are bad. She couldn't let Yi Chang ruin her, so she quickly calmed down. Su Zijin looked at Yi Chang calmly. Give me the video, and I won't write about you anymore. We are not ordinary people, so let us make a deal. Su Zijin knew very well that Yi Chang's target was him. Yi Chang smiled and said, Do I really care about you writing my essay? You can write everything that happened today into the essay. Maybe it can bring more traffic. My plans are all complete, now I just have to push Su Zijin in the direction I want. This confident woman thinks she can manipulate everyone. You have no idea how terrifying a rich person like me is. Yi Chang turned off the video. Yang Qi was a little weak and had to rest after exercising. He was no match for himself.
I'm not interested in your suggestion. Yi Chang leaned against Su Zijin. Think about what else can impress me? Su Zijin was stunned and looked at Yi Chang deeply. She felt a little scared. Yi Chang wanted something else. Thinking of something, Su Zijin's eyes turned into contempt. You've watched too much TV. I just invested in a TV series, 300 million yuan, a big production, big stars, and veteran actors. The leading actress is Zhang Jing from our school. Have you heard of her? She's from the Art Academy. Yi Cheng smiled and said, Zhang Jing and I aren't actually very familiar with each other, but she asked me for a favor, so I just threw some money at her for fun. Yi Cheng deliberately stopped and looked at Su Zijin, then smiled. I have no other intention in telling you about Zhang Jing. I'm definitely not showing off my wealth. I just want to tell you that if I can throw hundreds of millions of dollars to a woman, I can also throw some money to destroy you. You don't have any sense of superiority in front of me. Your sense of superiority comes from your family, status, and wealth, but these things are all bought by money. I have money, and my status will always be higher than yours, and it will be unattainable for you. I just don't like that kind of life. It's too extravagant. Yi Chang stretched out his hand. Su Zijin stepped back and then stopped. She felt terrified this time, and Yi Chang touched her face. I just want to tell you that our game has just begun. Next, I will meet you in a different identity. Are you looking forward to it? You have no idea of the viciousness of the world. I plan to let you understand human nature. Yi Cheng took out his phone and said, Boss, I'm free today. Please treat her to dinner tonight. Yes, I'm free today. Her daughter and I are classmates. I heard she's very beautiful. I haven't met her yet, so I'm not familiar with her. It would be even better if we could meet tonight. Young people will have something to talk about. After saying that, Yi Cheng hung up the phone and glanced at Su Zijin. You should go get busy. You might be very busy this afternoon. Don't worry. I only showed you the video. No one else will know. You want to threaten me with the video? The pattern is small. I showed you the video just to let you know that it's very simple to get what I want. Yi Cheng smiled slightly. Besides, if I post it online, I will be committing a crime. It's too explicit, and my uncle will come to talk to me. Yi Cheng showed a bit of disdain as he spoke. Your fiancé is not physically strong. It's just a little exercise with your girlfriend, but he treats it like it's going to cost him his life. I don't think you will be happy in the future. After Yi Cheng finished speaking, he turned around and lay down on the sofa, looking at Su Zijin. The game has just begun. Just as he finished speaking, Su Zijin's phone rang. She picked it up and turned back to look at Yi Cheng fiercely. Don't even think about hitting on me. I don't like you. She turned and left. Yi Cheng smiled slightly. Women like to think too much. He had no interest in Su Zijin at all. In Yi Cheng's eyes, Su Zijin was just a game project. Su Zijin drove home and saw her father Su Zhengyang on the phone as soon as she entered the house. She waited for a while, thinking about Yi Cheng. This man was really shameless. She must make Yi Cheng look good. And as for Yang Qi, she had heard that Yang Qi had a mistress, but she had no evidence. Besides, she and Yang Qi were in a family marriage and had no feelings for each other. As long as it wasn't made public, Su Zijin could turn a blind eye, but now that Yi Cheng had obtained the video, it was a different matter. I absolutely cannot let Yi Cheng use the matter of Yang Qi to threaten me. Su Zhengyang put away his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Zijin, dress up tonight and accompany me to meet a distinguished guest. Dad, you asked me to come back just because of this? Su Zijin looked at her father with dissatisfaction. She didn't like this kind of business entertainment. Su Zhengyang said, I've heard of you and I just want to meet you. If the meeting is pleasant, the company's crisis will be resolved. This person was invited by the boss with great difficulty. Is it because of the construction site? Su Zhengyang said, I can tell you now that the company has run into a serious problem. If the construction site stops working, our company might go bankrupt. So you understand the importance of this guest tonight, right? Be obedient. Su Zijin was shocked. If her family company was gone, her current status and position would be gone too. She couldn't help but think of what Yi Cheng had said. Su Zijin nodded, I understand. I'll go get dressed. It took Su Zijin 2 hours to get dressed, and then she went out with Su Zhengyang, first to the Jiangcheng Intercontinental Hotel, which is the best 6-star hotel in Jiangcheng.
Su Zhanyang booked the best private room and waited for more than an hour, but the other party never showed up.
You're not coming, are you?
Su Zhanyang was also worried, so he quickly called to ask, and then said to Su Zijin, the other party said he would definitely come, but he is still busy, so he might be late.
Su Zijin nodded. Do you know who it is?
Su Zhanyang thought about it and shook his head. Jing Yang hadn't told him about it either.
I heard I know you? Chapter 102 I don't drink. Su Zijin thought to himself that there were so many people who knew him, how could he find the one? Su Zhanyang smiled and said, You'll know when someone comes. How have you been lately?
Seeing Su Zhanyang asking about him, Su Zijin smiled and said, Someone wants to invest in my column, with a starting investment of 100 million.
I'm trying to find a way to get the investment.
She was very proud when talking about her emotional project.
100 million is not a small amount. Su Zhanyang smiled and said, You are still as outstanding as ever. Have you met Yang Qi recently? Dad, can I cancel my engagement with Yang Qi?
Thinking of the video, Su Zijin immediately said, He's having an affair outside.
I'm in the critical period of getting investment.
If his news is exposed, it will be a disaster for me. Su Zhanyang was stunned, thought for a moment and said, Men, you don't have to worry about it. He's not married to you yet, so he's just flirting outside.
He'll settle down after you get married.
I'll remind him to be careful.
What? Su Zijin couldn't believe that Su Zhanyang would say that. Dad, what do you mean, he cheated on you and you don't care?
Su Zhanyang turned around and looked at Su Zijin, Our family is deeply bound to them.
If you cancel the engagement, we will suffer great losses. The company is in danger now.
Su Zijin found it hard to believe that he was not as important as the company, as it was related to his future happiness.
Dad, I'm your daughter? That's right, you are my daughter, so you have to endure it. Everything about you and me comes from our family's company. Su Zhanyang smiled bitterly and said, We are different from ordinary people, don't you know?
Ordinary people earn a salary, get married, have children, and spend their lives like that.
We all have great ambitions.
Since we enjoy things that ordinary people cannot enjoy, we naturally bear things that ordinary people cannot bear. Su Zhanyang said intentionally. Su Zijin is about to graduate and should know what the real business world is like.
Being naive and idealistic one do. Su Zhanyang said, Profits come first. Between people, there are only interests and strengths. We abide by the law of the jungle. Su Zijin was very dissatisfied.
She felt that she was just a commodity to Su Zhanyang. She was a commodity, and she couldn't help but feel a little sad. At 9 o'clock in the evening, if Su Zhanyang hadn't repeatedly confirmed that he would come, she would have been so angry that she wanted to leave. But after thinking about it, I decided to endure it.
Su Zijin couldn't stand it anymore.
The other party was too rude.
Dad, who is this person?
He is so rude. They had been waiting for 4 hours.
Su Zhanyang smiled bitterly and said, We just need to keep waiting. He will come.
He had just finished speaking when Jing Yang pushed the door open and came in. Su Zhanyang quickly stood up, and Su Zijin also stood up. Just as they were about to say hello, they saw a young man coming in from behind. Su Zhanyang immediately put on a smile, thinking that the person he had been waiting for must have come. Yi Chang was dressed casually in a shirt and a pair of black pants.
Su Zijin looked at Yi Chang in a daze.
Remembering that Yi Chang was making a phone call in the store, she suddenly reacted.
The meeting in the evening was deliberately arranged by Yi Chang.
Yi Chang glanced at Su Zijin again, looking surprised. It's really beautiful. Jing Yang rolled his eyes and said, Young man, please be more restrained.
Jing Yang quickly introduced Yi Chang and Su Zhanyang, and then sat down. Su Zhanyang had an idea and quickly pulled Yi Chang to sit next to Su Zijin.
He just heard what Yi Chang said.
Zijin, you and Mr. Yi are actually schoolmates. Why don't you have a few drinks with Mr. Yi later? Yi Chang turned around and looked at Su Zijin and smiled. Are you an alumnus? Oh, I remember, Miss Su is the president of the student union, right? This is our first meeting. There have been rumors that the president of the Jiang University Student Union is a great beauty.
She is indeed stunning. Yi Chang stretched out his hand, and Su Zijin patiently stretched out his hand. Yi Chang grabbed it, and this handshake lasted for about a minute. Su Zhanyang was slightly stunned. He clearly saw it, but it looked like a dead person. Seeing that Su Zijin was getting a little annoyed, Yi Chang let go of his hand. Then he looked at Su Zhangyang and said, Mr. Su, the boss has already told me about your situation.
It's not a big deal.
I can take it all over and give you cash so you can get out of the project unscathed.
Really? That's great. Su Zhangyang laughed quickly and raised his glass. I toast to you.
I don't drink much, and I have to be on duty tonight.
Oh shit. On duty? What are you doing?
Jing Yang was speechless. He felt that Ji Cheng didn't give Su Zhangyang enough face, but since Su Zhangyang was young and rich, it was normal for him to be so arrogant.
Su Zhangyang looked at Jing Yang. What was going on?
Jing Yang said, Yi Cheng has other things to do tonight and can't drink. He explained to lighten the mood.
Yi Cheng smiled and said, why don't you let Miss Su drink it for me? Su Zhangyang immediately looked at Su Zijin and signaled her to drink quickly. If she drank, the deal would be done.
If she didn't drink, there would be no room for negotiation.
Yi Cheng looked at Su Zijin embarrassedly. Mr. Su, you won't refuse, right? You're the goddess in the eyes of us boys. I don't believe you. Su Zijin understood that Yi Cheng did it on purpose. Is the deal settled if I drink?
Yi Cheng smiled and said, we are all classmates, and you are my goddess.
How could I possibly refuse a goddess? You're just an asshole. Su Zijin naturally understood Yi Cheng's hint.
These words were not meant for him, but for Su Zhangyang.
But she didn't know what Yi Cheng's purpose was.
Taking a deep breath, Su Zijin nodded and drank a glass of white wine in one gulp. Yi Cheng immediately poured Su Zijin a glass of wine and looked at Su Zhangyang with a smile. Mr. Su, you toasted me just now, and now I toast you. Without 3 glasses, I can't express my sincerity. After Yi Cheng finished speaking, he looked at Su Zijin.
Su Zijin was stunned. Let me replace you?
I don't drink, please help me, classmate Su.
I endured it.
Su Zijin turned around and drank 3 cups of wine with Su Zhangyang. Yi Cheng said, 3 more cups? I wish our cooperation will be successful. Su Zhangyang looked at him strangely.
Are you trying to get Su Zijin drunk on purpose? Are you interested in your daughter?
Come to think of it, Yi Cheng is young, and he was just talking about goddess. Su Zhangyang nodded with a smile. Jing Yang looked at Yi Cheng and his mouth twitched. This grandson must be planning something bad, but for the sake of the project, so, of course he pretended not to see it.
Su Zijin drank more than a pound of liquid.
She couldn't take it anymore and quickly said she wanted to go to the bathroom. Su Zhangyang thought for a moment and said, I'll go check it out.
She drank a bit too much tonight. As soon as the two of them left, Jing Yang hurriedly asked, Yi Cheng, are you targeting Su Zijin?
Leader, please don't slander me.
I'm slandering shit. What do you mean by forcing people to drink like this? Jing Yang is not blind, how could he not see it? Chapter 103 Waiting for you to beg me.
Yi Cheng's intention to get Su Zijin drunk that night was so obvious that it was almost written on his forehead. Jing Yang said, you almost said it directly. To be honest, Jing Yang also thought Su Zijin was very beautiful, and it was normal for Yi Cheng to have some evil thoughts. But it was really bold to do so in front of her kissing him.
Boy, you really didn't give Su Zhangyang any face. Yi Cheng laughed and said, Leader, what do you think Su Zhangyang would think?
Jing Yang didn't quite understand what Yi Cheng meant.
How would I know? He's counting on you to help him. He definitely doesn't dare to offend you and even tries to coax you. Yi Cheng's mouth twitched, that's it? Then you.
Jing Yang felt that he understood Yi Cheng's meaning a little, but he didn't dare to think that Su Zhangyang would take out his own daughter as a gift. You just checked into a room downstairs, you are so shameless. When going upstairs, Yi Cheng booked a room for himself at the Intercontinental Hotel. Jing Yang felt strange at the time, but now he doesn't find it strange anymore. The young man played too much.
Su Zhangyang is in big trouble now.
If the construction site stops, he will most likely be imprisoned. Jing Yang thought about it and looked at Yi Cheng. You are really good at taking advantage of others' misfortunes. I don't know anything, don't talk nonsense to me. Of course Jing Yang would help Yi Cheng, as it would benefit everyone more.
Yi Cheng smiled and said, do you think Su Zhangyang will take the initiative? Yes, he is a businessman. You can save his life. He will die of laughter with you as his son-in-law. Son-in-law?
Yi Cheng twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled disdainfully. Jing Yang immediately understood that Yi Cheng was just playing around. His face twitched wildly. You are really not a human being.
That's vicious enough.
Yi Chang and Jing Yang were eating and chatting, not talking about those trivial matters. Jing Yang said to Yi Chang, "The city has a college student village official program.
You meet the requirements. Are you interested?" I. Yi Chang was speechless.
He had already said that he didn't want to get close to the organization.
"I'm not worthy. I'd better leave it to the students who need it more. Can you be more motivated?" Jing Yang was very annoyed.
He had invited Yi Chang several times. If others encountered such a thing, they would just come to you for help.
It was you who was difficult to deal with, right? If you don't get close to the organization, what do you want to do?
Let me tell you, this is not only my opinion, but also the opinion of the senior leader. If a young man like Yi Chang doesn't join the organization, it will be a loss for Jiang Chang.
I've already signed you up. Ah, how did you sign up? I haven't even seen the information. You don't need to see it. I can get the information from your school. It's just a phone call away.
Jing Yang said proudly, "Be a grassroots first, and we will talk about what you want to do in the future."
Anyway, this is what everyone wants. You are a college student, trained by Jiang Chang. If you don't get close to the organization, you still want to go to heaven. Isn't it based on voluntary participation? How can you still operate this way? The collective is greater than the individual. Jing Yang smiled and said, "This is our national condition and characteristics. What do you know?"
Next month, go to the municipal government for training, and then go to the countryside to help with poverty alleviation. There's a lot of potential in this vast world. I'm mainly impressed by your strong financial resources. The place you're going to will definitely be the poorest, so it's easier for you to spend money.
Oh shit. You are not trying to hide your evil faces at all.
I came from a poor mountain village myself.
If I want to help the poor, why not help my family? Jing Yang sneered, "Can I let you go?"
Yi Chang became a village official, and all the files and information are now in the municipal government, which is something Yi Chang himself doesn't know about. In order to keep Yi Chang and Jiang Chang, these leaders held a special meeting to discuss the matter, and then decided to shamelessly make an internal appointment in violation of regulations.
Yi Chang is now a grassroots civil servant under the municipal government.
The senior leaders all felt that Yi Chang had some ideological problems now, but it didn't matter.
The organization was best at ideological work and would definitely be able to save Yi Chang.
I hope Yi Chang will invest more and make more contributions in Jiangchang. Jing Yang said a lot of trash talk, the general meaning of which was that the organization was recruiting you, and it didn't matter whether Yi Chang himself was willing or not.
Leader, is this the face of the ruling class?
Jing Yang rolled his eyes.
To be honest, the project leaders at your chemical company really value you. Keeping you means keeping your money and project. Don't resist. No chance of resistance? No. Yi Chang ate a piece of beef sadly. Ah. Domineering, very domineering. Yi Chang stopped talking. What was he saying?
They acted first and reported later. Half an hour later, Su Zhangyang came back, but Su Zijin was nowhere to be found. Su Zhangyang said embarrassedly, "Zijin drank too much, so I asked her to go and rest."
Let's continue. Let us continue.
After eating for more than an hour, Su Zhan was about to pay the bill early. Yi Chang and Jing Yang left together and went downstairs. Su Zhangyang pulled Yi Chang. Jing Yang took a look, turned around, got into the car and left. Yi Chang turned around and looked at Su Zhangyang. "What's wrong?"
"I see you've had quite a bit to drink. Don't go back tonight. It's not safe on the road. I've already booked a room for you."
Su Zhangyang handed Yi Chang a room card. Yi Chang smiled slightly. "What a coincidence, I have actually booked a room as well."
Su Zhangyang's face twitched, but he didn't say anything.
Yi Chang said, "Come find some time to sign a contract with me."
"I'm going to rest now. I really feel sleepy when you mention this."
Yi Chang walked back to the hotel, his lips twitching into a disdainful smile. He reached the room, opened the door and went in, and there was no surprise.
Su Zijin was lying on the bed.
She was sound asleep, her breasts half exposed, her skirt hanging askew on her body.
She was completely defenseless, waiting for others to do whatever they wanted.
Yi Chang washed his face, then made a phone call, ordered a bunch of midnight snacks and a bottle of wine, then turned on the TV. Yi Chang sat on the window and sucked on the lobster. Looking at Su Zijin, he took out his cell phone and took pictures. Seeing that there were flowers in the room, he took them and threw them on Su Zijin. Like an artist, Yi Chang took hundreds of photos and saved them in the cloud space.
Only then was he satisfied. Meet Su Zijin? Don't be ridiculous, what if there is a surveillance camera in the room? He can't trust Su Zhengyang.
It was already past 2 in the morning when Yi Chang finished his midnight snack, and then he went to his room.
Su Zijin woke up early in the morning and felt uncomfortable under her body.
When she got up, she saw a flower stuck in her underwear.
She was shocked.
The leftover midnight snack from Yi Chang was still there, and she knew very well that there was someone else in her room yesterday. Just as I was about to call the hotel to inquire, I heard someone open the door. Yi Chang leaned against the wall and looked at Su Zijin with a smile. Mr. Chairman, how do you feel?
Were you here yesterday?
Su Zijin looked down at his chest and calmed down a little. His clothes were still on, so he thought nothing should happen. But these flowers, they must have been placed there by Yi Chang. She felt insulted.
What did you do to me? Don't be funny, can I still sleep with you?
Although your father really wants me to sleep with you yesterday, but... Yi Chang threw the room card to Su Zijin. But if you don't beg me, I won't touch you.
You bastard. Do I have to beg him myself? Su Zijin couldn't stand Yi Chang's viciousness at all. You, get out.
She wanted to say something, but in the end she couldn't say anything. The word get out seemed to contain countless meanings.
Yi Chang just smiled. Chapter 104 Seeking Peace. Su Zijin felt very humiliated. This kind of humiliation was different from being scolded by others. It was the humiliation of having his deepest secrets discovered and seen through. Whenever she sees Yi Chang from now on, she will remember what happened. It would even be worse if Yi Chang really took advantage of her. We can also use the excuse that we are all adults. Or just call the police and punish Yi Chang. But Yi Chang did nothing, which cast a shadow on her heart. The deep meaning revealed in Yi Chang's words made Su Zijin feel even more terrified. Why did Yi Chang have the door card to her room? She wished she wasn't so smart at this moment. It would be better to be a little stupid now. Of course Yi Chang would not leave. What if he left and this woman became so depressed that she committed suicide? It's not impossible. Yi Chang sat down and said, "My dear classmate chairman, now you understand what reality is reality and ideals are ideals, right? Did your experience last night make you grow up a little? The reality of life is not as good as you think, and it cannot be solved by just writing a few short essays online." Yi Chang felt that he was really cruel, but it also felt very exciting. Su Zijin was completely played around by himself, which was much more interesting than the things between men and women. This is a battle of wits between people. Su Zijin used silence to confront Yi Chang, not letting Yi Chang see her weakness. As long as she ignored Yi Chang, she would still be herself. Yi Chang smiled and said, "It's useless. You are not fighting against me, you are fighting against yourself." Yi Chang crossed his legs as if he saw through him. "After I expressed my interest in you, your father was even willing to hand you over to me personally. Do you understand who I am now?" Yi Chang finished speaking and then stood up. "Think carefully about whether you have done anything wrong in the past. A country dog? I am a country dog and you cannot mess with me." Yi Chang laughed and went out. After leaving the hotel, he went back to the takeaway station. Then Shi Gue came to find him. Seeing that Yi Chang was in a good mood this morning, Shi Gue asked curiously, "Is there any good news?" Shi Gue started cleaning when he arrived at the takeaway station and brought a lot of breakfast. Many guys at the takeaway station don't eat in the morning. They didn't even have time to make money, so how could they have time to eat? Shi Gue specially brought them breakfast and immediately won the little brother's favor. Nothing. Yi Chang actually thought about the incident with Su Zijin and found it very funny. He was looking at the information brought by Shi Gue. Shi Gue had already registered a company. Yi Chang didn't quite understand either, so he had to figure everything out by himself. Registering a company is really simple. You're really capable. You've registered the company right away? I paid someone to do it. Shi Gue said, "It's relevant that the teachers at the business school understand this." All right. I didn't say anything. Zhangda has all kinds of teachers, and each one of them is an elite, so there will definitely be no problem if you ask them to do it. Yi Chang will then arrange for capital injection. 30 billion. He did this in the morning. Large sums of money had to be transferred through the bank. As soon as the funds were deposited into the company's account,
the bank contacted Yi Chang immediately. The banks were shocked by the arrival of 30 billion yuan at one time and expressed their desire to visit Yi Chang in order to provide him with more professional services. Yi Chang refused immediately. Not interested. Shi Gui blinked her eyes. She naturally received a call from the bank. After all, she was the actual controller of the company.
30 billion?
Shi Gui was completely nervous, it felt too exciting. I didn't expect Yi Chang to actually invest 30 billion.
Oh my god, how rich is this little puppy? Can you come up with 30 billion?
Shi Gui knew that Yi Chang was rich, but he didn't expect him to be so rich.
I suddenly became a rich woman without any effort.
Don't tell others how much money the company has. If they ask, just tell them we have no money and are poor. Yi Chang said, I'm afraid others will get interested in it. Shi Gui quickly nodded in Yi Chang's ear and promised, I will never tell anyone even if you kill me.
That's not the case.
Yi Chang smiled and said, now that you're the boss, I'll introduce you to someone, Jing Yang, the city government's chief steward. You should listen to him and sign a contract with Su Zhenyang to take over the community project he's in charge of.
You can then continue to develop it. Whether it makes money or not doesn't matter to you.
Yi Chang didn't expect to make money from buying houses.
After injecting funds into the company, the cashback from his system was credited to his account. Make 30 billion in one go. Is there any way to make money more than swiping money from the system? Shi Gui laughed and said, what if I lose all my money? Don't you care?
What do I care?
It's not my money.
Yi Chang smiled and said, you can spend it however you like. I'll invest it again when it's all gone.
As long as you're happy, that's all. How dare you ask such a stupid question?
Shi Gui hugged Yi Chang and started to chew on him, feeling extremely moved for a moment. A man cannot live without money, and having money may not necessarily buy love, but it is definitely easier for rich people to get love than poor people.
What love cannot be measured by money is bullshit. If you don't have money, you don't even have the qualifications to think about love.
Yi Chang was irritated by Shi Gui's kiss, so he carried Shi Gui to the small room at the back. I had been holding it in all night last night, and he was still teasing me early in the morning, so how could I let Shi Gui go?
2 hours later, Yi Chang came out satisfied.
After all, he was a Bajiquan grandmaster, so 2 hours was normal. Shi Gui rested inside until 12 o'clock, accompanied Yi Chang to eat something, and then went back. Shi Gui felt his legs were weak and he urgently needed to go home and lie down. The little puppy has too much firepower. In the afternoon, Su Zijin appeared at the takeaway station again. Yi Chang was speechless when he saw him.
What's the matter?
Yi Chang didn't even look at Su Zijin.
I've made up my mind.
Let's call a truce.
Su Zijin said, I won't write your article anymore, and you don't bother me.
You've been causing trouble for me from the beginning.
Yi Chang turned around and looked at Su Zijin and said, you know what's the most annoying thing about you? It's that you act like everyone else is wrong.
Su Zijin looked at Yi Chang and her eyes suddenly turned red.
She felt extremely wronged, as if she wanted to cry.
After returning home from the hotel, she went to find Su Zhenyang to find out the truth. Su Zhenyang didn't care about what happened in the hotel at all, but the Zhengyang group. If Yi Chang didn't cooperate with them, they would face a devastating disaster. Su Zhenyang asked her to get along well with Yi Chang, which naturally implied that it was not as simple as just being friends.
She is a girl and Yi Chang is a boy.
After thinking about it carefully, Su Zijin naturally understood what his father meant. Yi Chang is rich and powerful, and he is the loudest person in the business world.
Su Zijin has witnessed the power of Yi Chang's money bomb, and she is willing to admit defeat.
Su Zijin said, I can help you calm down the online public opinion and make those students who are bashing you stop bashing you.
How about that? Chapter 105, Neurotic Woman.
Yi Chang smiled and said, are these the only chips you have?
Su Zijin took a deep breath and didn't dare to look at Yi Chang. She felt really powerless in front of Yi Chang. She couldn't bear the powerlessness that came from her heart. That's right, she had no bargaining chips at all. Her biggest bargaining chip and confidence was Su Zhenyang, but Yi Chang was holding Su Zhenyang's neck. He made Su Zhenyang wait for him for 4 hours and didn't dare to leave. This is what a big capitalist is. I was wrong. I thought things were simple. These are all the bargaining chips I have. Su Zijin raised his head, stared at Yi Chang and said, you are stronger than I thought.
Yi Chang felt that the woman's eyes were a little weird, with a hint of madness in her tranquility. He moved his body slightly and thought for a while, then decided not to push the issue any further.
What if he really committed suicide?
My lawyer has already sued those who spread rumors and slandered me.
Your leverage seems to be useless. Su Zijin said, filing a lawsuit is always the worst possible means.
It will negatively impact public opinion.
There's no need to pursue them.
As long as they stop fanning the flames, your news will soon fade.
I don't think you want your peaceful life disturbed, right? Yi Cheng laughed. I like lively places. Lively? Su Zijin thought for a moment and moved closer to Yi Cheng.
If you like the hustle and bustle, why are you staying at this takeout station? With your financial resources, if you like the hustle and bustle, you should be living a life of luxury, wandering around, and enjoying yourself like other rich second generations.
Su Zijin took a breath and felt that he saw through Yi Cheng's heart. Yi Cheng, you like to be low-key. You are a behind-the-scenes mastermind and don't like the spotlight. If I hadn't offended you, you actually wouldn't care about me at all.
Oh, the young lady's eyes are very accurate.
Yi Cheng smiled. You are really smart. Thank you for the compliment. I'm different from you. I like the life in front of the stage. Su Zijin looked up at Yi Cheng proudly. Yi Cheng couldn't stand it anymore.
This little sister was proud again without saying a word.
Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you. I don't like news either. Su Zijin breathed a sigh of relief and asked, will you cooperate with Zhang Yang Group? Yes, that's what I promised Jing Yang. I always keep my word. The funds are in place and we can sign the contract at any time. Yi Cheng smiled.
It's ridiculous to think that I'm going to own a bunch of houses soon even though I haven't graduated yet.
Su Zijin's eyes flickered and he nodded. Suddenly I felt that Yi Cheng was actually quite awe-inspiring. Favorability plus 10. Yi Cheng was stunned. He hadn't been very polite to Su Zijin, so how come his favorability increased? Do you have a good impression of me just because I will cooperate with Zhang Yang Group?
But that was also because of Jing Yang, and had nothing to do with her.
So women are really a kind of animal that is difficult to understand. I bullied you, and you still have feelings for me? What a psycho. Yi Cheng looked at Su Zijin, who was completely confused. Su Zijin suddenly said, we can be considered as acquaintances. Let's add WeChat. Don't you have my phone number? Yi Cheng was slightly alert, feeling something was wrong. It seems like there is something I can't understand, but when I think about it, it seems to be okay. Su Zijin laughed and said, why are you afraid that I'll eat you?
Seeing the other person smile, Yi Cheng knew something was wrong. This woman was smiling at him. Ever since he met Su Zijin, this woman has never smiled.
What are you talking about eating yourself? We're not in a relationship where we can say things like that, okay?
Yi Cheng said, I have a girlfriend, don't say such things that can be easily misunderstood.
Besides, I am not interested in you. But I'm interested in you. Su Zijin said confidently, I like men who are stronger than me. You are the strongest man I have ever met. Oh shit.
Yi Cheng was so frightened that he almost jumped up. He looked at Su Zijin without any hesitation and said, stop talking nonsense.
Su Zijin chuckled, then said, I'm not kidding. Thank you for teaching me a lesson.
Although I'm very angry about what happened to you, when I think about it carefully, I may have been too confident.
But when I met someone like you, I find life interesting again. Madman. Yi Cheng was too lazy to say anything. This woman is crazy. Su Zijin said, Shi Gue is not suitable for you.
She is just a slightly better woman, but still within the scope of ordinary people.
A strong person will not indulge in gentleness. I am the most suitable person for you.
Yi Cheng stretched out his hand and pinched Su Zijin's neck.
Don't say things like this that I like to hear in the future. I know better than you whether it's appropriate or not.
Yi Cheng found that Su Zijin did not resist and was even a little excited.
This dead woman actually had a slight masochistic tendency? This is really sick. After letting go of the other person, Yi Cheng couldn't believe it. Su Zijin even touched his neck. You can be a little harder next time. I think I can still bear it.
What is scarier than shamelessness is mental illness. Yi Cheng rolled his eyes, you're sick, get out of here.
Su Zijin laughed, then turned and left.
Yi Cheng looked at this woman and thought to himself that she was really a crazy woman.
But I finally solved a big problem, and the rest depends on what happens with Brother Wang. However, it would take even longer to cheat Parkson.
Yi Cheng called Jin Won and said, I'm wondering if you can handle this.
Li Yangyi even hyped up my news.
You're not doing your job well this time. Jin Won's voice was a little hoarse and he seemed very angry.
Was he probably scheming against his boss every day? I'm feeling a bit passive right now.
Andy got some data from somewhere, and after expert verification, it turned out to be very important to our company. Li Yangyi is now using this data to suppress me.
Was it you who released it? No, where do I get the data? Yi Cheng said. Jin Won sighed and said, then Andy must have obtained Mr. Chen's research results from other channels. You should remind Mr. Chen. The highest level of deception is to deceive yourself.
Of course, I couldn't let Jin Won know that I was planning to cheat Parkson.
I'd better give this damn woman a surprise later.
Of course, my move must be so powerful that it scares people to death, which is in line with my status.
Can you still hold on? Do you want to call for support?
Yi Cheng said with a smile.
Jin Won, a strong woman, said disdainfully, it's okay. It's not that easy for Li Yangyi to drive me away. Li Yangyi may have to go to Jiangcheng. Please help me keep an eye on him. Are you asking me for help? Yi Cheng smiled and said, shouldn't you be more polite when asking someone to do something for you? Why do you sound like an order to me? Jin Won held his breath in his stomach and really wanted to curse. I'm giving you a hard time, right? But after thinking about it, he said, I'll ask for your help, okay? Chapter 106, Helping You Study Abroad. Yi Cheng laughed out loud while holding his cell phone. That damn woman Jin Won finally bowed to him for once.
Of course, the next time you meet, that woman will definitely still have an expression that says you are trash. Yi Cheng didn't care at all, he won this time. Jin Won sent Yi Cheng a photo of Li Yangyi. Yi Cheng curled his lips when he saw it.
Li Yangyi was just a bald, middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair. He looked very ordinary. It's hard to tell what's so powerful about it, but it actually gave Jin Yen a headache. However, in order not to underestimate the enemy, Yi Cheng still carefully looked at the information about Li Yangyi sent by Jin Won. From the information, it seemed that Li Yangyi was really not simple. But does it have anything to do with me?
Yi Cheng curled his lips after reading it.
He was just a banana person. White-skinned, yellow-hearted foreigners were supreme.
Yi Cheng just looked down on him for that.
No matter how awesome Li Yangyi is, he can't be more awesome than money. I don't have anything else, but I still have some money.
Brother Wang went on vacation and hasn't sent any news to Yi Cheng since then. It seems like he disappeared for a while, and no one knows what's going on between him and Andy. That is to say, knowing that there would be some small videos added to Brother Wang's cloud space every day, Yi Cheng knew that Brother Wang was still alive. In fact, he mainly keeps an eye on the cloud space at the takeaway station.
Brother Wang uploads videos every day and is extremely hardworking.
Even Yi Cheng, the master of Bajiquan, had to admit defeat. He was so productive that he couldn't learn from him.
Brother Wang is really going to fuck the world up. A few days later, Li Yangyi arrived in Jiangcheng.
Yi Cheng knew about this because the school contacted him.
Li Yangyang wanted to meet Yi Cheng.
Vice Principal Zhang personally came to the takeaway station to talk to Yi Cheng about this matter. This Mr. Li said he wanted to see you when he arrived at the school.
Do you know each other? I don't know him. Vice Principal Zhang looked at me like, I don't believe you. How could I find you as soon as I got to school if I didn't know you? I have a feeling this guy is not a good person. Do you want to meet him? My leader, you've already said he's not a good person, why should I meet him? Well, that's not the case. Our school has a partnership with Parkson Company, and they're looking to recruit some people this year. If you don't meet him, what if he's unhappy? That could affect the school's employment prospects. Vice Principal Zhang said, it won't hurt to meet him. Let him pay for the meal, and I'll accompany you. I've never accepted a business dinner before. Yi Cheng looked at Vice Principal Zhang. Business treat, what do you mean? Eating, KTV, going to the gym, haven't you tried it? I may not be your teacher, but I am your principal, right? I also want to see the decadent life of you rich people. It's mainly to help you check. After all, you're young and don't know how sinister people are in this society. Vice Principal Zhang looked like he was doing this for Yi Cheng's own good. After all, I'm older than you and have a lot of life experience. Lao Zhang just wants to eat and drink for free and see the world. No matter how nice you say it, it can't hide your desire to fall into depravity.
In fact, Yi Chang has no business experience.
Is there a club in Zhangcheng? Vice Principal Zhang immediately perked up. Of course there is.
It's not a place that everyone can go to, but I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yi Chang is rich.
Yi Chang nodded and looked at Lao Zhang with dismay. You are a teacher, how could you do this?
What if you meet a student from Jiang University in the club? What will you do?
Ah.
Vice Principal Zhang was confused for a moment.
He had never thought about such a question.
Why did I meet students from Jiangnan University in the club? Why are students from Jiang University in the clubhouse? She's a college girl studying during the day and a part-time girl working in a club at night. That's impossible. Jiangda also has an art department.
I heard that people involved in art are very promiscuous.
Vice Principal Zhang's face twitched. Is this even human language? I have confidence in the students of Jiangnan University. It will definitely not be like this. Yi Chang smiled. Jinwen asked him to keep an eye on Li Yangyi.
Since the other party was looking for him, of course he had to get to know him and see what this banana man wanted to say.
In fact, Yi Chang knew that Li Yangyi was definitely looking for him because of the patent.
I don't know what conditions this guy will set for me.
The meeting was naturally at school. How could Yi Chang go to the club?
Vice Principal Zhang was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but it was useless.
Li Yangyi didn't pretend.
When he saw Yi Chang, he said, "We are very interested in the patent you have."
Mr. Yi, under what conditions would you be willing to transfer the patent to us?
Looking at Yi Chang, Li Yangyi smiled easily. He knew that Yi Chang was rich, but he could give Yi Chang an offer that he could not refuse.
Yi Chang glanced at Vice Principal Zhang on the side. Vice Principal Zhang's face twitched.
He naturally understood what Yi Chang meant. He wanted him to go away, and the following words were not suitable for him to hear.
Vice Principal Zhang was helpless and looked at Yi Chang.
Yi Chang ignored him, so he had no choice but to leave.
Yi Chang then said, Mr. Li, what conditions can you offer me? The patents I hold have enormous economic value, right? You know that, and I know that too. Mr. Yi, you are a straightforward person. I like your straightforwardness the most. How about I help you become a citizen of the Beacon country? It is the most powerful and free country in the world.
As long as you cooperate with us, I can help you get a green card immediately, said Li Yangyi. Yi Chang is so rich at such a young age.
Li Yangyi thinks there must be something wrong with Yi Chang's money. Most of the rich people with problems in the country want to take their money and live a free life overseas. He guessed that Yi Chang was the same.
Yi Chang definitely doesn't like the conditions for withdrawing money, so they should give Yi Chang something that he can't get.
I can help you study abroad at an Ivy League university. Most people don't have this opportunity? Li Yangyi said confidently.
Yi Chang was stunned for a moment and looked at the other person. Did you also go abroad to study this way?
Ha ha. Li Yangyi laughed. You don't know how good it is outside your country. If you have money, overseas is like heaven. You might as well consider it. If you have other conditions, you can also propose them. If things are so good overseas, why do you come back to work? Li Yangyi was stunned. I work at Parkson, a large international company. I hold a lighthouse passport, so it doesn't count as coming back.
Oh, that's right, that makes sense. Yi Chang nodded with a satisfied look on his face.
You're much better at negotiating than Andy last time. I have a good impression of you, but this is such a big deal, I need to think about it. That's as it should be. It seems we had a pleasant meeting this time.
Of course, of course. Yi Chang hurriedly shook hands with the other party, very happy.
If you let someone who can't even pass the CET4 live abroad and be a fool, wouldn't he be unhappy? Yi Chang was speechless. Why was he going abroad? Traveling was fine, but studying abroad? He was being a cuckold. Isn't this person sick? First stabilize the other party. As for what to do next, Yi Chang plans to discuss with Jinwen before making a decision. Chapter 107, Brother Wang's driving is very hard. Yi Chang contacted Jinwen as soon as he returned.
Jinwen was very worried that Yi Chang had been persuaded by Li Yangyi.
Studying abroad can also lead to naturalization. What if Yi Chang also loans for life outside? You want to study abroad?
Jinwen said nervously, and she immediately continued, in fact, overseas is not interesting at all.
It's not as good as our country.
Yi Chang deliberately said, I heard that's not true.
It's too free, it's simply paradise. Those lighthouse movies have been promoted for so many years and it looks great. Don't mislead me.
I heard that Lighthouse has free education and free medical care, and everyone is a superior person.
It's very free and democratic.
Jin-won was very upset. He wondered if Yi Chang had fallen in love with her.
Do you want to betray me at this time? What kind of relationship do we have? How could I lie to you? What's our relationship? It seems like there's nothing to worry about. We're all adults, and you haven't thought about letting me take responsibility.
Yi Chang deliberately sounded envious. I've grown up so big and still haven't been out and seen the world.
Mr. Lee is really a good person, really great.
He has broadened my horizons.
Jin-won was a little annoyed. What was going on with Yi Chang? Was this bought off? Li Yangyi is really good at bribing people.
Knowing that Yi Chang is rich, he tempted Yi Chang with the conditions of studying abroad and becoming a citizen. Jin-won is now counting on Yi Chang to help him turn the tables. If Yi Chang was bribed, she would immediately face a career crisis and all her years of hard work would be ruined.
I won't let you do this. Don't trust Li Yangyi. He has bad intentions. That's it. He can help me study abroad. It's a rare opportunity for a farmer's son like me to study abroad.
And you still don't allow me to see the world.
Yi Chang continued to practice and exaggerate.
Seeing that Jin-won was anxious, he felt very satisfied.
That's right. This damn woman always looks so confident, but now she is nervous? Jin-won was extremely anxious, and his voice on the phone immediately became angry. Yi Chang, are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you dare to disobey me now?
If you dare to listen to Li Yangyi, I will call the police.
Threatening me again? Can't you be a little gentler?
Yi Chang curled his lips.
This damn woman Jin-won was not cute at all. Damn it, calling the police again, can uncle intervene in what happens between us?
Humph, as long as the woman didn't consent, it would count even if she regretted it later.
Yi Chang was extremely upset. You just can't learn to be gentle, right? You're just like a hedgehog, so unlovable.
After hearing Yi Chang's words, Jin-won realized that Yi Chang was joking with him, and he became angry. You idiot, you actually scared me. I won't forgive you when I get back.
Yi Chang took a breath. It seemed that he really wouldn't be gentle anymore. Damn Jin Yen.
I guess I'm just a tool in Jin-won's mind, not as important as Jin-won's career. Yi Chang was not sad at all. There was no point in being sad. If you think about it shamelessly, you are also getting a beautiful woman for free.
Jin-won's tone became much better. You won't accept his conditions, right? Am I crazy? Study abroad?
I have the money, so I can go study abroad anywhere.
I need him to arrange it. As for naturalization, I have Chinese citizenship, so why should I be someone else's grandson? I have strong ideological and political thinking, okay? Besides, I will be a member of the organization soon, okay?
Yi Chang said with a smile.
Li Yangyi was simply joking with himself. Yi Chang looked down on people like Li Yangyi. How could anyone in the world think that other countries are better than their own? He discussed with Jin-won and first dragged Li Yangyi.
Jin-won warned, don't underestimate him, he's a scary guy who can do anything.
I can do anything. Yi Chang thought to himself that he was just an ordinary college student. Have you ever seen any college student who has 3 wives and 4 concubines like you? Yi Chang just thought about it but didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, he still had to have some dignity.
Jin-won helped Yi Chang suppress the news in Shanghai, which is the media base.
Yi Chang said, do you want money? How can you suppress the popularity without money? No one will give you face if you don't have money. If you consider everything from a money perspective, the problem becomes simple.
He had just earned hundreds of billions and hadn't had time to spend it yet.
It was a good opportunity to let Jin Yen feel the power of money and respect him in the future. I am not a little puppy. At least don't let Jin-won sing conquer on me in the future.
No, I use favors in exchange.
Money is not everything. Tisk, that's what you poor bastards say. Money isn't everything. Why are you working to earn money?
If you can use money, use it, not favors.
Yi Chang said, humanity is precious. Am I being educated?
Jin-won knew that Yi Chang had no other means to bribe him, so he became arrogant again. Are you itching for trouble again? I'll deal with you later. If you get complacent with a little money, you'll be in trouble sooner or later.
Have some money? Do I look down on anyone? Is that a bit of a thing? Hundreds of small goals.
In other words, I am low-key and love freedom, otherwise I would be like Mr. Wang, surrounded by young models every day.
Yi Cheng hung up Jin Wen's phone call.
Jin Wen asked him to deal with Li Yangi, saying that the other party would not come to Jiangqing just for Yi Cheng.
There must be another purpose.
Jin Wen hopes Yi Cheng will dig it out.
You really think of yourself as a detective?
This is difficult. Yi Cheng thought about it and decided to mobilize his own connections. He immediately looked for the delivery boy and said, "Don't deliver food these 2 days.
If you have time, help me with something. I'll pay you 1,000 yuan a day." The delivery guy took a deep breath. What else could he say for 1,000 yuan a day?
Yi Cheng took out Li Yangi's photo and said, "Please keep an eye on this person for me and see who he meets and where he goes."
Yi Cheng, are you asking us to follow you? What do you mean by stalking? We're not doing anything illegal. We just took a quick look while delivering food.
Yi Cheng thought to himself, "Please stop talking nonsense.
We are all serious people."
The delivery guy had Li Yangi's photo, so of course there was no problem, as long as Yi Cheng paid him. Yi Cheng was very satisfied looking at the young men. This was his own circle of contacts. They were all young men and extremely solid.
He continued to sit at the takeaway station, watching Brother Wang upload countless driving videos on the cloud space every day.
Yi Cheng was really speechless with admiration for Brother Wang. It seems that when Brother Wang and Andy are together, they are either doing it or preparing to do it, and it seems like they have no time to eat. No wonder he was able to easily defeat Gao Xian's mother.
With his physical strength and skills, Brother Wang is truly admirable.
Shi Gui and Jing Yang met these few days, and then signed a contract with Su Zhangyang at the municipal government to take over the unfinished community.
The city government also asked the TV station to report on it, and Shi Gui immediately became a famous female entrepreneur and appeared on TV.
She became a rich and beautiful woman in the real estate industry in Jiangcheng. Shi Gui complained to Yi Cheng that she was very busy and the company was still an empty shell. She ended up spending 8.3 billion and someone wanted to treat her to dinner every day.
Shi Gui was shocked. Those businessmen really work hard for their business. Chapter 108 My dad won't let me play with bad guys. Yi Cheng hid behind the scenes and asked Shi Gui to speed up the recruitment. There are countless civil engineering and construction people in Jiangcheng waiting to find jobs. If you want talents, there is nothing that university doesn't have. In order to make Shi Gui feel more relaxed, Yi Cheng contacted Vice Principal Zhang.
The principal had no problem at all and said he would definitely help.
When are you going to take me out to broaden my horizons, to a business place? When are you going to take me there? I tell you, I'm your principal, and I'm giving you face. Yi Cheng was speechless. Vice Principal Zhang was still obsessed with the idea. Does your wife know about you doing this? Of course I can't let him know. I'm just going to take a look, not to play. If there's a chance, didn't Li Yangi invite you to a social event?
Socializing is bullshit, that guy is very stingy. Yi Cheng smiled and said, "You are stingy because you are of no use to him."
Li Yangi has met many people recently and often goes to Jiangcheng golf course.
The delivery guys in Yecheng are very good at keeping tabs on people. As long as they are paid enough, they will stay up all night and follow you 24 hours a day.
More awesome than any paparazzi.
Many of the people Li Yangi met with were bank presidents, and it was likely that Li Yangi was looking to raise funds in Jiangcheng.
After all, Parkson was partnering with Jiangcheng to invest in a local chemical base, so wouldn't that cost money?
Using Parkson's own money is no better than using money raised through financing. Through financing, we can establish strong relationships with local industries and commerce, invest with other people's money, and if we quit in the future, we can just pack up and leave, because Parkson didn't spend any money anyway. It's like getting something for nothing. Yi Cheng looked down on companies like Parkson.
What can you do without money? How can you be a Fortune 500 company without even hundreds of billions?
That day, Yi Cheng contacted Jing Yang to have breakfast together. The buns made by Sister Wang next door were quite good.
It seems Parkson is negotiating with the bank to borrow money. Yi Cheng asked, "Did you know?" "I know." Jing Yang didn't care. "Isn't this how all investments are now?" Yi Cheng was surprised to see Jing Yang's calm expression. The bank's money is the people's money, right?
They use the people's money to develop their projects.
What if they run away with the loans? It's just like the real estate industry. Zhang Yang Group also borrowed money from the bank and couldn't pay it back. Can Parkson, a Fortune 500 company, be on par with Zhang Yang? Yi Cheng smiled. Is it different? What's different? The richer I am, the more I realize that banks are good, but not as good as I imagined. Loans are leverage. Parkson Company definitely has no collateral. They are a big company and their reputation is money. Yi Cheng said, I'm just reminding you that while the loan is fine, Parkson Company will have to contribute some money. It's all our bank's money. If they don't contribute a penny and then run away, what will happen? You can't expect me to cover everything. Jing Yun thought for a moment and asked, do you know their financial plan? What is the relationship between Yi Cheng and Jinwen? Yi Cheng smiled and said, just know that they really don't intend to pay a penny of the $1 billion. I think this is shameless. Jing Yang was stunned and looked at Yi Cheng in disbelief. He felt that this was too much. Parkson Company should at least pay a part of the money, and the rest could be loaned out. If you don't spend a penny, then you just want to get it for free. The investment risks are all transferred to local banks. If the project is successful, it would be best if they can be replaced. If the project fails, the bank will just have an extra bad debt. Jing Yang no longer had the heart to eat his buns. Can you get the specific documents? Brother, I'm not a spy. It's not easy for me to help you find out this information. I'm telling you for free because I'm afraid that the hard-earned money of the people of Zhongcheng will be taken away. Yi Cheng said, worried about the country and the people. Do you really think you are a corporate spy? You are going too far. Jing Yang quickly smiled and said, you will soon be a member of the organization. This is the mission the organization has given you. How about we just forget about this kind of organization? Yi Cheng said with a smile, there's no document, but I know what Li Yangyi is planning. He wants to get something for nothing, so you can put a stop to the funding and tell the bank to do something to trouble Li Yangyi. Jing Yang was unwilling to do so, saying that the government could not interfere in the operation of the bank and had no control over it. Yi Cheng had no choice, since he had already reminded Li Yangyi. After dinner, when Jing Yang left, Yi Cheng received a call from Li Yangyi. Mr. Yi, what are your thoughts? I'm looking forward to our cooperation. I'm here to find out the results. Yi Cheng smiled and said, I asked my father, he was against me going abroad. He said that a home is worse than a kennel. My parents were against it, let alone letting me become a citizen. My father said that if I dared to become a foreigner, he would beat me to death and would not allow me to be buried in the ancestral tomb after I die. What did your parents say when you became a citizen, Mr. Li? Li Yangyi's face suddenly darkened. He felt that Yi Cheng was scolding him, but he had no evidence. He said unhappily, my family supports me very much. They are very open-minded. Is there any problem with our cooperation? I'm sorry, but my dad doesn't want me to work with you. He's a veteran and he doesn't want me to hang out with bad guys. Haha, Mr. Yi. Yi Cheng hung up the phone directly. Li Yangyi was stunned. I haven't finished speaking yet. He looked fierce. Yi Cheng actually hung up his phone. He had no intention of cooperating with me from the beginning, so he has been keeping me hanging. Li Yangyi reacted, thought for a moment, and then contacted Jinwen. Boss Jin, Yi Cheng refuses to cooperate with me. I think for the benefit of the company, you should help me convince him. Does it have anything to do with me? Aren't you in Zhongcheng? This is the company's intention. Li Yangyi smiled. Jinwen cursed, do you have any shame? Just because you're one level older than me, you can represent the company, right? Of course, persuading Yi Cheng to cooperate with us is all for the benefit of the company, otherwise I will report to the headquarters. You don't want our cooperation with Zhongcheng to be successful, but haven't you been the one negotiating the Zhongcheng project? Li Yangyi was secretly happy. The more annoyed Jin Yan was, the happier he felt. Letting Jinwen persuade Yi Cheng would become his own credit. If he failed, it would be Jinwen's fault, and he could even use this matter to report Jinwen. Li Yangyi hung up the phone. Thinking about Yi Cheng, he was also very annoyed. Yi Cheng had been dragging him for several days, but he refused to cooperate? It's not that cheap. Li Yangyi thought about it and came up with an idea. Yi Cheng, just wait for me. You forced me to do this. Don't blame me for bullying you. Yi Cheng was very surprised when he saw Jinwen. Why did this damn woman come to Zhongcheng again? You don't want to ask me to sing again, do you? Jinwen said. Li Yangyi asked me to come and discuss the patent transfer with you. Yi Chang was stunned and laughed. Li Yangyi was quite interesting. He let Jinwen embarrass him. So he wanted to kill two birds with one stone? Your boss is a bit treacherous. Chapter 109. How is your acting? Yi Chang and Jinwen have a special relationship. Letting Jinwen come to talk to him will be beneficial to Li Yangyi regardless of whether he agrees or not. Yi Chang immediately understood that this old Li was a man who knew how to use people to get things done, and he was a bit sinister. It's the old bitch. Yi Chang laughed disdainfully. He is really loyal to foreigners, bullying us like this. Now you see the true face of foreign companies. Jinwen smiled bitterly and said, don't be so sarcastic. What should we do now? Will you cooperate or not? If you refuse, he will definitely have other tricks and will definitely force you to submit. I don't have any idea. Yi Chang couldn't think of how Li Yangyi would deal with him for a moment, but it didn't matter, he was not afraid of anything. How many right and wrongs can't be resolved with money? Yi Chang and Jinwen said, consider quitting your job and starting your own business. I'll invest in you. Don't say such angry words. Now he wants to mess with both of us. We can't just give up like this. We have to play with him to the end. Jinwen was very angry. He wanted Yi Chang to cooperate with him, but with the addition of Li Yangyi, the credit that belonged to him was easily snatched away by the other party. A higher-ranking official can crush a person to death. Jinwen is in a weak position. Chen Zuzong's patented environmentally friendly paint can be used in cooperation with Parkson, but that must be led by Jinwen. Yi Chang was also in a dilemma. I promised you now that I'm not going to help you, but Li Yangyi, right? So of course I won't cooperate with you. Let's see what that guy will do first. Yi Chang and Jinwen agreed. The next day, Jing Yang found Yi Chang and said seriously, Parkson claims you stole their patent and is putting pressure on the city to give it up. Oh shit. Yi Chang spat out a mouthful of porridge. Li Yangyi said that? Yes, he has information proving that Parkson owns the patent for the paint formula. We've had an expert look at it, and it seems to be true. Jing Yang looked at Yi Chang and said, did you really steal their patent? I stole his grandmother. This is shameless. Yi Chang thought that Li Yangyi would deal with him, but he didn't know from which angle. He didn't expect that he would turn against Tiangang. Ouch. Oh shit. Yi Chang sighed in amazement. He had completely underestimated the other party's shamelessness. Jing Yang said that some leaders in the city believed it. After all, the other party was a big company with a good reputation and it was unlikely to deceive people. Leader, you don't believe it too? Jing Yang said, I really don't want to believe it, but the information they provided is very complete, and Academician Chen also said it's authentic. Academician Chen? Hearing that it was Chen Zuzong who verified the information, Yi Chang smiled slightly. Didn't Academician Chen say anything else? No, I just said the information is real. Did you infringe on my rights? The smile on Yi Chang's face became even more pronounced. It seemed that Brother Wang had succeeded. Andy must have gotten the information from Brother Wang and handed it to Li Yangyi. Yi Chang was very angry. What infringement did I commit? Leader, let me tell you, that information should be the one I lost. I don't know how it got into their hands, and they actually slandered me. Ah. The owner of my takeaway station is missing. He knew I had proprietary information, but I didn't care at first. Now I see it was Parkson who stole my information and is trying to turn against Tiangang. Leader, you need to help me. After listening to Yi Chang's words, Jing Yang smiled bitterly and said, how could such a thing still happen? Parkson Company is now asking to put pressure on you. Come to my office tomorrow and explain everything. The leaders are all very concerned about this project. After all, it is related to the implementation of the investment. Okay, I understand. I'll definitely cooperate. Yi Chang wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his face. Jing Yang looked at him and laughed. Yi Chang was young after all, and he was nervous when faced with such a thing. Don't worry, the leaders are still willing to trust you. Tomorrow we just need to confront Li Yangyi and clarify everything. Thank you very much. Yi Chang quickly expressed his gratitude. After seeing Jing Yang off, the smile on Yi Chang's face suddenly disappeared, and all expression was gone. Li Yangyi is really shameless, it's a pity that you fell into the trap. Yi Chang's eyes turned cold. What would he do if he were a vampire capitalist?
Of course, it is to pursue maximum benefits. Yi Chang went to the hotel, but the lawyers from Tianping law firm had not left yet. Instead, there were several old thugs who specialized in targeting patent lawyers. Yi Chang called a meeting of the lawyers and briefly explained the situation. If I initiate a patent lawsuit against Parkson, will I benefit now? It's not much of a benefit. At most, we'll just have to make them pay a little money. If they put your patent into production, that's a different story, Mr. Yi. Once they do, we can demand huge compensation. According to foreign experience, asking for over $1 billion wouldn't be a problem. In the end, they usually choose to settle and pay you the settlement fee. Doesn't that mean that I have to admit defeat tomorrow? Yi Chang nodded and said it was okay. Lawyer Yang, who specializes in patent lawyers, said, Mr. Yi, Parkson's profits in the international market have been declining in recent years. Their main source of income is still our Dahua market. Last year, their global revenue was over $30 billion, and their profit margin has declined. Over the past 5 years, Parkson's share of the international market has shrunk significantly. The main reason is that our Dahua paint has started to gain momentum. Dahua's paint is cheap, although the quality may not be as good as others, but cheap is king. In order to suppress our Dahua paint company, Parkson has launched patent lawsuits against many of our companies. What's the result? Parkson won. They are a professional coatings group and hold many patents. Many of our companies don't pay much attention to patents. Lawyer Yang said, if we initiate patent litigation against them this time, it may be the most likely time to win. The most likely to win doesn't mean a 100% win. No, I want a 100% win. Yi Chang said with a smile, tomorrow I will confront Li Yangi, how should I speak? Lawyer Yang quickly handed Yi Chang a piece of paper with his written speech lines on it. He told him not to speak carelessly during tomorrow's confrontation. Yi Chang could not admit that he stole the patent, and it was even better not to mention the content of the patent during the conversation. The best thing is to be forced to admit defeat. So, Mr. Yi, how is your acting? If not, I can go in your place. I am your attorney and can go in your place. Our lawyers are used in such situations. Lawyer Yang looked at Yi Chang and said, don't feel sorry for us. Just use us if necessary. Lawyer Yang said that he is very experienced and can be shameless. Who made Yi Chang pay such a high service fee? If I help Yi Chang act, I will definitely get the case. He is an international patent lawyer. How can I not make millions from this case? Mr. Yi, you are of noble status. Porcelain pieces should not touch tiles. Let's do it, let's do it. This kind of shameful thing should be handled by us lawyers. We lawyers sacrifice for our employers. Don't sympathize with us and ask us to do it. As soon as Lawyer Yang said this, other lawyers expressed that they also wanted to act and become a movie star. If Yi Chang doesn't let them go, he is questioning their abilities. They are definitely not doing this for the sky-high lawyer fees, they just want to be the best actor. Chapter 110 It's All My Fault. The old legal rogue of Tianping lawyer rushed to show Yi Chang what it means to be a lawyer and also an actor. Yi Chang was shocked by these people and was a little worried that there would be accidents. Now it seems that there is nothing to be afraid of. These veterans of the law have been in the profession for decades and may have thought of any unexpected situation. Yi Chang chose Lawyer Yang and Lawyer Song. The two of them laughed and hugged each other. The other lawyers were envious and jealous. Yi Chang asked them to go, and they would be the leaders of this patent case. They would get the lion's share of the lawyer's fees in the future, and they would only be able to make a small profit. It feels like a loss of 100 million. Patent cases are very profitable, especially those involving Fortune 500 companies. These lawyers only care about money and don't care what Yi Chang did in the case. From now on, Yi Chang is just cheating people, and they will only take the initiative to help Yi Chang make the case look more perfect. Lawyers are the legal thugs of the rich. Lawyer Song and Lawyer Yang swore to serve Yi Chang well, then they took out the agency contract, and Yi Chang took a look at it and signed it immediately. The legal fees for both of them are 10 million, plus his expenses. The settlement will only be made when the case is concluded. In short, their legal fees will still be paid by Parkson. Yi Chang took the two of them there the next day. Jing Yang had been waiting for a long time, and a conference room was specially cleared out for him and Li Yangi to use. The other party has arrived. Seeing Yi Chang, Li Yangi smiled disdainfully and generously asked Yi Chang to sit down, as if nothing had happened. We meet again? Li Yangi smiled with a victorious smile. As long as Yi Chang cooperated with him, he would not lose out on any benefits if he obeyed him. He was determined to commit suicide.
He smiled smugly and said, "Yi Chang, are you surprised?"
Yi Chang smiled bitterly. It was a surprise. I didn't expect that Mr. Li would come up with such a brilliant move.
It caught me off guard.
Li Yangyi was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter when he realized what was happening.
This was just a simple business operation. How many years have I been in the business world, and how many years has Yi Chang had? He actually wants to fight me.
I can only say that he is young and frivolous and doesn't know his own limitations.
I hope you can learn from this lesson and grow. Li Yangyi waved his hand to end the reminiscence, then looked at Yi Chang with murderous intent and asked, "Do you admit that you stole my company's confidential patents?" Yi Chang waved his hand and immediately shut up.
Lawyer Yang slammed the table and said, "Don't talk nonsense.
If you say it's stealing, then it's stealing. Show me the evidence. If you can't, I'll sue you."
I'm Mr. Ye's attorney, and we're in charge of this case from now on. Lawyer Song Yi also sneered, "Mr. Li, what you just said is suspicious of frame-up.
You accuse Mr. Yi of stealing secrets without any evidence. I recorded it for you."
Jing Yang looked at the two lawyers and felt they were so arrogant. Yi Chang smiled slightly and continued to play with his phone, browsing the female anchor, becoming even more arrogant, showing that he didn't take the other party seriously at all.
Li Yangyi didn't say anything.
In his opinion, Yi Chang was just bluffing.
He has seen many people like Yi Chang in the business world.
In the end, they were all killed by me.
Li Yangyi quickly apologized. "I said the wrong thing, I apologize to Yi Chang."
He nodded, and his men immediately produced the patent information. "Yi Chang, can you explain how your patents are highly consistent with our patent information?"
"If you say it meets the requirements, then it meets the requirements. Have you asked someone to identify it?"
Academician Shen has confirmed it, and professional institutions have also verified it, so it's reasonable for us to suspect you of stealing our company's secrets. The two lawyers looked back in surprise. Their eyes were filled with surprise and unexpected. They even couldn't control their expressions and trembled uncontrollably, as if they were really surprised.
Yi Chang said, "I can't explain it, maybe it's a coincidence." Coincidence? I don't believe it. Science is rigorous.
The only possible reason your patent is the same as ours is that you stole our confidential data. Li Yangyi stood up and announced with an oppressive aura, pointing at Yi Chang as if he were judging a criminal, "You are a thief, you stole our company's secrets." Jing Yang quickly said, "Mr. Li, don't get excited.
Let's talk it over nicely."
He sat down again and nodded towards Jing Yang, still as graceful as ever. However, when he looked at Yi Chang, his eyes were filled with disdain. "I need an explanation.
Who cooperated with you to steal our company's secrets?" Lawyer Song and Lawyer Yang looked at Yi Chang anxiously, like a new father waiting for the birth of his child.
They looked at Yi Chang with regret.
"Mr. Yi, go ahead and prove yourself. We believe you. Mr. Yi, tell us, we will help you."
The two lawyers looked very upset, their faces became tense and ferocious. Yi Chang was silent, and suddenly wiped his eyes. "It was Jin Yin who helped me."
Li Yangyi raised the corners of his mouth.
Although a kid like Yi Chang is rich, he can't bear the pressure he puts on himself.
Having obtained Yi Chang's confession is enough to finish Jin 1. Lawyers Song and Yang quickly expressed that they could help Yi Chang continue to fight and sue.
Yi Chang shook his head and said with disappointment, "Forget it, we can't beat them, they are among the top 500. Lawyers Song and Yang urged excitedly. "There's still a chance, there's still a chance.
Don't give up. We'll work hard with you."
Forget it, let's go." Yi Chang looked at Li Yangyi disappointedly, thought for a moment, bowed to him and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so cruel."
Li Yangyi smiled slightly. He was the winner, and winners were innocent.
Yi Chang would never have thought that his information had been stolen. Both of them knew it and were acting. After Yi Chang apologized, he turned around and walked out of the conference room door.
He discussed the compensation issue with Lawyer Song and Lawyer Yang. "If you admit defeat, you will definitely receive compensation. I guess I will have to apologize in the newspaper. Even if I don't do it, the other party will. There will definitely be some damage to your reputation, but Mr. Yi, you're very negative online right now, so it doesn't seem like much of a loss. The only thing left is financial compensation. We didn't produce anything, so a symbolic amount will be enough. 5 million, maybe. Can.
Yi Cheng agreed, and let the lawyer handle the rest.
Your reaction just now was a bit too emotional.
Yeah, but I should be able to fool them. Of course. The two lawyers smiled slightly, the best was yet to come. In fact, Li Yangyi just wanted to drag Jinwen into this so that he could attack Jinwen, and this way the case of stealing secrets would be logically complete.
Without Jinwen, how would Yi Cheng get Park Sin-'s secrets? Chapter 111, I only feel scared after I understand it.
After Yi Cheng returned, he contacted Jinwen and told him about the situation.
Jinwen cursed, "You have a pig brain, how dare you drag me into this?"
Yi Cheng smiled and said, "I said it on purpose. I was afraid that Li Yangyi didn't expect you, so I said it on purpose."
Why? Do you know that if I do this, I might get sued by the company, lose my job, and have to pay the company a large sum of money?
Yi Cheng doesn't care at all.
A problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. I've prepared the money for you, enough to compensate Park Sin Company. Don't worry about the lawsuit. Li Yangyi just wants to get rid of you. He has no actual evidence at all. You. Jin Yen was so angry that she wanted to die.
The man was so deceptive. The career she had worked hard for 10 years might be destroyed in one day. In the end, her reputation was ruined and she left the paint industry in disgrace. Being involved in this kind of theft case, no company will hire me again, and I will definitely be blacklisted in the paint industry. Jin Wenren is in Jiangcheng and he rushes over to kill Yi Cheng. This guy has ruined his own future with his own hands. You're such a bastard. Yi Cheng laughed and looked at the mad dog like Jin Yen and said, "Calm down, it's not a big problem."
Do you know how hard I work for this job? You don't understand. You don't understand at all.
Of course, Yi Cheng couldn't feel that no matter how good Jin Yan's job was, he was just an employee. After waiting for Jin Wen to calm down, Yi Cheng said, "Get ready.
You will take over all of Park Sin's investments in Jiangcheng." Jin Wen was dumbfounded.
His career was about to be ruined, but he could still take over the project of Park Sin Company.
What do you mean? What I mean is that this is a setup. I gave Li Yangyi the information he had. Yi Cheng blinked, was he surprised?
Jin Wen was stunned. It took her a while to react while she was sitting on the sofa. Her body became excited and she took a deep breath.
You set a trap. Oh, Andy is missing. Is she yours? You're really smart. Yi Cheng smiled.
Jin Wen, a true business elite, immediately realized what was happening.
It's all thanks to Brother Wang. Brother Wang?
Jin Wen was at a loss for words. This Mr. Wang is truly an amazing person.
Yeah.
Yi Cheng picked up the red wine and poured a glass for Jin Wen. We should celebrate now.
But I'm definitely going to lose my job. It's just for now.
Park Sin Group will invite you back when the time comes. Of course, I hope you will refuse them and become the president of Jiangcheng Chemical Group. Yi Cheng felt that Jin Wen was a good fit as the president and there was no need for him to work for others.
Whatever money a foreigner can give you, I will give you double. Jin Wen took a deep breath. Jiangcheng Chemical Group? I didn't know there was such a company. I have prepared a company for you. Yi Chengdao, we will invest 30 billion, focusing on the coatings market. We will cooperate with Jiangcheng University, that is, Academician Chen, to establish a state-of-the-art chemical laboratory. You will have Academician Chen's research team behind you to provide technical support in the future. Are you confident?
It doesn't matter if you don't have confidence. Yi Cheng doesn't rely on the chemical group to make money, so he can just have fun. Jin Wen suddenly realized that all this was Yi Cheng's plan. He was plotting against Li Yangyi and himself, forcing him to leave Park Sin.
Come to Jiangcheng Chemical Group.
Yi Cheng is more ambitious than he thought, and his plans are even bigger.
30 billion investment, this scale is very scary. How will the funds be solved? Then you don't have to worry.
Yi Cheng smiled and said, when Park Sin Company starts producing new patented products, they will release some of them. Jin Yen sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling cold from head to toe, and couldn't help but shiver all over.
This is not fear, but terror and excitement. The damn man had it all planned out.
Li Yangyi will definitely produce this new product when he returns, because Park Sin's profits have declined in recent years and he needs a bright spot in performance. If the patent information Yi Cheng gave him is not turned into a product, it will be meaningless.
You are going to have an international patent lawsuit against Park Sin.
Jin Yen took a few deep breaths to suppress the excitement in his heart. The more they produce, the more compensation they have to pay. Such an astronomical amount of compensation will likely cause Parkson's stock price in New York to plummet.
The company's shareholders will not forgive Li Yangyi.
Yi Cheng continued, by then, in order to reconcile with me, Parkson will have to bow to me. It will all depend on whether I accept their gifts or not. Yi Cheng felt that he was so sinister. It was no surprise that Li Yangyi was dead. He had no sympathy at all. Why keep such a banana person alive when he had the chance to kill him?
He had to pay compensation, reputation, and other costs for this game. After paying such a huge price, how could he not get anything in return?
The greater the cost, the greater the reward. Jinwen was excited for a moment, and then he felt a little awe when looking at Yi Cheng.
Puppies are quite cute when they don't bite, but once they bite, they will kill you.
It goes without saying that the cost of such a layout is very high.
I don't recognize you anymore. Are you still the stupid rich second-generation guy I met in Beijing, or is this business tycoon you are now?
Your methods are very ruthless, the most cruel I have ever seen.
Jin Yen exhaled harshly, so you weren't going to tell me? Yeah, I won't hide it from you, how can I do it?
Yi Cheng said, it's only possible to succeed if you can even deceive your own people.
Li Yangyi is not a fool. He knows his information is fake. He was betting that I wouldn't dare to mess with a Fortune 500 company.
After all, the legal department of a Fortune 500 company is not a pushover. When Yi Cheng admitted it in the conference room, he felt that Li Yangyi was obviously relieved. If Yi Cheng really took out his patent information, Li Yangyi would still be worried.
He was just betting that Yi Cheng was young and couldn't withstand this kind of pressure. He was just betting.
Yi Cheng was also afraid that Li Yangyi would ask to verify his patent information, and the secret of the patent would be exposed. Jinwen looked at Yi Cheng and his mouth twitched, not knowing what to say for a moment.
After a long moment, she sighed and said, "You're absolutely crazy. What if you fail?" He won't fail. He's a banana man. He needs the credit more than me. He has always been very confident. You haven't seen a gambler, but I have. Yi Chengdao.
Because transportation is inconvenient in my hometown, which is located in the mountains, gamblers often go there to gamble. Yi Cheng saw this several times when he was a child.
Once the gamblers sit at the table, they can't get down. Li Yangyi is a gambler. Jinwen smiled and said, I admire you a little bit. It's really crazy. Only rich people like you are not afraid of losing the bet, right? Without Yi Cheng's capital, who would dare to take such a gamble?
For Yi Cheng, all he paid was money and reputation, but for Li Yangyi, he paid with his entire life.
Chapter 112 Another Crazy Woman. Yi Cheng and Jinwen discussed the follow-up arrangements. Many of the remaining matters can be left to the lawyers. All Jinwen has to do is wait.
Jinwen estimated that it would take Li Yangyi at least a month to produce the new product. This month is the time for Li Yangyi to deal with himself.
You've ruined my career and destroyed my reputation over the years.
Jinwen was helpless, but she could also guess what would happen next.
Li Yangyi will definitely take the opportunity to slander her.
She was originally very angry, but when she looked at Yi Cheng, Jinwen suddenly wanted to cry. The man she picked up casually in the capital was too powerful. Just because Li Yangyi used their scandal to make a fuss, Yi Cheng wanted to kill him. This feels very safe. You didn't listen to me after all, so I'm going to punish you tonight.
Sing above the moon tonight. Yi Cheng's face twitched suddenly and his whole body trembled. Listening to Jinwen's singing was a double torture of both body and mind. Other people's singing was either unpleasant or fatal. This woman will even shatter your soul. I have things to do tonight. What's the matter? Do you want to see some little goblin? Jinwen glared at me with murderous intent. Can't I handle you here? Shout out and let me see if you're qualified enough to be a goblin. She's my girlfriend, don't talk nonsense, little devil. Is that your teacher called Chi Gue? Jinwen didn't care at all.
She had read the news and naturally knew about Yi Cheng and Chi Gue. She was with Yi Cheng just to have a child, and their relationship was physical and not emotional. That teacher is fine, shouted out, let's do it together tonight, I don't mind, as long as you can do it.
Jin Yan acts like a female hooligan. Yi Cheng was dumbfounded. Is this so exciting? I don't even dare to think about it.
You women in Shanghai are different.
It's a pity that I don't dare. Forget it, forget it. I don't dare to think about it. Just be normal. Yi Chang said.
Jin Yen rolled his eyes in disdain. You have the will but not the guts.
The bitch-like smile on your face has already betrayed you. Is there? I am a good student, how is that possible?
Yi Chang picked up his clothes and turned back to Jin Won and said, I gave you a chance to be my girlfriend before, but you didn't want it.
Don't even think about it in the future. You'll be nothing more than a stranger. Jin Won sneered and did not stop Yi Chang. He watched Yi Chang leave and thought to himself, Yi Chang is not bad, maybe I should consider him? Yi Chang and Shi Gue made a phone call and then went to the takeaway station. The lawyers and Li Yangyi quickly reached an agreement on compensation of 5 million and an apology. That night, news about Yi Chang stealing Parkson's business secrets appeared on the internet and instantly became the headline of social news. It was obvious that Li Yangyi had mobilized a network of internet trolls. Yi Chang asked Lin Ing to hire some online trolls to discredit him. The bigger the incident, the better.
Ah, well, okay. Lin Ing hung up the phone silently, then suppressed her conscience and was about to make another decision that went against her conscience. This time, Yi Chang was directly ranked first on the hot topics of major platforms and his popularity could not be reduced. Netizens criticized Yi Chang for supporting Parkson Company and maintaining its own rights. Even many experts jumped out to speak for Parkson, taking advantage of the popularity to attack Yi Chang while promoting Parkson.
Li Yangyi was extremely satisfied. This news was a huge advertisement.
People all over the country knew about Parkson Company and Parkson's new patented paint. Li Yangyi immediately ordered the Shanghai factory to start arranging production, taking advantage of the popularity to occupy the national market.
The news is always full of the sarcastic connotations of Parkson.
Yi Chang watched the news for a while and felt someone coming in.
He turned around and saw it was Su Zijin. He really didn't expect Su Zijin to come and see him.
Su Zijin looked at Yi Chang and smiled when he saw that he was extremely calm.
So this is a trap. Is your target the president of Parkson or Parkson itself? I'm a thief, how dare I do that? Su Zijin smiled and said, don't play along with me. I saw the news. This level of attention is totally unnatural. There must be someone behind the scenes pushing this.
Parkson must have mobilized resources, and I'm afraid you've also been silently contributing behind the scenes. People who work in self-media are always sensitive to attention, but Yi Chang refused to admit it.
Those things have nothing to do with me. You say I would hire a group of netizens to discredit myself? Am I crazy? That's illogical. Why did you come to see me? Do you sympathize with me or do you want to have something to do with me? There's a room in the back.
Su Zijin glanced at the cloth-covered door behind the takeaway station and the corner of his mouth twitched. I don't mind having something happen with you, but this place isn't suitable.
If you're willing, I can book a hotel right now.
There was a smile in her eyes. She was not afraid of Yi Chang at all, but she was afraid that Yi Chang would not dare.
What a lunatic. Same as Jin Won. It's better not to play with crazy people. They are too crazy. Yi Chang said, just tell me what you want to say. I don't have time to waste with you. Cut. Su Zijin rolled his eyes and said, I came to thank you.
You took over the unfinished residential complex project.
My company is fine now. Will you live in that community in the future? What? As neighbors, I have a house there. Wouldn't it be nice if you could come sleep with me? Don't seduce me, I'm not interested.
Yi Chang didn't care at all.
This must be Su Zhengyang's intention. Of course, since Su Zijin is a crazy woman, it might be her own idea. But he really wasn't interested. I'm not beautiful? Su Zijin was a little unhappy. Her figure and appearance were both top-notch. Isn't that what men like? Yi Chang said, am I that superficial? Beauty?
If I wanted, Zhang Jing could have called all her classmates to accompany me.
They're all art students, are they any worse than you? What I value is inner qualities, do you understand?
Superficial, too superficial.
All of my women are top-notch, and as a bootlicker, I also have requirements. Not everyone can lick it.
Yi Chang waved his hand, go seduce other little puppies, I. Suddenly, he felt something extra in his hand. Yi Chang pinched it and felt something soft and elastic. He looked up and saw that his hand was on Su Zijin's chest.
Yi Chang took it back as if he had been electrocuted. Is he crazy? Su Zijin looked at Yi Chang boldly and passionately. How does it feel? Are you the first person to touch it? It's just so.
Yi Cheng thought to himself that she was really crazy. When a woman goes crazy, men really can't do anything about it.
He actually played this trick.
Su Zijin looked at Yi Cheng and smiled.
She glanced back and walked towards the back room.
When she reached the door, she looked back at Yi Cheng with a smile on her lips, and then she entered the small room.
Yi Cheng was suddenly in a dilemma.
To go or not to go, this was not a good choice. It felt too difficult.
Chapter 113, Better Than a Meal of Spare Ribs.
It felt like two people were fighting in Yi Cheng's mind. If someone lets him in and doesn't take advantage of the situation, he'd be a fool not to take advantage of it. One of them was reminding Yi Cheng that Su Zijin was not an ordinary girl, she was completely different from many girls. Taking advantage may feel good for a while, but it may cause endless troubles in the future. You can take advantage of some people, but you can't take advantage of others.
Obviously, Su Zijin is the latter type of person. A woman like Su Zijin might be the most high-class girl Yi Cheng could meet in school.
Fair, rich, beautiful, smart, wise, and knowledgeable.
It's just a smaller version of Jin Yen.
Thinking of Jin Wen, Yi Cheng immediately stopped thinking about it.
That woman liked to sing and had a very weird personality. I also have some special hobbies. He also discovered that Su Zijin had a slight masochistic tendency, which was a special fetish. Forget it, I can't afford to offend him. One Jin Yen is already giving me a headache, another one?
Yi Cheng really doesn't care much about things between men and women.
I've never had it before, so I'm looking forward to it. But now that I don't like it anymore, things between men and women really feel ordinary.
He still likes to be with Chi Gue when he has time. Sitting on the balcony at home watching the sunset, I realize that people are lonely, and the older they get, the lonelier they become.
I have a lot of sorrows but no one to confide in. I look around and see a sea of people, but no one is my confidant.
Yi Cheng picked up the phone and told Chi Gue that he would be home for dinner later.
Yi Cheng felt warm when he heard Chi Gue's gentle hum on the phone. I'm home.
Yi Cheng turned around with a smile on his face.
Su Zijin walked out and looked at Yi Cheng in disbelief.
She felt that Yi Cheng would definitely not let her go this time, and she offered herself to him on her own initiative, like a delicious dish.
Can Yi Cheng not eat a few bites? What's wrong with this guy? Is he mentally ill?
She took off her coat and waited for him to come, and she didn't mind the bad environment here and was willing to endure it.
That's the result?
For a moment, Su Zijin found it hard to accept this. This made her more angry than humiliation.
Can I know your reason?
Su Zijin suppressed the anger in his heart.
Are you a gentleman to treat a lady like this?
Yi Cheng smiled and said, Teacher Chi Gue is waiting for me to come back for dinner.
He stewed pork ribs in the evening. That's it?
Su Zijin bit her lip, clenched her fists, and stared at Yi Cheng fiercely.
What kind of reason was this? Ribs? I'm not even as good as a meal. If you want spare ribs, I can buy them for you. You can have as many as you want.
I know a private restaurant that makes very authentic spare ribs. Yi Cheng shook his head and looked at Su Zijin and said, It's not the ribs that are the problem, it's the people.
Am I not as good as Chi Gue?
No, your family background is better than Chi Gue's, you are younger, and your figure is better than Chi Gue's, but you don't understand what men want. Yi Cheng said sincerely, I don't mean to look down on you.
If you had treated me like this earlier, I would have guaranteed to be your most loyal lickspittle.
Yi Cheng smiled, but at that time, you were so high and mighty that you didn't even look down on me, right? Men will like you because of your beauty and lust for your body, but what men want more is to have a life for everyone, and to have someone waiting for you when you get home from get off work.
Do you understand?
Su Zijin raised her hand and slapped herself.
Yi Cheng was stunned.
She was indeed a crazy woman.
Fortunately, he was not confused just now. Without waiting for Yi Cheng to speak, Su Zijin said, I'm not as good as a meal of spare ribs, right? This is the biggest insult I've ever received in my life. How about a meal of spare ribs?
Su Zijin looked at Yi Cheng and took a deep breath. I want to see what kind of spare ribs you can't forget. Yi Cheng was a little slow to react. Su Zijin had already gotten into the car. Today she was driving a sports car, as red as blood.
The last time Yi Cheng met her, Su Zijin was driving a low-key Audi. Is this not pretending anymore?
Yi Cheng was speechless. No one told you not to compare yourself with the woman in a man's heart, right? Su Zijin said, Chi Gue may be a good woman, but I don't believe you are a good person.
You won't cheat? Do you dare to say that you don't have other women? I don't. Who does Xiaoqing belong to? Zhang Jing? Aren't you her financial backer? Suzy Jean exhaled and suddenly laughed. I bet you won't be able to resist eating secretly. Cut. Yi Chang rolled his eyes. Qi Gui knew about his relationship with Xiaoqing, but he never mentioned it, as if he had forgotten it. She is a smart woman. Teacher Qi knows. Suzy Jean was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. Is this possible? Yi Chang has a way of dealing with women? Suzy Jean nodded. Does that mean I have a chance too? What the hell? You're the president of the student union, your family's financial crisis is over, and you're still a rich and beautiful woman. You don't need to follow me. Suzy Jean was extremely worried, thinking that Yi Chang would find out sooner or later. I want to cancel my engagement with Yang Qi. He's not good enough for me. I like people who are stronger than me, like you. Only people like you can help me develop my career. I don't care about the status of men and women. After saying this, Suzy Jean seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his body visibly relaxed, and he smiled and said, Since I can't win your heart, I think it's okay to maintain a special relationship with you. Please consider it. This is really thinking of himself as a scumbag. Yi Chang was a little unhappy. He was still far away from becoming the Sea King. His dream was to become the Sea King, but he had to catch the fish in the pond himself. Why would anyone jump in on their own initiative? Just when Yi Chang was trying to guess what Suzy Jean was up to, he heard him say, I hope I won't embarrass you by doing this. It's not embarrassing, but Yi Chang never thought about it. Qi Gui is not ashamed. Besides, he doesn't care what the woman looks like. He has the money and resources to change girls. This crazy woman is pestering me. Yi Chang walked to the side of the car and reached out to hold Suzy Jean's chin. Suzy Jean looked up calmly and looked at Yi Chang. Thinking that Yi Chang wanted to kiss her, she closed her eyes. Yi Chang raised his hand and gently placed it on Suzy Jean's face. There was a sound of paw, not very loud, but it made people feel stinging. Wake up, girl, and stop being obsessed with men. You have no future if you're obsessed with love. Yi Chang leaned against the car door and shouted, As your licking dog senior, I remind you not to lick men. Yi Chang said what he wanted to say and felt satisfied immediately. Hee, you never thought of that. Suzy Jean in the car was completely stunned. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, which kept rising up. Bastard Yi Chang, he really doesn't give me face, you are just a bastard. Yi Chang ignored her, waved his hand, turned around and left. Chapter 114, Imprisonment. Yi Chang took a taxi back to his villa in Longhu community. Seeing Yi Chang coming home, the security guard refused to let the taxi in, but immediately a security guard ran over and opened the door. The young man also gave a fierce look to the security guard who tried to stop the car. No tact. After the taxi got in, the security guy said, Remember the face of the man in the car just now? That's the owner of number 6. It's my rich friend Yi Chang who I told you about. Other owners may not be able to enter the community after taking a taxi, but Yi Chang must be able to enter. Captain, that's the wealthy Mr. Yi. Did he take a taxi back? Isn't it strange? He's still delivering food. Be more polite to the delivery guy next time. The security guard was very proud. He was the guy who had stopped Yi Chang before, but after getting to know Yi Chang, he was promoted to team leader. Yi Chang returned to building number 6 and smelled meat as he entered the door. Qi Gui was cooking, wearing an apron, and looked beautiful under the light. It was already beautiful, but now it gives off an even more virtuous wife and mother vibe. Dinner is ready, but there are 2 extra pairs of chopsticks. Aren't there only me and Qi Gui at home? Qi Gui quickly gave Yi Chang a look. My parents are here. Lao Qi is here? The old couple should be visiting upstairs. What are you doing here? Qi Gui whispered, I don't know yet. They didn't say anything after entering the house, and then looked around. They seemed quite satisfied with the house, but they didn't say why they came. Yi Chang thought about it. As parents, they definitely want Qi Gui to get married. You are not here to urge me to get married, I am still a student. You're a shit student. Qi Gui rolled his eyes. His cabbage had been eaten, and he was still a student. He didn't look like a student at all. He knew too much. But Mr. and Mrs. Qi are not here to urge marriage. While waiting for dinner, everyone sat together and Yi Chang noticed something was wrong. His mother-in-law kept giving Lao Qi hints with her eyes.
Yi Chang looked at Chi Gue, not quite sure what was going on and not knowing what to say. Fortunately, Lao Chi was a man after all, and he had a good relationship with Yi Chang. After taking a sip of wine, he finally spoke. You opened a company? Yeah, what's wrong? Real estate company, we saw Shao Chi on TV. Chi Gue signed a contract on his own behalf with Zheng Yang Group to take over the unfinished real estate project. Such good news must have been on local TV. Yi Chang nodded. We are all family, uncle, what do you want to say? Lao Chi smiled awkwardly. Then the company is yours, right? It belongs to the teacher. It's under her name, so it belongs to the teacher. I just contributed some money, but the teacher still runs it. Yi Chang picked up a piece of meat for Lao Chi and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Seeing you like this makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't even dare to eat. Mother Chi patted old Chi on the shoulder and rolled her eyes. I say, get out of the way. The neighbors have seen the news. Some want to buy the house, and some want to find a job for their daughter. They've been neighbors for decades, so it's hard for us to refuse. Ha ha. Yi Chang understood, the old couple must be trying to show off. After all, I was in the news a lot before, and Chi Gue and I were in a teacher-student relationship, which made the old couple feel ashamed. Now Chi Gue has become the boss of a real estate company and has become very famous. The elderly just have better face. But I promised others that I couldn't do it myself, so I can only ask Yi Chang. Yi Chang smiled and said, I thought it was something serious. You can discuss this matter with the teacher. She has the final say. I don't care about the company's affairs. I hinted at it as soon as I got here, and she said she'd listen to you. Well, I say, either is fine. If they're buying a house, give them a discount. 15% is enough, right? As for finding a job, I'll arrange it later. 10,000 yuan a month is okay. Chi Gue quickly said, too much, it will make people jealous. A 15% discount on the house is too much. Generally, 95% is enough. Old Chi and the old lady nodded quickly. They just wanted face, and now they were very satisfied. Yi Chang smiled and said, that's it. Since there aren't many people buying houses, I can give them 10 houses at a 15% discount. If they work, it's all fine. Lao Chi quickly said, isn't it going to be a loss? Hey. Communities with unfinished buildings will definitely lose money, and they are just a burden for the government to deal with. Yi Chang didn't expect to make money by selling houses. I can break even, and your face is more important. The old couple were immediately satisfied and looked at Yi Chang with some pleasure. Chi Gue whispered, that's too much. Not much. Yi Chang said. The old couple wants to save face, and ordinary discounts can't show their face. Face also depends on its weight. Of course, the bigger the discount, the more face you get. From now on, the old couple can speak louder in the community. Yi Chang said, would you two like to move to another place and choose a house or something? No, let's have fun with the neighbors. Since that was what he said, Yi Chang didn't say much. After all, he had money, so he could change it if he wanted. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Yi Chang took a shower and returned to his room, waiting for Chi Gue to come back. I feel like this is what living a life feels like. Unexpectedly, Jin Wen called and Li Yangyi attacked her. When asked to step down, Jin Wen flatly refused and continued to fight with the other party. The dead woman is very powerful in fighting. Yi Chang originally wanted to let Jin Wen retreat and come back to deal with Li Yangyi, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Let Jin Wen do whatever he wants, he has already made arrangements for his escape. Li Yangyi asked Jin Wenju to resign, but Jin Wen gritted his teeth and said, he still wants me to take the blame for a lot of bad debts. As the vice president of sales and marketing at Parkson, Jin Wen certainly has to deal with interpersonal interactions. The same goes for Li Yangyi. Now Jin Wen has to bear all these bad debts. He no longer has any leverage. Yi Chang's mouth twitched as well. Li Yangyi was quite cruel. It was just an ordinary incident, but he wanted to involve Jin Wen in a financial lawsuit. Jin Wen said, if he succeeds, I might be charged with embezzlement. Yi Chang said, can't you just pay back the money? There are many accounts that cannot be explained. Jin Yen said in an irritable tone. Yi Chang understood that this might involve other transactions. Li Yangyi really wanted to torture Jin Wen to death. Jin Wen took a deep breath and said, you can't run away. You admitted to stealing secrets in the media.
He has already asked Jiangcheng University to punish you and threatened the school with employment. He doesn't intend to let you go easily.
Oh shit. Yi Cheng felt that he had underestimated Li Yangyi. He was rude to her, and she had never thought of being polite to him.
This is really, great minds think alike. He is now bound to Jinwen. If Jinwen loses, he loses too.
For the time being, Yi Cheng has no better solution. Jinwen's occupational embezzlement occurred inside Parkson, and he could not reach Parkson.
Do you have any ideas?
No, my former secretary was his lover.
He knows everything about me now.
Jinwen said, if he reports me, I might have to go to jail.
Chapter 115. I can do it if I have money.
The situation is more serious than Yi Cheng thought. Yi Cheng suddenly became nervous, hung up Jinwen's call, and contacted his lawyer to learn about the possible consequences of embezzlement.
If there is enough evidence, Jinwen may have to go to jail. Yi Cheng wanted to complain. How could Jinwen let something happen to his secretary? There's really no secrecy in what we do.
This woman is in big trouble. When Shi Guei came out of the shower, he saw Yi Cheng getting dressed.
He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and deliberately asked, "Are you going out?"
There's a very troublesome matter that needs to be resolved.
Seeing Shi Gui's relaxed expression, as if waiting for him to go out, Yi Cheng looked at Shi Gui and said, "Why don't I not go?" Shi Gui twitched his face. "Go ahead and do what you are busy with. Why do I feel like you can't wait for me to leave?"
That's how Yi Cheng felt.
Shi Gui quickly shook her head. She was a little fed up with Yi Cheng.
When the two of them were together, Yi Cheng was too powerful. It would be fine at other times, but my parents are here today.
What if I shout too loudly and scare the elderly? You're overthinking it. I know you've been busy lately. Go ahead and do your work. I'll just watch some TV and then rest. This still wants me to leave. Nothing, my parents are here. Shi Gui's face flushed slightly. It's not good to make too much noise.
Yi Cheng thought about it and agreed.
The old couple certainly don't know how lively they are usually.
Without thinking too much, Yi Cheng went to see Jinwen and inquired about the situation first.
Li Yangyi was quite ruthless and wanted Jinwen to bear all the responsibility.
As long as Jinwen agreed to resign voluntarily and take all the blame, he would let Jinwen go.
But we are all in the business world, so we all know each other. Jinwen didn't believe what Li Yangyi said at all. If I admitted it, he would definitely send me in.
Jin Yan sat on the sofa, leaning on the blanket, and shook his hair in annoyance.
She is very impatient.
If Yi Cheng hadn't dragged her into this, she would have had a chance to fight back. Now Li Yangyi and her secretary have joined forces, and all the evidence against him is in their hands.
Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, "We can't talk about it anymore, right?" "I wouldn't talk about it if I were him." Jinwen said, "Eliminate all evil and root it out."
Yi Cheng said, "Then let's put him in a desperate situation and report him first."
Jinwen was stunned. What kind of operation was this? After reporting Li Yangyi, the matter could no longer be suppressed. There was no possibility of resolving it privately. You really want me to come in? What are you talking about?
You took the initiative to report him to the company headquarters.
You reported him before he did. If he reports you back, your headquarters will just think he's retaliating against you. Sometimes, it pays to strike first.
Yi Cheng smiled and said, "He thinks he has you and me in his sights now."
He definitely didn't expect that. He also got the patent and has a partnership with Jiang Chang. These are all achievements, right? I don't believe that everyone in your company is a good person. Yi Cheng looked at Jinwen and said, "Your company has a foreign CEO, isn't he here specifically to keep an eye on you? It's time to drag this foreigner into the water."
Now you and Li Yangyi are both in the water, and he's standing on the shore watching the show, like a tiger fighting a tiger, without saying a word about your affairs.
What do you think he's waiting for?
Yi Cheng lit a cigarette and said slowly, "This damn foreigner is waiting for you to invite him to come out." But Li Yangyi won't pay any attention to him, he is on the rise now. So you ask him to leave, we are all in the water, it doesn't matter whether our bottoms are clean or not.
Whether it is Li Yangyi or Jinwen, they are both workers in the eyes of foreigners. You are just compradors. Yi Cheng concluded, so this foreigner is crucial. Jinwen looked at Yi Cheng in disbelief.
After this analysis, she felt that Yi Cheng was right.
But how could Yi Cheng see so clearly what she couldn't see? How do you know all this?
Yi Cheng smiled and said, I didn't understand it before, but now I have to deal with people like you and Li Yangyi.
If I don't understand some political tactics, I will be tricked to death by you.
As for why we understand, it can only be attributed to the innate talent of the Chinese people, who gave us such a long history.
No matter how familiar you are with history, if you can't be Zhuge Liang, can you not be Sun Xian?
It would be helpful to read more of the 36 stratagems in Sun Tzu's Art of War. First, pull the foreigner into the water and then turn the tables. Jin Wen must have some negative information about Li Yangyi, otherwise how could he fight against him?
If you want to overthrow Li Yangyi, you still need more powerful information.
With a direction, Jin Wen knew what to do and immediately contacted the foreign president. After mumbling for a while, Yi Cheng couldn't understand it either, because his English was not good.
Jin Yan frowned, then became excited, his face turned red, and then he smiled.
After hanging up the phone, she looked at Yi Cheng and said, "Smith is very smart.
He doesn't want to get involved. I don't believe him." Yi Cheng sneered, "How could Lord Yang be willing to be inferior to Li Yangyi? It's just that you don't know his weakness. He wants more." Jin Wen said, "So what do you mean?"
"You continue to contact him, and I'll translate for you." Yi Cheng thought to himself that it was still up to him to take action. Although Jin Wen was an elite and well-versed in business, he did not understand human nature. Jin Wen was a little unconvinced and wanted to see how Yi Cheng would convince Smith.
Yi Cheng was very direct, "Smith, cooperate with us.
In the future, you will be the president of Parkson Dahua, and you can get the authorization of Professor Chen's latest patent.
I believe you are a smart person and don't trust the patent in Li Yangyi's hands at all, right? Yi?
I speak Chinese, so I don't need Jin Wen to translate.
I want to talk to you."
Yi Cheng rolled his eyes at Jin Wen and looked at what he was saying. The foreigner was very cunning. Jin Yan's face turned red with anger. This damn foreigner had been communicating with them in English the whole time.
No one speaks Chinese in the company, but just now I heard that the foreigner's Chinese was surprisingly authentic.
Yi Cheng took the phone and said, "Let's talk."
Are you satisfied with my conditions? I'm not very satisfied.
Jin Wen is in serious trouble. If you want to protect her, I think we should deepen our cooperation.
I know Professor Chen has given you several patents. Can you cooperate with us on all of them? That's impossible. Yi Cheng smiled and said, "I'll give you another chance. There will be a position for you in my company in the future. This position must be at the president level. If you leave Parkson, I guarantee that you will earn at least $30 million a year. You are just an employee at Parkson, not a shareholder." From the other party's words, Yi Cheng knew that Smith was a smart man and already knew all his plans. Still want to be loyal to Parkson Group? I'm going to hit you with money. $30 million? Are you sure? Do I need to joke with you? I have plenty of money, but I want to see if you are worth it. Yi Cheng smiled and said, "You must have been following the news from Jiangcheng. Then you should know that Jiangcheng recently completed a transaction worth more than 8 billion renminbi. Well, I think we had a good chat." "Nonsense, I'm throwing money at you, how can you not be happy?"
Yi Cheng hung up the phone and threw it to Jin Wen. "It's settled.
This damn foreigner will help you."
Jin Wen was speechless and a little disdainful. "If I had money, I could also talk like this."
How difficult is this? It's just throwing money at people. I can do that even if I have money. Chapter 116 Cultural Association. Yi Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief after talking to Jin Wen's boss Smith.
"Don't waste time talking to foreigners, just use your own advantages to crush them.
A group of workers are different from a rich man like you. There is nothing more appropriate to talk about with workers than money. If you don't work for money, what else can you work for?"
As for the claim that foreign professional managers would not be corrupt and had good ethics, Yi Cheng did not believe a single word of it. Being as rich as he is, his perspective on things is different from that of ordinary people. When encountering a problem, the first thing that comes to mind is whether money can solve it.
If money can solve the problem, then this problem is not a problem. Only when money cannot solve the problem will you consider other methods. Of course, if you spend money to solve the problem, you naturally have to consider the return.
It seems that Yi Cheng has given a lot, but by dragging Smith into the water and trapping Baisheng and Li Yangyi, he can get more. As for Li Yangyi putting pressure on the school to deal with Feng himself, Yi Cheng didn't care at all. He still had Vice President Zhang of Jiangcheng University to help him. Lao Zhang has already expressed his stance and will definitely support Jin Wen this time.
Only when Jinwen comes to power can Jiangcheng University maximize its interests.
With Yi Cheng's support, Jiangcheng is very stable. So after Smith was dealt with, Jin Yan seemed to be in danger, but in fact he was very safe. Although Jinwen looked down on Yi Cheng for throwing money at people, he was very touched in his heart. After all, Yi Cheng is the only one willing to spend $30 million on her. Although there is no technical content, the real money is still thrilling. Looking at Yi Cheng, Jinwen couldn't help but feel that Yi Cheng was really quite charming.
A man's charm is the most fascinating.
Jinwen regretted that he didn't agree to let Yi Cheng be his girlfriend.
Is there any possibility for Li Yangi to turn the tables?
Jinwen wanted to know if Yi Cheng had any other tricks up his sleeve. She always felt that Yi Cheng was not that simple and might have other plans. The tricks that Xiao Negi used really don't seem like something an ordinary college student could do. He has the majestic demeanor of a business tycoon, as if he can crush anyone with just a flick of his hand.
Yi Cheng smiled and said, even if he wants to turn the tables, I won't let him. This one game is enough for him to drink a pot.
Yi Cheng actually knew very well that the only way Li Yangi wanted to continue making trouble was to ask the government to put pressure on him.
Apart from that, Li Yangi couldn't do anything to him. If Jin Yan went in, he would be implicated.
The logic was very simple. Jinwen is an executive of Parkson Company who stole Parkson's business secrets and gave them to himself. Then Li Yangi could further fabricate rumors to implicate academician Chen, saying that he stole patent secrets.
To put it bluntly, one could even infer that Dahua's tech workers are thieves. Regardless of the truth, the media certainly doesn't care. It will definitely be a huge storm by then.
Parkson is a foreign-funded company, and there will always be some rubbish people who come out to promote Parkson, which may even cause international public opinion.
If Yi Cheng discredited Dahua's scientific and technological workers, he would be a real sinner. So Yi Cheng would not allow Li Yangi to leave Jiangcheng smoothly.
Thinking of this, Yi Cheng revealed a hint of murderous intent. After lighting a cigarette and taking a few puffs until it was completely burned, Yi Cheng pressed the cigarette out fiercely in the ashtray.
This man has to go in.
Jinwen laughed. I feel like the two of us are like conspirators, framing others together.
Yi Cheng did not deny it. It was indeed true, he is just a banana man.
The most annoying thing is this kind of banana person, who is dishonest and has two sides.
Yi Cheng has a clear conscience.
With Yi Cheng's help, Jinwen began to take action.
She first reported Li Yangi's corruption to Parkson's headquarters, taking the initiative. She sent Li Yangi's black account to the headquarters company.
Yi Cheng took a look and then curled his lips. These accounts don't amount to much money, less than 10 million.
More than 8 million is already a lot. Is more than 8 million money? Yi Cheng was very disappointed. After all, Li Yangi was a CEO, so how could he be so greedy? Maybe Jinwen knew this, and maybe he didn't know it.
Even a small official is more corrupt than him.
Being a businessman is really not a good thing. It is better to be an official.
This little money can kill him. Jinwen said, of course not.
But the main issue isn't corruption, it's sexual harassment.
Foreign companies are most afraid of this kind of thing: discrimination against women, sexual harassment, and racial issues.
The information I sent to the company is the key point. If you want foreigners to pay attention, you have to talk about this aspect. Yi Cheng didn't know, but he didn't care. Parkson wouldn't reply to Jinwen so quickly. Even if they wanted to deal with Li Yangi, it would take time. You can handle the rest.
Smith was willing to stand on my side, and the rest was just me and him fighting, and we were back to the old ways.
Yi Cheng nodded.
It seemed that he could stop worrying about it and do what he wanted.
Yi Cheng planned to leave. Jinwen immediately looked at him strangely. Are you leaving? It's already evening, shouldn't we rest now? Yi Cheng is here and now wants to leave? What does this mean?
Yi Cheng's face twitched, and he thought of how terrifying Jinwen's singing was, so he said, I'm going to work.
Jin Yan stood up like a water snake, looked at Yi Cheng and said with a smile, your excuse is not very clever, can it be any more stupid? I'm really at work.
Brother Wang was willing to sacrifice so much for you. He handed the takeaway station to me before he left.
I have to help him look after it. That's Brother Wang's business. Yi Cheng looked at Jinwen.
Jinwen was kneeling on the sofa with his legs, his body upright, his chest full of temptation. Because Yi Cheng was the only one there, he wore tight clothes, and his figure was extremely sexy. Yi Cheng was actually a little moved, but he really couldn't stand Jinwen singing.
Wang Ji's career was more important. I have been entrusted with a task, so I have to be on duty.
Jinwen was speechless for a moment. She didn't believe it at all, but then she thought about it and thought that Brother Wang should let Yi Chang go.
Brother Wang is really admirable.
When Yi Chang saw Jinwen hesitating, he left quickly. Jinwen didn't even call him when he walked out the door. After closing the door, Yi Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Having escaped a disaster today, seeing that it was getting late, he booked a room in a nearby hotel and slept until dawn. As soon as Yi Chang woke up, he received a call from Vice Principal Zhang, asking him to go to school.
Yi Chang was probably related to Li Yangyi. When he arrived at the school, Vice Principal Zhang talked about it and Li Yangyi asked to have Yi Chang executed. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. I support you. It's just a few jobs. If Parkson doesn't come to the school to recruit our classmates, how can they find jobs?
Vice Principal Zhang said very seriously. Yi Chang looked at the other person and smiled. You wouldn't ask me to come here just for this little thing, would you?
Ha, I knew I couldn't hide it anymore.
Vice Principal Zhang said, this is a small matter. I'm here to express my opinion on behalf of the school.
I hope you don't mind it. Of course, there's something else going on. The City Cultural Association is having an event this Sunday. I was wondering if you're interested in attending. Chapter 117, My girlfriend's cooking is delicious.
Last time, Principal Zhang extorted some money from Yi Chang to help build the school building. He hinted to Yi Chang to write a few words, and he would help publish them in the publication of the Cultural Association, and find an opportunity to join the Cultural Association to gain some fame and qualifications. If you join a cultural association and are a rich person, then you are a cultured rich person.
You can also make some friends in the circle.
Yi Chang was quite interested and naturally agreed. He really wanted to know who the local cultural celebrities were. Seeing that Yi Chang agreed, Principal Zhang briefly introduced that the Cultural Association would have a field trip to a mountain villa outside the city on Sunday.
Just walk around and take a look. Literary people need inspiration to create. How can they get inspiration without eating, drinking, walking around and taking a look?
Vice Principal Zhang was a little excited. Several of our local beautiful writers and artists are participating in the event.
You are so lucky. Yi Chang smiled slightly. With his status, what need did he have for beautiful women now?
He didn't care, he just wanted to understand the circle of intellectuals, but Principal Zhang looked very excited and seemed very vulgar.
Are there any beautiful writers and artists you like?
The smile on Vice Principal Zhang's face disappeared, and he quickly said that he was not that kind of person. He was already middle-aged and no longer had that kind of mind. The most he wanted to do was to look at and appreciate the beauty. The main reason is that the strength does not allow it.
Can you please stop slandering me?
I am the principal and a role model for teachers after all.
It's just that the atmosphere will always be more lively when beautiful women participate in activities.
Besides, these beautiful celebrities don't like to participate in group activities usually, and it's rare for them to participate.
Don't I think of you when good things happen to me? Principal Zhang said. Yi Chang didn't believe his nonsense. You don't have the guts to steal, do you?
I am no longer a stranger to Principal Zhang, so there is no need to worry too much about my identity.
Hearing Yi Chang's words, Vice Principal Zhang's face twitched slightly.
He didn't want to admit that he was the kind of person who had the intention but not the courage to do so.
He had neither the intention nor the courage to do anything evil.
He was a serious and clean-handed person.
He would not dare to do anything evil. Those beauties had very high standards. But there is no need to tell Yi Chang about this. Just go.
After we've discussed this matter, there's one more thing. Your lawyer is suing a classmate at school.
Can you please stop the lawsuit?
Yi Chang was slightly stunned.
Didn't Su Zijin say that he would help him deal with those who were slandering him?
I've already told my lawyer that unless there are still some stubborn people who are slandering me, I've given up on suing everyone else.
Vice Principal Zhang smiled awkwardly.
Seeing the other party's reaction, Yi Chang understood that he was pleading for the people who were still slandering him.
Are you kidding me? I gave them a chance but they didn't cherish it. What do you want me to do? Don't get too excited. Isn't graduation season coming up soon? If you leave a criminal record, it will ruin their lives. Your current status is different from theirs, so don't worry about it.
Yi Chang is a local tycoon, and it is beneath his dignity to haggle with a few black fans. People sympathize with the weak, not rich people like him.
Principal, What would you do if they slandered you and said you caused a girl to get pregnant and have an abortion? I'm not that kind of person. This kind of thing can't happen to me. What if? Then we must prove our innocence. How can we slander others casually? Vice Principal Zhang thought to himself that if someone dared to slander him like this, he would definitely not let him go. He looked up and saw Yi Chun looking at him with a half smile. He immediately realized what was happening and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're waiting for me here. I admit that I have double standards, but I'm the principal and teacher. Protecting my classmates is also my mission. I'll give you a banner. Then it must be better, with more words. Yi Chang died speechless. How could he still be so hypocritical and self-righteous? Judging from the other party's attitude, he must protect the person, but Yi Chang shook his head. He had given the other party a chance, but he didn't cherish it. How could he let him go? Can you do whatever you want just because you have the protection of the school? Don't say anything. Let the lawyer handle this matter. Let the law handle legal matters. This is professional. Yi Chang Dao. However, Yi Chang also told Vice Principal Zhang that his lawyer would not ask for huge compensation from those people, as the compensation for such a thing would not be much anyway. Yi Chang didn't care about the money at all, he just wanted to leave a record of the lawsuit in those people's files. The impact is not noticeable now, but when you enter society in the future and want to take the civil service exam or the postgraduate entrance exam, if you find that there is a problem with this file, you don't have to think about it anymore. Vice Principal Zhang obviously understood Yi Chang's meaning and quickly said, "Can't we do this differently? Why don't you tell them to stop slandering me? Principal, I'm being merciful, okay? If I don't educate them now, what will happen if they go out into society and harm others?" Yi Chang said, "Ultimately, it's the school's fault for not educating them well. Educating them on the principles of life now is like mending the fence after the sheep have bolted. The school should be thanking me. This is what the school should have done. Pooh. This is college, not high school." Vice Principal Zhang thought about it and decided that since Yi Chang didn't want to do it, there was nothing he could do. After all, they were all adults and should be responsible for their own actions. I originally wanted you to sit down and have a good talk, but since you refuse to talk, I won't organize it anymore. Vice Principal Zhang said, Yi Chang is tough but easily broken. Society is not about laws or fighting, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. You are still young. Young people should do what young people should do. Yi Chang laughed and said, "If someone slaps me, I'll kick him back. This is the way young people do things. Is there anything wrong with that?" Yi Chang met the principal and chatted for a while before leaving. Unexpectedly, he met Zhang Jing. When she saw him, Zhang Jing hurried over with a smile on her face. She has signed a contract with Zhang Fan and become the leading actress. She will receive a good salary and will be able to work with big stars. This is her first leading role. Why are you in school? Zhang Jing, Xiren, and Yi Chang stood shoulder to shoulder. Anyone who saw the way she spoke to Yi Chang felt that their relationship was unusual. Yi Chang said, "I came to do something. Why are you at school?" "I'm here to move my things. I've rented a house outside." Zhang Jing looked at Yi Chang and handed him a key. "I live here with my best friend." Zhang Jing's eyes flashed. She took out her cell phone, opened the photo album, and showed Yi Chang the photos of her best friend. Yi Chang felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Of course he understood what this meant. But I really didn't mean that. Supporting Zhang Jing was just a coincidence. My best friend wants to meet you. When are you free? Come to my place for dinner. She cooks delicious food. Zhang Jing whispered. She stuck close to Yi Chang and almost kissed him on the face. Chapter 118, Just an Investment. Is this for dinner? You are going to eat me. Yi Chang knew very well that it was not as simple as just having a meal. Let's talk about it when we have time. Zhang Jing was a little disappointed. She really wanted to have a relationship with Yi Chang. Of course, it had nothing to do with love. She was simply attracted by Yi Chang's capital. Zhang Jing thought very clearly that she would not go far in the entertainment industry without a financial backer. Now that Yi Chang was willing to be her financial backer, she must develop. Now that I have got the first one for the heroine, I want the second and third one in the future. Step by step, he became bigger and stronger in the entertainment industry and reached the top. Will this work if we leave, Yechun? Are you not interested in me? Zhang Jing asked directly.
She thought it would be better to tell Yi Cheng the truth, since that was what she meant anyway. Yi Cheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You think too much, you are quite good, it's just that you are lucky that I support you.
I'm serious. I've given you the key anyway. Come find me if you want.
Zhang Jing said. Yi Cheng sighed a little. Zhang Jing had no resources or background, and her only advantage in making a name for herself was her youth and beauty.
People without capital can only trade on their own.
Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, Senior sister, don't think too much.
My investment in you is just an ordinary investment. Don't treat it as a transaction, okay?
Zhang Jing was stunned.
How could such a good thing happen? How many sponsors investing in the entertainment industry have different intentions? Yi Cheng actually is just a simple investment? Then I'm just thinking too much. Is this possible?
Zhang Jing couldn't believe it, but when she went to see Yi Cheng, he had already left.
Zhang Jing hurriedly chased after him, then thank you?
You're welcome. Yi Cheng smiled and said, I actually made money, so you don't have to feel like you owe me anything.
How could I not want to?
Zhang Jing smiled bitterly.
That was an investment of several $100 million. How could she afford such a big deal? Rich people can be so generous, but I really can't be ignorant. Zhang Jing didn't say anything. Yi Cheng could come to her anytime anyway.
She and her best friend had already discussed it. It's worth making some sacrifices for your dreams. Yi Cheng and Zhang Jing were walking together when suddenly a boy ran over and blocked their way.
Yi Cheng felt a little strange.
The boy looked at Yi Cheng, then at Zhang Jing, and became very angry. Zhang Jing, I didn't expect you to be like the others, hanging out with rich men.
I was wrong about you. Yi Cheng's face turned strange.
He used to envy others for being rich, but now he has finally become the kind of person he hates. He became a rich man himself and seemed to have stolen someone else's girlfriend. Zhang Jing angrily said, Xiao Chang, you are sick.
Do you think you have any right to criticize me? I have nothing to do with you. I like you, everyone knows it. Yi Cheng immediately shook his head, I don't know.
It turns out he is a bootlicker, the kind that is secretly in love, the most tragic kind. When Yi Cheng looked at this man named Xiao Chang, he thought of himself, who was as humble as he used to be. Zhang Jing was so angry that she was speechless. She immediately took Yi Cheng's arm and leaned against him intimately, looking at Xiao Chang happily.
I like Yi Cheng. Do you have his wealth and generosity? You don't.
I slept with him and I am his.
Can you please stop pestering me in the future? Thank you.
Xiao Chang looked at Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng was a famous celebrity, so he naturally knew him. Yi Cheng, you have a girlfriend and you're still messing around.
What do you want us to do? Can rich people do this?
Yi Cheng looked at Xiao Chang with some sympathy. Brother, hey.
I understand you, but I guess you won't believe me. Come to think of it, I am a rich man in the eyes of others, so how can I understand the pain of a bootlicker?
Yi Cheng really sympathized with Xiao Chang. Looking at him, he really didn't know what to say. He's a scumbag, Zhang Jing, don't be fooled, he's just playing with you.
That's my pleasure too.
Xiao Chang couldn't believe what Zhang Jing said. He was stunned for a moment and tears came out. Then he looked at Zhang Jing and Yi Cheng and turned away. Yi Cheng glanced at Zhang Jing and saw that she was staring at Xiao Chang for a long time with a sad look in her eyes.
Why would you hurt someone who has eyes only for you?
Yi Cheng felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that Xiao Chang was as pitiful as himself. It could be seen from Zhang Jing's reaction that what she said was not true. Zhang Jing said, he and I are not of the same kind.
He can't give me what I want. He's very handsome, maybe he has potential.
Zhang Jing took a breath, looked back at Yi Cheng and said, I can't wait.
Yi Cheng was silent.
Xiao Chang and Zhang Jing both studied acting, but it was obvious that beauties like Zhang Jing had more opportunities in the entertainment industry. After working for several crews, she felt that she could not survive in the entertainment industry without resources. It will only be more difficult for Xiao Chang, who is like her. A girl's most precious youth only lasts a few years, and no one is willing to wait in vain.
This is life.
Yi Cheng wanted to say something, but then he thought that he had no right to say anything.
Everyone has the right to choose. The reason why life is different is simply because of different choices. I am lucky to have this system. Xiao Chang was not so lucky.
Yi Cheng arrived at the school gate and took a taxi to leave. Before getting in, he turned around and said to Zhang Jing, "My investment in you has nothing to do with other things."
Zhang Jing smiled and said, "I understand, but you can still find me." Yi Chang rolled his eyes and said, "Why can't you women get over such trivial matters? Do I look that hungry and thirsty? Get in the car and go to work."
In the hotel, Li Yangyi blocked Jin Wen at this time. He was very angry because he had just received a call from the headquarters company and learned that Jin Wen had actually reported him for corruption.
Those damn foreigners at the headquarters actually want to investigate me. Li Yangyi looked at Jin Yen fiercely. "Do you want to play? You were the first one to start it." Jin Wen folded his hands and looked at Li Yangyi with a sneer. "Yesterday I was still worried that something might happen to me, but now the situation has been reversed." Jin Yen feels excited just thinking about it.
Li Yangyi originally thought that since he had the leverage over Jin Wen, the other party should have surrendered and been ready to leave the company, and he could still let Jin Wen go. But overnight he had no way out.
Do you think the people at headquarters believe you or me? They believe in profit. Do I need to teach you such a simple truth? Foreigners will trust whoever can bring benefits to the company. Jin Wen said calmly.
Li Yangyi sneered, "The Jiangcheng project is in my hands now, and I even got the patent."
Do you think they'll cause trouble for me? That's hard to say. Jin Yen smiled and said, "You think you'll be safe, and I think I'll be safe too. Why don't we just wait for someone from headquarters to come? Why are you looking for me?" Chapter 119, Afraid of Yi Chang.
Jin Wen ignored the anger on Li Yangyi's face, sat on the sofa and leaned against the back with her arms open, crossed her legs and shook a glass of red wine in her hand.
"This wine is as red as blood."
Jin Wen looked bloody and cruel, and she should have been worried, but her lover was helpful and helped her win an ally in the company.
The situation immediately reversed. Li Yangyi colluded with his secretary and was completely powerless to deal with him. Li Yangyi is not a fool. Seeing Jin Wen looking so relaxed, he knows there is a backup plan. "It seems you have allies? Who doesn't have a few friends? Mr. Li, don't you think so?"
Jin Yen smiled and said, "If you are not coming to see me to seek peace, then there is no need to say more."
Li Yangyi felt a little embarrassed.
He went to Jin Wen to scare him, but now he couldn't scare him. He couldn't understand where Jin Wen got the help from. He sensed a hint of crisis. Although he had been working smoothly for more than 10 years, this was the first time he felt something was difficult.
What suddenly came to his mind? Looking at Jin Wen, he smiled and said, "Is it Smith? You have talked to Smith. Can he help you?"
Jin Yen was stunned and the smile on his face froze for a moment. She immediately returned to her original state, but Li Yangyi had already noticed her solemnity for a moment.
Li Yangyi had an idea in his mind that Jin Wen's ally was Smith. He laughed and said, "Smith only listens to headquarters. He won't listen to anyone else. Otherwise, I would have won him over long ago. What can you use to win him over? He's a comrade and has no interest in you." Impossible. Li Yangyi knew Smith very well.
He was gay, and Jin Yen had nothing that could impress him. To win people over, all you have to offer is wine, sex, money, and power.
He thinks the only thing Jin Yen can offer is his body. It's a pity that Smith doesn't like women. Besides, Jin Wen is too old. She is already an old woman in her early 30s.
If a man can choose, he will definitely choose a younger one. As for money, Li Yangyi has more than Jin Wen.
Li Yangyi looked at Jin Wen with confidence. "I've also contacted Smith. Do you know what he said?"
Jin Wen was a little nervous, fearing that the foreigner would go back on his word. Li Yangyi looked at Jin Wen's nervous expression and nodded with satisfaction. "He said he would handle it impartially and he believed in me."
"That's it?"
Hearing Li Yangyi say this, Jin Wen knew that Smith had not told the truth and had lied to Li Yangyi.
Looking at Li Yangyi's smiling face, Jin Wen pretended to be surprised. "Damn it, foreigners are just unreliable." Li Yangyi laughed heartily.
He felt good to see Jin Wen so angry.
"Okay, let's talk about this. If you just leave the company and take on all the bills, I can let you go? How about that?" Li Yangyi is very generous.
As the winner, he should give Jin Wen a chance. He looked at Jin Wen very presumptuously, with eyes that seemed to want to eat Jin Wen. Although Jin Wen is already an old woman, she is in her early 30s, mature and capable, and has a good figure.
Looking at Jin Yen, Li Yangyi couldn't help but lick his lips.
Jin Wen felt disgusted.
What was this guy thinking? As soon as he saw Li Yangi, Jinwen knew that this guy had ulterior motives and wanted to sneakily rule over me? That's really funny. If it weren't for Yi Chang, I really might have no choice. But now. Yi Chang is right, this kind of stuff really should be sent in. Without the other party saying anything, Jin Yan poured a glass of wine over and splashed it all over Li Yangi's face. Jinwen stood up, his long legs looking very domineering. You're such a jerk, and you're thinking of hitting on me? I don't know if you have any brains at all. After saying that, Jin Yan walked away arrogantly with his long legs. Li Yangi's eyes suddenly became extremely gloomy. He felt a little out of control. Then he thought that Jin Yan was bluffing. After washing his face, Li Yangi went to find Jin Wen's former secretary Lin. Secretary Lin had already handed over all the bad accounts concerning Jin Wen to Li Yangi. Secretary Lin was also surprised when he heard that Jin Wen was very calm. Isn't she afraid? Those things are enough to finish her off. Li Yangi asked, does she have any other things that you don't know about? If she doesn't fall, you won't have an easy life in the future. Ever since Secretary Lin joined Li Yangi, she knew very well that if she didn't bring down Jin Wen would definitely take revenge on her. Compared to Li Yangi, Secretary Lin hopes that Jin Wen will not be able to get up. No, she is usually very careful and knows how to choose gifts for clients. It's not easy for her to have all these materials now. Secretary Lin was a little annoyed. She knew everything about Jin Wen's situation. Jin Wen shouldn't have reacted like this. Where did he get the confidence from? According to the original plan, after Li Yangi brought down Jin Wen, she could go to Shanghai to be the general manager, and then step by step enter the company's management. Her interests and Li Yangi's are tied together. Where does she get the confidence from? I know, but I'm still asking you? Li Yangi felt a little regretful that he should have let Secretary Lin stay with Jin Wen for a longer period of time. Will she have any other allies? Secretary Lin was about to shake his head when he suddenly asked, could it be Yi Chang? Ye Cheng? Li Yangi couldn't believe it. Although Yi Chang was rich, how could a college student like Yi Cheng understand the struggle between him and Jin Wen? This is workplace politics. Yi Chang hasn't even graduated yet and has never entered the workplace. How could he have this kind of experience? Besides, not everyone who works understands this kind of thing. Ordinary workers can only take sides and have no right to participate in the struggle between senior management. Even though Secretary Lin can talk to him, he is still not qualified to sit at the table. In Li Yangi's view, Secretary Lin was just a tool for him to deal with Jin Wen, and could be considered an ally. To become a qualified ally, you need status and equal resources. Secretary Lin suddenly had an idea. When I was Jin Wen's secretary, I discovered that his relationship with Yi Chang was not simple. Jin Wen treated Yi Chang as his little milk dog. Little puppy? Li Yangi was stunned. Although Jin Wen and Yi Chang kissed on the internet, that was at a concert. There were rules at the concert, so the incident was actually nothing. Although the news was a hot topic, he really didn't take it seriously. Parkson is a Fortune 500 company, and a female executive like Jin Wen must have a decent private life, otherwise it would affect the company's reputation. Although the foreigner said that he would not interfere with private life, it was just talk. Jin Wen has never had any scandals except this time. Are you sure that Yi Chang and Jin Wen have a special relationship? I think so. Li Yangi was a little angry. You want me to believe your feelings, I need evidence. There's no evidence, but can't we create it ourselves? Li Yangi looked at Secretary Lin, who was like an idiot. He was not afraid of Jin Wen's reckless behavior. Only when Jin Wen did so would he have a chance, but he was afraid of Yi Chang's reckless behavior. Yi Chang is a rich man. As long as he is willing to spend money, no one can predict how big a thing he can accomplish. Chapter 120, Earn Face. Li Yangi felt that he shouldn't have discussed this with Secretary Lin, but there was no one else around him now. After thinking for a while, he said, have you seen Yi Chang? I met him once. He was very young, with little social experience, and was just like any other rich second generation. But he was far inferior to those rich second generations in Shanghai. In the final analysis, he was just a homeless person. Li Yangi thought about it. He had met Yi Chang before and felt that he was very arrogant. As for the local dog, it does have some characteristics. After all, Jiangcheng cannot be compared with Shanghai. Yi Chang certainly has not seen much of the world in Jiangcheng, and his knowledge and ideas are definitely not as good as those rich second generations in Shanghai. This is determined by the environment.
Li Yangyi thought about it and decided that no matter what, he would talk to Yi Chang and cut off all possibilities, and he also started to make plans for Yi Chang. Li Yanyi and Jiang Chengda threatened to let Jiangqing people open Yicheng to facilitate his next move, but he was blocked by Jiang Chengda. But he has other ways. The news about Yi Chang on the internet is not as popular as before, but the news is still there. Li Yangyi contacted Yi Chang after thinking about it, wanting to meet Yi Chang in the evening, and they agreed to meet at a local club. Yi Chang was at the takeaway station. It was lunchtime and the delivery guy was very busy, so he naturally couldn't leave. He put down the phone and saw Vice President Zhang squinting at him. Tang Palace Club, Business Bureau? Vice President Zhang came to Yi Chang specifically to talk about the Sunday Cultural Association's field trip activities. Yi Chang also needs to prepare some things for his first meeting with a cultured person, and he definitely cannot show off his wealth.
Intellectuals are all aloof. Although they want something in their hearts, they don't say it out loud.
Vice Principal Zhang hopes that Yi Chang can be more low-key and have more connotation. There will be camping during the field trip, and he wants to recommend it to Yi Chang. After all, Yi Chang is a rich man, and he also has friends who sell these outdoor equipment.
Lao Zhan wants to take advantage of him.
This time, the field trip and camping trip was suggested by those beautiful writers and artists, so it was naturally difficult for everyone to refuse.
Lao Zhang checked the price. Camping gear isn't cheap.
I just hope that when Yi Chang goes purchasing, he can show some respect to his teacher.
Just when he heard Li Yangyi and Yi Chang talking on the phone, Lao Zhang suddenly became excited. Tang Palace is a famous club in Zhangcheng. The standards of Yicheng's business bureau are quite high at night.
Vice Principal Zhang looked at Yi Chang eagerly, with 3 words written in his eyes: "Take me there."
Principal, I won't go to that kind of place. Don't look at me like that.
Yi Chang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Old Zhang was such a shameless man.
Vice Principal Zhang said, "Why don't you go? They might be looking for you for something important."
Yi Chang, people in society are all about social etiquette.
I have to criticize you for this. You can't be different. You must learn to live in harmony with others. You can't just let others down. I want to go, but no one invites me?
In fact, if someone invited him alone, he would not dare to do so, for fear of being seen by others.
But if he went with Yi Chang, wouldn't he be able to help Yi Chang to check things out? That would be different.
You're right, but I'm a serious person.
Who isn't? We are all serious people. Principal Zhang was too lazy to complain. It's not easy to meet the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, even a big boss. Inviting you to the club is full of sincerity. Yi Chang, human relations. I'm speechless. Yi Chang really didn't want to go. He really didn't understand why Li Yangyi wanted to see him. Everyone was familiar with each other.
His layout was complete, and Li Yangyi just had to wait for death.
Now you want to see yourself, just want to talk to yourself? What to talk about?
Yi Chang actually knew it in his heart, it must be related to Jin Wen.
Jin Wen reported Li Yangyi, so he was nervous. Did he want to make peace or win him over?
Yi Chang was speechless when he saw Vice Principal Zhang staring at him.
Isn't he afraid of seeing female students from Jiangcheng University in the club? What will you do as the principal then? Really want to go? What do I want to do? I'm just checking things out for you. You're young, I'm older, I have more life experience, and I'm your principal.
If you're tempted to indulge in extravagance and decadence, I can pull you out. You're a college student, you can't let bad habits creep in. Vice President Zhang said that he had the obligation to lead Yi Chang on the right path, to resist corruption and not to fall into depravity.
You are really good at talking.
At this moment, Yi Chang really admired Vice Principal Zhang.
Who could talk about shamelessness so openly?
He is indeed worthy of being a poet who graduated from the Chinese department of Jiangnan University.
Yi Chang was actually very grateful to Lao Zhang.
Jing Yang said that he had signed him up to be a college student village official. Among them, Lao Zhan was working behind the scenes. Zhang Chang wrote a very good comment to Yi Chang, otherwise it would have been a lot of trouble for Jing Yang to take action. Yi Chang is now also a member of the organization.
He joined the organization at Jiangcheng University, and the procedures were handled secretly by Vice President Zhang.
From now on, you will have to pay 13 yuan in class fees every month.
You are truly my leader. Nonsense.
Old Zhang understood at a glance that Yi Chang had agreed to take him out to see the world that evening. I heard that the Tang Palace costs a lot of money, about 40,000 to 50,000 a night.
Lao Zhang thinks it's outrageous.
He only earns 40,000 to 50,000 yuan a month, which is only enough to qualify for one trip.
The world of the rich is unimaginable. A rich man like you shouldn't apply for a card when you go to Tang Palace? Will you be able to? Lao Zhang thinks this is a way. You really want to. I also have social needs. I didn't dare to think about it before, but now you are my student, can't I take advantage of you?
Vice Principal Zhang felt that he and Yi Cheng didn't need to be polite or care about face.
We're all close friends, right? It's better to be direct.
Literati, there are a few people in the Cultural Association who have made a little money and look down on me as the vice president.
It's mainly because I'm relatively poor. I just want to gain face.
Yi Cheng was at a loss for words. Okay, I'll get you a card tonight.
Do those people who look down on you also have cards?
Yeah, it's a premium membership card.
They're awesome. Don't worry, I'm just going to show off. I won't use the money in the card.
How could Yi Cheng care about that?
In fact, he was quite happy that Lao Zhang asked him for benefits.
He was trying to get closer to him and create a small circle culture. Everyone has their own circle, and it's only a matter of time before he does. A small circle means resources. A person's money is a resource, and just like Lao Zhang being the vice president of a school is also a resource. This time, what happened between Jin Wan and Li Yangyi made Yi Cheng very uncomfortable. Obviously, he was extremely rich, but he couldn't kill Li Yangyi in one go, and instead let this guy mess around. Even if you have money, you cannot unleash its power because you have too few resources and connections. If he knew any big shot in Shanghai, he could easily kill Li Yangyi with just one phone call.
Chapter 121, Mr. Li, do you want to surrender? Others make connections in order to turn them into money and make a profit. Yi Cheng is different from others.
What he needs is to turn his money into various resources and a powerful network of personal connections. As your status and position rise, money will become less and less useful to you. Just like when Big Boss opens his mouth, he becomes a small target.
Ordinary people think a small goal is exaggerated.
That's because ordinary people are measuring Lao Wang with their own salary income. Ordinary people standing at the foot of the mountain can only look up at the top of the mountain. But for those standing on the top of the mountain, a small goal is just the foundation.
Different starting points will naturally lead to different conclusions.
Yi Cheng is now just like Lao Wang, and every time he opens his mouth, he says a small goal, but some people still don't believe it.
Because his circle is not high-end enough, a high-end circle can in turn improve his social status.
Yi Cheng smiled and said, if you like to spend money, it's up to you.
I'll get you a top-tier card.
Old Zhang's face flushed with excitement.
Yi Cheng is really awesome. Yi Cheng smiled strangely. If Lao Zhang turned around and went to spend money and met a female student from Jiangcheng University, would you go with him or not? It's not me who is embarrassed.
With Yi Cheng's guarantee, Vice Principal Zhang was satisfied. Let me introduce you to the camping equipment.
Okay, I want the best. How about the most low-key but most expensive one?
Sure.
Yi Cheng asked curiously, are you intellectuals so particular?
When talking about this, old Zhang's face was filled with helplessness.
It's more pretentious than you think. Nowadays, everyone uses their given names, right? Not many people still use courtesy names anymore.
Those who do use courtesy names to greet each other are just like people in ancient times. No matter whether it's hot or cold, they always have a fan in their hands, drink tea, burn incense, and recite poems. Yi Cheng didn't dare to think about it. This was really very ancient.
You'll definitely be asked to write or draw again later. Just smile and clap. Don't tell the truth. Just close your eyes and praise me. Vice Principal Zhang reminded Yi Cheng seriously, don't use your brain.
No, Principal, after hearing what you said, your cultural association feels like a mental hospital. I took a poop in the toilet and it was yellow and black.
Vice Principal Zhang looked at Yi Cheng with a smile. Yi Cheng didn't react for a moment. The topic changed too quickly, and he didn't understand why Lao Zhang mentioned shitting. What's the meaning?
Vice Principal Zhang blushed. This is the first prize winner of the poetry competition held by the Cultural Association last month.
Yi Cheng was shocked. Shit. First prize, are you kidding me? Black, yellow, the colors are different, are two people pulling it together? What's the point?
Vice Principal Zhang, but he won first prize.
Do you understand the meaning of the cultural association now? Don't take it seriously. It's just an empty title, an empty title. Yi Chang took a breath. You literati really know how to have fun. If you don't play anything else, you play with shit. If Lao Zhang didn't tell him, how would he know this? Yi Chang said, those beautiful writers and artists also play with shit? Old Zhang thought for a moment and laughed, you talk a lot about morality, but you're full of thieves and whores. Get it? Yi Chang was confused again. This was too real. Looking at old Zhang, he nodded. Principal Zhang was a very real person. He really dared to say anything I asked. You and them. How am I the same as them? I am a leader and I should have integrity, okay? I am the president of a university, how can I be the same as them? Vice President Zhang said righteously that he is resistant to corruption. Yes, yes. Yi Chang was very impressed. Although he had never met those intellectuals, he could roughly imagine that they were just a small circle. Life is really about circles, and big circles contain small circles. I am not a good person either. I will go back and learn more about it and broaden my horizons. Yi Chang waited at the takeaway station until night, and then took Lao Zhang to the Tang Palace. There was a group of tall beauties standing at the door, bowing 90 degrees when they saw people. The beauties at the door were all dressed in formal cheongsams, mainly in red and pink. Yi Chang thought it was nothing. After entering the gate, there was a huge reception hall, which was decorated in the style of the Tang dynasty. When they got on the elevator and came out, Yi Chang and Vice Principal Zhang were dumbfounded. Starting from the elevator door, the corridor stretches all the way down and is filled with girls in short skirts, each of them carrying small suitcases of the same style. When they saw the guests coming out of the elevator, their eyes looked murderous. It really is the powder lane. Old Zhang suddenly walked behind Yi Chang, holding Yi Chang's clothes with one hand. Yi Chang felt him trembling, and Lao Zhan was muttering something. Yi Chang listened for a while. What Lao Zhan was talking about was really decadent. Another thing is that these people wear too few clothes. He said this, but he kept looking at the sisters. Yi Chang was almost laughing to death when he saw Lao Zhang's expression. What's the big deal? Headmaster. Don't yell, call me Lao Zhang. When Vice Principal Zhang heard Yi Chang calling him, he felt like someone had stepped on his tail. What principal? There is no principal nowadays. It would be so embarrassing if someone heard it. How could the principal come to such a place? Yi Chang is just young and doesn't understand the rules of the underworld. Without someone like me who has rich life experience, it would be impossible to grasp this situation. Why are you so nervous, Lao Zhang? I've never seen such a scene before. It was very shocking when I saw it for the first time. Can you imagine a group of beautiful women standing like this? There are a lot more female students at Jiangcheng University than here. Old Zhang rolled his eyes at Yi Chang. How can this be the same? You can choose any beauty in the university, but you can choose the girl here just by choosing one you like. After Yi Chang and Lao Zhang appeared, a manager came over to greet them and ask what they needed. Yi Chang said something, and the manager immediately took Yi Chang to Li Yangyi's private room. Boss, do you want someone to accompany you? The manager felt that the combination of Yi Chang and Principal Zhan was quite strange. The old ones look like followers, while the young ones look like the protagonists. Principal Zhang felt embarrassed, but he thought to himself that since he was here to see the world, he must do something different. Yi Chang smiled and said, I want the best. My elder brother likes those with big breasts and long legs. The manager smiled and said, Don't worry, boss. We have everything you want. We guarantee that this boss will be satisfied. As soon as the boss left, Vice Principal Zhang waited for Yi Chang. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't like that at all. You are slandering me and ruining my reputation. Don't act like a saint when you get here. Here, you can only see one kind of people. Yi Chang said with a smile. Vice Principal Zhang was stunned. Who is it? You rascal, this is a rascal's paradise. Relax a little, I don't have to pay anyway. Mr. Li is treating us. Why are you being so polite? Order something expensive later. Yi Chang said. Vice Principal Zhang smiled, and seeing how experienced Yi Chang was, he said, You know so much, you must come here often. Cut. I own a nightclub, okay? What is the difference between the business done at Lotus Pond Moonlight Nightclub and here? They are all entertainment venues, and a large part of the girls in these venues overlap with those in nightclubs. They get off work here and then go to work there.
Everyone is dedicated and hardworking, and Yi Chang knows a little about what the club is like.
He ignored Lao Zhang and pushed the door open. When he saw Li Yangyi, he laughed. Mr. Li, do you want to surrender? Chapter 122 Confidentiality Level. Li Yangyi was stunned.
He was instinctively unhappy when he heard Yi Chang's words. Seeing Yi Chang and his men sitting down without being polite, Li Yangyi became even more unhappy.
Li Yangyi frowned and looked at Yi Chang and Vice Principal Zhang. Everything he did in Jiangcheng went very smoothly.
As the president of Parks and Company, everyone would give him some face, but Yi Chang really didn't give him any face at all.
Surrender?
Upon hearing this, Li Yangyi could hardly control himself.
Doesn't this make it clear that Yi Chang is the man behind Jinwen? He. Li Yangyi looked at Yi Chang and said, don't you think you chose a rubbish person to work with? I don't think so.
Yi Chang sank down on the sofa, feeling very comfortable. The sofa in the club felt very good to sit on.
It was big and solid.
To be honest, he suspected that the sofas in the club were not only for sitting, but were almost like beds. Li Yangyi controlled his anger. After all, he was the president. Looking at Yi Chang, he shook his head in disappointment.
Then I can only say that your vision is not very good. Why would a woman go against me? Do you think Jin Yan can win? Yi Chang's tone was very frivolous. Is winning or losing important? Unimportant? Of course it doesn't matter. Yi Chang laughed. I really couldn't help it. Li Yangyi must be mentally ill. He really doesn't care about winning or losing.
The probability of him losing is very small. Besides, no matter whether he wins or loses, he will win.
Demonstrating his strength through this incident and fighting with Li Yangyi is itself a form of advertising for Yi Chang. He had already prepared a retreat for Jinwen.
With the patent in hand, Yi Chang really didn't know how he could lose.
Li Yangyi's heart was pounding.
Looking at Yi Chang, who was extremely relaxed, he felt a little uneasy. He felt that he had forgotten something very important.
But he couldn't remember it for the time being. Li Yangyi said disappointedly, it seems that we can't be friends anymore. Yi Chang looked at Li Yangyi strangely. How could you have such a ridiculous idea that we could become friends? Who gave you that confidence? Your identity as the president of Parks and Company, your nature as a banana man, or your behavior of stealing my patent? Yi Chang sneered, you know what kind of person you are, and I know it too. How can I be friends with you? You're really overthinking it. Banana people are really a very strange thing. Why do they feel that everyone else is the same as them?
Jinwen said that Li Yangyi was very powerful, and Yi Chang thought he meant that this person was very good at planning. But now it seems that Li Yangyi's strength lies in how he uses some little tricks. Maybe his little tricks are effective against people who are similar to him, but if people are divided into different realms, Li Yangyi's vision is still not enough.
Come to think of it, what kind of vision can a banana person have?
If you don't take the initiative to find me, I can still look at you with a higher regard, but you take the initiative to find me. Yi Chang leaned on the sofa, crossed his legs, shook his head, and said with disdain. You really don't deserve to play with me. I'm sorry for bullying you, but my decision to bully you has nothing to do with who you are.
Wow. Principal Zhang looked at Yi Chang.
His words were a bit coquettish, full of coquettishness and a bit domineering. Vice Principal Zhang was pleasantly surprised.
There are some things that not everyone can say.
Different people have different encounters, experiences, and mentalities, so naturally their perceptions of life are different.
How can a poor person have the qualifications to show off to others?
To show off naturally requires confidence and strength. Only wealthy people like Yi Chang have the qualifications to act cool, and when they say such things, others don't think they are bragging, but are really a threat.
Li Yangyi looked at Yi Chang and felt speechless. Am I being bullied? For a moment, he didn't know what to say.
He felt that there was no need to be angry.
It seemed that Yi Chang was just a stupid rich man. You don't know what to do when you have some money? Bah, what the hell is that? Li Yangyi felt that he had miscalculated tonight. He didn't need to care about Yi Chang at all. As a college student, he couldn't do anything even if he had money. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? I'm very disappointed.
Yi Chang, we could have been friends, but it's a pity you don't know how to choose.
Li Yangyi felt that there was no need to talk to Yi Chang anymore.
He should mobilize his connections and resources to crush Yi Chang.
Teach Yi Chang some lessons on how to be a good human being. Society is not what you see, Li Yangyi said. Yi Cheng smiled slightly. Didn't Smith from your company say anything to you? Li Yangyi was stunned, and Yi Cheng continued, he is mine. Li Yangyi didn't believe it at all. How could it be possible?
The Smiths didn't know each other at all in Modu and Yicheng.
You lied to me? Look, that's just how you are. You just don't want to believe anything that's not good for you, and you always stick to your own ideas. So what if you got my patent?
I heard it's already in production.
Yi Cheng laughed. Mr. Li, are you sure the patent you got is real?
Yi Cheng didn't give the other party a chance to speak.
I can tell you now, you are dead. I have been waiting for you to produce paint. Do you really think my things are so easy to take? You don't have to pay for taking my things. Yi Cheng took out his mobile phone and clicked on the video in the cloud space. The video clearly records the process of Brother Wang stealing the patent documents and handing them over to Andy.
Of course, Brother Wang's favorite driving show is indispensable. The technology nowadays is so advanced.
The footage is clear enough, right? Doesn't it give you a sense of logical closure?
Yi Cheng looked at the sweaty Li Yangyi and asked, how are you going to deal with this video?
Are you going to continue using your tactics against me and stir up public opinion? Are you going to hype up Lu Ru's suicide again?
Yi Cheng motioned him to continue reading, and the following part contained the story of him meeting with Lu Ru's father and bribing him.
Yi Cheng had already asked the delivery guy to keep an eye on Li Yangyi.
It was only 1,000 yuan a day, which was extremely cheap, but the effect was amazing.
Li Yangyi couldn't help but get furious after seeing this. You're following me? Where's the evidence?
Yi Cheng smiled and said, don't talk nonsense in a society ruled by law.
If you do, I will sue you.
I have a group of lawyers waiting to sue you.
Do you know how many years you'll be sentenced for stealing a patent? Scare me?
Li Yangyi stared at Yi Cheng fiercely, without any fear at all.
He. Yi Cheng laughed. The patent you got is not the one academician Shen gave me at all. The information on that patent is similar to the patent data I have. There are subtle differences, but that piece of information really came from academician Chen's laboratory. Do you know what level academician Chen's laboratory is? Vice President Zhang's face twitched violently.
He knew clearly what others didn't know, and he couldn't help but say, academician Chen's laboratory is a national-level laboratory, with a confidentiality level.
Chapter 123. Are you satisfied?
As soon as Vice Principal Zhang finished speaking, Li Yangyi's face changed.
Even a fool would know what was going on. Confidential unit. Even waste paper can be elevated to the level of national security. He fully realized that this was a trap set by Yi Cheng, and it was really meant to trap him to death. You want me dead? Ha ha.
Yi Cheng smiled slightly, looking harmless. I was just killing a pig, but you, a pig, just realized it.
Vice Principal Zhang quickly shrank his head, wondering what he had heard. Yi Cheng is really too cruel. He also understood what was going on. Yi Cheng got some information from Chen Zuzong, tricked Li Yangyi, and then planned to send Li Yangyi to jail. Confidential unit. There is definitely nothing wrong with what Yi Cheng took from Chen Zuzong. It must have been given to him by Chen Zuzong.
But if someone else took it from him, it would be confidential.
Oh shit. We at Jiangcheng University don't teach you how to cheat people.
You have a very dark heart, kid. Yi Cheng stretched his body and leaned comfortably on the sofa, looking at Li Yangyi, who began to sweat coldly and sneered.
You shouldn't have messed with me.
You can hype up photos of me and Jin Wen, but you also have to be able to withstand my revenge, right?
You used the scandal between me and Jin Wen as a tool for your internal struggle. You should have thought about the fate of a rich man like me. Yi Cheng looked at Li Yangyi with disgust. A mere banana guy wants to fight me? This is Jiangcheng. I'm telling you, don't even think about leaving Jiangcheng.
I've already reported your case to the relevant authorities and handed over all the evidence.
The next step is Parks & Company.
Yi Cheng's eyes turned fierce, like a wolf that had been hungry for more than 10 days. None of you think you can get through this easily. Li Yangyi thought he was very smart, but in the final analysis he was just a worker. He didn't understand the horror of a rich man like himself.
He would only do what he needed.
I can bring the whole world to its knees.
As long as I make good use of the money given by the system, it is entirely possible.
It is quite difficult to turn resources into money, but it is not easy to turn money into resources. Yi Cheng stopped pretending. I want the cooperation project between Parkson and Jiangcheng, and I want you to go to jail. I also want Parkson to compensate me for $3 billion in patent losses.
You can't go back today. After you go to jail, a case will be filed. Even if the case is filed and confirmed, what can Parkson use to sue me? I want people, money, and projects.
After saying that, Yi Chang felt his blood boiling. It was the first time he had done such a thing, and it felt so good. He kicked hard, and the huge coffee table moved out of place with a creaking sound that was very unpleasant.
Vice Principal Zhang was startled. Yi Chang was feeling a bit irritable right now.
Vice Principal Zhang quickly took a sip of beer to calm his nerves.
He was feeling trembling with fear. Is this the real behavior of the local tycoons? I want them all. Feeling exciting.
Yi Chang had just finished speaking when several people came in from outside.
He didn't know them.
It seemed that those people knew Li Yangyi.
After entering the room, they rushed straight towards Li Yangyi.
Before he could resist, he was rewarded with a pair of silver bracelets.
Vice Principal Zhang looked at Yi Chang in disbelief and whispered, "Someone from the security department?"
Yeah. Yi Chang reported it when he came, and also sent a message to Chen Zuzong, asking him to report it as well. People might not necessarily believe what he reported, but Chen Zuzong's official identity was that of an academician, and the comrades in the security department who reported him personally would definitely take it seriously. In addition, he had his own video evidence, so everything went very smoothly.
Li Yangyi's imprisonment will not affect his subsequent operations at Parkson.
Parkson is already producing products with his patent, and that is enough.
Yi Chang said nothing as he watched the comrades escort Li Yangyi away.
Vice Principal Zhang paused for a moment, then smiled at Yi Chang. "You're quite cruel."
Yi Chang relaxed his body and looked at Vice Principal Zhang with a helpless smile.
"I didn't want to either, but there was nothing I could do. This guy is so disgusting. He put pressure on the school, and then on the city government, and even tried to use Lu Ru's suicide as a publicity stunt."
"Principal, I was forced into this."
"Pooh." Vice Principal Zhang said disdainfully, "You fucking arranged it all.
So you came here on purpose to see him get arrested, right? I finally understand. You rich people are so unhuman. Shall we go then?"
"I just got here."
"Don't you want to play anymore? The girls who are supposed to accompany you for drinks haven't even arrived yet." Vice Principal Zhang was a little reluctant to leave. It wasn't easy to come here.
He came here to see the world, and he saw the world, but the more important thing is, he hasn't seen the girl.
"I'm afraid you'll be embarrassed,"
Yi Chang said with a smile.
"What's the meaning? There really are female students from Jiangcheng University here."
Yi Chang shook his cell phone, which contained the chat history between him and Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing said that some girls who studied art did have part-time jobs outside, and Tang Palace Club was the main place where those girls worked part-time. It's easy to make money here, and all the customers are big bosses. If a girl is willing to take risks, she will soon get valuable love. However, Zhang Jing and Yi Chang emphasized that she had never worked part-time. Although her family was average, her life was still quite comfortable and she had enough pocket money. In fact, girls who can study art generally come from well-off families. Otherwise, how could I afford the cost of studying art?
The conditions are not bad, but if I want to get ahead, I need connections in the circle.
Art students who come here part-time are either here for the money or to make connections. Vice Principal Zhang thought for a moment and said, "In school, I am the principal and they are students. But outside, they are ambitious girls who work hard to make a living.
What does it have to do with me?" Your realm is very high."
Yi Chang was speechless and complained that the principal was really open-minded.
Vice Principal Zhang doesn't care, so why should he care?
Anyway, he was just drinking, he wouldn't mess around here.
As for what Lao Zhang thought, Yi Chang didn't care.
After waiting for a while, the female manager came in with her people. Yi Chang saw several girls looking at him and Vice Principal Zhang with strange looks.
Needless to say, these women are from Jiangcheng University.
Yi Chang is a celebrity in the school, and Lao Zhang is also the one who sits on the rostrum during meetings. These girls are all dressed very sexy, showing their arms and thighs, and they naturally look good. Old Zhang pointed at several people with vicious eyes, including those from Jiangcheng University.
"Yi Chang, don't you want to order?"
Lao Zhang has one in his left hand and one in his right hand, and there are a few others sitting on the side. Yi Chang still remembered what he had promised Lao Zhang. He looked at the female manager and asked, "How much does your most expensive membership card cost?"
The female manager said, "That's the Supreme card. A one-time top-up of 2 million is enough. Give me one, big brother. He turned around and looked at Lao Zhang. Are you satisfied? Chapter 124. Brother Wang is back. Vice Principal Zhang was very satisfied and smiled happily with the girl next to him, looking extremely proud.
He is just a coward. After hugging the girl, he didn't do anything else. He is very reserved and coquettish. When the girls saw Yi Cheng being so generous, their eyes naturally lit up, and they all realized that Yi Cheng was the financial sponsor. The girls all looked at Yi Cheng hoping to stay.
Yi Cheng was not interested.
He had no shortage of women now. The women around him were all beauties. There was really no need for him to cheat outside.
I'm not even in the mood to play around. People who have too much don't care about what they already have.
Yi Cheng paid the bill, let Lao Zhang take care of himself, and then left. Vice Principal Zhang felt it was a pity that Boss Yi didn't know how to enjoy life, but Yi Cheng had already handed the card to him, so he didn't care where Yi Cheng went.
Yi Cheng left the Tang Palace and contacted Jin Wan. Has the person gone in? Ah, really went in?
I saw it with my own eyes.
Just now?
Yes, what else can we do?
Li Yangyi is useless. What are we waiting for if we don't send him in?
Parkson has already started producing products.
Jinwen wanted to complain that Li Yangyi was still showing off to him during the day, so why not send him in at night? This was too fast. The little puppy is really ruthless.
Jinwen felt a little scared.
This rich guy really would eat people. But she was even more excited. So I'm the president? What a bullshit president. Go back to Shanghai and experience it slowly.
Yi Cheng hung up the phone and contacted Chen Zuzong.
Li Yangyi was able to get in thanks to Chen Zuzong's efforts. Got in?
Oh, that's normal, just a small matter, a banana man goes in.
Chen Zuzong didn't care at all.
I am a bohemian, so why should I care about cheating a banana man?
What Chen Zuzong cared about was the chemical group that Yi Cheng mentioned. This chemical group thing can be operated, right? Hurry up. Don't you know how old I am?
If I work harder, I can still do it for another 30 years.
How old are you now?
Yi Cheng was confused for a moment.
I'm almost 70. Yi Cheng was truly convinced. Ancestors were always ancestors. Even at the age of 70, he could still work for another 30 years.
He was overflowing with confidence. Yi Cheng promised to take the initiative to file a lawsuit against Parkson and bite it hard.
Invest the money you make. Don't just think about spending it on a life of luxury. Do you know what you lack the most right now? What am I missing? You lack a girlfriend to help you spend money. My granddaughter won't consider it.
Yi Cheng hung up the phone directly.
Chening has such a bad temper. Am I crazy? It's okay to be friends for the sake of Chen Zuzong, but can she be as good as Chi Gue as a girlfriend? Thinking of Chi Gue, Yi Cheng wanted to go home, but it was too late, so he sent a text message to Chi Gue and then found a hotel to stay in. The next day I continued to work at the takeaway station. He has gotten used to it.
When Brother Wang is not around, the takeaway station becomes his own business. Yi Cheng suddenly felt that what Brother Wang said was right. A man should have his own career. Having a career is not for making money, but for giving himself something to do. Brother Wang is the station manager, works part-time as a driver, and is also a friend of women.
His life is really going well.
Yi Cheng was just staring at the takeaway station. He was very free, so he watched a movie for the whole morning, then went to Sister Wang's house next door to have lunch, and then went downstairs to continue watching the movie and sleep. In the afternoon, Xiao Chang found the takeaway station.
Liu Ru hopes you'll let them go.
Lu Ru was too embarrassed to see Yi Cheng, so she thought of her good friend Xiao Chang and asked her to tell Yi Cheng that she was going home.
You mean going home?
She's already a junior, and her family has arranged a job for her. During her senior year, she was just doing an internship and a graduation project. Something happened to Lu Ru, and her parents were worried, so they used their connections in her hometown to help her find a stable job. Working in advance while waiting until graduation.
The problem now is that Lu Ru's father had met with Li Yangyi.
Yesterday, comrades from the security department arrested Li Yangyi and went to find old Lu to find out what happened early in the morning.
Lu Ru was completely scared. I thought Yi Cheng was going to kill them.
Lu Ru is a college student after all, so she naturally knows what the security department does. Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Give her 5 million for me." Xiao Cheng agreed without saying anything more. Yi Cheng felt that he had licked Lu Ru once. After all, she was the woman he loved in his heart, and 5 million was considered to have bought out the past relationship. I am not a good person, and I may not be able to be a good person in the future. Giving Lu Ru 5 million is not too much, and it can be considered an explanation to myself. Xiao Cheng blinked. You really have nothing to do with her, right? What does it matter? If it does, what's your business? Yi Cheng said with a smile. She was smart in the end and didn't continue to act foolishly. I thought you were going to keep her like a puppy. Who do you think I am? Yi Cheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He did have the idea of raising Lu Ru as a pet before. He would just throw some money at Lu Ru, but he would not touch her. He just treated her as a pet. But now I feel that it is meaningless. After all, I am a human being. Treating the girl I once liked like this will only make my heart darker. People's hearts are changing. Some people have turned evil. I might be one of them, but I can't be too evil. Yi Cheng thinks it's better for his heart to be gray. It would be really boring if it were as black as ink. Xiao Cheng didn't say anything and smiled. You haven't visited me yet, have you? Tonight? I'll go buy some seafood. Yi Cheng rolled his eyes and said, Can you be more open-minded? You are a woman with a career now. Don't always think about that. Bah, you hugged Chi Gue at night and you had fun, but what about me? Xiao Qing said boldly. After having a relationship with Yi Chang, Xiao Qing became extremely bold. She immediately sat on Yi Chang's lap and started to rub against him. Fuck, this is where I work. Working places are exciting. I want face. What shame. Xiao Qing felt that Yi Chang was moving, and hurriedly tried to untie Yi Chang's belt. This woman was crazy. Yi Cheng quickly pressed the belt. Be careful, be careful. It's time to pay your dues. Science says that 7 or 8 times a week is normal for someone your age. Shi Gue definitely can't handle it alone. What's wrong with me helping him? Yi Chang was speechless. This woman was really scary when she went crazy. What are you doing? Xiao Qing was busy when she suddenly heard the voice of an outsider. She was frightened and her face turned red. Looking at the man standing at the door, Xiao Qing quickly got off Yi Chang. Yi Cheng quickly fastened his belt and looked at the man at the door. Brother Wang, you're back. The one who came back was Brother Wang, that godlike man. Brother Wang looked at Yi Chang and Xiao Chang and said unhappily, Are you kidding me? Romance is forbidden in the company, and you guys still want to work? No, no. I saw it all. Brother Wang sat down. His face looked very weak and pale, and it was obvious that he had suffered from kidney deficiency during this period. This is so fierce. Chapter 125 Goodbye Lan Ting. Seeing that Brother Wang had returned, Xiao Qing felt embarrassed to stay at the takeaway station and left first. Yi Cheng and Brother Wang said, Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I would have been screwed this time. Brothers aside, I've been having a great time these past half-month. Brother Wang's expression was very playful. I do it every day. Andy is pretty good. She's already one of my girlfriends. Girlfriend? Yes, I conquered you. Yi Chang looked at Brother Wang in disbelief. This might be the work of a god. He really couldn't imagine it. You're awesome. Brother Wang modestly said that these were all routine operations. This time, Andy didn't come back with him. Andy's going to testify for you. Li Yangyi won't get away. But you should give her some benefits later. It's not easy for a girl to come out and work hard. Yi Cheng watched the videos of Brother Wang and Andy and nodded. It was not easy. Brother Wang had so many tricks and Andy actually cooperated with them all. How could this be easy? This time, when Yi Cheng deals with Li Yangyi, in addition to the confidential matter, he also has a trump card, which is Brother Wang. When Brother Wang met Andy, he promised to persuade Andy to defect. The two of them spent half a month together. Their friendship was beyond ordinary. Yi Cheng naturally didn't care. Don't worry, I'm willing to give her any amount of money she wants. Brother Wang nodded in satisfaction, then went to rest. He still had work to do in the evening and had to meet Gao Xiang's mother. That woman has been looking for him for many days. She deserves a beating. Yi Cheng felt that Brother Wang was the protagonist. Although he had a system, he didn't feel as cool as Brother Wang. Now that Brother Wang is back, Yi Chang no longer has to watch over the takeaway station and can arrange his own time. In the evening, he treated Brother Wang to a big dinner and then handed Brother Wang a card with 20 million yuan in it, but Yi Chang didn't say it and Brother Wang didn't ask. After eating, everyone went their own way and Brother Wang drove away in his Ferrari. Yi Chang seemed to be lost in thought. He had wanted to learn how to drive a long time ago, but he hadn't learned it yet. He had too many things going on recently. I'll go sign up for driving lessons right away. It's ridiculous for a rich man to not have a car. He went to the hotel to find the lawyers. I'll file a patent lawsuit against Parkson in a month. There's only one condition: you have to be ruthless. Whether you can make a killing depends on this one. Yi Chang raised the mineral water and these legal thugs used water instead of wine. He handed all his cases over to these lawyers, and it was not easy to be honest with them. Yi Chang often changes his mind. These lawyers are mostly responsible for Yi Chang's reputation rights lawsuits, but by the time they are ready, Yi Chang may change his mind. The lawyers also have complaints. Yi Chang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will never change my mind this time. I will leave the lawsuit with Parkson to you. You can take as much as you want. The more the better." The lawyers from Tianping law firm were so excited that their faces turned red. They would all have a share of this piece of fat meat. After one lawsuit, each of them would have enough money to buy a house in Beijing. Patent lawsuits are very profitable, and Yi Chang is willing to give them the highest commission points in the industry. "Don't worry, Mr. Yi, we will definitely live up to your expectations." Yi Chang smiled and didn't care about such words. They were just partners. Looking at the young lawyer Lin Ying, Yi Chang smiled and said, "I hope your conscience won't hurt this time." Lin Ying's face flushed immediately. "I was just joking. How could you even know about my pangs of conscience? Someone among my colleagues must have betrayed me." Everyone was smiling as they looked at Lin Ying, which made them sigh with emotion. Yi Chang was introduced to Tianping law firm by someone else. He was originally a client of lawyer Jiang, but lawyer Jiang thought Yi Chang's case was too trivial and was unwilling to deal with it, so he asked Lin Ying to receive Yi Chang. Fortunately, Lin Ying received the case well, and then lawyer Tianping received countless cases. Other lawyers would worry about their cases, but the troubles Yi Chang created alone were equivalent to half a year's troubles for others, which made his colleagues envious. Yi Chang's lawsuit is getting bigger and bigger. Waving the big stick of law to beat people everywhere. Lawyers like clients like Yi Chang the most. They are rich and generous. Although they may cause a lot of trouble, they have a high chance of winning. Yi Chang made the arrangements and left. Lu Ru had been discharged from the hospital and returned home. Xiao Qing gave her 5 million, which Lu Ru accepted. Yi Chang didn't go to see her off, so what was there to give her? There's really no relationship between us. Yi Chang went to Brother Wang's luxury store. Brother Wang was not there, so Lan Ting received Yi Chang. Lan Ting had complicated feelings when she saw Yi Chang. Yi Chang gave her a lot of things, but after that, Yi Chang never came to the store again, nor did he take the initiative to ask her out. She thought she was pretty good and Yi Chang would not be uninterested in her. As a result, Yi Chang's news was on the news every day, but he never looked for her. Yi Chang wants to choose a low-key second-hand luxury watch for Qi Gui. There is actually no such thing as first-hand or second-hand watches. A good watch is good anywhere. Lan Ting looked at Yi Chang with resentful eyes and asked, "Why didn't you contact me? Just flirt and run away? Don't want to be responsible." Yi Chang did feel a little embarrassed. He had really forgotten about Lan Ting. "How have you been lately?" "Good." The favorability between Lan Ting and himself has reached 60, but Yi Chang did not continue to develop it. There have been so many things going on recently. And his reputation is also bad. That's good. Yi Chang felt a little strange when chatting with Lan Ting again. "Is there anything you like? Pick one and I'll give it to you." "No." Lan Ting refused immediately. Yi Chang looked at Lan Ting, who was pouting slightly, as if she was angry. Seeing Yi Chang looking over, Lan Ting was worried that Yi Chang would be angry, so she quickly said, "I don't want these things. Why don't you treat me to a meal? Want to date? Looking at this, it looks like it's about to be delivered to your door." Yi Chang thought to himself that he was no longer an ignorant country dog who only knew how to lick. He used to think Lan Ting was very good and worth licking, but now he feels differently. Lan Ting is still very beautiful and a great beauty. But he no longer had the urge to lick her. Yi Chang felt that there was nothing wrong with him, nor that Lan Ting had changed. It was just that his identity had changed, and his immunity to beautiful women had increased. I care more about the inner qualities of a beauty rather than just her face. That crazy woman Su Zijin is also very beautiful, and she is also a literary young woman.
When Lan Ting saw that Yi Chang didn't agree, she looked a little disappointed. Yi Chang smiled. He was disappointed, but he didn't care. I'm busy lately and don't have time.
Yi Chang picked up a men's watch, put it on, paid for it, and left. Lan Ting was stunned, hesitant to speak, and felt filled with a sense of loss.
Are rich people so heartless?
The shop assistants around Lan Ting were originally envious of Lan Ting for hooking up with a rich man and being about to live a rich life, but they didn't expect Yi Chang to be so ruthless. These colleagues immediately sympathized with Lan Ting, and then they were angry for Lan Ting and felt that Yi Chang was completely unworthy. Lan Ting smiled bitterly.
You know shit. This kind of man is attractive.
Those men who cling to women are totally useless.
Lan Ting as favorability 65. Chapter 126 I'm still relatively clean.
Yi Chang received a message from the system before he had gone far. He was used to it. Women and men are definitely two different species, like the front and back sides of a mirror.
If you are nice to women, they may not care about you, but if you are not nice to them, they will definitely care.
Yi Chang bought the watch for the Sunday Cultural Association's field trip.
Lao Zhang said that one should be low-key when participating in the event, but not too low-key.
We are all educated people who pretend to be noble and look down on those who show off their wealth. But in fact, everyone wants to show off, so they adopt a low-key style of showing off wealth. Clothes shouldn't be brand names, they should be niche, preferably custom-made.
Watches and accessories should have a vintage feel, showcasing the family's heritage and nobility.
Cars are casual, cultured people don't care about those things.
Then it would be best if he could speak eloquently.
After Yi Chang bought the watch, he also specially bought a book of 300 Tang poems.
He thought about it and really wanted to say, I bought a watch.
When they returned to Longhu Villa, Chi Gue was at home. Old Chi and his wife had gone home, so they were the only two people at home. Yi Chang couldn't hold it back any longer and played with Chi Gue for a while, and suddenly there was a barrage of artillery fire and crazy bombing.
The battle was extremely brutal, and Chi Gue's small hill was flattened by Yi Chang's artillery. Chi Gue felt like he was going to die.
All the bones in his body were weak and he lay on the sofa like a piece of meat. Looking at Yi Chang pouring water to drink in the living room, Chi Gue said angrily, You want me to die?
No, it's been a few days, and the medicine reserves are a bit too much. Chi Gue rolled his eyes and said, You young brat, you don't know the seriousness of the matter. I'm impressed. Yi Chang smiled awkwardly and whispered, Am I working too hard? Chi Gue doesn't want to discuss such shameful issues. You don't know it yourself, but can't you see it when you see me like this?
Yi Chang also felt a little sorry for Chi Gue, but he really didn't pay attention. Maybe it's because I'm a martial artist, and my physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, so
being in too good health is a sin.
Yi Chang carried Chi Gue to rest, then returned to the living room and picked up the magazine on the coffee table out of boredom. He saw a flyer for a gym, and found that a new gym had opened in the basement at the entrance of the community. The Longhu community is very large, with high-rise buildings in villa areas. The housing prices are not low, and people who can afford to buy a house here basically have some purchasing power.
But Yi Chang was not interested. He was a martial artist, so why did he need this? He made porridge for Chi Gue and waited for him to drink it after he had rested, then went out to chat with the security guard. Brother, you said you were already rich, why are you still accompanying me to guard the gate?
The security guard was speechless.
Aren't big bosses busy making money or picking up girls?
How could he know that rich men like Yi Chang were all attracted to girls?
Can't I experience the worldly life?
Looking at Yi Chang rummaging through the surveillance camera like a rat, the security guard was speechless.
Are you looking for a beautiful woman? What surveillance camera are you looking at? You're asking me, how could I not know if there are any beautiful women in the community? Shallow. Yi Chang rolled his eyes at the security guard, am I that kind of person? I think so. The security guy gave Yi Chang some advice, actually, all you have to do is search with nearby people and say that you are the owner of building number 6. You can definitely be the groom every night. Many women have asked me about the owner of building number 6. Do you want his WeChat? I can give it to you. Superficial.
Yi Chang looked at the security guard with contempt, then took his phone, unlocked it with the security guard's fingerprint, and opened WeChat directly.
Fuck, you have over 300 friends. There are only a few of us.
Half of them are beautiful women who live in our neighborhood, and half of them have asked about you. The young man said proudly, ever since I knew you were delivering food, I felt that I should make money too.
Brother, if you need to buy fruits and vegetables in the future, you can come to me.
I do community group buying part-time, and the prices are very cheap.
It's so cheap.
Yi Chang himself is delivering food, so how could he not know the market conditions in the vegetable market? Sometimes he would bring vegetables or something to customers just for a tip of 5 or 10 yuan. The things this guy got are definitely very expensive.
I'll get some high-end seafood and send it to building number 6. I love that stuff. King crab? It's a bit high-end, that's fine.
Yi Chang said, get some more and I'll give them away. Because the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, Chi Gui's parents, Xiaoqing, Jinwen, Olji from his hometown, and Song Gu and others are all here.
Of course, Chen Zuzong and Gu Zuzong cannot be left out either.
In the past, even if I wanted to give a gift to someone, I didn't know who to give it to.
Now I finally have someone to give it to, and my social circle has obviously expanded.
The security guard was planning to get Yi Chang 1,000 kilograms of king crab. Seeing that Yi Chang didn't refuse, he immediately said, brother, since you're so polite, I certainly can't be stingy.
Do you know Zhang Qian?
Who?
I don't know him.
The security guard immediately looked at Yi Chang with disdain. You don't even know Zhang Qian, she's a famous beautiful host in Jiangcheng, she's very beautiful. Seeing Yi Chang still checking the surveillance footage, the security guy held Yi Chang's hand and said, brother, those are useless.
Although there are beauties, they are not as good as Zhang Qian.
I'll tell you her doorman number.
Just go and pick her up. She's a high-quality beauty.
Shallow. She seems to be having a relationship crisis with her boyfriend recently, and you took advantage of the situation and pounded her with money.
Shallow.
The security guard looked at Yi Chang speechlessly. If you do this, I won't keep an eye on you anymore.
When did I ask you to help me keep an eye out for beautiful women? Then why are you watching the surveillance?
Let me check the population and traffic in the community, as well as the number of owners. Yi Chang was really just checking the situation of the owners. The unfinished building he took over from Zhangyang Group was positioned higher than Longhu community, and the housing prices were also higher than here. Su Zhangyang originally planned to turn that unfinished community into the best Lakeview community in Jiangcheng. Yi Chang has absolutely no experience, and Chi Gui doesn't know anything about real estate. They have just taken over the residential complex, and they are both clueless about when to resume construction and what to do next.
To build a house, you just need to find a construction company.
You can ask Jingyang, the leader, to introduce you, or you can give Jingyang some advantages.
Sales become a problem.
In fact, he could seek cooperation with Su Zhenyang, but when he thought of Su Zijin, Yi Chang felt helpless and would rather hide away. In the past, everyone had a bad relationship, and Yi Chang didn't care about beating her, but now the relationship has changed. She can't fight anymore, and she is too lazy to fight, so she can only hide. Su Zhengyang, that shameless guy, definitely hopes that Su Zijin will seduce him.
The security guy said, I don't believe you.
Brother, your excuse is lame.
Are all rich people so unreal? It's dirtier than you think, but of course I am clean.
Yi Chang quickly tried to make amends, because when you insult someone, you can't insult yourself as well.
Chapter 127 Routine.
Yi Chang and the young man were chatting when the young man saw a man coming towards the gate of the community. He hurried out to stop the man, and then the man became extremely angry. But the guy just wouldn't let that person enter the community, and that person had no choice. The man looked very respectable and pointed at the young man and cursed him some very unpleasant words. The young man didn't care and came back after seeing the man leave. Yi Chang said, let others scold you, don't beat them up.
If I had beaten him earlier, I would have beaten him. I have you protecting me, so what's the use of beating him? But I took Zhang Qian's money.
The security guard said, Zhang Qian gave me 1,000 yuan to stop that man from entering the community. He's Zhang Qian's boyfriend, and I heard he cheated on her. The security guard was speechless. Zhang Qian is so beautiful, yet she cheated on me.
What kind of brain does this man have? He really doesn't understand love. You understand? Of course I understand.
If you love her, go with her. The security guy laughed obscenely, and Yi Chang said, I'll go tell Wang Hui later. The security guard's face changed drastically. This guy liked Wang Hui from the sales office, the sales lady who sold building number 6 to Yi Chang. They were from the same hometown. Wang Hui often went to building number 6 to accompany Chi Gui to help with housework.
Sometimes Chi Gui was too lazy to cook, so Wang Hui brought him food.
Yi Chang admires Wang Hui very much. If Wang Hui loses her job, he plans to work as a nanny.
The salary can be high.
The security guard looked at Yi Chang eagerly. Brother, you can't destroy my love.
Please keep it a secret. Let's talk about Zhang Qian. Isn't it good to gossip together?
Don't destroy our revolutionary friendship.
Bah, there's no revolutionary friendship between you and me. We are all men, why should men make things difficult for other men?
Yi Chang laughed out loud.
It was very interesting to chat with the security guy.
Then the security guy told him a lot of gossip and situation about Zhang Qian. Yi Chang was just watching the show and had no other thoughts. He listened to the security guard's chatter and learned that he had seen Zhang Qian and her boyfriend arguing at the gate of the community several times. Then, through just a few words, he outlined one bloody scene after another. Yi Chang was fascinated by what he heard.
That boyfriend is such a mess.
He's also a relatively well-known host. Zhang Qian said he likes to get into Auntie's crotches.
Yeah, Zhang Qian's cursing is really unpleasant to hear. It's okay, she's pretty, that's enough. You are so naive.
Zhang Qian might have someone behind her.
Let me tell you, the entertainment industry is very chaotic. It's hard to be beautiful.
Impossible, Zhang Qian is very clean, there must be no one behind her.
That's not necessarily true. I don't believe it.
Brother, Zhang Qian must have no one behind him.
He is not that kind of person. You know shit.
What ordinary people think of as a goddess may just be a pet in a rich family.
Yi Chang looked at the young security guard and felt that he was a bootlicker.
Suddenly the security guard stopped talking and kept blinking at Yi Chang. Yi Chang was stunned and slowly turned around, only to see a short-haired beauty standing outside the security room, staring at him angrily.
Son of a bitch.
Yi Chang frowned immediately, and the security guard said quickly, Miss Zhang, please go out.
I'll open the door for you. Is this Zhang Qian? Yi Chang suddenly felt embarrassed. He was caught eating someone else's melon and deserved to be scolded.
He touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Zhang Qian rolled her eyes at him, her little face as small as a palm-sized melon. Her short hair that reaches her ears reveals her capable temperament, and her slender neck looks a bit awkward, but with a pearl necklace hanging on her neck, she looks bright and charming again.
Yi Chang felt that Zhang Qian was a very energetic beauty, low-key and profound.
The security guy came back after opening the door for Zhang Qian and looked at Yi Chang and said, It's embarrassing, isn't it?
It's okay.
Yi Chang looked at Zhang Qian, who was about 1.7 meters tall and smiled. She was not as gentle and generous as his teacher Qi, so why was she so proud?
Teacher Qi is a female CEO worth tens of billions, and Zhang Qian is just an ordinary female host. If it is not necessary, you don't need to touch it at all.
Yi Chang has no shortage of beautiful women around him. If he wants, Zhang Jing can line up a group of them for him, all of whom are future stars. Not long after Zhang Qian walked away, the man who had just been there appeared again. Yi Chang originally wanted to go home, but he immediately went out with the security guard to eat melons. Zhang Qian had a fierce argument with her boyfriend, and then the man angrily slapped her. Zhang Qian fought back directly, but as a woman, she was no match for the man. She wanted to run, but the man grabbed her hair and pulled her back, then threw her to the ground.
Yi Chang was dumbfounded.
He also beat women, such as Suzy Jean, who was beaten by him before, but he showed mercy just to show his respect.
This man is going too far. You're a security guard, why don't you help when you see the owner being beaten? I'm a security guard. If someone complains about me, my salary will be docked.
Brother, you're rich, so why are you afraid? The security guy gave a strong push, and Yi Chang looked like he was pushed out by someone. He soon came to Zhang Qian's side. Yi Chang grabbed the man and tried to pull Zhang Qian's hand away. The security guy sneered, You're a show-off. You're clearly just trying to help me.
You're saying, let me do it. I'm giving you a chance. You have to do it well.
I'll give you 5,000 yuan later.
The man looked at Yi Chang in surprise, Who are you? What's going on?
Community security guard, buddy, hitting a woman is a bit too much, not to mention they are boyfriend and girlfriend.
If you don't love her, just let her go and don't hurt her, okay? Save some face for yourself.
Yi Chang looked at Zhang Qian. Her clothes were torn, the pearl necklace around her neck was broken, the pearls were scattered all over the floor, and there was a handprint on her face.
The whole person looks very confused. Yi Chang let go of the man, pulled Zhang Qian up from the ground, hid behind him, and then, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looked at the man and said to Zhang Qian, "Do you want me to fight you back?"
Our community security has the obligation to protect the personal safety of the residents.
Fight.
Zhang Qian said, "I'll take responsibility if anything happens."
5,000. Zhang Qian didn't say anything, just nodded.
After hearing his words, Yi Chang kicked the man out, which sent him 10 meters away. Then he rushed over and beat him up.
In just 3 minutes, the man lay there groaning.
Yi Chang took a drag on his cigarette, turned around and walked over, holding out his hand to Zhang Qian without even touching the cigarette. 5,000 yuan, you take care of that guy's medical expenses yourself, and any trouble later has nothing to do with me. You can help beat people up, but Yi Chang won't be responsible for any trouble that may arise later.
Zhang Qian immediately transferred money to Yi Chang.
Yi Chang glanced at the amount. 20,000, 5,000 will be enough.
I'll buy 3 more services, Zhang Qian said.
I'll call him next time I see him. I don't have a monthly subscription or a subscription service.
Zhang Qian looked at Yi Chang and said, "Now that I have it, Mr. Yi, you are not afraid of anything, right?"
Zhang Qian smiled at Yi Chang with a kind of sad beauty.
"Damn, have you recognized me a long time ago?" Yi Chang looked at the man, then at Zhang Qian. "You guys are not deliberately acting so that you can get to know me, right? After all, I am a rich man and you are a beautiful woman. Do you want to seduce me?" Chapter 128, Lao Zhang's sister Mei.
Zhang Qian was speechless and widened her eyes slightly. She worked in the media, so how could she not know Yi Chang, the internet celebrity who was in the news every day? But the other party had just helped her fight, so it was inconvenient for her to say anything bad to him. Zhang Qian pursed her lips and smiled slightly. The scars on her face gave her a kind of battle-damaged beauty.
"I've seen the news about you. People online say you're a scumbag."
Zhang Qian corrected herself immediately after she finished speaking. "That's what I said online, it's not my opinion." Yi Chang was stunned, looked at Zhang Qian and chuckled. "He is not a novice who knows nothing, as people say on the internet." Zhang Qian said so on purpose, warning yourself not to harass her.
"This woman is amazing. There is a wit hidden in the words."
Looking at the other party, Yi Chang nodded and immediately transferred 15,000 yuan to her.
Zhang Qian was stunned and looked at Yi Chang in confusion. Wasn't it agreed upon? "I have status, not anyone's thug. If you want to find a thug, find someone else," Yi Chang said and turned away. He said he was a scumbag, but he wanted to help her fight? Are you a little sure of yourself and think of yourself as a potential suitor? Unfortunately, he didn't take the bait. The feeling of pushing and pulling is good.
If I didn't have any experience, I would definitely be controlled by this woman, but this young master just wants to control others. Yi Chang felt that he was being quite polite in his words, but it didn't matter if he wasn't polite.
It's not a big deal. As soon as the security guy saw Yi Chang coming back, he hurried over to inquire about the news. "How is it going? Is it done? What are you thinking? Do I look like the kind of person who can't walk when seeing a beautiful woman, let alone a beautiful woman who gets beaten up? Brother, you are a hero saving a beautiful girl. In ancient times, wouldn't someone give themselves to a beautiful woman and create a pair of wild mandarin ducks?" The guy was extremely obscene and even touched his 2 thumbs together. "You have a good level of education, and you even know how to pledge your love. I graduated from high school, okay?" The young man and Yi Chang had a good relationship and were chatting freely. When he saw Zhang Qian looking at them, he said, "Why don't you take her to the hospital? This time alone with her is a chance to show your warm and loving qualities, and then move her to death. Once a woman is moved, everything will be easier. You're talking about a dog licker. I'm a wolf warrior, okay?" The little brother doesn't understand. Girls like Zhang Qian are not stupid. The TV station is the entertainment industry, and it is very complicated. It is difficult for the other party to gain a foothold in it. To be able to stand out from so many people and become a female anchor, she must have her own specialties. Either she has someone behind her, or she has outstanding and irreplaceable abilities. She is definitely not a young girl who has just entered society and knows nothing. How could the security guard understand the complexity of society?
Yi Chang patted the boy's shoulder and smiled slightly. I really envy your simplicity and innocence. Just like my old self, I thought that as long as I was wholeheartedly good to someone, that was love. But in fact, after coming into contact with more women, Yi Chang no longer thinks so. Women are as changeable as the white clouds in the sky, and each person has 1,000 faces.
How to make the cloud what you want it to be depends on your ability. The young man was very dissatisfied and felt that he was being looked down upon. I'm not stupid, okay? Does being naive have anything to do with being stupid? I told you that you're a good person.
The little brother was immediately satisfied, looked at Yi Chang and nodded. Brother, you are really good at talking.
Do you think there is a possibility between me and Zhang Qian? That's stupid. What's going on with Zhang Qiansa? What's going on with this guy? Your courage is commendable,
Yi Chang said with a smile. The young man thinks he is actually quite good.
Zhang Qian is being bullied now and definitely needs a man to protect her.
The next time he sees Zhang Qian being beaten, the guy thinks he should rush up and give it a try.
What if Zhang Qian is moved?
Seeing that the security guard was daydreaming, Yi Chang couldn't bear to disturb him, so he let the young man continue to indulge in his fantasy. Zhang Qian waited at the gate of the community for a while, then got into a taxi. The taxi driver kept staring at her.
Yi Chang received a call from Lao Zhang.
He will be going on a field trip to participate in a camping activity for the literary and artistic circles in a few days, and Vice Principal Zhang asked him to take a look at the equipment. Yi Chang had nothing to do today, so he took a taxi to find Lao Zhang.
Lao Zhang's friend runs an outdoor supplies business near Jiangcheng Stadium.
Yi Chang originally thought she was just an ordinary friend, but when he got there, he found out that she was actually a beautiful middle-aged proprietress. The way he looked at Vice Principal Zhang changed.
Principal Zhang, you are having fun. No one believes that it doesn't matter to you. Vice Principal Zhang didn't care about Yi Chang's suspicious look at all, and said frankly, we are just ordinary friends. You can call me Sister May. I have already selected the things for you. You just need to pay. How many? Over 1 million.
Yi Chang nodded, and while paying, he greeted Sister May and casually asked, are outdoor products very expensive? Sister May smiled slightly and said, only rich people have time to play outdoors.
Got it, high-end market. Yi Chang doesn't care about money. A mere 1 million is nothing. He really wants to find out. How far away was I from these activities before?
Looking back now, I realized that I couldn't even reach the threshold before. In the world of the rich, money is the threshold. Sister May runs big brands with guaranteed quality. Seeing that Yi Chang didn't even bargain, he suddenly looked at him with admiration. I have some little sisters who also play outdoors.
Mr. Yi, would you like to get to know them so that we can play together in the future? Yi Chang was stunned.
He thought that since Sister May was engaged in outdoor products, it was normal for her to know some people who enjoyed the outdoors.
He didn't need to think too much about it. Maybe she really enjoyed the outdoors? This is my first time playing and I don't know anything.
I still need to learn.
Let us play together again when I know more.
Yi Chang smiled, politely declining the other party's kindness. Sister May probably thinks of herself as the kind of person who wants to pick up girls.
This is not surprising. Since she is rich and young, is she really going out for fun?
Young people are always enthusiastic about getting to know some young sisters.
Doesn't that start the story of camping together? But Yi Chang is also picky now.
Those with poor quality are not looked down upon. He gave 1.2 million and bought 2 sets.
One set was for Vice Principal Zhang. 600,000 was really not cheap.
This was really an activity for the rich. Sister May naturally understood what Yi Chang meant and nodded slightly.
After buying the things, Vice Principal Zhang told Yi Chang to leave. You are related to this boss May, right? Don't talk nonsense, we are just a serious boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. That's an improper relationship. Yi Chang laughed, thinking, is there any serious relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend? They are all not serious.
Old Zhang's face twitched wildly. He rolled his eyes at Yi Chang and reminded him, you still need a car.
No way, you don't have a car? Vice Principal Zhang looked at Yi Chang in disbelief.
Yi Chang is a rich man, how could he not have a car?
I want to open it. Vice Principal Zhang looked at Yi Chang helplessly, you are really weird. Do rich people have such a unique personality like you? You don't want to sell me cars again, do you?
Yi Cheng thought about it and smiled.
Chapter 129, Your circle is really chaotic. Old Zhang's face twitched and he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yi Cheng. He had good intentions.
Those people in the literary and art circles all treat people differently based on their status. They appear to be aloof, but in fact, they are more arrogant than each other. After all, there has been no number one in literature since ancient times, and writers care a lot about face when competing with each other. They say they regard money as dirt, but in fact, they all care about it very much.
To put it bluntly, it means being stuffy and coquettish.
Old Zhang thought about it and said nothing. Yi Cheng came just to pay the bill, and after paying, he had nothing to do. Old Zhang urged him to hurry up.
Pooh. Shameless old thing. Yi Cheng went to find Jinwen.
Li Yangyi was in jail and a case was filed. He was finished. Jinwen became the remaining fruit of Parks and Company, and he also had to return to the Magic City to collect the spoils. In her own words, she wanted to return to take charge of the situation, clean up Li Yangyi's influence in the company, and stage a comeback as a king.
Yi Cheng was not optimistic. Can foreigners give you a chance? Why not give it to me? I'll kill Li Yangyi.
Jinwen felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life. Smith from the company has reached an agreement with Yi Cheng again. She has such a solid foundation that she is just one step away from ascending the throne.
I think foreigners are all bad people. Jinwen's opinion is exactly the same as Yi Cheng's.
I'm not a Western worshipper, but in many things and practices, foreigners are more disciplined than Chinese people. Parks and Dahua has purchased Social Security for all employees, even the cleaning ladies. There is one thing that can be done: foreign-funded companies implement rules and regulations more thoroughly than many domestic companies. Of course, they are also quite rigid, but honestly, working in a foreign company is more comfortable than working in a domestic company.
Yi Cheng was unable to refute. What could he do if domestic companies were not doing well in this regard? It was common for fellow villagers to bully fellow villagers.
Jinwen smiled and hugged Yi Cheng, pecking his lips.
When I become the CEO, you will be the CEO's man. You must serve me well in the future. I don't know what's wrong with him again. He doesn't want to learn singing anymore but instead acts in Qing dynasty dramas? Yi Cheng sent Jinwen to the airport. Jinwen was going back today. He thought, it's good that this woman has gone back.
She likes to sing while doing things, and her singing is so bad.
It's unbelievable.
After sending Jinwen away, Yi Cheng felt quite bored.
Now that I have money, my life is completely different from before. I don't have to work to make money, and I don't know what to do.
After returning to the city, Yi Cheng randomly found a driving school to sign up. He did not hint to the other party whether he could buy a license with money or go through the back door.
There is really no need to be a road killer.
After 2 days of reading and learning about traffic rules, Lao Zhang contacted him and told him he could set off to collect folk songs.
His destination was Teotihuacan Manor, 30 miles away from Zhangcheng.
I met up with Lao Zhang first.
Lao Zhan was dressed like a young man, exuding a kind of stuffy and coquettish aura, and his clothes were pink.
You look like a peacock with its tail spread out. Lao Zhang said angrily, I'm driving now, don't force me to have a car accident.
Damn it.
You shameless person, you are not happy even after saying that. Lao Zhan laughed and said, when you meet those people later, you will know that I am considered simple, while those people are exaggerating. Yi Cheng looked at old Zhang, who was wearing pink on the upper body and white on the lower body. He had no idea how other people would dress.
He felt that old Zhang's outfit was very stuffy and coquettish.
Driving to the Cultural Association to gather, Yi Cheng saw quite a few cars. Just as Lao Zhang said, everyone's cars were not very high-end. But these people are very advanced.
Yi Cheng was stunned by the way those people were dressed.
Many of them were wearing colorful clothes and they were all very fashionable. Every man had something in his hand, either a fan, a walnut, or a teapot. People of the same age as Lao Zhang would also wear something on their bodies, the most common of which were jade and other such things. A string of jade beads on the wrist gives a low-key and luxurious look. Yi Cheng looked at Lao Zhang's wrist, there was nothing on it. It seemed that he was really the poorest scholar. These people rarely shake hands when they meet, they usually bow. Yi Cheng felt very uncomfortable, and something was not right with his body. Among the middle-aged and elderly intellectuals, there were no middle-aged or elderly women, but there were many young and beautiful female disciples. Several of the women were surrounded by people, and it was quite lively. Yi Chang didn't go over, so he couldn't see the faces of those women, but he took a vague glance and saw that one of them had come to the school to give a speech. She was a very famous pioneer woman. Yi Chang thought about it, but he forgot her name. However, when this person came to Jiangqing to give a speech, many people came to watch the speech just for her face. Lu Ru and Xiao Qing admired this woman very much. Yi Chang felt that he was out of tune with this circle and that everyone's auras were incompatible. He leaned against Lao Zhang's car, smoking and watching those middle-aged and elderly intellectuals surrounding the beautiful girl, circling around like dogs in heat, feeling very cute. Looking at others acting like bootlickers, Yi Chang looked at them from an outsider's perspective and thought that perhaps he was the same as these people in the eyes of others. Lao Zhang obviously didn't hold much status among these people, so no one was very enthusiastic about him. He said a few polite words, asked everyone to pay attention to safety, and then announced the departure.
He came back dejectedly. Everyone's attention was on the beauty and no one paid any attention to him.
Yi Chun laughed at what he saw. He looked at Lao Zhang and said, "Principal, your status in the martial arts world is almost non-existent. When I'm with my friends, everyone quiets down when I speak."
"You're not loud enough."
Old Zhang rolled his eyes at Yi Chang and thought to himself that if he had Yi Chang's financial resources, he could also make those people listen to him and speak loudly. "I didn't expect Zhang Lin to come too." Yi Chang remembered that it was Zhang Lin who gave the speech at the school.
"Don't you know?" "I don't know shit.
You just apologized to me for not telling me in advance."
"What can I say? I can only be generous and say it's okay."
Lao Zhang said, "Actually, I'm so annoyed. She's also a member of the Cultural Association, but she hasn't participated in any activities in a few years.
Why is she here this time? Look how excited those people are." Yi Chang laughed. "I have female disciples. Where is your female disciple? Why don't I see any?" "Female disciple? Do you believe that she is a female disciple?"
Old Zhang said with disdain, "It's just a matter of face."
"Is there any female disciple who sleeps with the master? Lao Zhang is real." Yi Chang couldn't help laughing. "Principal, your circle is a bit messy." Lao Zhang didn't care. "Which circle is not chaotic?" He thought about it and said, "I have no other intention in bringing you into this circle. It is always beneficial for you to get to know some cultured people with your current status. Don't worry about their private lives, some of them are quite capable. They may not have a good reputation, but they really know how to make money. They're all smart people. Personal morality and ability are two completely different things. Yi Chang knows this. His own private life is also very messy, so he has no right to criticize others." Chapter 130, The Internet is a Lie. Teotihuacan Manor is not far from Jiangcheng, and the group arrived quickly, and Lao Zhang started to get busy. He is the vice president and is responsible for organizing activities, which shows Lao Zhang's ability. Although it was obvious that those people were quite unhappy with Lao Zhang was able to swallow his pride and liven up the atmosphere. "This time we booked a room in the villa. Some people may not like the outdoors, while others may like it, so we have multiple options." No one cared about Yi Chang, so Yi Chang was doing his own activities, but he didn't expect to hear someone calling him suddenly. "Junior Yi." Zhang Lin, wearing a dazzling red dress, slowly walked towards Yi Chang, who is also a graduate of Jiangcheng University. "So only after I achieved success in my career was I invited by the school to give a speech." Yi Chang's mouth twitched slightly. "Those people are surrounding you, and you come to me? Isn't this just asking for trouble?" Seeing Zhang Lin walking towards Yi Chang, several people looked at Yi Chang with disdain. Yi Chang looked at Zhang Lin and smiled. "Hello, Senior Zhang. I didn't expect you to come and participate in the event. Are you going camping?" "Yes," Yi Chang said. Zhang Lin said, "I came here in a hurry and didn't bring any equipment. Can I borrow yours?" Zhang Lin looked embarrassed. Yi Chang was speechless. "Damn, can you be more blatant? I only have one tent, what should I do if I lend it to you?" But that's not what the other party meant. Yi Chang smiled slightly and said, "Senior, aren't you developing in the Magic City? It's a big city with a fast pace. How do you have time to come back and participate in activities? I don't need to worry about the company. I haven't been back for many years." Zhang Lin lifted her long hair and turned her face slightly to let Yi Chang see her face clearly. "Stop posting. It's so mean." Yi Chang had already seen that Zhang Lin was coming for him, but he was still unclear about his purpose.
But this woman is obviously beautiful, but she is not as smart as Jean 1, nor as charming as Suzy Jean.
She has some means, but they are obviously too low level. Yi Chang responded politely. He was taking a walk with Zhang Lin.
Zhang Lin had no interest in looking at the scenery and was thinking about how to get to know Yi Chang. She had heard in the group that Principal Zhang would bring a new person with him, and she thought it would be another female disciple. But after seeing Yi Chang's photo, Zhang Lin immediately decided to come back and participate in the event.
Zhang Lin asked, "Have you dealt with all those scandals?" "It's basically been handled.
What remains is the lawsuit, but it has been handed over to my lawyers.
They are very dedicated,"
Yi Chang said with a smile.
"Well, let professionals take care of professional matters. You understand this very well, Junior." What do I know? I'm just rich." Yi Chang laughed.
Zhang Lin blinked in surprise. Having money is also a kind of ability, and it is the most useful ability. Yi Chang smiled and said, "Although I have money, I have no life.
I feel quite bored now. Having too much money is also a worry. This doesn't sound like human language. What should others do if you talk like this?"
Zhang Lin laughed and said, "You rich people have such enviable looks."
"I don't know either."
Yi Chang saw a nice piece of grassland with a pond in front and a mountain behind, and decided to set up his tent here.
He went back to get his equipment. Zhang Lin wanted to help, but Yi Chang refused.
Watching Yi Chang leave, Zhang Lin's eyes were a little regretful, as he felt that Yi Chang looked down on him.
What she hinted at was very obvious, don't you understand? How is that possible? Zhang Lin didn't believe that Yi Chang didn't understand. Yi Chang was a rich man. How could he not understand the affairs of the rich circle? He must be playing hard to get.
When Yi Chang was getting something, he specifically looked for Lao Zhang and asked, "What kind of business does Zhang Lin do in Shanghai?" "Opening a company, I think it's a media company, making web dramas, doing news, etc."
"I don't know the details." Lao Zhang was halfway through his sentence when his eyes widened. He realized, "She went to see you? You just chatted with me for a few minutes. We are really not familiar with each other."
Yi Chang smiled helplessly.
He really just came here to follow Lao Zhang to experience the cultural circle and relax.
He has been worrying a lot about Jean Wen's matter during this period. He originally planned to come out for fun and learn some outdoor activities, but after Zhang Lin appeared, Yi Chang had a feeling.
The other party needs something from you.
I was so poor that all I had left was money. Needless to say, Zhang Lin came for my money.
Could he have come for my body?
As soon as he arrived, he hinted that he was available for trading.
But Yi Chang didn't mean that.
Yi Chang is now as steady as an old dog and not so easy to hook. Old Zhang looked at Yi Chang with envy.
It was great to be rich.
Now the most beautiful woman came to Yi Chang on her own initiative. Old Zhang said, "Then you can show your skills and win her over."
Is there any teacher like you? Yi Chang was speechless. Is it a question of whether to take it or not? If they don't have to take it, people will be willing to stay in their own tents.
If those surrounding Zhang Lin knew about this, they would tear me apart. Yi Chang is not afraid of quarreling with others, but it is not worth the trouble for Zhang Lin. Old Zhang was not very clear about Zhang Lin's situation, and Yi Chang could not find out more. He took the equipment back, but Zhang Lin was still waiting there. Seeing him come back, Zhang Lin hurried to help get the things. Yi Chang had never set up a tent before, but Zhang Lin was surprisingly knowledgeable and helped Yi Chang set it up in no time.
"Senior, you can do it. Outdoor activities are quite popular in Shanghai."
"I've learned a bit, but sometimes I have to accompany clients, so there's really no other way."
Zhang Lin looked at Yi Chang and said, "You're about to graduate, right? Have you ever thought about going to Shanghai to develop your career? There are more opportunities in big cities." "I don't need opportunities." Yi Chang thought to himself, opportunities are coming to him. The unfinished building project in Jiangcheng was offered to him by the municipal government. Although you won't make much money in return, isn't that an opportunity? As a rich person, do I need to care about opportunities?
Yi Chang's account now has a huge amount of funds, and the bank is actively recommending various projects to him, not just asking him to manage his finances.
With 30 billion in cash deposits, what financial management project can handle it?
The bank itself has some assets to dispose of, and local banks often send him messages asking if he is interested. Or lend money to a company as a bridge fund to obtain high interest, or invest in companies that need money to develop. Yi Chang read all the messages but didn't reply. He really had no interest. Many banks want to help him manage his investments, so people like him don't need opportunities. When you have enough money, you become an opportunity for others.
Zhan Lin couldn't get over Yi Chang and felt that Yi Chang was very difficult to deal with.
It was said on the internet that Yi Chang had played with women and even caused a death, and that he was in a teacher-student relationship. It seemed that he was a pretty bad guy.
Zhan Lin felt that since she was so proactive, Yi Chang shouldn't be picky. But now I feel like the internet is all a scam. Zhan Lin decided to be more proactive. What do you think of me? Zhan Lin looked directly into Yi Chang's eyes, not wanting to miss any of Yi Chang's reactions.